Imagine if suddenly the world froze, the temperature had plummeted by 100 degrees Celsius and still kept dropping over time. Over 90% of the world's population die frozen, and after weeks of freezing, the world experiences a shutdown of all water and electricity overnight. I am the only one able to sit at home, playing games by the fireplace. Neighbors all step out of their houses to complain. In this extreme cold, people are sure to freeze to death. Furthermore, no one had the foresight to prepare instant noodles. So, even if they don't freeze, they'll starve, but I've hoarded an entire Walmart's worth of supplies in my house. The girl I've had a crush on for 18 years brazenly asks me for food. I unashamedly send her a picture of steak and wine. She instantly recognizes it as top-grade Wagyu and a $100,000 bottle of wine. Immediately, she says she also wants steak and wine. Upon hearing this, I laugh. If she wants to eat, she can go to the supermarket herself. Turns out, a supernova explosion affected the planet, causing a global ice age. And using my position as the warehouse manager of a supermarket, I have hoarded enough supplies to last 2 years. Who knew the girl would break into my house with a group of neighbors and steal all my food? In order to ration the food, they decide to start eating me. The girl even gleefully admits that she tricked me into opening the door. She wanted to take one of my arms. In extreme despair, I would rather die. This manhwa begins when the protagonist of this story, Zhang Yi, opened his eyes and has been reborn 3 months before the global freeze. Realizing this, he swore that in this life, he will never be a bootlicker again. Also, he wants to repay the pain of his previous life 1,000-fold. But the immediate priority is to hoard enough supplies before the end of the world and build a sturdy safe house. Just as he was considering where to start, a bright light flashes before his eyes. In the next second, he was in a strange space. Looking at this otherworldly place, a bold idea pops into his head. Zhang Yi thought to himself, if I could move an entire Walmart here, I would never have to worry about food and drink for 10 lifetimes. Just then, my stomach rumbles. Thinking about all the good things I won't be able to eat after the apocalypse, I head to the best restaurant in the city. A meal costs me 50,000. In the apocalypse, even a bowl of instant noodles can cost a life. It won't be easy to eat your fill then. This scene is witnessed by the girl I've been infatuated with for 18 years. A girlfriend standing beside her looks surprised. Fan Yuking, you're so lucky. The bootlicker that has been chasing you turns out to be a rich second generation in disguise. Fang Yuqing naturally wouldn't miss this opportunity and comes up to chat. Zhang Yi, what a coincidence. Hearing this, I laugh coldly inside. In my last life, I was tricked by her pretending to be pure and innocent. In the end, I became soup in her bowl. Although at this moment I really want to kill this bitch, it would also land me in jail. I have to wait until the end of the world. Immediately, I pull out my bank card and ask them if they want to go shopping at the supermarket, thinking to use these two as my free labor. After all, who will reject free labor? And as expected, they happily agree. Sure, we're neighbors. We can help you carry a bit. Who knew I would buy 2 full shopping carts and throw them to the 2? Free labor shouldn't go to waste. This leaves the girlfriend looking displeased. You're a big man. Aren't you going to do any of the work? Upon hearing this, Fang Yuqing immediately elbowed her, then hastily chuckles. I've done you a big favor today. You owe us a big meal. Hearing this, I laugh coldly inside. Of course, I'll have to treat you too well. When the extreme cold comes, not one of you will be able to run away. Just then, Auntie Lin from the neighborhood committee walks up with her grandson. Little Zhang, you can't eat all this by yourself. How about sharing some with Auntie Lin? After she says this, her 2-year-old grandson starts taking things from my shopping cart. I grab it back right away. Sorry, I don't even have enough for myself. Upon seeing this, the child immediately started making a fuss. Big villain, give it back to me or I will kill you, he shouted. In response, I coldly said, dare to say that again. I'll slap you to death. This yell made the child cry immediately. However, Auntie Lin wouldn't back down. What are you doing? A grown man haggling with a kid. I'll buy this box. I'll transfer you the money later. Stop acting like we're trying to take advantage of you. I immediately displayed my payment QR code, always saying later, either pay me now or go to the supermarket yourself. This move made Auntie Lin very angry. Once I got back home, Fang Yuqing winked at me. Don't forget to treat us. Okay? After I sent the 2 of them away, I stored all the purchased food in the alternate space. Next, I had to build an impenetrable steel fortress with heating devices and medical supplies. It would be great if I could get some firearms, but I'm not in a hurry. There are still 90 days until the Ice Age. During this time, I have to sell off my property as quickly as possible. With money, I can always get what I need. The next morning, I came to the alternate space to check the freshness of the food. Although I can't store live creatures, the food remains as fresh as when I bought it. I took out my phone and contacted the best local restaurant and booked 500 tables of meals. I wanted to host a banquet for 3 days and 3 nights, but the hotel manager said the cost for 500 tables of food and drink will not be less than $1 million and a deposit of $200,000 is needed in advance. Without any hesitation, I transferred $200,000 over. Then, I found my property certificate and went to the bank to mortgage it. After the apocalypse, money will become useless waste paper, but mortgaging the property and adding my own savings is only enough to build my safe house. I need more funds to purchase weapons and supplies. As I was thinking about how to get more money, a man in a suit walked up to me and said, "Bro, do you need money?" I was delighted. Money is coming when I need it. The man in the suit quickly brought me to another man. The man didn't beat around the bush and asked how much I wanted to borrow, but the interest rate would be a bit high. Upon hearing this, I rubbed my hands together. It doesn't matter if the interest is high. The main thing is to raise the money as soon as possible. So, I mortgaged the house that I had just mortgaged and my Mercedes-Benz as well. After the transaction, both parties felt that they had made a good deal. I mortgaged a house worth $5 million and a car worth $300,000 for $4 million. In the end, I have to pay them $7 million back, but I also think they are really nice people just giving away money for me to spend. Then, I came to the most famous War Dragon security company. In my previous life, a second-generation rich guy spent $2 billion to build a top-level safe house. As a result, that rich guy directly became the emperor in the apocalypse. At this time, a business manager came over and asked if I needed any help. I quickly walked up and expressed my idea, indicating that I wanted to build a safe house for the apocalypse. Hearing this, the business manager didn't say much and directly presented me with several plans for me to choose from. However, I was not satisfied with the plans above. Then I stated that the house should be reinforced with aviation materials. The balcony glass should use the highest strength bulletproof glass, and add an air filtration system and a 360-degree no-blind spot monitoring system. The front door should be made of the same material as the bank's anti-theft door, and I asked the manager to find a way to get some guns. After seeing my requirements, the business manager was surprised. With these renovations and some weapons, this would be a fortress. The final plan required $8 million. After I paid the deposit, I asked them to start work immediately and said that the balance would be paid within 3 months. Next, I need to get some weapons for self-defense. I called the owner of a hunting club by now and got a few sets of crossbows as weapons from him. Just then, the 500 tables of banquet I ordered also arrived in batches by truck. This attracted quite a few people from the neighborhood. This is the delivery truck from a 5-star hotel. These several trucks of food would cost at least $1 million or so. After a while, the food for 500 tables filled my entire house without wasting any words. I put them all into the otherworldly space. With all these delicious foods, plus the ingredients I had ordered before, I basically don't have to worry about food and clothing for the rest of my life. The next day, the security company's workers came to start building the safe house. This scene attracted quite a few neighbors' attention, who ridiculed me, asking if I had taken the wrong medication. But I didn't care. When the end comes, you'll know who the real joke is. Then I found manager Zhou from the company, and I bought a part of the warehouse's supplies at twice the market price. Next is to transport these things home little by little. Zhou Peng, another bootlicker, asked Fan Yuqing to go with him to a concert as I passed by, but she immediately rejected the invitation. Apologizing, she said she has a date that very night. What a coincidence. Hearing this, I laugh. This bitch really knows how to string a person along. Upon seeing me, Zhou Peng suddenly shouted, accusing me of not being a man. How can I let his goddess carry things to help me? Zhou Peng continued to shout, complaining some more. I immediately figured out that she was the one spreading words about me using people for free labor. She quickly chimed in, playing the victim, but I had no time for this bitch and his dog. As I was about to leave, Zhou Peng demanded that I pay her $500 as compensation and a fee to go see the doctor. I became annoyed hearing this. She was the one who took the initiative to carry my things. Zhang Yi gave Zhou Peng a cold stare, asking if he dares to talk to him like that ever again. Hearing this, the bootlicker immediately retreated, making excuses to make her feel better. Fan Yuqing watched me walk away, wondering how I have changed so much. My recent hoarding activities also attracted her attention. She then asked if something was going to happen recently, even saying that she had been thinking about me lately. As for this bitch's fake concern, I didn't want to respond at all. This really pissed Fan Yuqing off. Zhang Yi, this bootlicker, actually dares to ignore me, but she was still curious about my sudden hoarding. However, her best friend just scoffed. If something big is happening, the country will definitely notify us. Just try your best to catch Zhang Yi, this bootlicker. A week later, my weapons delivery came in, and also my emergency medicine was delivered after. I took the delivery sheet and signed for the purchase delivery. As I hand the sheet over, I received a notification on my phone that the building of my safe house was nearing its completion. Half a month later, my safe house was successfully built. In order to ensure the employer's safety, the manager also installed a surveillance system on each floor. I was very satisfied with this. They even made adjustments to better my safe house. The man reminded me of the rest of my payment within 3 months' time. Of course, I readily agreed. Inwardly, I smiled. By then the world will be in chaos. Money will be nothing but a useless paper. Next is to wait for my last batch of supplies to arrive. Soon, several trucks of drinking water arrived in succession. At this time, Uncle Yu from the same neighborhood looked curious. "Little Zhang, what are you doing with all these barrels of water?" Thinking that Uncle Yu was one of the few good people in my past life, I whispered, "The weather this year is going to be very unusual. It's best to stock up on some supplies to prevent extreme cold as soon as possible." Upon hearing this, Uncle Yu was half skeptical, but seeing the serious look on my face, he believed it. In the following period, I tried my best to exchange all the money in my hands for various supplies 3 days before the advent of the extreme cold end days. I specifically went back to the warehouse and invited all my colleagues for a cup of milk tea. After they drank it, everyone fainted. In order to move the entire Walmart warehouse with peace of mind, I had already put sleeping pills and the milk tea in advance. After shutting down the surveillance equipment, I went to the warehouse and immediately put all the rows of goods into the otherworldly space. With the help of the otherworldly space, I quickly emptied the entire warehouse. Just then, a box in the corner caught my attention. When I opened it, it was the cold-resistant tech product that was stocked a few days ago. It was said to be able to withstand temperatures of -100 degrees with these supplies. Even if facing the coldest ice age, I have nothing to fear. To prevent exposure, I also directly gave myself a dose of sleeping water and then lay down on my colleague and fell asleep. 2.5 hours later, I was awakened by my colleague. "Boss, something crazy has happened. Our warehouse has been emptied." Hearing this, I pretended to be surprised and jumped up. "What the hell?" Then, looking at the empty warehouse, I pretended to be upset and said, "What happened? How are all the supplies in the warehouse gone?" At this time, the manager called, inquiring about the loss of the warehouse supplies. Knowing that the whole warehouse was emptied all at once, the manager immediately cursed. "How is this possible? Are you a mole and stealing for yourself?" I gave an awkward smile. "Manager, what do you take me for? Besides, I'm not that capable. I think we better report to the higher department as soon as possible, so as not to delay the investigation time." After hanging up the phone, I quickly comforted my colleagues. "Everyone, don't be afraid. We who are upright are not afraid of crooked shadows." Soon, all the colleagues on duty and I were called to the police station for questioning, but nothing could be found out after the questioning. Then the cop told us not to leave Tianhai City rashly, in order to cooperate with the follow-up investigation. Soon this incident made the news in Tianhai City. No one could believe that hundreds of square meters of supplies disappeared without a trace in less than 3 hours. Just then, it suddenly started snowing heavily in the sky. I knew this was a prelude to the extreme cold, so I hurried home. 3 days later, the shockwave from a supernova explosion swept across the globe. This brought about a devastating disaster to the entire planet. The temperature began to plummet overnight. Looking at the heavy snow outside the window, I remained calm. What was destined to come eventually came. But at this time, the homeowner group became lively. After all, it was the first time to see such heavy snow in the south. I looked at all this with a calm face. Perhaps for many people, this might be the first time they saw snow, and it could also be the last. In my past life, the heavy snow lasted a full 3 months, and the temperature would get lower and lower, causing many people who had not stocked up on food in advance to freeze to death in this winter. On the second day of the extreme cold weather, the heavy snow at the entrance of the residential area had piled up to half a person's height. Even if people indoors turned the air conditioning to the maximum, they still shivered from the cold. But I, who had prepared various heating equipment in advance, was sleeping soundly. But just then, I was suddenly awakened by a ring of the phone. It was a call from the bitch, Fang Yuqing. She asked cheerfully, "Zhang Yi, did you know about the temperature drop when you stocked up on supplies? You didn't even tell me, and now I'm freezing." Hearing this, I scoffed and directly hung up the phone. This pissed off Fang Yuqing on the other side. "This bootlicker, he dares to hang up on me." Then she shamelessly texted me asking for food. After reading it, I laughed. She still wants to treat me like a bootlicker. I directly sent her a picture of steak with wine. Fang Yuqing recognized at a glance that this was a top-tier Wagyu beef, and a bottle of wine worth 100,000. She immediately said that she also wanted to eat steak and drink wine. After hearing this, I laughed. If you want to eat, go buy it yourself at the supermarket. After seeing my message, Fang Yuqing was furious. But after thinking about it, she calmed down. After all, she has to hook me the fish, and I, full and bored, started watching TV. Just then, the tablet monitoring the building suddenly made a noise. I saw Auntie Lin on the screen solemnly saying, "Everyone, don't panic and scramble for supplies. This extreme weather will last at most 2 or 3 days. Our neighborhood committee will help everyone through this. Rushing for supplies will only lead to price increases. If anyone dares to hoard supplies, I will report to the authorities." But just then, a voice sounded behind them. "Auntie Lin, how can you determine that this heavy snow will not last long? You are blocking everyone from going out to buy things. Will you be responsible if something happens?" Hearing this, the surrounding homeowners also echoed. "If we don't hoard supplies now, will you be responsible if we run out of food later?" Auntie Lin quickly stated that the neighborhood committee would take responsibility for this matter. Then she pointed at me and cursed, "Zhang Yi, don't stir up trouble here. This is an illegal act." But I didn't bother to deal with her and turned around to go back to my super safe house. A week passed quickly, but the heavy snow outside showed no signs of stopping. I was having fun at home as usual. Suddenly, a message came in on my phone. I saw Auntie Lin in the group chat calling me out by name to go shovel snow. I didn't even think about it and directly refused her. With such heavy snow falling, we'd be shoveling slower than it's falling. Clearly, Auntie Lin was just trying to pick a fight. This got her gnashing her teeth in anger. Then, Auntie Lin commanded in the name of the neighborhood committee, "Zhang Yi, you must go out and shovel snow. Whoever dares to lead the opposition will certainly be dealt with by the organization after the snow disaster ends." Seeing this, I said coldly, "Such a show of authority." Then I quickly typed a bunch of text and sent it out. "How come I don't see you calling out the rich kids in the neighborhood? Just picking on us honest people. Auntie Lin, since you're so capable, why don't you go ask Su Hao and Chen Jing how to shovel the snow?" Chen Jing Hao is the boss of a construction project. He has hundreds of people under him, and Su Hao is a well-connected rich kid. In my past life, these two guys broke into my house and took all my food. Hearing what I said, other people also started making a commotion in the homeowner group. "Zhang Yi is right. If you dare, go ask them." Seeing the messages, Auntie Lin was immediately cursing. Clearly, my words made it hard for her to step down, so she could only grit her teeth and call out the two in the group to shovel snow together. Seeing the message, Chen Zhenghao immediately started cursing. "Are you fucking crazy? I'll kill you if you bother me again." Su Hao also echoed, "What a big idiot. Taking the homeowner's money and acting high and mighty every day. Now you really think you're the boss? I don't even bother to deal with you poor ghosts." Seeing this message, Auntie Lin was so angry that she didn't dare to say a word, but directly pointed the finger at me. "Zhang Yi, you're really trying to make trouble for me, aren't you? You'll be satisfied if no one goes out to shovel snow, won't you?" I picked up my phone, turned on the voice message, and scoffed. "Did you come to me to seek a sense of existence after being scolded by someone else? Believe it or not, if you talk any more nonsense, I'll kill you." Seeing my serious tone, Auntie Lin immediately backed down. Just then, a loud bang came from my front door. I heard Chen Zhenghao outside yelling, "Zhang Yi, weren't you pretty cocky in the group chat just now? Believe it or not, I'll kill you." At these words, I picked up my crossbow and went to the door. It's not certain yet who's going to kill whom. I shot him directly through the shin with an arrow. Injured, Chen Zhenghao fell to the ground, wailing incessantly. He never imagined that I, a seemingly honest person, would be so ruthless when I took action. Little did he know that this was only the first step of my revenge. With temperatures now at -100 degrees, Chen Zhenghao's leg, which had been shot through, was surely not going to be saved. If not treated in time, he could only die slowly in this freezing weather. Chen Zhenghao, bearing the severe pain, staggered into the elevator. He could never have imagined, having only met me a few times, that I wanted to kill him directly. This realization made Chen Zhenghao shudder with fear. So, he immediately took out his phone and dialed the emergency number. However, the whole city was already covered in heavy snow, and the hospital's ambulance simply couldn't make it, left with no choice. Chen Zhenghao could only go home and treat his wound himself. Fortunately, the weather was freezing cold, and his foot was almost numb from the cold. Then, with a grim determination, Chen Zhenghao pulled the arrow out. Then, he took out his phone again and made a threat in the homeowner group. "Zhang Yi, wait for me. Watch me kill you." Facing his threat, I naturally wasn't afraid and responded confidently. "Keep talking and I'll disable your other leg." This scene stunned the onlookers in the group chat. After all, as the area tyrant, Chen Zhenghao, This was the first time someone dared to confront him directly. Soon, he picked up the phone and summoned his hundreds of followers. In no time, a swarm of followers, each holding their own weapon, rushed over in grandeur. After learning about what had happened, the leading bald guy came to my door with his followers. "You offended our bro how? Today will be your death anniversary." With that, he slashed directly at the door, but the next second, his machete was flung away. This scared the gangsters out of their wits. How many people had this kid offended? His home was fortified stronger than a turtle shell. Watching the scene from my security camera, I laughed with disdain. "Are you guys hungry? Try harder." Seeing the bunch outside the house swearing and fuming, I suddenly had an idea. Immediately, I took a water hose and connected it to the kitchen faucet. "Why are you so angry? Let me cool you down." The gangsters outside saw the door lock suddenly open and were instantly alert. Upon realizing it wasn't an arrow, they had a good laugh. Who would have thought that the next second the hose would spurt out cold water? Soon, a bunch of them fell to the ground, frozen. Only 3 managed to escape. Seeing this scene, I was quite pleased. In this freezing weather, cold water is more lethal than any weapon. On the other side, the 3 little guys who escaped were huddled together, shivering. Chen Jinghao looked at them and yelled, "What happened? How did you guys, a whole group, not manage to bring a small brat?" Hearing this, the 3 hastily explained. Zhang Yi was too cunning. He turned the front door into a burglar-proof steel door. He chopped for a long time and only scratched some paint off. The key was he sprayed us with cold water. Upon hearing this, Chen Jinghao's face immediately darkened. No wonder the door felt a bit hard just now. But don't worry, I don't believe this kid can hide in there forever. Send a few men to keep watch at his door day and night. When he dares to show his face, tear him to pieces. Little did he know, the food stored in my house, not to mention for a lifetime, even if it were for 10 lifetimes, it wouldn't run out. On the other side, Uncle Yu was leading a few people to clear the snow from the entrance of the residential area, planning to dig a path to the supermarket to replenish food. However, they couldn't shovel as fast as the snow fell. After a while, they gave up and prepared to go back. Watching this scene, I sighed. Human power is simply no match for a disaster of this scale. Although the TV is actively reporting to reassure all citizens that the country is launching a final offensive against the snow disaster. Only I know that 90% of all organisms globally will freeze to death in this snow disaster. I took out my phone to check what's going on in the group chat. My crush of 18 years was the first to send me a greeting. "Are you okay?" Seeing the message, I couldn't help but laugh. If it wasn't for her eating my most important part in my previous life, I would have still seen her as a pure lotus. So I replied indifferently, "I'm fine." Then Fang Yuqing shamelessly asked me for something to eat, saying she would return the favor later. Faced with my crush's request, I agreed without hesitation, then sent her a picture of a lobster to whet her appetite, adding with a mocking tone, "I'm already full." Seeing this, Fang Yuqing got angry and decided to kick me out of her pond. This time, her bitchy best friend sent me a message. "Why are you so dumb?" Fang Yuqing is really angry right now. Seeing the message, I laughed again. They're really good at acting. One playing good cop, the other bad cop. Huh? The bitchy best friend didn't give up and continued. "The snow can't last that long. Starve for a few meals and seduce Fang Yuqing first. Wouldn't that be a big win?" Regarding this, I ignored her disdainfully and simply responded with "Oh." This response infuriated her. How did this bootlicker suddenly become enlightened? Fang Yuqing could only sigh. Why did my attitude towards her undergo such a drastic 180-degree change? At this point, her bitchy best friend suggested, "If we lose one bootlicker, so be it. Don't we still have others?" Hearing this, Fan Yuqing's eyes lit up and she immediately called other bootlickers. Soon, Xiong Peng hurried over with large and small bags of supplies, claiming that this was all the food he had left. Hearing this, Fang Yuqing was touched and immediately sent him a good person card. "Xiong Peng, you're a really good person." Before Xiong Peng could express his loyalty, her bitchy best friend promptly closed the door. In no time, 3 days had passed, but the heavy snow was still falling non-stop. Munching on a chicken leg and looking at the time on my phone, I thought, the real drama is about to begin. The next moment, the entire neighborhood plunged into darkness. Soon, neighbors began stepping out of their homes, asking each other whether they had electricity. Now, with water and electricity cut off and air conditioning no longer functioning, it was genuinely getting cold enough to kill. After finishing my chicken, I picked my teeth and then turned on a generator I had prepared in advance. I was fortunate to have died early in my past life. Otherwise, I too would be freezing like the rest of them. At this moment, Auntie Lin from the neighborhood committee was shivering while holding her grandson. She never expected the snow to last so long. A message came into the neighborhood group chat. They say this is a once-in-100,000 years global blizzard. We might be on the brink of a mass extinction event. Several major cities in the country have already been overrun. Everyone must stockpile more supplies. After reading the message, Auntie Lin was shocked. She never imagined the snow disaster would be this serious. At that moment, she hatched a plan. She must trick everyone into giving her their food before they receive the news. So Auntie Lin promptly posted a message in the owners group. Everyone, don't worry. This disaster is temporary. Workers are currently repairing the water and power outage. The officials have issued an order. Due to these extraordinary circumstances, the neighborhood committee will conduct unified management of all property owners. Anyone who does not cooperate will be arrested and interrogated by the police. Upon seeing the message, Chen Zhenghao began to curse in dissatisfaction. Although he had a lot of underlings, he dared not confront the police. Meanwhile, Auntie Lin continued in the group chat. Due to the severe impact of the blizzard on everyone's lives, the neighborhood committee has decided to collect supplies from each owner and distribute them uniformly to help us all get through this crisis. On seeing the message, I couldn't help but laugh. It was the same old trick as in my previous life. Then Auntie Lin sent me a private message. Little Zhang, you usually work in a warehouse and must have hoarded a lot of food, right? Besides, you bought 3 truckloads of stuff last time. Everyone is in trouble now, and it's your turn to do your part. After the crisis, we will certainly repay you. On hearing this, I chuckled coldly. You old hag, your hands were also dirty in my death in the previous life. Just you wait. I immediately replied with a voice message. That's great. I just ran out of supplies at home. Auntie Lin, when you collect the supplies, make sure you share some with me. Hearing my message almost made her explode. This kid had hoarded several truckloads of supplies. How could he possibly run out so soon? Realizing that she and her grandson were depending on my supplies, Auntie Lin swallowed her anger and kindly replied, Little Zhang, this is an order from the organization. You must comply. Once the snow disaster is over, I will definitely report your good deeds to the organization. On seeing her message, I laughed again. If I hadn't died early in my previous life, I might have believed her lies. So I picked my teeth and replied, Auntie, I'm not lying to you. I really don't have anything to eat at home. Why don't you take the lead and send me a few packets of instant noodles first? Upon hearing this, Auntie Lin could no longer restrain herself and furiously retorted, Zhang Yi, refusing to hand over your supplies is the same as opposing the organization. I will definitely report you to the organization for disciplinary action. I mocked her. You represent the organization. You're not even a civil servant, not to mention a public institution staff. Why don't you ascend to heaven? It's okay for you to show off normally. But now that things are like this, you still think you're so important. As soon as I said this, it made Auntie Lin so angry that she smashed her old-fashioned phone. This little brat dares to talk to me like that. After all, I'm a leader in the community. After failing to get any advantage from me, Auntie Lin turned her attention to other homeowners, thinking it doesn't matter who I can deceive as long as I can deceive some. 2 days quickly passed. Under Auntie Lin's coaxing, quite a few homeowners had actually sent their supplies to her home. Looking at this scene, I sneered in my heart. What a bunch of fools believing in some great Samaritan in this post-apocalyptic world. Now, the whole world has plunged into chaos without enough supplies. They could only wait to die. Soon, many homeowners began to tag Auntie Lin in the group chat. Wasn't it said that the supplies would be distributed evenly? We've run out of food at home. Start distributing some to us. But Auntie Lin merely scoffed at the messages. What a bunch of idiots. These supplies were obtained through my hard work. How could I possibly give them away so easily? Just then, her phone rang. Seeing that it was Chen Zhenghao, she broke out in a cold sweat. What does he want with me? On the other end of the line, Chen Zhenghao said coldly, Auntie Lin, you have quite a method. You've actually deceived everyone's supplies into your home. Hearing this, Auntie Lin feigned innocence, saying it was the arrangement of the community committee and she was just doing her duty. Chen Zhenghao laughed. That's perfect. Over 10 of us here are waiting for you to distribute the supplies. Hearing this, Auntie Lin coughed lightly. These supplies haven't been sorted out yet. Some homeowners haven't handed in their supplies. We can't start distributing them yet. The next second, the area tyrant Chen Zhenghao, along with his underlings, burst into her house. Seeing this, Auntie Lin's face turned pale. How dare you break into a civilian house? Is there no law anymore? To which Chen Zhenghao responded with a slap. And you think you've been lawful, deceiving everyone's supplies? Today, I'll act in the name of justice. Meanwhile, I watched the scene on the surveillance. cheerfully eating a sausage. The dogfight was finally about to begin. At that moment, I had a brilliant idea. If watching alone is fun, sharing it with others would be even better. I immediately posted the surveillance video in the homeowners group chat. Surely, everyone's reaction to this would be quite amusing. On the other side, Qin Zhenghao and his gang had already broken into Auntie Lin's house, instructing his subordinates to take away all the food, not leaving a single thing behind. Hearing this, Auntie Lin hurriedly clung to Qin Zhenghao's leg. You can't take everything. Some of the supplies here are what I hoarded myself. Without these supplies, how would my grandson and I survive? Qin Zhenghao let out a cold laugh. That's none of my business. With that, he directly kicked Auntie Lin away. Her grandson was stunned by this scene, and then picked up a small knife to avenge his grandmother. He managed to accurately stab one of the punks, a yellow hair, in the butt. The severe pain made him forget about moving things, and he kicked the boy away in response. Witnessing this, the other thugs burst out laughing. Since when did yellow hair learn to kick? He actually managed to kick this little brat away. Despite the intense pain in his butt, yellow hair played along. How cool am I? Right, someone should have recorded that moment. Auntie Lin fell in front of her grandson. Little who, my dear grandson. But Qin Zhenghao, watching this scene, showed no sympathy. Instead, he sneered. This is what you get for deceiving us, your neighbors. We're just dispensing justice. On the other side, many homeowners watching this scene also clapped and cheered. Ha ha ha, serves the big liar right. Such thunderous methods are necessary to deal with swindlers like her. Without bro, how we'd be helpless against this kind of rogue. Seeing these messages, I laughed. You people really don't understand the crux of the problem. Today, Qin Zhenghao can break into Auntie Lin's house. Tomorrow, he could break into yours. But all this has nothing to do with me. My 2-meter thick steel door wouldn't yield even if he came with a tank. Soon, Auntie Lin was pleading for help in the homeowner group. Does anyone have hemostatic drugs, anti-shock medications, and antibiotics? My grandson was injured by Qin Zhenghao. Dr. Zhou needs these medications urgently for surgery. Upon hearing this, my eyes lit up. Dr. Zhou was a savior-like figure in the previous world. Fortunately, we have neighborhood Dr. Zhou here to save her grandson's life for now. At this point, Auntie Lin was pleading continuously in the homeowner group for medicine, promising to kowtow in gratitude to anyone willing to provide it. However, this only resulted in mockery from many homeowners. So you plan to kowtow in a chat group? Dr. Zhou, a kind-hearted beauty, saved your grandson. Why should we help you? After deceiving us of our supplies, you still have the audacity to ask for our help. Seeing this, I sighed. This was karma for Auntie Lin. Furthermore, the snowstorm had been going on for over a week, and the outside was practically paralyzed. Even if the boy was saved, how long could everyone last without food? At this point, the snow outside the community had almost buried up to the first floor. Many people had already heard from the news that this was a global snowstorm that occurs once every 100,000 years. No one knew what this snow disaster would turn into. Soon a week passed in a flash, and the whole world was almost buried in the snowstorm. In some cities in the north, the temperature had even dropped to -100 degrees Celsius. Many residents who tried to evacuate southwards ended up freezing to death on the road. In the homeowner group, Auntie Lin began to play the morality card again. My dear grandson has been hungry for 2 days. He's just a child. Are you really going to stand by and watch him die? She stated that she was willing to pay a high price for supplies. Seeing this, the homeowners started to inflate the prices, and the last pack of instant noodles was even sold for $2,000. Seeing this, I laughed. These people are not taking the apocalypse seriously. In a little while, you'll think paper money is too hard even to use as toilet paper. As a second-generation rich kid with some business acumen, Su Hao started to hoard supplies at a high price. He was very clear that money in this apocalyptic world would become as useless as waste paper. He had to get rid of it while it was still useful. At this time, a single mother in the group sent out a plea for help, stating that she and her daughter were about to starve to death, hoping that everyone could help her. Seeing this, I laughed. In the past life, this woman and her daughter managed to survive for a long time. This Silime is not as simple as she seems. 10 days passed quickly, and as usual, I was enjoying my time at home. At this moment, the phone on the table rang. Seeing the caller ID, I let out a cold laugh. This bitch finally couldn't stand it anymore. So, I opened the video chat and sarcastically said, "You all look thinner after not seeing each other for a while." Behind me, the sight of food made the two people drool. "Why do you still have so much food in your house, Zhang Yi? Is it because you hoarded it last time? And with this weather of -100 degrees, why are you sweating?" Upon hearing this, I smiled. I installed a fireplace at home. This thing is very warm. I feel like going for a run outside. Upon hearing this, Fang Yuqing immediately tried to butter up to me. Brother Zhang Yi, you're so awesome. You're so well prepared. Could you let Fang Yuqing come over and take a shower? Inside, I scoffed. Do they still take me for an old lecher? So, without a second thought, I rejected her invitation, even taunting her with the temperature at -100 degrees. Make sure to keep warm. Fang Yuqing was instantly infuriated at my words. Don't go too far. We are freezing and starving. It's fine if you don't help, but don't make sarcastic comments. Hearing this, I laughed. You still think I'm an easy target? If you want food, go find your rich kid. Besides, we're not related. Why should I help you? With that, I stylishly ended the video call. On the other side, Fang Yuqing was already furious. She never thought that I would be on the path of a bootlicker's counterattack. At this moment, her best friend chimed in with some fair words. Zhang Yi is quite good. It's you who missed the opportunity. Otherwise, we could be enjoying the things at Zhang Yi's house right now. He is much stronger than that so-called rich second generation. If I had known you would fail, I would have gone for it myself. Now everything has been revealed, and we end up with nothing. At this, Fang Yuqing was already furious. Lin Caning, you bitch, still speaking in favor of Zhang Yi. I'll kill you. Soon the two bitches were wrestling on the bed. Meanwhile, the government, seeing that they could no longer hide the news of the snow disaster, issued an announcement on television. In order to meet everyone's electricity needs, power supply would be provided from 1 to 2 o'clock every day, but the voltage would only be enough for low-power appliances. Currently, all major power plants are shut down and power is scarce. Everyone is encouraged to use electricity sparingly to prevent large-scale power outages. Soon, the homeowner group was lively again. Did you see the news? Turns out the rumors online are true. Just as everyone was on edge, suddenly someone offered to sell instant noodles $5,000 a pack. Any takers? Seeing this, I didn't know whether to laugh or cry, knowing that we're in an apocalypse, yet still wanting to exchange life-saving supplies for this worthless paper. Under the current circumstances, filling one's stomach is above all else. When everyone is hungry, who would care about this useless paper? On the other side, after wrestling for 2 minutes, Fang Yuqing and her friend finally calmed down. Since the soft approach didn't work, we'll go hard. With that, Fang Yuqing picked up her phone and contacted her #1 bootlicker, telling a wild story about how Zhang Yi wanted to tarnish her purity just because he had food. Zhou Peng was instantly furious upon hearing this. This Zhang Yi is such a scumbag. If I don't take this guy down, I'll be letting down my bootlicker identity. Seeing Zhou Peng was hooked, Fang Yuqing immediately got close to him. Little Zhou Peng, let's find a way to take his house, and then we can live together. Okay? Zhou Peng agreed without a second thought. But before that, they needed to prepare some weapons. In a short while, the three of them, each carrying a kitchen knife, arrived at my doorstep. Then Zhou Peng, hiding the knife behind his back, knocked on the door. Brother Zhang Yi, are you in? It's old Zhou. As colleagues, could you lend me some food? I'll trade you with fever medication. Unbeknownst to them, I had already seen the whole scene clearly through the surveillance camera. Seeing the weapons in their hands, I was ready to explode with anger. Do you guys really think you can kill me? If the tiger doesn't show its power, you'll mistake it for a sick cat. Then, I picked up the hose, attached it to the tap, and decided to give them a chilling shower at -100 degrees. At that moment, the piled-up waste caught my attention, and an idea sprang to mind. I picked up the hose and approached the door, shouting, "Don't worry, I'll make sure everyone gets enough to eat." The three of them, thinking that I was about to open the door, excitedly raised their weapons. But the next second, a pile of feces sprayed through the small window of the door onto them. Fang Yuqing immediately realized it was a pile of feces and started to vomit on the side. While Zhou Peng was furious, "Zhang Yi, if you have the guts, come out. I'll kill you." To this, I just laughed. "Don't say I didn't give you a chance. If you have the guts, come in." Hearing this, Zhou Peng, seething with rage, raised his kitchen knife and struck my front door, only to find that the door was unharmed. Instead, his hand was injured from the impact. Watching this scene, I couldn't help but laugh. My 2-meter thick security door isn't something you can break just by saying so. I really don't know what you're thinking, and I've stockpiled as much as a Walmart warehouse in my house. I'm not worried at all about them keeping watch outside. Even if I never go out in my next life, what can they do to me? I was suddenly woken from my sleep by a gunshot. Even though I knew the maliciousness of human nature would be exposed in the post-apocalyptic world, the sudden gunshots still gave me a big fright. There was actually someone with a gun in this community. So, I quickly picked up my tablet and started checking the surveillance footage. It turned out that Chen Zhenghao and his men were going around robbing houses. After the water supply was cut off, most of the residents would go out to dig snow for water during this time period, and Chen Zhenghao was taking advantage of this time to loot supplies. Once the supplies were gone, even if they used the accumulated snow as food, they wouldn't last long. After robbing supplies, Chen Zhenghao didn't forget to assert his authority in the homeowners group chat. We've been snowed in for so long. From now on, I, Chen Zhenghao, am in charge of this building. Anyone who tries to undermine me, this will be your fate. He then posted several intimidating photos. Seeing this, I couldn't help but sigh. Chen Zhenghao's ruthless tactics were no doubt why he had been so successful in society before the apocalypse. However, his ammunition and followers were ultimately limited. They couldn't possibly face off against all the residents of the building. Just then, I was added to a new group chat. Several homeowners were vehemently denouncing Chen Zhenghao's actions in the chat, saying that we all had to unite to resist such a tyrant. Even if he has a gun, he can't stop all of us. But when asked when to take action, a few clever ones suggested that we needed to plan this carefully. After reading these messages, I couldn't help but laugh. The loudest critics were also the most hesitant to take action. They were all just talk. At this point, Uncle Yu, a retired veteran, chimed in the chat. We can't let Chen Zhenghao continue like this. Otherwise, we're all doomed. If you all are scared, I can lead the charge. Let's all rise up together. Uncle Yu's words garnered a lot of support from the homeowners. Some offered to provide weapons. Others suggested tactics, saying Chen Zhenghao was only one man and we could ambush him. Seeing all this support, Uncle Yu continued. Besides the gun, Chen Zhenghao has about 5 or 6 people with him. I alone won't be enough. We need a dozen or so young guys to ensure our safety. Just as everyone was eagerly preparing to volunteer, a woman suddenly spoke up in the chat. Auntie Lin just tricked us out of our supplies. Who knows if Uncle Yu won't do the same. If you lead everyone to surrender, what about the rest of us who are old, weak, women, and children? I absolutely disagree. Hearing this, I really wanted to smack her. This woman was the one who stirred up gender conflicts in the past life. In this post-apocalyptic world, if you can't even trust a retired veteran, who can you trust? Soon, the homeowners were divided into 2 factions. The radical faction thought we should unite against Chen Zhenghao now. The conservative faction suspected Uncle Yu was a spy, saying whoever wants to be the scapegoat can be one. Watching the 2 sides bicker for 2 hours, I couldn't help but sigh. This scene was exactly the same as in my past life. Back then, it was these conservatives who kept passing the buck, resulting in the majority of homeowners being brutally killed by Chen Zhenghao. But what does this have to do with me eating my curry rice with corn, green peppers, tomatoes, and chicken? On the other side, Chen Zhenghao, backed by his gun, was still robbing houses everywhere, not even sparing his own followers. Anyone who dared to resist would be taken away with a single shot from Chen Zhenghao, but he knew it well in his heart, without this gun in his hand. These subordinates might not necessarily obey him. Then he ordered his men to collect all the bodies. Watching this scene from the surveillance, I immediately realized that this guy was planning to use these people as backup food. It seems it's time to find an opportunity to confront this guy. The next morning, the leader of the conservative faction, Lu Tiantian, sent out a cry for help in the WeChat group. Everyone, come save me. Isn't Uncle Yu a veteran? You all should be able to fight them off. As the impact on the door behind her grew more intense, Lu Tiantian grew more anxious and said, I'm in trouble. None of you will be able to escape. But as soon as her words fell, the door behind her was broken open by someone, and then she was dragged out like a dead dog. Her ordeal didn't evoke sympathy. Instead, it drew mockery from the radical faction. Serves you right for being a turtle. Your retribution has come, hasn't it? On the other side, Fang Yuqing and her girlfriends were also very nervous when they saw this scene. If they didn't come up with a plan soon, their turn would come soon. At this moment, Fang Yuqing had a plan. She must spread the news that Zhang Yi, that guy, had hoarded a large amount of supplies, and then unite everyone to take over his house. So, I was quickly added into a group chat of a mutual aid group. I saw Fang Yuqing at me in the group chat and said, Zhang Yi, it's too dangerous for everyone to live separately now. Your door at home is particularly solid. We lack a secure base. I hope you can join our team. And now everyone must unite. If you are alone, you will be dealt with by Chen Zhenghao soon. Seeing the message, I couldn't help but laugh. They want to pull the same stunt as in the previous life. So I replied indifferently. I'm fine. I'm used to living alone in this little broken house of 150 square meters with heating and electricity. Seeing this situation, the group chat immediately exploded. Old Zhang, don't be so short-sighted. Everyone needs to unite now. Fang Yuqing also echoed on the side. Saving a life is better than building a 7-story pagoda. You can save 7 people now. That would be a 48-story pagoda. What responded to them, however, was the message of me leaving the group chat. This made Fang Yuking and the others stunned on the spot. When did this bootlicker evolve into a cool guy? Soon. They began to discuss how to capture my fortress. Glasses Man suggested that as long as everyone was well protected, then directly force the door. They will surely take down that guy in one fell swoop. Brown Hair on the side agreed. And I used to work in a lock company. I can open any lock on the market. So, they all agreed and came to my door to start prying the lock. They even prepared a few umbrellas to prevent cold water. As a result, Brown Hair pried for half a day. Found that he couldn't even budge my lock. I, who was in front of the surveillance, was sneering in my heart. This 5-layer reinforced security door of mine is comparable to the anti-theft level of a bank vault. And you, an ordinary lockpicker, want to pry it open? Then I activated the high-voltage electric defense feature. Brown Hair was shocked to a grimace. Help me, please. However, Brown Hair Man soon fell to the ground, his body emanating a puff of black smoke. This sight stunned Fang Yuking, who was standing by. The high-voltage electricity had Brown Hair Man's hands still stuck to the door. Witnessing this, I didn't feel any guilt. At this moment, Glasses Man pointed at the door and swore loudly, "Zhang Yi, you damned beast. Come out. We came to talk to you and you just killed someone. Now Lu Tao is dead because of you. Don't you think you owe us an explanation?" Hearing this, I just laughed. You guys came to pry my door. I don't think there's any need to explain your intentions, I said, shaking my head. I then loaded my crossbow. Isn't it better to stay alive? In the next second, an arrow flew out of the small window at the door, hitting Glasses Man's left arm squarely. Seeing this, Zhou Peng hurriedly helped Glasses Man up. They didn't expect me to be so ruthless and quiet, as I had intended to take their lives right off the bat. Just as they had barely moved a few steps away, 2 more arrows flew out of the small window, striking Zhou Peng and another neighbor accurately. Seeing this, Fang Yuking and the other 2 women started to flee, afraid that they would be the next to get hit if they were a step slower. Once they returned to their lodgings, the 3 men who were hit by the arrows lay on the ground howling in pain. If not treated in time in such extreme cold weather, the wounds would necrotize. Moreover, the arrows were rusty, without antibiotics or other medicines. They could only wait for death slowly. Thinking of this, Glasses Man regretted his actions terribly. At this moment, Zhou Peng's cousin, Wang Min, walked up to Fang Yuking and slapped her in the face. "It's all your fault, you damn woman. Didn't you say that only Zhang Yi's door is strong? How come there are crossbows? No wonder you were standing so far away just now. Did you know it all along?" Fang Yuking looked wronged. "I didn't know. When we went there last time, he didn't use them." At this moment, Zhou Peng quickly stepped forward and shielded Fang Yuking behind him. "Cousin, stop. It's not Fang Yuking's fault. I can vouch for her." Seeing her cousin evolving from a bootlicker to the bootlicker king, Wang Min felt disappointed. Little did she know that the one who ran the fastest just now was herself. Now, the only thing they could do was to contact Dr. Zhou in the community for help. After a while, Zhou Qir came to Wang Min's house to check the wounds of the injured people. However, after seeing the wounds, she looked surprised. "This is the same as the wound I treated for Qin Zhenghao a while ago. It's also an arrow wound." Then Zhou Qir said that the wounds were too deep. Without professional equipment, the success rate of surgery was less than 20%. Furthermore, the iron arrow was rusty all over. Without antibiotics or similar drugs for treatment, they could only wait for death. Upon hearing this, Wang Min immediately shed 2 lines of clear tears. She and Zhou Peng had grown up together, and their relationship was very deep. She then fell to her knees. "Dr. Zhou, you must find a way to save my cousin." Zhou Qir turned her head and said, "If we rashly pull out the arrows without medication, the consequences will only be worse. I hope you understand." At this moment, Fang Yuking stepped forward. "I remember a month ago someone delivered a batch of drugs to Zhang Yi's house. There must be plenty of antibiotics and similar drugs. Why don't we ask him for some?" Hearing this, Glasses Man looked excited. "Really? Then you go find Zhang Yi. He caused my injury. He has to take responsibility." However, Wang Min on the side expressed, "We were almost killed by him just now. How could he possibly give us medicine to save our lives?" Hearing this, Fang Yuking looked unconcerned. "We just wanted to take over his house. We didn't harm him. Besides, we're the ones who got hurt. We're the righteous ones here." Hearing this, Zhou Qir was rendered speechless. "You guys deserve to get shot." Suddenly, Wang Min pointed at Fang Yuking and said loudly, "Then you'll be in charge of getting the medicine. Zhang Yi once pursued you. You're the most suitable person to handle this. Bootlicker King Zhou Peng also chimed in, Fang Yuking will have to trouble you this time. I can only protect you when my arrow wound is healed. Hearing this, Fang Yuking had no choice but to agree. However, thinking of my attitude, she had no confidence. The only plan now was to try making a phone call. Soon, she dialed my number and said, Lu Tao and Zhou Peng are dying. Can you help them? Upon hearing this, I laughed. So what if they die? Everyone has to die sooner or later. Besides, you don't really think you can survive this snow disaster, do you? The city is blocked by heavy snow, and this building has become an isolated island. Once the existing supplies are used up, if you don't starve to death, you will be killed by Qin Zhenghao. Upon hearing this, Fang Yuking sobbed tremulously. Zhang Yi, I know I was wrong. It's all my fault. I let down your true feelings, but I've come to my senses now. Can you forgive me? Zhou Peng and the others were shot by you. If they don't get medicine, they will die from infection. At this point, Wang Min snatched Fang Yuking's phone. Zhang Yi, don't be so heartless. Keep some goodwill. You never know when you might need us in the future. Hearing this, I laughed. Guess why I shot them with rusty arrows? I never intended to meet you again, and how do I know you won't suddenly turn against me? Upon hearing this, Wang Min hurriedly argued. How could we? We are good citizens. I cut her off. Good citizens wouldn't try to take over someone else's house. But well, helping you isn't impossible. Given that I have been pining after Fang Yuking for 18 years, I might consider letting her come over alone. Hearing this, Fang Yuking excitedly grabbed the phone. Zhang Yi, brother, I'm willing. From now on, Fang Yuking is yours. Do whatever you want. Her best friend, Lin Caning, also excitedly moved closer. Take me with you. Take me with you. But Fang Yuking slapped away Lin Caning's hand. My brother Zhang Yi only wants me. You should just stay here and behave yourself. As soon as she finished speaking, Wang Min slapped her across the face. You shameless woman. You've caused everyone so much trouble. And now you want to run off. No way. Bootlicker King Zhou Peng also looked shocked. Fang Yuking, how could you do this to me? Didn't you say you hated Zhang Yi the most and wanted to be my woman? Upon hearing this, Fang Yuking immediately started arguing. Is it wrong for me to pursue a better life? If I stay with you, when the supplies run out, we'll all just wait to die. Zhou Peng, isn't loving someone about wanting them to have a happy life? Although you gave me a few bags of supplies, Zhang Yi has a whole Walmart stashed in his house. Hearing this, Bootlicker fell to the ground, defeated in the battle of love, before it even started, and Fang Yuking just turned around and left without a second look. Lin Caning threw her to the ground. Why should you get all the benefits? Wang Min also pointed at Fang Yuking and scolded. You only think about yourself and don't consider everyone else. If we're not doing well, you shouldn't either. Zhou Qirer, who was watching their infighting, was speechless, but she still kindly reminded, the wounds have only been temporarily treated. Without medicine, you all need to be prepared. Upon hearing this, Glasses Man had a sudden idea. I have a way to deal with Zhang Yi. From the video he sent us, it's not hard to see that his house is fully stocked. Now we just need to tell everyone in the building about this. If we can't deal with him, someone else surely can. Then we can get a share of the benefits from the sidelines. Upon hearing this, Fang Yuking panicked. Don't be so shameless. How can I live a sweet life with brother Zhang Yi if you do this? As soon as she finished speaking, Wang Min raised her hand to slap her. You dare to be so brazen, you shameless woman. At the critical moment, Zhou Peng stepped in front of Fang Yuking. Sister, hold on. My love for Fang Yuking is genuine. I will win her over with time. Sooner or later, Fang Yuking will fall in love with me. Then, he confidently looked at Fang Yuking. Don't be afraid. I'm here. This angered Wang Min so much that she almost wanted to slap this bootlicker to death. However, she decided to focus on the pressing matter first. She quickly posted some photos of delicious food in the homeowners group. Everyone is almost reduced to eating tree bark, but Zhang Yi is having sumptuous meals every day. Do you think that's fair? Seeing the message, Qin Zhenghao drooled all over the floor. This kid is hiding so many good things in his house. That's perfect. I can get my revenge for old grudges. Upon hearing this, the homeowners group exploded. Some people were trying to morally bind me, asking me to distribute my supplies to everyone. Some people, just for a meal, asked me to become a father to their child. There were even those who were willing to hand over billions in assets just to live in my house. Seeing the message, I just laughed. Why am I close with you? Why should I share my supplies with you? Thinking of these people breaking into my house in the past, I felt a fire in my belly. Now the tables have turned. I thought, let's see how I'll play with you this time. Seeing my reply, Bootlicker King and others looked dumbfounded. Is Zhang Yi not afraid that we will unite against him? Others, seeing my cold-heartedness, began to blame me in the group chat. If you hadn't secretly hoarded supplies, we wouldn't be living like this. You must atone for your sins and donate the supplies to everyone. Besides, what's the point of living alone? Young people should have the spirit of contribution, watching them bicker back and forth. I couldn't be bothered to engage with them any longer. Then, looking at the falling snow outside the window, I mumbled, "Staying at home every day is quite boring. It seems I should find some time to go out and stroll around." Luckily, I still have a few snowmobiles hidden in my pocket dimension. Once I deal with this group, it might be time to see what the outside world is like. Just then, my phone suddenly received a notification. It was a plea for help from Dr. Zhou Ke, Mr. Zhang. Our home's medicine and supplies have been completely exhausted. Upon seeing the message, I instantly recalled what Zhou Ke looked like in my previous life. Her death was due to her giving her last food to Xiaoli Mei and her daughter. However, I didn't immediately agree to her plea, despite a good impression of her from the last life. The prettier the woman, the more dangerous. I don't want to die at the hands of a woman after barely getting another life. I wouldn't provide help without being completely sure of her trustworthiness. So, I responded, "I can provide supplies, but you need to exchange something for them." Upon seeing the message, Zhou Ke immediately agreed to become my private medical assistant. If I still wouldn't agree, she could only sacrifice something else. But I did not agree to her terms, and instead I said, "I can provide you with medicine and food, but you have to do me a favor. Those neighbors are about to collapse soon, and they will definitely take action. I need you to be my spy to acquire their action plans. So, the choice is in your hands now. You can choose to follow the crowd and be a bystander, or you can choose to betray them and side with me." Upon seeing the message, Zhou Ke fell silent. If she chose me, she would have to face all the homeowners in the building with me. But what she didn't know was that my house had long been turned into an iron fortress by me. Even if they came with a tank, they couldn't break in. The reason I did this was just to find an excuse to test her. At this moment, Glasses Man sent me a final ultimatum. "Zhang Yi, I'll ask you one more time. Will you hand over the supplies in your hand or not?" Seeing the message, a cold smile appeared at the corner of my mouth. This guy had overstepped his bounds. I responded cheerfully, "Even if I were to feed my food to the pigs, I wouldn't share a bit with you." This angered Glasses Man, grinding his teeth very well. "Zhang Yi, you still dare to talk tough even when death is imminent. You brought this upon yourself. Don't say we didn't give you a chance." Soon, a chat group was established to denounce me. Qin Zhenghao solemnly said inside, "Don't worry, everyone. For this operation to eliminate Zhang, I only need half of the supplies. After getting the supplies, I swear I won't harm anyone." Glasses Man also echoed, "Let's put our past grudges aside for now. Our primary goal is to take down Zhang Yi at once." On the other side, after some consideration, Zhou Ke finally agreed to my terms. She was very clear in her heart that she, a woman alone, couldn't hold out for long without clinging to a strong figure in this apocalyptic world. Soon, I received a warning from Zhou Ke and Uncle Yu. Glasses Man and his gang have decided to launch a full attack at 2:30 tonight. To this, I was not panicked at all, but just curious about what kind of mess this group would make. At this point, Zhou Ke sent another message. "Those people have gone crazy. Aren't you going to come up with a plan?" But I just laughed at her message. I glanced at the guns laid next to me. All fear stems from inadequate firepower. I replied, "You don't have to worry about all this. Remember not to follow along with their action. I'm only warning once." With that said, I picked up the gun in my hand. Just sit back and enjoy the show. At this moment, a group of people armed with weapons came marching towards my house. We must kill that shameless, selfish ghost, Zhang Yi this time. It was 2:30 in the morning, and soon after, the corridor at the entrance of my house was surrounded by Chen Zhenghao and his gang. "Zhang Yi, come out. If you don't want to die, this is your last chance." I saw this scene from the surveillance and couldn't help laughing. I didn't bother being polite with them. I turned on the high-voltage device. Just as a few youngsters were about to break down the door, they were electrocuted into a charred state, emitting a puff of black smoke. Seeing this scene, the others were frightened and dumbfounded, and they wanted to escape. But as soon as they turned around, they were blocked by Chen Zhenghao and his gang. Chen Zhenghao pointed his gun at a person's head. "If you dare to enter the battle, be prepared to die. Keep smashing the door. I don't believe this high-voltage electricity can last a year." Glasses Man, their strategist, immediately came forward to encourage them. "Don't be afraid, everyone. We must avenge our fallen comrades. As long as we work together to break this iron door, what awaits us inside are a cozy fireplace and endless food." Encouraged by Glasses Man's words, The residents who originally wanted to leave were instantly filled with fighting spirit. They picked up a wooden stake and continuously smashed my door. For a bite of food, everyone was exerting all their strength. Listening to the rhythmic thudding coming from outside, I also became interested. So, I instantly retrieved a large speaker from another space. Seeing you all so hardworking, let me play a tune for you. Hearing the battle song, the neighbors seemed to be injected with a stimulant, hitting the door even harder. However, after half an hour of relentless beating, a few of them were panting and fell to the ground. What kind of door is this? We've been hitting it for so long, but only a tiny scratch was left. It seems we won't be able to break it open without years of effort. At this moment, Glasses Man, who works at a bank, stepped forward and immediately identified it as a bank vault-grade door. He said, "Such a door can't be breached even by a tank, let alone wood." Hearing this, the others looked shocked. "Ben, is there no way to open this steel door?" Glasses Man sighed. "Unless we can find the world's top locksmith, there's no chance to open it without the key." While he was explaining, I had already come to the door with my crossbow. So professional, I murmured and then shot an arrow. Seeing Glasses Man get shot, the other residents in the hallway panicked. Zhang Yi actually has weapons. Glasses Man and Hao didn't even tell us. Some of the slower neighbors were quickly turned into thieves by my arrows. Looking at the neighbors scattered around on the floor, I felt no guilt. If they want my life, there's no need for me to be polite. Just then, Glasses Man had an idea. "Everyone, don't panic. I have a plan. Zhang Yi's steel door might be thick, but the wall is still made of cement bricks. I don't believe we can't break it down." Hearing this, the neighbors seemed to understand. "We have so many people, we can definitely break his wall in less than half an hour." A few neighbors immediately mustered up their strength and started smashing the wall with vigor, while Glasses Man kept encouraging them. Sure enough, in a short while, cracks started appearing in the wall. Seeing this, a big man smashed the wall with even more force. But the next second, a metallic clang echoed. The impact numbed the man's arm. Glasses Man rushed forward and exclaimed, "Damn it, the wall is made of steel plates too." Hearing this, several big men looked shocked, who uses steel plates for wall construction. But they still didn't give up. They randomly hit different parts of the wall, hoping to find a weakness. Watching this scene, I couldn't help but laugh. "I'm sorry to inform you that the outer walls of my house are reinforced with half a meter thick high-quality steel. Not to mention your hammers. Even if a cannonball came, I wouldn't be afraid." Soon, the neighbors realized that I must have known about the apocalypse in advance, which is why I built such a sturdy fortress. Glasses Man grew angrier the more he thought about it. He knew about the snow disaster all along. This selfish and narrow-minded person, only caring about himself, ignoring the lives of everyone else. Some people couldn't bear this despair and started to cry on the spot. At this moment, Hao stepped out from the crowd. "What are you crying for? His walls are made of fine steel. But does that mean the ceiling and the floor are too? We will split up and start tearing down the place." I refused to believe Zhang Yi could have built a tortoise shell. Hearing this, the neighbors were re-energized. They went up and down my house, hammering with all their might. Watching this on the surveillance, I chuckled. Hao has some brain power, but unfortunately, not much. After hammering for a while, they once again fell into despair. As it turns out, I did build my house into a reinforced tortoise shell without power tools. They would need to hammer for years without rest or sustenance to have any chance of breaking this fine steel wall. At the thought of this, the stomach of a neighbor who had not eaten for 2 days and wasted so much energy hammering started grumbling. He wanted nothing more than to eat a large piece of meat. Thinking of meat, an idea suddenly popped into his head. He looked at a neighbor beside him, and they both drooled at the thought. After realizing what the other was thinking, they awkwardly turned their heads away. Glasses Man, on the other hand, was in despair. Are we really going to wait for death in this apocalypse? That damn Zhang Yi is so cruel. Why can't he sacrifice himself for the good of everyone? Then, a bright idea from Glasses Man. I remember that Zhang Yi had floor-to-ceiling windows on his balcony when he renovated. Maybe we can break in from there. Hearing this, everyone's hopes were reignited. I refused to believe that Zhang Yi would seal his windows. With that, they got together and started moving towards my balcony using planks. Soon, they were outside my window, yelling and threatening, "Zhang Yi, it's best if you open the door yourself. Once we break in, you'll regret it." Hearing this, I calmly sipped my coffee. "You think you're smart, huh? And who says glass has to be more fragile than metal?" As expected, after knocking for a while, they found no traces on the floor-to-ceiling windows and could only vent their frustrations helplessly outside. Of course, I wasn't going to let them off so easily. I leisurely walked to the kitchen and picked up a homemade Molotov cocktail. Since it's so cold, I'll help you warm up a bit. With that, I placed the Molotov cocktail into a small window in the room. The next second, a hole appeared in the ceiling of the balcony. By the time they realized it was a Molotov cocktail, it was already too late. Soon, flames engulfed one of the neighbors. The intense burning sensation made him wail in agony. Before long, he could no longer bear the pain and jumped off the balcony. Seeing this, several neighbors finally felt regret, pressing against the glass, begging for mercy. In your previous lives, you turned me into feces and never showed any remorse. Left with no choice, they had to return the way they came, hoping that those behind them could help. But they were stopped by Glasses Man and his group. Get lost. Don't bring the fire over and involve us. Even hitting the first person with a wooden hammer, the man let out a cry and fell from the high building. Soon, those with no way out were burnt to charcoal in the fire. In the face of this scene, Glasses Man and his group showed no mercy. Instead, they gathered around to warm themselves by the fire. The neighbors, starved and no longer arrogant, dropped their weapons, crossed the balcony, and came back to my floor-to-ceiling windows. Zhang Yi, we were wrong. We just want a bite to eat. Please save us. We'll do whatever you want from now on. Listening to the pleas from outside the window, I sighed. Don't be like this. It makes me feel so bad. I have a strange quirk. When I'm upset, I want to eat. Saying this, I started eating the noodles in my bowl. The sight of this made the people outside drool all over the ground. If only we could have some soup. I know that, in this apocalypse, only human hearts are unpredictable. But now I have a better strategy. I then said to the people outside, of course, I, Zhang Yi, am not a cold-hearted person who wouldn't save people. I'll give you a chance. Bring me Chen Zhenghao's head and I'll feed you these kinds of noodles for a week. Enough for each meal. Hearing this, they all looked excitedly at Chen Zhenghao in the next building. At this moment, in their eyes, Chen Zhenghao looked like a delicious roast chicken. Taking him down would mean they wouldn't have to worry about food and drink for a week. Seeing their ill-intent gazes, Chen Zhenghao felt a chill down his spine. A feeling of there are always villains trying to harm him arose. Before he could think further, they charged towards him. However, under the threat of Chen Zhenghao's gun, they dared not act rashly. At this moment, Chen Zhenghao received a bounty notice I sent in the homeowner group chat, saying that anyone who could kill Chen Zhenghao would receive a week's worth of food. Seeing the message, Chen Zhenghao ran off immediately, finally understanding why everyone was giving him hostile looks. The following day, bright and early, several neighbors had already set up an ambush for Chen Zhenghao. Although Chen Zhenghao had a pistol, his bullets were ultimately limited. Moreover, my impenetrable safe house was simply not something they could break through. From previous attempts, they had already lost 40 to 50 people. Rather than starving to death sooner or later, it was better to find an opportunity on the crippled at this time. Chen Zhenghao was scolding his two subordinates to go out and eat snow. He was well aware. At this moment, he was the little fat lamb in the eyes of all the property owners. Whatever he did, he had to act quickly. Just then, two neighbors who had been ambushing for a long time launched a sudden attack with kitchen knives. Seeing this, the two subordinates were shocked. Watch out from your back. However, it was already too late. Two neighbors with red eyes holding kitchen knives had already reached his back. Yet, they were shot down by him. At this time, Chen Zhenghao was panting heavily. Luckily, he responded quickly. Following that, Chen Zhenghao ordered his men to drag the two bodies back home, just worrying about having nothing to eat. These two reckless things even came to the door. Just at this moment, one of the subordinates exclaimed, "Quick, look at your back." It turns out that although Chen Zhenghao had just dropped the two men in time, he was still cut by a kitchen knife, leaving a long wound. Afterwards, Chen Zhenghao asked the subordinate to help him back to the room, while he made a call to invite Dr. Zhou to come and treat his wound. A moment later, Zhou Ke, carrying a medicine box, arrived at Chen Zhenghao's house. I must make it clear in advance. I won't help you for free. Hearing this, Chen Zhenghao smiled. Of course, I'll share some food with you. After saying that, he had a subordinate bring over a basin of chicken feet. However, seeing the food, Zhou Ke felt nauseated. Naturally, she knew what was in the basin. She immediately declared that she would rather die than eat such a thing. Chen Zhenghao on the side gave a lecherous smile. I can't bear to see you die. He knew how important it was to have a doctor by his side in this post-apocalyptic world. After saying that, Chen Zhenghao reached out to touch Zhou Ke's cheek. I will save you for the last. Seeing this, Zhou Ke quickly slapped his hand away and turned around to leave, but was stopped by the two subordinates behind her. Why is Dr. Zhou in such a hurry to leave? You must stay here until my wound heals. Then Chen Zhenghao began to discuss plans with his subordinates. Ever since I issued a bounty, Chen Zhenghao had become a fat lamb that everyone wanted to eat. Now he must quickly deal with the threat that I posed. So, Chen Zhenghao and his men decided to move next door to my house and keep a rotating watch, waiting for the moment I step out of the house to take me down. Zhou Ke, who heard their conversation, immediately got up pretending to go to the bathroom. But actually, she was telling me their conversation in the bathroom. I told her to stay there and keep observing. Soon, the door of Glasses Man's house next door to me was knocked on, and then Chen Zhenghao and his men swaggered in. Knowing that they were going to live here, the couple of Glasses Man didn't dare to say more. Fortunately, they had already hidden the remaining food on their bodies. There were so many empty rooms in this building. Any one of them would be suitable to live in. Just at this moment, two subordinates landed a blow on the back of the couple's heads. And in no time, the couple fell in a pool of blood. Chen Zhenghao, standing to one side, gave a cruel smile. I'm doing this for their own good. The weather is so cold, they would freeze to death sooner or later if they go out. Moreover, we have to store some food, don't we, Dr. Zhou? At this time, in Wang Min's house, the three men lay on the sofa, wailing incessantly. Ever since their last unsuccessful attack on my house, their plan to forcibly take medicine had also failed. Now, without the treatment of antibiotics and other drugs, their wounds had started to fester. A disgusting stench wafted through the entire hall. Seeing this, Glasses Man was shocked. He had just graduated and was looking for a job. He didn't want to die so soon. The wounds of Zhou Peng and the others were in the same condition. If it were just a simple scratch, it would be okay. But alas, they were wounded by my rusty arrows. Without the use of antibiotics, their wounds would only get worse. At this moment, Zhou Peng ran to Wang Min. Can you please plead with Zhang Yi for us again? Otherwise, we're all going to die. But Wang Min waved his hand. I'm out of ideas. Zhang Yi is not easily persuaded. On the other side, after the bounty was put on Chen Zhenghao, he had begun to feel restless. He even feared that he would be ambushed by his subordinates in the middle of the night. So, he used meat and a pistol to threaten some residents to join his camp. Hearing that there was food, many people willingly joined. Seeing this scene from the surveillance, I couldn't help but laugh. Even if you have many people in your camp, Chen Zhenghao, what do you think they will do when there's no food left? Then I picked up the phone to call Zhou Ke, asking her about the situation on her side. I could only hear Zhou Ke nervously answering. Chen Zhenghao's group has gone crazy. The existing food has been eaten up. They are preparing to start robbing houses. In these few days, many neighbors have already become their feces. Then she pleaded, "Can you save me? I haven't eaten anything for 2 days. I can't hold on much longer if this continues." Upon hearing this, I paused for a moment. Zhou Ke is the main surgeon at the nearby Grade 3A hospital. In the post-apocalyptic world, doctors are hard to find. We can't let her die so easily. So I replied, "Don't worry. Once I finish this last task, I assure you I'm not one for anything." Just then, my front door was knocked. Xiongping was at the door, hysterical. "Zhang Yi, you coward, come out. Fang Yuqing is starving to death, and you're still hiding in here. Are you a man?" Hearing this, I laughed. At this point, I'm willing to call you the last bootlicker in the apocalypse. So, I said flatly, "You're still thinking about Fang Yuqing at a time like this? You should think more about yourself. Given your current situation, the tetanus bacteria has spread all over your body. Even if I gave you antibiotics, it would be useless. I remember you've been a bootlicker for so many years. I don't think you've ever even held Fan Yuqing's hand. Have you? Instead of waiting here to die, you might as well do what you want to do." Hearing this, Xiongping suddenly realized. He struggled to get up, staggering back up the stairs. After returning home, Xiongpeng rushed into Fan Yuqing's room, kneeling down before her with a thud. Seeing Xiongpeng in his state, Fang Yuqing was instantly scared into screaming. "Xiongpeng, what are you doing?" Xiongpeng, his eyes bloodshot, stared at her intently. "Fan Yuqing, will you marry me?" Fang Yuqing frowned. Disgust filled her eyes. She instinctively pinched her nose. "I won't." She shoved Xiongpeng to one side, bitterly saying, "Get out of here. You're about to die. You stink. I have to go find Zhang Yi. Who do you think you are? You're not even a spare tire in my book." Xiongpeng broke down. He had given so much for Fan Yuqing. Even his own life was at stake. But Fang Yuqing never had a heartbeat for him from beginning to end. In desperation, Xiongpeng grabbed Fan Yuqing's neck tightly, shrieking hysterically, "You love me. I'm going to die soon. Let's go to hell together. Together forever." Seeing this, Fang Yuqing fearfully slapped Xiongpeng. "No, get away from me. You smell so bad. Disgusting. You dare call me smelly? Isn't it because of you that I ended up like this? Fan Yuking, her face turning purple from Xiongpeng's grip, struggled desperately. Who's to blame if you're useless? Desperate loser. Meanwhile, after a night of deep thought, Zhou Ke finally agreed to Zhang Yi's proposition. She knew it was a test from Zhang Yi. Although dangerous, if she didn't do it, she wouldn't last long under Qin Zhenghao. With this thought, Zhou Ke slowly walked towards the kitchen. She told Qin Zhenghao that she wanted to help in the kitchen. Hearing this, Qin Zhenghao thought Zhou Ke had come to her senses, nodding his head in approval. That's best. I knew you couldn't resist. You still have some use for me now. Zhou Ke turned her head back and returned to her usual aloof demeanor. She slowly said, I don't want to die. I want to live. Hearing this, Qin Zhenghao finally relaxed. He waved his hand nonchalantly and let Zhou Ke into the kitchen to help. Once inside, Zhou Ke picked up an axe and started to chop wood for the fire. Energy is scarce these days. Cooking can only be done by burning furniture. Although she had agreed to Zhang Yi's terms, she couldn't help but feel a bit hesitant about this kind of meat. After a while, a little brother asked Zhou Ke to watch the fire. Don't let it go out. Then he turned and left to prepare the ingredients. Seeing this, Zhou Ke knew her chance had come. First, she pulled out a small bottle from her pocket, poured all the liquid inside into the pot. Then, fighting the nausea in her stomach, she carefully stirred the pot. At mealtime, she served everyone a large bowl of meat soup. Qin Zhenghao, looking at the steaming meat soup in his bowl, smiled. I never thought the day would come when Dr. Zhou would join us. In order to gain their trust, Zhou Ke also served herself a bowl of soup and quietly went back to her room. They had no idea that Zhou Ke had drugged the meat soup. Back in her room, Zhou Ke waited silently for the drug to take effect. She had put most of a bottle of sleeping pills in the pot. These sleeping pills work quickly. Just one pill can put someone into a deep sleep in 30 minutes. Now all she had to do was wait and pray that Qin Zhenghao wouldn't notice she had tampered with the soup. In no time, Qin Zhenghao and the others fell asleep on the sofa. Seeing this, Zhou Ke knew the drug had taken effect. She took a deep breath and immediately messaged Zhang Yi. I've given them a large dose of sleeping pills. They've all passed out. What are you planning to do next? Replying flatly, Zhang Yi said, drag them to the balcony. Seeing that Qin Zhenghao and his group were all here, I immediately let out a cold sneer. You guys finally fell into my hands. Ah? Zhou Ke saw me smirking on the other side and nervously asked, do you plan to kill them all? Hearing this, I smiled and directly tossed a hemp rope over. You guessed wrong. The one to take action is you, not me. Now find the gun on Qin Zhenghao and throw it to me. Then tie them all to this railing. Upon hearing this, Zhou Ke hesitated. If she was really to kill, she didn't know if she could do it. Before she could think more, I pointed a handgun directly at her. You only have this one chance. Miss it and it won't come again. Seeing that I wasn't joking, Zhou Ke had no choice but to follow my instructions and tie up Qin Zhenghao and his group. Then she found that ostentatious handgun on Qin Zhenghao. Just then, I pointed the handgun directly at Zhou Ke's head. Take out the gun's magazine and then throw it over. Hearing this, Zhou Ke looked hesitant. How do I know you won't suddenly turn against me? But I just laughed. Do you have any other options now? In such extreme weather, you won't last long without my help. Upon hearing this, Zhou Ke had no choice but to remove the magazine according to my instructions. And then she threw the handgun to me. After receiving the gun, I carefully examined it, confirming that it was the same one Qin Zhenghao had used before. I turned and went back to the room. Next, I took out a water pipe and opened the valve, spraying it directly at Qin Zhenghao's group. Zhou Ke was shocked to see this. This way of turning people into ice lollies was utterly cruel. Qin Zhenghao, who was sleeping soundly, was frozen awake on the spot. The few underlings next to him were also screaming from the negative 100-degree cold water. Looking at his bound hands and feet, Qin Zhenghao realized that he had been drugged. Immediately, he twisted his head to look at me. Zhang Yi, you are so despicable. Hearing this, I just laughed. You dare to call me despicable? It's time to send you guys on your way. With that, I opened the valve again. The next second, a thick column of water sprayed directly at several people. In such extreme cold, no one can withstand negative 100-degree water for 3 minutes. Sure enough, Qin Zhenghao and his group on the other side had already been frozen into ice lollies. Just at that moment, Zhou Ke received my call. You've done a good job. You've passed the test. After hanging up the call, Zhou Ke collapsed on the ground, though she could finally survive. She was no longer the white-robed angel. Under my guidance, Zhou Ke had successfully proven her value, and I naturally kept my word, deciding to let her live in my house. A moment later, Zhou Ke cautiously arrived at my front door. Although I could see from the surveillance that she didn't carry any dangerous items, I didn't dare to be careless. So I picked up the handgun, pointed it at the door, and said coldly, "The door's not locked. You can come in." Upon hearing this, Zhou Ke nervously pushed open the heavy steel door. Seeing her enter, I immediately locked the door, and Zhou Ke collapsed directly on the floor. At this moment, a long-lost sense of warmth was filling her body. Zhou Ke knew that I was living a decent life, but she didn't expect it to be this good. Apart from ample food, there was even a heating fireplace compared to the negative 100-degree weather outside. This was a warm paradise, but just as she was about to lose herself in this comfort, I put the gun directly to her back. "Dr. Zhou, don't rush to enjoy. You don't think you've passed my test that easily, do you? Now you need to do one last thing. That is to prove to me you're not dangerous, since you've chosen to align with me now. Shouldn't we be honest with each other?" Upon hearing this, Zhou Ke naturally knew what I meant, so she took off her coat directly, exposing her figure in front of me. Of course, I had no time to admire, seeing that she had no hidden dangerous weapons. I handed her a bath towel. "You've worked hard these days. Go take a hot shower first. You stink." Hearing this, Zhou Ke couldn't help but complain internally, as if everyone lives as well as you. Life is even better than before the apocalypse. Soon, the sound of the shower was heard from the bathroom, and I was fiddling with the medical kit that Zhou Ke had brought in the living room. I put everything like syringes into the different space. Though we were being honest, it's always better to be cautious. 2 hours later, Zhou Ke, dressed in pajamas, emerged from the bathroom, her wet hair hanging down her back. There was a thrilling beauty about her. I then patted the sofa next to me, indicating for her to sit down. Next, I picked up the hairdryer and began to blow dry her hair. "I didn't let you live here because you're pretty, but because you're of some value to me. But you have to understand, this is my home. Allowing you to live here is a great favor. So, it's best not to have any bad intentions. There's surveillance all over this room. Once I find you plotting against me, I'll have no qualms about killing you." Then I pointed to the room next door. "You'll live there from now on. Without my permission, you're not allowed to wander around." Hearing this, Zhou Ke replied softly. She was very clear about the consequences of being thrown out by me. Then I continued, "Dr. Zhou, you're a smart person. I hope you can do as you say. Of course, I won't treat you unfairly." At this point, I walked behind Zhou Ke. "I'm about to reveal my biggest secret to you." Doing this was naturally to ensure Zhou Ke's loyalty to me. Then I continued, "Everyone knows that the cause of this snow disaster is the gamma rays from a supernova explosion. But these rays can also cause mutations in humans. With that, I conjured a loaf of bread out of thin air. This is the superpower I gained different space. I can store any supplies in it." Seeing this, Zhou Ke also suddenly understood. No wonder I was living such a comfortable life. I must have stored a lot of supplies in advance. Then I continued, "Dr. Zhou, you're a smart person. Only by following me can you enjoy all my supplies. Will you have food to eat, hot water baths to take? Once I die, the supplies in the different space will disappear with me. So, you can only survive if I survive. Right now, I don't fully trust you. You need to exchange labor for rewards. So, from now on, you'll be responsible for all the housework." Just as Zhou Ke was about to agree, I interrupted her. "Besides this, what else can you offer me?" Upon hearing this, Zhou Ke's cheeks suddenly turned red. Being a smart person, she naturally knew what I was talking about. She then began to undress right in front of me. Seconds later, we share a passionate kiss. The sight of Zhou Ke in just her undergarments was truly a sight to behold, absolutely mesmerizing. I never pretended to be a gentleman, and after more than 2 months, I needed to find a place to release all the depression. So I did just that for the rest of the night. The next day, I looked at the still sleeping Zhou Ke with mixed feelings. Having a woman around in the apocalypse is quite nice. If I were alone, I fear I might have a mental breakdown one day. Then I knocked on the door, signaling Zhou Ke to get up for breakfast. Zhou Ke woke up from her sleep. This was the best sleep she'd had since the apocalypse began. Then she dressed and came into the living room. Afterwards, I smiled. "What are you waiting for? Hurry up and eat." Hearing this, Zhou Ke didn't hesitate. She picked up the hamburger on the table and started eating it hungrily. Seeing my half-smiling expression, Zhou Ke realized her eating manners were not good, so she sat up straight like a well-behaved child. After Zhou Ke was full, I tossed her a thermal coat. This coat is a high-tech product from before the apocalypse. It can withstand temperatures down to -100 degrees. Then I gestured for Zhou Ke to come out with me. Zhou Ke was puzzled. "What are we going to do?" At this, I gave a cold laugh. Obviously, we're going out to smash those icicles to pieces. Those scum, even if they're frozen into icicles, are still disgusting to look at. Of course, I mainly want to set an example. Hearing this, Zhou Ke started to think, holding the baseball bat. Although these people were indirectly killed by her, she still hesitated to smash them. Before she could think too much, I made a gesture of invitation. Dr. Zhou, it's your turn to take the stage. Seeing this, Zhou Ke couldn't say anything else. She immediately climbed over the balcony and went to the other side along the board. Then, she raised the baseball bat in her hand and smashed it down on the people frozen into icicles. Watching this, I took out my phone and started recording. Seeing this, Zhou Ke was puzzled. Are you recording? I want to show those dishonest guys who's in charge of this building now. At this, Zhou Ke didn't hesitate and continued to swing the baseball bat in her hand. At this moment, she didn't care about her angel in white image. As long as she could survive, that's all that mattered. However, what she didn't expect was, right after I posted the video in the owners group, not only did the neighbors not blame her, they applauded her. Some even wept for joy at the sight. After all, Chen Zhenghao had been domineering here for a long time, and there were no few owners who had died at his hands. Now seeing Chen Zhenghao get his comeuppance, they were naturally overjoyed. But before they could rejoice for long, I directly began my ascension ceremony in the owners group. From now on, this building will be under my Zhang Yi's rule, or else you'll end up like Chen Zhenghao. Then they remembered the video was posted by me, so they all started to flatter me in the group. Upon seeing the message, Fang Yuking was the first to call me. I was surprised to get her call. I didn't expect this bitch to still be alive. I heard Fang Yuking say pitifully on the other end of the phone, "Brother Zhang Yi, Chen Zhenghao is dead. Can I come to your house for food and warmth? I don't allow you to be with that woman joke here. You belong only to me." Hearing this, I just laughed. So, you're not dead after all. Hearing this, Fang Yuking seemed to understand. I get it now. Brother Zhang Yi thought I was dead, and that's why he's with that woman joke here, right? I'm coming to live the good life with you now. But her best friend and Wang Min were not happy about this. Their miserable lives were all because of Fan Yuking. They would naturally not allow Fang Yuking to have a good life. Soon, the sound of the three women fighting with each other came from the other end of the phone. Seeing this, Zhou Ke hurried over. She felt a sense of crisis at this moment, afraid that I would run away. This scene suddenly gave me a wicked idea. Fan Yuking, in the last life, you made me turn into shit and despair. This time, it's your turn to experience despair. The aloof and reserved Dr. Zhou has finally moved into my house. But the first thing she did was to fully expose herself before my eyes. Seeing this, I suddenly had a mischievous idea. This would be a good opportunity to take revenge on Fan Yuking, the White Lotus. In my past life as a sycophant, I slavishly followed her. For 18 years, I couldn't even become a backup option for her. In the end, after the apocalypse, I was deceived into becoming food for her. So, I immediately sent a cozy photo of Zhou Ke and me to Fan Yuking. Then I expressed regretfully, "Fan Yuking, you're a good person, but I found true love now. Let's not contact each other anymore. I don't want her to get the wrong idea." Upon hearing the voice message, Fang Yuking hurriedly broke free from Wang Min to pick up her phone. After seeing the photo, she exploded. "Zhang Yi, the one who truly loves you, is Fan Yuking. Zhou Ke is only with you for the food." Hearing this, I laughed. "Aren't you the same? Moreover, Zhou Ke is far superior to you in every way. How could I give her up for you?" After reading the message, Fang Yuking burst into tears. "I don't believe it. I don't believe it. You were so devoted to me before. How could you change so suddenly? It must be that bad woman Zhou Ke who did something." Her best friends and Wang Min immediately began to mock her. "You self-centered White Lotus. This is karma." On the other side, I asked Zhou Ke, "Do you think I'm being cruel by doing this?" Zhou Ke immediately leaned in. "I trust that you have your reasons for doing this." Hearing this, I also lowered my guard considerably. After all, no man can resist such an understanding and sensible woman. In a short while, Zhou Ke made a table full of delicious lunch. I had just picked up an apple and taken a bite when a message came in from the homeowners group chat. I saw the formerly arrogant Auntie Lin starting to make trouble again in the group. She claimed to have relatives in the upper echelons of the government and threatened that everyone must hand over their food to her. Otherwise, everyone will be dealt with after the snowstorm. Seeing this message, I was taken aback. I remember Auntie Lin was the first to be looted by Chen Zhenghao. That she's still alive is truly a miracle. At that moment, Zhou Ke quietly mentioned she had left some supplies when treating Lin Xiaohu, thinking that the snowstorm would pass quickly. She didn't expect the snow to last for 2.5 months. I was puzzled logically, after so much time has passed, even with the supplies Zhou Ke left. Auntie Lin couldn't possibly have survived till now, especially when she also has a 2.5-year-old grandson. Hearing this, Zhou Qi said that Lin Xiaohu died about 10 days ago due to lack of medication. Hearing this, it suddenly clicked for me. It seems that Auntie Lin has eaten her precious grandson. Zhou Qi naturally knew what I meant. Having been under Chen Zhenghao's control for 2 days, she has become quite knowledgeable to the concept of cannibalism. Zhou Qi couldn't help but cover her mouth and cast a reproachful glance at Zhang Yi. I am eating. Seeing her expression, I laugh. Having her by my side was really more interesting than I thought. At least one person wouldn't be so boring talking to during this apocalypse. Moments later, from my window, a man laughed loudly from the balcony from the next building, then jumped, plummeting from the 25th floor, diving headfirst in the snow. Zhou Qi felt dejected seeing this. When will this snowstorm ever end? Hearing this, I answered truthfully that I had no idea. The changes in nature is beyond human comprehension. But as long as we survive, that's all that matters. Just then, my phone suddenly rang, seeing that it was Uncle Yu calling. I picked up the phone to answer and asked what was going on. On the other end, Uncle Yu looked awkward. Uncle Yu, as one of the few good people left after the apocalypse, and also a martial artist, was someone I naturally wouldn't refuse. Uncle Yu hesitantly stated Xiaolimei's daughter, Tang Bao, is running a fever, and she would like to borrow some fever-reducing medicine from me. Uncle Yu, who has been single all his life, was probably tempted by the young and attractive Xiaolimei. After being single for 40 years, how could Uncle Yu resist such temptation? So he became the willing victim of this scheming mother. Hearing this, my expression faltered. This Xiaolimei is indeed not simple. Among all the homeowners, only Uncle Yu and I have stockpiled supplies, yet she managed to make the most correct choice among many. But I didn't think much of it. After all, it's someone else's family matter, and this could be an opportunity to win over Uncle Yu for future use. So, I smiled and said that I still have a few boxes of fever-reducing medicine, and asked Uncle Yu to come pick it up later. Hearing this, Uncle Yu was overjoyed and profusely thanked me, even swearing that if I ever need his help in the future, he will do his best to assist me. At that moment, Zhou Qi leaned over and asked, "Do you have a good relationship with Uncle Yu?" I answered indifferently. People interact mainly for mutual benefit. Uncle Yu is a kind and honest person. Having him owe me a favor might be useful later on. Moreover, I don't want to see a retired soldier like him lose the last glimmer of his humanity in these apocalyptic times. Soon, there was a knock on my door from Uncle Yu. "Is little Zhang there?" Xu Jiguang. Hearing this, I looked through the door's monitor. Unexpectedly, Xiao Limei also came along. She anxiously asked from outside the door, "Our Tang Bao has a high fever? Zhang Yi, please help us." Before she even finished speaking, I tossed a box of fever-reducing medicine through the small door window. "Get it to the child quickly. Don't waste any more time." Uncle Yu hurriedly picked up the medicine, then said with a look of gratitude, "Zhang Yi, thank you so much. You've helped me out twice already in this apocalypse." Just then, Xiao Limei stepped forward and pleaded, "Zhang Yi, do you have a heater? Could Tang Bao stay at your place for a while? We'll leave once she gets better." However, I saw through her little scheme immediately. You're probably wanting to take a mile when given an inch. So I spoke calmly to those outside. "Sorry, Ms. Xia. These are special times and I can't easily let outsiders in. Plus, we're almost out of coal. We're even resorting to wearing 8 down jackets each to keep warm." At that moment, Uncle Yu quickly intervened to smooth things over. "Zhang Yi has already done us a big favor. Let's not make things difficult for him." However, Xiao Limei began to emotionally manipulate the situation. "Zhang Yi, please consider it for Uncle Yu's sake. And for the sake of the child being so young, let us stay at your place for a short time." Hearing this, my expression instantly darkened. I thought to myself what a master manipulator this Xiao Limei is. She survived for quite some time in the previous apocalyptic world by exploiting people's sympathies. But this trick will only work on honest people like Uncle Yu. So I calmly replied, "If this were before the apocalypse, Ms. Xia, I'd have no problem letting you and your entire village stay. But now it's the end times, and all the tenants in the building want to take over my place. I hope you understand." However, Xiao Limei wasn't giving up. "You let Zhou Qi stay, didn't you? If she can stay, why can't we?" Hearing this, I chuckled. "Zhou Qi is my girlfriend. If she doesn't stay at my place, should she stay at yours?" Zhou Qi was surprised to hear this. Although she knew I was just speaking casually, having a dependable man to rely on in these times is what every woman desires. At that point, Uncle Yu also chimed in. "Yeah, little Zhang has already helped us a lot. Let's not make things more difficult for him." But Xiao Limei looked dejected. "I'm doing all of this for the sake of the child. What will happen to me if something happens to her?" Seeing the situation, Uncle Yu felt helpless. He could only leave with her while continually apologizing to me. After they left, I sighed. With this woman meddling, I fear it might strain my relationship with Uncle Yu. In my eyes, Uncle Yu is the ideal worker. Not only is he upright, but he's also quite skilled. Now with Xiao Lime whispering in his ear, my plans might be delayed. On the other side, as soon as Uncle Yu got home, he began questioning Xiao Lime. Medicine is scarce right now. It's good enough that he gave us some. Why are you so greedy, Xiao Lime? Holding the child looked distressed. I'm doing this for our child and our future. I don't plan to freeload off him forever. Hearing this, Uncle Yu sighed. I understand what you mean, but we should be grateful. If it weren't for little Zhang warning me about the snow disaster, I wouldn't be alive today. Upon hearing this, Xiao Lime began to ponder. If Zhang Yi knew about the snow disaster in advance, he must have hoarded a lot of supplies. She leaned on Uncle Yu's shoulder and sighed. I understand the principle, but while you see him as a benefactor, he sees you as a potential threat. Didn't you see? He even threw the medicine out to us, afraid that we would enter and take over his home. If he's genuinely a good person, how could he ruthlessly kill dozens of neighbors? In my view, he's just offering minor favors to use you as his henchman later. Before Xiao Lime could finish, Uncle Yu loudly interrupted her. Enough! Yu Jiguang can still distinguish between right and wrong. Please don't speak like this anymore. His angry outburst startled Xiao Lime, who then apologized repeatedly. She knew that Uncle Yu was now angry and would have to find another opportunity to stir the pot. Uncle Yu then left, his face stern. Though he is honest and straightforward, he's not foolish. He knows exactly what Xiao Lime is thinking. Xiao Lime looked at the sleeping Tang Bao with a grim face. To survive in this apocalypse, I must be ruthless. Now, the deadly cold has persisted for 75 days, and the accumulated snow in the residential area has piled up to the height of an 8-story building. Leaving the area is nearly impossible, and the remaining tenants can only start looking for food nearby. At this moment, a group of unwelcome guests arrived in the snowy area. They are digging in the snow, and eventually unearthed the tunnel leading to my apartment complex. A few of them, holding shovels and hammers, crawled out from the tunnel. Without any hesitation, they headed straight for my apartment on the 24th floor. Just then, a tenant who was going out to dig for snow to eat ran into them. Seeing their malicious gaze, the tenant immediately dropped his bucket and started running. But 2 legs can't outrun a dozen. He was quickly knocked down by their shovels. Anything alive that they encounter will become their food. But they have something more important to do right now to take over my home. This is because they recently found out that I have hoarded a large amount of food in this end time when food and warmth are scarce. This information is undoubtedly a ticking time bomb. Once they take me down, they can live longer. Soon, this group confidently arrived at my front door. A young man skilled in demolitions stepped forward with a bundle of C4 explosives. After lighting the fuse, he sprinted towards the end of the corridor. Moments later, a deafening explosion resonated throughout the building. The loud noise instantly jolted me awake. Given the situation, I couldn't afford to think too much. I hurriedly grabbed my handgun and checked the surveillance equipment. I saw a group of unfamiliar faces sneaking around at the end of the hallway, discussing something. From the tools they were holding, I quickly confirmed their identity. They were a group of construction workers from the neighboring building. I remember that their group consists of about 20 or more people, and the fact that they're boldly heading for my place indicates that news of my stockpile has leaked. Outside my door, the group seemed puzzled. Old donkey, what kind of crappy bomb did you bring? Can't even blow open a simple door. Hearing this, old donkey rubbed the back of his head. Maybe the explosives got damp, reducing their potency. Why don't we just break in? We're professionals at tearing down buildings. Seeing this unfold on my monitor, I was instantly furious. If the tiger doesn't show its might, you think I'm a sick cat. Huh? I immediately took out the white phosphorus I had previously hoarded from another dimension. Quickly, I made some simple white phosphorus grenades, and along with some incendiary grenades, threw them out of the small window by the door. When white phosphorus grenades explode, they instantly generate temperatures of up to 1000 degrees Celsius, melting objects nearby. Soon, 2 people at the door who couldn't dodge in time were instantly melted by the high heat. The fire rapidly spread throughout the corridor. Old donkey, who was on fire, was about to shout to his companions. But the next second, a bullet went straight through his head. I then picked up my handgun and fired several shots at the people outside. This scene left the team leader, second uncle, stunned on the spot. They had thought they could easily take over my home, but they didn't expect my house to be not only extremely secure, but also equipped with such lethal weapons. Soon, the last worker approaching my front door was shot dead by me. Looking at the several burning bodies on the ground, second uncle didn't dare hesitate any longer, and hurriedly led the remaining people to escape back to the neighboring community, fearing that they too would be reduced to ashes if they were a second too slow. I, however, stared at the handgun that had run out of bullets and fell into deep thought. In this apocalyptic world, there will undoubtedly be interest groups stronger than these workers. To deal with these tough characters, I need to acquire even more powerful weapons. Moreover, these guys clearly came prepared. I must find an opportunity to completely eliminate them. I then returned to the room to comfort the already terrified Zhokir. Don't be afraid, I've driven those people away. Hearing this, Zhokir looked at me with tearful eyes. Although she knew we were now in an apocalyptic world, this was her first time encountering a firefight. If those people had broken in, she could imagine the terrible fate awaiting her. But upon hearing that I'd driven those people away, Zhokir felt considerably relieved. As of now, I am her only support. She then asked me what had just happened. I briefly explained the situation. Upon hearing it, Zhokir looked stunned. These people are much more dangerous than Chen Zhenghao. Chen Zhenghao was merely flaunting with a handgun, while these workers do physical work every day, making them naturally stronger than ordinary people. And they even know demolitions. We have to resolve this lingering problem as soon as possible. Otherwise, we won't even be able to sleep peacefully in the future. Upon finishing my thought, I took a look at my phone. It's time to find some expendable people to do some work for me. At the same time, the homeowners group chat was blowing up. I simply explained the situation in the group. Upon seeing the message, the homeowners started to fawn over me. Zhang Yi, you are our hero. However, I told them that my weapons were almost depleted, and everyone would have to fend for themselves. Just then, Uncle Yu called me to inquire about my situation, and mentioned he knows the leader of those workers, a man named Huang Tianfang. Under his leadership, dozens of homeowners have already been harmed in the past few days. Hearing this, an idea instantly formed in my mind. Uncle Yu, can you provide me with more details about them? That way I can discuss plans with everyone to deal with them. Uncle Yu told me that this group comes from the building next door, and are part of a group called Heavenly United Gang. The gang consists of more than 20 members, with Huang Tianfang as the ruthless leader. His misdeeds are no less than those of Chen Zhenghao. Hearing this, I decided to collaborate with the homeowners on the 25th floor to counteract these workers. They've suffered a significant loss at my hands this time, and will definitely look for another opportunity to strike back. Unless we eliminate them, nobody will be at peace. The homeowners in my building are the sort who only respond to force, and would not easily agree to unite against external threats. What I need to do now is wait for the right moment. I then turned to Zhokir beside me. These neighbors might show respect to me on the surface, but they'd love to tear me down behind my back. So, I'll leave it to you and Uncle Yu to gather information. The sooner we understand the distribution of forces in the area, the better for our next steps. 2.5 days quickly passed. Dressed in work attire, Zhokir listed the latest collected intelligence on a blackboard. The most significant threat right now is the Heavenly United Gang made up of workers. Since they are physically laboring workers, they are naturally stronger than ordinary people. However, the good news is that they don't have access to firearms or other highly lethal weapons. The next is the Wolf Gang from Building 21, led by two thugs, Wang Chong and Xiao Lu. Their members are mostly young people in their 20s. Hearing this, I pondered. It seems that the main threats come from these two groups. Homeowners in the other buildings have already diminished their numbers through infighting, so they should not pose a threat to me. I then instructed Zhokir to continue gathering information, emphasizing the importance of confirming whether they possess firearms or other weapons. On the other side, Wang Tianfang led the Heavenly United Gang back again. However, this time they didn't choose to directly attack my home, but decided to deal with the surrounding neighbors first. They said that if I don't come out, they'll eliminate all the other homeowners in Building 25. As expected, his words quickly ignited a strong reaction from all the homeowners in the building. Zhang Yi, you're the one who caused all this trouble. Why should we have to bear it? If you have any conscience left, you'd step up now. Seeing the message, I couldn't help but laugh. These people never change, do they? I replied with a smile. You guys can't resist them. So why should I go out and get myself killed? You think you're the only ones with thick skin? What does this have to do with me? This instantly infuriated a few of my neighbors. Zhang Yi, did a dog eat your conscience? Your house is safe as a turtle shell. Have you thought about us? Seeing this, I was immediately enraged. These idiots really don't know the meaning of the word death. What do your lives have to do with me when you all ganged up on me? Where was your talk of conscience then? You don't really think I won't take action against you, do you? Upon reading my message, Several neighbors were left speechless because they knew I would really do it. They initially thought they would survive after Chun Zhenghao's death, but now a more ruthless Heavenly United gang has arrived. If things continue this way, there'll be fertilizer long before the snowstorm ends. Looking at my neighbors who were on the verge of despair, I dialed Uncle Yu with a smile. "Uncle Yu, it's your turn to perform." After a long silence, Uncle Yu suddenly spoke in the group chat. "Don't be afraid, everyone. The Heavenly United gang is at most 20+ people. As long as we work together, we can fend them off." Seeing the message, the homeowners suddenly saw a glimmer of hope. "Uncle Yu is right. We'll all support you wholeheartedly." However, Uncle Yu then revealed that he hasn't eaten for several days. He said that if we want to win this fight, it would have to rely on Zhang Yi. "Not only can my house afford 3 meals a day, but we also have weapons, making me the most suitable leader for the group." Seeing the message, I couldn't help but smile. I didn't expect Uncle Yu, this seemingly honest man, to be quite skilled at manipulating people. Soon Uncle Yu sent me a private message, asking what we should do next. Seeing that the timing was about right, I told Uncle Yu to keep supporting me in the chat. I must seize this opportunity to make everyone listen to me. Only then can our building be safe in the future. Then, I coldly stated in the homeowners group chat, "I'm willing to talk more with you all only because of Uncle Yu. I can help, but under one condition: you all have to listen to me. No sneaky moves behind my back." Hearing this, many homeowners quickly responded. "As long as you're not sending us to our deaths, we'll do whatever you say, Zhang Yi." Of course, I didn't believe these people would be so cooperative. I immediately replied, "I won't send you to your deaths, but I will need you to take up arms against the Heavenly United gang. Can you do that?" The chat went silent. What's the difference between this and sending us to die? Seeing that no one was responding, I laughed. "So you all want me to go out there and risk my life alone, is it?" Zhou Ke, who was standing beside me, was also speechless at these cowardly neighbors. I continued in the group chat, "If that's the case, there's no need for further discussion. You can wait for the Heavenly United gang to take you out one by one. My front door is made of steel, so I'm not worried." Seeing this, Uncle Yu hurriedly supported me in the group chat. "If we continue like this, we're all doomed instead of waiting to be slaughtered. Why not fight together for a chance at survival?" Hearing this, the homeowners realized the severity of the situation. Uncle Yu is right. We might as well give it our all. Seeing that all the homeowners had no objections, I immediately stated, "From now on, everyone must follow my instructions. If I find out anyone is trying to sit back and reap the benefits while doing nothing, don't blame me, Zhang Yi, for being ruthless." Hearing this, everyone in the group chat started tagging the other homeowners who were playing dead. We're at a life and death crossroads now, so pretending to be dead any longer would make it real. I also know the principle of ruling with a balance of kindness and sternness. So I continued in the chat, "Since you all have chosen to follow me, I won't let you down. As long as you listen to my orders, I will go out and find supplies for you to hold the building. They need at least basic combat capabilities. And luckily, I have already prepared some snowmobiles. In this snowy apocalypse, I am the only one who can move freely throughout the city." However, the homeowners looked confused after reading the message. "Won't you freeze to death looking for supplies in this extreme cold?" I assured them, "I know what I'm doing. As a leader, I must do something for everyone. I've been a warehouse manager for 2 years and know the locations of nearby malls and supermarkets. My own supplies are also running out, and we need to find more if we want to survive." Hearing this, many homeowners were moved to tears, saying that they had chosen the right leader. But only I know the true nature of these people. In the apocalypse, human nature is the most unpredictable. The neighbors started to treat me like a god, saying that they would follow my orders without question. However, I didn't care about their flattery if it weren't for fighting against the Heavenly United gang. I wouldn't care whether they live or die. I can't forget the pain of being torn apart in my previous life. Zhou Ke looked worried. The snowstorm has lasted so long, and the outside world is almost paralyzed. No one knows what dangers lurk outside. I put on my level 3 armor and smiled at Zhou Ke. "I've been wanting to go out and see for a while. Now is a good opportunity. Don't worry. There are enough supplies at home to sustain you." Zhou Ke, knowing I still don't fully trust her, volunteered to go with me. I pinched her fair cheek and said, "Woman, you should stay at home and wait for your man to return." With that, I turned around and left, assuring Zhou Ke that I trust her completely now. Zhou Ke was touched, but within 2 seconds, I secretly moved all the remaining food and coal at home into an alternate space. Then, I went down the stairs and arrived on the 4th floor. By now, the snow had piled up as high as the 3rd and 4th floors. I only needed to open the window to step directly outside, but as soon as I landed, the snow engulfed up to my knees. Luckily, before the apocalypse, I had stashed some snowmobiles in an alternate space. Otherwise, it would be impossible to move in snow piled meters high. I looked around and found that, apart from the sound of the snowstorm, the neighborhood was utterly silent. Seeing no one spying, I took a snowmobile from my alternate space, unaware that a shadowy figure in the building above was watching every move. Riding my beloved motorcycle, I headed out of the neighborhood. I'd been cooped up at home for so long, I was starting to get cabin fever. Finally, I have a chance to breathe some fresh air. After satisfying my urge to speed, I drove the snowmobile to the Heavenly Sea City police station. The primary purpose of this trip was to find more powerful weapons. The root of all fear in this post-apocalyptic world is insufficient firepower. The station was pitch black, seemingly abandoned long ago. However, a few steps in, I discovered some frozen cops huddled in a corner. Seeing their thin clothes made me uneasy. They must have been on the night shift when the extreme cold hit, without even proper clothing. After paying my respects to these officers who once protected the city, I covered them with a white cloth. Just then, I noticed a bunch of metal behind the cloth. It was a set of keys to all the rooms in the building. My face lit up at the sight. With these keys, I can easily access the armory. After paying my respects to these heroes one last time, I began to search for the armory. Soon, a room labeled armory appeared before me. Upon opening the door, all sorts of weapons came into view. I even found a powerful sniper rifle. After some time spent defending my safe house, my shooting skills have reached the point of unerring accuracy. With these weapons, I have nothing to fear. Even if several more Heavenly United gangs show up, I stretched out my hand, sucked all the weapons in the armory into my alternate space. Next, it's time to find supplies for those cannon fodder neighbors. Although my safe house can withstand various forms of artillery, it won't hold if someone blows up the building's load-bearing walls. The best approach is to use these expendable neighbors as my vanguard. The snow disaster has been ongoing for 2 months now, and the shopping centers near the residential area have surely been picked clean. So I went to a large suburban mall now buried under snow based on memory. I cleared away the snow on the ground with my hand, then broke the skylight and slid down a rope. Seeing all the luxury goods in the mall, I couldn't help but feel sentimental. Before the apocalypse, it would take 2 months of salary without eating or drinking to afford just one item. Now, these luxury goods have become worthless debris after storing some useful supplies in my alternate space. I went to the supermarket on the underground floor. Due to the extreme cold, the fruits inside have all frozen and spoiled. Some meat, though not rotten, had also frozen into zombie-like consistency. I picked out some still edible food and stuffed it into my bags. I wouldn't even want these items if they were given to me for free, but they'll suffice for dealing with the neighbors. Soon, I returned to the neighborhood with 2 large bags of supplies, and this scene was seen by a few members of the Heavenly United gang in the building next door. Seeing my snowmobile, Huang Tianfeng's eyes immediately lit up. With such a vehicle, he could also easily go outside to find supplies in the future. The snowmobile's roar also attracted a crowd of neighbors, though greed was the prevalent emotion in their eyes. At this moment, Uncle Yu, surprised, saw me carrying 2 large bags of supplies and said, "Little Zhang, you actually found this much in one go?" I sighed. With the snowstorm going on for so long, the local supermarkets have been emptied. Otherwise, I would have brought back even more, despite the supplies being spoiled by the cold. It was enough to make all the neighbors drool. Seeing their eyes filled with eager anticipation, I immediately took out my handgun and warned, "I went through hell and high water to find these. I hope you appreciate that." Hearing this, Uncle Yu caught on and shouted, "Zhang Yi has brought us hope for survival. Shouldn't we thank him?" After that, he led the crowd in chanting, "Long live Zhang Yi." Seeing everyone chanting my name, I knew it was time for me to make a statement. I had Jokir pour out all the supplies I had found, and then I looked at everyone and said sternly, "Since you've all chosen to follow me, I won't let you down. But this is the most dangerous moment, and I, Zhang Yi, will not keep idlers. If you eat these supplies, you must pick up arms against the Heavenly United gang." Just then, members of the Heavenly United gang arrived at our building armed and shouted, "Hand over the food, or don't blame us for being rude." Seeing this, I knew the opportunity to test these neighbors had arrived. I pointed at the Heavenly United gang members outside and said coldly, "Anyone who can take down one of them will be rewarded with 5 people's worth of food." Hearing this, the neighbors hesitated for a moment, but seeing only 10 members of the Heavenly United gang outside, and considering they were a group of several dozen, they felt emboldened, so the neighbors, as if injected with chicken blood, armed themselves with pots and pans and charged. Seeing this, the Heavenly United gang members were stunned. These usually cowardly people, how come they are so brave today? Soon, both groups were fighting fiercely in the snow. For the sake of food, everyone was seeing red, and even if they were injured multiple times, they felt no pain. This was exactly what I wanted to see. I'm no saint, but if these neighbors are willing to fight for their lives, I certainly won't hesitate to provide them food. At this point, Uncle Yu shouted, "Everyone, let's go." They are not in the majority and can't hold on for long. With the addition of Uncle Yu, a retired soldier, the battle quickly turned one-sided, seeing they were no match. The remaining Heavenly United gang members fled towards their building without looking back. Witnessing this, all the neighbors picked up their weapons and cheered. This was their first victory fought for their own survival. Show care sighed at the sight of it all. Though we won, many people were severely injured, and without professional equipment and medication, they likely won't survive for long. Moments later, I gathered all the neighbors in the building's lobby. You all did very well. As you've seen, this is the power of unity, as long as we work together. Even the apocalypse may not be insurmountable. I then turned to the two young individuals who performed the best in the battle. You both did extremely well. Keep up this momentum moving forward. I then handed them 2 portions of food. Seeing this, they were so moved that they burst into tears, finally able to eat a full meal in this apocalyptic world. The rest of the neighbors were filled with regret, wishing they had given it their all. This was exactly the kind of attitude I wanted to see, so that everyone would fight against external enemies without holding back. I then gestured broadly, calling the remaining people one by one to receive today's food. The neighbors who received less food were filled with regret, wishing they had contributed more earlier. Soon it was the turn of Su Hao, a wealthy second-generation individual, to collect his food. I tossed him a small piece of candy. "This is your food for today." Seeing that others had at least a piece of biscuit, and he only had a candy, he immediately roared, "This is not fair. Why do I get so little food?" I responded coldly, "You have the audacity to complain? Others were fighting on the front lines, and you were merely shouting slogans from the back. Giving you a candy is already being extraordinarily generous. I hope you appreciate what you have." Hearing this, the neighbors who received less food felt a lot better. At least they weren't at the bottom. Who would have thought that Su Hao would try to argue at this point, saying, "There were so many people fighting. I couldn't even find a way to get in." I just laughed. I only care about results, not the process. If you couldn't find a way in, that's on you. Hearing this, Su Hao became furious. "This is unfair. You're clearly targeting me." As soon as his words fell, I gestured for 2 neighbors to restrain him. "Who do you think you are to talk about fairness with me?" The woman next door in her 40s managed to get in and throw a few punches. "And here you are, a man in your 30s, telling me you couldn't find a way in." After saying this, I pointed a gun directly at Su Hao, asking everyone, "What should we do with someone so undisciplined and disobedient?" Hearing this, the 2 neighbors holding Su Hao gave him a solid beating. I then turned to all the neighbors and yelled, "If anyone thinks I'm being overbearing, feel free to go find your own food. I, Zhang Yi, will not bother you." Seeing no objections, I clapped my hands. "Very good. I hope everyone will follow the arrangements from now on." But Su Hao, accustomed to being arrogant and domineering, was still not convinced. "Zhang Yi, don't push people too far." His words had barely left his mouth when I stepped on his right hand. Su Hao faced the reality. We're in a post-apocalyptic world now. You can't go back to your cushy life. I, Zhang Yi, won't support a waste like you who's only good for eating. I hope everyone takes this as a warning. I then asked Zhou Qirer to collect the remaining food to be distributed later. But just then, a voice sounded from behind the crowd. "Brother Zhang Yi, I haven't received any food yet." Fang Yuqing and her best friend pushed their way through the crowd. "Brother Zhang Yi treats me the best. You definitely didn't forget about Fang Yuqing, right?" Hearing this, I couldn't help but laugh. Of course, I haven't forgotten about you too, because there was never any food allocated for you two in the first place. Upon hearing this, Fang Yuqing burst into tears. "Brother Zhang Yi, aren't you most fond of me?" But I pushed her away with one hand. "I was just speaking casually. You didn't take it seriously, did you? Besides, I already have a girlfriend now. You don't think you're better than my Zhou Qirer, do you? Please stop bothering me from now on." Zhou Qirer naturally came over and acted affectionately with me. Seeing this, Fang Yuqing cried even harder. "This can't be. You've been fawning over me for years. How can you go back on your word like this?" At that, I just laughed. Before the apocalypse, you thought your looks could bait a whole Pacific Ocean of fish. But now we're in the post-apocalyptic world. How many packs of instant noodles do you think your face is worth? At this point, Su Hao, who was lying on the ground, chimed in. "This stinking woman wanted to reel me in before the apocalypse. Good thing I'm a smart, rich second generation." Hearing this, the surrounding neighbors started gossiping. Who would have thought this seemingly innocent white lotus was actually a siren of the Pacific? Seeing the situation, Fong Yuking tried to silence everyone, but no one paid any attention to her. Left with no choice, she yelled and ran away. I then rewarded the sensible Su Hao with another candy. After that, I began to arrange the building's defense. Excluding the children who had no fighting capacity, we still had 47 people in Building 25. So I decided that aside from me, Zhokir and the couple Uncle Yu, the others would be divided into 6 small groups, each with 7 to 8 people on 25-hour shifts to guard against attacks from other buildings. If anything happens, everyone will hit the stair railing or other metal objects to alert everyone. The same incentives for killing enemies still apply. Whoever kills an outsider gets enough food for 5 people. Of course, those who want to slack off during their shifts will only get leftover food. After saying this, I patted Uncle Yu on the shoulder. As a military veteran, you're the most suitable person to arrange all of this. 2 days passed in a flash, and the Heavenly United Gang didn't seem to be in a hurry to attack. Zhokir looked worried about the 2 days of peace. Strange occurrences always mean trouble. Meanwhile, I was on my tablet, learning about various ways to use firearms. The heavy snow had trapped the city, and the lower buildings were already covered in snow. At this rate, even if the heavy snow stops, it would take 2.5 months for the snow to melt. And in this post-apocalyptic world, human hearts are always more frightening than natural disasters. I then took out the firearms I'd obtained from the armory through the pocket dimension. Human hearts may be frightening, but as long as I have enough firepower, I'm not afraid of any number of enemies. And it even has an 8-power scope for observing the situation in the community. Then I took the sniper rifle to the balcony, ready to practice my rusty shooting skills. But at that moment, 2 figures appeared in my 8-power scope. Seeing this, a cold smile appeared on my lips. The Heavenly United Gang's bastards finally couldn't help themselves. However, seeing that they were heading towards the community garage, I immediately realized they are probably going for my snowmobile. Unfortunately for them, their efforts are destined to be futile. During the day, I pretended to leave the snowmobile in the garage, but actually I'd already stored it in the pocket dimension. Just then, Uncle Yu called me to say that the personnel for the defense had been properly arranged, and told me not to take to heart what Silime had said during the day. She's just a bit talkative. At this, I chuckled. I won't hold grudges against a woman over such things. But Uncle Yu, are you sure you want to raise a child for someone else? I really don't like Silime, but I don't want to ruin my relationship with you either. Uncle Yu just laughed heartily. In these times, finding a woman is already a good thing. You can't ask for too much. Hearing that, I teased. Uncle Yu, you're a strong and healthy man. You've got plenty of women who would like you. You should make an effort so that Silime has a child for you too. I wouldn't want you to waste all your effort only to have someone else benefit from it. At these words, Uncle Yu looked awkward. He was well aware that men usually care about their own bloodline. But that's something to think about in the future. After all, it's the end of the world and we can hardly get enough to eat, let alone have time to have children. As for other people's family matters, it's not my place to comment, especially when I've got my own problems to deal with. On the other side, a group from the Heavenly United Gang stealthily entered the first-floor lobby under the cover of darkness. This time it was led by Huang Tianfeng's nephew, Huang Wei, and he brought along 8 people just as they arrived at the stair. A brick flew right towards him. Fortunately, he reacted quickly and dodged it. But then he heard a series of knocking sounds echoing through the stairwell. Enemy attack! Enemy attack! Those bastards from Heavenly United Gang are here again. Hearing this, Huang Wei was instantly enraged. Brothers, charge with me. Let's finish off these cowards. So saying, he took the lead and rushed towards the stairwell. Little did he know that under my reward policy, the neighbors on duty were as motivated as if they'd been injected with adrenaline. Within moments, they'd taken down several people from the Heavenly United Gang. Seeing how fierce these neighbors were, Huang Wei immediately yelled for the remaining people to retreat. Watching the Heavenly United Gang members fleeing in disarray, the neighbors didn't plan on pursuing them. The snowstorm outside was too severe, and it would be dangerous if they were ambushed. The knocking sounds in the stairwell also woke me up from my sleep. These guys really know how to pick their timing. Just then, a thought suddenly sprang to my mind. Finally, I have a chance to practice my shooting skills. The saying goes, outside 100 steps, the gun is fast. Within 100 steps, the gun is both accurate and fast. I immediately took my beloved sniper rifle out from my pocket dimension. Today, none of you are getting away. I quickly set up the cannon and aimed at one of the fleeing goons. With the help of the 8x scope, I could even see the hairs in the man's nostrils clearly. As my index finger pulled the trigger, a deafening gunshot shattered the silent night, and the bullet hit the escaping thug squarely. Seeing this, I felt very pleased with myself. Am I really a natural-born worksman? The remaining people from Heavenly United Gang looked horrified as they saw their companion fall in a pool of blood. Holy shit, someone's shooting. Seeing this, they didn't hesitate and started running like their lives depended on it, back towards their own compound. Watching the scene, I couldn't help but smile. Then I set up the sniper rifle again. Just then, a strange sensation filled me, and it felt like the enemy in the scope was moving at a speed 1,000 times slower. As I pulled the trigger again, the fleeing goon got a headshot and went down. Realizing this, it dawned on me. It seems my awakened abilities are not limited to the pocket dimension. Maybe I also have a marksman's talent. To verify this speculation, I fired 5 consecutive shots. Without exception, each goon got a headshot and was killed. Seeing this, a smile appeared at the corner of my mouth. With this marksman's talent, all I need in the future is to find an appropriate sniping point, and that will be enough to deal with these intruders. My extraordinary marksmanship also startled everyone in the building, causing the neighbors to abandon any petty ideas they might have had about me. Their respect and offer me shot through the roof at that moment. The next morning, Shokare made me a bowl of noodles. Then, with a nervous face, she asked, "Was it you who fired the gun last night?" Hearing her question, I smiled. That reckless Heavenly United Gang tried another sneak attack, so I had to send them to heaven. Upon hearing this, Shokare looked at me with eyes full of admiration. "Zhang Yi, you're amazing." Originally, Shokare chose to live under my protection just for survival, but now she was completely captivated by my charm. Outwardly, I kept a calm face, but inside I was thrilled. How did I go from being a simp in my past life to becoming a godlike figure in the eyes of beautiful women? It's a complete reversal. Meanwhile, on the other side, members of the Heavenly United Gang looked at the bodies in the snow and fell silent. Their repeated attempts to raid us had yielded nothing, not even a scrap of food. Instead, they'd lost their men, including Huang Tianfeng's nephew. Initially, they could use their brute force to bully people, but now they realized I had such a powerful weapon at my disposal. What could they even play against me? Moreover, given their current situation, they would soon starve if they couldn't get any food. Thinking this, Huang Tianfeng hardened his heart, ordering his men to bring back the bodies of Huang Wei and the others. This way, they could prolong their survival for a little longer. On the other side, I was patrolling the building and checking on the neighbors on duty, as usual after last night's events. Everyone's attitude towards me had turned into genuine awe. They were very clear that, under my leadership, they could survive longer in this post-apocalyptic world. Then I rode my beloved snowmobile and left the community again. Not long ago, Uncle Yu had provided me with the location of a nearby army camp. After asking him to take good care of the people in the base, I headed towards the army camp's location. This scene was witnessed by the Wolf Gang from Building 21. Puzzle them was where I had hidden the snowmobile because earlier, they had turned the entire underground garage upside down, but found nothing. If they had a snowmobile, they could freely go on shopping sprees in various malls. With more supplies, they could expand their territory and recruit more people, becoming local warlords in this apocalyptic world. On the side, Xiao Lu nodded in agreement. In troubled times, heroes emerge. Now is the perfect time for us brothers to take the throne. Thinking of this, Wang Chang's eyes were bloodshot. We must get our hands on that snowmobile. On the other hand, I rode my snowmobile, galloping through the snow before going to the army camp. I decided to first scavenge the materials around the city. Heavy snow had been falling for 3 months now, and some small shops were already buried. To get supplies, I could only look for a few independent large supermarkets in the city. Then I remembered the Walmart South warehouse where I used to work. Though the largest warehouse had been emptied by me before the apocalypse, there were still several smaller ones nearby, which were sure to have useful supplies. Soon, I drove to Walmart South warehouse. Products from hundreds of groups throughout Heavenly Sea City were concentrated here. If I took all the supplies back, it would be enough to sustain thousands of people. However, when I broke the skylight, I discovered that most of the supplies had already been moved before the snow disaster. Still, I went down through the skylight to see if there was anything left. Quickly, I found several heavy-duty trucks and a bunch of luxury sports cars inside. Although they seemed useless now, who knows if they might come in handy for showing off later. Then, I went on to scavenge some useful supplies from a few other warehouses. Afterward, I drove to the gas station. I definitely need to use the snowmobile as my daily means of transportation, so I may not have enough fuel in the future. To my surprise, the gas station was so covered in snow that only a signpost remained visible. This is problematic. If only I had an excavator right now. Thinking this, I suddenly stood up from the snow. Didn't I put a few excavators into my alternate space earlier? Immediately, I took out an excavator from my alternate space. The snow had not yet formed a hard ice layer, so digging out the gas station would be easy. Fortunately, I had experience driving forklifts in the warehouse before, so operating this wouldn't be an issue. Then I started digging towards the gas station with the excavator. After digging for 2 hours, a clear metallic clang came from the shovel, and the gas station's large roof platform gradually began to appear. Next, I went inside the gas station to find the fuel storage. Generally, fuel storage for gas stations is underground. I then found the basement door and pried it open with a crowbar. However, before entering, I quickly removed any static electricity from my body to prevent accidents. Soon, several large fuel tanks appeared before my eyes. With these fuel reserves, I can gallop through the snow again in the future. I then dismantled the hose on top of the fuel tanks and used plastic wrap to seal the opening of the tanks to prevent gasoline leakage. Just as I was about to put the entire fuel tank into my alternate space, I suddenly realized something very important. Under these meter-thick layers of snow, almost everyone was practically immobile, but not me. In addition to freely traversing the snowy landscape, I also had several excavators with me. That is to say, all the resources buried under the heavy snow were now essentially at my disposal after storing the gas station's fuel into my alternate space. It was already 8 o'clock in the evening, so I decided to rest here for the night and visit the army camp that Uncle Yu had mentioned during the day. Meanwhile, back in the residential area, a neighbor's child had a high fever, reaching 40 degrees Celsius. At this, Zhou Qi looked helpless because her medicine box no longer had any emergency medications. Just then, Uncle Yu came over with a box of children's fever medicine. This is the fever medicine that Zhang Yi provided before. There's a little left. Let's use it for the child. He then patted the shoulder of the neighbor. Don't worry, when Zhang Yi comes back this time, I'm sure life will get better for everyone. With Uncle Yu's fever medicine, the child's high fever finally subsided. However, Zhou Qi reminded the mother to pay close attention to her baby's condition, as infants are highly susceptible to illness in this extreme cold weather. After giving her advice, Zhou Qi and Uncle Yu began their routine patrol. They had barely taken a few steps when a woman's scream came from behind them. Auntie Lin from the neighborhood committee was seen lunging at the child in the mother's arms with a small knife, shouting, "My grandson is dead. Your children shouldn't be allowed to live either." Out of maternal instinct, the mother immediately turned to block the knife. Seeing this, Zhou Qi quickly caught the baby who slipped from the mother's arms, and the mother, entrusting her child to Zhou Qi, collapsed in a pool of blood. At this moment, Auntie Lin pointed at Zhou Qi and yelled, "It's all you heartless people who killed my little Hu. None of you will get away." Seeing Auntie Lin, who was now entirely unhinged, Zhou Qi knew that talking wouldn't help. She immediately ran towards the stairwell while holding the child, but was caught by Auntie Lin, who grabbed her ankle. Auntie Lin ranted with her knife in hand, "Especially you, Dr. Zhou. You deserve to die for not saving little Hu." Just as she was about to stab Zhou Qi, Uncle Yu appeared in the nick of time and kicked Auntie Lin to the ground. He was caught by the knife on his left hand, but seeing that Zhou Qi was unharmed, he felt relieved. If anything had happened to Zhou Qi, he wouldn't have the face to explain it to me. By this time, Auntie Lin had completely lost her sanity, biting anyone she could get her hands on. "You Jiguang, you coward. It's your fault for not killing Chen Zhenghao. You owe little Hu a life too," she yelled. She then turned to the neighbors who were watching. "All of you deserve to die, and that Zhang Yi deserves to die too, for not sending medicine to my little Hu." Hearing this, Uncle Yu instantly became furious. If it weren't for Zhang Yi taking out Chen Zhenghao, none of us might have survived until now. "It's not your turn, you mad dog, to be biting people here." At this point, Zhou Qi stepped forward and said, "Zhang Yi did send medicine for you, but by the time I delivered it, it was already too late. Your precious grandson had already been turned into a pot of rice porridge by you." Upon hearing these words, Auntie Lin fell into another frenzy, shouting, "It's impossible! It's impossible." Two neighbors stepped forward to mock her. "Today we finally see what loving someone too much to even put them in your mouth really means. You always claim to adore your precious grandson, yet this is the extent of your love? You who have committed countless evils, let us send you on your way." With that, one of the neighbors ignited a lighter, letting Auntie Lin feel some warmth before her death. Meanwhile, on the other side, I yawned as I walked out of the tent. It was time to head to the army camp. Following the guidance of the retired soldier, Uncle Yu, I rode my snowmobile to the nearby military camp. I then took out an excavator from my pocket dimension, with the experience from digging out the gas station last time. I got to work smoothly soon enough. I had uncovered the entrance to the camp's dormitories. Puzzled me was that the camp was completely empty. Given how sudden the snow disaster was, and considering the remote location of the camp, as well as the lack of transportation, the military should not have been able to evacuate in time. But at that moment, a terrifying thought crossed my mind. Could it be that the military had prior knowledge of the coming snow disaster, and had thus evacuated their troops and resources in advance? The thought sent shivers down my spine. If that was truly the case, whoever possessed these large amounts of supplies and weapons post-disaster would be able to establish a new order in this apocalyptic world. I could foresee the setting turning into a battleground for various armed factions vying for control. I must arm myself in advance to prepare for this new era. With that thought, I continued to operate the excavator, digging fervently, accompanied by a booming noise. I made a large hole in the wall of the weapons arsenal, but the next second, I was stunned. Inside was a dazzling array of military supplies. Aside from tons of various types of firearms and bullets, there were several large boxes of hand grenades. I came in expecting to find some scraps, but ended up with a massive haul. However, tanks and some heavy armored vehicles were not there. Could it be that the military had simply gone out on a mission and took only a portion of the weapons? I didn't dwell on it. What I had gathered was more than enough for now. If I needed to replenish my firepower later on, I could just go to another military camp to scavenge. After storing all the military supplies in my pocket dimension, I rode my snowmobile back home. However, the neighbors noticed that I returned empty-handed and immediately started to accuse me. "Zhang Yi, you've been out for 2 days and you couldn't find any food? Did you hoard it all for yourself?" Hearing this, I laughed. Am I giving you guys too much face? Just 2 days apart and you all have grown arrogant. Don't forget who saved you ungrateful folks in the first place, since you like to take advantage of kindness. From now on, we're on our own. You can find your own food. Seeing this, a neighbor hurriedly stepped forward to mediate. "Brother Zhang, don't take it to heart. That's not what everyone means. It is really hard to find food out there in the snow. You should go back and rest." Meanwhile, inside Building 25, when everyone learned that I hadn't brought back any food, resentment quickly filled the air. In their eyes, they had already worked hard enough defending the building for me. They didn't expect me to also show them an attitude. At that point, a person wearing a little red hat stepped forward with faint sincerity, saying, "Zhang Yi, it must be exhausting to go find food all by yourself. Why don't you take some of us with you next time? After all, there's strength in numbers." He has a small knife hidden behind his back. At that moment, 2 other neighbors stepped forward to back him up. "Zhang Yi, if you need us, we're willing to go through hell and high water for you." Hearing this, I couldn't help but scoff internally. These neighbors with ulterior motives, I knew they were up to no good. Then I reached into my pocket. The next second, I pulled out a gun and shot the guy in the little red hat in the head. "Don't think I don't know what you're up to. I don't believe a single word, not even the punctuation, from any of you. It looks like I've been too kind to you all. So much so that you've forgotten how you managed to survive this far. Without me, you would have long become food for Chen Zhenghao and his gang." Hearing this, a few neighbors hastily tried to defend themselves. "Zhang Yi, don't go overboard. We just wanted to discuss something with you. Nothing more." But before they could finish, I fired several more shots. In the blink of an eye, the 2 leading the conversation were taken care of. Seeing this, the remaining few scattered in all directions, fleeing for their lives. The gunshots quickly attracted Uncle Yu and 2 others. Zhou Qier rushed over, her face filled with concern, asking if I was hurt. I squeezed her little hand. "Those guys don't have what it takes to hurt me." Uncle Yu, upon learning the reason, was also furious. "These fools really deserve to die. A few full meals, and they've forgotten who they should rely on." I just smiled. I've always been a kind person. I can't be bothered to go after the ones who fled. Hearing this, Xiao Li Mei felt a shiver run down her spine. She knew I did this as a warning to others. I then began to plan for the future. After all, relying solely on these expendables won't keep this building secure forever. Upon returning to the safe house, I asked Zhou Qier if anything happened during the 2 days I was away. Zhou Qier reported that Auntie Lin had gone mad because of the death of her grandson, and had killed a mom who lived upstairs. However, she was also taken care of by 2 neighbors. There's also someone from Building 9 named Chun Lingyu who wants to discuss something with you. However, the specific details of the cooperation must be handled by you personally. I was unimpressed. I have supplies and weapons. What could this woman possibly offer to make me want to cooperate with her? Then I asked Zhou Qier about this woman's identity. From her, I learned that Chun Lingyu was the owner of a cosmetics company in Heavenly Sea City before the apocalypse. Now, using her strong methods, she has completely taken control of Building 9. Upon hearing this, I was quite surprised. This Chun Lingyu must have some real skills, a woman managing an entire building. Zhou Qi noticed my interest and asked, "Why don't you at least find out what she wants to cooperate on? I'm also curious to know how a woman managed to get an entire building to fall in line." Just then, I received 2 friend requests on my phone. In addition to Chun Lingyu, there was also one from my company's previous financial director, Li Jian. What could this guy want? As soon as I accepted the friend requests, Chun Lingyu messaged me right away, asking if we could chat. I got straight to the point. "If you have something to say, say it." She replied that typing was inconvenient for her and wanted to have a voice chat instead. I promptly refused. Seeing this, she didn't dare to take things lightly. She initially wanted to use her pre-apocalypse persuasion techniques to win me over, but I gave her no chance. Moreover, since we're in the same residential complex, she's well aware of my capabilities and means. So, she had no choice but to communicate via text. She wrote, "Mr. Zhang Yi, I've long heard of your reputation. I know you have a snowmobile and can go out to find supplies. Therefore, I hope to cooperate with you in gathering resources." I couldn't help but smile. "If we cooperate, what can you offer me?" Chun Lingyu responded that the building she manages is relatively harmonious, and the number of survivors is quite large. They could provide me with manpower for expanding territories. However, the precondition is that I would need to provide food for these laborers. Before I could reply, Chun Lingyu continued to babble on. "Mr. Zhang Yi, you are currently a target for everyone. The reason thousands of people in the entire community haven't attacked Building 25 en masse is that they're weighing the pros and cons. But if you provide us with food, at least you would be rid of the threat from our Building 9. I chuckled after reading the message. "So, are you threatening me? If I don't agree, are you planning to launch an attack?" Chun Lingyu smugly responded, "Mr. Zhang Yi, you're a smart man. Cooperating with us would result in a win-win situation." I smiled. This is the first time I've seen someone beg so boldly. Let me think for a few days. I then stared out the window, deep in thought. Would everyone in the community turn against me? I'm not afraid if they come at me one by one. But if they were to join forces like Chun Lingyu suggested, they might very well tear down the entire building. Although there isn't enough electricity and heavy machinery outside to destroy the building, it wouldn't be good if a few experts in explosives got involved. Just as I was pondering what to do, I received a new message on my phone. It was my former colleague Li Jian, who went on and on. "Mr. Zhang, we sincerely hope to cooperate with you to build a harmonious post-apocalyptic utopia. Under my management, everyone in Building 18 gets along well. However, we're currently lacking food resources and hope to work with you. Beyond that, I can also help you coordinate relationships with other buildings." I smiled after reading the message. Intellectuals sure know how to put things nicely. Not only do they know how to manage, but they can also maximize benefits. Next, I asked Zhou Qi about the situation in Building 18. She indicated that Li Jian indeed was very capable. Not only did he unify all the residents after the apocalypse, but his approach of equitably distributing resources also helped the vast majority to survive. I chuckled. All of this is just a facade. Their unity is built on the foundation that they still have food. Once that runs out, who knows what will happen. Then, I looked at other friend requests from building owners on my phone. They were all seeking cooperation as well. Now, I only have 2 choices. Either go to war with them or cooperate. I then asked Zhou Qi, "Is there a way to have the best of both worlds?" Zhou Qi said that while it may be unrealistic, we could just leave this community and start fresh somewhere else. I was speechless at her suggestion, saying that's like not saying anything at all, unless we find a place with no people and become hermits. The next morning, I had Zhou Qi dismantle the bulletproof vest to tie it around my legs as makeshift bulletproof pants. After a night of contemplation, I already knew what to do next. Then, I tagged everyone in the community group chat. Our Building 25 is facing a major crisis. Some of the nearby buildings are jealous that I can go out and find food for everyone, and they're threatening to attack our building if I don't hand over the food and snowmobile. As soon as this message was posted, the chat exploded. What the hell do they think they're doing? Can't they find food on their own? To ignite everyone's fighting spirit, I continued in the group chat. I only have 1 snowmobile. If I give it up, everyone will be left to fend for themselves. So we have to defend our food supply at all costs. Seeing this, I felt a sense of relief. I hope these people don't turn on me later. Just then, I received a message on my phone. Chun Lingyu had added me to a discussion group for community building owners. Looks like they're preparing to confront me. Wang Chong from Building 21 immediately jumped in, sarcastically saying, "Zhang Yi, I heard you've been living the good life recently, always having food to eat. You're comfortable but not thinking about us. Your poor neighbors." Huang Tianfeng from Building 26 also directly threatened, "If you abandon the negotiations now, we can't guarantee what will happen." Only Li Jian from Building 18 acted as a mediator. Then Li Jian stated the conditions for negotiation. First, Zhang Yi, you must provide us with supplies to ensure basic survival. Second, your snowmobile must become communal, allowing everyone to take turns using it. Finally, you must share all known resource locations with everyone. If you don't accept, you'll become the enemy of the entire community. Seeing this, I chuckled. These guys could just rob me, but they pretend it's negotiation. Looks like I need to seize an opportunity to deal with all of them at once. But they are thousands in number. If I were to act, it would be a bit difficult. Just then, an idea occurred to me. Handling thousands of people might be tough, but dealing with a few building owners should be much more manageable. So, I pretended to discuss negotiation locations with them and began to arm myself. They have no accurate assessment of my firepower. Once they arrive at the agreed location, a single grenade from me will either kill or severely injure them. Then the thousands of residents will be like a dragon without a head, easily defeated. Meanwhile, in the hallway, Uncle Yu was distributing food to neighbors to replenish their strength. Because the negotiation time was approaching, everyone needed to be well-fed to defend Building 25. Neighbors who hadn't had a full meal in days were so moved they shed tears. My appearance immediately caused a sensation among everyone. Can we really return to normal life after these negotiations? I smiled. As long as this negotiation ends successfully, the food problem will be solved and there will be no more bloodshed. So, everyone needs to be on their A game today, defending their own posts. Victory is on the horizon. Hearing this, everyone was moved to tears, vowing that in the next life they would still want to be my loyal followers. Then I led everyone to the agreed negotiation spot, while I hid among the crowd, looking for an opportunity to strike. Soon, parties from various buildings gathered in the center of the community square. Seeing that the opposing side had turned out in full force, my face was filled with surprise. Do you really need this many people for a negotiation? This is clearly meant to pressure me. I immediately called Uncle Yu and asked him to meet them with a team first, while I stayed behind to provide firepower. Saying that, I set up a sniper rifle and acted as a sniper. At this point, people from various sides had already surrounded Uncle Yu and the others. Seeing this, Uncle Yu couldn't help but sweat. These people aren't here for a negotiation. They're clearly here to eliminate us. A nervous neighbor then asked, Uncle Yu, there are too many of them. Even if each of us took on 10 people, it still wouldn't be enough. Uncle Yu assured him not to worry. Their main target is to pressure Zhang Yi into negotiating. Besides, we don't have anything they would want. The building owners stood at the front of the crowd with smug faces, thinking the negotiation was already in the back. Qin Lingyu also looked pleased. Zhang Yi might be intimidating alone, but with thousands of us, what's there to fear? On their way to the negotiation, these building owners had already agreed not to give me a chance to isolate any of them. At this point, Wang Chang chuckled. See, we can scare Zhang Yi just by our sheer numbers. He's probably gone back to change his diapers by now. Qin Lingyu, growing impatient, said, Enough with the nonsense. Let's get Zhang Yi out here to negotiate once he accepts the predetermined conditions. It's over. Hearing this, Wang Tianfang stepped forward and shouted, Where's Zhang Yi? Get him out here to negotiate now. If he makes us wait any longer, he's going to regret it. Uncle Yu looked at the group and said, Our boss is waiting for you upstairs. Weren't all the building owners supposed to come for the negotiation? Li Jian adjusted his glasses. We've discussed it. The 5 of us building owners will represent everyone. Hearing this, Uncle Yu didn't say much more. Fine, but only the 5 of you building owners are allowed in, and you must also consent to a search. Hearing this, Qin Lingyu and Wang Chang burst into laughter. What does Zhang Yi think he is, making conditions at this time? Do you believe we can wipe all of you out right now? Seeing them act so arrogantly, how could I tolerate it? I immediately called Uncle Yu and told him to have everyone retreat 20 meters. Although he didn't know what I was planning, Uncle Yu still complied and let everyone to move back. Seeing this, Wang Chang threatened, Don't play tricks on us. With so few of you, even our saliva could drown you. Soon both parties were separated by more than 20 meters. But Wang Chang and his group didn't care at all. They had overwhelming numbers and never considered that something unexpected could happen. But the unexpected happened the next second. I blew a whistle from behind Uncle Yu. Here's an appetizer for you guys. I then threw a hand grenade toward the position where Wang Chang and his group were. The grenade landed perfectly in the middle of the crowd before anyone could even curse. A deafening explosion erupted in the middle of the crowd when the smoke cleared. All that remained was a large hole about 10 meters wide and several corpses. Uncle Yu then walked forward with a phone from which my voice was heard. Think you're all that just because you have more people? I have 200 more boxes of grenades like this. After throwing the grenade, everyone was instantly frozen in shock. No one could figure out where I got the grenades from, let alone what other heavy weapons I might have. Wang Chang glared, speaking into the phone to Zhang Yi. Zhang Yi, we came here to negotiate. What you're doing is completely unacceptable. Hearing this, I scoffed. Do you really need to bring over 1,000 people for a negotiation? Is this your sincerity? Zhang Yi glanced at his watch. Less than 5 minutes left for the negotiation. If I don't see you guys within that time, we're done talking. We'll just start fighting. Upon hearing this, everyone immediately panicked, knowing they wouldn't stand a chance if a fight broke out. They hurriedly ran toward the 13th floor. Zhang Yi stood on the 13th floor, watching the crowd of people running away below. After all, I only have 20 boxes of grenades. Better save them for later. He leisurely waited for Wang Chang and Huang Tianfang and the others to arrive. A few minutes later, several people ran up, panting heavily. Zhang Yi looked at the people in front of him, somewhat disappointed. He had initially wanted to gather all the building owners together for a comprehensive sweep, but now he had only 5 representatives. He would have to implement his second plan. After everyone was seated, Li Jian threw out the previously discussed proposal, asking Zhang Yi to provide materials for their labor force while they provided the labor. Otherwise, all the workers would unite to attack Zhang Yi's apartment building. Zhang Yi, uninterested in further discussion, simply pulled out a handgun and slapped it on the table with a loud bang. All 5 faces changed color, and they subconsciously thought of running away. Wang Chang stuttered. Zhang Yi, what do you mean by this? Even if you kill us, the whole community will not let you go. Hearing this, I smiled faintly. Why are you guys so nervous? I just felt that this handgun was in the way, so I took it out to let it air. Everyone, relax. Let's sit down and continue the talk, Zhang Yi said with a smile. First of all, your demand is something I can't agree to. Taking responsibility for the supplies of the entire community is an impossible task for anyone. Most importantly, if you've been able to control the residents of a building in these hard times, you're clearly smart people. As far as I know, you're not so charitable as to go hungry yourselves while caring about your neighbors, are you? Zhang Yi slapped the table. Here are my terms for cooperation. If you don't accept them, then we go to war. He raised an eyebrow and continued, I can provide you with food, but here's the catch. Only enough for 10 people per building. Who gets this food and who divides it is up to you and should be settled within your own building. Then Zhang Yi made a helpless gesture. Supplying food for around 300 people daily is already the maximum I can manage. As soon as he finished speaking, Qin Ling looked furious. Unacceptable. Are you treating us like beggars? 10 portions of supplies are too few. I have 76 survivors alone and just among my own company employees. How are we supposed to divide that? Seeing this, I slammed my gun on the table. It seems there's no room for negotiation then. Let the war begin. Upon hearing this, Huang Tianfeng quickly stepped forward. Don't listen to this woman's nonsense. She doesn't represent all of us. However, providing for only 10 people per building really isn't enough to go around. Wang Qian on the side also agreed. This amount of supplies is not enough for them to explain to other building owners. Can we add a little more? But I just loaded my gun. Do you really think I'm a saint? Eating food for 300 people daily and you still complain? Seeing this, Li Jian quickly approached and said, Zhang Yi, don't be impulsive. Let's think about it. You first mentioned other conditions. I, however, placed my foot on the table. Now, let's have a real talk about what you all should do. If we want sustainable development, just scavenging for supplies won't last forever. No one knows how long the snow will fall. I threw a bag of seeds on the table. Only by working ourselves can we have enough. These are seeds I found outside. I think we can plant crops. Only then can we have a continuous and stable supply of food. Hearing this, Chun Lingyu and his group were all stunned. Zhang Yi, have you gone mad? It's minus 80 degrees outside. The snow is meters thick. How can anything grow in that? I just smiled. Can't you dig through the thick snow? There's plenty of land outside for you to grow crops. Only this way can we develop sustainably. Who knows how long this snow will continue? Even if I gave you 1,000 snowmobiles, the outside supplies will eventually run out. So why not start today and learn from our ancestors to work with our own hands to get food? This is a very tangible progress in your farming. I don't mind giving you more supplies, including tobacco, clothes, and medical supplies. Upon hearing this, both Wang Chang and Huang Tianfang were delighted. Brother Zhang Yi, can you get cigarettes too? You should know these two are heavy smokers. They haven't smoked since the snow disaster began. They are almost suffocating now. I just smiled, pulling out a freshly opened pack of cigarettes from my pocket. Want to try one? Seeing this, the two lit up immediately. both had expressions of pure enjoyment on their faces. They both said as long as they are provided with cigarettes daily, they'd agree to any conditions. Seeing this, Li Jian on the side wanted to remind them of the main issue, but I interrupted him. No problem. I can provide a pack for both of you every day. Then, I happily reached an agreement with Wang Chong and Huang Tianfang. Seeing this scene, Li Jian and his companions could only sigh in exasperation. These two fools were bought off so easily. Seeing these idiots about to ruin things, Li Jian immediately tried to negotiate for more conditions. However, before he could even speak, Wang Chong interrupted him. What's there to negotiate? The conditions Zhang Yi offered are already very good. We'll do as he said. Huang Tianfang also chimed in. Brother Zhang Yi has already given us a lot of respect. We should also consider his difficulties. Don't you think? This left Li Jian speechless. It's not the godlike opponents one should fear, but the pig-headed teammates. At this point, the building owner Zhang Yunyan spoke up. It's not up to just the 5 of us. We should also consult the other building owners who aren't here. Hearing this, Wang Chong and Huang Tianfang once again acted like the inept teammates they were. What are you talking about? Didn't you say that it would be just the 5 of us that would make the decision? Ignoring their quarrels, I looked out the window. I saw a group of people gathering at the entrance of Building 25 where I was. Seeing this, I drew my pistol and shouted, "What's the meaning of this? Did you arrange for these people to ambush us during the negotiation?" Wang Chong raised his hands in surrender. Brother Zhang Yi, all the building owners are here. Who would dare to ambush? Isn't that just seeking death? Li Jian quickly tried to explain. It seems those people below couldn't wait. They've already started organizing an attack on their own. Seeing this, I pointed my gun at them threateningly. Sit down and stay still. Just then, Uncle Yu arrived with a group of men in the negotiation room following my instructions. They temporarily restrained the 5 of them. I then went to the balcony with my heavy gun. Such fools not valuing their lives. Without another word, I took aim at the man leading the charge. Being a sniper, I took 2 out with a single shot, instantly blasting the heads of 2 lackeys. Seeing this, the group was panicked and disarrayed. Zhang Yi has a sniper rifle. Everyone take cover. Seeing their fear, I couldn't help but smile. The more scared you are, the more excited I become. Then I fired several more shots, taking out a few more lackeys. The 5 in the negotiation room dared not even breathe. After wiping the smoking barrel of my gun, I turned to them and asked, "Do any of you have any objections now?" Hearing this, Wang Chong and Huang Tianfeng were the first to raise their hands, signaling they had no objections. Chun Lingyu and Zhang Yunyan followed suit, agreeing to my terms. Seeing this, Li Jian couldn't say much and reluctantly raised his hand in agreement. I smiled and said, "If everyone had been this reasonable from the start, it would have been better, right? Why force me to act? Peace is more profitable." With that, I patted Li Jian on the shoulder. "Go back and do as I told you, and don't try any tricks." With the negotiations concluded amicably, Li Jian and the others left Building 25. Just as my neighbors were concerned about my well-being, I approached them with a smile, saying, "Don't worry, everything has been settled." Hearing this, they began to flatter me. "These idiots, they deserve a few bullets from a sniper rifle to show them your prowess." I then explained the details of the negotiations to everyone. Upon hearing the terms, my neighbors looked concerned. Why should we provide so much food to these people every day? We barely have enough for ourselves. I simply smiled and responded, "If we didn't agree to these terms, do you think you could fight 100 of their thousands?" I continued, speaking with righteous indignation. "You all don't need to worry too much. I swear, as long as I, Zhang Yi, am alive, I won't let any of you starve. So please trust me." Hearing these words, everyone was deeply moved, shedding tears. In this post-apocalyptic world, where food is scarce and warmth is hard to find, having such a leader is a true blessing. They all vowed to follow me to the very end, but Uncle Yu looked puzzled on the side. After all, it's the end of the world. Nobody would choose to play the saint, right? I just smiled and said, "Don't overthink it. Uncle Yu, cooperating with them is just a temporary measure." I then laid out my original plan to Uncle Yu in detail. My initial idea was to lure all their leaders over and then eliminate them all at once. Without their leaders, the other buildings would be leaderless, making them easy to conquer. But who would have thought they'd only send 5 representatives? So we have to play the long game now. While I promised to provide food for 300 of their people daily, this will inevitably lead to unequal food distribution among them. Once internal conflicts arise, they'll turn on each other. At that point, we can simply sit back and reap the benefits. Hearing this, Uncle Yu had a moment of realization. It's always you, Zhang Yi, thinking steps ahead. If it were me, I would have probably gone head-to-head with them already. I gazed out of the window at the fallen bodies outside. Right now, I'm just using the ample resources in my hands to wear down these adversaries. We don't know what the outside world is like now, but there will certainly be other, more threatening groups. If we want to truly establish ourselves in this post-apocalyptic world, we need ample firepower and a strong fortress. Hearing this, Uncle Yu seemed deep in thought. You're right, Zhang Yi. It's only the beginning of the end. Who knows what challenges lie ahead? Turns out, just recently, even though I managed to resolve this negotiation crisis perfectly, I was well aware deep down that just having Wang Chong and Huang Tianfeng as my useless teammates wasn't enough. After all, both Li Jian and Chen Yuling are smart individuals. They obviously knew the purpose of me agreeing to the negotiation terms. It was only due to the threat of my firepower that they conceded. They will definitely wait for the right moment to resist again. At this moment, Uncle Yu, who was standing beside me, chuckled and said, "You're asking them to plant corn in this cold weather. Zhang Yi, are you messing with them?" I just smiled and said, "All I'm doing is depleting their energy. Most people nowadays are starving and can hardly get enough food. Even if they wanted to resist in the future, they wouldn't have the strength to do so." I then looked seriously at Uncle Yu and said, "No third person should know about our conversation today. We will proceed as planned. Not only do we need to be wary of outsiders, but we also have to guard against insiders betraying us in this building." Hearing this, Uncle Yu nodded and responded, "Don't worry, Zhang Yi, I'll do whatever you say. My family and I rely on you." Then I went back to my safe house. At the moment, Zhou Qi was doing yoga in the bedroom. Seeing me, her face lit up with joy and she asked, "Is everything okay? How did the negotiations go today?" Without a word, I picked her up and said, "It's nothing serious. Just used a few bullets and a grenade and they conceded." I continued, "The outside might be a bit unsafe for a while, so just stay home. Give it some time and these annoying folks will be gone for good." Hearing this, Zhou Qi took on a damsel-like demeanor and said, "You need to be careful too. Okay?" The next morning, a large group of homeowners gathered in front of Unit 25. Desperate for a meal, they mustered up all their energy to start farming. Meanwhile, my two teammates supervised their work. Just then, I walked out from the entrance of the building. Seeing this, Wang Chong and Huang Tianfeng looked excited. "Brother Zhang Yi, are you heading out to find supplies? Why not take us with you? We're just idling around here anyway." I smiled in response. "My snowmobile can't carry that many people. It's better to use that space for more supplies. You two just wait here for me to return." I then looked at the working crowd and said, "You all better do a good job. I'll be checking your progress when I return. If it's not satisfactory, there will be no food." Hearing this, the group immediately worked harder, wielding their hoes with determination. But as I left, Wang Chong and Huang Tianfeng whispered to each other, "We need to find an opportunity to get his vehicle." The first thing I did on my outing was not to find food, but to head to the Tianhai City Pet Hospital. Then I rummaged through the pet hospital's pharmacy. 2 minutes later, I found an entire box of rat poison. This poison, when diluted, is colorless and tasteless. It's usually used to euthanize pets that can't be saved. Now, it's perfect for giving a vitamin boost to those shameless people. If I wasn't worried, they would tear the building apart. I wouldn't even provide food for 3, let alone 300. Everyone should rely on their abilities to survive in this apocalyptic world. Why should I play the saint? I'll take this opportunity to send them off to the hereafter, but I still need to put on a show. So I began looking for living supplies around the city. After a while, I returned to the community with bags of supplies. Seeing this, the neighbors were all astonished. "Zhang Yi, where did you find so many supplies?" I just smiled and said, "The snow outside is getting higher and higher. It's indeed getting hard to find supplies. I was just lucky this time. It might not be the case next time." Then I took out my phone and notified the owners of the other units, asking them to come and collect today's food. Surprisingly, these people have become more cautious. Each unit only sent one representative. It was evident that they were afraid I might kill them all. Next, I took out a large bag of food. "Now, we'll begin the distribution." The representative from the first unit came forward to collect today's supplies. With that, I threw a bag of food at the feet of the representative from Building 1. After distributing all the supplies, I smiled and said, "We're all homeowners from the same community. There's no need to be so distant. I hope from today onward, we can work together towards a brighter future." I said this, of course, to let their guard down. As expected, everyone became emotional. Zhang Yi is right. As long as we work together, we can get through this. Then I clapped my hands to interrupt their cheers. Now that the food has been distributed, everyone can go back, eat well, and prepare to farm diligently tomorrow. Hearing this, the neighbors left joyfully. However, I watched their retreating figures and chuckled coldly. In a little while, these troublemakers will be gone for good. I then returned to my safe house, instructed Jokir to prepare dinner, and headed to the bathroom for a relaxing hot shower. After getting rid of these problematic individuals, I'll need to find a safer place to start anew. Each representative, after collecting their food, immediately returned to their respective buildings. Seeing his underling return with food, Wang Chong instantly became ecstatic. Ignoring the questions from his subordinate, he eagerly searched through the food. Soon, Wang Chong found a brand new, unopened pack of cigarettes. Great, Zhang Yi truly keeps his word. The younger gang members behind him became restless. Brother Chong, give us one too. We can't take it anymore. We're suffocating. Seeing the situation, Wang Chong reluctantly handed out a cigarette to each of his underlings with tears in his eyes. Watching them joyously smoke, Wang Chong felt helpless. If he didn't distribute the cigarettes, he feared his position as the leader would be at stake. He then picked up the food and said, "Call over all the brothers. Let's distribute today's food." Soon, a group of underlings were merely eating in the living room. Seeing this, Wang Chong finally relaxed. Thinking that Zhang Yi hadn't poisoned the food, living off others while doing nothing seemed like a pretty good life. All they had to do was let the deceived homeowners continue working. On the other hand, the homeowners, thinking there was food distribution, worked with full enthusiasm. They believed as long as they worked diligently every day, they'd get food. However, after a day's work, they received nothing. Arguments erupted in every building in the community. Didn't they say if we worked, we'd get food? Why is there nothing after a whole day's work? The unit owners just laughed, replying, "You slack off all day and then expect food? Where in the world does that happen?" The constant quarreling throughout the community woke me from my sleep. But this scene was precisely what I wanted to witness. Once they almost settled their internal disputes, it'd be time for me to take action. After breakfast, I left early. First, I found Uncle Yu and warned him about the looming riots due to uneven food distribution and told him to be careful. Then, I rode my snowmobile to search for supplies. To intensify their internal conflicts, I brought back even less food than before. Smiling, I said, "Supplies are getting harder to find outside. Please make do with what we have today. I'll try to find more tomorrow." As I predicted, riots broke out in the entire community that night. Desperate for a meal, some homeowners turned against their longtime neighbors, resorting to violence. Some even pushed others off high-rise buildings to alleviate the pressure of food distribution. The neighbors who didn't get food had completely lost their minds. The community had become more chaotic than ever, with cries of fighting and killing echoing everywhere. Yet, I was at home, leisurely listening to classical music, wondering how many would die that night. The next morning, I walked out of the building with Uncle Yu and a few others. Though mentally prepared, the scene still took my breath away. Hundreds of bodies were strewn haphazardly around the community, and the surrounding buildings were stained with black and congealed blood. It was clear how intense the riot had been the night before. The expressions of agony on their faces suggested many were forced to jump from tall buildings, only to freeze to death in the cold night. Uncle Yu approached me and asked, "Do we still need to work today?" I smiled. "Why wouldn't we?" I pointed to a corpse nearby. "Did you really think of me as a saint? I'm not obliged to support you all. If you want food, you have to work for it." I gestured at the bodies on the ground. "Of course, if you end up like this, you won't have to work anymore." Hearing this, the group looked shocked. Compared to those who had died, they felt incredibly lucky. At least they didn't have to fight others for a bite to eat. Thinking this, they immediately turned around, indicating their readiness to work. Uncle Yu, looking at the bodies scattered around, sighed and asked, "Do we need to call out people from other buildings to work?" I just smiled. They probably don't have the time for that now. This riot is just the beginning. Unless the building owners can perfectly solve the food distribution issue, one side will eventually perish. All we have to do now is wait for their internal depletion. Later, I messaged in the building owners negotiation group. "If I don't see people from all the buildings working tomorrow, I can't guarantee food and cigarettes."
Indeed, after I made that stern declaration, the next day, the community was bustling again. Early in the morning, a large number of people began to cultivate and farm. However, compared to the previous days, the number of workers had decreased by a third. Seeing this, Uncle Yu looked puzzled. They know they might not get any food. Why are they working so hard? I glanced at two men who were moving bodies and smiled. Aren't they addressing the food issue right now? Besides, people are always driven by their interests. Working gives them hope for survival, while rebelling is uncertain. I was about to leave to search for supplies when Chen Lingyu stopped me. Zhang Yi, wait, I want to discuss a potential collaboration. Lingyu knew that if things continued in this manner, the community would eventually collapse. She approached me with a proposal for continued cooperation. In her view, unless the food distribution issue was resolved, the casualties would only increase. She believed she could use scientific management methods to help me govern the community and even expand our territory. Establishing a new kingdom in this post-apocalyptic world wouldn't be a problem. However, I just laughed. This current situation is exactly what I wanted to see. And now, you expect me to play the generous king and provide for these 2,000 people for nothing? I grabbed Lingyu's shoulder. Before the apocalypse, you used this rhetoric to deceive many people into collaborating with you. By now, the grass on their graves must be really tall. Do you really think I'm dumb enough to be your next victim? I pushed Lingyu away. I'm not interested in any of your plans. Find someone else to play your emperor. Seeing that I wasn't falling for her proposal, Lingyu pleaded, Zhang Yi, please reconsider. I promise I'll be a good advisor. On the other hand, Li Jian was diligently leading his team to clear and cultivate the land. To my surprise, none of Li Jian's team had suffered any casualties so far. This guy surely had some skills. Seeing me, Li Jian exclaimed, Zhang Yi, what brings you here? I replied with a smile, I'm curious about how you manage your building. The other units have started fighting among themselves over food distribution. Li Jian didn't hide much and shared that he had informed everyone about the negotiation results from the start. No matter what happened later, the food would be distributed equally. I strongly disagreed with his approach. You think you're so clever, but if you continue this way, everyone will starve. With your capabilities, you could have chosen and protected the most useful people and abandoned the rest. Yet, even though you can't protect everyone, you still want to play the saint in this post-apocalyptic world. It's your own doing. I didn't wait for his response and just left. Li Jian sighed heavily. He knew that the apocalypse tested human nature, but he couldn't overcome his own inner moral dilemma. At that moment, Wang Chang and Huang Tianfang approached me. Bro Zhang, aren't you going out to find food today? I smiled. Be patient. I'm about to head out and we'll make sure to get some good cigarettes and liquor for you guys. The two brothers were visibly excited. We always knew you were loyal. Zhang Yi, you're our savior in this world. Our lives are in your hands now. I chuckled. Come on, from now on, we're all brothers in this post-apocalyptic world. I'll do my best to provide for everyone. As usual, I distributed food to the representatives of each building. But at that moment, several building owners, who had been hiding and not showing themselves, approached me. Brother Zhang Yi, you can't play favorites. Next time, could you also bring us some cigarettes? We won't trouble you. Just one pack a day will do. Faced with these shameless owners, I reluctantly agreed, promising to provide for them starting tomorrow. With my affirmative answer, the group left contentedly. However, two neighbors who witnessed the scene expressed their discontent. These guys are going too far. You already generously provide them with food, Zhang, and now they want cigarettes too. If they're asking for cigarettes today, tomorrow they'll be demanding liquor. I just smiled. They're right. I shouldn't play favorites. The two stood there, stunned. They never expected someone as ruthless as me to be so amenable at that moment. Jealousy then consumed them. They toiled 18 hours a day to barely get by. So why did these building owners deserve cigarettes? Afterwards, I retreated home, laying on my couch, contemplating my next steps. After the chaos of recent days, over half of the community's population was dead or injured. Those left probably wouldn't turn on each other. If I continued in this manner, things would only get worse for me. It was time to settle things with these people. Early the next day, I went to a supermarket to scavenge supplies. If I was to send them off, I might as well prepare them a lavish last meal. I then laced all the food with a heavy dose of rat poison. A small bite would be enough to end them. However, after doing all this, I felt uneasy. Although I provided food for them every day, it was never enough for everyone. Apart from the building owners demanding cigarettes, no one else made any other requests. Could it be that they were also waiting for the right moment? But thinking about my safe house and weapons, I felt a bit more reassured, knowing that any devious schemes would be meaningless before overwhelming firepower. Soon, I brought back a heap of supplies to the community. Uncle Yu and his group had been waiting for a while. I then took out my phone and notified the representatives of each building to come and collect today's food. Soon after, a crowd arrived. Seeing this, I smirked internally, thinking, enjoy your last meal. As usual, I distributed food to each representative. This food had been laced with a heavy dose of rat poison. A single bite would be fatal. Enticed by cigarettes and liquor, surprisingly, more than half of the building owners came in person this time. However, just as I bent down to distribute the food, I heard a shout from Wang Chang from behind. Attack! Following his command, he drew a gun and aimed it at me. Damn it! I let my guard down, I thought, realizing he had a weapon. In the nick of time, Uncle Yu shielded me, taking 3 bullets. I quickly held onto Uncle Yu, who fell, and shouted at Wang Chang and the others, what the hell do you think you're doing? At that moment, a spy hidden in building 25 finally revealed himself, swinging a shovel at me. Reacting quickly, I pulled out a submachine gun from my pocket and said, if you're so eager to die, I'll oblige. I opened fire, hitting several in the front row. Seeing this, the crowd behind panicked. Run, he's got a submachine gun. But I didn't hesitate, continuing my barrage. With my sharpshooting skills, almost every owner was shot in the ahead by me. After emptying my submachine gun, I pulled out 2 handguns from my pocket, declaring, "It's too late to run now. All of you are going to die." Upon hearing my words, both Wang Chang and Huang Tianfang were paralyzed with fear. "Brother Zhang Yi, let us explain. Give us another chance," they pleaded. But in response, they were met with 2 bullets from my guns. "You should have thought of this day," I murmured coldly. Without showing any emotion, I methodically approached the last of them, Chen Lingyu, who seemed utterly terrified. "I had nothing to do with this. I have a family to take care of," she begged. But before she could finish her plea, I pulled the trigger. Even though I knew most people were unaware of the conspiracy, when an avalanche starts, no snowflake is innocent, and there was no way I was going to leave any threats behind, potentially causing trouble for me in the future. Surveying the aftermath, I felt nothing. After my rebirth, I had grown accustomed to the cycle of life and death. If not for the arsenal I had prepared in an alternate space, I would be the one lying on the ground. As I prepared to walk away, a faint voice reached my ears. It was Uncle Yu. I hurried to his side in disbelief. How is he still alive after taking 3 bullets? I wondered. I quickly pulled out an adrenaline shot from my alternate space and injected it into his chest. Noticing 2 neighbors sneakily watching, I shouted, "What are you staring at? Help me!" The 2, who had been frightened by the earlier events, hurriedly responded, "Coming, coming." Following my instructions, they transported Uncle Yu to my home on a stretcher. As this was happening, Xiaolime, known for her cunning ways, rushed over with a look of distress. Seeing Uncle Yu unconscious, she burst into tears. "Old Yu was perfectly fine. How could this happen? How are my daughter and I supposed to live now? Why did he play the hero and take a bullet for someone else? How can he leave us behind like this?" she lamented. I listened, veins popping in anger. "Stop your mourning," I snapped. "Uncle Yu is not dead. I'll do everything in my power to save him. Shou Kir is the chief doctor at the city hospital. She'll know what to do." However, tears still streaming down her face, Xiaolime continued, "If old Yu can't be saved, I don't want to live either. My poor daughter will suffer. Zhang Yi, I hope you can take care of her." I looked at her with confusion. "We haven't even started the rescue process, and you're already making arrangements for what comes after." Caught off guard by my question, Xiaolime hastily tried to explain, "Of course, I hope with all my heart that old Yu will be fine, but we should be prepared for the worst, right?" Deep inside, though, she was thinking, "Uncle Yu has been my long-term ticket to a comfortable life. Zhang Yi, you can't let his sacrifice be in vain." Soon, Uncle Yu was brought to the entrance of my home. I suggested that Xiaolime and the others leave and let Zhou Kir perform surgery to remove the bullet from Uncle Yu. However, Xiaolime, feigning concern, said, "Old Yu needs me by his side at this time. I can't leave him." Seeing the subtle twitches on Uncle Yu's face, I reluctantly agreed to let her stay. After all, despite all the circumstances, Uncle Yu had saved my life. No matter how heartless I might be, I couldn't just drive away the woman he cared for. Upon feeling the warmth inside the house, Xiaolime shed tears of emotion. This was the place she had dreamed of residing in ever since the snowstorm began. She relished the indoor warmth, enjoying not just the cozy fireplace but also the fresh food available. Anybody who walked in would wish to stay and never leave. Soon enough, Xiaolime made herself at home, heading to the kitchen to pour a cup of hot water. Shou Kir and I exchanged speechless glances. She really thinks this is her home. Flushed with excitement, Xiaolime asked, "Do you have any milk powder? I want to prepare a warm bottle for the baby." Infuriated by her audacity, I snapped, "Don't you have your own milk? Are you seriously treating this place as your own?" Using Uncle Yu as a shield, Xiaolime retorted, "The baby needs to eat. Old Yu adores the baby." Coldly, I responded, "Cut the nonsense. Either help out or leave." Without another word, I headed to the generator room, storing everything inside into my spatial dimension. Then, I retrieved a white foldable bed from the same dimension, converting the area into a makeshift operating room. Xiaolime watched in astonishment. "Damn, Zhang Yi, are you performing magic or what?" Ignoring her, I turned to Shou Kir. "Tell me whatever medicines and medical equipment you need. I'll provide whatever I can. We must save Uncle Yu no matter what." Shou Kir, being the chief doctor at the city hospital, certainly knew her stuff. But first, she had to assess Uncle Yu's injuries. As she removed his shirt, her brow furrowed in concern. The bullet's location suggested potential internal organ damage. Given the current medical conditions, it seemed impossible to save Uncle Yu. Upon hearing the grim prognosis, Xiaolime put on a theatrical display of tears. "If old Yu goes, how will my daughter and I survive?" I pointed at her angrily. "Stop with the theatrics. If your crying affects Uncle Yu's surgery, then you might as well go to hell and join him in mourning. Understand?" At my words, Xiaolime wiped her tears. "Then, I should probably leave. My presence here is only adding to the chaos." Yet, internally, she thought, "It's much more comfortable outside. With hot water and food, why would I want to stay in here?" However, I quickly blocked her path. "Just a moment ago you said you wouldn't leave Uncle Yu's side, and now you think you're a hindrance? Listen closely. You'll stay right here and assist where needed. Even if you're just watching, it'll be an encouragement for Uncle Yu. If you dare step out of this room, you'll bear the consequences." With that, I turned away and swiftly made my way to the first floor hall. There, a group of neighbors were fervently explaining their non-involvement in the attempted murder. I had no patience for their excuses. Some had betrayed and ambushed, leading to Uncle Yu's critical injuries. I would make them pay for their treachery. But now, our immediate priority was to launch a counterattack. Those not participating would be considered traitors, facing consequences similar to the dead bodies outside. Hearing this, expressions of unease spread across the neighbors' faces, not to mention the matter of traitors, but just the sheer number of residents in the complex was intimidating. Their small group would be nothing but a gnat in comparison. I pointed to the combat supplies prepared in advance. Your only responsibility is to guard the exits and monitor the surroundings. If someone tries to flee, finish them off. I'll personally handle those inside the building. They'll soon learn the consequences of crossing me. Soon, our group arrived at the base of building number 21. Meanwhile, Wolfgang on the upper floors had noticed something amiss. Recognizing that I was leading the charge, many of them were already trembling in fear. In this post-apocalyptic world where most only had melee weapons, I could effortlessly whip out a submachine gun. Who would dare oppose me? Still, there were those bold enough to defy. This building was their territory. After all, the hallways were dimly lit, making firearms less effective. I instructed my men to watch all the exits, ensuring that no one could escape by jumping out of the windows. Leaving them behind, I approached building number 21 alone. I first reached the ground floor hall. After ensuring no one was around, I retrieved a large pile of wood and clothing from my alternate space, placing them in various corners of the hall. Then, I poured gasoline over everything, connecting all the wood and clothes with gasoline trails. Once done, I lit my lighter, remarking, "Given how cold it is outside, let's warm things up a bit for these fellows." With that, I tossed the lighter onto the gasoline. Flames quickly spread throughout the ground floor, and I calmly exited the scene. Wolfgang's crew were naively waiting for me to ascend, but as the fire grew more intense, they soon realized something was off. Damn it, Zhang Yi and his gang set the place on fire. Open the windows quickly, or we'll suffocate from the smoke. But when they tried to open the windows, they found that the extreme cold had frozen them shut. Without tools, they couldn't break through. By then, I had already calmly walked out of the ground floor hall. Pointing to the smoke-engulfed building behind me, I declared, "The rest is up to you all. Be thorough, and don't let a single one escape." I emotionlessly stared at the towering inferno. Under the force of hunger and desperation, these people would eventually turn their weapons towards me. They only had their incompetent leader to blame, who had provoked someone he shouldn't have. As the flames intensified, many could not endure the scorching heat and chose to leap from the balconies, crashing heavily into the snow below. Even if they weren't burned alive, the fall likely crippled them. With one leading the charge, more and more residents started jumping. Some from lower floors survived their falls, but little did they realize, they had jumped from the frying pan into the fire. A woman from the crowd, who typically wouldn't even kill a chicken, wasted no time plunging her knife into the body of old Wang, a neighbor she used to spend her days with. Amidst the shocked reactions, Leon only smiled and said, "We all have to do what it takes to survive. I can't be left behind." As more people jumped from building 21, Leon hastily moved forward, eager to ensure no one else would claim her credit. Watching the raging fire, not a shred of pity crossed my heart. Wang Chan's building 21 was doomed. Every day, I provided them with food and cigarettes, and they plotted to kill me from the shadows. They shouldn't blame me for my merciless retaliation. In other buildings, many residents witnessed this horrifying spectacle. Their hearts raced with anxiety, fearing I might use the same method against them. Despite Wang Chang's prolonged plotting, his fate was riddled with bullet holes. However, many clung to the hope that they'd be spared since they hadn't participated in the assassination. They believed I had no reason to wipe them out. Having dealt with building 21, I led my people towards building 26, headed by Huang Tianfang. Seeing our approach, the residents of building 26 frantically tried to distance themselves from the situation. "This is all Huang Tianfang's doing. We have nothing to do with it. Zhang Yi, please don't wrongfully accuse the innocent." Upon hearing their pleas, I laughed. "You claim this has nothing to do with you? I, for one, don't believe that. And you dare call yourselves good people? To have survived this long, each one of you must have taken a few lives." Without further ado, I repeated the process and gave building 26 its own barbecue treatment. Soon, residents from other buildings grew restless, as I had set fire to 5 buildings that had a hand in the assassination attempt. They feared I might go on a rampage, burning every structure in sight. However, to their surprise, I pulled out a megaphone from my pocket. Addressing everyone, I announced, "Everyone, there's no need to worry. While I, Zhang Yi, may not be a saint, I won't kill without reason. Anyone who treats me with friendliness will be spared." A wave of relief washed over the faces of many residents. Finally, they saw hope of survival. Yet, some remained skeptical. This had nothing to do with us in the first place. I don't believe he could possibly burn down the entire complex. Ignoring their murmurs, I instructed everyone to rest, but these neighbors refused to leave. After enduring the cold for so many months, they weren't going to pass up a chance to warm themselves by the fire. I then approached the bodies of the 2 spies. It puzzled me. They had once been utterly loyal. What made them betray me? Rummaging through their belongings, I found their phones. Upon reviewing their chat history, realization dawned on me. So, that's how it is. After dealing with the buildings involved in the assassination, I immediately returned to my safe house. The steady rhythm on the heart rate monitor indicated that Uncle Yu was out of danger. I smiled at Joe Care. "It's no wonder you're the city's lead surgeon. Not everyone could have saved Uncle Yu like you did. As Joker and I chatted, Xiaolime approached, holding her child, Zhang Yi. Could you get something for me and my baby to eat? We've been hungry all day. It dawned on me that the surgery had taken over 10 hours. We should treat our great Dr. Zhou here, I said, pulling out a pack of instant noodles from my pocket. Your Uncle Yu's woman, so I won't let you go hungry. I then turned to head out for a meal with Joker, but Xiaolime pressed on. Zhang Yi, do you have anything else to eat? I saw some eggs and chicken legs in the kitchen earlier. I was almost fuming. This cunning girl always wanted more. If it weren't for Uncle Yu, I would have thrown her out. Coldly, I said, it's the end of the world. This pack of noodles is as valuable as gold. Eat it or leave it. After our meal, Joker and I returned to the bedroom. She sighed. With Xiaolime here, our house has another hassle. I tried to reassure her while massaging her tired muscles. Don't worry, she won't stay long. I then inquired about Uncle Yu's condition. Joker responded with a mysterious tone. By all logic, Uncle Yu should not have survived with so much blood loss. But just as his heart rate was fading, something strange happened. His wounds began to heal visibly. I was stunned. Could it be that Uncle Yu has awakened some special ability? My spatial ability came about because of the supernova explosion. But what I don't get is, out of thousands of people in our community, why was I the only one to awaken an ability? A sudden realization hit me. Uncle Yu's near-death state mirrored mine from before. Could that be the condition to awaken such abilities? If so, that's quite stringent. Lucky for Uncle Yu, he ran into me. Otherwise, he'd need an ability to resurrect on the spot. Otherwise, death is the only outcome. Thinking of this, I patted Joker's shoulder. From now on, administer a dose of sedative to Uncle Yu daily. Joker was taken aback. Did Uncle Yu awaken some sort of ability like you did? I nodded. It's unclear what Uncle Yu has awakened to, but if he turns into the Hulk and tears our home apart, it would be a major loss. After instructing Joker to administer the sedatives to Uncle Yu, I got up and headed to the living room. Joker, with a worried face, said, Xiaolime, that cunning mother only has eyes for herself and her child. Is it wise to let her take care of Uncle Yu? I reassured Joker. Although Xiaolime is selfish, she knows the stakes. If anything happens to Uncle Yu, she's aware that she'll be kicked out. Meanwhile, Xiaolime was in the living room, scouting for something to eat. I sternly told her, stop looking. I've put everything away. You'll stay with Uncle Yu and be responsible for his daily needs. Seeing my serious demeanor, Xiaolime begrudgingly entered the room. What I had to do next was clean out any traitors in the building. I soon found myself fully armed in front of a door. Without hesitation, I shot through the lock and with a powerful kick, burst open the door. A disheveled woman wielding a kitchen knife charged at me. I quickly raised a riot shield to block her attack, then slapped the knife out of her hand. Fan Yuqing, it's been a long time. The fact you're still alive suggests you've turned your best friend into clay pot rice, haven't you? But Fan Yuqing, bloodshot eyes, cried out hysterically, it's impossible. Why can't so many people kill just one of you? I chuckled in response. Did you really think colluding with Wang Chang and a few others would be enough to get rid of me? You're so naive. With that, I raised the wooden stick in my hand. Had it not been for this woman's meddling in my past life, I could have lived at least 2 more years. Thinking this, I viciously struck Fan Yuqing's left leg with the stick. Next, I dragged her to the window, intending to throw her out. Seeing this, Fan Yuqing was finally gripped with fear. Zhang Yi, please spare me. I realized my mistakes and promised never to repeat them. Thinking of the pain of being cannibalized in my past life, I didn't hesitate and let go, allowing Fan Yuqing to plummet from the 25th floor. Accompanied by a loud thud, Fan Yuqing smashed into the snowy ground, creating a deep crater. Watching this scene, I felt no pity. This was my revenge for my past life. The next morning, I went to the sick room to check on Uncle Yu. Unexpectedly, after the transformation, Uncle Yu's healing speed was dozens of times faster than a regular person. In just a day, his gunshot wound had mostly healed. I instructed Joker to always monitor his condition to prevent any unexpected occurrences. Without hesitation, Joker immediately administered a sedative injection to Uncle Yu. Just then, Xiaolime approached, hoping I could go to her place to help retrieve her charger and diapers. I smiled, indicating that I had urgent matters to attend to, but I would assist her once I was done. After leaving the room, my expression immediately darkened. This scheming woman is still up to her old tricks. Our two families are only separated by a few floors, yet she still wants my help. Clearly, she fears that once she leaves, she won't be able to return. I need to find a way to deal with this cunning woman. Keeping her around will be a liability sooner or later. I then proceeded to the residential area to continue the purge. Only by eliminating these potential threats could we hope to live safely in this post-apocalyptic world. At that moment, the wealthy second-generation Su Hao approached me nervously, claiming he had crucial information to share. I responded with a smile. I've pretty much cleared the whole compound. What could be so important? Su Hao, looking secretive, whispered, Big Brother Zhang, have you heard about the son of Jiangnan's richest man spending billions to build a safe house for the apocalypse? My interest peaked instantly. Do you know the location of this safe house? Su Hao made a follow-me gesture, implying it wasn't safe to talk openly. I then followed him to his residence. Once there, Su Hao rubbed his hands together and said, the refuge of the richest son, Wang Siming, is located in Yunk Villa. Rumor has it he's hoarded enough supplies to last last several lifetimes. I looked at him, puzzled. So what? What's your motive for telling me this? Suhao patted his chest confidently. Big brother Zhang, I'm doing this to show my loyalty. I wish to be your subordinate and follow you. With your strength, I'm sure you can take over that safe house. Laughing at his statement, I retorted, do you think I'm a fool? A safe house worth billions, and you believe I can just walk in and take it? At that moment, Suhao continued, in fact, Wang Ximing is already aware of you, big brother Zhang. He asked me to lure you over, intending to ambush you and seize your snowmobile and supplies. Furious, I snapped. I knew something was off with you. Now that you've confessed, how do you wish to die? Suhao quickly waved his hands. Big brother Zhang, I wouldn't dare. I refused him then. Now, I genuinely want to join you and find a way to capture that safe house. Without hesitation, I pulled out a gun and aimed it at his forehead. How do I know this isn't a trap? Seeing my intent, Suhao was paralyzed with fear. Wait, big brother Zhang, don't shoot. I swear every word I said is true. Just give me a chance. But before he could finish, I pulled the trigger. Suhao, scared out of his wits, collapsed. When he finally came to, he noticed the bullet hole was merely a centimeter from his forehead. Desperately, he exclaimed, big brother Zhang, have mercy. I'm telling the truth. I calmly holstered my gun. I might consider trusting you, but you have to give me a reason. Taking a deep breath, Suhao began. After witnessing your abilities, I believe that only by following you can I survive in this post-apocalyptic world. Even if I allied myself with Wang Ximing, I'd always be just a disposable pawn in his eyes. He continued, revealing that even before the apocalypse, he was Wang Ximing's lackey. In his attempts to curry favor with Wang Ximing, Suhao even sacrificed his own woman for Wang's amusement. Despite all this, Wang Ximing never treated Suhao as a human being. This had instilled deep resentment in Suhao's heart. Observing Suhao's rage, I suggested that a collaboration could be possible, but we'd need a solid plan. Suhao proposed that we deceive Wang Ximing, feigning alliance until he opens his doors. Once inside, we could eliminate him. Chuckling, I replied, are you an idiot? You want to take on someone without even knowing their security details? Suhao countered that he was well versed with Wang's security details, but there was a catch. I had to promise him a position as my subordinate. Otherwise, he would remain silent. I smirked. If you won't talk, there seems to be no point in keeping you around. As I said this, I pressed the muzzle of my gun against his forehead. Seeing this, Suhao yelled, I know you'll silence anyone who's no longer useful to you. Information about that safe house is my only lifeline now. Even if it kills me, I won't reveal it. Impressed, I remarked, you're pretty clever. I'll accept your terms, but you must abide by my rules. Suhao nodded rapidly, swearing his loyalty to me and promising to always follow my orders. I then laid out my conditions. First, Suhao had to provide a detailed account of the safe house. Second, he had to deal with a particular nuisance for me, someone I couldn't approach directly. After securing Suhao's loyalty, I didn't immediately task him with my request. Instead, I mentioned, as my subordinate, I have something valuable to bestow upon you. Then I returned to my safe house. Soon after, I arrived at Suhao's residence, holding a briefcase. Slowly, I began, since you've chosen to be my subordinate, there are certain truths I won't hide from you. I am, in fact, a professional assassin. Understanding dawned on Suhao. No wonder, brother Zhang, your shooting skills are impeccable. Suhao's confidence in the future grew. He believed that as long as he remained by my side, he would surely survive in this post-apocalyptic world. At this moment, I pulled out a syringe from the briefcase. This is a slow-acting poison I specifically use for those who are stubborn or have ill intentions. Without an antidote, death is inevitable within a month. Upon hearing this, Suhao shouted in panic, brother Zhang, I swear I have no ill intentions. I simply smiled and reassured him, don't worry. As soon as we successfully seize Wang Ximing's safe house, I'll provide you with the antidote immediately. Hearing this, Suhao collapsed. If they didn't take the safe house, he'd surely die. But before he could contemplate further, I swiftly injected the substance into his neck. From this moment, you're truly my subordinate. We're in the same boat now. You don't need to be scared. The poison won't act unless it's time. Drenched in sweat, Suhao realized he was now irreversibly bound to me. I told him to head back home, mentioning I'd contact him if anything was needed. Watching the trembling Suhao walk away, I smirked. It seemed I had successfully intimidated him. This made things easier, since he believed that tap water was a deadly poison. The chances of him betraying me had significantly reduced. Meanwhile, in a hospital room, Uncle Yu had just regained consciousness. Xiaolime was whispering in his ear. However, I observed this entire scene through a surveillance feed. Even at death's door, they're still trying to be smart. I then opened the room door, feigning surprise. Uncle Yu, you're finally awake. I'm so glad you're okay. Otherwise, the guilt would have haunted me for life. Upon hearing my words, Uncle Yu gratefully replied, Zhang Yi, you saved my life once again. From now on, my life belongs to you. I chuckled. Oh, come on. It was thanks to you this time. Xiaolime, standing nearby, chimed in with feigned gratitude. Zhang Yi, thank you so much. I don't know how to repay you. I responded with a smile. What are you saying, Sister Xia? From now on, we're one family. I'll take care of the three of you. Hearing this, Xiaolime's face lit up with joy. Now we can officially stay here without any worries. She handed me the baby she was holding. I'll go back to get some of our stuff. Don't lock me out. And with that, She quickly left, dreaming of the warm days ahead with the fireplace. As soon as she left, I took out my phone and sent a message to Suhao. Prepare for action. While playing with the baby, I thought, it's hard on you, little baby, but it's better this way. Otherwise, someone might turn you into a stew one day. On the other side, Xiaolime, all smiles, returned to her door, but as she opened it, Suhao suddenly lunged at her. Before she could even utter a word in surprise, Suhao swiftly stabbed her. In desperation, Xiaolime begged, please spare me. I'll give you whatever you want. But before she could finish her plea, Suhao continued his onslaught, ensuring she was motionless before he ceased. Afterwards, Suhao texted me, Brother Zhang, it's done. When can I get some food? Seeing the message, I couldn't help but smile. This problem is finally resolved. Otherwise, she might have tried to create discord between Uncle Yu and me. Turning to Uncle Yu, I said, your family can stay here in peace. Whenever you wish to move out, you're free to do so. Uncle Yu looked troubled upon hearing my words. Brother Zhang Yi, this might not be appropriate. Plus, resources are limited. Saving my life is more than enough. I patted his shoulder. We've already been through life and death together. Just stay here and recover. However, before I could finish, the baby in my arms began to cry uncontrollably. Despite my best efforts, I couldn't calm the little one. In desperation, I handed the baby to Zhokir. Having no experience with children, Zhokir appeared completely lost. Suddenly, a thought struck me. Could it be time for a diaper change? I quickly took out a pack of diapers from my storage space and tossed it to Zhokir. I then returned to Uncle Yu's room to inquire about his condition, asking if he felt anything amiss. Uncle Yu shook his head, indicating that apart from feeling weak, he didn't notice any other abnormalities. Suddenly, as if recalling something, Uncle Yu said, Zhang Yi, you should check outside. My wife has been gone for quite a while. I'm worried something might have happened to her. I instructed Zhokir to look after Uncle Yu, and I went to my room to arm myself. Taking this opportunity, I planned to deal with some pending matters. I then sent a message to all the homeowners, summoning them to room 1301 on the 13th floor. The meeting was meant to distribute resources and decide on the future management of the community. We had successfully taken control of the entire area, and from now on, our word would be the law. Except for Su Hao, the neighbors who received the message rushed to room 1301. Hearing their discussions inside, I couldn't help but smirk. Want to be the community's manager? Talk to the king of hell about that. Without hesitation, I threw 2 grenades into the room. The unsuspecting neighbors, mid-conversation, were taken aback at the sight of the grenades. What the hell is this? They had no time to react as a massive explosion tore through the room. Outside, I had already positioned a blast shield to protect myself from the impact. I walked into the room, looking contemplative. Using grenades really makes things easier. A surviving neighbor, filled with rage, shouted, Zhang Yi, we helped you so much. Why are you doing this? I responded with a cold smirk. You might be mistaken. Without me, you would have starved to death long ago. Without another word, I made sure he joined the others in the afterlife. Having exacted my revenge, I felt an immense sense of satisfaction. Except for Su Hao, all the neighbors who had wronged me in my previous life had been dealt with. From now on, no one in this community would ever pose a threat to me. All I needed now was to get to Wang Siming's billion-dollar safe house, and then I could live the rest of my days in peace and luxury. With a mournful expression, I approached Uncle Yu. Sister Xia, she's gone. I slammed my fist against the wall. I thought there were only a few traitors in this building, but it turns out they were all traitors. But don't worry, Uncle Yu, I've taken care of them all in revenge for Sister Xia. Upon hearing this, tears streamed down Uncle Yu's face. Those ungrateful bastards deserved it. In his anger, he threw a fierce punch at his bed, creating a deep dent. This display of strength sent shivers down my spine. I hurriedly tried to calm Uncle Yu. It's my fault for being too trusting. If only I had noticed their true intentions earlier. Uncle Yu clenched his fists, completely believing my words. After all, he too had witnessed the ingratitude of these neighbors over time. I let out a sigh. It's all my fault for not managing things properly. But Uncle Yu, don't be too devastated. I promise to find you a young and beautiful wife. Upon hearing my words, Uncle Yu gave an awkward smile. I'd prefer someone mature. Just then, Zhokir walked in with the crying baby. This little one can't stop crying. What should we do? I glanced at Zhokir. If I'm not mistaken, the baby might be hungry for milk. Zhokir punched me lightly in the chest. What are you talking about? How would I have milk to feed the baby? I took the baby from her. It seems we might need to find a stepmother for this little one. Zhokir agreed with my idea. After all, neither of us has experience with kids. It would be terrible if something went wrong. A moment later, I headed downstairs to the community with the baby, which alarmed the nearby residents. They whispered among themselves, is Zhang Yi coming to kill us? I pointed my gun to the sky and shouted, bring out Li Jian. Shortly after, Li Jian emerged from building 18 and asked me what I wanted. I smiled at him. You've got some guts. Aren't you afraid I'll shoot you on the spot? To my surprise, despite the post-apocalyptic environment where food is scarce and clothes are inadequate, building 18, under Li Jian's management, had the highest number of survivors. I couldn't help but respect that. I handed the baby over to Li Jian. There are mothers in your building, right? I'm entrusting you with the baby's care. As I said this, I placed some baby food, formula, and diapers in front of Li Jian. Without much ado, Li Jian assured me he would do his best to raise the the baby. He then handed the baby over to a mother in Building 18 to take care of. I approached Li Jian, inquiring about the exact number of survivors in their building and what they would do if I stopped providing them with food. But Li Jian was full of hope for the future. No matter what, as long as people are alive, there's always hope. Upon hearing this, I pointed to the buildings I had cleared out. The supplies there should last you for a while. However, Li Jian shook his head, indicating that they would not resort to that unless absolutely necessary. In his view, once they start down that path, their ultimate fate would be doom, a conclusion neither he nor anyone in his building wanted to see. Hearing this, I sighed deeply. With everything as it is now, nobody knows if death or tomorrow will come first. Yet, this man manages to hold on to his core values. I couldn't help but admire him greatly. Li Jian took a deep breath. If only I were as capable as you, maybe then I could truly lead everyone out of this apocalypse. So, Zhang Yi, can you help us out a bit more? You were able to provide so much food for the entire community before. With so many people gone now, with your assistance, the remaining ones can surely survive. I interrupted him. Everyone is suffering right now. I'm not Buddha or the Virgin Mary. I might help you now, but can I help you forever? And if I make sure everyone is well fed, who can guarantee I won't be bitten by the hand I fed? In this apocalypse, it's already a blessing to survive. I don't have any grand ambitions of being a savior. I then tossed a few packs of seeds in front of Li Jian. Consider these a parting gift. If you want to thrive, you have to work for it. In this apocalyptic world, we all dwell in darkness. Yet, I see a glimmer of humanity in you. You can lead everyone to cultivate these seeds and farm, or you can eat them now. It's your choice. With that, I turned around and walked away. The residents who picked up the seeds looked puzzled. Can we really grow crops in this frigid weather? At that moment, a professor from the agricultural college urged everyone to quickly secure the seeds. These are our future hope. Seeing this, Li Jian also hastily collected the seeds. He asked the professor, Professor Gu, can we really grow crops in such cold conditions? With a determined look, Professor Gu responded, humanity has achieved countless impossibilities. Why can't we make it work this time? Hearing this, the other residents didn't hesitate any further, and with renewed hope, they gathered the seeds scattered on the ground. Back in my safe house, I stretched out. Finally, the community matters have come to a close. Next, I need to acquire Wang Siming's multi-billion safe house. I then asked Zhou Qir to prepare dinner. I've been busy all day, and I'm quite hungry. Without hesitation, Zhou Qir began cooking. As I watched her graceful figure, I approached her with a playful suggestion. How about we have a child? Who knows how long this apocalypse will last? Having kids is a way to ensure our legacy. 2 hours later, I received a message from Su Hao. He had negotiated with Wang Siming and asked when we would initiate our plan. I smiled in response. No need to rush. Come to my place, and we'll discuss it. Soon after, Su Hao arrived at my safe house, clearly enjoying the warmth of my shelter. I motioned for him to sit down so we could discuss our plans. Su Hao was about to kneel on the floor to report the details of his conversation with Wang Siming when I made a silencing gesture. No need to make it complicated. Just show me the chat history between you two. Upon hearing this, Su Hao broke into a cold sweat. Seeing that Su Hao was hesitant to bring out his phone, Zhang Yi's smile vanished instantly. So reluctant? Are you hiding something from me? Su Hao clutched his phone tightly, stuttering. I haven't hidden anything from you. Growing impatient, Zhang Yi replied, is it so hard to have a proper conversation? Do I really have to get physical with you? Hastily handing over his phone and pleading, Su Hao said, I did badmouth you to Wang Siming, but it was all to deceive him. I hope you won't take it personally, brother Zhang. Zhang Yi swiftly took the phone and went through their chat history. He discovered that Su Hao had been in contact with Wang Siming for 2 months. Su Hao initially wanted Wang Siming to eliminate Zhang Yi and then help him seize Zhang Yi's safe house and supplies. Surprisingly, Wang Siming had similar intentions. With a cold laugh, Zhang Yi displayed the chat log to Su Hao. How do you plan to explain this? You played both sides quite masterfully. Caught in the act, Su Hao quickly raised his right hand, swearing, brother Zhang, you've manipulated me too, right? We're 2 peas in a pod. Why would I betray you? Zhang Yi remained silent, rubbing his chin in thought. Wang Siming only knew about his snowmobile and base. Unaware of his arsenal, perhaps he could exploit this intelligence gap to set a trap. Throwing the phone onto the table, Zhang Yi looked at Su Hao and said, tell me everything about that shelter, especially the weaponry and defenses. I want every detail. Relieved, Su Hao began. Rumor has it that the shelter was built using materials from a spaceship. It's practically impenetrable unless attacked with missiles. Inside, there aren't any weapons, but there's gas used for hypnosis. The entrances are rigged with high-temperature flamethrowers. After hearing Su Hao's description, Zhang Yi formulated a plan in his mind. If he's after my vehicle and supplies, then if he doesn't get those things, even if he captures me, he probably won't kill me. At most, he'll torture me. When the time comes, I'll hide the snowmobile in advance, granting myself an extra layer of protection. Although my life may not be significant to him, I suspect he won't kill me before obtaining my snowmobile and supplies. Is there any other offensive mechanism inside that shelter apart from the 2 you mentioned? Grinning, Su Hao replied, that's all. We can pretend to be hypnotized by the gas, pass the traps, and then take him out. Once we're there, you can pretend to be captured, and I'll seize the chance to stab him, sending him straight to hell. The corners of Zhang Yi's mouth lifted slightly. Su Hao probably didn't know he had a gas mask, but that's okay. After all, it's always wise to be wary. Zhang Yi laid on the sofa, contemplating how to neutralize both the flames and gas. After all, without the upper hand, he couldn't help but feel a bit uneasy. After much pondering, an idea flashed in his mind: his space ability. Time is frozen within this otherworldly space. If he could utilize it in battle, wouldn't it be a powerful advantage? He had always overlooked this ability. It seems he needs to explore it further. Su Hao, sitting on the ground, eagerly awaited Zhang Yi's response. Zhang Yi finally said, "Alright, go back for now. I'll contact you in a couple of days." Su Hao clung to Zhang Yi's leg. "Brother Zhang, I've been poisoned. I'm afraid I can't wait that long. What are you scared of?" Zhang Yi responded, "The poison takes 7 days to take effect. I'll contact you in 2 or 3 days at most. Go home and wait patiently." No sooner had he spoken than Zhang Yi ushered him out the door. "Brother Zhang, you must remember, otherwise, I'll be gone in 7 days. After seeing off Su Hao, Zhang Yi looked at his special ability in his hand. Apart from storing supplies and precise shooting, he wondered what other surprising capabilities it might have. However, his primary concern was how to utilize this power to neutralize the flame and gas. Once that was sorted, he could easily control Wang Siming. Zhang Yi then left the living room and entered an empty house, starting a fire to test his ability. Stretching out his right hand towards the flame, he activated his storage ability. The flames on the ground slowly converged towards him. Seeing that it worked, he extended both palms, aiming to accelerate the absorption process. In no time, the flames were entirely absorbed into the alternate space. Zhang Yi looked at his hands, delighted. "I can't believe it actually worked." He stretched his palms forward, intending to try and release the stored fire. The next moment, with a whooshing sound, the flames Zhang Yi had absorbed were instantly expelled forward. His eyes widened in surprise, and he burst into joyful laughter. "So, apart from storage, this alternate space can be used like this. It's like a divine defensive technique." Now, Zhang Yi was as elated as a child who had discovered a new toy. Once he mastered this ability, any future attacks would be rendered useless against him. This power was perfect for someone like him, who prioritizes survival above all else. However, a thought crossed his mind. What would happen if he absorbed a living person into the space? Although he had previously tried it with a live fish, that was merely for food storage purposes. Now, when considering its combat potential, he would need to experiment with a live person. Zhang Yi wanted to test the combat capabilities of his alternate space using a living human subject. People in the surrounding buildings were terrified as they reluctantly offered up a sacrifice, who was clueless about whether he would live or die. Zhang Yi tossed him a stick and ordered him to attack him with it. The man was bewildered. Even if he had the courage, he wouldn't dare to attack Zhang Yi. Seeing the man's disbelief, Zhang Yi said, "If you manage to hit me with the stick even once, I'll reward you with a piece of bread." Upon hearing the word bread, the man's eyes lit up. "You better keep your word," he said, grabbing the stick and taking a swing at Zhang Yi without hesitation. In a flash, Zhang Yi activated his alternate space. Before the man could realize what had happened, both he and the stick were sucked into the alternate dimension. In an instant, he was frozen in place, as if turned into an ice sculpture, maintaining his attack posture. Curiously, Zhang Yi checked his pulse. Holy crap, his breathing and heartbeat have completely stopped. Did he die? With a wave of his hand, Zhang Yi ejected the man from the alternate space. The man came out panting heavily, his face full of dread, as if he had just cheated death. Curious, Zhang Yi asked him, "How did it feel?" The man, sweating profusely, said, "I felt like I entered a blank world. It seemed like I was in there for a century. It was terrifying." Zhang Yi immediately understood. The passage of time in this alternate space is much slower than in the outside world. The longer one stays in it, the greater the chance of a mental breakdown. Therefore, living beings can't stay in the alternate space for too long. Otherwise, they'll either die or be severely impaired. Since he couldn't actively absorb living beings into the space, Zhang Yi wondered what would happen if he tried to disassemble some tissues instead. Zhang Yi immediately grabbed the hand of the sacrifice neighbor. With a swift motion, he sliced off 2 of the man's fingers, eliciting screams like that of a pig being slaughtered. Zhang Yi didn't care about the man's well-being. He was more intrigued by the discovery that while living beings couldn't stay in the alternate space for long, severed fingers could. What could be the principle behind this? He tossed some gauze to the man. "Hurry up and bandage yourself. Once you're done, we'll continue the experiment. This time, you'll throw something at me." After several more experiments using the man as a test subject, Zhang Yi had a better grasp of the functionalities of his alternate space. Until now, he had merely used it as a storage facility, which was a waste. His power could open a channel between this world and the alternate space to deflect incoming attacks and then redirect them back at his enemies. The man was now voraciously enjoying the food Zhang Yi had rewarded him with. As he gorged himself, he excitedly thanked Zhang Yi. This was the first full meal he had since the apocalypse. Zhang Yi smiled at him and said, "Eat slowly, brother." The man's spirits lifted at this. "Brother Zhang, if you need anything, just say the word, as long as you feed me." Before he could finish his sentence, Zhang Yi made a quick move. The man collapsed on the ground with a thud, blood pooling around around him. Zhang Yi smiled and said, I don't need anything else from you. You should be on your way now. Zhang Yi said. The man on the ground closed his eyes with a smile. He was finally free, no longer having to endure hunger and suffering in this post-apocalyptic world. Without looking back, Zhang Yi walked away. Time was running out for his appointment with Su Hao, and in the next few days, he needed to find some people for combat simulations. 3 days later, Su Hao was kneeling in front of Zhang Yi, begging him to join the attack on Wang Siming's sanctuary. Ever since Zhang Yi had forcibly injected him with poison, he felt his body deteriorating day by day. If they didn't act soon, he feared he would die before they could seize Wang Siming's stronghold. Zhang Yi looked at Su Hao coldly, finding the situation amusing. He hadn't expected that a lie he casually made up would have such a devastating effect on Su Hao. The power of psychological suggestion had certainly tormented him. Shrugging, Zhang Yi said, I can inject you with an antidote to temporarily relieve your symptoms. If there's no cure in 5 days, you will die regardless. I can't wait another minute, Su Hao said urgently, rolling up his sleeves. If I don't get the shot, I feel like I'll die tomorrow. As Zhang Yi administered the injection, he also continued his psychological manipulation. We can only succeed. Failure will not bode well for either of us. Filled with newfound confidence, Su Hao said, Brother Zhang, rest assured, I'm willing to go through fire and water for you. Su Hao took out his phone. I'll call Wang Siming right now to arrange a meeting time. Everything will go according to your plan, Brother Zhang. Zhang Yi smirked slightly, thinking to himself, you better not pull any tricks. After seeing off Su Hao, Zhang Yi started packing his bags. Shokir, standing nearby, watched in a daze. The issues in their community had already been mostly resolved, and she couldn't understand why they needed to go out again, especially with so much luggage. It seemed like they were going on a long trip. Zhang Yi had left enough food for her and Uncle Yu to last half a month, but didn't share details of his plan. Shokir didn't dare to ask more questions. Just as Zhang Yi was about to leave, Shokir grew anxious. Was he planning to abandon her? She hugged him tightly, refusing to let go. Chuckling, Zhang Yi pinched her chin. Looks like the silly girl is overthinking things. If it weren't for more pressing matters, he would have stayed and spent more time with Shokir. Suppressing his emotions, he kissed her and told her to behave while he was away. Their lives would undergo significant changes once he accomplished his current mission. With that, he walked out the door. Su Hao had been waiting for some time. Zhang Yi hopped onto his snowmobile and pulled out a rope. Su Hao was puzzled. Brother Zhang, you still don't trust me? My loyalty to you is as clear as daylight. Zhang Yi smiled. Don't misunderstand. I'm tying you up for Wang Siming to see. If he sees us getting along too well, he'd never believe that you've tricked me into this. Su Hao could only helplessly stretch out his hands as Zhang Yi tied him up. They rode away on the snowmobile, the northern wind painfully whipping Su Hao's face. He wanted to ask Zhang Yi for a helmet, but Zhang Yi chuckled. No helmet for you. Just endure it for a bit. Besides, the more miserable you look, the more believable it will be. Sniffling heavily, Su Hao followed Zhang Yi to Yankai Mountain Villa. Zhang Yi looked at the luxurious villas inside, facing the river and backed by the mountains. These buildings are a cut above other high-end villas. The terrain makes this place a natural snow haven. The snow accumulation here is much less than other places. When the apocalypse came, I thought the wealth gap would shrink. How naive I was. Money really is great. Su Hao hurriedly chimed in from behind. Brother Zhang, money is like waste paper now. Their current lives can't compare to yours. Zhang Yi smiled. Nice flattery. Come on, lead the way. The two then headed towards the villa complex. Su Hao was a bit puzzled as he followed, wondering why they didn't ride the snowmobile all the way in. Zhang Yi ignored his question and simply said, we're walking, that's it. Stop talking. Zhang Yi has finally entered the billion-dollar safe house, but the impending danger is closing in on him step by step. Zhang Yi and Su Hao arrive at the Lark Manor riding snowmobiles, attracting the attention of neighbors in the community. At this time, a well-dressed, curvy beauty is staring intently at the two through her window. Her food supply ran out 3 days ago, and the carbon crystals she has for heat can only last a few more hours. To survive, she must find a way to make the two men outside listen to her and get food for her. At this moment, Zhang Yi and Su Hao have arrived in front of Wang Siming's residence. Zhang Yi raises his weapon and points it at Su Hao's head, threatening him to quickly open the door. Su Hao rushes to the security camera without hesitation, yelling, Brother Wang, open the door, it's me. Wang Siming is currently sipping 1982 Lafite and watching the security monitor, thinking, weren't we supposed to meet tomorrow? Why are they here today? He scans the area, but doesn't see the snowmobile they talked about, suspecting that he might be getting tricked. Wang Siming hesitates whether to open the door. By this time, Zhang Yi is getting impatient, threatening Su Hao with the gun. Damn it, if you dare trick me, believe it or not, I'll shoot you right now. Su Hao sweats profusely, pleading while saying, Brother Zhang, don't shoot. Even if I had the guts, I wouldn't dare trick you. Then Su Hao speaks into the camera to Wang Siming. We've worked hard for so long, we can't fail now. If we miss this village, there won't be another store. Convinced they won't double-cross him, Wang Siming decides that if they do, he will activate a mechanism to incinerate them, leaving not even ashes behind. He presses the button to open the villa's main door. Zhang Yi and Su Hao walk into the spacious villa, marveling at everything, exclaiming, exclaiming, "Damn, rich people really are different. They even have more ways to have fun." Suhao points to a passage ahead and says, "Brother Zhang, let's go in. There's another door inside, and once it's open, we can enter the shelter." Zhang Yi lets Suhao lead the way, following him closely. Wang Ximing, watching through the surveillance, sees that Zhang Yi has entered the range of his trap and doesn't hesitate to activate it. Immediately, exhaust ports above the corridor open. Zhang Yi and Suhao are shocked. Wang Ximing is trying to catch them all in one net. A suffocating gas bursts out from the ventilation pipes. Suhao quickly covers his nose and mouth, but Zhang Yi remains calm as he already has a countermeasure in mind. Wang Ximing activates the tear gas mechanism, and instantly a cloud of smoke engulfs Zhang Yi and Suhao. The two are going all out in their act to deceive Wang Ximing. Zhang Yi shouts, "Suhao, you mongrel, open the door for me now." Suhao retorts, "Stop struggling, Zhang Yi. You're a fool. Even if you kill me, you won't survive." Then two gunshots ring out in the smoke. Wang Ximing excitedly watches the two figures in the smoke, thinking, "These two idiots who came to my door, do they actually think they can beat me? Let's see how I take care of them." Seizing the opportunity, Zhang Yi drew the smoke into his own alternate space. The voices of the two gradually fade in the smoke, and the passage door slowly opens. Zhang Yi calmly puts away his gas mask, thinking that as soon as Wang Ximing walks in, he'll immediately shoot him. Footsteps approach, and Zhang Yi can hardly contain his excitement. Damn it, it's not Wang Ximing. Who the hell is this? Suhao, you idiot. Why are there other people in the shelter? Ignoring that for now, he continues to play dead until the person comes closer and lifts both of them onto his shoulders, heading toward the passage door. Only then does Zhang Yi realize that this person is Lin Gang from the entertainment industry, who is said to have a good relationship with Wang Ximing. Lin Gang dumps the two in front of Wang Ximing, who looks at the unconscious pair. Lin Gang ties their arms behind their backs, saying, "This guy is as stupid as a pig. He's no effort at all, and he even dared to target your shelter." Wang Ximing responds nonchalantly, "Well, isn't this to be expected? If I can't even handle some pauper, then my billion-dollar shelter is a waste." The two begin to discuss how to get Zhang Yi's snowmobile, as they haven't stepped out of the shelter for more than half a month and Wang Ximing is starting to feel cooped up. At this point, Zhang Yi, lying on the ground, activates a different space and secretly releases hypnotic gas. As the two are talking excitedly, they start to sway. Wang Ximing looks at Lin Gang and says, "If you're excited about going out, there's no need to stagger around like that." Lin Gang, in a daze, replies, "Brother Wang, I'm not swaying. Why have you multiplied into 6 people?" Then both of them collapse onto the ground. By this time, Zhang Yi has successfully untied the ropes. Looking at the two men on the ground, he thinks, "Taking you two down was effortless." He picks up Wang Ximing's expensively crafted pure gold handgun and says to himself, "The toys rich people play with are really different, but it's all show and no go." Having dealt with Wang Ximing and the others, Zhang Yi begins to explore the rooms, thinking, "Let's see what the wealthy play with." As soon as he enters a room, he's flabbergasted and thinks, "Oh my god, this level of luxury is unimaginable." He continues to walk in and finds another door leading to a room filled with green plants. "It's like a whole ecological chain here," he muses, a smug smile on his face. "From today on, this place is mine." Zhang Yi starts to inspect the rooms one by one. Each room has a different label: game room, pet room, entertainment room, you name it. He walks into a waterbed room filled with voluptuous women lying around, but unfortunately, they are all dead. "Seems like things are not as peaceful here as I imagined," he thinks. He then proceeds to the basement, where a room designated for cats and dogs is set up. Wang Ximing even cares for pets in this apocalyptic world. He opens the door and is stunned. "I've underestimated this. It turns out these cats and dogs are actually Playboy bunnies and cat women. They are lying around, covered in unidentified fluids, and needles scattered all over the floor." One of the bunnies crawls toward him as if he's her savior, begging, "Master, we were wrong. Give me a little more. I'll do whatever you want. I'm your bunny." Zhang Yi kicks her away, thinking, "This Wang Ximing really knows how to play, but Zhang Yi, don't need this." He then shoots them all dead. Next, Zhang Yi moves to the control room, thinking that it might be the core of the entire shelter. Unfortunately, he's not a computer engineer. He sees that the basement also has sports facilities and thinks they could be used to test his abilities in the future. As he continues to patrol, he reaches a room where the system prompts, "Identity verification failed. Cannot pass through this area. Guess I'll need Master Wang's help after all," he thinks, before splashing water on the two men to wake them up. "Wake up, sweetheart," Zhang Yi says mockingly. At this point, Wang Ximing looks at Zhang Yi in disbelief. "How did you do this?" Zhang Yi smiles slightly. "The rich rely on technology. We poor folks rely on mutations. How else would we survive in the apocalypse?" He points his weapon at Wang Ximing. "All right, my lord, now is not the time for chit-chat. Let's get down to business." Zhang Yi leans down. "For example, how to let me live comfortably in this villa. That's the only way you'll save your life." Wang Ximing, visibly tense, says to Zhang Yi, "I'll give you whatever you want. Just let me go." Zhang Yi replies casually, "Don't worry, I don't have a habit of killing. I just want to find a stable place to live. Your place is so big, one more person won't make a difference." Wang Ximing looks at him skeptically. "You just want to move in? You don't want to kill me and take over?" Zhang Yi chuckles. smiles. Killing you is pointless. Besides, I'm not a murderer, and this snow disaster won't last forever. Once things go back to normal, I'd like to be in your good graces. Upon hearing this, Wang Ximing perks up. So this bumpkin wants to be friends with me. In their eyes, society will get back to normal sooner or later. If I give these country bumpkins a little help, then rising to the top is only a matter of time. These bumpkins sure know how to plan, but I'm no pushover either. If you want to be friends, hurry up and untie me. My hands are numb. Zhang Yi smiles. Untying you is simple, but you have to hand over control of this shelter's systems to me. Wang Ximing hesitates. If I give you control, can you promise not to kill us? Zhang Yi reassures him again. Don't worry, bro. I promise you'll live the high life cooperating with me. With no other options, Wang Ximing gives up complete control of the shelter's operating systems. Zhang Yi grandly sweeps his hand over the control panel. From now on, I'm the master here. Wang Ximing, who is beside him, says, yes, you're the master now. Please untie me. My whole body is numb. Zhang Yi ominously stands up. Just hold on a second, my lord. I'll relieve you shortly. He takes out a knife from behind him and slashes it across Wang Ximing's neck in a flash. Blood spurts out, and Wang Ximing looks at Zhang Yi in disbelief. You promised not to kill me. You broke your word. Zhang Yi looks at him mockingly. Relax. You might feel a bit dizzy at first, but the pain will be over soon. Wang Ximing falls to the ground and stops breathing. Zhang Yi looks at him. Sorry, I forgot to mention, I don't keep useless people around. While cleaning the blood off the floor, Zhang Yi ponders how to deal with Su Hao. Killing Wang Ximing resolved one issue, but he's still undecided about Su Hao. After all, he did help him seize Wang Ximing's residence. At this point, Su Hao groggily wakes up and sees Zhang Yi cleaning the bloodstains. He gets excited. Bro Zhang, we did it, didn't we? He gets up and sees Wang Ximing's body on the floor, stepping on it while laughing. I never thought this day would come for you, you damn dog. Not killing you myself was too merciful. Zhang Yi points to a backpack on the sofa. Inside is your reward. Upon hearing there's a reward, Su Hao eagerly opens the bag, which is full of food. His eyes light up as he begins to feast. Bro Zhang, you're really like my own brother. From now on, I'll follow you wherever you go. Your word is law. Zhang Yi sighs. This is all that's left in Wang Ximing's shelter, and there's not much energy left to keep it running either. Su Hao immediately gets anxious. What are you saying? This is all that's left in the shelter? Are you joking? I've been with you through thick and thin to get rid of Wang Ximing, and you want to fob me off with this? You want to monopolize everything and kick me out? No way. I was the one who provided you with the intel on the shelter. Zhang Yi chuckles. I have no reason to lie to you. Wang Ximing squandered all the resources. Su Hao insists. I don't know if you're lying or not, but you had everyone in the community spinning in circles. If you're planning to kill the donkey after it has done its job, I'll expose your superpowers. Someone will come for you. Zhang Yi's face turns cold. Seems like I've been too lenient with you. He raises his hand and shoots Su Hao. I gave you a chance, and you squandered it. What use are you to me now? Su Hao falls to the ground, still not understanding why this is happening as he dies. Zhang Yi looks at the dead Su Hao. Be a good person in your next life. If you don't have the power, don't make empty threats. He picks up his backpack. I intended to let you live a little longer, but you seem keen on forgetting everything. I can only send you on your way. Sitting in the entertainment area, Zhang Yi fantasizes. It would be great to survive here until the apocalypse is over. It would be even more interesting if I had brought Zhou Qir along. As for Uncle Yu, I have other plans for him. Zhang Yi opens a bottle of red wine and turns on the TV. To his surprise, an image of a foreign woman appears, and he switches through dozens of international channels. Given the storm, how did Wang Ximing manage this? After some thought, he understands and finds a hidden door connected to some cables. Inside, he finds an independent server. His eyes light up instantly. Judging by the strength of the signal, the system's transmission speed is global. With this high-end network infrastructure, I can now get accurate information from the outside world. He then sits down to browse through the information. In just 1 month, only a quarter of the 8.5 billion people in the world are left. Zhang Yi feels extremely grateful for having prepared supplies in advance. At this rate, it would be good if 5% of the population survives in the future. However, he suddenly sees numerous reports on mutated humans. Many countries have reported individuals with mutations, both good and bad. Some can conjure flames and summon bears, while others turn into green giants. Yet, only a few have obtained special abilities. Most have been physically deformed by gamma radiation. After reading all the information, Zhang Yi is convinced that there are others like him hiding their true strength. This means the outside world is incredibly dangerous. He becomes even more committed to staying in the shelter and plans to first go back to the safe house to get Zhou Qir. Zhang Yi steps out and starts his snowmobile. Just then, an enchanting voice rings out. Could you please wait a moment? Instantly drawing his gun, Zhang Yi aims at the newcomer. To his surprise, it's the red-hot actress Yang Mi, who has been setting the entertainment world on fire. She is a dream woman for many men and now stands in front of him, pleading to take her away. Looking at Yang Mi, Zhang Yi thinks the snowstorm has made life hard for everyone. If you want me to take you, you need to give me a good reason, he says. Yang Mi, looking soft and tender, replies, take me with you. Give me something to eat, and I'll agree to any condition. She then puckers her lips and kisses Zhang Yi on the face. His face turns red, and his heart is won over by Zhang Yi. Having one more woman to warm the bed in this apocalypse doesn't seem like a bad idea, he thinks, taking her to his new residence. Zhang Yi notices how skilled Zhang Yi is as he enters Wang Ximing's place. She pretends to be surprised and asks, "Isn't this Wang Ximing's residence? What's your relationship with him?" Zhang Yi doesn't answer her question, but cautiously asks, "Do you know Wang Ximing well?" He thinks, if she has any ties with Wang Ximing, he will kill her on the spot to avoid future trouble. Zhang Yi changes her tone. "I don't really know Wang Ximing well. You know how it is in our circle. We meet at events and just nod and greet each other." Zhang Yi pours tea, thinking, smart move. "I'll let you off the hook for now." He hands the tea to Zhang Yi. "In any case, this place is mine now. Don't ask questions you shouldn't be asking." Zhang Yi gulps down the tea, savoring its warmth. "This is the first cup of hot water I've had in days." She then coyly asks Zhang Yi if she can use the bathroom for a hot shower. Zhang Yi naturally doesn't refuse. Zhang Yi undresses and leaves her clothes in the living room, enjoying the long-missed hot shower. Her body instantly relaxes, and she begins to think of ways to make Zhang Yi serve under her. She figures that with her beauty, it won't be hard to win him over, and compared to some greasy, middle-aged men she knows, Zhang Yi is quite the catch. She thinks her good luck hasn't run out yet. Even if she has to be with Zhang Yi for a few months, she's willing. After her shower, Zhang Yi walks out barefoot. She's made up her mind. She'll do whatever it takes to stay. She's very clear about what's going to happen next and mentally prepares herself, telling herself it's just a transaction. Once the snowstorm is over and everything returns to normal, she'll still be a top-tier celebrity, and nobody will know about this. She wraps herself in a towel and walks seductively up to Zhang Yi, coquettishly asking if she can stay. She promises to serve Zhang Yi well if he lets her stay. Seeing that Zhang Yi remains unmoved, she takes his hand and pleads, "Don't worry, I won't cause you any trouble. Once the snowstorm is over, I'll leave quietly." Zhang Yi shakes off her hand, realizing that she sees his place as a stepping stone and plans to leave once the snowstorm ends. He takes a sip of red wine and says sarcastically, leaving aside whether the snowstorm will even end, "Even if the ice age passes, do you think the world will go back to the way it was?" Zhang Yi suddenly becomes anxious, asserting, "Of course things can go back to how they were." As she says this, it's as if she's reassuring herself. If the world can't return to its former state, wouldn't all her previous achievements be in vain? Zhang Yi isn't interested in arguing with her. "If you think things can go back to normal, then they will. But for now, if you're staying in my house, you'll follow my rules." Zhang Yi pulls Zhang Yi close. She whispers, "I understand." Zhang Yi doesn't stand on ceremony anymore. Since she came to him, he has no reason to refuse. After the matter is done, Zhang Yi takes out a piece of clothing from a different dimension and throws it to Zhang Yi. She stares at him, dumbfounded. "What kind of superpower is this? You can summon objects out of thin air?" Zhang Yi is about to turn away when Zhang Yi grabs his arm. "Don't go, big brother E." He looks at her amused. "What, not satisfied yet? I have some things to do. I'll deal with you later tonight." Zhang Yi blushes and shouts, "You misunderstand. I have something important to discuss with you." Zhang Yi feels a bit hungry at this point. "Fine, let's go to the dining area and talk while we eat." Zhang Yi obediently sits at the dining table. Zhang Yi instantly summons some food from another dimension and places it on the table. "Since we're going to be living together, let's set some ground rules," he says calmly. "My home is quite large. Adding one more woman won't make a difference. I have only one requirement. Obey me. You're smart. You should know what I mean." Zhang Yi certainly understands what Zhang Yi is getting at. He's clearly setting up some unspoken rules, but she didn't become a top-tier celebrity by being naive. She straightens her back and says slowly, "I can agree to your terms, but I also have some principles that I hope you'll respect." Zhang Yi spreads his hands, amused. "All right, let's hear it." Zhang Yi seriously says, "Whatever happens between us stays confined to this snowstorm period. If we part ways, you can't disclose what we've done. As a public figure, my reputation would be ruined if people found out." Zhang Yi, casually eating, understands her concerns and agrees readily to her terms. Summoning courage, Zhang Yi states her second condition: "You can't force me to do things I'm uncomfortable with, or make outrageous demands unless I agree." She blushes and awkwardly shifts her feet after saying this. Zhang Yi appears puzzled. "You were the one who approached me, and now you're acting as if you're the victim here." He's not naive either and pulls her close. "Don't act all innocent here, especially when you're an actress. Ever heard of quid pro quo? How did you become a top-tier celebrity with such poor acting skills?" Zhang Yi falls silent, unable to respond to Zhang Yi's rebuke. He picks her up and places her on the dining table, whispering in her ear, "Don't worry, I don't have any weird fetishes, but thanks for the reminder." Zhang Yi has seen far more bizarre behavior in her industry. In comparison, Zhang Yi has been quite reasonable. They then spend the night discussing a script in great detail. Early the next morning, Zhang Yi prepares to head out. He suddenly remembers that his friend Uncle Yu is still single and asks Zhang Yi, "Most of the people living here are rich women and celebrities, right?" She nods. "Yes, you have to be wealthy or high status to live here." Zhang Yi smiles. "I have a friend who's a good person but got cheated by a scheming woman recently. He could use some female companionship to heal his wounded heart. Could you maybe help find someone suitable in your circle?" Upon hearing this, Zhang Yi looks taken aback. "What are you treating me as?" She quickly thinks, realizing that the the only women left in the wealthy neighborhood are slightly older. Zhang Yi recalls that Uncle Yu has a preference for mature women, so Yang Mi eagerly says, "That makes things easy." She promptly contacts the famous Shou Haimei. Zhang Yi brightens up upon hearing the name. "Damn, Uncle Yu, you owe me big time." Shou Haimei is a dream woman for many. Yang Mi promises Shou Haimei a feast if she agrees to spend time with Uncle Yu. Shou Haimei considers it. She's been hungry for days and would do anything for food. Without further ado, Zhang Yi produces food from another dimension and Shou Haimei starts eating voraciously. Zhang Yi looks at both women. "We're all smart people here. From now on, I'll take care of your food, but if anyone leaks information from here, forget food. You'll owe me your life." Saying this, he leaves to transfer useful items and people, including Zhou Kir and Uncle Yu, to his current location. Meanwhile, in another village called Su Family Town, young people are busy drilling through the ice layer underground. Sled dogs are running hard. Suddenly, with a loud noise, they break through the ice, and small fish jump out. The workers collect the fish, seeming quite proficient. A young man asks, "Uncle, do you think people in the city have frozen to death in this cold?" The uncle sighs. "Those city folks don't even know how to farm. They usually rely on us for food. They're probably starving by now, if not already dead. Luckily, we rural people have some food reserves and stamina. We can survive, although the cold is daunting." Just then, a rumbling noise is heard in the distance. The uncle becomes alert. "In this cold, you rarely see any living person. Is that the sound of a snowmobile?" At that moment, Zhang Yi zooms by on a snowmobile. He's surprised to see people in Su Family Town fishing by breaking the ice. He also notices their sleds. Zhang Yi is amazed at how quickly people have adapted to this icy apocalypse. Had he not seen it, he would have thought Eskimos had moved to Su Family Town. The villagers spot Zhang Yi's snowmobile, a Rolls-Royce equivalent in the snowy environment. Without a word, they urge their sled dogs to chase, entering berserk mode. Zhang Yi suddenly panics and quickly throttles up, speeding away. Meanwhile, on the river, 8 dogs are chasing him down, tongues lolling out. Their eyes turn red upon seeing Zhang Yi. If Zhang Yi is caught by this group of people, he's definitely in for some trouble. Suddenly, a fisherman hurls a harpoon towards Zhang Yi, who instantly gets furious. "Damn it, if that harpoon hits my arm, it would either cripple or kill me." Zhang Yi swerves sharply, and due to the inertia, Zhou Haimei is flung off. The fishermen catch up and confront Zhang Yi. "Leave the woman and the snowmobile, then you can go." Zhang Yi coldly looks at them and swiftly pulls out a handgun, aiming it at them. The fishermen suddenly get nervous. "Hey man, let's talk. No need for knives and guns." However, seeing the beautiful woman and the snowmobile, they are reluctant to let him go. "This is Su Family Town territory. To pass through, you have to pay a toll. Leave the woman or the vehicle. It's your choice." Zhang Yi sneers. "What if I don't want to choose either?" The fisherman instantly turns serious. "Even if you have a gun, it's useless. We have so many people and dogs. How many bullets do you have?" Zhang Yi's eyes grow colder. He knows he has to end this quickly. If other fishermen from the village come, escaping would be difficult. Taking a deep breath, he mutters, "You forced me into this." Zhang Yi then pulls out another weapon. "You brought this upon yourselves. Don't blame me." He raises both guns and fires. Bang, bang, bang. Several people from Su Family Town fall down. Uncle Su is shocked. This guy is serious. He then commands, and the ferocious dogs swarm towards Zhang Yi. But Zhang Yi is already prepared. He opens his hand, waiting for the perfect moment. With a thought, he activates another dimension, and all 8 frenzied dogs are sucked in. Seizing this window of opportunity, Zhang Yi picks up Shou Haimei from the ground, starts the snowmobile, and speeds off. Looking back at the villagers who are arriving one after another, Zhang Yi thinks, "That was close. I almost got bitten by those mad dogs. Good thing I was smart enough to use the other dimension as a weapon. These dogs will suffocate and die in that space soon enough. This also gives me the chance to measure the time flow difference between the other dimension and the real world." On the other side, the arriving villagers see the dead bodies on the ground and are shocked. "We've encountered a tough one." They look around and notice something else amiss. "Where are the dogs? Our 8 snow dogs are missing." They find it extremely strange because the dogs had been tamed and wouldn't stray without orders. "Not only are we down 4 lives, but 8 snow dogs have vanished as well. We're in big trouble." The leading uncle speaks. This person not only had a gun and a snowmobile, but also killed so many people from Su Family Town. He must be extraordinary. Maybe he even has superpowers like our village's Chun-Lei. Let's not act recklessly. Go back and consult with the village head. Returning to Su Family Town, the village head gathers a group and goes to Chun-Lei, who is found sleeping soundly, clutching a 2D anime doll. The village head becomes red-faced upon seeing a room full of 2D dolls and scolds Chun-Lei. "You're a grown man, culling fake dolls? Aren't you ashamed? Our village girls are far more beautiful than these dolls." Chun-Lei stretches lazily. "Grandpa, you're way off base. Are the village women even to be called young ladies? Besides, it's my hobby. Why do you care? Now, what do you want?" Sudahai interjects. "This morning, we encountered a young man while fishing. He killed 4 of us and took our snow dogs. The man was incredibly powerful. He might have superpowers like you. Our village may no longer be safe." Chun-Lei thinks, "We've just ended fights with nearby villages, and now this? When will we have some peace?" Meanwhile, Zhang Yi safely drops Shou Haimei at the the base of an apartment complex. Leading the way, Zhang Yi says, "The man you will meet is in this building. Come upstairs with me." Shohime agrees, although reluctantly. In this apocalyptic world, having someone to team up with isn't a bad choice. While talking, Zhang Yi has already entered his safe house. At this moment, Kir is as happy as a child. "Zhang Yi, you're finally back safely. Congratulations." She quickly helps Zhang Yi out of his coat. When Kir notices the woman behind Zhang Yi, she senses some kind of threat. She immediately starts fussing over Zhang Yi. "Are you tired? Are you thirsty? Would you like something to eat?" Zhang Yi temporarily ignores Kir and asks Shohime to sit down first. Kir, with a woman's intuition, feels that something is different about Zhang Yi. "I now understand. You prefer mature women, don't you?" Zhang Yi smiles faintly. "Don't overthink it. This woman is here to take care of Uncle Yu, but you're right about me preferring mature women." Kir looks stunned. Zhang Yi is more concerned about Uncle Yu's condition. Kir quickly responds, "Uncle Yu has mostly recovered. It's miraculous. Normally, it would take at least 3 months. I also gave him muscle relaxants as you instructed, but it doesn't seem to suppress his strength." Zhang Yi nods, just as I suspected. Uncle Yu has an enhancing type of mutation. How is his mental state now? After pondering for a moment, Kir says, "He seems fine. His mental state appears to be normal. No issues have been discovered." Hearing this, Zhang Yi strokes his chin. "I've read online about people experiencing dangerous physical mutations after gaining superpowers. I'm glad Uncle Yu didn't go through that." Zhang Yi then visits Uncle Yu's room and sees that he's fine, which eases his concerns. He also tells Uncle Yu about capturing Wang Siming's shelter the day before. Upon hearing this, Uncle Yu remarks, "Rich people sure know how to have fun." Zhang Yi calmly responds, "There are plenty of wealthy people both domestically and internationally, and many of them would have built shelters. In that sense, it's easier for the rich and powerful to survive in this post-apocalyptic world." Uncle Yu lowers his head. "Zhang Yi, how can I ever thank you? I wouldn't be alive now if it wasn't for you." Zhang Yi's eyes flicker slightly. "No need for formalities. By the way, Uncle Yu, have you noticed any changes in your body these past few days?" Uncle Yu lifts his shirt. "It's strange. With such severe gunshot wounds, it should take months to heal, but I've recovered in just a few days, and my strength has increased tremendously." Saying this, he lifts a sofa next to him with one hand. Zhang Yi looks at Uncle Yu with delighted astonishment. "What incredible strength." Uncle Yu looks at himself puzzled, feeling like some kind of monster. Zhang Yi reassures him cheerfully, "Don't worry too much. You've just awakened a powerful ability. It's like a tadpole successfully transforming into a frog." Uncle Yu stares at Zhang Yi, bewildered. Zhang Yi smiles. "Don't be surprised. I've also awakened some abilities." Saying this, he takes out some food from another space. Uncle Yu is completely dumbfounded. "No wonder you always seem to have endless resources." Uncle Yu became excited all of a sudden. With a strong push of his hand, he overturned the bed. He then heavily fell to the ground. Zhang Yi advises Uncle Yu to get used to his new body before making any moves. Seeing the condition Uncle Yu is in, Zhang Yi is overjoyed. "The stronger Uncle Yu becomes, the safer I'll be." Meanwhile, Kir and the superstar, Shohime, are busy in the living room. Zhang Yi gets back to the point. "Uncle Yu, I've found you a wife. Are you interested?" Uncle Yu glances at Shohime in the living room and his eyes widen in disbelief. "This is every man's dream goddess. Shohime, am I seeing things?" Shohime approaches and greets Uncle Yu with a smile. "Hello, Mr. Yu." Uncle Yu, elated, nods furiously. His dream goddess is actually speaking to him. Zhang Yi looks at both of them. "Given the current exceptional circumstances, let's skip the pleasantries. You two should pair up and live together. I'll leave this house to both of you, while Kir and I will move out." Uncle Yu becomes anxious. "Zhang Yi, this won't do. I've received too much from you already. This house is your safety. I can't take it from you." Zhang Yi reassures Uncle Yu. "Don't be formal with me, Uncle Yu. I've found a better place to stay. You can bring your wife over to visit anytime." After settling Uncle Yu, Zhang Yi and Kir head downstairs to go to their new home. "Finally, a wedding gift for you." Saying this, he takes out a snowmobile from another space. Uncle Yu is astonished. "This is your vital means of transportation. How can I take this from you? What will you do without the snowmobile?" He absolutely refuses to accept it. Zhang Yi says, "Don't be formal, Uncle Yu. I can manage without the snowmobile." Saying this, he takes out an off-road snow vehicle from another space. Everyone is left speechless. Is this what Zhang Yi means by managing? Meanwhile, in Su Family Town, there's widespread anxiety. Everyone is waiting for the village's star of hope, Chun-Lei, to make a decision. Chun-Lei thinks he's the chosen one, destined for greatness. "This must be a sign from the heavens to make me stronger." The village head expresses his concern. "That guy is too strong. We can't beat him. Chun-Lei, you are our village's hope. The whole of Su Family Town is relying on you. Please don't disappoint us." Chun-Lei gets carried away. "Don't worry, village head, Uncle 3, I've got this." At this moment, Zhang Yi and Kir are driving towards their new villa in the off-road vehicle. Kir curiously asks, "What's the new house like?" "Knowing you, I can't imagine you would just give away a secure house that you put so much effort into, and you even found a beautiful wife for Uncle Yu." Zhang Yi smiles. "Our new home is huge, many times more comfortable than where we live now. But be prepared, there is one more person in our new home now." Upon hearing this, Kir gets nervous pause. Is it another woman? Zhang Yi, have you changed your feelings for me? Zhang Yi pats her hand. Don't overthink it. I'm just worried you might be too busy, so I found someone to help share the load with you. Shokir finally relaxes, snuggling close to Zhang Yi. I knew you loved me the most. Zhang Yi smiles at Shokir. Well, what's done is done. It was consensual, so just be obedient and everything will be fine. Zhang Yi revs up the engine, driving forward through increasing snow and wind, even more intense than when the snowstorm first started. Suddenly, a whirlwind strikes the rear of the off-road vehicle. Zhang Yi quickly realizes something is wrong. This snow is too unnatural. Then a loud bang as a gust of wind hits the vehicle, causing it to veer off track. Gripping the wheel tightly, Zhang Yi floors the gas pedal. Hold on tight, he tells Shokir, extending his left hand. He opens a different space with a whoosh, sucking in the attacking snowstorm. Damn, it's a tornado. Heavenly Sea City hasn't seen a tornado in centuries. This is definitely an attack, not a natural disaster. Zhang Yi immediately calms down. His ability is ultimate defense. As long as he doesn't panic, the opponent won't be able to kill him. He begins to think, realizing that the attacker must be nearby. He skillfully turns the vehicle around and once again opens a different space, sucking in the attacking tornado. Meanwhile, Chun-Lei in the shadows realizes something is wrong. The tornado had hit the vehicle. Why did it suddenly stop? The tornado drains a lot of his energy, and he is not sure how strong the other party is. The more Chun-Lei thinks, the more he believes this guy is not easy to deal with. He might have superpowers too. Worst of all, he's already shown his trump card, but knows nothing about the other person. Two villagers by his side sense that something is off. Chun-Lei, what's going on? Why didn't your superpower work this time? Chun-Lei replies, damn, we've run into a tough one. We need to find another way. Let's retreat for now. At this moment, Zhang Yi in the vehicle is ready for action. He takes a sniper rifle with a high magnification scope out of a different space. You think you can attack me and run? Watch how I take you down. Lifting the sniper rifle, he aims and fires 2 shots. One of the villagers falls to the ground. Chun-Lei and the other villager are instantly dumbfounded. This guy has a sniper rifle, and he could hit from such a long distance. This defies all logic. Zhang Yi raises the sniper rifle again, and Chun-Lei hides behind a snow mound in fear. Zhang Yi smiles. Since you're hiding, let me return the gift you just gave me. With that, he raises his left hand and releases the absorbed tornado back out. Chun-Lei sees a tornado that looks exactly like his own superpower and is dumbstruck. Damn, this kid has the same superpower as mine. Just as he's about to be swept up by the tornado, Chun-Lei musters the last of his strength and releases his superpower again. The 2 tornadoes collide and cancel each other out. Chun-Lei takes this opportunity to escape. Zhang Yi watches the retreating figures and decides to let them go for now. I can't chase them into the villagers' territory, especially with Shokir in the car. A small mistake could be disastrous. If you want revenge, come find me. But next time, it will be on my home turf. Zhang Yi doesn't linger. He continues driving towards Lark Manor. Meanwhile, he feels that he learned a lot from this battle. The future world is likely to be dominated by people with superpowers. Shokir, concerned, asks if those who weren't killed would come back for revenge. Zhang Yi assures her, don't worry, our new refuge is very secure. Even if a superpower like a tornado were to bury it, it won't affect our lives. Elsewhere, Su Depan and others are helping the injured walk towards Su Family Town. Ever since my superpower awakened, I've been the one doing the beating. This is the first time someone's chased and attacked me. I almost lost my life. At that moment, Yang Mi, dressed in sexy lingerie, is lying on the bed. She's not used to suddenly being kept like a canary and is wondering how to pass the time when the door clicks open. Zhang Yi walks in and says, get up, I want to introduce you to a friend. Yang Mi is startled. Is he planning to pass me on to someone else? Zhang Yi laughs at her reaction. In the order of who came first, you should call her sister. Yang Mi looks surprised again. So, is she your girlfriend? She nervously asks. Zhang Yi hands her some clothes. Close enough. Yang Mi starts to think, me, an international A-list star, sharing a man with another woman? I can't lose to a village girl. She applies beautiful makeup to herself. I may lose in other ways, but not in poise. Watch how I trample you underfoot. Meanwhile, Shokir also meticulously prepares herself. A woman's charm is the best weapon. The competition has just begun. After a long time of meticulous preparation, Yang Mi finally arrives in the living room. However, the moment the 2 women lock eyes, both are shocked and dismayed. It's you. At this moment, Zhang Yi stands in the middle, puzzled. Do you 2 know each other? Shokir angrily tells Zhang Yi, this person is my cousin, but the relationship between the 2 women appears strained. Yang Mi pulls Zhang Yi aside and whispers, Zhang Yi, please, whatever you do, don't let Shokir know about us. Zhang Yi scratches his chin and smiles. Us? What about us? Yang Mi is instantly infuriated. The transaction between us. Zhang Yi finds himself in an increasingly interesting situation as he looks at a furious Shokir and a cautious Yang Mi. As it turns out, both the Zhou and Yang families are renowned for their scholarly traditions, boasting numerous talented individuals. Yang Mi chose the entertainment industry to become famous, willing to be an actress. Shokir looks at Yang Mi disdainfully. If you were truly talented, you would rise through your own works. No one in the family would have such strong reservations. Don't you know why you're famous? People in the upper circles mock our our family because everyone knows you're like a public bus. The shame it brings is nauseating just to hear, let alone see you. Zhang Yi finds Yang Mi's expression behind him somewhat amusing. He waves his hand dismissively. I don't care about your past grievances. There are no more distinguished families or top celebrities here. You are now simply neighbors in adversity. The two women reluctantly shake hands, agreeing to live and let live. Then Zhang Yi takes them to the underground garden, filled with lush vegetables and plants. He tells them, your daily tasks, besides household chores, are to take good care of these plants to secure our logistics. Both nod happily, glad to have something to do to avoid idleness and potential conflict under the same roof. Afterwards, Zhang Yi sends Zhou Qi upstairs to tidy up the bedroom, leaving a grateful Yang Mi behind. She says, thank you for keeping our secret just now. I already owe my cousin so much. If she finds out that I'm competing with her for a boyfriend, she'll be heartbroken. So could we keep our relationship a secret from her going forward? Zhang Yi has other plans in mind. With only 3 people in such a large shelter, staying hidden would be no easy feat. Zhang Yi quickly agrees to Yang Mi's request. To show her gratitude for keeping their secret, Yang Mi offers to cook for Zhang Yi. He's somewhat taken aback. A big star knows how to cook? Yang Mi heads to the kitchen. Don't assume all celebrities are useless. Actually, I find cooking relaxing when I'm bored. However, to her dismay, she finds the kitchen devoid of ingredients. It's the proverbial case of no rice to cook even for a clever woman. Yang Mi searches fruitlessly, finding nothing. Watching Yang Mi pace back and forth, Zhang Yi can't help but admire her figure. He walks up behind her and exhales lightly. Yang Mi stands up nervously and dodges back, glancing worriedly upstairs. Her face turns red as she asks, what are you doing? Didn't we agree not to act like this? What if our relationship gets discovered? Zhang Yi smiles. I can't help it. You're too captivating. He then produces a heap of ingredients from another space and places them on the table. Yang Mi's eyes widen in amazement. Oh my god, how do you have so much stuff? I can't believe my eyes. Food is so abundant even in this apocalyptic winter. It feels a bit too luxurious. Zhang Yi playfully pats Yang Mi's hips. No worries, we'll eat like this from now on. After some cooking, Yang Mi calls Zhang Yi and Zhou Qi to eat. Zhang Yi looks at the spread before him with great satisfaction, while Yang Mi and Zhou Qi each have their own thoughts. Zhou Qi tastes the base and immediately frowns in disdain. Too much salt. How can anyone eat this? Yang Mi eats her rice, her head down, feeling somewhat guilty. After all, under such circumstances, it's not easy to get the seasoning right. Zhang Yi watches all this unfold, smiling internally. He's purposely fueling a rivalry between the two women to ultimately benefit himself. He quickly picks up a dish with his chopsticks and feeds it to Zhou Qi. This one is less salty. Feeling pleased, Zhou Qi eats it and immediately starts to act lovey-dovey. Food always tastes better when Brother Yi feeds it to me. Yang Mi, sitting off to the side, watches the pair's performance with a heavy heart. That night, Zhou Qi nervously asks Zhang Yi, who's better, Yang Mi or me? She saw what happened in the kitchen earlier that day. Using his player-like acting skills, Zhang Yi reassures her, don't think too much, baby. You're the one I love the most. Upon hearing this, the innocent Zhou Qi immediately hugs Zhang Yi tightly. I knew it. Brother Yi loves Zhou Qi the most. Zhang Yi thinks to himself, you really are naive. Although he appears passionately devoted to Zhou Qi, he's never truly been in love with her. Being with her simply satisfies his basic needs as a man. Love, to him, is just a disease that makes people lose their reason. For the past few days, Zhang Yi has been leisurely practicing shooting at Lark Manor. Suddenly, his phone rings. As he's about to answer, he realizes it's not a voice call, but a regular phone dialing. Considering all electrical grids have been down since the apocalypse, and virtually everyone he knew is gone, he's curious about this unknown number. Even if you're a god, I can't be bothered, he mutters, promptly hanging up and blocking the number. Oddly enough, within 2 minutes, the same number calls again. This time, Zhang Yi is unnerved. What's going on? I blocked this number. How could it call again? Thinking maybe he didn't block it properly, he blocks it again. Right on cue, the phone rings once more. This time, Zhang Yi is genuinely panicked. What the hell is happening? Is this some sort of haunting? Just as he's freaking out, the call answers itself. The voice on the other end starts questioning Zhang Yi. Why aren't you answering my calls? Although Zhang Yi is panicking internally, he tells himself to stay calm. This person on the other end of the phone is no small fry compared to the riffraff he's encountered before. The voice on the other end begins to recite detailed personal information about Zhang Yi, from his birth date and family address to his current residence at Lark Manor and even his previous workplace. At this point, Zhang Yi can't hold it in any longer. Who are you, and how do you know so much about me? The man on the other end, Fat Bro, chuckles. Don't worry, just give me the supplies you have, and I won't expose your information. Upon hearing this, Zhang Yi bursts into laughter. Did you take the wrong medication? You think you can blackmail me for supplies based on this information? Go ahead and expose it. I couldn't care less. Fat Bro continues. What if people find out you have the supplies that went missing from the South City warehouse? What then? Gritting his teeth, Zhang Yi starts to play dumb. So you say I have them and that makes it true? Who would believe you? Besides, I'm just a small-time supervisor. How could I possibly be connected to the theft at the South City warehouse? Fat Bro calmly replies, don't try to play games with with me. I might as well tell you, I'm Lu Fengda from Intelligent Cloud Group. Hearing this name, Zhang Yi freezes. Lu Fengda is a top dog in the domestic information field. The fact that he's caught the attention of someone like Lu Fengda makes it crystal clear that hacking his phone would be child's play for him. Suddenly, a thought strikes Zhang Yi. If this guy can hack into his phone so easily, what about the computer systems at home? Has he hacked into them as well? But then he reassures himself that the probability is low. Like him, Lu Fengda is also trapped in Lark Manor, which would limit him to basic operations like hacking a phone. If he had indeed compromised the computer systems at home, he wouldn't need to call and threaten Zhang Yi over the phone. Thinking quickly, Zhang Yi decides to play it cool with Lu Fengda. Lu Fengda then boldly states, "Since you can support 2 women, you should have no problem supporting me as well. As long as you provide me with the supplies I need to live, I will keep your secret safe. Additionally, I can help you maintain your cybersecurity to protect against other hackers." Smiling, Zhang Yi responds, "Mr. Lu, you must be joking. I did work as a warehouse supervisor for a while, but a minor supervisor like me doesn't have much authority." Lu Fengda immediately fires back, "Zhang Yi, don't try to outsmart me. I've been around long enough and seen enough to know that you must have those stolen supplies from the warehouse. I can gather a lot of information about you through your phone." Fuming internally, Zhang Yi thinks, "This damn old man, I must find a way to take him down." Realizing he can't hide the truth anymore, he admits, "I do have some supplies, but not many. As you know, my living space is limited. I've already packed and sold the excess supplies." Lu Fengda doesn't care about the amount, he just wants his needs met. If Zhang Yi doesn't agree, he threatens to leak the information and have people with special abilities target him, the consequences of which are obvious. Rubbing his forehead, Zhang Yi realizes he's up against a tough adversary this time. Regardless, he's made up his mind to deal with Lu Fengda once and for all. Verbally agreeing, he says, "I can provide you with some supplies, but you have to keep the secret." Upon hearing this, Lu Fengda happily replies, "Don't worry, I'm not foolish. Only you and I need to know about this. Right now, I need things like food, liquor, cotton socks, and underwear. Have them sent to Villa 302 in Lark Manor. And don't try any tricks. If I'm not pleased, I'll leak the information and you'll be in big trouble." After hanging up, Zhang Yi already has a plan in mind. This Lu Fengda must die. He walks into the living room where Zhou Qi is sitting on the couch. Taking a big gulp of water, he says, "Zhou Qi, I have something to discuss with you." As Zhou Qi leans in, Zhang Yi explains that their location has been discovered. He briefly fills her in on Lu Fengda's actions, mentioning how Lu Fengda knows that he has a large amount of supplies and is therefore trying to blackmail him. After hearing everything, Zhou Qi also feels that the situation is complicated. She thinks for a moment and says, "I have indeed come across such people. They may not be as cunning as one might think, but they're certainly highly intelligent. Their moral standards, however, are quite low. Otherwise, they couldn't be real businessmen." Zhang Yi is a bit at a loss for what to do. He really wants to kill this guy. However, he was worried that this bastard might have a backup plan, making him hesitant to act. The idea of being continuously blackmailed if he let him live was something Zhang Yi couldn't bear. Zhou Qi nods. "If this information leaks, it will definitely pose a threat to you. This makes things tricky." She recalls cases she has heard of where corrupt officials had internet moguls killed to eliminate evidence, only for the evidence to be released online the next day. Zhang Yi has heard similar stories. These desperados always have a contingency plan. They set up a trigger to automatically leak insider information if something happens to them. That's why their opponents hesitate to make a move. Zhou Qi, concerned, throws herself onto Zhang Yi, saying, "Oh well, if we can't think of a good solution right now, let's not think about it. Let me help you relax." But Zhang Yi is in no mood to think about anything else. As long as this issue is unresolved, he will be uneasy. The longer the issue drags on, the more disadvantageous it becomes for them. Just then, Yang Mi walks in. Zhang Yi thinks it's the perfect time for everyone to sit down and discuss a strategy. After listening to the whole story, Yang Mi frowns. "This is indeed a headache. This is what we call creating rumors is easy, but debunking them is hard. We in the entertainment industry utterly despise such behavior." Suddenly, Zhang Yi becomes excited. "You just mentioned rumors, right?" Yang Mi looks puzzled. "Yes, isn't spreading information about you similar to the unethical media spreading rumors about celebrities?" Sitting aside, Zhou Qi dismissively says, "At times like this, even if it's a rumor, people will most likely choose to believe Lu Fengda." Zhang Yi, supporting his chin with both hands, thinks quickly. "Although Lu Fengda holds information on me, it's not conclusive evidence. But if this information gets out, it will certainly cause me a lot of trouble. Since I can't stop him from releasing the information, why not muddy the waters? Let's treat this situation as if it's a rumor." Zhou Qi and Yang Mi look curiously at Zhang Yi and ask in unison, "What are you planning to do?" Zhang Yi gives a mysterious smile and turns to make preparations. He heads to the control room and calls Lu Fengda. "Is your stuff ready?" Zhang Yi asks impatiently, "What's the rush? Do you really think I have a lot of supplies? If you didn't have something on me, I'd really want to kill you." On the other end of the phone, Lu Fengda bursts into laughter. "You want to kill me? You're too green for that. If something happens to me, your secret will automatically be sent to every person's phone in Heavenly Sea City. You better weigh the consequences." At this moment, Zhang Yi's brain works at top speed, and he comes up with an idea. Fine, you win. Wait there, I'll bring the stuff over. He hangs up the phone, a faint smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. He turns on his computer and posts multiple threads on the few remaining forums in Heavenly Sea City. The mystery of the Walmart warehouse theft. Did Walmart steal from itself? Was the stock moved back to the country? Where did Walmart's billions of dollars of supplies go? According to eyewitnesses, armed forces appeared that night, highly confidential escort, police are mum on the issue, and various other sensational news. The best way to bury the truth is to bury it among lies. The end result is that nobody can tell what's real and what's not. In this way, even if Lu Fengda tells the actual truth, naturally, no one will believe him. Up to this point, Zhang Yi has employed every means he could think of. Whether it will be successful or not now depends on luck. But one thing is clear, Lu Fengda must die. Following Lu Fengda's instructions, Zhang Yi places the prepared supplies at Lu Fengda's residence. After completing these tasks, he slowly leaves the villa and takes cover behind a pine tree. He aims his sniper rifle at the backpack left at the front door. As soon as Lu Fengda comes out to take the backpack, he plans to shoot him dead. Having set everything up, he sends a text message to Lu Fengda. The stuff is at your door. Then he intently watches the entrance, silently waiting in the shadows for Lu Fengda to appear. However, time passes and there is no movement at Lu Fengda's front door. Zhang Yi senses that something is off. Did the old man not get his message? He reaches for his phone, intending to make a call, but then he hesitates. If he calls or texts again now, it would suggest that he knows Lu Fengda hasn't picked up the package. Doing so would surely make Lu Fengda suspicious that he is nearby. Zhang Yi takes a slow breath. I'll wait a little longer. This old fox wanted supplies from me despite the risks. He will come out. Zhang Yi maintains his position, never taking his eye off the bag, silently waiting for the fish to take the bait. Time ticks away. About 15 minutes later, the door to Villa 302 is slowly pushed open. The barrel of a shotgun appears first, scanning the area for threats. Only then does a small old man cautiously step out. At that moment, Lu Fengda is jubilant, thinking he has finally gotten some supplies, and that his elaborate planning hasn't been in vain. Just as he's about to pick up the backpack, there's a loud gunshot. Lu Fengda's head is pierced by a bullet, creating a large hole. He crashes against the door and falls to the ground, dead. Seeing his shot hit the mark, Zhang Yi quickly rushes over to Villa 302. Upon reaching Lu Fengda, he takes aim at his forehead and fires several more rounds. You old bastard, thinking you can play me? Looks like you've grown tired of living. After that, Zhang Yi locates Lu Fengda's computer. Just as he's about to smash it with his gun, he hesitates. The old man's computer must contain a wealth of valuable information. With a sudden idea, he decides to store the computer in an alternate dimension, effectively preventing any information from being sent out. Sighing deeply, Zhang Yi thinks, well, this is the best I can do. The man's dead. The stuff is taken. If he had family, I'd send them to join him in the afterlife. All this nonsense over with. I'd rather go home and spend time with my two ladies and continue to be an internet troll, creating false narratives online. Even if information leaks out, Zhang Yi is prepared to brazenly lie and frame others. His goal is to clear his own name by any means necessary. Stretching, he leaves the control room. Shokir asks with concern, Zhang Yi, what have you been busy with? I've made you a soup with oxtail and kidney. Come have some. Once seated, both women surround him. Are you tired? Let me give you a back massage. They offer. Zhang Yi feels truly content having two women at home, and he hopes this happy life will continue indefinitely. Casually, Zhang Yi asks, did either of you receive any messages on your phones? Shokir looks puzzled. A bunch of jumbled messages. I don't know what they mean. Yang Mi also finds the messages to be somewhat confusing and perhaps intentionally misleading. Taking a sip of his fish soup, Zhang Yi says, they are meant to be misleading. I released those as smoke screens. Starting now, hundreds of similar messages will be sent out to every forum in Heavenly Sea City and to everyone's phones. Since he couldn't stop Lu Fengda from sending out the real information, his alternative is to cover up the truth with lies. Shokir looks doubtful, but wouldn't this raise more suspicion? Yang Mi also thinks that suddenly blowing up this topic would easily draw people's attention. Eating a fishball, Zhang Yi looks calm as he speaks. Drawing attention is inevitable. Whether or not I send these messages, Lu Fengda certainly would have. So, by sending out these smoke screens, I can at least muddle the waters. Most people don't have the time or interest to discern truth from fiction. They just want to spectate. Yang Mi's eyes light up. She looks at Zhang Yi and says, you're really clever. She gazes at him with admiration, thinking that her judgment was spot on. Zhang Yi is not just handsome but also intelligent. At that moment, Shokir looks at her phone and questions, but these messages were sent from your computer. What if someone tracks the IP address? Won't they find out it's you? She's right. Zhang Yi may have used multiple accounts to send the messages, but his IP address is unique. Certain organizations could easily trace it back to him, making him the prime suspect. Without betraying any emotion, Zhang Yi continues to sip his soup. Shokir senses the shift in atmosphere and hastily apologizes, thinking she might be overly concerned. She speculates that not many people left in Heavenly Sea City would have the expertise to counter-investigate. Your approach is still very effective, she quickly adds. Picking up some food with his chopsticks, Zhang Yi says cryptically, unless this snow disaster plunges the world back into the Stone Age, covering my tracks entirely is nearly impossible. I never harbored illusions about fooling everyone completely, but by doing this, I can at least prevent most people from suspecting me directly. Encountering organizations with strong cyber capabilities is inevitable in the future, and I've been prepared for that. If it weren't for Lu Fengda's appearance, this day would have come much later. However, this shelter cost a whopping $1 billion and is reputedly nuclear strike resistant. Given that Zhang Yi had an endless supply of food, he would only truly worry if confronted by top-tier armed forces. I smiled and glanced at Yang Mi. Don't be too complacent. Even though I'm confident about the shelter's defenses, you won't be idle in the coming days. Upon hearing this, Yang Mi's face turned a shade of red. Her shy eyes seemed to suggest there are others present. It's not appropriate to do such things in front of them. I was utterly speechless, wondering what she was constantly thinking about. But Yang Mi appeared innocent, given that she had been here for quite some time and hadn't really been much of a help in other aspects. I gave her a playful smack on the head and said, "I'm talking about setting traps." Holding her head with a look of innocence, Yang Mi replied, "We don't know how to set traps." I stood up and spread my hands. While this house boasts top-notch defenses, it seems to lack countermeasures against human threats. We are seriously lacking in defensive weapons inside the shelter. So, I plan to lay a tight network of traps around the shelter. If anyone dares to target me, they'll find it a one-way trip. Upon hearing this, both women seemed instantly invigorated. Ever since Yang Mi's arrival, Zhou Qi had also gradually become more security conscious. They both eagerly nodded, competing to assure, "Whatever it takes to keep you safe, we will do it." Yang Mi added, "I might not understand traps, but I'll do my best." Nodding, I stood and took out a large pile of hardware from another dimension. Most of it consisted of items like steel nails and animal traps. I picked up a steel nail and began to instruct them on its usage, reminding them to remember the trap's layout. Zhou Qi and Yang Mi realized the looming danger and were particularly attentive during the lessons. "Just scattering nails on snow won't pierce anyone," I explained, taking out a wooden board and nailing a spike onto it. "This way, it'll puncture the foot, but steel nails are too smooth. They can be easily pulled out." I then produced a box of screws. If combined with these screw threads, they'll be much harder to remove, inflicting more damage. We need at least 1,000 of these spike traps around the villa, leaving no blind spots. I then picked up an animal trap. This is a great tool. In this weather, if someone gets caught in this, they're basically done for. I meticulously explained to them the techniques for trap placement and how to maximize the trap's damage potential. Following my instructions, the two women immediately got to work, creating a large number of spike board traps with gusto. I wasn't idle either. Standing by the window, I familiarized myself with the terrain surrounding us. There were two essential routes leading to our villa. At this moment, I remembered the two landmines I had retrieved from the weapons storage, which could be placed perfectly at those two access points. Such detonation landmines could instantly obliterate tanks and armored vehicles. If a person were to trigger them, they'd be reduced to mere fragments. I mentally noted that I would have to be careful and avoid these mines when stepping out in the future. However, these spike board traps are only effective once and can easily be figured out by an adversary. I needed a way to ensure that anyone who approaches doesn't leave unscathed. In no time, a large number of spike boards were ready. Yang Mi's hands had blisters from the effort, yet she didn't complain. She understood that her skills couldn't compare to Zhou Qi, a doctor, and wanted to prove her worth. I appreciated her efforts. We then moved outdoors, and I personally demonstrated how to set up the traps, emphasizing the importance of placement depth. With the ongoing snowfall, the traps couldn't be buried too deep or too shallow. I then proceeded to the vital pathways, dug a deep pit with a military shovel, and carefully placed a landmine inside, covering it with accumulated snow. With a little more snowfall, traces of the trap would be virtually invisible. The next step was to counter any devices or tools the enemy might use to clear out the traps. I had a brilliant idea, connecting the pins of hand grenades with steel wires and placing them beneath the snow. If anyone tripped over it, the steel wire would trigger a chain explosion. This should serve as a significant deterrent. Unless the enemy is a well-trained military unit, approaching the shelter would be a daunting task. Even if someone managed to get past the exterior traps, there's still a defense corridor of over 10 meters inside the shelter, boosting my confidence. Additionally, I had an ace up my sleeve, my spatial ability. After returning indoors, Yang Mi seemed eager and excitedly asked, "Zhang Yi, when will the enemies come?" I looked at her, dumbfounded. "I'd prefer if these traps were just for show, but from your enthusiasm, it seems like you're actually hoping for someone to attack us. But I don't think they'll come anytime soon. After all, it's been so long since the apocalypse started. If anyone can stay in their own territory and survive, that's already an achievement. Unless it's absolutely necessary, no one would attack others. After all, anyone who's managed to survive until now isn't simple." Yang Mi rested her chin in her hand, seeming conflicted. She wasn't sure if she hoped for someone to fall into her traps or if she wanted the safety of their current environment to continue. you? Lost in thought, she was suddenly jolted out of her reverie by a shrill noise. Turning, she saw Zhang Yi using a welder to install bolts on a door in the corridor. Curious, she approached him. What are you doing? Aren't these thick metal doors secure enough? The recent incident with Lu Fengda had made Zhang Yi more cautious. As he worked, he explained, all the facilities in this villa are controlled by computers. If someone hacks our system, they can easily open these doors. So, to be completely safe, I'm adding these bolts. Finishing his work, Zhang Yi stated seriously, even if someone breaches the corridor, they won't get through these doors quickly. It's always better to be safe than sorry. Yang Mi looked at the meticulous Zhang Yi with admiration. Even if his methods seemed a bit over the top, she believed that he would undoubtedly outlive most. Zhang Yi, now reassured by their fortified setup, had only one lingering concern: cybersecurity. He muttered, if only we had a cyber expert with us, we'd be entirely secure. Upon hearing this, a sorrowful expression crossed Yang Mi's face. Yang Xinxin was pretty skilled in that area. It's a shame. Before Yang Mi could finish, Zhou Kira interrupted. You know Yang Xinxin? Is she still alive? Yang Xinxin had always been frail, her legs paralyzed due to childhood polio. However, her mind was brilliant, especially when it came to computers. By 16, she had swept international computer awards and was considered a top hacker. As Zhang Yi listened to Zhou Kira's account, he couldn't help but feel wistful. If they could find Yang Xinxin, everything would fall into place. Yang Mi shook her head. I lost contact with Yang Xinxin a long time ago, especially after the snow disaster. I fear the worst. Teasingly, Zhang Yi remarked, maybe she just didn't want to deal with you. After all, apart from being pretty, you don't offer much. In the eyes of geniuses like her, who would seek your help in a crisis? Yang Mi, bewildered, playfully punched Zhang Yi in the chest, exclaiming, Zhang Yi, you're terrible. Zhang Yi felt a tinge of regret. If this Yang Xinxin were still alive and could join their group, or more precisely, his harem group, it would be an excellent choice. Given the good looks of the two sisters, the younger sibling would likely be just as beautiful. Now, all that was left to do was wait. The mysterious West Mountain base has finally surfaced. They found out that I possess a massive amount of materials. Consequently, I've been targeted by this powerful underground force. After dealing with Lu Fengda, he predictably set up a program in advance. He sent a text message to everyone in Heavenly Sea City. My smoke bomb successfully drowned out this message. Not even a ripple was stirred. Moreover, the content of Lu Fengda's text message merely revealed my identity and address, as well as the possibility of possessing stolen goods from the Walmart warehouse, and in huge quantities. Huge quantities doesn't mean all of it. Such ambiguous expression lacks a clear quantitative standard. After all, how could he know about spatial abilities? And I've sent hundreds of fabricated messages. It's very hard for ordinary people to discern which is true. If someone does manage to find me, they won't be just any ragtag group, or they might have top computer experts. I continue practicing with my bow and arrow. After nearly half a month of relentless training, I seem to have expanded my spatial ability, developing some unique powers. This ability can attach to weapons and projectiles, enhancing their power and accuracy. With the aid of this ability, I can hit a target 400 meters away with a single arrow. Then, I had an idea. What if I apply this ability to close combat weapons, or even to my body? The results were surprisingly good. With the ability enveloping my body, the air resistance I faced greatly reduced. My speed increased manifold. With greater speed, my dodging ability also improved, making escapes much quicker. I've grown to like the abilities I possess. Though they seem simple, they have infinite developmental potential. I can even feel that I've only scratched the surface of an iceberg. I can't imagine how powerful it would be if fully developed. Suddenly, my stomach growled. I quickly took out 2 chocolate bars and stuffed them into my mouth. It seems this ability does consume a lot. After all, power comes from cells. To maintain strength, I must replenish with food. That means, the strength of a mutant depends on the amount of food they have. No matter how powerful the opponent's abilities, without food, they can't use them. Thinking of the inexhaustible supplies in my own space, in that case, am I not invincible? At least, I can wear them down with unlimited supplies. Meanwhile, in an underground shelter, Chen Xinyan, the leader of the West Mountain organization, is worried about the base's energy problems. Just then, the secretary Garo enters with a stack of documents, slowly saying, the information we received earlier has been investigated. All messages come from Heron's River District, Lark Manor, mostly from Villa 101 in Lark Manor. However, one message is special. It came from the mobile phone of Lu Fengda, chairman of the Intelligent Cloud Group. His home is in Lark Manor, Villa 302. Chen Xinyan takes the report and ponders for a moment. Give me a detailed report on Zhang Yi mentioned in the report. I want to know what a mere warehouse manager can stir up. Secretary Garo meticulously reports Zhang Yi's information to Chen Xinyan. Upon learning that he's just a small warehouse manager, Chen Xinyan's expression immediately becomes uninterested. Just a petty thief. Most likely, he's been embezzling using his position. He's probably hoarded a lot of stolen goods until now. Even if this matter is somewhat related to him, the goods in his possession can't be that much. This guy definitely isn't the mastermind behind the warehouse theft case. Garo immediately started flattering. The leader is absolutely right. How could such a small fry I have such capabilities. Qinshinyan smiled slightly, showing a look of seeing through everything. This must be a foreign conspiracy. They must have received intelligence in advance, and thus withdrew the materials beforehand. Later, unable to justify themselves, they staged these self-directed dramas. Goro continued to butter up. The leader's judgment is indeed brilliant. How could these little tricks ever deceive the leader's legal eye? So, should I look into this Zhang Yi? Qinshinyan pondered for a moment. We haven't searched the Heron's River District area yet. Send a few people to take a look. Maybe we'll find clues about that batch of materials. After his last battle with me, his abilities were questioned by the villagers. Chunlei himself was deeply affected. He thought he was the chosen one in the script, possessing top-level abilities, then opening a harem and reaching the pinnacle of life. But he never imagined he would be so vulnerable. The sensitive Chunlei became increasingly decadent, rewarding himself 5 or 6 times a day and whining about the world with his phone in hand. One day, browsing his phone out of boredom, the sudden influx of fake messages he received days ago seemed unusual to him. He vaguely felt this might be related to the mysterious person who scared him that day. As an otaku, Chunlei had some tricks up his sleeve regarding computers. He quickly spotted something fishy in the messages. The IP information source caught his attention. Zhang Yi, warehouse manager, Walmart's South warehouse theft case. This was the biggest news just before the apocalypse. Chunlei always thought it was a self-directed farce, but now it seems it wasn't unfounded. Did he really empty the Walmart warehouse all by himself? Chunlei suddenly became excited. The imaginations of otaku are naturally wild, and being a mutant himself, everything became understandable. This man named Zhang Yi might have awakened a spatial domain ability, like a vacuum cleaner with infinite capacity, capable of taking in a large amount of objects. The ice and snow he controlled disappeared in front of him that day, but later the ice and snow were released again. It wasn't as simple as a rebound attack. It was like my attack was taken into another space, then released in the opposite direction. At this moment, Chunlei had a realization. He must be a spatial mutant. The stolen goods from the Walmart warehouse must be in his alternate space. No wonder he owned a luxurious snowmobile rarely seen in the South. Thinking of this, Chunlei felt a huge blow. He actually possesses spatial abilities. How enviable compared to his. My abilities are several levels inferior. Is he the real protagonist? Am I just a weak antagonist? Will I become his experience bag? Chunlei's mood took a great hit. After all, compared to such rare abilities, his ice and snow powers seemed too effeminate, and his abilities were completely countered by Zhang Yi's. It seems he really was just a small fry, destined to become Zhang Yi's experience bag. Chunlei also realized the gap between his strength and Zhang Yi's. At that moment, an idea came to him. Since he couldn't defeat Zhang Yi, he decided to join him. That way, he could still be a secondary character. Thinking this, Chunlei sprang up from his bed. I need to warn the villagers first. Don't provoke him. After all, there are too many fearless fools in the village. Chunlei jogged all the way to the village chief Su Dongsheng's house. Breathlessly, he shouted urgently, "Third Grandpa, there's trouble. I have something very important to report to you." In the past, the village chief hardly bothered with a waste like Chunlei. But now, since he awakened his ice and snow abilities, becoming the strongest fighter in the village, the chief had to give him some respect. Chunlei immediately shared all the information he had with the chief. We are no match for Zhang Yi. Lark Manor is too close to us. I suggest telling the villagers to stay away from there, and better not to fish around that area either. However, the village chief seemed indifferent to these warnings, more intrigued by one piece of news. He looked at Chunlei with wise eyes. Are you saying the notorious Walmart warehouse theft case before the apocalypse was done by that guy, and all those billions worth of goods are in his hands? Chunlei nodded repeatedly. It's very likely. He might have awakened a spatial ability and sneakily put all the goods into his alternate space. Hearing this, Su Dongsheng's eyes lit up. Muttering to himself, he said, if we could seize those goods, our Su family town would never have to worry about food again. Chunlei was shocked. We really shouldn't be eyeing his goods. But Su Dongsheng looked disdainful. You're too cowardly. Our village has thousands of people. Are we really afraid of one young boy? Chunlei was speechless for a moment. The chief continued thoughtfully, you coward, afraid of death. When I was young, fighting with neighboring villages over water and land, didn't we always end up bloodied? Now, in these do-or-die times, for our Su family town, even if it costs a few lives, so what? Chunlei was extremely frustrated. His good intentions had backfired. Meanwhile, in Lark Manor, I was tasting the newly opened 1982 La Fight with 2 sisters. If not for the dangers outside, life in this villa was like a paradise. Even Yang, who had always fantasized about leaving after the apocalypse, was gradually immersed in this bliss, unable to extricate herself. Just then, a scream from outside shattered the tranquility. I suddenly stood up, wondering if someone was attacking us. I immediately sensed something was off and headed towards the balcony on the 2nd floor. Taking out my infrared binoculars, I scanned the villa's surroundings. I saw a large group of shadows converging on the villa. Their identities were clear to me. They must be the villagers from the Su clan across the river. Considering the incident happened just 2 days ago, only such rash people would rush over without investigation. I retrieved a sniper rifle from my alternate space. Since they were so eager to court death, I was ready to oblige. They came in such numbers, clearly with ill intent. Anyone disturbing my peaceful life deserved death. However, these ordinary people were not much of a threat. The only concern was their mutant villager. If he also came, I would seize the opportunity to eliminate him as well. I searched the crowd for that mutant, letting the rest test the power of my traps. Meanwhile, the Su family town's advance team had reached the edge of the traps. Looking at the brightly lit villa not far away, it felt like a dream. After the frozen apocalypse, they had survived on stored food and fishing. How could they imagine that just across the river, in the affluent area, someone was living such a lavish life? One villager, lost in thought, walked forward. Suddenly, with a scream, intense pain shot up from his foot. The group quickly looked and found he had stepped on a board, its dense, sharp nails piercing through his foot. In such freezing temperatures, such a wound could be fatal. The team leader urgently ordered him to be carried away, alerting others to beware of traps. The village chief, commanding from the rear, heard the news and immediately issued orders. It seemed the other party had prepared in advance, but this couldn't stump Su Dongsheng. He instructed, use branches and sticks to probe ahead and advance slowly. I watched all this from afar, amused at their cleverness. The show was just getting started. Indeed, they managed to clear quite a few nail traps, and soon they were slowly closing in. Seeing the village chief cleverly counter the first wave of traps, the villagers got encouraged, gradually letting their guard down. Just at that moment, someone felt a resistance near their foot, as if they had tripped over a rope. The next second, a fireball shot into the sky. A huge explosion echoed through the heavens, instantly blowing a dozen people away. The villagers retreated in fear, but some hadn't walked far when they suddenly felt intense pain in their chests and faces. Lifting their clothes, they found they had avoided the explosion, but not the flying shrapnel. The injured villagers panicked, falling to the ground, rolling around and screaming. The team became chaotic. Suddenly, another loud bang. Someone carelessly triggered a grenade trap. The villagers were terrified, frantically scrambling back, but the snowy ground still harbored many nail traps. In the darkness, everyone was in disarray, losing their sense of direction. The scene was filled with wails and was extremely bloody. After the first attack, the villagers suffered heavy casualties. Continuous nail traps and explosions turned the scene into a horrific spectacle. Some villagers began to retreat. They had never been so embarrassed in previous battles. Only then did the villagers realize the seriousness of the situation. They had to call Chun-Lei. After all, Chun-Lei, who could manipulate ice and snow, was like a human cheat code in these icy conditions. The villagers surrounded the village chief. Chief quickly asked Chun-Lei to help. We can't afford more casualties. Su Dongsheng's expression turned grim. He thought about how Chun-Lei had warned him in the afternoon not to mess with Zhang Yi, and how he had scolded Chun-Lei for being cowardly. But now, the first wave of attack had left the villagers bewildered. Meanwhile, I was quietly observing all this with a sniper rifle in hand, wondering why the ice and snow mutant hadn't made a move yet. There were so many people, I couldn't tell which one was the mutant. The villagers were less than 200 meters from me. Killing them was as easy as flipping a hand. Even if that mutant hid and attacked from behind, as long as he was within 2,000 meters, I could still snipe him. Su Dongsheng was caught between a rock and a hard place, but asking Chun-Lei for help was out of the question. He had already boasted in front of Chun-Lei, claiming he could take down Zhang Yi without his help. Moreover, asking a grandson for help was simply unthinkable for him. Su Dongsheng steeled his heart and loudly scolded, "Do we really become useless without Chun-Lei, who hasn't set traps in the mountains when we were young? These child's play traps are only good for fooling wild boars. His house is just ahead. The monk may run, but the temple can't." Su Dongsheng, for the sake of his own pride, chose to confront directly. He then handed a pair of binoculars to a villager. "Take a good look at that villa, see what's inside." Upon seeing the scene inside the villa, the villagers couldn't believe their eyes. The brightly lit house, the dining table laden with steaming delicacies, the luxurious furniture, and two fairy-like women leisurely enjoying their dinner. The villagers were tempted, but still apprehensive. After all, the snowy ground was full of traps. It still seemed better to call Chun-Lei. With Chun-Lei's abilities, just a slight effort would reveal all the traps in the snow. Hearing this, the village chief became furious. "You useless lot. It seems our village, except for Chun-Lei, is filled with cowards. If you're scared, then go back home now. Don't embarrass yourselves here." This reverse psychology worked wonders. The villagers' blood boiled, and they declared they were not cowards. They picked up their tools and continued clearing the traps. Seeing this, Su Dongsheng nodded in satisfaction. "That's more like it. These child's play traps are nothing to be afraid of. With a bit of caution, they're harmless." After the village chief Su Dongsheng's provocation, the villagers bravely continued to clear the traps. Learning from the first round of painful lessons, they quickly grew smarter. They started throwing snow blocks ahead from a distance, indeed triggering several traps. This boosted their confidence. Just 100 meters more, and all the food and beauties inside will be ours. Su Dongsheng also showed a smug smile. "I told you these childish traps are nothing. Shotgun team, keep up. They must have noticed us. Chun-Lei said they have guns. If they dare to shoot, we'll return fire immediately." The chief's cousin, a retired soldier, volunteered volunteered eagerly. If that guy shows his face, I'll blow his head off. I watched all this through the scope, thinking they weren't too stupid. This method of clearing traps indeed hadn't crossed my mind, but the real show was yet to come. Primitive methods can only clear primitive traps. The upcoming high-tech ones should give them a real challenge. Zhang Yi, having just finished eating, panicked upon seeing this situation. There are so many people. If they break in, we're done for. Shokir, on the other hand, was calm. I wonder how many will die this time, she said, not forgetting to mock the terrified Zhang Yi. Look at you, so cowardly. With that mouse-like courage, how will you ever follow our brother Zhang in the future? The mountains of corpses and rivers of blood that Zhang Yi had created in the community to Shokir. All this was indeed a minor scene. As they entered my controllable distance, I immediately activated the villa's active noise cancellation feature. The noise outside seemed to vanish in an instant. Then, I decisively pressed the landmine activation button. A massive roar erupted in the middle of the road, and in the instant of the fiery explosion, the entire villa area was as bright as day. Though I couldn't hear the screams outside, I could clearly see the gruesome scene. Body parts and blood were scattered everywhere. Zhang Yi instantly broke out in a cold sweat. Accustomed to a life of luxury, she had never seen such a scene, and started vomiting violently against the table. Even Shokir, who had seen much, turned away, unable to bear the sight. Seeing this, I felt no ripples in my heart. After all, they brought this upon themselves. The elders commanding from the rear were stunned, their minds blank. They couldn't accept the reality before them. How could this be? A young man, mentally unhinged by the blast, ran over, grabbing the village chief's leg. Shaking, he stuttered, "Third grandpa, everyone's dead, their bodies blown to pieces. Let's run away." The village chief, shocked by the scene, collapsed to the ground. Is he a devil? We just wanted to rob his goods and wife. How could he kill hundreds of our Sioux family? So many dead. As the village chief and instigator, he knew he couldn't escape responsibility. Overwhelmed, he knelt in the snow, babbling incoherently. I watched all this from the shelter, certain the ice and snow mutant hadn't come. With no need to keep these brutes alive, I took out a compound bow. After donning my cold weather gear, I commanded the shelter's AI system, open the front window. As the command was issued, the large bulletproof glass window slowly lifted. I then placed 3 arrows on the string. After over 10 days of training, with the enhancement of my spatial ability, I had mastered shooting 3 arrows simultaneously. Standing in the darkness, I began a merciless hunt. As the arrows flew, 3 villagers were instantly pierced through the head. The already powerful modern compound bow, boosted by my ability, was even more lethal. The silent arrows reaped life after life. The panicked crowd didn't realize they were being hunted. Finally, someone noticed and shouted to the villagers, "There's a hunter." The villagers with shotguns hurriedly aimed, but in the darkness, they couldn't determine the direction. I, however, could aim precisely with my infrared tactical scope. Seeing someone with a gun, I mercilessly prioritized hunting them. The villagers couldn't understand. The shelter was nearly 200 meters away, the wind and snow so heavy. How could any bow shoot so far and with such power? Watching the villagers fall one by one, Su Dongsheng was filled with regret. Recalling Chun Lei's earlier advice, he realized how arrogant and conceited he had been. He raised his hand and fiercely slapped his own face. I truly deserve to die. I have let down the ancestors of the Su family. I am the sinner of the Su family. I watched this through the scope, thinking if that's the case, I might as well grant him his wish. I drew the crossbow, ready to take him down, when suddenly a fierce snowstorm arose, quickly forming a tornado, blocking the path between the villagers and the shelter. I put away my bow and arrow, thinking, why come only now? Has the ice and snow mutant finally decided to intervene? I immediately switched to a sniper rifle, knowing that in such a storm, arrows would be ineffective. As a mutant, Chun Lei knew the gap between the villagers and Zhang Yi better than anyone. Hearing the huge explosion, the timid Chun Lei gathered his courage and came over. He exerted all his strength to control the snow, blocking the shelter's line of sight, while shouting to the villagers, "Run, run, I can't hold this for long." In the shelter, seeing all this, I gave up shooting. With the view obstructed, blindly firing would only waste precious bullets, especially since there were only a few hundred boxes of ammunition left in the alternate space. Maintaining such a large-scale blizzard must be exhausting, and with about a kilometer to escape back across the river, I thought he couldn't hold on for long. Thinking this, I took various protective gear from the alternate space, then fully armed, I went downstairs to bid farewell to my 2 wives. "You two go take a bath. Wait for me to come back." Watching the decisive Zhang Yi felt a strong sense of security. Meanwhile, Chun Lei was still struggling to maintain the blizzard. Realizing the gunfire had stopped, he secretly rejoiced. Has he stopped chasing? Thinking his tactic worked, but then a loud roaring sound of an engine echoed. Everyone heard it, the sound of an engine. A snow SUV suddenly burst out from the snow. I engaged the auto drive and took out an assault rifle for indiscriminate firing. The villagers screamed in terror. "Chun Lei, he's coming. Use the blizzard to stop him." I looked in the direction of the voice, trying to spot the mutant among the crowd. Soon, a chubby figure caught my attention. While everyone was frantically running, only he occasionally turned back and gestured towards me. "It's you." With a loud bang, a bullet whizzed past Chun Lei's ear, barely missing death. Chun Lei, terrified, broke into a cold sweat. that. Then a makeshift sled rushed over. Chun-Li, get on. I sat in the car, pondering for 2 seconds, thinking this was the perfect opportunity to eliminate the opposing mutant. I had no reason to let him go. With this in mind, I once again revved up the engine and chased fiercely. If I killed this mutant, the other villagers would be like lambs to the slaughter. But Chun-Li still maintained the blizzard around them, especially around himself, blocking it tightly. However, he only managed to visually impair my attack. The range of the blizzard was limited, unable to protect everyone. With that, I simply turned my gun and started shooting the panicking villagers. Watching the villagers fall one by one, Chun-Li was in immense pain, but he was powerless to save everyone while protecting himself. I watched this scene with a sinister smile, wanting to see whether he valued his own life or his villagers more. In my relentless pursuit, the villagers' dog sled stood no chance against my luxury snow SUV, especially since they were dragging the bodies of their kin, intending to bury them properly, which slowed them down considerably. It was then that Chun-Li realized the problem and urgently told the villagers to discard the bodies. Reluctantly, they did so, as burying the dead properly was of great importance to them, but they had no choice in this dire situation. These bodies slightly hindered my chase, but it wasn't a big problem. The autodrive's obstacle avoidance was quite strong, only slightly affecting my aim. Still, my shots were almost always on target, and the military sniper rifle, enhanced by my abilities, was extremely powerful, capable of penetrating 2 heads with a single bullet. Watching the villagers fall, Chun-Li was in agony. Everyone looked at him with pleading and hopeful eyes, now depending solely on him. Chun-Li, think of something. In a moment of near despair, Chun-Li had a flash of inspiration. Opening his right hand, a blue light shone from his eyes and palm. Suddenly, a crack appeared in the ice right in front of my chase path. Under Chun-Li's continued effort, the crack widened, forcing me to temporarily halt my pursuit. Leaning out of the car window, I saw the crack extending for dozens of meters, effectively blocking my path. Standing on the car roof, I felt a chill thinking of the mutant's power to crack such thick ice. Fortunately, his ability didn't seem strong enough to completely break it open, or I might have ended up in the river with my car. I randomly fired a few more shots, killing a few more villagers, until the crowd disappeared from my scope. I sighed deeply, realizing that fighting him on ice in the future was not an option. An ability to control ice and snow in this ice age was unimaginable. I had to use the alternate space to right the snowmobile and return to the shelter. The traps were mostly destroyed and needed reinstalling, but it wasn't a big loss, considering the number of invaders killed. Back home, Zhang Yi was still weak from the gruesome scene, having vomited her meal. Shokir asked with concern, "Did you get rid of that mutant?" Sitting on the sofa, I replied nonchalantly, "That guy was too sneaky. I barely saw his figure. His ability is disgusting for escaping. Killing him is not easy. But mainly, I was too cautious, letting him slip away." At that moment, Zhang Yi asked with a weak voice, "Zhang Yi, aren't we being too cruel? After all, killing is a crime. Aren't you afraid of being held accountable after the apocalypse?" I touched Zhang Yi's cheek noncommittally. "What do you think?" Meanwhile, having just returned home, I also felt a bit hungry, so I asked Shokir to prepare some food, specifically asking for pig brain, duck gizzards, and large intestines. Hearing these dish names and recalling the bloody scene, Zhang Yi began to vomit uncontrollably again. I teased her, "Are you too weak? Do you want some nutritious food tonight to replenish your body?" After the chaotic return to their village, everyone was terrified. They had expected the heroes to return laden with spoils, but the reality was a disheveled retreat, with nearly half the people missing. There were cries of despair everywhere. Some were searching for their husbands, others for their sons. Both survivors and the bereaved were in profound grief. Chun-Li, not knowing what to do, stood in the snowstorm. He had warned them beforehand. Then, his cousin grabbed Chun-Li's arm, urgently shouting, "Quick, check on third grandpa. He looks like he can't hold on. He wants to see you." Hearing that Su Dongsheng, his third grandpa, was in bad shape, Chun-Li's heart skipped a beat, and he immediately ran towards his house. At Su Dongsheng's door, it was crowded with people. All the villagers looked at Chun-Li with complex eyes. Although the survivors knew Chun-Li had saved them, others did not share the sentiment. Their faces showed no gratitude, but rather blame and even disgust. A woman, wiping her tears, said bitterly, "Of all the Su family, only you are lucky, possessing extraordinary powers. But why didn't you go at the start? You caused my son's death." Some even cursed him openly. "You coward. Give me back my husband's life." Chun-Li helplessly replied in a low voice, "I didn't ask them to go. They didn't listen to my advice and insisted on going." This response only angered the villagers more, as they pointed fingers at him and accused, "You coward. If you had charged in at the beginning, using your special abilities, we wouldn't have been bombed to death." Chun-Li was furious, but he was used to being timid in the village and didn't dare to retort in front of the family elders. Then, a scholarly elder came out of the house and said, "Let's say a few words less. This isn't Chun-Li's fault. Come in. The elder is calling for you." At this moment, Su Dongsheng was lying on the bed, barely clinging to life. Seeing Chun-Li arrive, he spoke with a face full of guilt. "It's all my fault. If I had listened to your advice, so many of our Su family members wouldn't have died. I've really become senile. Now I understand that our village was able to stand firm after the snow disaster entirely because of your abilities." Su Dongsheng Dongxing had an epiphany, but it was too late. He held Chun-Lei's hand and said, "I've explained to the others in the family. This operation was entirely my responsibility. Let them blame me, this old man. I know the villagers are saying things about you, but I hope you won't hold it against them. Our Su family can't afford to fight among ourselves. We can't break the lineage of the Su family." As Su Dongxing spoke, tears streamed down his face. "So, I only ask one thing of you before I go. Protect the Su family well." Chun-Lei, tears in his eyes, nodded repeatedly. "After I'm gone, I entrust the Su family to you. That's it. I need to rest for a while. You can go out." With that, Su Dongxing passed away. Chun-Lei quickly called the people waiting outside. Seeing Su Dongxing with his eyes closed, the Su family members immediately burst into tears. Noticing no one paid attention to him, Chun-Lei quietly left the house. After receiving his third grandpa's last request, Chun-Lei walked back with a strange feeling in his heart. He knew that if Zhang Yi really came to kill them, he had no choice but to flee. He thought he was the chosen one, only to find out he was just cannon fodder. Just as he dejectedly reached his home, he saw a young woman waiting at his doorstep. Seeing Chun-Lei, the girl quickly approached him. "Are you brother Chun-Lei?" Chun-Lei's face turned red, and he stammered, "Yes, that's me. Who are you?" The girl's eyes were filled with gratitude. "I'm Su Lily. I came to thank you for saving my father. He told me that you risked your life to save him today." Chun-Lei, not knowing what to do, scratched the back of his head. "It's nothing. It's what I should do." It was then that Chun-Lei realized he was not a sinner, but a hero of the village. Su Lily said shyly, looking down, "My father is still injured and couldn't come himself, so he asked me to thank you in person. But we didn't have anything to bring as a gift, so I came empty-handed." Chun-Lei waved his hands shyly. "Don't be so formal. We are all part of the Su family. I'll definitely help if I can." After a few moments of small talk, Su Lily turned and disappeared into the snow. At that moment, Chun-Lei was still unable to calm down, his heart racing uncontrollably. He felt that he had deeply fallen in love with Su Lily, even thinking of names for their future children. This otaku, who had sworn never to fall for a three-dimensional woman, had so easily betrayed his own belief. Chun-Lei, with a determined look, clenched his fists, resolving to protect the Su family villagers and provide a stable environment for Su Lily and their future child. Back home, Chun-Lei had to think of a strategy. Two encounters with Zhang Yi had made him acutely aware of Zhang Yi's terrifying nature. However, he had promised third grandpa to protect the village, and now, with love in his life, he couldn't let that demon ruin his happiness. But he feared Zhang Yi might come in a fit of rage to annihilate the village. How should he handle this? A direct confrontation would surely result in his instant defeat. After much thought, he concluded that there was only one way to resolve this situation definitively: negotiation. Excited by this idea, although risky, he was ready to risk it all for the Su family and his beloved Su Lily. He hurriedly started searching for Zhang Yi's contact information on his computer, fantasizing that Su Lily must like him, as he had saved her father's life. According to TV drama plots, she must have a secret crush on him. The next morning, I cautiously stepped out, fixing the damaged traps, thinking the Su family was unlikely to dare another attack. Still, I prepared for a potential second wave of enemies. Ordinary people posed almost no threat to my shelter, but I had to be wary of awakened mutants. Thinking about the ice and snow mutant, I still harbored a bit of admiration for him, as his style was somewhat similar to mine, both very cautious about our lives. However, since I couldn't use him for my own purposes, I had to eliminate him beforehand. Shou Kir has been wholeheartedly devoted to me for a long time, and Yang Mi, after the Su family town battle, lost her hope for the apocalypse's end. She used to believe the snow disaster was temporary, and the world would return to its former state, where she would be a dazzling star again. However, witnessing the brutal deaths of over 100 people shook her belief. She chose to rely on me, not superficially, but genuinely wanting to be close. Just then, a phone call suddenly came in, startling me. Instantly, I thought of Lu Fengda and how my biggest secret had been exposed. Who could be contacting me now? But this time, I was much more composed as I answered the phone. Before I could speak, an excited voice came through. "Hello, Zhang Yi. This is Chun-Lei from Su Family Town. Do you have a moment? I have something to discuss with you." Hearing it was someone from Su Family Town, I instantly became alert. After yesterday's attack, I had no good feelings towards their village and was planning when to annihilate them. Chun-Lei continued, "I was wondering if we could reconcile and avoid troubling each other in the future." Hearing this, I laughed. "I never troubled you. It was always you who provoked me." "What? Now you realize you can't beat me and want to make peace? You're quite optimistic." On the other end of the phone, Chun-Lei immediately became nervous. He was already very fearful in his heart. After two encounters, he had come to view the other party as a powerful and deadly figure. He then spoke in a trembling and submissive voice. "I called you this time to apologize. All this is our village's fault. Could you please spare our simple villagers? Considering we haven't caused you any harm and have suffered heavy losses ourselves, you can set any conditions, and as long as we can meet them, we will." I found the other party's overly respectful tone strange and wondered why they sent such a weakling for negotiations. It sounded like a rookie just entering society. I then asked loudly, "First weigh yourself. Do you even have the right to represent Su Family Town?" Chun-Lei then revealed his identity. "Actually, I am the mutant who has clashed clashed with you twice. Hearing this, I immediately became serious. So it's you? Yes, it's me. Do you think I'm qualified now? I thought, if it's him, he indeed has the right to negotiate, being the only person I'm wary of. My tone instantly became more amicable. You just said that as long as I agree to reconcile, you can fulfill any of my requests, right? Chun-Lei, sensing a chance, responded with a silly smile. As long as our village can do it, we will try our best to satisfy you. After this battle, Chun-Lei was almost certain that I must be holding a large amount of supplies from the Walmart warehouse. He figured the village's offerings wouldn't interest me. I also sensed that this chubby guy was not stupid. His ice and snow abilities were a powerful weapon in this frozen apocalypse. If I could recruit him, he would be very useful. I then said seriously, I only want one thing from you, that's you. Chun-Lei. Startled, Chun-Lei yelped in fear. I'm straight. Don't be like this. I was speechless, while Zhou Qi and Yang Mi laughed nearby. Don't misunderstand. I just find your ice and snow abilities unique. If you're sincere about making peace, come to my shelter in person, I added with emphasis. Otherwise, if I'm in a bad mood one day, I might just wipe out your village. You should know that your abilities are completely ineffective against me. Destroying your village would be as easy as flipping my hand. Chun-Lei, terrified, stood up from his chair, his whole body trembling. Don't be hasty. Wiping out our village wouldn't benefit you, right? Moreover, our village and your villa area are interdependent. If there's an external enemy in the future, we can help each other. I disdainfully replied, don't talk to me about enemies. Aren't you my biggest enemy right now? If you can win, you rob me of my supplies and wife. If you can't, you come seeking peace. Your calculations are so loud, I can hear them from my house. If you want to make peace, show your sincerity. What do you mean by calling me? Are you just informing me? If you're serious about making peace, come to my shelter at 2:30 p.m. Only you, Chun-Lei, need to come. From the conversation, I got a grasp of this chubby guy's character, probably a timid, weak, and cowardly otaku, clearly not a shrewd and strong person, so I directly forced him to make a choice. Whether you come or not is up to you. If you don't, I'll find time to come over and wipe out your village. Hearing this, Chun-Lei was immediately terrified, losing all rhythm in the negotiation. The horror in his heart was magnified, and the scene of yesterday's massacre resurfaced in his mind. He blurted out tremblingly, okay, I'll go. After saying this, I hung up the phone directly, not giving Chun-Lei a chance to back out. Chun-Lei was stunned and collapsed to the ground, his legs giving way. This is it. Going there is almost certain death. My pure love, my life of cheats. Is it all going to end here? After hanging up, I also became serious, starting to plan the afternoon meeting. This guy's abilities indeed had limitless potential and could be a huge threat, but if he could become my subordinate, that would be a good choice. I decided to test him in the afternoon. After all, his abilities posed no threat to me. I would decide then whether to kill him or not. After my rest, I went to the balcony, fully armed, waiting for this chubby guy with my sniper rifle. Soon, a figure appeared in my scope, the portly figure I recognized from last night's tactical sight. My aim was already locked on his head. The moment he entered my shooting range, I could blow his brains out, but before he had walked a few steps, the chubby guy slipped and fell, making me burst into laughter. Is this the powerful ice and snow mutant, the one with limitless potential? But I couldn't let my guard down and continued to watch him. Just as he got up, he fell again. It seemed he was really scared stiff. Seeing he posed no threat, I relaxed and prepared to meet this interesting mutant downstairs. Chun-Lei then called, your house is surrounded by traps. I dare not come. No need for you to come, I said, and before the words had even faded, I appeared right in front of Chun-Lei. Upon seeing me, Chun-Lei's legs went weak. Are you Zhang Yi? He hadn't expected the fearsome killer he imagined to look like a scholarly person. Gathering his courage, Chun-Lei said, I've complied with your request and came alone. That should show enough sincerity, right? Let's not fight anymore. This was a meaningless battle to begin with. Hearing this, I laughed. You initiated the attack and now you're seeking peace, and you say it's meaningless. Do you really mean that? Chun-Lei awkwardly touched the back of his head and said with a silly smile, indeed, it's our village's fault. So, what conditions do you want for making peace? I want to know. What can you offer to earn my forgiveness? Chun-Lei sheepishly replied, except for the lives of our Su family members, you can ask for anything. I thought to myself that I lacked nothing in terms of supplies, and there was nothing in their village that I wanted, but I still needed to assert my authority. Hand over the initiator of this attack. That person must die. Otherwise, there's no deal. To my surprise, Chun-Lei became excited. The initiator of the attack was our village chief, and he's already been scared to death by you. Are you satisfied now? I was somewhat speechless. I killed over 100 people yesterday. Weren't any of them your relatives? Don't you want to avenge them? Chun-Lei then spoke with a tinge of sadness. My parents died soon after the snow disaster. My dad had a heart condition and fell ill on the first day of the snowstorm. There were no ambulances due to the heavy snow, and he died at home. My mom passed away in bed a week later. And the others, they are not my direct relatives. They generally look down on me. In their eyes, I'm just a useless person who plays games at home all day. So, I don't really have feelings for other Su family members. That's why I don't hold a grudge against you for killing hundreds of Su family people. On the contrary, I kind of admire you. The way you chased us in your car last night was really cool. Having heard this, I decided to give this chubby guy a chance. I can agree to make peace. peace, but I'm not interested in your village. Those villagers pose no threat to me. However, you, the chubby guy, are somewhat interesting. For your sake, I can spare your village." Chun-Li immediately became incredibly excited, rushing over to hug me, as being acknowledged by someone as powerful as me was a huge honor for him. I repeatedly waved my hands to stop him. "Don't get excited. I have conditions. From now on, you have to follow my orders and comply with any of my requests." Hearing this condition, Chun-Li was terrified. "What if you covet my body?" I was speechless at his reaction. Seeing Chun-Li hesitating, I pulled out my trump card, directly taking out a limited edition figurine from the alternate space. "Here, this is for you. Working for me won't leave you shortchanged." Chun-Li's eyes lit up immediately. Such a rare figurine was almost irresistible to an old otaku like him. "I have many more of these. As long as you follow me loyally, you'll have enough limited edition figurines, body pillows, games, and cartridges." Chun-Li, blissfully hugging the figurine, nodded repeatedly. Okay, whatever you want." And just like that, I successfully recruited Chun-Li as my subordinate. I also had a natural liking for this chubby guy. Being with a straightforward, heartless fat guy always gave a sense of reliability, but most importantly, I valued his ice and snow abilities. In this Ice Age apocalypse, his potential was limitless. "Since you're here, help me with something," I said. Chun-Li perked up, thinking, "So quickly a task? It feels good to be valued." I then took out a snow SUV from the alternate space. Chun-Li was stunned and, in his surprise, began to flatter earnestly. "Time does not exist. Space is king. Brother Zhang's abilities are surely invincible globally." This made me inadvertently think of something. When I was on the brink of death, I returned to a month earlier. Wasn't that time travel? Maybe I had an unexplored time travel ability related to my spatial abilities. After driving for a while, we arrived in front of a large building, originally a major gas station. The shelter consumed several times more energy than a safe house, so I needed to stock up in advance. After confirming the location, I instructed Chun-Li, "Clear all this snow." Eager to prove himself, Chun-Li used all his strength. With a loud bang, the thick snow cracked open. The snow in front of us started to shake violently, and then huge chunks of ice and snow rose into the air before being tossed to the sides. At first, Chun-Li seemed relaxed, but gradually he started to struggle. I observed Chun-Li from behind. Although he had become my capable subordinate, I still needed to understand his skills, as it's always wise to be cautious of others. Soon after, the deeply buried gas station was cleared out. Chun-Li, gasping for air, collapsed on the ground. I was secretly thrilled inside. With Chun-Li, a top-tier tool person, gathering resources in the future would be much easier. I handed him a piece of chocolate, and seeing the chocolate bar, Chun-Li's eyes lit up. He tore open the wrapper and started munching on it eagerly. Meanwhile, I quickly slid into the freshly cleared snow pit, planning to take all the stored oil into my possession. After the job was done, Chun-Li started flattering me again. "Brother Zhang, you are truly amazing." I felt a bit embarrassed hearing this because, after all, the main work was done by this chubby guy. I merely stretched out my hand to put the oil cans into the alternate space. I pulled up Chun-Li and asked, "Haven't you tried using your abilities to dig up resources before?" "Of course, I have. But in this extreme cold weather, we can't go far. Our dogs aren't purebred Siberian Huskies either, so we can only dig up some resources nearby. But for us, that's already enough. There's no need to risk our lives going further away." I looked at Chun-Li as if he were a treasure. "This is truly a top-tier tool person. With you following me, these issues are no problem. You just stick with me, and I'll make sure you live well." I then pulled out a backpack. "Here, take these supplies as a reward for today." Chun-Li, holding the heavy backpack, was overjoyed and his eyes welled up with tears. "Brother Zhang, just give the word for any task. If I hesitate even for a second, I don't deserve the Su surname." After saying this, I prepared to drive back. On the way, I casually asked Chun-Li about his process of awakening his abilities. To my surprise, as soon as I asked, Chun-Li's face turned red as if it was something unspeakable. He stammered, "After my parents passed away, I didn't feel like living either, but I didn't have the courage to commit suicide, so I just lay in bed, ready to starve myself to death." "Did you awaken your abilities when you were about to starve to death?" Chun-Li's face turned even redder. I was lying there and found the bed quite comfortable. Then I thought, since I'm ending my life anyway, why not enjoy myself one last time? A friend once told me excessive rewards harm the body, but I thought, since I'm not going to live, why care about the harm? So I unrestrainedly indulged myself. How many times? Chun-Li's face almost buried under the car seat. I've forgotten the exact number, maybe around 20-something times. In the end, I almost lost consciousness. However, after losing consciousness, my body mysteriously underwent a strange transformation. I covered my face, unable to look directly at this chubby guy. So, that's how he awakened his ice and snow abilities. Truly bizarre. I dropped Chun-Li off by the river. It's only a few hundred meters away from their village. Chun-Li, puzzled, asked me, "Brother Zhang, can you take me across the river? With this weather and my physique, walking back is quite tough. It's just a press of the gas pedal for you." Hearing this, I smiled deeply. My car tends to slip on the river surface, so I won't go over. In my mind, once across the river, it's Chun-Li's home turf. Although he seems to have surrendered to me on the surface, I still need to be extra cautious. His control of the ice last night, trapping my car on the river, made made me wary. Chun-Li found the slipping excuse far-fetched. Last night, when Zhang Yi was chasing us in his car with a sniper rifle, he looked pretty cool. But now, as my diehard fan, he thought my concerns were not unreasonable, so he didn't question it further and obediently unbuckled his seatbelt to get out of the car. Before he left, I called out to him, "Chun-Li, there's something you need to be careful about." Hearing his name called directly, Chun-Li felt a sense of closeness. I patted his shoulder and spoke earnestly. "In this apocalyptic world, danger lurks everywhere. Your Su family town is known in the city for its vegetables and food. I guess it's inevitable that you'll attract attention, so you must be extra vigilant." After thanking me, Chun-Li got out of the car and walked towards the village. My kind reminder to Chun-Li obviously had a deeper purpose. I'm not so kind-hearted to care about the lives and deaths of the Su family. However, my shelter and Su family town are interdependent, so it doesn't hurt to make them more cautious. By instilling this idea in him, any stranger appearing nearby would be treated as a potential enemy by him, adding an extra layer of natural protection to my shelter. Upon returning to the village, Chun-Li, excited, ran to report the good news to the current village chief, expecting praise from Su Dongtang. However, he was met with a harsh scolding instead. This reaction clearly doused him in cold water. Chun-Li, puzzled, said, "Sixth Grandpa, I did this to protect our village from being attacked. After all, Zhang Yi is so strong, we have no power to resist." Su Dongtang sneered, "If you hadn't played the coward yesterday, we wouldn't have suffered such heavy losses. Your third grandpa died because of you. Now you're making decisions on your own to negotiate peace. You've truly lost the face of our Su family ancestors." Chun-Li was momentarily unable to retort, feeling incredibly disheartened. "But I promised third grandpa to protect Su family town. We really can't fight against Zhang Yi. There's no choice but to seek peace." To his surprise, Su Dongtang suddenly scolded him harshly, slamming his hand on the table to interrupt Chun-Li. "Who is the clan leader? You or me? You think you're smart. From now on, all actions must be reported to me first. You can't make decisions on your own." Chun-Li was reprimanded like a cat that had done something wrong, but he had just thought of himself as a meritorious figure. In the midst of self-doubt, Su Dongtang suddenly came over, patted Chun-Li's shoulder, and said solemnly, "Sixth Grandpa knows you have no ill intentions, but you're still too young. Many things lack thorough consideration. This time, it's because of you that Su family suffered heavy losses. If I hadn't spoken up for you in front of the clan, you would have been driven out of the village by now. Staying in the village now is also to atone for your sins. So, you must obediently follow my orders from now on." Su Dongtang emphasized this last part. Chun-Li shuddered, repeatedly assuring that he understood. Su Dongtang then showed a satisfied expression. "You can go back now. Remember, never act on your own again." Watching Chun-Li walk away, Su Dongtang adjusted his glasses, thinking to himself, "Young people are so arrogant and presumptuous. They shouldn't think they can disregard their elders just because they've gained some skills." He then took out his phone and sent messages to various branches of the clan, taking all the credit for negotiating peace with Zhang Yi. The branches, who had been worried about Zhang Yi attacking, were finally relieved. They unanimously praised Su Dongtang's capability, even saying that they should have supported Sixth Grandpa as the clan leader earlier to avoid Third Grandpa's foolish mistakes. They lamented that hundreds had to die to accompany that old man in his errors, praising Sixth Grandpa for his foresight and wisdom. Su Dongtang felt greatly satisfied inside, muttering to himself, "This good-for-nothing who hides at home playing games all day thinks he can play games with me? He's too naive." Back at the shelter, to ease their worries, I briefly shared with the two sisters what had happened after I left. Yang Mi clapped her hands in approval after hearing it. "This is really great. Now we don't have to worry about them attacking anymore." Shou Kir, however, was used to such events and looked at Yang Mi with disdain. "My brother Zhang didn't annihilate them all, which is already the greatest mercy he could show them. There's nothing to be afraid of. But since you, the scaredy cat, think this way, I can understand. Otherwise, you wouldn't have nearly vomited bile yesterday." Yang Mi, frustrated, stamped her foot. "That's not true. I just didn't want to see such a bloody scene again." Shou Kir didn't bother to listen to her explanation, coming over to hug me and praising me enthusiastically. "My brother Zhang is so powerful. Those small fries couldn't possibly threaten us. But I have started to worry. Last time we went to the defense camp for weapons, we found that the people there had already evacuated in an orderly manner, taking a lot of heavy weapons with them. These well-trained organizations are the most troublesome." Yang Mi, not to be outdone, pressed herself against me with her most prominent feature. "Don't always think of the worst. At least we've solved our current problem, which is worth celebrating." Saying this, Shou Kir walked over to the bar to get some drinks. "If we're celebrating, we must have a few drinks to enjoy it properly." Yang Mi also offered to cook some of her signature dishes, thinking to herself that she was a well-known social butterfly in the entertainment industry and had developed a good tolerance for alcohol. "Today I'm going to teach you both a lesson," I said with a laugh. "Just have a bit for the sake of it. My alcohol tolerance is quite average." Hearing this, the two of them became even more excited. "No problem, we'll stop when it's enough." In less than 2 hours, the two women lay unconscious on the sofa. Watching the two drunken cats who tried to get me drunk, I couldn't help but laugh out loud. "I forgot to tell you, before I was a warehouse manager, I used to sell alcoholic beverages," Slightly tipsy, I approached them and started getting busy with Zhang Yi, who was in my arms. Zhang Yi opened her sleepy eyes, surprised to find me on top of her. How can you do this? Sister Zhokir is right beside us. I ignored her and continued with what I was doing for 2 or 3 minutes before satisfactorily falling asleep. A few days later, Chun-Lei suddenly sent me a message asking me to take him out on a mission, complaining that staying at home was too boring. He also suggested forming a 5-person superpower team, using colors to represent each member's name, which could be called the Rainbow Squad. He even thought of the names. You'll be the king of no color, and I'll be the king of blue. I was speechless, but to completely win people's hearts, I reluctantly endured the disgust to chat with this fat guy and extract some useful information. Gradually, I found it increasingly unbearable. This guy probably didn't have a girlfriend and clearly had too much energy. I burst out cursing him directly. You, this fatso, are you just bored out of your mind? But Chun-Lei didn't feel offended. Instead, he felt he had gotten even closer to his big brother, sending me an emoji. Awesome, my brother. How did you guess I'm bored all day? Everything is indeed within your expectations. You are my god. Holding my face, I was completely speechless. This kind of otaku is basically on the fringes of society, so when they encounter someone who is even slightly nice to them, they are ready to give their all. Even if I spoke harshly to him, he would only think positively about it. Over time, I really couldn't bear to scold this fat otaku anymore, so I turned on the smart reply software. As long as he sent 3 or 5 messages, it would automatically reply with a "oh" or "hm." Even with such perfunctory responses, this fat guy could be as happy as a 300-pound child. During the boring times in the shelter, I always go to the control room to oversee everything, meticulously checking for any security risks. Zhang Yi has now managed the ecological botanical garden quite well. It seems that surviving in this shelter indefinitely is not a big problem. However, there's one issue that I can't help but worry about: the cybersecurity problem. This supercomputer controls all the programs of the shelter. Without it, the entire shelter would instantly become paralyzed. It's understandable that Lu Fengda could hack into my phone, but even the otaku Chun-Lei could find my number, which shows there are significant vulnerabilities in the shelter's network security. If the network is hacked by top experts, my shelter might collapse without being attacked. Meanwhile, Zhang Yi and Zhokir seem to have started arguing. Zhang Yi, somewhat agitated, says, "Zhokir, you must help with this. You've been with Zhang Yi for a longer time, and he will definitely listen to you if you ask him." Zhokir looks helpless. I know Zhang Yi too well. He is such a cautious person. He wouldn't risk even the slightest danger, especially since we rely on him for our livelihood. If something happens to him, none of us can survive. After a moment of contemplation, Zhang Yi asserts, "Regardless, I have to try. Now, all I have is this body of mine." Zhokir looks at her disdainfully. In plain terms, you're planning to seduce him, aren't you? As Zhokir stands up in anger, she says, "Don't think I don't know what you two have been up to behind my back. And now you want me to help you? What? Should we both do it together?" To her surprise, Zhang Yi weakly nods her head. "For my sister, I don't mind." I, who have been eavesdropping at the door, suddenly enter the room and jokingly ask, "Why aren't you sleeping in the middle of the night? What are you talking about?" Zhang Yi, trying to act calm, grabs my hand. "We are just talking about family matters." I probe further. "Then tell me about it too. There's no one else here anyway. Is it because you still have living relatives you want to bring over to live together?" Zhokir shakes her head in panic. "No, that's not it. I lost contact with my family after the disaster. I came to Heavenly Sea City alone, so I've been out of touch with my family for a long time. They are most likely no longer alive." At this point, Zhang Yi stammers out, "It's me. It's my family. My sister has contacted me. She's in danger and asked me to find a way to save her." It turns out her sister contacted her yesterday, saying she was in a very dangerous situation, so she hopes I can find a way to save her. Upon hearing this, I just chuckled. What can you two ladies possibly do to save someone? Don't tell me you're planning to put this on my shoulders, expecting me to risk my life to save someone unrelated. I'm not that altruistic. Knowing that the matter was already out in the open, Zhang Yi, dropping all pretenses, clung to me, pleading she might be my only surviving relative. I can't just watch her die. Since she's Zhang Yi's sister, she's naturally also related to Zhokir. So, Zhokir also came over, looking at me with a pleading face. "She's our family. If she dies because we didn't save her, we'll feel guilty for the rest of our lives." I looked helplessly at the sisters. "You both know what the situation is like outside. My information is no longer a secret. I don't know how many people are eyeing my supplies in this super shelter." I sat up straight. "There's no discussion about this. Asking me to take such a high risk for a stranger, even if you try to seduce me, it won't work. Don't think that living with me for a while will influence my judgment." Seeing my firm refusal, the sisters panicked and began to cry, clinging to my legs. "Please, if you agree to save her, we will fulfill any of your requests unconditionally." Zhokir whispered in my ear, "Have you ever tried a threesome?" Hearing this, my eyes lit up. "Are you serious?" The sisters looked at me with hopeful eyes, waiting for my nod. I took a deep breath, about to refuse, when Zhang Yi continued, "My sister Yang Xinshin is physically disabled. It's a miracle she's survived this long. She must be desperate to seek help from me, her useless sister. She's so pitiful." I hesitated, about to speak, then held back. "Are you talking about the genius hacker Yang Xinshin you mentioned before?" I thought to myself, myself, an 18-year-old, beautiful, genius hacker. Isn't that the ideal network engineer I've been looking for? My heart surged with excitement. The biggest headache for me right now is the cybersecurity issue. Most importantly, reliability is key. She's the sister of these two women here, so there's no doubt about her loyalty. Thinking of this, I grasped the hands of the two women, looking at them affectionately. Don't worry, since she's your sister, she's like my sister too. I, Zhang Yi, am not one to fear death or stand by idly. Upon hearing my words, the two sisters were overjoyed. Shokir even had a starstruck look on her face. In her view, Zhang Yi had always been a refined egoist. He's helping me now. He must be in love with me, she thought. Yang Mi was also instantly moved to tears. I don't know how to repay your kindness. I looked at them proudly. In your eyes, am I, Zhang Yi, really so heartless? You're all wrong. I'm actually a person who appears cold on the outside, but warm on the inside. I genuinely cherish the people around me. The two women blushed, their perception of me undergoing a huge transformation. Shokir fell even deeper, while Yang Mi was instantly smitten, at a loss for words. Sensible as she was, she slowly knelt before me. After a whole night of intense discussion, I agreed to rescue their sister Yang Xinxin. Of course, the most important reason wasn't this seduction tactic. After all, my biggest problem right now is cybersecurity. If I could rescue this genius hacker and have her work for me, all the problems would be solved. I then asked the two to discuss the rescue plan with me. Tell me about your sister's situation. Yang Mi spoke seriously. Yang Xinxin is currently trapped in Azure Sky Academy. You might have heard of it. Azure Sky Academy is a top-tier aristocratic school offering integrated education from kindergarten to university. It usually only nurtures the children of the elite, but also admits a few geniuses. Graduates from there usually become pillars in both political and business circles. Hearing this, I couldn't help but wonder, how did a paraplegic girl survive under such extreme cold conditions? After all, schools are densely populated places and generally don't have much food storage. It's hard to imagine her surviving in such a brutal apocalypse. Yang Mi continued, such high-level aristocratic schools have their special food supply channels, and there's quite a bit of food stored in their warehouses. Yang Xinxin happened to hide in the cafeteria early in the snow disaster, which is why she didn't starve to death. But I still have many doubts. Why did she wait until now to contact you? In a crisis, one would seek help from anyone possible. Why did she think of contacting you, her sister, almost 2 months after the apocalypse began? As soon as I said this, Yang Mi was also stunned. I don't know why either. Let me call her right now. I was too anxious yesterday. There were many things I didn't get to ask. But after trying to call several times without success, she remembered that she had also tried to contact her before but couldn't get through, so she didn't hold much hope. At this point, Shokir mocked with a covered mouth. Maybe Yang Xinxin thought you were already dead, so she didn't take you seriously at all. I then asked Yang Mi, how far is Azure Sky Academy from us? Seeing Yang Mi's clueless expression, I took out my phone and opened the map. Nowadays, signals are poor, and satellite positioning is also problematic, so we can only check distances through the map. I found out that Azure Sky Academy is located in West Mountain District, about 23 kilometers in a straight line from the villa area. Being able to call you is already a miracle under the current long-distance communication breakdown, but it's also possible she thought you were dead, so she never thought of contacting you, her useless sister. Come with me to the control room. Nowadays, ordinary mobile phones can't transmit signals through the nebula chain, but the supercomputer in the control room might be able to. After dialing Yang Xinxin's number, a harsh electronic noise followed, indicating that the signal over there was extremely unstable, seemingly under some strong interference. However, after a few seconds, the call successfully connected, and the two sisters immediately became excited. Yang Xinxin, it's Sister Mi. Quickly tell me your situation. Your sister will find a way to rescue you. The voice on the other end was intermittent, and the noise was significant. We only heard her say she was at the school cafeteria, and it seemed she was in a very dangerous situation. I urgently asked, quick, what kind of danger are you in? Only to hear disjointed phrases coming through, run, monsters. Following that, amid the chaotic electronic noise, a chilling, terrifying sound emerged, something not human. It was like a roar from some giant monster. The call was suddenly cut off amidst the noise, leaving only a busy tone echoing anxiously. Initially, I thought it was just a simple mission to retrieve someone from a school, but the call revealed a terrifying monster noise. The sound of limbs and bones being torn apart, something I've only heard in zombie movies, was followed by an abrupt end to the call, leaving only a beeping sound echoing in the control room. It seems Azure Sky Academy has monsters. Could animals have mutated too? Seeing my hesitant expression, Yang Mi clung to me again, pleading in a soft, coaxing voice, Brother Zhang Yi, you promised us. You can't go back on your word. To this, I smiled slightly. I said I would save her, and I will. Don't worry, it seems the situation has become somewhat tricky. I must call 2 mutant allies to help. I'll have Uncle Yu, a meat shield, lead the way, Chun Lei controlling the ice and snow in the middle, while I can lurk in the back to find opportunities for surprise attacks. If things go south, I can be the first to flee. This formation is simply perfect. Thinking this, I quickly called Chun Lei. Chun Lei had been eager to get out and was already impatient to start the mission. Uncle Yu also agreed readily. I thought that the eerie noise noise might be from a mutated person or some other mutant creature. Although it sounds terrifying, considering that a paraplegic girl managed to cope with it for over a month, we, being 3 mutants, should not find it too difficult. However, I still need to be more cautious, as the opponent is an unknown mutant. Early the next morning, the sisters had already prepared a full table of delicious food. I didn't indulge myself in gluttony, as eating a mix of things can easily cause diarrhea, and I couldn't drink too much either, as it would affect my mobility. However, I still needed to replenish enough physical energy. My alternate space was also prepared with food for timely replenishment. All my weapons and equipment were fully loaded and ready. After making all the preparations, Chun-Li called me. "I'm already by the river. Hurry up and come pick me up." He knew that my house was surrounded by traps and didn't dare to come close. He still has several relatives buried in the snow in front of my house. I told him I'd be right there. After hanging up the phone, I said to the 2 women, "To ensure your safety, you'll have to stay in the basement for a while." Zhang Yi, not understanding, asked, "Why the basement when the house is so secure?" Shokir, instantly understanding, pulled Yang Mi by her clothes. "Don't ask too many questions. Just do as you're told," she said, pushing Yang Mi towards the basement. Shokir knew the man's intentions. After all, the information was provided by her and her sister, and the person being rescued was their sister. He was worried that this might be a trap they had concocted together. This is his usual way of handling things. I locked the 2 of them in rooms made of alloy, using the highest authority to lock the doors from the outside. No one but me could open the doors. Yang Mi began to understand what this meant. Although a bit uncomfortable, she was still going to save her sister, and she cheered and encouraged me. I also promised them that as long as their sister was still alive when we got there, we would definitely bring her back safely. Leaving the basement, I sighed inwardly. Actually, I didn't want to be so cautious in everything, and I certainly didn't want to be constantly wary of even those closest to me. But in order to live securely in this post-apocalyptic world, one cannot afford the slightest bit of carelessness. A kind of terrifying mutant requires the combined effort of 3 special ability users to tackle. To ensure absolute success, I had to call in 2 helpers. Chun-Li was already restless at home and arrived early at the riverside to wait. Seeing me approach, Chun-Li hurriedly waved. I am somewhat helpless regarding Chun-Li. We agreed to meet at 8, but he called at 6 to say he had arrived. I reached for the snow off-road vehicle and said, "Get in the car quickly. Have you been freezing here all this time?" After I turned on the heating, Chun-Li immediately relaxed and asked, "You mentioned yesterday about going to save someone. Is that person a relative or a friend? She must be very important to you." I thought to myself that Yang Xinshin's computer skills are indeed very important to me now, but before I could respond, Chun-Li started his non-stop chatter, seemingly wanting to recount every trivial event of his life. "Su Lily from our village must be secretly in love with me. The way she looks at me is different from others, probably because I saved her father last time. She thinks I am a man worth entrusting her life to. She must have a secret crush on me, but Su Lily is shy and doesn't dare to confess. Do you think I should make a move?" I was exasperated. If it weren't for this guy's usefulness, I would have wanted to kick him out of the car. I quickly changed the subject. "What do the people in your village think of me now?" I asked intentionally. Sure enough, Chun-Li suddenly fell silent, his face turning complex. He hesitated for a long time without a clear answer. I thought to myself that I had nearly wiped out half of the young and middle-aged population of his village. The villagers must absolutely despise me. If it weren't for the fear of my power, they would definitely seek revenge. These were words Chun-Li obviously couldn't say, and my ears were finally at peace. Soon, a snowmobile appeared ahead. I hurriedly got out of the car to greet him. "Uncle Yu, you look in great spirits. Seems like you and Joe Jaime are living quite comfortably." Uncle Yu raised his hand and said, "I also feel a huge change in my body. My physical and mental strength is even stronger than when I was 20. After some pleasantries, I introduced the 2 to each other. Surprisingly, all 3 of them turned out to be individuals with special abilities. In this early stage of the apocalypse, having even 1 awakened person was already a rarity, let alone 3. Uncle Yu couldn't help but ask, "What kind of opponent requires the combined effort of 3 of us with special abilities?" I gestured for them not to worry, explaining, "We're just going to a school to rescue a female student. I managed to contact her yesterday. She's currently at Azure Sky Academy. However, something's off there. I think I heard mutant creatures. To ensure absolute success, I called you 2 to join me." Chun-Li immediately caught onto a key point. "Mutant creatures, not mutated humans?" I looked at them seriously and said, "Who said only humans can mutate? With the diversity of species in Heavenly Sea City and the presence of various pets and seafood like fish and crabs in the market, any cellular organism has the potential to mutate." Uncle Yu expressed his doubts. "Do you know what it is? Something even you can't handle?" I reassured them, "There's no need to be overly worried. Based on the sounds I heard on the phone yesterday, this mutant is not human. Even if it's a mutated human, it would likely be in a frenzied state. Those kinds of sounds couldn't possibly be made by a normal human's vocal cords. However, with the 3 of us teaming up, no matter what kind of terrifying creature it is, it won't be able to harm us." With that, the 3 of us drove towards Azure Sky Academy. Meanwhile, at Azure Sky Academy, thick snow had already covered the entire campus, with only the rooftops of some tall buildings visible. In the gymnasium, gymnasium, a group of surviving students were exhausted from the continuous encounter with a terrifying monster. Some started to blame Yang Xinshin, who was in a wheelchair. More and more students are dying. Why are you, the cripple, still alive and well? The terrifying creature appeared unpredictably, and the teacher who had been protecting them always took special care of Yang Xinshin. Gradually, all the students started to see her as a burden, even blaming her for the deaths of their classmates. A female student, in despair, exclaimed, "Do we even have a chance to survive?" From over 100 survivors after the snow disaster, only about 40 remained. Counting the names of their departed classmates, everyone felt an unbearable chill in their hearts. At this moment, a girl with big wavy hair caught sight of Yang Xinshin in her wheelchair, and a strong sense of disgust arose within her. Why have so many died? Yet this crippled waste remains unharmed, she yelled, pointing at Yang Xinshin. Because Teacher Liang was particularly affectionate towards Yang Xinshin, always ensuring she was taken along during every escape, the others saw this as an opportunity to vent their frustrations. Yang Xinshin quickly became the target of everyone's resentment. Some even suggested throwing her out to feed the monsters. Although they realized that even if Yang Xinshin died, the monsters would not spare them, they thought that if the monsters appeared again, leaving her behind to attract them could at least give her sacrifice some meaning. The class monitor, feeling helpless, said, "Everyone, please stop. Teacher Liang cares for each of us equally and always hesitates to leave anyone behind. But still, more and more of us are dying. Even if Yang Xinshin dies, how can you be sure that you won't be the next one?" A girl with a ponytail stepped out from the crowd, a strange smile on her face. She walked up to Yang Xinshin, looking down at her. Yang Xinshin, seemingly frightened of this person, stuttered, "Zhang Mingning, what do you want to do?" Zhang Mingning leaned down with a venomous look in her eyes and said to Yang Xinshin, "You crippled waste, just go die. Stop dragging us down." Yang Xinshin was stunned by this scene, her eyes wide in bewilderment, and tears uncontrollably started to flow. Instead of stepping in to condemn Zhang Mingning, the crowd around them began clapping and cheering. At this moment, a short-haired girl quickly stood in front of Yang Xinshin. She was Yang Xinshin's best friend, Lu Karen, who had been pushing Yang Xinshin's wheelchair all this time. "Zhang Mingning, we are all classmates. Don't go too far." Zhang Mingning, however, laughed wildly and pointed accusingly at Lu Karen. "What are you? Someone who got in through connections doesn't deserve to talk to me." Lu Karen, infuriated, retorted, "At a time like this, your family's money is just worthless paper. Where do you get your sense of superiority from?" This only angered Zhang Mingning further, who snapped back, "Shut up. No matter what, you lowly people don't have the right to talk back to me." She then turned her fury back to Yang Xinshin. "You cripple. It's because of a burden like you that we lost so many classmates. You might as well end it yourself." Yang Xinshin kept her head low, silent under the vicious curses of her classmates. Lu Karen continued to argue, "Yang Xinshin is a human too. She has the right to live. The deaths of the other students have nothing to do with her." A girl with an innocent look then slowly spoke up. "Her disability does indeed make her a burden for everyone, so Zhang Mingning does have a point." The students began to argue among themselves again, some even accusing Yang Xinshin of morally blackmailing them because of her disability. "Really, a pitiful woman. We've been dragging this deadweight for so long. It's about time you found a place to die." Hearing this, Lu Karen angrily countered, "I have been the one taking care of Yang Xinshin all this time. None of you have done anything for her. What right do you have to blame her?" Zhang Mingning mockingly said, "At least Yang Xinshin is a distinguished young lady from a prominent family. You are just a student who got in through connections. If it weren't for her disability, she wouldn't even bother with someone like you. She's just using you to satisfy her twisted sense of superiority." Lu Karen retorted, "Yang Xinshin is not like what you think." Meanwhile, Yang Xinshin remained silent, her head bowed, as the incessant accusations gave her a splitting headache and tears continued to flow. At that moment, a girl with delicate features stepped forward from the crowd. "Let's all say less. At a time like this, we should be more united and help each other." Shin Miaoka, the class committee secretary from a distinguished family, said, "Although you are indeed a bit of trouble, we will not abandon you. I hope you won't hold a grudge against everyone. Let's continue to be friends." She extended her right hand sincerely. Suddenly, there was a loud clang. A metal window was pushed down from above, and a monstrous hand, several meters long, reached in through the window. The claw grabbed a student's head and easily lifted him up. The gymnasium erupted in screams of terror. Everyone desperately ran towards the back of the gym. Before the student could cry for help, he was swiftly pulled out of the window. The creature, a large cat-like beast, licked its blood-red tongue and then put the student in its mouth. Everyone was petrified, running for their lives towards the back of the gym, leaving Yang Xinshin behind, with only Lu Karen struggling to push her wheelchair. When they reached the back door, they found it frozen shut, impossible to open. Some students were so anxious they wet themselves. Everyone's face turned pale with fear. The beast, now inside the gym, played with the male student in its mouth before biting off his head with a crunch. The girls, witnessing this scene, were completely stunned and collapsed to the ground. The beast threw the remains aside and roared menacingly at the crowd, as if sizing up its prey. The students realized that the creature before them was a highly intelligent monster. It had taken the opportunity to attack them while the teacher protecting them had gone to find food. All the students were cornered in one part of the gym, too scared to fight back. Suddenly, someone unexpectedly pushed Yang Xinxin's wheelchair out into the open. Caught off guard, Yang Xinxin fell to the ground. Lu Karen wanted to help her up, but was paralyzed with fear and unable to move. The big cat-like creature was indeed attracted by this action and slowly approached Yang Xinxin. The student who had pushed her wheelchair, seeing an opportunity, tried to run towards the door. However, the creature, having observed everything, revealed a mocking smile and swiftly swatted the fleeing student with its paw, causing severe internal injuries with what seemed like a gentle strike. This student, born into a prominent family, had always been seen as a winner in life, but now faced a tragic and sudden end. Barely alive, he called for help, but no one dared to come forward. Lu Karen, mustering her courage, went to help Yang Xinxin up. The others realized that while Li Yong had tried to run and was killed, Yang Xinxin, who appeared to be lying still, had survived the attack. It seemed the monster targeted moving objects first. Knowing they couldn't just play dead, the students decided they had to alert teacher Liang to come back, or they would all perish. While the creature was preoccupied with Li Yong, not killing him outright, but playing with him like a toy, the class monitor instructed everyone to scatter and run. However, just as they were about to seize the opportunity to escape, the dying Li Yong, seeing everyone abandoning him, cried out in despair, "They are here! They are trying to run!" Then, with a spiteful roar, he yelled, "If I'm going to die, you're all going down with me." The sudden shout from Li Yong indeed caught the big cat's attention. It swiftly turned and knocked down two more boys. Li Yong, with blood in his mouth, laughed maniacally. "If I have to die, we all die together. You all will be my funeral companions." While the big cat was distracted by these two groups, the class monitor, along with two others, dashed out of the gymnasium. Their faces were filled with relief, having narrowly escaped death. The two accompanying the class monitor complimented him. "It's all thanks to your smart strategy of letting others distract the creature, giving us a chance to escape." The class monitor, while running, explained, "I noticed that the creature seemed to be a mutated cat. Cats play with their prey before eating, and unless they are extremely hungry, they aren't much interested in dead prey." Seeing the class monitor escape, other students also tried to flee. However, the big cat's tail, over 10 meters long, whipped out with a loud crack, brutally striking one of them. Several girls collapsed in emotional breakdown, screaming in pain and terror. Just then, an angry shout resonated, "You damned wild cat, don't harm my students." Hearing this, the students who had lost all hope suddenly saw a glimmer of light. It was Teacher Liang. Teacher Liang had finally returned, wielding an ancient longsword and charging fearlessly towards the big cat. The cat let out a piercing screech, dodging her attack. Teacher Liang's eyes filled with immense sorrow upon seeing the bodies of the students, but considering the safety of those still inside the gymnasium, she decided to lure the creature outside to avoid further casualties. Teacher Liang was a top-level swordmaster, having served as a personal bodyguard to a leader's wife, and her strength had only increased after awakening her special abilities. As a specially appointed teacher at Azure Sky Academy, she had voluntarily taken on the responsibility of protecting the students. The big cat seemed to understand Liang Yu's intent and, grabbing the body of a student in its jaws, quickly disappeared outside the gymnasium. Holding her sword with both hands, Liang Yu cautiously walked towards the door, well aware of the big cat's intelligence and the need not to underestimate it. Stepping outside, she found that the creature had vanished, leaving only a chaotic trail of massive footprints. It seemed to have moved away, and Liang Yu couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief, though a wave of indescribable exhaustion washed over her. In the 2 months since the apocalypse began, more than half of the students had died. If not for her fortuitous awakening of special abilities, she would have lost this deadly game of cat and mouse long ago, and everyone, including herself, would have been dead. Liang Yu threw the hard-earned food in front of the students. "Class monitor, please divide the food," she said, then found a corner to sit down wearily. She was extremely tired. The majority of the school had perished since the apocalypse, and she had been protecting the surviving students from monster attacks while also fetching food from the school's warehouse. The strain had taken its toll. At this moment, Zhang Mingning lashed out at Yang Xinxin again. "Why are you still alive? You're the most useless one here." Lu Karen stepped up once more, indignantly responding, "Can you please be reasonable? What does the monster attack have to do with Yang Xinxin?" But Zhang Mingning was relentless. "I just can't stand her. The cripple. What about it?" Shin Miaoka tried to calm things down. "Let's all say less," she suggested, taking a portion of the food to give to Yang Xinxin. But before she could hand it over, Zhang Mingning knocked it to the ground and snapped viciously. "Giving her food is a waste. The school's food supply is limited. This cripple will be eaten by the monsters sooner or later anyway. It's better to save the food for the rest of us." Teacher Liang Yu, who had been resting with her eyes closed, slowly opened them. She had become accustomed to the conflicts among the students and was too exhausted to deal with these trivial matters. As long as there was no loss of life, she had to conserve her energy to focus on the mutated big cat. Suddenly, a girl, overwhelmed with despair, screamed, "Stop arguing. It's all pointless. I've realized we're all going to die. We're just food that the monster is keeping. It comes periodically to pick a few of us to eat, never killing too many at once because it prefers its prey alive. There's no hope left in this world, and no rescue is coming." The class monitor looked at the food in her hand. I don't believe it. There must be hope. We are the future elites of society. We won't just die here. He looked at the snow-covered rooftops. If we can just contact the outside world, my dad will surely send someone to rescue us. At that moment, the sound of a car engine broke the silence. The 3 special ability users, following the navigation, had finally arrived at Azure Sky Academy after an hour. As I got out of the car, I drew my pistol, reminding the others to stay alert. Uncle Yu, a former soldier and the eldest of the 3, felt it was his duty to protect the others. He stood at the forefront, his physique the strongest among them, but faced with the snow-covered campus, it was impossible to determine where the person they were supposed to rescue was. I tried contacting Yang Xinshin on my phone, but there was no signal. Then, I suggested to the others, this school spans 3,000 acres. According to the 3D map, there should still be high-rise buildings visible above the snow. Let's get back in the car and search slowly. Uncle Yu's suggestion to split up for efficiency was met with my caution. There's no need to rush. I shook my head. She survived 2 months already. A little longer won't hurt. It's safer for us to stay together. We continued to search the area by car and soon discovered a visible spire, likely the school's astronomy center, which was some distance from the cafeteria and dormitories. Chun-Lei speculated they're probably hiding in a lecture hall or gymnasium. Those places are more spacious and have enough oxygen. Plus, there's the risk of snow collapsing the roofs. I pondered. During the call, there was mention of a gymnasium and cafeteria, but this campus is huge, with several cafeterias and gymnasiums. The search might be quite challenging. While I was deep in thought, Chun-Lei excitedly shouted, "Zhang, over here. We might be able to get in." He used his abilities to clear the observatory's skylight and then crawled inside. "Zhang, there's a lot of astronomical equipment here. Should we collect it?" I was somewhat exasperated. We're here to rescue people, not collect supplies. But since we're here, we might as well store it in my extra-dimensional space. Chun-Lei, encouraged, worked with Uncle Yu to enter through the window. Just then, I felt a sudden chill behind me, like being watched by a beast. I immediately raised my gun, ready for combat. A giant creature, over 10 meters tall, appeared on the snowy field, its eyes fixed on me, seemingly ready to pounce at any moment. We stood off for several seconds, but I didn't sense any intent to kill from it. In the midst of my contemplation, Chun-Lei and Uncle Yu emerged from the snow, intending to ask me for some ropes to access the observatory. Chun-Lei, upon seeing the monstrous creature, instinctively unleashed his ice-based abilities. Countless ice spikes formed and hurtled towards the creature. My attempt to stop him was too late. The snow was Chun-Lei's element, and his attack was swift and decisive. The ice spikes hit the creature, eliciting a pained screech. Enraged, the creature lunged at Chun-Lei with incredible speed, belying its massive size. I immediately activated my abilities, covering my body in a protective layer and enhancing my speed. Leaping into the air, I fired 3 shots at the creature's head with my gun. Surprisingly, the bullets, even armor-piercing ones, barely did any damage, sparking off its hide. As the creature neared Chun-Lei, Uncle Yu stepped forward, his body radiating a golden light as his muscles expanded, transforming him into a towering figure. He delivered a powerful punch to the creature's head, causing the ice beneath him to crack. The beast's head twisted almost 90 degrees, and it staggered back, letting out a pained meow. Realizing we were dealing with a mutated giant cat, I switched to a sniper rifle. The creature's defense was extraordinary, its fur like steel spikes, rendering the handgun ineffective. The beast, having taken a punch from Uncle Yu, turned and charged at me. I raised my sniper rifle and fired. The creature, sensing danger, couldn't dodge fast enough and was hit squarely on the cheek. Now thoroughly enraged, the creature's killing intent surged, and it slowly approached me with a twisted expression. Then, unexpectedly, it curled into a massive ball and rolled towards me at high speed. Stunned by this unexpected move, I couldn't help but exclaim in shock, "What in the world is this tactic?" As the mutated cat charged towards me with incredible speed, I quickly opened a dimensional portal, intending to trap it in my extra-dimensional space where even the mightiest would be worn down by the static world inside. However, I underestimated the creature's acute sense of danger. It detected the threat and, with a swift jump, evaded my attack, then darted towards a snow pile, leaving behind several dark holes in the snow. Chun-Lei and Uncle Yu hurried over. "John, are you alright?" I raised my sniper rifle, keeping an eye on the cat. "This creature is cunning. Be careful." Suddenly, the cat let out a few piercing cries, sounding almost like cursing, laden with a high degree of animosity. Uncle Yu, slightly bewildered, remarked, "This beast seems to be cursing, and it's the kind with a high fuck content." The 3 of them were speechless. Then, they saw the big cat turn around, wiggle its butt, and it disappeared right into the snow. How did it vanish so suddenly? Uncle Yu wondered aloud. Chun-Lei, equally astonished, speculated, could this creature possess space-related abilities too? I lowered my sniper rifle thoughtfully. Unlikely. If it had space abilities, it would have used them earlier. I'm also very sensitive to spatial fluctuations. It seems the cat just ran away. Approaching the spot where the cat disappeared, we realized it had burrowed into the ground. Chun-Lei, looking serious, said, "It seems the person we're trying to rescue encountered this creature, but it's strong and seemingly intelligent. How did ordinary people survive until now?" "Zhang, are you sure about about your information." My contemplation was deepened by Chun-Lei's analysis. Even as a special ability user, he had nearly been overpowered by the creature. Considering its massive size and the consequent amount of food it would require, it seemed unlikely it could have survived this long by solely preying on the people at the school. But there's a puzzling detail. The creature didn't show hostility at first. It was provoked by your ice attack. It seems its intelligence has evolved, possibly to a level comparable to humans. We looked at the large burrows, speculating perhaps these tunnels are what allowed air circulation underground, enabling survivors to avoid suffocation. With this in mind, I stood up. "Let's go down and check." Chun-Li was alarmed. "Go down there? That's its territory." I looked at him with a hint of disdain. "Aren't you an ice ability user? Snow is your element. If that cat dares attack, just use your powers to bury it alive." Chun-Li, embarrassed, replied, "Right, I forgot about my abilities." We then jumped down into the cavern, finding an extensive network of tunnels under the snow, suggesting the creature had indeed been living there for a long time. With the complex network of tunnels, Chun-Li worried about getting lost, but I took out a box of colored pencils to mark our path. Uncle Yu sniffed a faint scent of blood. "This must be the smell from that creature." Chun-Li, hesitant again, suggested, "Let's search in areas with less of that smell." I rolled my eyes at him. "If you're scared, go back. We're 3 ability users. There's nothing to fear. If we encounter it, it's likely to be the one running away." I then took out a gleaming golden pistol, a Desert Eagle, one of the most powerful handguns in the world, and loaded it with ammunition. Uncle Yu, the veteran, recognized it at a glance. "This is the famous Desert Eagle, one of the most powerful handguns in the world today. Its lethality is almost 10 times that of a regular police handgun. This is a limited edition, custom ordered by Wang Siming for a hefty price. Its kinetic energy is comparable to a sniper rifle." "Uncle Yu, your tracking skills are strong. Let's follow the scent of blood. If it's hunting, it will be near living people. Finding it should lead us to the location of the survivors." At this moment, Chun-Li still had a face full of fear. The power of his special ability did not make his courage any bigger. I looked at this timid fat man with a look of contempt. "Stand at the back then. What are you afraid of? If we do encounter it, just use your ice abilities to trap it. We'll handle the rest. But we need to gauge its intentions first. If it remains passive, fine. If it attacks, we take it down without hesitation." My words seemed to reassure Chun-Li a bit. Meanwhile, inside the gymnasium of Azure Sky Academy, Lian Yu had been vigilantly guarding the students for 3 days and nights, wary of another attack by the giant cat. Aware that the creature was lurking nearby, she knew that leaving her post would expose her students to imminent danger. Pushed to her physical limits after 3 days without food, she realized that they couldn't continue this way. Starvation posed a greater threat than the creature itself. While she was deep in thought, the class monitor and Shinyaoka approached her. "Teacher Lian, shouldn't you go out and find some food? We're all starving," the class monitor said. Shinyaoka, looking pitiful, added, "You are our only hope for survival. You can't rest anymore. If we don't freeze to death, we'll die of hunger." She fought to keep her emotions in check, reminding herself that as a teacher, she should not lose her temper with her students. Taking a deep breath, she struggled to stand up despite her exhaustion. "What if the creature attacks while I'm gone?" she asked them. Shinyaoka, frowning slightly, urged, "That's why you must be quick this time and come back as soon as possible." The class monitor interjected, holding back Shinyaoka and speaking calmly, "Teacher Lian, I have a plan. We will do our best to protect the other students." To himself, the class monitor harbored contempt for Lian Yu's self-sacrificing attitude. At this point, the teacher still wants to play the saint, protecting students. "If it were me, I wouldn't care about the life or death of others. I could have all the school's stored food to myself, but it's also a blessing to have someone like her around. Otherwise, I might have died a long time ago." Shinyaoka pleaded with a desperate look, "Teacher Lian, you're our only hope. Please save us. We'll starve without food." Lian Yu, supporting herself with her longsword, decided, "Then, I'll make a trip outside. Be careful on your own." Wu Chenyu, the class monitor, had his own plans. Over the past month, he had observed the creature's behavior, toyed with its prey, and usually took only 2 or 3 students at a time. He had already selected a few expendable individuals to use as a diversion in case the creature attacked. As Lian Yu left the gymnasium, she was aware that the creature was likely nearby, waiting for an opportunity. She didn't venture far, determined to face the creature in a do-or-die battle. "Today, either the creature or I will survive. If necessary, I'm prepared to sacrifice myself to take it down." Back in the gymnasium, Lu Karen continued to care for Yang Xinshin. "Does your hand still hurt?" Yang Xinshin looked at her only friend with gratitude. "In this weather, I can hardly feel the pain." Lu Karen encouraged her with a resolute gaze. "Believe that we can survive this. Don't give up hope." At this moment, another wave of mocking laughter came from behind. "Really wishful thinking. Do you think you'll always be this lucky? I really don't see any point in you being disabled, living. If I were you, I would have ended it all by myself by now. Yet you're still here, disgusting everyone else." The other students also join in with their cold and hot mockery. "You're just a burden. Persisting like this, the next time the monster appears, it will be your end." Yang Xinshin remained silent. She was a girl not adept at arguing, except maybe online. Lu Karen couldn't stand it anymore and wanted to speak up for Yang Xinshin, but just as she looked up, she saw a huge shadow suddenly appear outside the window. She suddenly stood stood up and, pushing Yang Xinxin, yelled, "Run fast." At the same time, a large claw broke through the window, reaching in wildly. Wu Qingyu and others, although frightened, had already planned for this. He had rallied a few physically stronger classmates, grabbing a few unlucky ones to push towards the monster. The pushed students were instantly squashed into a pulp with a plop. The students were terrified and fled in panic. Outside the gymnasium, the monster had not noticed Liang Yu behind it. Liang Yu's eyes were sharp, and she held a long sword in her hand, charging fiercely towards the monster. By the time the big cat reacted, it was already too late. With a swoosh, a blade light harshly slashed across the big cat's neck. The big cat let out a piercing scream. The students, watching this scene, were too scared to move. They could do nothing but run behind teacher Liang, loudly cheering her on and encouraging her. Liang Yu also firmly blocked the entrance to the gymnasium, not giving the monster a chance to approach. Just then, Zhang Yi and others arrived at the entrance, following the noise. Their appearance caught the attention of both the person and the monster. Liang Yu's eyes suddenly lit up with hope. These are all strangers. They must have come from outside to rescue us. Thinking this, Liang Yu shouted, "Quick, come over and help." Upon seeing a young and beautiful woman, Chunlei was about to make a move, but her hand was held back by Zhang Yi. Zhang Yi watched the woman intently, realizing her exceptional combat skills. Such sharp swordsmanship was not something an ordinary person could achieve. She must be a powerful individual with special abilities. It was unclear whether she was a friend or foe. Most importantly, their goal was to find people, and there was no need to get involved in unrelated battles. The big cat was no good creature, and acting rashly could put all three of them at risk. Let's not meddle in others' affairs for now. Our priority is to find people. This woman seems capable enough to handle herself. Uncle Yu also noticed the situation, thinking that this woman could probably beat him too. Her swordsmanship looked painful even to watch. It was better to stay away from this woman. The three of them turned a blind eye and left directly. Liang Yu was speechless. They were all humans, so why wouldn't they help fight the monster together? She angrily shouted, "Aren't you guys men?" But the three continued to ignore her. Soon, with a bang, Uncle Yu kicked open the gymnasium door. The students screamed at first, but upon seeing three humans, they felt much more relieved. Zhang Yi quickly spotted the girl in the wheelchair. "Good thing we arrived in time, or it would have been a wasted effort." Just then, Wu Qingyu approached them. "Are you from West Mountain Base? Did my father send you to pick me up?" "What is West Mountain Base?" Zhang Yi heard this for the first time. Wu Qingyu said, "My father is Wu Jiangwo, the leader of Heavenly Sea City. You must be familiar with this name." Zhang Yi scoffed. Never heard of it. He found the young man in front of him somewhat amusing. Although his clothes were expensive, he clearly hadn't bathed or changed clothes in 2 months, looking no different from a street beggar, yet still trying to act like a young master. The contrast was quite amusing, but Zhang Yi wanted to gather some information about West Mountain Base, a place he had heard about from Wang Ximing and Su Hao. So, he asked, "What do you know about West Mountain Organization? Tell us about it." Wu Qingyu was a bit taken aback. "Are you from another shelter?" Then he mused to himself, "West Mountain Base is the closest to the school, so why did they send you?" Hearing this, Zhang Yi became interested. He was aware that Heavenly Sea City had several emergency shelters, but clearly they were not the ones Wu Qingyu mentioned. Recalling that Wang Ximing had also mentioned something similar, Zhang Yi thought that there must indeed be higher-level shelters in Heavenly Sea City, and not just one. Deciding to play along to see how much information he could get from Wu Qingyu, Zhang Yi casually asked, "What do you know about the shelters?" Wu Qingyu, not as naive as he seemed, immediately sensed something was off and waved his hand, saying, "Been studying in this closed-off school. When the snow disaster first started, I didn't think it would be this serious, or else I would have gone there earlier." Observing Wu Qingyu, who looked more like a beggar than a rich young master, Zhang Yi thought that he probably didn't have any valuable information. After all, he had been trapped there for so long. If there was a way to contact the outside world, his influential father would have rescued him by now. Seeing Wu Qingyu as no longer valuable, Zhang Yi ignored him and approached Yang Xinxin. The other students, seeing that Zhang Yi and his companions didn't seem like bad people, gathered around them, eagerly proposing offers. "If you take me out, I can give you as much money as you want. My dad is the chairman of Chongming Group. I can even get my dad to arrange an official position for you," they said. Chunlei and Uncle Yu looked embarrassed amidst these energetic young men and women. They felt somewhat reluctant to hurt these youths' feelings. Even a girl approached Uncle Yu, asking, "Do you have a partner? If your wife doesn't mind, I am willing to be the third party." However, they did not dare to speak as the decision lay with Zhang Yi. When Zhang Yi reached Yang Xinxin and confirmed her identity, he prepared to take her away, but Yang Xinxin stopped him, asking, "Can you do me a favor?" Zhang Yi smiled gently and said, "Sure, as long as it's not something like saving your entire class." Yang Xinxin looked towards the corridor outside the gymnasium. "Can you please stop them from continuing to fight? I'm worried it might be dangerous." Zhang Yi immediately sensed the underlying meaning. Just to stop them? Why not ask me to help your teacher? But Zhang Yi didn't want to probe further. After all, he would need her to help maintain cybersecurity in the future, and this was a good opportunity to earn her favor. He then gestured for Chunlei and Uncle Yu to come over, and the three of them headed towards the outside of the gymnasium. At that moment, Liang Yu was fiercely battling with the big cat, with the cat's fur scattered scattered all over the ground. Zhang Yi casually collected a few strands into his alternate space, thinking they might be worth studying later. He then gave Chunlei a look, and he instantly understood. Using his ice and snow abilities, a giant crack suddenly appeared above the corridor. In the next second, a massive collapse of ice and snow occurred, separating the person and the cat. The big cat vanished in an instant. Liang Yu, shaking with anger, turned and glared at Zhang Yi and Chunlei, shouting, "What are you doing?" Chunlei, frightened, quickly hid behind Zhang Yi, who casually replied, "You don't need to thank me. It's only natural for humans to help each other." Liang Yu raised her longsword in fury. "Why did you do that? I was about to subdue that monster. Why did you save it?" She had been burning her physical energy for this final battle, ready to fight the big cat to the death. Now, she was furious at Zhang Yi. Zhang Yi appeared innocent. "We wanted to help you, afraid that the monster might hurt you." Pointing at Yang Xinxin, he added, "It was your student who asked me to intervene. Otherwise, do you think I would bother?" As he turned to push Yang Xinxin, Liang Yu, unable to contain her anger, shouted for him to stop and, like lightning, swung her long sword towards him. Zhang Yi, seeing her murderous intent and feeling his safety threatened, knew he had to retaliate, regardless of the reason. He instantly drew his golden desert eagle. The gun's massive recoil made him step back. But what happened next stunned him. Liang Yu, with a swing of her long sword, created a fan-shaped afterimage, splitting the bullet in two. Zhang Yi was astonished. How is that possible? She split the bullet with her bare hands. But Liang Yu continued her relentless assault, swiftly moving towards Zhang Yi with her sword. Zhang Yi's mouth curved into a strange arc. Now, he quickly opened a dimensional gate in front of him. Liang Yu, realizing the danger too late, vanished into the gate. The massive inertia knocked Zhang Yi over. Chunlei and Uncle Yu moved to help him, but Zhang Yi gestured for them to keep their distance. After about 2 seconds of having Liang Yu in the alternate space, Zhang Yi quickly reopened the dimensional gate to release her. Liang Yu lay on the ground, weakened, as time in the alternate space nearly stops, and staying there too long can be lethal. There was no need to be so ruthless in front of Yang Xinxin. Zhang Yi spread his hands with a hint of frustration. "Why are you always so fierce? I tried to help you out of goodwill, and you treat it like an ungrateful act." Picking up Liang Yu's long sword lying nearby, he joked, "To prevent any more trouble from you, I better keep this dangerous thing for now." Holding the long sword, he mused that it must be an extraordinary weapon, capable of splitting bullets, and thought it might be useful for cutting vegetables back at the shelter. Liang Yu struggled to get up, demanding, "Give me back my dragon's roar." Zhang Yi turned to the crowd and waved, "Can a few of you help your teacher to rest in the corner?" Liang Yu, weak and powerless, was helped to a corner, continuing to utter threats feebly. "Who exactly are you? What are you doing here?" Pointing at Yang Xinxin, Zhang Yi explained, "She's the sister of my girlfriend's. I came to take her away." Hearing this, Liang Yu's expression changed instantly, becoming pleading. "Then can't you take everyone with you?" The students, seizing a lifeline, began to plead excitedly, "Take us away too. That monster has already eaten thousands of people in the school. My dad is a bureau chief. My dad is a department head. I can arrange whatever you want." Amidst the clamor, Zhang Yi, losing patience, raised his voice. "Enough. I'm only taking Yang Xinxin. I can't be responsible for anyone else. I'm only taking my own family. You can contact your own families, can't you?" The students became anxious, explaining that there was no phone signal and they hadn't been able to contact their families. Observing the state of Zhang Yi and his companions, along with their previous actions, Liang Yu realized they were extraordinary. She pleaded, "Please, save these lovely children. They are the future hope of our country." Hearing their pleas, Zhang Yi couldn't help but laugh. They've been raised with the finest education and born with silver spoons in their mouths, children of high officials and wealthy magnates. Maybe they can score high marks, but what real contribution can they make to society? I haven't found any value in them. Are you sure you want to entrust the hope of the nation to these kinds of people? He waved his hand jokingly. "I'm just a commoner. I can't save these elites. I'm only here to save my own family." As he prepared to leave with Yang Xinxin, a few students harbored malicious intentions and quietly approached her. Suddenly, one of them grabbed her neck. Lu Karen was also pinned down by a male student. Zhang Mingning, with a ferocious look, threatened, "If you don't take us with you, I will strangle her right now." Liang Yu urgently tried to intervene. "Stop it. We are all classmates. You can't do this." But they were deaf to Liang Yu's words, seeing her merely as a bodyguard. Zhang Yi, looking resigned, turned to Uncle Yu and Chunlei and said with a laugh, "They dare to threaten me. Don't they know the last person who threatened me is now under 2 meters of snow?" While appearing casual, Zhang Yi had already switched to 2 police pistols and, without hesitation, fired 4 shots, dropping the 4 perpetrators. The surrounding students screamed in horror, having never witnessed such a scene. Liang Yu was also shocked, trembling as she said, "These are just kids. How can you be so cruel? You monster." Zhang Yi scoffed, "Do you think they're still kids? They know how to take classmates as hostages. You call that childish?" He ignored their moral blackmail and approached Yang Xinxin, who was now expressionless, evidently shocked by the recent events. But as long as her mind was still functioning, it shouldn't be a big problem after her sister talked to her. He then extended his hand towards Yang Xinxin. "Let's go. Your brother-in-law will take you home." Yang Xinxin, snapping out of her daze, hesitantly said, "Can you also take my friend?" She looked towards Lu Karen. Zhang Yi thought to himself that Lu Karen seemed like an an innocent and naive girl. Although Lu Karen looked pretty, he didn't need someone just to eat his food. Seeing Zhang Yi's hesitation, Yang Xinxin quickly added, Lu Karen was also specially admitted like me. This school only admits two types of students, children of high officials and wealthy magnates, and geniuses recruited for their talents to enhance the school's reputation. Lu Karen is a genius in the field of mechanics, having won numerous awards both domestically and internationally. Her abilities are on par with a PhD from MIT. This wheelchair I'm using was custom made for me by her. It's perfect. Hearing this, Zhang Yi took a second look at Lu Karen, realizing that his shelter could indeed use a skilled mechanic. The combination of their skills in hardware and software could offer endless possibilities. He then looked at Lu Karen seriously and asked, tell me, what value can you provide? Lu Karen's eyes lit up as she quickly responded, I have a deep understanding of automotive industrial design and maintenance, and I've also studied various firearms. If you take me with you, I can use my skills to modify cars and firearms for you. Plus, I've been studying forging techniques since I was young, so I'm also very skilled in crafting cold weapons. Anything you need, I can handle. Zhang Yi felt like he had found a treasure. He admitted that this girl had intrigued him. His shelter truly needed a talent like hers. Standing up and pushing Yang Xinxin's wheelchair, he feigned reluctance, but was inwardly delighted. For the sake of Yang Xinxin's sister, I'll take you with us. Lu Karen nearly jumped for joy, knowing that staying behind would mean enduring her classmates' harassment. This was her only chance for survival. She quickly and sensibly helped Zhang Yi with the wheelchair. Seeing Lu Karen earn Zhang Yi's favor through her abilities, other students started to crowd around, eagerly trying to promote themselves. Mr. Zhang, I can be useful too. I'm an excellent driver. I can drive for you. I'm fluent in 8 languages. I can be your translator, they pleaded. While it was undeniable that there were indeed many talented individuals among the students, Zhang Yi struggled to see how their skills would be of use in the post-apocalyptic world. Suddenly, a long-haired girl bravely stepped forward from the crowd, blocking Zhang Yi's path. You can't just leave like this. Teacher Liang was close to killing that monster. It was your interference that allowed it to escape. If you're going to leave, at least help us deal with the monster first. She was Shinmiaoka, the class committee leader. Zhang Yi, holding his gun, spoke coldly. I admire your courage, but let me be clear. Whether I came or not, your fate would be the same, death. Seeing his firm stance, the other students dared not say more. Before leaving, Yang Xinxin looked at Liang Yu. Teacher Liang, thank you for taking care of me all this time. Although none of her classmates were good people, Teacher Liang had indeed been a responsible and caring teacher. Yang Xinxin knew that Liang Yu would never abandon the other students to leave with them, so she didn't invite her. After Zhang Yi and his group had walked some distance, Liang Yu suddenly got an idea. Let's follow them. I'm severely injured, and that monster won't be in a good condition either. It probably won't dare to come out for a while. Following them, at least we can find a way out of here. So, they followed Zhang Yi's group from a distance. Chunlei asked softly, is it okay for them to follow us like this? Zhang Yi scoffed. If you feel sorry for them, go save them. If you want to get rid of them, a slight effort from you would be enough to bury them all alive right here. Chunlei was startled. They've done nothing to me. I couldn't do such a thing. Zhang Yi quickened his pace. When you're poor, you look after yourself. When you're rich, you can have many wives and concubines. I can't afford to take care of these pampered sons and daughters of privilege. Chunlei nodded quickly, and soon they reached the surface. Zhang Yi turned to Chunlei. You go with Uncle Yu on the motorcycle. Chunlei appeared reluctant. It's going to be freezing. Zhang Yi handed him a helmet. You, an ice and snow ability user, are afraid of the cold? Wouldn't that be a joke to others? Chunlei then realized it might not be so bad. It's been a long time since I've enjoyed a ride. As Zhang Yi gently placed Yang Xinxin in the front passenger seat, Lu Karen tactfully took the back seat. They then left Azure Sky Academy swiftly. Back on the surface, Liang Yu and her group, witnessing the departing vehicle, were stunned. Shinmiaoka, looking lost, asked, what should we do now? Everything around us is covered in snow. At least going back, we have shelter from the wind and snow. Wu Chenyu stepped forward with a smile, unlocking his phone. Let me handle this. As expected, there's signal outside. He planned to contact his influential father to arrange for them to be taken to West Mountain Base. Inside the warm car, Yang Xinxin and Lu Karen were immersed in comfort. Zhang Yi waved his hand, and 2 bottles of drinks and some bread appeared before them. You must be starving. Go ahead and replenish some energy, but don't eat too quickly. We don't want any stomach issues, he advised. The girls, moved to tears, gratefully accepted the food. Brother Zhang, you're really kind, they said before eagerly beginning to eat. Once they finished, Zhang Yi started a conversation with them. Yang Xinxin, you're really impressive, he said, catching her off guard. How am I impressive? I've always been seen as a burden by everyone. If it weren't for Teacher Liang and Lu Karen always protecting and taking care of me, I probably would have died long ago. Lu Karen quickly joined in. We're good sisters. No need to be formal. Zhang Yi smiled enigmatically. Anyway, I think you're definitely extraordinary. Despite being disabled from a young age, you've survived 2 months in the post-apocalyptic world under the threat of that monster. Once or twice could be attributed to luck or Lu Karen's protection, but this long duration seems quite intriguing. I don't think it's just a coincidence. Am I right? Lu Karen looked confused, while Yang Xinxin's innocent smile smile gradually faded, replaced by a slightly disturbed expression. She responded, "Brother Zhang Yi, you really are extraordinary. No wonder you've managed to survive so stylishly until now and even take care of my two clumsy sisters." Zhang Yi laughed. All these coincidences coming together, it's hard not to be suspicious, especially earlier, during the battle between Teacher Liang and the big cat. You only asked me to stop them, not to protect Teacher Liang. This suggests your goal might have been to protect that monster, without harming Liang Yu. So I deduced that the big cat is a pet you've raised, right? And your classmates are its living food, aren't they? Yang Xinxin's expression turned profound. Brother Zhang, you're indeed not simple, but you've only guessed about 60 or 70% correctly. I'm not as cruel as you imagine. I'm not the owner of Flower. I never thought of hurting my classmates. However, Flower has indeed been protecting me. At this, Lu Karen realized, Flower is the stray cat you used to feed, right? So the monster is Flower, mutated? Yang Xinxin confirmed this, explaining that Flower had never attacked them because of their previous connection. Lu Karen was in disbelief. Every time the monster appeared, it scared her so much she could barely stand, yet it never harmed them. She always thought they were just lucky. Zhang Yi's interest in the big cat grew. When he first arrived at Azure Sky Academy, it was difficult to locate Yang Xinxin, but the appearance of the big cat seemed to guide him, leading him quickly to the gymnasium. This high-intelligence mutant animal, if tamed, could be an excellent asset, given that animals are often more loyal than humans. Looking at Yang Xinxin with a playful expression, Zhang Yi said, "So you mean that the cat didn't attack you just because you had fed it and it felt grateful? I think there's more to it than that." Yang Xinxin's awkward smile revealed a deeper cunning. Brother Zhang indeed has keen insight. After mutating, Flower's intelligence evolved, and it even understands human language. I had informed it in advance that someone would come to pick me up and told it not to attack strangers rashly. Fortunately, Brother Zhang is powerful, so no harm came to you. Zhang Yi pressed further. So, the deaths of your classmates were also orchestrated by you through the big cat? Yang Xinxin denied any direct involvement. There were indeed people among my classmates whom I disliked, but I never wished them dead. Most of them died because they had previously mistreated Flower when it was still a stray cat. Plus, Flower needed to feed. However, the situation gradually spiraled out of control. Many classmates started to distort their mentality, thinking I, as a disabled person, was dragging everyone down, even deliberately pushing me out as a human shield. As she spoke, Yang Xinxin's face twisted into a sinister smile. These ridiculous fools. They never realized that Flower would never harm me. Every time I survived unscathed, those with malicious intentions towards me grew more resentful. I enjoyed watching them hate me and ultimately meet their tragic end. Lu Karen fell silent, recalling the numerous narrow escapes, now realizing that everything indeed made sense. Yang Xinxin, playing with a bottle in her hand as if petting a cat, continued, "So eventually, I stopped caring. The people who bullied me dying was better off. Later, Flower played with them, eliminating them one by one. I can't say it was entirely unrelated to me." Suddenly, she looked at Zhang Yi with anticipation. "So, do you think what I did was cruel?" Zhang Yi stared at her for 2 seconds. "Cruel? This young lady is a kindred spirit. If it were me, I would have been far more ruthless." He then sneered, "I came to rescue you solely because your sisters begged me, and because of your computer skills. I'm not concerned with the other matters." Yang Xinxin found his reasoning acceptable. After all, in this post-apocalyptic world, those without value were inevitably discarded. Zhang Yi shifted the conversation back to practical matters. "As long as you follow my instructions and demonstrate your value in the team, I'll ensure you're well taken care of. That's not difficult for me." The girls, clearly impressed, continued their enthusiastic admiration. Zhang Yi then pondered another question. "Yang Xinxin, if you had the means to contact the outside world all this time, why wait until now? And how did you solve the issue with the signal?" Yang Xinxin smiled cunningly. "Brother Zhang, I am one of the world's top hackers. Solving a signal issue is child's play for me, especially with Flower's help. As for contacting you, I never counted on my foolish sisters. You, Zhang Yi, were my target all along." This revelation left Zhang Yi feeling outmaneuvered in terms of intellect. The rescue he thought he was conducting had been a trap set by the genius girl. He asked, "You say I was your target from the start, but we had no prior connection. How so?" Yang Xinxin, with a hint of pride, explained, "I thought my stepsister had died long ago. Given her dim-witted nature, she was only fit for the entertainment industry. I never expected her to save me. It was only when I started receiving some junk messages." While speaking, Yang Xinxin pulled out a cell phone from her pocket. This phone had a very unique design, unlike any model available on the market, suggesting it was a custom-made device. No wonder it had such powerful signal reception capabilities. Yang Xinxin continued, "Don't underestimate this phone in my hand. Its performance is comparable to a supercomputer. With just a flick of my finger, all your secrets are no secrets to me." As she said this, Yang Xinxin suddenly took on a love-struck expression. "Brother Zhang, you are my idol. A mere warehouse manager, thriving in this post-apocalyptic world." Zhang Yi felt a chill down his spine, realizing the ease with which a top hacker like Yang Xinxin could access someone's secrets in this information age. Zhang Yi began to panic and asked uneasily, "What do you know?" Yang Xinxin, poking at her phone, confidently replied, You could say I know everything. From the Walmart theft to your bank transfer records, from building your safe house to almost killing the entire neighborhood, and then later going to the shelter and Sioux family town. As she spoke, Yang Xinxin's face turned red with excitement, her eyes filled with adoration. After reading your story, I just think you're so amazing, brother. You're like my idol. Zhang Yi, with a speechless expression, thought to himself, turns out she's a yandere. I can't handle someone like this. Being involved with her could be either good or bad. He took a sharp breath and asked, so, you used your two sisters to contact me, asking me to save you? Yang Xinxin, acting cute, nodded, something like that. But even if you hadn't come to save me, I would have definitely come to you. Based on all your actions, I figured you were the cautious type. I wasn't sure if you'd come, but you did, and I'm so happy and touched. Hearing this, Zhang Yi started to doubt his life. He had always thought he was in control, only to fall into someone else's trap. This girl's cunning is terrifying, but such a person is better as an ally than an enemy. Then, with a smile, Zhang Yi asked, I can see you're close with that mutated cat named Flower. Does it completely obey your orders? Yang Xinxin shook her head. It seems you've never had a cat, brother. Cats can only be friends. If you're good to it, it will be good to you. But if you want to be its master, that's nearly impossible, especially with a stray cat. Zhang Yi sighed. Too bad. I thought if I could make this powerful cat mine, it would be perfect. Just then, a huge figure appeared in the rearview mirror, the mighty mutated cat. Zhang Yi muttered to himself, it seems this cat is quite attached to Yang Xinxin. Is it worried about its master? Zhang Yi couldn't help but feel secretly delighted. The big cat had indeed followed them. Although he knew that such stray cats were extremely difficult to tame and wouldn't easily trust humans, he had plenty of high-quality cat food and dried fish in his warehouse. Coupled with his relationship with Yang Xinxin, there was still a chance he could win the cat over. Seeing Flower chasing after the car, Yang Xinxin even opened the window. Even Lu Karen, who was initially terrified of this creature, started to find the cat cute. Soon, the group returned to the shelter. To thank Chun Lei, Zhang Yi gave him a pillow, which made him as happy as a 300-pound child. For Uncle Yu, Zhang Yi brought out 2 large barrels of refined oil, exactly what he needed. Both Uncle Yu and Chun Lei left happily, promising to help whenever needed in the future. After they parted ways, Zhang Yi led the 2 girls into the shelter. As soon as they entered, Lu Karen became so excited that she started crying, exclaiming, Brother Zhang, you are so amazing. This place is like heaven. It's hard to imagine such a happy place exists in a post-apocalyptic world. Yang Xinxin also looked around with wide eyes, full of astonishment. Zhang Yi, patting Lu Karen on the shoulder, said, as long as you two behave and help me solve problems, you'll always have a place in this shelter. I'll make sure you're well fed and clothed. Suddenly, Yang Xinxin blushed and asked, does helping you solve problems include personal matters? Zhang Yi was speechless. This girl really dares to ask, he thought. Oblivious Lu Karen didn't understand the implication. Zhang Yi then knelt down, pinching Yang Xinxin's cheek affectionately, and said, you're quite knowledgeable, aren't you? But don't feel pressured. Your main task is to maintain the shelter's cybersecurity. I won't force you into anything else. Zhang Yi knew his limits. Despite finding the girl attractive, he wasn't the type to fall for everyone he met. After hearing Zhang Yi's words, Yang Xinxin felt a sense of loss. She looked at her disabled legs and wondered if he was rejecting her because of her disability. Just then, Yang Mi rushed down from upstairs, excitedly shouting, Brother Zhang, you really saved Yang Xinxin. I'm so glad you're alive. She then grabbed Yang Xinxin's hand. You silly girl, why didn't you contact me earlier? Do you know how worried your sister was? Yang Xinxin abruptly shook off Yang Mi's hand, saying, what's the use of contacting you earlier? You're just an actress who became famous by exploiting men's fantasies. Do you need me to tell you your own worth? If I hadn't found out you were with Brother Zhang Yi, I wouldn't bother contacting someone like you. Yang Mi was visibly embarrassed, while Zhang Yi sat on the sofa, disinterestedly eating melon seeds, thinking to himself that the relationship between these cousins seemed rather strained. He understood why Yang Xinxin, a highly intelligent computer genius, would look down on a celebrity like Yang Mi, who gained fame through her physical appearance. Shokir, listening to their conversation, focused on the fact that Yang Xinxin referred to Zhang Yi as Brother Zhang Yi. She felt a pang of jealousy, knowing Yang Xinxin's high IQ of 180 made her respect for someone quite rare. Since when has she been so polite to anyone, she wondered. The shelter became lively with their arrival. After some introductions, it turned out that Lu Karen also came from a highly educated family, both parents being university professors. She was polite and complimented her 2 new sisters, praising their family's strong genes and their beauty, which made both of them quite pleased. Zhang Yi then stood up and patted Yang Mi, instructing her to prepare a meal to welcome the newcomers. He also asked Shokir to prepare rooms for Yang Xinxin and Lu Karen. The girls went to take a bath, and soon, the meal was ready. After bathing, they seemed to look at Zhang Yi with more affection, grateful for his help and the comfortable home he provided. During the meal, Zhang Yi began assigning tasks. Yang Xinxin, from now on, you'll handle the shelter's cybersecurity. That's not too difficult for you, right? Yang Xinxin confidently responded, don't worry, Brother Zhang Yi, I've got this. Then Zhang Yi turned to Lu Karen, who immediately tensed up and sat up straight, hands on her knees. Since you're an expert in mechanics, making weapons and ammunition, shouldn't be hard for you, right? Zhang Yi looked intently at Lu Karen, who shyly replied, well, it's not difficult for me, but I need specialized equipment, and ammunition materials are strictly controlled. It's hard for ordinary people to access them. However, if it's about making cold weapons, that's much simpler. With the right metal and forging equipment, I can handle it. Zhang Yi smiled faintly. No problem, come with me. He then led Lu Karen to a spacious room on the underground level. With a swift motion, he revealed a large array of heavy machinery. Zhang Yi wasn't very familiar with these machines himself. Take a look and see if these will be useful. If not, I have more, or I can find some from outside factories if necessary. Lu Karen's eyes lit up at the sight of the advanced equipment. These are no ordinary machines. Most are imported high-end equipment costing millions. Excitedly, Lu Karen assured Zhang Yi, this is more than enough. There are a few machines that might not be useful, but I can dismantle them for parts. Despite her delicate appearance, as a genius in the field of mechanics, her knowledge was extensive and her hands-on skills were exceptional. She flexed her well-toned biceps, reassuring him, don't worry, brother Zhang Yi, I've got this under control. Seeing her enthusiasm, Zhang Yi felt genuinely pleased. Since you're an expert in mechanics, you must be familiar with materials too. He then took out the long sword he had taken from Liang Yu. Could you check this for me? See if there's anything special about this long sword. Maybe it's some ancient divine weapon. When I took it, your teacher looked like he wanted to devour me. Lu Karen took the sword, her face alight with excitement as if she were examining a rare treasure. This is a masterpiece of modern cold weaponry, the Dragon's Roar. Lu Karen, with a sense of reluctance, sheathed the Dragon's Roar and excitedly explained, this sword, named Dragon's Roar, was personally forged by the greatest swordsmith, Yuan Lin. It's not an ancient divine weapon, but a pinnacle of modern technology. It's made from adamant alloy, a metal developed just 10 years ago and the hardest material known so far. Zhang Yi couldn't help but marvel. Seems like my trip to Azure Sky Academy was indeed fruitful. Lu Karen continued, adamant alloy's hardness is comparable to the legendary vibranium, but it's extremely expensive to produce and not suitable for mass military manufacturing. When crafted by a master into a cold weapon, it can easily cut through iron and even split diamonds. This long sword is particularly exceptional. It was awarded to teacher Liang as a high honor for bravely protecting a leader while serving as a bodyguard. It's of great significance to him, almost more important than her life. Holding the extraordinary sword, Zhang Yi felt secretly thrilled. No wonder that fierce woman could fight a demonic cat with her mortal body. Having such a treasure for self-defense is perfect. As dinner time approached, Zhang Yi prepared a lavish feast to welcome Yang Xinxin and Lu Karen. They hadn't enjoyed a warm meal in a long time. At first, they ate modestly, but gradually their dining became more extravagant. Lu Karen, biting into a large piece of meat, mumbled, the school was actually quite well stocked. With only a few hundred teachers and students, it had numerous high-end cafeterias and a warehouse full of international ingredients. There were even several large convenience stores. Zhang Yi smiled faintly. The concept of such an elite school was beyond his understanding. Then Lu Karen looked at Zhang Yi with admiration. I'm so glad brother Zhang Yi came. In this cold weather, even with the school's supplies, we might have frozen to death eventually. Zhang Yi looked at Lu Karen with a brotherly gaze. You took shelter in the spacious gymnasium, huddling together for warmth, so it wasn't too cold. But now that you're here, just prove your worth, and I assure you'll be well fed and clothed. After dinner, everyone relaxed on the sofa while Zhang Yi turned on the TV. Among the few news broadcasts still airing, they received unsettling news. The extreme cold weather, persisting for 2 months, had caused global disruption. Regions were fighting fiercely for resources, and the concept of nation-states had all but collapsed. Some armed organizations had rapidly risen, using force to control resources and even enslaving survivors. This news undoubtedly cast a shadow of oppression over them. Zhang Yi grew tense, realizing the situation was worse than he had thought. Yang Mi, seeking comfort, clung to him and said anxiously, what should we do? I'm so scared. How did things suddenly turn out like this? Zhang Yi, maintaining his composure, replied, this was expected. Previously, these armed forces had some restraints, at least respecting decisions from national leaders. But now, everyone has realized that this ice age won't end soon, so they've become fearless in their actions, relying on their own military strength. Yang Xinxin added, it's like the rules and regulations of some organizations. They are there, and even if not everyone follows them, their existence deters extreme actions. But now, there's no order left. Zhang Yi nodded in agreement with Yang Xinxin and sighed. The only outcome is that local armed forces may transform into warlords. This means a warlord era is likely approaching soon. Once it reaches that stage, the lives of ordinary people will become as insignificant as grass. Then, he wheeled Yang Xinxin to the control room. Her eyes lit up at the sight of the massive supercomputer, resembling something out of a sci-fi movie. Zhang Yi patted her shoulder. The shelter's cybersecurity is now your responsibility. Yang Xinxin, transfixed on the holographic screen, nodded repeatedly. Zhang Yi, watching her intense focus, thought to himself, having such a high IQ computer genius who is paraplegic in this control room is perfect. He granted Yang Xinxin operational authority just below his own, ensuring she couldn't alter core system components, but could maintain network security. Yang Xinxin began to work her fingers like a pianist. Zhang Yi, standing behind her, couldn't understand what she was doing but felt impressed by her expertise. In just 2 minutes, Yang Xinxin completed a thorough check of the shelter's entire network. She paused her work and shared her analysis. This system was the world's most advanced personal network system a decade ago and remains top tier even now. Its artificial intelligence is incredibly powerful, capable of self-repairing vulnerabilities, theoretically leaving no security loopholes. Her tone shifted. However, that's true only for ordinary hackers. Top hackers can still find vulnerabilities. In these past 10 days alone, there have been thousands of attempted network attacks. Had I not arrived, I estimate your firewall would have been breached in a couple of weeks, crippling the entire shelter. Zhang Yi felt a chill hearing this. I was right to be concerned. After the Lufengdai incident, the shelter has probably been under surveillance, and the attackers are no ordinary people. Anxiously, Zhang Yi asked Yang Xinxin, can you fend off these attacks? Yang Xinxin smirked confidently. Brother Zhang Yi, I am a world-class top hacker. Cybersecurity is my forte, not to mention offensive hacking. The attackers might be skilled, but to me, they're just amateurs. I'll start by setting up basic defenses, creating a new encrypted network. We can't use the old routers anymore since wireless networks are the easiest to breach. Within a few minutes of efficient work, Yang Xinxin turned back to Zhang Yi and triumphantly declared, Brother, I've done it. Her beaming face seemed to say, praise me now. Zhang Yi, understanding the cue, smiled and gently patted her head. Yang Xinxin, you're truly impressive. Then, Yang Xinxin turned back to her work, a hint of disdain on her face. Let's see who dares to invade my network. Now it's my turn to invade theirs. As a top-level hacker, constantly tackling more challenging tasks was her instinct. Zhang Yi, still cautious, advised, if you're not sure, it's better to just protect our own network. There's no need to take unnecessary risks. However, his curiosity about the organizations spying on them was piqued. If you can gather some intelligence about them, try it. Yang Xinxin assured him with a smile. Don't worry, brother. Judging by their previous attempts, they are nowhere near my level. Even if I can't breach their network, I can at least mask my own tracks. They won't be able to trace me. Just then, Zhou Qi burst into the control room, her voice trembling. There's a monster outside the shelter's door, as tall as a building. Zhang Yi and Yang Xinxin exchanged a glance and chuckled. Seems like your cat really can't let go of you. It even found its way here. Yang Xinxin tilted her head. Flower trusts only me now. It must be worried and followed me here. Zhang Yi contemplated. This might be the perfect opportunity to tame it. We need to do it, or the people across the river at Su Family Town might be in danger. With this in mind, Zhang Yi wheeled Yang Xinxin out of the control room. Zhou Qi, pale with fear, clung to Zhang Yi for comfort. There's a huge cat lying outside the window, staring inside. Lu Karen said we need Yang Xinxin to come out. Zhang Yi reassured her. It's okay. This big cat is a friend of Yang Xinxin. He then pushed Yang Xinxin towards the floor-to-ceiling window. Flower lay quietly in the snow, seemingly without malice, occasionally meowing as if asking for food. Upon seeing Yang Xinxin, it closed its eyes, appearing tired, and began to doze off. It seemed to have been waiting there for a while, covered in a layer of snow. Zhang Yi thought, this cat must be exhausted from its fight with Liang Yu, with many sword wounds on its body. Now it's tired, hungry, and in pain. This might be the best time to tame it. Deciding this, Zhang Yi prepared to take Yang Xinxin outside. Let's go feed this poor big cat. When Yang Xinxin appeared, the big cat indeed showed a look of joy. However, upon seeing Zhang Yi behind her, it cautiously stepped back. After all, they had faced each other directly when they first arrived at Azure Sky Academy. Zhang Yi noticed the big cat's wariness and immediately opened a portal to another dimension. With a whoosh, heaps of cat food and dried fish fell out. Zhang Yi picked up a bag of cat food and began to tease the big cat, saying, want to try some? It's chaotic outside now. Why don't you become my pet? I have plenty of this cat food. The big cat stared intensely at the cat food in Zhang Yi's hand, unable to stop swallowing its saliva. Zhang Yi was secretly pleased, thinking, it's just a cat after all. It's not hard to deal with as long as there's food. But he was quickly proven wrong. The big cat suddenly stood up, its eyes instantly becoming alert as if to say, you think you can tame me with just a bit of cat food? You're underestimating me. Yang Xinxin, sitting in a wheelchair, smiled and said, Brother Zhang Yi, stray cats are much more cautious than pet cats. It took me several months to become friends with it. Zhang Yi had plenty of time to build trust with the big cat. He was just worried it might attack the village across the river. He wasn't concerned about the lives of the people in Su Family Town, but was afraid of spoiling his relationship with Chun Lei, since it was they who had lured the cat here. After some thought, Zhang Yi said to Flower, although you don't trust me yet, I can still provide you with food. In return, you have to promise not to attack the villagers across the river. Can you do that? The cat, indeed intelligent, quickly understood Zhang Yi's request and nodded happily. Having reached an agreement, Zhang Yi returned to the shelter, thinking there was plenty of pet snacks in the other dimension to feed the creature. However, with such a large cat, those snacks wouldn't last long, so he would need to find other food to feed it in the future. Just as he returned to the living room, he heard Zhou Qi and Yang Mi's surprised and delighted exclamations. Zhang Yi looked out the window to find the big cat had disappeared. appeared. Shokir excitedly pulled Zhang Yi to look at the pile of cat food. Zhang Yi widened his eyes in surprise. The creature could change its size at will. The originally over 10-meter-long giant mutant cat had turned into a normal-sized tabby cat. Zhang Yi was quite pleased as this would save a lot on food. That's when Lucaran suddenly realized something, explaining, if it has always been this size, our deceased classmates wouldn't have been enough to fill its stomach, right? Yang Xinshin also analyzed, saying, every time flour appears, it's very sudden, which is completely illogical. With such a large size, it's impossible to be so silent, even avoiding detection by a master like Teacher Liang. All signs indicate that it has always been able to change its size at will. Suddenly, Yang Xinshin furrowed her brows in worry and said, there seems to be blood on flour. Zhang Yi immediately bent down for a closer look. Indeed, there is a cut on flour's body. Although the blood is frozen, the wound looks quite deep. This must be the injury inflicted by Liang Yu's dragon's roar. No wonder it looks so listless. But flour doesn't seem to care much about this wound. After all, for a stray cat, such injuries might not be a big deal. Zhang Yi pondered for a moment. It seems I should prepare some medicine for it tomorrow and take the opportunity to build some trust. But I definitely can't go now. Cats are very wary when eating and could see me as a threat to their food. Of course, I can't let Yang Xinshin do it either, as I need to build a good relationship with the cat myself. That night, Yang Xinshin and Lucaran shared a room. Lucaran, lying in the warm, spacious room, joked with Yang Xinshin, am I dreaming? This morning we were freezing and starving in a snow cave, and now we're in a heavenly room. Yang Xinshin smiled gently. All this is thanks to brother Zhang Yi. He's my idol. To have such a super shelter in this post-apocalyptic world. Hearing this, Lucaran clenched her fists with resolve. I must prove my worth in the future and not disappoint brother Zhang's care for me. Curious, Yang Xinshin asked, what did you do today? Lucaran excitedly replied, I familiarized myself with the equipment. Next, I might need to craft some weapons. However, brother doesn't seem to lack conventional firearms. Bullets and bombs might be more useful to him, so I'll focus on researching these kinds of weaponry. Lucaran, grateful and aware of the debt she owed, spent the whole night contemplating Zhang Yi's potential needs. Early the next morning, Lucaran shared her ideas with Zhang Yi, which coincided with his own thoughts. Zhang Yi also felt that the traps outside were too rudimentary. They might deter the brutes from Su Family Town, but were inadequate against more organized groups. Therefore, landmines and explosives were precisely what he needed. Lucaran confidently assured him, no problem, leave it to me. After Zhang Yi and his group left Azure Sky Academy, Liang Yu led the students to the surface. Wu Qinyu, elated, took out his phone to call his father, Wu Jiangwo, for rescue. The signal was stronger on the surface, and he soon contacted his father. After learning about their situation, Wu Jiangwo told them to stay put and not move, as he would arrange for someone to come for their rescue. The students cheered at the news, thrilled at the prospect of leaving the dreaded place. Some also tried contacting their families, but received no responses, leading them to fear the worst for their loved ones. However, some students felt a sense of unease. They wondered why Wu Qingyu's father, if he had the capability to rescue them, hadn't come to search for them earlier. Why wait until now? And if he didn't have the ability to save his son, why would he promise to do so? These questions also left Liang Yu extremely puzzled. The mysterious West Mountain base finally made its move. As Wu Qinyu and others were quietly waiting at the cave entrance, suddenly, a strange noise came from outside, and Wu Qinyu became incredibly excited, scrambling out of the cave entrance while excitedly shouting, my dad has finally sent someone. The other students also got up and hurriedly followed, as if afraid of being left behind. Liang Yu, with Shinyaoka's support, also slowly walked out of the snow cave to see a long dog sled just stopping. These dogs were clearly extraordinary, resembling well-trained military dogs. At that moment, Liang Yu immediately noticed something amiss. 7 or 8 soldiers, wearing special uniforms and exuding an exceptionally strong presence, indicating they were seasoned and elite veterans, disembarked. Instead of approaching them directly, the soldiers talked among themselves, eyeing the group of students as if inspecting animals. An excited Wu Qinyu approached and asked, did my father send you to pick me up? One among the crowd lifted his helmet to reveal a somewhat haggard face and excitedly said, little Yu, I'm here. Wu Qinyu was initially in disbelief, taking a few seconds to vaguely recognize, is this really my dear dad? It wasn't his fault for not recognizing him immediately. His father, as a top official in Heavenly Sea City, usually had an appearance of prosperity, while this man before him had become almost unrecognizably thin. Wu Qinyu, confused but still overjoyed, embraced his father and said, Dad, you finally came. Do you know what I've been through these past 2 months? Expressing some resentment, Wu Qinyu pushed his father away, angrily shouting, why didn't you come to pick me up sooner? Do you know I almost died here? Wu Jiangwo looked cowardly and embarrassed, saying, let's not talk about that now. The important thing is you're safe. Let's go home with Dad first. At this moment, a soldier approached with a condescending tone, asking, we heard your school warehouse has quite a few supplies. Please lead the way. These supplies must be taken back to the base. It was only then that Liang Yu realized something was amiss. These people don't seem like they're here to rescue us. They seem only interested in the supplies. Wu Qinyu, in a feigned same diligent manner, said, "There are indeed many supplies under the snow, but there's also a mutated big cat inside. We are no match for it." The soldiers discussed among themselves for a while, and the captain declared, "No big deal about a monster. We have experience dealing with mutated creatures. Just lead the way, and you can leave the rest to us." Wu Qingyu panicked at this. He had no desire to return to that perilous snow cave. Certain these soldiers couldn't ensure his safety. Thinking this, Wu Qingyu pointed at Liang Yu and said, "All the supplies for us students were found by teacher Liang. She knows the location of the supplies better." In a bid for his safety, Wu Qingyu did not hesitate to betray Liang Yu. Liang Yu sighed deeply and took the initiative, saying, "I'll lead you there then." Soon, the soldiers followed her towards the cave entrance. The anxious students asked, "Can we go back first?" But a soldier coldly rebuked, "Just stay put. Once we find the supplies, arrangements will be made for you." Sensing a subtle shift in the atmosphere, the students grew uneasy. Not long after, sounds echoed from the cave entrance, and a soldier popped his head out, shouting, "You boys, come over and help carry some things." The boys had no choice but to comply. The soldiers then directed the students to load all the found supplies onto the sleds. Some students began to whisper complaints. "Weren't they supposed to rescue us? Why does it feel like we're being used as labor now?" The students, daring not to speak out loud, quietly complained to class leader Wu Qingyu, "Didn't you say your father was a leader? Why are we doing this hard labor?" Wu Qingyu, equally embarrassed, had always bragged about his father being the top person at West Mountain Base. But given the current situation, it seemed his father's position within the West Mountain organization wasn't that high after all. He quietly explained, "It must be due to a shortage of manpower. In an icebound apocalypse, there won't be any extra hands. We can rest once we get to the base." Soon, all the packed supplies were moved onto the sled, and the soldiers quickly set off with the fully loaded sleds, leaving behind two soldiers who waved at Liang Yu and the students, saying, "Let's go." Watching the sleds disappear into the distance, the students were dumbfounded. "Is there no other sled arranged for us? Do we have to walk there?" These were kids used to comfort and luxury. The West Mountain Base was at least a dozen kilometers away. One girl immediately protested, "We've been starving and suffering for so long. How can we possibly walk that far?" Listening to the students' back and forth protests, the two soldiers were filled with scorn. "Shut the hell up." One of the soldiers suddenly bellowed, his military authority and aura of decisiveness instantly subduing the students. "Follow me if you don't want to die, or else crawl back to the cave," he said before turning away impatiently. The other soldier coldly added, "Let me remind you, no matter if you were children of high officials or wealthy tycoons before, it's all worthless now in the apocalypse. If you want to survive, just obey." After dropping a bag of energy bars, he turned and left. Some students were instantly devastated, clearly unable to accept this harsh reality. Liang Yu picked up the energy bars and encouraged, "Let's gather our spirits and follow them. The school's food has been taken away. Staying here means certain death. West Mountain Base is our only hope for survival." Teacher Liang as their moral support, a glimmer of hope began to kindle in everyone's hearts. Thus, the students proceeded, supporting each other, consuming an energy bar when they couldn't go on. 2 hours later, they finally reached the entrance of West Mountain Base, a giant iron door slowly opening. Guided by the two soldiers, the students hurriedly entered, seeing this place as a safe haven and a hope for a better life. Descending along the staircase, Liang Yu and the others didn't know how long they walked until they reached a spacious room, much warmer than outside. Both excited and scared, the students wondered, "What are we going to do next?" Liang Yu reassured them, "Don't worry, they wouldn't have brought us all the way here to harm us." Just then, a door opened, and a group of people in protective suits, carrying devices resembling pesticide sprayers, emerged and began to spray the students vigorously. Following them, a formidable middle-aged woman stepped forward, cleared her throat, and commanded loudly, "Everyone, line up. We are disinfecting you as a precaution. A full body check will follow. For the safety of everyone in the base, please cooperate fully." Following that, two medical staff arrived at the scene. Under the orders of the stout woman, everyone had their blood samples taken for testing. Then, under the guidance of the soldiers, they were led into a room. After the arduous trek through miles of snow, everyone was exhausted. The soldiers, menacing with their weapons, commanded obedience without question, and no one had the energy or courage to speak up. Liang Yu and the students found themselves confined in a spacious room. Soon, a person in protective clothing brought in a large basin of food. The students exchanged wary glances. "This white, viscous liquid, what is it? It smells decent though." Driven by hunger, they grabbed spoons and began to eat ravenously. "It tastes a bit like yogurt, but it's definitely not yogurt." Just as they had replenished some of their strength, the door suddenly opened, and Wu Jiangwo, accompanied by the stout woman, entered. Wu Qingyu, upon seeing his father, excitedly called out to him. The stout woman glanced at Wu Qingyu, a sinister smile crossing her face. She turned to Wu Jiangwo and remarked, "Is this young fellow your son? He looks robust." Wu Jiangwo replied obsequiously, "Yes, Director Su." Director Su then announced loudly with her hands behind her back, "The blood sample tests are back. Everyone is healthy, no infectious diseases or suspicious viruses. Indeed, college students have good resistance, but everyone still needs to undergo a thorough cleansing, after which you will be assigned to the 4th survival pod. As the staff directed, everyone lined up for the deep cleaning. At that moment, Director Su pointed at Wu Qingyu and said, "You, come with me." Wu Qingyu's eyes lit up, and he began boasting to his classmates, "I told you my father has a significant position here. He'll make sure I'm well taken care of. I'm not like the rest of you." The classmates looked at him with envy. Wu Jiangwo then whispered in his ear, "Little Yu, these are extraordinary times. You must abide by the rules here. You cannot refuse what the leaders ask of you. Remember that." Wu Qingyu nodded, somewhat puzzled, thinking he might be assigned to some important position. Then, Director Su warmly put an arm around Wu Qingyu's shoulder, saying, "Wu Qingyu, right? Come with me." Watching Wu Qingyu receive special treatment, everyone else was filled with envy. Wu Qingyu followed Director Su through the shelter, marveling at the vastness of West Mountain Base. The temperature underground was much warmer, around 6 or 7 degrees Celsius, a stark contrast to the outside cold. Soldiers in white uniforms guarded every door, making the place seem extremely solemn and secure. Director Su led Wu Qingyu to a room and directed him to the bathroom. "Go take a shower." Wu Qingyu, not having bathed for 2 months, didn't think twice. Excited for a hot shower, he rushed into the bathroom and indulged for a full half-hour. However, upon emerging from the bathroom, wrapped only in a towel, he was stunned. The room was bathed in a suggestive pink light, and Director Su was dressed in a scanty outfit, her eyes filled with seductive intent. Before Wu Qingyu could react, she pulled him close. "What are you waiting for? Come here." After the encounter, Director Su, seemingly satisfied, dressed and left the room. Wu Jiangwo had been waiting outside the whole time. As Director Su exited, he approached obsequiously. "Director Su, was my son to your satisfaction?" She gave a thumbs up. "He's definitely the son of Director Wu. I'm quite pleased with his talents. Did he inherit them from you?" Wu Jiangwo responded with a foolish smile. "Please, don't call me director anymore. Those days are behind me." Director Su commanded, "Clean up the tissues and such inside. I'll arrange for extra supplies to be issued to you." Wu Jiangwo was overjoyed, bowing deeply in gratitude. "Thank you for your generosity, Director Su. Call on me anytime you need, and I'll bring my son right over to serve you." Meanwhile, Liang Yu and the other students had just completed their deep cleaning and were dressed in new clothes, which they found quite unfashionable. "These styles and colors are so outdated," they complained. Just then, a leader-like woman with glasses entered. "Everyone, follow me. I'll take you to where you'll be working and living." Behind the woman with glasses stood 2 armed soldiers, casting a gloomy aura over everyone. The students, lined up and following the leader, felt a growing sense of unease. Deep underground, under the dim lighting guarded by armed soldiers, a palpable sense of oppression made it hard for them to breathe. They huddled together, looking to Liang Yu for guidance. As a large iron door rose, they were presented with a massive workspace filled with bicycles. To their astonishment, inside were thousands of people pedaling vigorously. Every face was empty, numb, and exhausted, yet no one dared to stop. A privileged young lady, stunned, asked, "What are these people doing?" The woman with glasses glanced over her shoulder and explained, "This is your workplace. Your job will be to generate electricity for the base. These bicycles are connected to the power system. You will each receive a manual of the base's regulations, which you must adhere to strictly or face severe consequences." Her expression was ice cold, not impatient, but terrifying enough to chill one's bones. "You better work hard. Your ration is linked to the amount of electricity you generate. If you want to survive, don't slack off." Suddenly, a girl collapsed to the ground, crying bitterly, clutching at Teacher Liang's hand, repeatedly calling out to her. All the girls began to cry, their tears flowing freely. Accustomed to a life of luxury, these young women had never experienced such hardship and instinctively looked to their only teacher for hope. They reminisced about the better days at Azure Sky Academy, where Teacher Liang had taken care of everything, protecting them and finding food. Now, the environment was akin to the sweatshops of old societies. The female leader was indifferent to their crying. "Save your pity party. I advise you to conserve your energy for generating power. Otherwise, I guarantee you won't even have the energy to cry." Liang Yu comforted the students, saying, "Even though I have special abilities, with these armed soldiers right next to us, I dare not revolt." Liang Yu then realized this place is no longer the so-called official refuge. It has become a tool for some power organization. We students can't get proper placement. It seems my previous thoughts were too naive. Elsewhere, after Director Su closed the door and left, Wu Jiangwo rushed into the room, concerned for his son. Wu Qingyu lay on the bed, exhausted, his eyes no longer focused. Wu Jiangwo looked at his son with a pained expression and said, "Little Yu, are you alright?" He then sighed deeply. "The rules of the game are like this now. If you want to survive standing, you must be prepared to accept everything lying down. You'll get used to it eventually." Wu Qingyu, tears streaming down his face, looked at his father and asked, "How could it turn out like this? Aren't you the chief? Why didn't you tell me about the situation here earlier?" Wu Qingyu thought that coming here, he could continue living as a privileged second-generation official. Wu Jiangwo, with a heavy voice, said, "After the apocalypse, all the rules changed. The so-called chief position is now worthless." He then began to recount what had happened since the apocalypse. Initially, the people who came to the base were from the top of the pyramid and Heavenly Sea City. Everyone respected each other, and researchers speculated that the snow disaster would would end soon, and everyone could return to their positions, restoring their former status and cooperation. But soon, scientists discovered that the effects of the supernova explosion were far beyond anyone's expectations. The Earth had entered an ice age, which might not end for decades or even centuries. This meant that the past status and identity would cease to exist. At that moment, a group of people awakened powerful special abilities, widening the class gap. Those in control of armed forces rebelled and seized control of West Mountain Base, eventually imposing a hierarchy. Wu Jiangwo continued gravely, "Wherever there are humans, there will be hierarchies. What happened to you today is the first lesson of your life and death struggle in the future. Now, we are at the bottom, so we must unconditionally submit to the rulers. To survive, these sacrifices are actually nothing." Meanwhile, Liang Yu and her students had a busy day and finally got some rest. Only now did they start to grasp the full extent of their situation. After pedaling bicycles for an entire day, they were rewarded with only a bowl of some protein paste-like food. The students, accustomed to a life of luxury, couldn't adapt to the intense labor and oppressive environment. They gathered around teacher Liang, lamenting, "We've pedaled all day and our backsides are sore. When will this end? I'd rather die than continue like this." Seeing her students in such agony, Liang Yu felt deeply pained but was at a loss for what to do. Under these circumstances, just being alive is already quite difficult. Look at those pedaling with us. All were once people of status. A world where everyone is happy and enjoys life simply doesn't exist. But don't be too pessimistic. At least you are alive and able to fend for yourselves. Liang Yu had come to accept this way of life and even found it less burdensome than before. Previously, she had to care for all the students while constantly guarding against attacks from supernatural beings. One of the students, filled with indignation, declared, "We are the elite of society. Why should we work like slaves for them?" Teacher Liang, with a look of helplessness, realized that the students still couldn't grasp their new reality. "I'm just a teacher. What can I do? Any random person from the power station was a director or leader before. I have no say here." At that moment, the door suddenly opened and Wu Qinyu walked in, looking dispirited. Everyone quickly surrounded him, asking, "Your dad is a leader at the base. Can he look out for us? We don't want to pedal the bicycles anymore. Even clerical work would be better." Wu Qinyu, looking grim, responded, "Don't be delusional. Everyone at the base has a specific role, and your task is to generate power." Teacher Liang approached and asked, "Wu Qinyu, what have you done today?" Clenching his fists, Wu Qinyu was haunted by the humiliating events of the day. "Today, I got a better understanding of the base's current situation with my father. Our position is quite dangerous now." Wu Qinyu, disheartened, shared the current state of the base with Liang Yu. "Teacher Liang, we will have to rely on you from now on." Liang Yu, after some thought, seemed to understand Wu Qinyu's implication. Being a martial arts expert and now awakened with special abilities, she knew it was only a matter of time before she became important in the current hierarchy of the base. Wu Qinyu then relayed the intelligence he had gathered. The leader of the West Mountain organization is Chen Xinyan, a former high-ranking official controlling the armed forces of Heavenly Sea City. Many of his subordinates have awakened special abilities and quickly took control of the entire base, restructuring its order. To manage the organization more effectively, Chen Xinyan divided the base into 4 tiers of living capsules. The first tier houses Chen Xinyan and his relatives, enjoying the best living conditions. The second tier is mostly top scientists and medical professionals, whose living conditions are comparable to pre-apocalypse standards. The third tier houses the armed forces, originally the elite warriors of Heavenly Sea City, now including powerful squads with special abilities, living in a relatively carefree state. The bottom tier is where we are, the fourth tier, making up the majority of the West Mountain organization, doing the hardest work yet receiving the least resources. We have no way out, closely monitored by the guard team from the third tier. Any act of defiance is tantamount to suicide. The students were stunned by the revelation. One girl, overcome with despair, cried out, "Does this mean we are trapped here for life? What's the point of living then?" Wu Qinyu coldly responded, "They agreed to bring us here to replenish their labor force. If you want to end it all, no one will stop you. They don't care about our lives. They can easily replace us with more survivors from outside." At this moment, a tall male student angrily grabbed Wu Qingyu's collar, accusing him, "Isn't this all your fault? You exposed our location, leading to our resources being stolen and us being captured to this hellish place to toil." Wu Qinyu, with an impassive expression, simply stared back at him. "Do you think staying at Azure Sky Academy would have spared you from being devoured by the cat demons?" The boy was left speechless. Wu Qinyu pushed him away forcefully, then turned to Liang Yu and said, "Our only hope now is Teacher Liang. You're different from us. You're a special ability user. At West Mountain Base, ability users enjoy privileges. So, Teacher Liang, you must help us." Wu Qinyu's words awakened the students, who quickly surrounded Liang Yu, pleading in a flurry, "Teacher Liang, you are our teacher. Looking after students is your responsibility. We can't handle hard labor. If this continues, we'll go insane." Liang Yu, looking helpless, replied, "I will ensure your safety, but I'm afraid I can't do much about the division of labor in the base." After a day's rest, her physical strength had mostly recovered. With her current combat ability, she could easily defeat armed soldiers, but she wouldn't lose her reason over it. She even thought that the order of the base was reasonable. Then, she turned and lay on her bed, saying, "Everyone, rest up. We still have to get up and work tomorrow, or we'll be drained." Reluctantly, the students returned to their beds. Liang Yu felt a bit sorry for them and was willing to try changing the situation if there was a chance. The next morning, the dormitory's loudspeaker went off promptly, and everyone hurriedly prepared, then lined up for the cafeteria. The woman with glasses, accompanied by a few soldiers, took a megaphone and shouted, "Good morning, everyone. We've survived another day. Let us thank our great leader, Chen Xinyan, for living happily until now." Everyone excitedly cheered, "Long live leader Chen Xinyan." Even Liang Yu's students couldn't help but join in the chant, making her scalp tingle. This is brainwashing, she thought. The woman with glasses continued through the megaphone. "Yesterday, the base rescued another group of survivors. Now we're all one big family. Now, let's have our new family members introduce themselves. Welcome." Everyone's eyes turned to Liang Yu and the others, starting to applaud warmly. Liang Yu felt a cold sweat, familiar with this type of brainwashing. This is the famous herd effect. Don't think that just being vigilant will prevent assimilation. Once you integrate into the collective, you'll slowly identify with everyone and everything around you, eventually being unable to extricate yourself. This is why so many intelligent college students fall into scams they once looked down upon. Liang Yu took a deep breath. Although she understood the situation well, she felt helpless and could only lead her students to introduce themselves one by one. The woman with glasses then arranged a morning meeting, starting with a grand chorus of praising the organization, followed by a few enjoyable games. Throughout the morning meeting, Liang Yu noticed subtle changes in her students' expressions. They seemed to be slowly accepting this new group, even starting to chat with the workers they met during the games. Liang Yu found a bittersweet comfort in this, thinking, living in such oblivion is better than waiting for death at Azure Sky Academy. At that moment, a young woman in a black suit, followed by two armed soldiers, entered. The woman with glasses immediately approached her with a flattering demeanor. "Secretary Gu, what an honor to have you here. There's no need for you to come to such a place personally. Just send a message, and I'll take care of it for you." Secretary Gu didn't even give the woman a glance, took the megaphone, and announced loudly, "We rescued a new group of survivors yesterday. Is Miss Liang Yu here?" Liang Yu stood up calmly. "I am Liang Yu." Hearing their teacher's name, the students looked towards her with eyes full of hope. Liang Yu walked over slowly. Secretary Gu approached and shook hands with Liang Yu, introducing herself. "I am Guro, the secretary of leader Chen Xinyan. Our leader would like to meet you." As soon as these words were said, the entire cafeteria erupted into commotion. Everyone started discussing wildly. The leader of the West Mountain organization actually wants to meet a newcomer, and even send a personal secretary to deliver the message. Isn't this treatment a fast track to soaring high? The students were especially thrilled, urging, "Teacher Liang, please don't forget about us." Amidst the noisy discussions, Secretary Go looked up slightly. Her gaze was stern, and the cafeteria fell silent instantly. She then smiled at Liang Yu and said, "Miss Liang, please follow me." Liang Yu was curious about who Chen Xinyan really was, but she knew any opportunity to leave the power plant was a good one. Led by Guro, she quickly arrived at Chen Xinyan's office, where she met a kind-faced, middle-aged man, about 50 years old. As soon as he saw Liang Yu, he walked over with a smile and took her hand, showering her with compliments. "Miss Liang is such a responsible and great teacher, leading so many students to survive through such hardships. It's truly admirable." Liang Yu was somewhat overwhelmed by this sudden warmth and didn't quite understand the situation before Chen Xinyan, still holding her arm, invited her to sit and expressed his desire to seek her advice. His gentle and kind demeanor made Liang Yu feel a sense of warmth she hadn't felt in a long time. After a round of comprehensive compliments, Chen Xinyan shared with Liang Yu his vision for West Mountain Base, including its planned 4-tier life pod structure. Gradually gaining her approval, Chen Xinyan then earnestly said to Liang Yu, "I hope to leverage your strength to maintain this base and preserve the spark of human civilization." Upon hearing this, Liang Yu immediately felt the nobility of Chen Xinyan's intentions and readily agreed. "For the future of humanity, I will not shirk from any place where I can be of use." Chen Xinyan's smile deepened, and he called Secretary Guro and indirectly arranged for Liang Yu to be placed in the second life pod, a structure akin to a high-end office building with spacious corridors and bright lighting, almost making one forget it was hundreds of meters underground. Liang Yu felt she had made the right decision, though the students laboring away on the bicycles generating electricity seemed to have slipped from her mind. Meanwhile, at Lark Manor, Zhang Yi's main task during this period had been feeding the cat. That day, he prepared premium cat treats and even a fresh, golden fish, pleading gently with Flower, "I've been feeding you for a week now. Be my pet, will you? If you agree to come back with me, I'll make sure you're fed well every day." After Flower quickly finished the food, Zhang Yi continued to coax, "My place is very warm, you know. There's a cozy fireplace to sit by. Why suffer in the cold outdoors?" Flower also looked through the French window into the house, observing the warm and comfortable scene inside. For the first time, it showed a hesitant expression. Zhang Yi noticed the change in its eyes and felt hopeful, so he stood up and slowly walked towards the main door. Sure enough, Flower cautiously cautiously followed. At that moment, Zhang Yi was as gentle as an old father, step by step trying to lure it inside. Flower indeed followed him into the house. Zhang Yi was ecstatic inside. Once Flower entered the house, it began to wreak havoc without restraint, jumping and scratching everywhere. It even tore at the $1 million sofa, but Zhang Yi watched with a smile, even encouragingly saying, "Go ahead and make yourself at home. This is your home now." Meanwhile, Zhou Qi jealously remarked, "It's a good thing this cat can't turn into a woman, or I'd have no status at home at all." Fresh into the shelter, Flower was filled with curiosity, causing trouble all day long. Zhang Yi was extremely tolerant, letting it leave footprints everywhere and even not minding when it smashed a $1 million antique vase. It wasn't until Flower, tired from playing, curled up on the chair to rest that Zhang Yi finally breathed a sigh of relief. He knew that building initial trust was most important when dealing with cats. Once that process fails, it's hard to make up for it later. Zhang Yi took a deep breath, thinking, "I've never been this tired even when I was groveling in the past." Then he tried to reach out to pet Flower, but before he could touch it, Flower turned around and yelped, "Alert!" They awkwardly made eye contact for 2 seconds before Flower finally lowered its guard and settled down. Zhang Yi took another deep breath, contentedly succeeding in petting Flower. Flower let out a comfortable purr, finally acknowledging Zhang Yi as its owner. Zhang Yi was completely relieved, thinking, "I've never been this tired even when groveling to Fanyuqing before." Gaining Flower's trust brought indescribable joy to Zhang Yi. After Flower joined the big family, the shelter was filled with a new kind of happiness. The girls competed to pet the cat daily. Yang Mi even took it with her during her showers. Yang Xinxin and Lu Karen even let it sleep between them. During this time, Yang Xinxin and Lu Karen were not idle either. With Yang Xinxin maintaining the shelter's cybersecurity, no one in the world dared to breach it. And as a top hacker, Yang Xinxin was not satisfied with just defense. She used her powerful hacking skills to initiate counter-invasions along the trails of any attempted breaches. After discovering important information, she immediately notified Zhang Yi. Proudly smiling, Yang Xinxin revealed to Zhang Yi, "Brother Zhang Yi, that rookie who tried to invade our network has been located by me." She showed him a map in front of Zhang Yi, which he recognized at a glance as the Heavenly Sea City map, clearly marking their own location, and another flashing red dot likely indicating the invader's location, south close. It seems to be in the southwestern frontier of the West Mountain area, just over 30 kilometers from Lark Manor. However, Yang Xinxin coolly remarked, "Their technology is crude compared to mine, and their equipment isn't very advanced either. I easily breached their system with our supercomputer. The data on their computer is encrypted, though, so it will take some time to crack. But what's certain is that there is a huge organization in the West Mountain area of Heavenly Sea City. Given their proximity, conflict seems inevitable." Zhang Yi crossed his arms and took a deep breath. "What's meant to come will always come. I, Zhang Yi, don't seek trouble, but am not afraid of it either. If anyone dares to target me, no matter who they are, I'll make sure they pay dearly." Xinxin, continue to crack that information. The more intelligence we gather, the better. "I'm going to check on Karen," he said, heading to the mechanical workshop on the basement level. Upon calling over Lu Karen, who was busy at work, she greeted him with a bright smile, clearly grateful and dedicated to Zhang Yi's instructions. The workshop was noisy and swelteringly hot. She then turned and fetched something from a shelf. "Brother Zhang Yi, look what I've got for you," she said, handing him a silencer for a sniper rifle. Zhang Yi was thrilled. The silencer was crucial for him. His already enhanced firearms potency could theoretically allow him to snipe enemies from 300 meters away. The only issue had been the loud noise revealing his position, but now that problem was solved. With a thumbs up, Zhang Yi praised, "Karen really knows me well." Flattered and blushing, Lu Karen shyly replied, "Try it and see if it works well. I can adjust and modify it based on your feedback. Just tell me whatever you need in the future, and I'll do my best to make it for you." In the midst of the conversation, Zhang Yi suddenly put his arm around Lu Karen's shoulder, asking in a serious tone, "I came specifically for this, but can you make landmines, grenades, and the like?" Her heart raced with Zhang Yi's warm hand on her shoulder. She looked at him hesitantly and a bit defiantly said, "Is that all you need? I'm an expert in mechanics. The technology in these things is less than that of a new energy battery. Aren't you underestimating me? I learned how to make those in primary school. They're child's play for me." Feeling a bit embarrassed, Zhang Yi thought, even geniuses need recognition. Asking for something without challenge might be an insult to her. Lu Karen saw the bewilderment on Zhang Yi's face and quickly explained, "Those things are actually outdated. They are single combat equipment from hundreds of years ago, hardly useful now. Basically, they are just gunpowder. With the right materials, an average middle school student could make them." Zhang Yi suddenly became serious. Times have changed. After the arrival of the extreme cold tide, modern high-tech weapons have become useless. Aircraft carriers and planes are almost scrap metal. Instead, these primitive thermal weapons will become very useful. I just went to Yang Xinxin's place. Our shelter has been targeted. Although we don't understand the opponent's background yet, it's likely a powerful armed organization. So, we have to prepare thoroughly in advance and set up tight traps around the shelter to be foolproof. Hearing this, Lu Karen's expression also turned serious. She suddenly felt felt that these were not child's play and was filled with a sense of mission. Zhang Yi smiled and stroked her hair. But don't worry, just do as I say. I can handle everything else. With me here, I will protect you, he said, pinching Lu Karen's cheek tenderly and affectionately. The naive Lu Karen was overwhelmed by this and teared up instantly. Zhang Yi continued, actually, I've always wanted to tell you, from the first time I saw you, I felt a special connection. You look so much like my sister, and you always give me the urge to protect you. Lu Karen's eyes filled with tears as she sniffed and said excitedly, really? Zhang Yi gently smiled and replied, absolutely true. When have I ever lied? But at this moment, Lu Karen felt a twinge of disappointment, thinking, just a sister? Before she could ponder further, Zhang Yi continued his affectionate gestures, softly caressing her cheek. Just help your brother with his work. Leave everything else to me. As long as I'm here, I won't let you suffer a single bit of harm. Seeing Zhang Yi's resolute gaze, Lu Karen's heart fluttered. It was the first time she had been treated so intimately by a man, and she was momentarily lost for words, only managing to nod in agreement repeatedly. Zhang Yi stood up, ready to leave. He said, I won't disturb you any longer. Remember, rest when you're tired, drink more water when you're thirsty, and take good care of yourself. Don't overwork yourself. Then, Zhang Yi left the studio, leaving behind his lingering presence in her dazed eyes. Once outside, Zhang Yi took a deep breath, feeling he had once again stirred the emotions of an innocent girl. He thought to himself that with a girl as precious as her, using some benign tactics was necessary. Even leveraging his charm was acceptable when it came to securing dangerous items like weapons, which needed to be firmly in his hands. To heighten the vigilance of Chun Lei and Uncle Yu, Zhang Yi sent them a message urgently. Recently, through the supercomputer, we've discovered some unknown forces. They might possess strong military capabilities and are only 30 kilometers away from me. You two must be very careful in your actions. The country has already collapsed, and anyone claiming to represent the state is 100% a scammer. Do not trust anyone. He also reminded them crucially, most importantly, never reveal your special abilities. Uncle Yu and Chun Lei promptly responded with a sense of urgency, received, and showed concern for Zhang Yi's safety as well. Zhang Yi pondered, it's still unclear how much information the other party has, so I dare not leave the shelter rashly. As long as I don't go out, no matter how powerful they are, they can't do anything to me. But then, considering Chun Lei's position across the river, he realized that if the force from the West Hills truly coveted his shelter, Su Family Town would be right on their path. With this in mind, he quickly sent a private message to Chun Lei. If your village encounters danger you can't handle, remember to run in my direction. In this ice-cold apocalypse, Zhang Yi knew the value of an ice ability user and the importance of keeping such a loyal and capable ally safe. Meanwhile, Chun Lei, reading the warning from Zhang Yi, seemed somewhat unconcerned. He mumbled to himself, brother Zhang is really something. Right across is the big villa area. How could they possibly be interested in my poor village? Meanwhile, about 30 kilometers west of Su Family Town, once a development zone with many buildings under construction, a tall and robust man stepped out of a building, complaining, why won't this snow stop? If it continues like this, the entire earth will be covered. Beside him, Xia Huanhuan smiled faintly and responded, Lu Xiang, stop worrying unnecessarily. We need to focus on completing our mission. Besides, after 2 months of heavy snow, the moisture in the air has almost condensed and consumed. The snow should stop soon. Xia Huanhuan caught a snowflake in her hand. It's said that even the equatorial regions in Africa are now dozens of degrees below zero. From now on, it will only get colder, and snowfall will become increasingly rare. Fortunately, the heavy snow will soon stop. This is probably the creator's last mercy on the world. Lu Xiang, not quite appreciating the poetic sentiment, directly sat on a snow sled. In contrast, Xia Huanhuan mounted a large dog, her petite figure posing no burden to the animal. She took out a device from her pocket, reported the completion of a task from a few days ago, and received new instructions. We were initially limited to the West Mountain area, but according to new orders, we need to make a special search in another place. Although the target isn't specifically mentioned, Xia Huanhuan pondered for a moment. It's probably not a particularly important task. We'll just go through the motions, and then return to base. After a long journey, Xia Huanhuan suddenly stood up and looked into the distance towards Lark Manor, where Zhang Yi resided. That should be our destination. She then settled herself on the sled. Let's be alert. After searching here, we can finish up. At Xia Huanhuan's whistle, 4 large sled dogs rushed towards their destination. Their initial destination was Zhang Yi's Lark Manor, but the sight of the snow village, especially the enormous ice castle at its center, took Xia Huanhuan and Lu Xiang by surprise. After the heavy snowfall, Chun Lei, using his ice abilities, had helped the villagers construct ice dwellings, particularly his anime-inspired castle in the middle of the village. The arrival of Xia Huanhuan and Lu Xiang alerted the village's sled dogs, whose barking quickly attracted a large group of villagers. Since the battle at Lark Manor, the villagers had been on edge, and any slight commotion brought them out in force, armed and ready. Xia Huanhuan and Lu Xiang were once again astounded. It's incredible to see so many survivors in this extreme cold apocalypse. A leading villager, armed with a homemade firearm, confronted them with 3 critical questions. Who are you? Where are you from? What are you doing here? Xia Huanhuan stepped forward with a slight smile and said, "We are from a government organization, dispatched to search for survivors of the snow disaster. Please don't be too nervous." As she spoke, she took out her own credential. She was well aware that these survivors still harbored some hope in the government, and therefore, they had already prepared so-called credentials in advance. The acting village head, Su Dongtang, examined the credentials and, impressed by their uniform and demeanor, decided to trust them. He quickly turned hospitable. "So you are officials. Would you like to come into the village for a visit?" He signaled the villagers to prepare food and drink and instructed them to donate some of their stored food to treat these two officials properly. However, some villagers were skeptical. "These two are of unknown origin. Is it necessary to treat them this way?" Su Dongtang, with a hint of depth in his words, reassured them, "All I need to know is who they represent, not who they are. In these chaotic times, Su East Village has barely survived. If we can establish a connection with influential people, it might be the making of the Su family. Besides, we're only offering some food. They won't eat much." The villagers, understanding the strategy, brought out their best hidden treasures to treat the guests. Xia Huanhuan and Lu Xiang were taken aback by the lively and well-organized community, seemingly unaffected by the heavy snow and apparently well-supplied. They inquired of village head Su Dongtang, "Your village is so well-managed. How did you achieve this? I'm curious." Upon hearing the query, Su Dongtang puffed out his chest, ready to impress the so-called officials. "Firstly, it's the indomitable spirit of self-reliance and resilience of our Su family. A mere snow disaster can't defeat us. Of course, as the village head, I've played a significant role. I always remind the villagers to have foresight and be prepared. Hence, most of us haven't worried about food." Su Dongtang boasted proudly, "I don't mean to brag, but no one has starved to death in our village since the snow disaster." Some of the village elders nearby were speechless at his claim, thinking to themselves, this Su Dongtang really doesn't shy away from claiming credit. He's been village head for less than a week. How did all the achievements suddenly become his? It was all under the command of the old village head, and has nothing to do with Su Dongtang. Xia Huanhuan casually asked, "So, your village has accumulated a lot of food?" Su Dongtang, more self-assured now, replied, "Little sister, you seem not very familiar with the agricultural market of Heavenly Sea City. Let me tell you, in the past, 1/3 of the vegetables in Heavenly Sea City were supplied by our Su family town." Just as he was about to boast further, he caught himself, realizing he shouldn't so easily reveal the village's food reserves. He might inadvertently invite trouble if the authorities decided to claim them. Quickly shifting his tone, Su Dongtang said evasively, "It's been snowing for over a month, and most of the grain and vegetables are nearly spoiled. The villagers are basically struggling to make ends meet." Xia Huanhuan, not easily fooled, commented, "For a village as large as Su family town, probably housing hundreds of families, maintaining subsistence is impressive." Su Dongtang, swelling with pride, continued, "Actually, it's mainly our Su East village that's managed well. Look at the ice houses we've built. I directed everyone to construct them, perfectly solving our housing problem. Other villages' houses have been buried under the snow. Their village heads didn't have the foresight like me, resulting in many freezing to death." The other villagers watched Su Dongtang's performance, speechless from disbelief, yet due to his status as the village head, they refrained from pointing out the absurdity. Xia Huanhuan and Lu Xiang were incredulous, secretly marveling, "I never thought this old man would be so prescient." Lu Xiang remarked as he looked out at the ice castle outside the window, "It's incredible that such a structure could be built in this icy apocalypse. Your village's craftsmen must be really skilled." Su Dongtang started to get carried away. "We have many skilled workers in the village. This little skill is nothing to us." However, Su Dongtang's blatant self-promotion inadvertently led to the deliberate overlooking of Chunlei's presence. In order to entertain the so-called leaders, the villagers lined up to bring out long-treasured delicacies from their homes. They had been eating compressed food for weeks and now couldn't help but marvel at the feast before them, thinking how wealthy the village must be. At this moment, Su Dongtang approached with a sycophantic smile to pour wine, offering his many years treasured drink. "Do the two leaders have any insider news? When does the government plan to address the snow disaster? Are there any disaster relief materials being distributed?" The two continued to eat and drink silently until Xia Huanhuan said indifferently, "We've already made plans for the disaster relief. It should be implemented soon." Hearing this, Su Dongtang and the villagers looked forward with hope. "That's wonderful news. These days are too hard to endure. If this continues, our whole village will either freeze or starve to death. Has any expert analyzed when this snow disaster will end?" Xia Huanhuan continued nonchalantly, "It should be soon. Haven't you noticed the snow has lessened a lot recently? The experts say it will stop soon." Lu Xiang couldn't help but glance at Xia Huanhuan, thinking, with her calm and steady demeanor, if I didn't know some inside information, even I would believe her. Suddenly, Xia Huanhuan asked, "After the snow disaster, did anyone in your village experience any strange changes?" Su Dongtang and the villagers were momentarily stunned, all aware she was referring to Chunlei. Fortunately, Su Dongtang wasn't too foolish and responded with a forced laugh, "Everything is normal in our village. Strange changes? We've we've never heard of such things. Xia Huanhuan and Lu Xiang's mission was to seek resources, but more importantly, to find mutants and bring them back to the base. The villagers' changing expressions did not escape the observant Xia Huanhuan. She put down her wine glass and said indifferently, after the snow disaster, some individuals have undergone mutations and acquired extraordinary abilities. The government highly values these individuals. If you can provide useful information, the organization will reward you generously. The villagers hesitated, not daring to speak in front of the village head, Su Dongtang. He was internally debating whether to disclose Chun Lei's situation, considering he hadn't yet received any tangible benefits. Curious, Su Dongtang asked, "May I inquire what the organization plans to do with these individuals?" Xia Huanhuan's certainty of mutants in the village strengthened. She replied warmly, "These powerful mutants will become the backbone of our organization, crucial for rebuilding our community in the future. If you provide useful information, the organization will acknowledge your contribution significantly." Su Dongtang pondered, cynically thinking that promises were easier said than done. He thought to himself, Chun Lei is the village's treasure. Without him, our village would have been doomed after the snow disaster. I can't just hand him over so easily. He then took out his phone. "Give me your contact details. If we discover anything unusual, I will report to the leaders immediately." Just then, Xia Huanhuan's expression suddenly changed. She stared intently at Su Dongtang with a smile that wasn't quite a smile and said, "Village Chief Su, is there something you're not telling us?" The sudden change in Xia Huanhuan's demeanor scared Su Dongtang, and the atmosphere turned incredibly tense. Su Dongtang's hand froze midair as he stuttered, "We are all law-abiding citizens here. I assure you there's no falsehood in our words." Xia Huanhuan imposingly tapped the table and pressed, "Are you sure there are no mutants in your village? Think carefully before you answer. The organization is taking this matter very seriously. If you dare to hide any information, I guarantee you won't get away with it." Realizing his lie was caught, Su Dongtang looked embarrassed, but quickly thought of a way out and whispered to Xia Huanhuan, "Actually, we do know of a strange person, but he's not from our Su East village, so I didn't dare to mention it carelessly. The fellow's name is Zhang Yi, and he lives in Lark Manor across from our village." Upon hearing this, Xia Huanhuan's eyes lit up. The name matched the target mentioned in her special mission. Overjoyed by the coincidence, she thought, this is a perfect opportunity to gather more information. To cover his verbal slip-up, Su Dongtang divulged everything he knew, that Zhang Yi is like a merciless devil. His home is surrounded by traps. "A few days ago, we just wanted to borrow some resources from him, and without a word, he killed hundreds of our people." The villagers, fueled by indignation, chimed in one after another, "That devil is definitely not normal. His methods are extremely cruel." Observing the villagers' unrestrained anger, Xia Huanhuan thought, "This doesn't seem like an act. My final task is to find Zhang Yi, and then I can return to the base for a comfortable life." Eager for any information about Zhang Yi, she inquired, but surprisingly, the whole Su family town knew virtually nothing about him. They couldn't provide age, height, or appearance details because the battle against him was at night. That night, Zhang Yi, like a ghostly sniper, was elusive, and nobody got a clear look at him. They were too busy fleeing in terror. Lu Xiang added urgently, "But you must know something about his abilities, right?" Su Dongtang helplessly replied, "We don't understand these abilities or mutations. We just think that his capabilities are beyond a normal person. His home is surrounded by traps, and he has a snowmobile and a sniper rifle. But as for these matters, you'll need to investigate yourselves. We are just honest, simple farmers." Hearing this, Xia Huanhuan's eyes flickered with disappointment. Understanding a mutant's abilities is key to dealing with them, and without this information, her excitement was premature. Seeing no valuable information was forthcoming, Xia Huanhuan and Lu Xiang finished their meal and prepared to leave. Su Dongtang, ever obsequious, escorted them to the village entrance. "Leaders, don't forget about Su family town when distributing any good policies in the future." Xia Huanhuan promised with a smile, "With such good management of your village, I will definitely report to my superiors. You won't lack rewards after the disaster." Overjoyed, Su Dongtang generously handed them more of his treasured wine. Once out of the village, Xia Huanhuan quickly pulled out her device to report to the base about Su family town. Discovered a large village, Su family town, with an approximate survivor count of 2,000. It is estimated to have a considerable stockpile of food. No traces of mutants detected. Lu Xiang, puzzled, asked, "Why mislead them with false promises of reconstruction and relief plans? Isn't that all nonsense?" Disdain, Xia Huanhuan looked at Lu Xiang and said, "If I didn't deceive them, do you think they would have treated us so well? Without a little intimidation, would they have provided us with accurate information?" Lu Xiang, somewhat naively, scratched his head and chuckled, "But those villagers seemed so simple and honest. Isn't it too cruel to deceive them like this?" Xia Huanhuan replied with a meaningful tone, "This is why you're just my subordinate. I tell them what they want to hear. As long as they are grateful to me, I don't care about the rest." Lu Xiang, still not convinced, added, "What if they find out everything you said was a lie? What will you do then?" Xia Huanhuan confidently responded, "To them, we represent the government. Whatever we say is taken as legitimate. When that time comes, I'll have a new script ready." Now, knowing their target was in Lark Manor across the river, However, Xia Huanhuan and Lu Ziyang prepared to meet this Zhang Yi. Lu Ziyang pulled out his binoculars, observing Lark Manor carefully. Our trip to Su East Village wasn't fruitless. At least we know his home is surrounded by traps. Xia Huanhuan couldn't help but admire. To live in such a luxurious villa during the apocalypse is indeed enviable. Lu Ziyang scoffed. What's there to envy in this godforsaken weather? It's freezing outside. With such a big villa, he can't possibly have enough fuel to keep warm. The temperature inside won't be much better. Not to mention the daily necessities. Our base is much more comfortable. Xia Huanhuan thought disdainfully, if the mastermind behind emptying the southern warehouse is truly Zhang Yi, then whether he has enough supplies or not is really uncertain. Xia Huanhuan said to Lu Ziyang, take me over there. She agilely jumped onto his shoulders. Subsequently, Lu Ziyang made a sudden leap. They both landed steadily on the wall of the shelter. Once inside the compound, Xia Huanhuan couldn't help but admire. This shelter, built by the wealthy Wang Siming, is not only luxurious in appearance but nearly impregnable, comparable to a military fortress. But unfortunately for you, there is no fortress I can't breach in this world. Lu Ziyang, concerned, suggested, shouldn't we try to negotiate first? It might be dangerous to barge in like this, especially since your ability isn't combat-oriented. Xia Huanhuan was slightly irritated. Are you teaching me how to do my job? Don't forget, even without mutant abilities, I'm still a special forces soldier. Lu Ziyang didn't argue further, just cautioned her to be careful and to signal him if there was trouble. Confidently, Xia Huanhuan assured him, don't worry, Zhang Yi would never expect someone to invade in this manner. She then slipped through the wall and found herself in the shelter's living room. The warmth of the shelter enveloped her immediately, and she was astonished. This place is even warmer than the West Mountain base. Looking at all the lavish furnishings and appliances, living here is even better than a fairy tale. Xia Huanhuan was now certain that Zhang Yi must possess a wealth of resources, whether food or energy. As she was about to continue exploring, a sudden cat's cry startled her. Considering everything inside was unknown and recognizing the shelter's significance, she decided it was wiser to return and report back. However, unwilling to leave without making her presence known, she placed a military knife on the table as a warning to Zhang Yi, then phased through the walls to leave the shelter. Seeing Xia Huanhuan return safely, Lu Ziyang immediately asked, what's the situation inside? Xia Huanhuan, with excitement in her eyes, replied, there's a significant discovery. We need to report back to the base immediately. I'll explain on the way. Lu Ziyang, surprised by their abrupt retreat, questioned, we've taken down powerful factions before with ease. Why retreat now? It's not like you to back down. Xia Huanhuan, is Zhang Yi that formidable? After some thought, Xia Huanhuan explained, judging by the situation inside, my instinct tells me we are no match for him. Besides, I'm not particularly skilled in combat. This is the last mission, and it's prudent to ask for reinforcements from the base rather than take unnecessary risks. Accepting the command, Lu Ziyang didn't question further and prepared for their departure. Meanwhile, the noise had awoken Zhang Yi. Opening his eyes, he saw Flower, the cat, on high alert. Its fur bristled as it meowed at the door. Recognizing the cat's unusual agitation, Zhang Yi, with his instincts kicking in, drew his pistol and soothingly asked, what's happened? Do you hear something outside? Although Flower understood human speech, it couldn't communicate back, just anxiously meowed and looked around. Zhang Yi checked his phone for any surveillance, but found nothing unusual. However, Flower seemed eager to go outside. Once the door was opened, Flower jumped onto the bar and directed Zhang Yi's attention to the military knife. Picking up the knife, Zhang Yi examined it, realizing, this is military grade. It's not from my collection, and unlikely anyone else here would have such an item. Zhang Yi's pupils dilated in shock, a chill running down his spine. How could someone have placed this here? And more terrifyingly, how did they bypass the shelter's defenses so silently? As these thoughts raced through his mind, he quickly opened the surveillance footage, replaying the past 10 minutes. The scene that unfolded left him dumbfounded. A woman had casually walked through the living room, seemingly emerging from the wall itself. Zhang Yi was astounded. Such an ability was beyond his comprehension, especially in a world increasingly filled with incredible and inexplicable phenomena since the emergence of mutants. He realized the gravity of the threat. This woman must be eliminated. As long as she lives, I won't be able to sleep peacefully. Turning to Flower, Zhang Yi said, you're coming with me. We're going to eliminate that intruder. He then armed himself fully, checking the external surveillance and spotting Xia Huanhuan and Lu Ziyang preparing to leave. Just two people. I must eliminate them, especially the woman. Her leaving that knife was a declaration of war, and I can't afford to be lenient. Meanwhile, Xia Huanhuan and Lu Ziyang were quickly making their way back on a snow sled, with Xia Huanhuan visibly elated. This reconnaissance mission has been extremely fruitful. Not only did we find a populous and resource-rich village, but we also uncovered secrets about Zhang Yi. Reporting this to the higher-ups will surely be a significant achievement. Curious, Lu Ziyang asked, what exactly did you find inside? You've been smiling ever since we left the villa. Xia Huanhuan's excitement was palpable. She turned to Lu Ziyang and said, old Lu, you're just a regular soldier in the team, and there are some things you aren't cleared to know. I'm in a good mood today, so I'll let you in on some secrets. This Zhang Yi is likely connected to the theft from the southern warehouse of Walmart before the snow disaster. This news was a hot topic right before the snow disaster, and even Lu Ziang, still in the military then, was aware of it. Isn't that the brand with thousands of supermarkets, and the southern warehouse stored nearly half of their goods? Xia Huanhuan continued. The estimated value of those goods exceeds 10 billion, enough to sustain a city for over a decade. Lu Ziang, initially without much concept of the enormity, was now genuinely startled. Are you saying that Zhang Yi knows the inside story of this theft? Lu Ziang asked. Xia Huanhuan smiled cryptically. The higher-ups at the base seem to think so. They just sent us to investigate Zhang Yi, hoping to track the stolen goods. But when I entered his house, I realized the situation was far more complicated. His living standards are exceptionally high, even more luxurious than the base leader's #1 life pod. Without substantial resources, who would dare live so extravagantly in these apocalyptic times? This makes me think that we were wrong in our initial approach. Consider it. How could an ordinary person survive so long in the apocalypse, fend off thousands of villagers single-handedly, and kill hundreds? Zhang Yi is likely a powerful mutant, and when you connect this to the warehouse theft, which is an extraordinary event, it all starts to make sense. Lu Ziang was astounded. So you mean he has some ability to conceal resources, and might have emptied the warehouse? Xia Huanhuan responded gravely. These are just my personal speculations, but the likelihood is very high. Even if there's just a 1 in 10,000 chance, it's worth the base taking action. Once I report back, even a quarter of Team A's force should be enough to destroy any resistance. No matter how fortified his house is, all defenses are virtually useless against me. Indeed, Xia Huanhuan's ability held infinite potential, especially in siege warfare where throwing in explosives or poison gas could quickly determine the outcome. Lu Ziang looked at the confident Xia Huanhuan, his eyes filled with admiration. You naturally mutated people are just so lucky, not like me. Watching a disheartened Lu Ziang, Xia Huanhuan quickly comforted him. Old Lu, don't be too downhearted. Once I make some achievements and get promoted to a high position at the base, I will certainly not forget about you. Lu Ziang gave a simple smile. Then I'll be counting on Sister Huan's support in the future. At that moment, Lu Ziang noticed Xia Huanhuan's head suddenly tilt, and a stream of blood sprayed out from her temple. The smile still remained on her face as she collapsed lifelessly on the sled. Zhang Yi, mounted on the demon cat flower, held a sniper rifle. With the aid of his supernatural ability, he sniped the wall-passing woman in one shot. Watching his old partner and leader die in front of him, Lu Ziang instinctively drew his pistol, but he couldn't locate Zhang Yi. As he hesitated, Zhang Yi had already reloaded, ready to take down the robust man with one shot. But as the shot fired, the man disappeared from the sled like a ghost, taking Xia Huanhuan's body with him. Zhang Yi felt a chill on his scalp. This guy is also a mutant. Two mutants attacking at the same time. The opposing force must be huge. No matter what, I can't let him take back any information about me. Zhang Yi jumped off Flower's back, wondering, what now? It seems too late to contact Chun Lei. Then he thought of Flower. You go force that person out. I'll support you with the sniper here. When we get back, I'll reward you with 100 dried fish. At that moment, Lu Ziang also guessed that the sharpshooter was Zhang Yi. He must have followed us to silence us. With that thought, Lu Ziang quickly took out his device and sent a distress signal to the base. Just then, Lu Ziang heard a thunderous roar, and what he saw next made his pupils constrict in fear. What was this thing? Flower had transformed into a gigantic steel-spiked ball, rolling ferociously towards Lu Ziang, carving a deep trench in its path. Before Lu Ziang could catch his breath, Flower, who had halted momentarily, turned around and lunged at him fiercely. Lu Ziang pulled out an AK from his pants and began firing. However, ordinary bullets seemed to do no harm to Flower. From a distance, Zhang Yi, with his sniper rifle ready, took shots whenever he saw an opportunity. But Lu Ziang, with his peculiarly agile movements, narrowly dodged the bullets each time. Zhang Yi guessed this guy's ability must be related to speed and agility. Despite the situation, Zhang Yi wasn't worried. As a feline, Flower had top-tier agility and speed, along with unmatched stamina. Lu Ziang was forced to face the combined assault of Zhang Yi and Flower. He had to dodge bullets from afar and evade the huge beast up close. Using his abilities also consumed a significant amount of his stamina. Soon, he began to falter, and with the power-enhanced bullet's lethality and precision, Lu Ziang barely dodged a bullet only to be immediately pounced on by Flower, who bit down on his shoulder. As he faced death, Lu Ziang swung his fist at Flower's eye, attempting to take him down with him, but Zhang Yi swiftly fired another shot, hitting him right in the forehead. After both mutants had fallen, Zhang Yi casually walked over. Suddenly, Flower howled at the bodies on the ground. Zhang Yi looked closely and saw the woman they called the Wallpasser, her body surrounded by a golden glow. As Zhang Yi reached out to touch it, he was overwhelmed by an indescribable sensation that rushed to his brain, as if some instinct had awakened. It seemed like he had absorbed the woman's power. Realizing that mutants' powers could be consumed by one another, Zhang Yi excitedly hugged Flower, showering him with kisses, despite Flower's look of disdain. After absorbing Xia Huanhuan's power, Zhang Yi, somewhat puzzled, looked at Lu Ziang's body. Isn't this guy also a mutant? Why didn't I feel any energy shift when I touched him? He collected the bodies into a different space base and cleaned up the bloodstains at the scene, contemplating, this world is becoming increasingly incomprehensible. Every step is fraught with danger. My life is destined to be a precarious journey. Can I make it to the other side? After dealing with 2 mutants, Zhang Yi hurried back home. It turned out that Zhou Qi and 3 others were also awakened by Flower's calls. Realizing Zhang Yi and Flower had left, the 4 anxiously waited in the living room. Upon seeing Zhang Yi return, everyone finally breathed a sigh of relief. At this moment, Zhang Yi started to assign tasks. I just killed 2 mutants with Flower. It's very likely that we will face retaliation from a powerful force, so we need to make thorough preparations. After a brief arrangement, Zhang Yi went straight to sleep until noon the next day. As soon as he walked into the living room, Yang Xinxin informed him of a significant discovery. Based on the analysis of the devices on those 2 people you brought back last night, I found out that they come from an organization called West Mountain Base. This organization is vast, with thousands of survivors, a strict hierarchical structure, and a powerful armed force, including a group of elite aces, seemingly comprised of special forces and people with supernatural abilities. This wasn't far from what Zhang Yi had expected, but he was still quite shocked by Yang Xinxin's briefing. Ordinary soldiers are not a big threat to us. As long as there isn't a second woman who can phase through walls, my shelter can withstand ordinary weapons. As long as I don't go outside, no one can do anything to me. Finally, a smile appeared on Zhang Yi's face. He had always imagined those unknown forces to be too powerful. Now, having Yang Xinxin gather intelligence was really great. He patted Yang Xinxin on the head. Yang Xinxin, you are truly amazing. Yang Xinxin wore a proud face. This is nothing. Just give me a little more time, and I will soon be able to hack into the entire network of West Mountain Base. At this moment, Zhou Qi came into the living room. Brother Zhang Yi, come with me to the lab. There's a significant discovery. After seeing Zhang Yi praising Yang Xinxin, she was eager to show off her research achievement that she had been working on all night. The 2 arrived next to a microscope. Zhou Qi explained, I found that the cell activity of these 2 people is 10 times that of ordinary people from the body slices. Moreover, the way their glycogen reacts to release energy is also unusual, especially in the brain cells. Therefore, I deduced that the source of the supernatural abilities is likely from the brain. At this moment, Zhang Yi also had a sudden realization and casually praised, no wonder I felt such a strong impact in my brain when I was devouring the phasing woman last night. This discovery is quite interesting. Zhou Qi became a bit angry. This significant discovery that I've worked so hard on only earns such a perfunctory praise? You have no idea how important this is. Zhou Qi seriously added, up until now, it seems that the mutations in humans are influenced by gamma rays, but the probability is extremely low, and many mutations are negative. However, if someone could understand the principles of these mutants' mutations, then through cell transplantation or some other means, it might be possible to transform normal people into mutants. This statement piqued Zhang Yi's interest. Are you saying that in the future, the world will be full of mutants? Zhou Qi held up Lu Xiang's slice. This person is likely a man-made mutant, as he only has localized cell mutations, completely different from the natural cell mutations of the woman. His body is filled with a lot of malignant cells. It seems to be a defective product. Hearing this, Zhang Yi breathed a sigh of relief. So it's a man-made thing. No wonder it only enhanced speed and agility. Uncle Yu and that Liang Yu could totally outmatch him. In that case, the so-called elite squad of West Mountain Base is probably made up of these defective products. That makes them much easier to deal with. Then, Zhang Yi went to Lu Karen's workshop, where he had her list the materials needed to make explosives. After reviewing the list, he nodded. Finding these items shouldn't be difficult. Afterwards, Zhang Yi went to the underground training ground. He was eager to know the extent to which his abilities had improved after absorbing the phasing woman's power. Zhang Yi drew his compound bow to full draw. With a whoosh, the arrow, now carrying supernatural abilities, seemed faster, sharper, and more formidable. It hit the bullseye and shattered the target. What surprised Zhang Yi even more was that the sound of the target breaking only reached his ears after the fact, indicating his arrow's speed had surpassed the speed of sound. Astonished by such a significant enhancement, he looked at his powerful hands and murmured to himself, I never thought that simply plunging the power from one mutant could increase my ability faster than months of strenuous training. After Lu Xiang successfully sent out a distress signal, West Mountain Base immediately went into an emergency state. The information department notified his direct team leader, Ling Feng, as soon as possible. It was the first time the base had received a distress signal since its operation. We have confirmed the direction of the signal, but we can't act rashly. We must get approval from Mr. Chen first. Determined to save his subordinates, Ling Feng rushed to the first life capsule to seek guidance from Chen Xinyan. Many of their comrades had died in the snowstorms and in the experiments conducted on the modified humans after the apocalypse, making each special forces member as close as siblings. But as soon as he arrived at Chen Xinyan's residence, the secretary Garo stopped him. Team leader Ling, Mr. Chen is already resting. Please wait till tomorrow morning for any matters. Ling Feng was visibly anxious. My two subordinates encountered danger while on a mission and have sent a distress signal to the base. It's urgent. I must see Mr. Chen immediately to ask for support. Guro smiled faintly. I understand your feelings at this moment, but we cannot disturb Mr. Chen's rest. At this, Ling Feng grew angry. My team members must be in mortal danger, or they wouldn't have sent a distress signal. Any further delay and they might die. However, Guro remained composed with a smile. You should trust the abilities of your teammates. They are all excellent Special Forces members with good combat training. They can take care of themselves. The Special Forces members present were visibly furious, almost wanting to punch her for her smile. But Guro maintained her composure, her tone authoritative. If Mr. Chen doesn't rest well, it will affect the security of the entire base. Here at West Mountain Base, the leader is above everything. Ling Feng persisted. Human life is at stake. Can't you make an exception and notify him? They are valuable talents of the base. Guro bowed slightly. I am just following the leader's orders. There is nothing I can do. Ling Feng reluctantly had to return, as they were all originally soldiers and obeying orders was their duty. Guro watched them leave, her smile fading as soon as they were out of sight, continuing her vigil in front of Chen Xinyan's residence. However, just a wall away, Chen Xinyan was busily indulged in admiration from two girls who clung to her, adoringly commenting, "It must be hard managing so much every day." Chen Xinyan enjoyed the adulation, posing as a leader burdened with the worries of her people and the base. It's my duty to govern in my position. For the future of the thousands of people in West Mountain Base, a little hardship is nothing. After the session ended, Chen Xinyan called Guro in, inquiring about the noise outside. Was someone looking for me just now? Guro informed her it was Ling Feng, whose subordinates had sent a distress signal to the base. Chen Xinyan waved it off. Just two Special Forces members, and they are asking for help. Did they encounter an enemy they couldn't even escape from? But to appease Ling Feng, who is a useful asset, allow them to send a team for reconnaissance, but do not deploy any team leader level forces. Meanwhile, in the Special Forces meeting room, Ling Feng had already called together 7 team leader level figures, and Liang Yu, who had recently joined. Guro entered. I woke Mr. Chen specially for you. He agrees to send a team for reconnaissance, but no team leader level personnel. Eager and with no time to waste, Ling Feng had to be content with sending a few soldiers to scope out the situation. After the meeting dispersed, as they were heading back to the living quarters, Liang Yu spotted 2 familiar faces, Meng Zishuan. Liang Yu instinctively called out to them. Meng Zishuan, seeing it was Liang Yu, beamed with joy. Teacher Liang, it's so great to see you again. Liang Yu, however, was surprised. How did you end up in the second life capsule? Meng Zishuan smirked. We have our own skills. As long as we serve Mr. Chen well, we can live in the second life capsule just like you. Otherwise, we would end up like the other classmates you left behind, written off. Liang Yu was confused. Written off? What are you talking about? Meng Zishuan wanted to say more, but was stopped by Shen Moling, who was beside her, advising, you'd better say less to avoid unnecessary trouble. Liang Yu wanted to continue asking questions, but Meng Zishuan indicated, I have nothing to tell you. If you want to know what exactly happened, it's best you investigate it yourself. Anyway, we only know that ever since you abandoned us, many classmates have been taken away one after another, but not a single one has returned. We don't know the specific reasons. You are now part of the second life pod, so don't worry about those civilians from the fourth life pod. It's best if you act as if nothing happened. After saying this, she quickly turned and left, as if afraid of being implicated. Liang Yu was completely blank. She had worked so hard to protect his students, so why did they mysteriously disappear at West Mountain Base? Could it be that they were assigned to new positions, and just no one else knows? She wondered. Deciding to investigate this matter thoroughly, Liang Yu was suddenly approached by a familiar, deep voice. If you want to know where the missing classmates went, you can come with me. It was the class monitor, Wu Qingyu. Following Wu Qingyu to a corridor, he whispered, recently, due to some special work, I occasionally get called to the second life pod. Once, I accidentally saw 2 people in protective suits carrying a long bag through here. That bag very likely contained one of the missing students. Determined to find out the truth, Liang Yu told Wu Qingyu to go back to the dorm first while she secretly followed the individuals. Seizing the moment when someone was changing clothes, she knocked out the staff member who was donning a protective suit, and then quickly put on the protective suit herself. After blending in with the workers and heading towards the morgue, the leader laughed and said, this is the 8th failure recently. It seems their bodies are still hard to adapt. Liang Yu was full of confusion and fear. Adapt? Adapt to what? As she watched, the two placed the body into an instrument chamber and operated the console. Soon, a fierce incineration noise emanated from the machine, and shortly after, a white, viscous fluid slowly flowed out of a pipe in the machine. Liang Yu felt nauseous. Isn't this the same thing we ate on the first day? They're actually making food out of corpses for the people in the 4th 4th life pod. Then she overheard one person saying playfully, "Looks like we're out of banana flavoring. Let's give them mango flavor today." Holding up a cup of white liquid, he remarked, "This stuff is rich in protein and nutritious. If you don't know what it's made of, it's actually quite effective for replenishing energy. Today, let's make it taste better for them so they can eat well and have the energy to keep pedaling bicycles." After discovering the secret of the white liquid, Liang Yu couldn't help but rush into the bathroom and vomit violently. She confirmed in her heart, those missing students must have been silently disposed of in the same manner. "I thought they would be able to fend for themselves in the base, living a hard but secure life. But now it seems this place is nothing but a den of horrors. Had I known this would be the outcome, I would have preferred staying at Azure Sky Academy." Filled with despair, Liang Yu resolved, "I can't stay here any longer. I must find a way to take the children and leave." But she felt utterly powerless to do anything at the moment. Meanwhile, under Ling Feng's direction, West Mountain Base dispatched a 30-man special operations squad. Though the traces at the scene had been almost completely cleared by Zhang Yi, some tracks of a snowfield cross-country vehicle were discovered. Following the marks, the team quickly found Zhang Yi's shelter. On Commander Shenhong's order, the team formed up in a tactical arrangement and followed Zhang Yi's footprints cautiously. Suddenly, one of the soldiers felt a slight resistance against his leg. Before he could react, a massive explosion erupted, and Shenhong could only shout his teammate's name as the soldier was blown into unrecognizable pieces. In the post-apocalyptic world, all comrades were like brothers, and witnessing a brother's death right before his eyes filled Shenhong with rage. He immediately ordered his troops to fire at Zhang Yi's shelter, but their bullets left no marks on the walls, as if they were firing toy bullets, not even leaving a scratch on the glass. The commotion outside alerted Zhang Yi, who quickly ascended from the basement. Realizing that West Mountain Base had sent people, he immediately activated the artificial intelligence and turned on the optical protection device. As the voice command ended, a protective shield instantly enveloped the entire shelter. From the inside, Zhang Yi could see out, but from the outside, nothing inside could be seen. Observing the fully armed team outside, Zhang Yi muttered, "Finally, a worthy opponent has appeared. This is a billion-dollar shelter designed to withstand professional military forces. It would be a waste not to use it against such adversaries." Zhang Yi panicked, not expecting the Special Forces team from West Mountain Base to bring out a bunch of C4 explosives. After the Special Forces team discovered that bullets were unable to inflict any damage on the house, team leader Shenhong realized that the opponent in front of them was not ordinary. He was fully capable of capturing or even killing Xia Huanhuan and Lu Ziang. Shenhong ordered a halt to the meaningless shooting, deciding to first clear the ground traps. These were veterans experienced in warfare, who quickly located the grenades using modern technology, even uncovering the deeply buried anti-tank mines laid by Zhang Yi. However, every move they made was clearly observed. Zhang Yi decisively pressed the remote detonation device. The anti-tank bomb's power was astonishing, instantly killing the two soldiers closest to it. The shockwave also sent 3 nearby soldiers flying. Shenhong's eyes were almost bleeding with rage. Who exactly is he? Why does he have things only our troops possess? This scene made many think of retreating. The deputy commander hurriedly stepped forward to persuade, "We don't yet fully understand the situation here, nor do we have heavy weapons and bomb disposal equipment. Let's return to base for instructions to avoid further casualties." Deputy Commander Yu Lang was still sensible. He had already sensed that this opponent was not someone they could handle, but Shenhong flatly rejected his suggestion. "Aren't we the rescue team sent here? If we have to go back for support, where would I put my face? I don't believe the shelter has no weaknesses. Continue the attack." Shenhong was already too agitated. Eager to perform well in such an important mission, he couldn't return without any achievements. As the vanguard, he at least needed to gather some crucial intelligence about the villa. Otherwise, the deaths of those 6 brothers would be in vain. Shenhong ordered everyone to spread out and advance towards the shelter without any dead angles. His aim was to gather more information about the villa, hoping to find a weakness and avenge his fallen comrades. Yang Mi watched the scene with a worried expression. They looked so professional, they couldn't really find a flaw, could they? Zhang Yi, however, was not at all panicked. "I have great confidence in the shelter. I practically check it every day. There are no external vulnerabilities." But Yang Mi was still worried. "It's scary to have them searching so recklessly. Are you suggesting we should take the initiative to attack and stop their search? Attacking them is actually quite simple. I just want to see what other methods they have." After an investigation, the Special Forces team concluded this villa is just a defensively formidable iron fortress made of extremely advanced materials. However, its only flaw is that it cannot launch an offensive. They helplessly gazed at the villa, saying, "It's not surprising to find such a structure in a wealthy area. It's just a rich man's fear of death that led to the creation of this iron turtle. Now that we've cleared the traps around his house, they can just wait to be attacked." At that moment, Shenhong had a sudden inspiration. "We can concentrate the explosives and blow open a corner of the house. then rush in and finish them off. The deputy commander pondered, how much explosive would that require? Shinhong sneered, on the battlefield, even the most fortified bunkers can be blown open with enough explosive. Could his villa be more fortified than a military bunker? As long as we focus our firepower, we can definitely do it. So, everyone gathered their explosives at what they thought was the weakest point, ready to detonate. Seeing this, Zhang Yi immediately rose from his chair and said coldly, you think I've run out of tricks just because I've been holding back? Today, I'll teach you a good lesson. He then turned to Zhou Qi and Yang Mi behind him. You guys just stay here and enjoy the show. If you're scared, you can go hide in the basement. After placing all the explosives together, the leader decisively pressed the detonation button. A thunderous explosion followed, and everyone thought that if it couldn't flatten the building, it would at least create a breach. The massive explosion created a blizzard-like spread. Everyone eagerly advanced to inspect the effect of the explosion, but when the dust settled, they were all dumbfounded. A deep pit was formed on the ground, but the main building seemed completely unharmed. Everyone couldn't believe their eyes. The area below the wall was covered in some black material, meaning the villa was essentially a 360-degree alloy fortress. Team leader Shinhong was instantly stupefied. It seems we really need to go back and ask for support. The level of weapons we have is simply not enough. We must call the demolition team with larger quantities of explosives. To Zhang Yi, the mere dozen or so C4 explosives were hardly worth a glance. After all, this shelter was built to withstand nuclear attacks. He went to the second floor and took out a sniper rifle from a different space. At that moment, Deputy Commander Yu Lang's men brought over a heavy box. Upon opening it, Shinhong was overjoyed. How did you manage to bring this? This is excellent. It's a heavy sniper rifle capable of destroying a tank in one shot. Yu Lang aimed at the shelter's glass, confidently saying, even if that's bulletproof glass, it's unlikely to withstand my shot. Just as Zhang Yi reached the second floor with his sniper rifle, a loud gunshot rang out, startling him. Could this be the heavy sniper? A screeching friction sound came from the external glass. Zhang Yi went closer and saw a small white scratch on the glass. This is serious. If they were to fire millions of rounds like this, the glass might actually crack. Terrifying. Meanwhile, Yu Lang, holding the heavy sniper, began to question his life choices. After 2 seconds of silence, he broke down. I've used this gun to penetrate bunkers before. How could a mere villa? Shinhong came over to comfort him. The defensive power of this villa might be even more terrifying than West Mountain Base. It seems we should return and report to our superiors. We're almost out of weapons. Shinhong immediately ordered a retreat. Zhang Yi, observing from the second floor, saw them preparing to leave. He immediately ordered the windows to be opened and activated a dimensional gate in front. This meant all attacks from outside would be absorbed into the alternate space, while Zhang Yi's own attacks would remain unaffected. He set up his sniper rifle and aimed. When the retreating soldiers noticed the window opening, one shouted, Captain Shin, the window on the second floor of the villa seems to be open. As they reported, they did not hesitate to shoot. As elite soldiers, their marksmanship was highly accurate, aiming straight for Zhang Yi's face. However, their bullets disappeared like stones sinking into the sea, all vanishing before reaching Zhang Yi. He smirked. I've taken a fancy to that heavy sniper. It's not something ordinary people can get their hands on. Since you've come, don't think about leaving. As they fired, Zhang Yi also pulled the trigger, targeting the soldier carrying the box. Shinhong, seeing the figure on the second floor of the villa, showed a hint of joy. I thought I had no way to get you, but now you've opened the window yourself. Everyone, fire at him. 20 people raised their guns and fired wildly, but Zhang Yi, with one hand on the dimensional gate and the other aiming and shooting calmly, accurately shot each in the head. It took the fall of 6 soldiers before they realized, why can't our bullets hit him? Shinhong's pupils shrank sharply. This guy might be a mutant. Yu Lang, beside him, also widened his eyes. Could his ability be immunity to all attacks? Shinhong immediately ordered a retreat, knowing that if the opponent was indeed a mutant, they couldn't handle him with just their team. They all turned and ran. Shinhong shouted to his teammates, don't worry about the fallen brothers for now. Find cover quickly. Zhang Yi, through his scope, spotted the 2 team leaders and aimed at them. But with one shot, Shinhong and Yu Lang instantly disappeared from their spot, narrowly evading his attack. Zhang Yi was familiar with this scene. The same move had surprised him during the fight with Lu Ziang. Could these two be like that man, mutants transformed through modifications, even with almost identical abilities? After scanning the area, Zhang Yi realized that only 2 people seemed to have special abilities. He devised a plan and fired another shot, this time aiming not for the head, but for the legs of the soldiers. 2 soldiers who couldn't evade in time fell to the ground, clutching their legs in agony. Their comrades, witnessing such a scene, desperately wanted to rush out to help. They could bear the pain of leaving the bodies of their fallen brothers behind, but couldn't stand the thought of not helping their close comrades. However, Shinhong stopped them. Nobody move. He's trying to draw us out. Rushing out now is suicide. Shinhong, still maintaining his calm, immediately thought of a countermeasure and shouted, throw all the smoke and incendiary grenades out. Instantly, the area near the injured soldiers was engulfed in rolling white smoke and blazing flames. With this approach, even with tactical goggles, goggles. No one could see anything. Shinhong took this opportunity to quickly send people for the rescue. Zhang Yi couldn't help but inwardly commend. They really are professional soldiers with combat discipline. He then smirked wickedly and reversed the direction of the dimensional gate. In the next second, all the bullets that had been absorbed into the alternate space suddenly poured out like a violent storm, instantly turning the 2 injured soldiers and 4 rescuers into sieves. Everyone was furious at this tactic, which was beyond their comprehension. Trembling, the soldiers said, "This man isn't human. We can't possibly fight against him." A young soldier, completely breaking down, shouted at Shinhong, "Captain, let's send a distress signal. Ask the base to send the battalion commander." Shinhong grabbed the soldier's collar. "Shut up. Weren't we the ones who came to rescue? Now asking for rescue ourselves. Where would that leave my face as the captain?" The soldiers were in utter despair, looking at their captain with terrified eyes. "That person is an invincible demon. How can we possibly stand against him? Rather than dying here, I'd rather be sent to the 4th life pod to pedal a bicycle." The Special Forces team was in a difficult situation, but Deputy Commander Yu Lang tried to reassure everyone. "Calm down, everyone. The fact that he's hiding inside and not coming out shows he still fears our strength. Let's keep our spirits up." Shinhong, looking worried, said gravely, "His marksmanship is as good as ours. We could be sniped at any moment. We can't just keep hiding here." Yu Lang then drew a plan in the snow, explaining his strategy. "His villa doesn't have a view without blind spots. If we break through a few houses in front of us and move through them, as long as we're out of his sight, even the best marksmanship won't help him." Zhang Yi, standing on his balcony, had probably guessed their escape plan. He didn't intend to leave the shelter to pursue them. Although their abilities were negligible, they were a highly coordinated team. Zhang Yi didn't want to take the risk. Moreover, his dimensional gate could only open in one direction. If he went out and faced attacks from multiple sides, it would be over. Meanwhile, at West Mountain Base, Chen Xinyan received a report from his secretary, Guro. He frowned deeply as he read, 12 soldiers killed. Shinhong and Yu Lang were ineffective, causing great loss to the base. I think they must be severely punished to set an example. Chen Xinyan pondered for a moment. In the past, he would have executed Shinhong and Yu Lang without hesitation, but now the base was short of personnel, and they had indeed brought back important intelligence. This isn't their fault. The opponent is too strong. But what's the background of this shelter? Why haven't I heard about it before? Is there any intelligence on this? Guro, prepared before coming, handed over a tablet displaying a map of Heavenly Sea City with several important locations marked. She briefed Chen Xinyan methodically, based on the reports from Shinhong and Yu Lang, and combining previous intelligence. The most likely suspect is the warehouse manager Zhang Yi. The original owner of the shelter was the billionaire Wang Siming, who reportedly spent $1 billion building it 10 years ago. It was taken as just entertainment news back then. However, now our engineers speculate that the shelter's defensive strength may surpass our West Mountain base. As for how Zhang Yi took over the shelter, that remains unknown. Chen Xinyan couldn't help but remark, "This kid is truly a chosen one, so lucky." In his eyes, Zhang Yi was just a small-time figure who had stumbled upon good fortune. Such individuals, even if they acquired power, would be limited by their narrow vision and shallow knowledge, eventually overwhelmed by their own abilities, unable to compare with someone of his stature. Chen Xinyan picked up the report again and read carefully, "Southern warehouse manager, innate ability, immune to bullet attacks." Suddenly, he realized the crux of the matter. The place where Xia Huanhuan had trouble is only a few kilometers from his villa. He chased out of the shelter to kill Xia Huanhuan. Considering her ability to pass through walls, it's likely she discovered some damning secret of Zhang Yi's, giving him a reason to kill her. The biggest secret in the apocalypse is resources. A sharp glint appeared in his eyes. So, it seems the billions worth of resources from the southern warehouse are likely in his hands, hidden away with some ability. Excited, Chen Xinyan exclaimed, "This explains everything. We must capture Zhang Yi." Guro, slightly startled by the revelation, did not forget to flatter Chen Xinyan. "Congratulations, Lord Chen, for finding a massive amount of resources for our West Mountain base." Chen Xinyan nodded in satisfaction, clearly intending to take credit for the potential discovery of the resources. He began to fantasize about the prosperous life ahead, almost as if the resources were already in his hands. Indeed, if we really secure these resources, they could sustain the base for decades. Tossing the file onto the table, he decisively ordered, "Get Ling Feng here." Soon, Ling Feng relayed instructions to the teams of Shinhong and Yu Lang, directing them to temporarily head to Su East Village across the river. This move served two purposes. Firstly, to investigate the surrounding area in advance, and secondly, to wait there for the follow-up troops. Ever since Zhang Yi had warned Chunlei, the timid Chunlei had been living in fear every day, dreading the possibility of West Mountain Base sending troops to raid his village. His worst fears materialized when a group of fully armed soldiers suddenly appeared in Su East Village. Chunlei hurriedly called Zhang Yi, "Brother Zhang, something terrible has happened." Zhang Yi immediately guessed that the soldiers might have gone to Su East Village. "Chunlei, don't panic. Just remember, these people are not the so-called government. They're rampaging through Heavenly Sea City, collecting resources without any regard disregard for morality or law. You must be careful to hide your resources well and be even more careful about your life. Chun-Li was extremely anxious, but don't worry about me, boss. If I want to run, nobody can catch me. Even you couldn't catch me last time. The problem is that these people have been welcomed as honored guests by our village chief, and now they won't listen to any of my advice. Zhang Yi responded with a faint smile. Then there's nothing you can do. Wise words can't persuade the destined to die. Just take good care of yourself and those around you. Suddenly, Zhang Yi's tone turned icy. But let me remind you, I've always treated you like a brother. If you ever decide you don't want to work with me, I won't blame you. The only condition is that you must not betray me. Having experienced Zhang Yi's power and cherishing the limited edition collectibles Zhang Yi had, Chun-Li quickly reassured, Brother Zhang, you can count on me. I know you're the best to me. Zhang Yi originally wanted to call Chun-Li to the shelter, but then had a change of heart. Chun-Li, I need more intelligence about West Mountain Base. Try to find out as much as you can about the soldiers' movements. Chun-Li seemed reluctant. Undercover work isn't my forte. Those soldiers are intimidating, and I get shaky just looking at them. Zhang Yi was somewhat exasperated. It seems this guy still doesn't realize his own strength. With his ability, he could easily freeze these soldiers in a fraction of a second. Why is he so timid? Don't worry, I'm not asking you to fight them. Just probe around a bit. If you can get some important information, there'll be a reward for you, Zhang Yi assured. At this, Chun-Li's face lit up. Boss, you can count on me. I'll handle it perfectly. Meanwhile, in Su East Village, the village chief was busy attending to the soldiers, arranging accommodations and asking every household to contribute food and drink for them. When Chun-Li approached the village chief from behind and called out to him, the chief turned around and scolded, Didn't I tell you to hide at home and not come out? If the soldiers find out you're a mutant, they might take you away. What would happen to our village then? Chun-Li responded with a smile. The fact that I'm a mutant will come out sooner or later. Even if our villagers keep quiet, can you be sure people from the neighboring village won't talk? They'll think you're hiding something and become wary of you. It's better to admit it now and use this opportunity to get closer to them. The village chief of Su East Village, after some thought, found Chun-Li's suggestion reasonable. He then brought Chun-Li to Shenhong and the others. Gentlemen, this is my grandson, Su Chun-Li. He's a mutant. Hearing that Chun-Li was a mutant, everyone looked at him in surprise. Shenhong approached and asked, You don't look like a mutant. What's your ability? To gain the soldiers' trust, Chun-Li replied, See these snow houses? I built them all by myself. He then demonstrated his ability. With a slight lift of his right hand, a snowball rose into the air. The onlookers widened their eyes in amazement, dispelling any doubts. Shenhong, excited, draped an arm around Chun-Li's shoulder and exclaimed, Brother, you're amazing. I had no idea such a small village could harbor such talent. Discovering a mutant was a significant achievement. A natural mutant like Chun-Li could hold a high position in West Mountain Base's special forces. Everyone hoped to build a good relationship with their potential future leader. Feeling elated, Chun-Li turned to the village chief and said, Little Su, prepare more food and drinks. I want to have a good time with the soldiers. During the feast, Chun-Li gathered crucial intelligence and immediately called Zhang Yi. West Mountain Base has assembled a group of terrifyingly powerful mutant captains, ready to attack your shelter at any moment. They've brought a large amount of explosives for targeted demolition. After learning the details from Chun-Li, Zhang Yi had newfound respect for him and expressed his concern. Thanks to your information, you can come and pick up your figurines anytime. Then, with a hint of playfulness, Zhang Yi asked, Fatso, haven't you ever thought about joining West Mountain Base? Following me might not be the best path. Chun-Li smiled openly. Brother Zhang, my heart has always been with you. I trust my instincts. As a sensitive anime fan, Chun-Li could sense the soldiers' ill intentions, especially in the way they looked at the villagers, as if they were livestock. He couldn't imagine being part of such a group. While Zhang Yi might not be a gentleman, Chun-Li saw him as a person of genuine character. Zhang Yi assured him firmly, You will never regret your choice today. Keep an eye on their movements and contact me with any updates. Zhang Yi, deep in thought about countermeasures, contemplated the challenge of dealing with explosives. The main issue is handling the bombing. The stockpile of explosives at West Mountain Base could easily level 10 shelters like mine, but to place the explosives, they have to get close to the shelter first. That's when I'll take them down. He wasn't overly worried. After all, this was his home turf. Even if he couldn't hold the upper 2 floors, he could retreat to the underground levels. The true essence of the shelter lay in its 3 subterranean floors, impervious even to missiles. After summoning the women in the shelter and briefing them about the situation, he arranged for them to move underground. The women were understandably nervous, but Zhang Yi reassured them, Don't worry at all. I've already assessed the strength of West Mountain Base. They can't threaten our safety. After delegating tasks, Zhang Yi went to the control room to check in with Yang Xinxin. Xinxin, how's the task I assigned you coming along? Yang Xinxin looked somewhat dejected. I've been trying to hack into West Mountain Base's network these past few days, but I failed. It's not that my skills are lacking, but their internal network is a local area network. It's impossible to invade without accessing their internal network, and with the current network media in a paralyzed state, it's like trying to cook a meal without rice. Zhang Yi wasn't surprised by this outcome and consoled her. I don't blame you. As long long as we maintain our own security and prevent invasions, that's enough. If we can counter-infiltrate, great. If not, it's no big deal. Then, Zhang Yi visited Liu Karen's workshop and asked her seriously, if you were a demolition expert at West Mountain Base, how would you deal with this shelter? Liu Karen answered without hesitation, for buildings, it's common to use TNT explosives with detonators, especially for dealing with old structures. Zhang Yi then inquired, how much explosives do you think would be needed to blow a big hole in our shelter, considering its sturdiness? Liu Karen scratched her head. I don't have an exact concept of the shelter's strength, but based on the materials and thickness, at least 500 kilograms of explosives would be required. Zhang Yi pondered. Such a large quantity would be a very obvious target when being transported. Couldn't I just detonate them prematurely with a sniper rifle? However, Liu Karen shook her head. That's unlikely to work. TNT is highly stable. It can't be detonated by bullets or even direct burning. It must be detonated using a detonator. Zhang Yi thought for a moment. In that case, it seems I'll have to implement the second plan. How did the task I gave you last time turn out? Liu Karen presented a bomb with a detonator. This wasn't difficult for me. The scope is also ready. The hardest part was this, she said, pulling out a set of combat gear from the cabinet. She had put a lot of thought into making it, using the latest technological materials Zhang Yi had provided. It was so sturdy that it could resist most sniper rifle bullets. What puzzled her was, why did you want it made in the style of those soldiers' uniforms? Are you planning to infiltrate West Mountain Base? This is crucial. You'll understand when the time comes. Meanwhile, at West Mountain Base, a top-tier team was quickly assembled and set off towards Su Family Town. Shinhong and others had been waiting at the village entrance for some time. This mission was also voluntarily joined by Liang Yu, not to combat Zhang Yi, but to prepare for leading her students to escape later. Upon seeing Battalion Commander Ling Feng, Shinhong hurriedly confessed their failure. They had set out as a rescue team, but had ended up losing 12 soldiers without saving anyone. But Ling Feng didn't seem to blame them. This was an organizational misjudgment, underestimating the opponent's strength. You need not be too hard on yourselves. Then Ling Feng's gaze suddenly turned cold, and he spoke with clenched teeth. The person who killed my brothers, I'll tear him to pieces. Confidently looking at the powerful lineup behind the captain, Shinhong believed, this time, even if Zhang Yi is incredibly strong, he's going to suffer. Ling Feng then pointed at Chunlei. Who is this guy? Shinhong quickly introduced him. This is a natural mutant I found after much effort. He can control ice and snow, a man of limitless potential. Liang Yu, standing behind Ling Feng, recognized Chunlei immediately. Isn't he the mutant who helped Zhang Yi take Yang Xinxin away last time? However, she chose not to reveal his identity, as her current priority was to escape from West Mountain Base with her students. Ling Feng scrutinized Chunlei. You can control ice and snow? Chunlei nodded nervously. Yes, all these ice houses in the village were built by me. Ling Feng patted Chunlei's shoulder. After this operation, I'll recommend you to the higher-ups. You might even get a chance to be a team leader. Then Ling Feng started to deploy the operation. Based on the information we have, the enemy has very accurate marksmanship. Therefore, when the mine clearing and explosives placement team is in action, we must use smoke grenades to obscure his line of sight. As for his ability to ignore bullet attacks, our goal is to blow open the shelter, not to engage him directly. Meanwhile, inside the shelter, Zhang Yi was calmly reading a paperback book. Upon seeing the thick smoke outside through the surveillance system, he closed the book and put on the special combat suit made by Liu Karen. Zhang Yi told the women, stay in the basement and don't come up. What follows is a battle between men. Standing on the second floor balcony, Zhang Yi looked out at the dense smoke and mused. Seems like they're scared of my sniping, but this is indeed a good strategy. Zhang Yi appeared confident, a meaningful smile creeping across his lips. So, it seems they are about to proceed with the demolition of the shelter. Ling Feng first arranged for the bomb disposal personnel to dismantle the traps around the villa. Their method was straightforward and brutal, not meticulously disarming each trap, but rather using their own explosives for a saturation detonation. Zhang Yi couldn't help but admire their proficiency. They really know what they're doing. As the traps were cleared by the explosion, Ling Feng signaled, demolition team, move in. Everyone else, be ready to cover them. The bomb squad, each carrying heavy explosives, methodically placed them beneath the walls of the shelter. From inside, Zhang Yi watched their every move. Just place them and leave, like a delivery? Makes sense. They have to get to a safe distance to detonate them remotely. They can't risk being blown up. Looks like I overestimated them. They don't understand my abilities. Soon, Ling Feng received a signal on his radio. All bomb squad members have reached a safe distance, ready to detonate. Ling Feng's lips curled into a smile. Seems Zhang Yi isn't as capable as we thought. I was prepared for a tough fight during the explosive setup, maybe even losing some men, but this was easy. He pressed the detonation button, and everyone braced for the explosion. But after a few seconds, the sound and fury of the explosion seemed to disappear in a fraction of a second. A scout checked through binoculars, and his eyes widened in shock. The mountain of explosives disappeared in an instant, and the blast and flames seemed to be sucked away. There's only minimal damage to the wall. Ling Feng stamped his foot in frustration. This is unbelievable. Were the explosives explosives devoured? Liang Yu's eyes sparkled with a strange light, thinking, Zhang Yi has such power. I need to find a way to cooperate with him. After pondering for a moment, Ling Feng tentatively concluded that Zhang Yi's ability was related to space. Remote bombing wouldn't work. Any amount of explosives sent would be instantly removed. Realizing the difficulty of the situation, Ling Feng still believed Zhang Yi's defensive abilities are extraordinary, suggesting he might not be strong in offense. The 4 team leaders with us are mutants, and based on their awakening methods, it's unlikely one person's ability covers both offense and defense. So, we don't need to rush. We'll leave some people to watch the shelter, making sure no one inside escapes, and go back to the base to devise a strategy. In the shelter at this time, Zhang Yi also arrived in the basement. Shokir hurried over to inquire about the situation. What was that tremor just now? It felt like the sky was about to collapse. Zhang Yi comforted her, saying, you don't need to worry. Even if they breach the first 2 levels of our shelter, they can't threaten the 3 underground levels. In this billion-dollar shelter, I bet 800 million is spent on the underground part alone. Recalling the scene of the recently detonated explosives being absorbed into a different space, Zhang Yi muttered to himself, I want to see how much more explosives they can bring to me for free. Several women, looking panicked, gathered around to ask about the situation. Zhang Yi reassured them with a smile, you don't need to be too worried. The explosives they brought this time are already used up. We are temporarily safe. It will take time for them to go back and get more explosives. The West Mountain base is more than 50 kilometers from here. Even if they go back immediately to resupply, it will take them at least half a day to return, and I've already thought of a strategy to deal with them. Then, Zhang Yi went to the living room. While monitoring the outside situation, he asked Yang Mi to prepare food to replenish energy, as the primary source of energy for his special abilities was food. At this moment, Chun Lei suddenly sent a message. Brother Zhang, the noise from your place scared me to death. I thought your villa area had been leveled. Now, many soldiers have returned to our village, and some have gone west. Zhang Yi immediately understood that they had indeed gone back for more explosives. What are the remaining people doing? Chun Lei complained. What else can they do? As soon as they came back, they started demanding food and drink, acting like lords. Zhang Yi couldn't help but worry about Chun Lei. He clearly understands that if this shelter can't be taken down soon, the worst affected will definitely be Su Family Town. It will surely become a base for the West Mountain base, and all the people in Su Family Town will have to serve them. Immediately, Zhang Yi reminded Chun Lei, you must always be cautious of these soldiers. If there's any danger, come to me at any time. Your brother will protect you. Chun Lei was deeply moved and said, thank you, Brother Zhang. If things really come to that point, I will definitely come to you. After hanging up the phone, Zhang Yi pondered. He knew that a conflict between the West Mountain base and Su Family Town was inevitable. However, Zhang Yi didn't sympathize with them. Instead, he hoped they would break ties sooner. Meanwhile, Ling Feng returned to the base with his men to transport explosives. Captain Sherdayong and most of his men stayed in Su Family Town. He summoned the village head of Su East Village and Chun Lei. We plan to stay in the village for a while. You need to make room for us to stay, and remember to prepare meals for 65 people every day. The village head still didn't grasp the seriousness of the situation and agreed obsequiously. Chun Lei felt a pang of concern. These soldiers eat so much, one can eat the portion of 5. If this continues, the village will eventually be drained. The village head of Su East Village was still fantasizing that the soldiers would only stay for a few days and leave after dealing with Zhang Yi. Anticipating a great reward afterward, he carelessly asked, when will you be able to subdue that murderer Zhang Yi? Upon hearing this, Shi Dayong's eyes turned cold. Don't ask what you shouldn't. Just take care of our food and lodging. Shi Dayong's voice and physique were very imposing. The village head had no choice but to bow repeatedly in agreement. After Shi Dayong left, the village head straightened up and commanded Chun Lei in a stern tone, hurry up and build more ice houses for the important guests to live in. Remember, put extra effort into it. Chun Lei remained silent in response to the village head's command. He knew very well that in the eyes of the villagers, no matter how strong he was just seen as a useless deadbeat. The next day, Ling Feng brought a large amount of explosives. Shi Dayong, transformed into a giant ape along with many soldiers, arrived at a reverse slope. Then, Ling Feng and he, working together, hurled a massive bundle of explosives towards the shelter. Watching the flying explosives, Zhang Yi shouted dramatically, "Dimensional gate!" Suddenly, a huge gate appeared above the shelter, and a surge of energy poured out. The explosives, which were supposed to hit the shelter, were instantly reflected back, almost along the same path. Ling Feng and his men were caught off guard, instinctively shouting, "Take cover!" Everyone immediately hit the ground. Ling Feng was stunned. The TNT, as expected, was stable enough not to explode upon impact, but rather after the countdown of the detonator ended. A huge explosion formed a mushroom cloud, engulfing many soldiers in a fiery wave, even throwing those hundreds of meters away. Watching this scene, akin to a bonfire feast, absorbing and then releasing the explosive energy was initially just a bold experiment for Zhang Yi, but its success meant that he could continue using this method against them. Meanwhile, Ling Feng and his group were lucky that Jing Xuerong had time unknowingly created an ice barrier, which blocked most of the explosive impact. Ling Feng stood up disheveled, looking at the scene in front of him. The entire hill had been turned into a deep pit, with many Special Forces members burned to ashes. These were Ling Feng's brothers in arms, who had survived the apocalypse, but in a blink of an eye, they turned into black ash. He thought, anguished. Ling Feng pounded the ground in a rage, the atmosphere on the scene oppressively heavy. His look was more terrifying than an injured wild animal, yet he also tried to stay calm, analyzing what had just happened. He soon guessed the process. Could it be that he used the explosive energy absorbed yesterday and released it, reflecting the thrown explosives back at us? While still pondering, suddenly a bullet mixed with special abilities was shot towards Ling Feng. With a sharp twist of his head, Ling Feng narrowly avoided the bullet, which whizzed past his ear. Turning towards the shelter, their eyes met, causing Zhang Yi's pupils to contract. That fierce look sends chills down the spine, truly befitting their leader. It's a pity I didn't take him out. At that moment, Ling Feng felt a sense of alarm. As a soldier, he never expected Zhang Yi's sniper rifle to be effective over 2 kilometers away while still maintaining such lethal force. Ling Feng immediately warned everyone to take cover. However, Daong, not being an agile mutant, was shot in the forehead. Yet, he didn't fall. He simply removed the bullet from his forehead with his bare hands, cursing and glaring in the direction of Zhang Yi. This shocked Zhang Yi. Such defense, comparable to a tank. I wonder if he's even stronger than Uncle Yu. All the leaders from the West Mountain base are tough nuts to crack. As Zhang Yi was about to take aim again, those few disappeared from his view. Simultaneously, 2 sharp bullets flew towards him. Zhang Yi quickly opened the dimensional gate, absorbing the bullets into a different space, and scoffed, trying to sneak attack me with a sniper shot. Zhang Yi immediately reversed the direction of the bullets and sent them back along their original path. The 2 snipers from the base, among their top tier, would never know that the bullets that killed them were the very ones they had fired. While Zhang Yi was still searching for targets, a cloud of dust suddenly rose in the distance, as if something was charging towards him at a speed even his eyes couldn't track. Before he could react, a loud bang came from below, and the entire shelter felt a strong vibration. The self-check system immediately sent an alarm. Shelter impacted, wall damage at 0.03%. Zhang Yi was startled. When did he get here? If he hits the shelter with thousands of punches like that, it's going to be the end of this place. Ling Feng stared back at Zhang Yi with icy eyes. You coward, come out and fight me one-on-one. Zhang Yi inwardly sighed, realizing, it seems that conventional strength is hardly enough to harm him, but as long as I stay in the shelter, he can't do anything to me. The frustrated West Mountain base team had no choice but to return to Su Family Town. The village head of Su East Village greeted them with an obsequious smile. Captain Ling, you must have won a great victory today. Has that demon Zhang Yi been killed? The villagers nearby also looked excited. That huge explosion just now must have blown Zhang Yi to ashes. Captain Ling is truly formidable. The mood of the West Mountain base team was already at its lowest after their failed mission, and the villagers' flattery felt more like mockery. Daong coldly ordered, shut up, all of you. It was then that the village head realized the soldiers' demeanor did not resemble that of victors. Ling Feng then approached and said, go and prepare more food for us. We expended a lot of energy today. After saying this, he headed towards the temporary housing. That forceful punch Ling Feng had thrown had consumed nearly half of his strength. Daong didn't forget to turn back threateningly to remind the village head, remember, my portion should be the largest. The villagers dared not disobey, continually nodding in agreement. Once the soldiers were out of earshot, the villagers couldn't help but murmur among themselves, it seems they failed today. So many people and they still couldn't handle one Zhang Yi. It's quite embarrassing. Although the villagers spoke softly, their words were overheard by the mutants with their exceptional hearing. Daong even suggested teaching the villagers a lesson, but Ling Feng stopped him. They still have some value, providing us with food and shelter. If we need to deal with them, we can do it after handling Zhang Yi. Then we can take them all to the base to pedal bicycles for electricity. Meanwhile, after the soldiers from the West Mountain base had retreated, Zhang Yi returned to the underground shelter. Shokir rushed over, anxiously asking, Brother Zhang, are you alright? Zhang Yi replied with a smile, the ones who aren't alright are them. Yang Mi considerately prepared some food and brought it over. While eating, Zhang Yi asked Lu Karen, if the wall is somewhat damaged, will it be difficult to repair? Lu Karen pondered and said, I've studied the alloy used in the shelter's walls. We just need some special materials. Even if I can get the materials we need, repairing the wall would require going outside. But it's not possible to go out now, right? Zhang Yi replied with a smile, I just need to know it can be repaired. There's no rush for this. I have plenty of time. Yang Mi looked worried. I wonder how long this battle will last. Zhang Yi handed her a beer. Don't worry, my favorite thing is to fight a war of attrition. Seeing this, the other girls came over to ask for beer too, lightening the atmosphere. After repelling the West Mountain base, Zhang Yi resumed a shameless way of life. However, a sudden phone call broke the tranquility. Yang Xinxin picked up the phone and turned pale. How could it be her? As a top hacker, she wasn't worried about someone hacking her phone. She sensibly handed the phone to Zhang Yi. It was a message from someone named Liang Yu, saying she and her classmates needed help and hoped Yang Xinxin could connect her with Zhang Yi. Upon seeing the name Liang Yu, Zhang Yi thought of the mutant from the Azure Sky Academy who wielded a long sword. Could she have joined the West Mountain base too? I still remember that swordswoman with her fierce swordsmanship. Even struggling with hunger for so long, she could fight evenly with Flower. If she's at her full strength, her power must be even more terrifying. Zhang Yi became alert and asked Yang Xinxin and Lu Karen earnestly, "Tell me about this teacher Liang." They both looked grateful and said, "Although she has a stubborn and pure character, teacher Liang is undoubtedly a good person. She could have easily survived on her own, yet she chose to risk her life protecting us, who were nothing but burdens to her." Zhang Yi pondered, if she's endured the brutal trials of the apocalypse, that's enough to prove her character. But now that she's joined the West Mountain base, I still have to be cautious. He then asked Yang Xinxin, by sending messages through the phone, "Is there a risk of our shelter's network being compromised by a virus?" Yang Xinxin confidently crossed her arms and reassured, "Brother, don't worry. I've told you before, the defense level of my phone is not inferior to the supercomputer in the control room. It's impossible for anyone to hack into it." Zhang Yi nodded awkwardly and sent a message to Liang Yu. "I am Zhang Yi. What do you want to talk about?" As a female captain-level mutant, Liang Yu had her own independent ice house. Receiving Zhang Yi's reply, she immediately called him. "Zhang Yi, I'm here to discuss a cooperation. My students are in danger at the West Mountain base, and I need your help." Zhang Yi replied sarcastically, "Don't joke with me. What kind of danger could there be in a shelter like the West Mountain base? Besides, aren't those students all from privileged backgrounds?" Liang Yu sounded a bit embarrassed. "I'm not joking. Their previous status and positions are worthless now. I'm sincerely seeking cooperation. I was part of the team that came to attack your shelter, and as a new captain, I might be able to assist you. But first, you need to agree to help my students escape from the West Mountain base." Zhang Yi was puzzled. Isn't the West Mountain base a large shelter? How could there be life-threatening danger there? And with Liang Yu's strength, how could she not protect a group of students? Zhang Yi was well aware that while he could ensure his own safety, launching an offensive against the West Mountain base was out of the question. He didn't immediately agree to Liang Yu's conditions. Instead, he asked her for all the information she had about the West Mountain base. To show her sincerity, Liang Yu shared all the information she knew with Zhang Yi. Zhang Yi quickly grasped the key point. So the West Mountain base is indeed conducting experiments on artificial mutations, albeit with a very low success rate so far. Shokir, looking horrified, said, "The West Mountain base is like a living hell. If the people from the fourth life pod are turned into protein solution, who will generate electricity for them?" Zhang Yi chuckled dismissively. "There are still quite a few people alive. Even if only 5% of the population survived, that's still a significant number. Look at Su Family Town across the river. There are thousands of survivors there, but I guess they'll eventually be captured for experiments, experiencing cycling for electricity and artificial mutations." Lu Karen, ever innocent, was worried about her classmates. "When I heard they went to the West Mountain base, I was happy for them, but the more I hear, the scarier it gets. If I had known this, it would have been better to stay at Azure Sky Academy." Now Zhang Yi understood why Liang Yu was seeking his help. However, he told her, "The West Mountain base is too heavily guarded. With my abilities alone, it's impossible to rescue those privileged students. My power is for self-defense. Expecting me to go out and save people is overestimating my abilities." Although Liang Yu was somewhat disappointed, Zhang Yi's response was within her expectations. She understood the principle of mutual exchange. "If I can offer you something valuable enough, would you take the risk for us?" Zhang Yi chuckled lightly. "Whether I'm willing to act depends on the value of what you offer. Contact me again when you have something worthwhile." He then ended the call. Turning to Yang Xinxin, he said, "You mentioned before that if we plant a Trojan horse into the West Mountain base's network, we could completely infiltrate their system, right? It seems like a good opportunity is presenting itself." In Su Family Town, Ling Feng, having been repelled, gathered his most trusted subordinates in his room that night to discuss strategies against Zhang Yi. Ling Feng shared his insights. "Although our previous attacks failed, we've more or less figured out what Zhang Yi's special abilities are. Conventional weapons are no use. They just get absorbed and reflected back. Fortunately, his offensive means are limited. He doesn't dare leave the shelter and can only threaten us with sniping. There are blind spots in his shelter's defenses. Not every angle is covered by windows. So, I plan for us mutants to take turns attacking these blind spots, while having the villagers of Su Family Town dig tunnels for underground blasting. Our surface attacks are just a diversion to draw Zhang Yi's attention. Our real goal is to dig through the tunnels and blast from below." Liang Yu was horrified at Ling Feng's plan. "You're making the villagers of Su Family Town do hard labor in these extreme cold conditions. This intense work will surely lead to many of them freezing or working to death. You're sending them to their deaths." Ling Feng responded coldly, "I don't care about their lives. Zhang Yi has already killed hundreds of their villagers. Without us, they stand even less chance against Zhang Yi. Some sacrifices are necessary for final victory. Military discipline is about following orders. We must use every means necessary to take down Zhang Yi's shelter." Liang Yu clenched her fists in anger, shaking with emotion. But those are innocent villagers. I'm not a soldier. I can't do this. Ling Feng stared intensely at Liang Yu. The moment you joined the special forces, you became one. Unless you have a better strategy, you must follow orders. Xing Shuerong, sensing the tense atmosphere, quickly chimed in. This is a desperate measure. Zhang Yi has a lot of resources crucial for the West Mountain base. In these apocalyptic times, we can't afford to show mercy to others. Protecting ourselves and those close to us is already a challenge, like your students, for instance. Liang Yu calmed down when her students were mentioned. Her sense of justice made it hard for her to tolerate such actions, but she knew well that she was no match for Ling Feng. Confronting them directly would not only be suicidal, but also endanger her students. Xing Shuerong continued. Digging tunnels is not the same as being cannon fodder. They're used to farming. This shouldn't be too hard for them. Liang Yu stood up, somewhat helplessly. You arrange it, but I hope you can prioritize human life and try to avoid casualties among the villagers. After a whole night of discussion, they formulated a battle plan. Ling Feng called the village head to gather everyone in the village. Dozens of soldiers, armed with rifles, looked at the villagers as if they were prisoners. Ling Feng picked up a megaphone and shouted, "The murderer Zhang Yi across the river. We have invested a lot of manpower and resources, but this man is extremely cunning and deceitful. Now we need the cooperation of the villagers to dig tunnels and eradicate Zhang Yi, that demon." The villagers were not convinced and whispered angrily, "They eat our food, drink our water, and now they want us to do hard labor. This is outrageous." The village head tried to pacify them. "Everyone, calm down. The organization is thinking of our village's long-term peace." The villagers were confused. "We've been living in peace with Zhang Yi. It was us who attacked him first, and he just retaliated." They grumbled in discontent. Liang Yu watched this scene with a sigh, thinking Ling Feng's decision could lead to the deaths of many innocent villagers. Upon receiving Liang Yu's intelligence, Zhang Yi was slightly startled. "I hadn't considered an underground blast, but given the lack of digging equipment and the extreme cold weather, the progress of such a project would undoubtedly be very slow. I don't need to worry about it in the short term." Zhang Yi had already devised a counter-strategy. He decided to play along with their plan, letting them dig the tunnel. When they were close to completion, he would destroy the tunnel, enjoying the look of surprise on their faces. Liang Yu, however, was anxious upon hearing this. "But this way, it will be the villagers who will suffer. After all, the people from West Mountain Base are just supervising." Zhang Yi dismissed this concern and swiftly changed the subject, asking Liang Yu, "Which room are you staying in?" Liang Yu was puzzled. "Are you planning to come and find me?" Zhang Yi smiled mysteriously. "This is key to whether you and your students can escape." Liang Yu then described her location relative to Chun Lei's lavish castle. The next day, everyone moved according to the plan to attack the shelter. Zhang Yi watched this with a sense of irony. Beside him, Zhou Qi and Yang Mi were attentively serving him. One peeled seeds while the other brought water. Their competitive behavior made Yang Xinxin and Lu Karen feel envious. Lu Karen broke the awkward silence. "This Ling Feng is quite formidable. His attacks are beyond ordinary weapons." Zhang Yi joked, "They are the top forces of West Mountain Base, so it's not surprising." He then playfully added, "Look at the dangerous world outside, while we can eat and stay warm inside. You must cherish this." The implication was clear. They should show their gratitude. The women nodded in agreement, aware that all this was thanks to Zhang Yi. Yang Mi expressed her concerns. "Although we know their plan, staying inside all the time isn't a long-term solution. We can't know the progress of their work." Zhang Yi looked towards Yang Xinxin. "Explain it to your sister, will you?" Yang Xinxin looked at Yang Mi as if she were looking at a fool, proudly explaining, "Sound travels faster in solids than in air, and being in the basement, we can feel it more clearly. With a sound wave receiver, I can precisely analyze their construction distance through the computer. Your brain probably can't understand this." Yang Mi seemed to have an epiphany. "So, we don't have to do anything, just wait?" Zhang Yi nodded with a smile. "They are all working in vain. We just need to rest and conserve our strength." Enjoying their performance, after several hours of assault, Ling Feng and his team decided to take a brief rest. They walked back, stopping by the digging site to check on the progress. The tunnel was filled with shouts and cries of distress. Soon, a man was carried out on a stretcher. After a quick examination, the military medic shook his head. "It's an acute myocardial infarction. It's unlikely he'll survive." At this, a young man couldn't hold back his anger. He threw down his shovel and yelled furiously, "You're inhuman, treating us like animals. I won't do this anymore." The overseer, Shin Hong, gripping his AK, coldly replied, "We're doing this for your revenge." He then aimed his gun at the villager. "We've come this far. If you dare disobey orders, you'll be treated as a deserter." Liang Yu, in a state of urgency, called Zhang Yi. "At this rate, at least 100 villagers will die. Can't you think of something to minimize the casualties of these innocent people?" Zhang Yi, calm and collected, smiled. "This is all within my expectations, but I've noticed that fewer special forces soldiers have been attacking the shelter these past few days. Where have the others gone? Do they have another mission?" Liang Yu answered, "With the increasing number of villager casualties, the mood has become very tense. So, Ling Feng has left some men in the town to maintain order." She laughed nervously. "They say it's to keep order, but it's really just to support suppress any potential uprising. After the call, Zhang Yi had a new plan in mind. It's been days since our last confrontation. Ling Feng and his team must have let their guard down. If I don't shake them up a bit, they might think I'm just hiding in the shelter, waiting to be captured. It seems a little shock is in order for them. The next day, Zhang Yi donned a special combat suit made by Liu Karen, preparing to take Flower out for a spin. The shelter had an emergency exit known only to Zhang Yi, leading to a 3-kilometer-long underground tunnel that ended at a tombstone in the hills behind a public cemetery. Even Zhang Yi had not expected that Wang Ximing would create an emergency exit in a cemetery. Taking a snowmobile from his different space, Zhang Yi headed straight to Su family town. The guards at the village entrance quickly spotted Zhang Yi's figure. Assuming he was a returning frontline captain due to the captain's armband on his combat suit, he saluted him. Before he could react, Zhang Yi swiftly took him out with his knife, eliminating all the guards silently and storing their bodies in his different space. Although Zhang Yi and Flower were capable of overpowering them, he preferred not to make too much noise. However, the scent of blood alerted the military dogs, which began barking furiously. The well-trained dogs would not bark without reason. Sensing danger, the Special Forces team rushed outside. Upon seeing Zhang Yi skulking about, they opened fire, but to their horror, their bullets seemed to be sucked into a strange vortex. Zhang Yi, wielding the dragon's roar, went on a frenzied spree of slashing and hacking. The scene instantly turned chaotic with limbs and severed arms flying about. The commotion quickly alerted Ling Feng. Meanwhile, the villagers at the construction site heard the gunfire. Is someone setting off fireworks? Ling Feng, hearing the gunfire, immediately turned serious and ordered, "Let's go back and investigate." By this time, Zhang Yi had already taken Chun Lei and made their escape, but Chun Lei expressed concern. "Brother Zhang, our snowmobile tracks are too obvious. Won't your emergency exit be exposed?" Zhang Yi was unfazed, confidently storing the snowmobile and saying, "Anyone with a brain could eventually find this place. It was bound to be exposed sooner or later, but I'm not worried about it." A meaningful smile played on Zhang Yi's lips. "I'm actually looking forward to them coming after me." Back in the village, Ling Feng, seeing the bodies of his Special Forces soldiers scattered everywhere, was infuriated. He had thought his strategy of openly attacking while secretly digging a tunnel was foolproof, but instead, his base had been infiltrated. He realized there must be a traitor in his ranks, or else Zhang Yi wouldn't have dared to leave the shelter. Qing Shuerong was suspicious. "I've had people watching the shelter around the clock. Not even a fly could escape without our knowledge. Could there be another exit?" Shi Daong, pounding his chest in frustration, speculated, "There must be. Our West Mountain base has several emergency exits. It must be an inside job. Someone leaked our operation timings, allowing him to attack our base fearlessly." Ling Feng's eyes lit up. Indeed, the West Mountain base has a few emergency exits, and I've heard Qin Xinyan has a private one. A shelter of Zhang Yi's level wouldn't just have one exit. If that's the case, our tunnel digging plan must also be compromised. Continuing the excavation is pointless now. At that moment, a soldier hurried over. "Captain Ling, during the villager head count, we found that the local mutant Su Chunlei is missing, and there's no sign of his body. Also, Captain Lian Yu hasn't returned to the unit." Hearing this, Ling Feng was even more furious. Gritting his teeth, he said, "It seems we have more than one traitor." He decided to immediately set off, following the tracks of the snowmobile. The village head, at a loss, lamented, "So many villagers died digging that tunnel, and now you tell me it was all for nothing. How am I supposed to explain this to everyone?" Chun Lei, entering the shelter, was almost overwhelmed by the sight before him. Zhang Yi had prepared a room full of figurines, tapes, and pillows for him. Zhang Yi told Chun Lei, "From now on, you'll live here." Chun Lei, overjoyed, jumped onto the bed and hugged the pillow tightly. "From now on, I, Su Chunlei, am willing to go through fire and water for Brother Zhang, never shirking even in the face of death." Then, Zhang Yi went to the control room. With the information provided by Lian Yu and the equipment at hand, Yang Xinxin quickly hacked into the West Mountain Base's network. She confidently informed Zhang Yi, "Now I can paralyze the West Mountain Base's network at any time and cut off the communication between the dispatched troops and their base." Zhang Yi patted Yang Xinxin on the head in praise. "Well done. Once we deal with West Mountain Base's top forces, the threat we face will diminish significantly." He then addressed Lian Yu, "As long as you provide me with enough value, I will naturally fulfill my promise to you. But before that, you still need to work for the safety of your students." At that moment, the monitor showed Ling Feng and his team had found the emergency exit. Zhang Yi smiled devilishly. "Just watch. The show is about to begin." Meanwhile, Ling Feng and his team followed the snowmobile tracks, which eventually led them to a cemetery and then disappeared. Judging by the distance to the shelter, they concluded that this was undoubtedly the emergency exit. Shi Daong was furious. "After killing so many of our brothers, I'll tear Zhang Yi apart when we catch him." Suddenly, a soldier pointed into the distance, shouting, "Zhang Yi is over there." Shi Daong didn't hesitate and lunged forward, shouting, "Zhang Yi, you scoundrel, I'll tear you into 1,000 pieces." Qing Shuerong quickly tried to stop him, saying, "Shi Daong, don't be impulsive, come back." By this time, Shi Daong had transformed into an ape man, swearing to make Zhang Yi pay with blood. Zhang Yi, however, was not the least bit panicked. Dealing with this kind of brave but reckless man, Zhang Yi was confident. He raised his sniper rifle and fired 3 shots. At such a distance, Zhang Yi would never miss, but he deliberately aimed off to lure showdown closer to the trap he had set. Just as showdown was about to reach him, Zhang Yi swiftly stepped on the detonator he had buried earlier. Instantly, a snowstorm several dozen meters high erupted, blocking his vision. At this moment, Jing Xuerong, Ling Feng, and others also caught up. Meanwhile, Lian Yu, wielding the dragon's roar, stood in front of them with Flower by her side. Ling Feng angrily accused Lian Yu. "How dare you betray the base? Don't you want to save your students?" Lian Yu didn't want to waste words with them. Most of her students had died in their human experiments, and she had long hated the base to the core. She shouted, "Our paths are different. We cannot plan together. I have nothing to say to you." With that, she swung her knife at Ling Feng. Flower, behind her, suddenly pounced at Jing Xuerong. Jing Xuerong's skills were mainly defensive. She intended to block Flower's attack with an ice wall, but she clearly underestimated the power of Flower's claws. In an instant, she was killed. Ling Feng, in disbelief, looked back to see Jing Xuerong lying in a pool of blood. While Ling Feng was skillfully dodging Lian Yu's dragon's roar, a huge explosion suddenly occurred behind him. When the dust settled, Showdown was seen covered in nails, lying on the ground, having lost his ability to fight. Showdown looked helplessly at Ling Feng, but it was too late. Zhang Yi, carrying the sniper rifle, fired another shot, eliminating any chance of Showdown getting up again. As he fired, Zhang Yi shouted, "Chun-Lei, it's your turn now." Chun-Lei appeared behind them, seemingly out of nowhere. With both hands charged, he immediately sealed off the retreat of the remaining Special Forces soldiers. At this moment, Lian Yu didn't linger in her fight with Ling Feng. She mounted Flower and took the opportunity to flee the scene, simultaneously pulling Chun-Lei along with her, escaping at a high speed. Meanwhile, Zhang Yi stood atop a hill, looking down at the Special Forces soldiers trapped in the ice and snow. Ling Feng, with a look of disdain, said to Zhang Yi, "You don't think mere ice and snow can trap me, do you?" Zhang Yi let out a cold laugh. The real show was just beginning. Zhang Yi instantly activated the dimensional gate, releasing all the TNT he had previously stored in a different space. Except for Ling Feng himself, the remaining Special Forces soldiers were all modified beings with Ling Feng's cells transplanted. At the critical moment, Ling Feng ordered everyone to dive into the snow. This move indeed saved them from a lot of impact damage. After the explosion, Ling Feng and his team emerged from the snow in a disheveled state. Before they could recover, a soldier suddenly shouted, "Captain, look up there." By the time Ling Feng looked forward, a massive avalanche was already upon them, leaving no time to react. Everyone was instantly buried under the thick snow. Zhang Yi called Lu Karen and Yang Xinxin in the control room. "Thanks to you two geniuses, I could deal with these scums so easily." As it turned out, Yang Xinxin had used computer modeling to precisely calculate the location of the avalanche, and Lu Karen's explosives were designed with just the right power. Coupled with Zhang Yi's strategy of luring the enemy into a trap, they executed a seamless, perfect coordination, catching their opponents off guard. This is all because they were too foolish and greedy, thinking I was just prey to be hunted. Little did they know that they themselves were the lambs to be slaughtered. Of course, this couldn't have been done without the significant help of Lian Yu and Chun-Lei, who helped me lead them step by step into the abyss. Lian Yu began to worry. "I used all my strength against Ling Feng just now and didn't manage to harm him at all. If we can't confirm his death, it will be difficult for me to ensure a safe retreat in another encounter." Zhang Yi, however, was full of confidence. "Don't worry about that." Lu Karen had already placed infrared robots in advance. With the thickness of this avalanche and the temperature dropping to -80 degrees, no matter how skilled he is, he has no room to maneuver. In less than 10 minutes, they will be frozen into ice sculptures. That night, Zhang Yi prepared a lavish dinner to treat everyone. Reflecting on the scenes that had unfolded since the apocalypse, Zhang Yi couldn't help but feel emotional. Everything finally seems to have come to an end. Now, with West Mountain Base losing its top combat power and Yang Xinxin's Trojan horse revealing all the secrets to those at the bottom, they will bring about their own destruction without us having to lift a finger. Shokir also expressed her feelings. "I never imagined so much could happen in just a few months. It all feels like a dream. I'm so lucky to have met you, Brother Zhang." Zhang Yi looked affectionately at Shokir. The only constant in this world is change. Just like the once dominant dinosaurs couldn't escape their fate of extinction, this extreme cold wave was just another evolution in the long river of history. Being one of the few survivors is something we should all be grateful for. Thus, Zhang Yi began a shameless life with 5 women and a chubby man. He faked his death. After being buried by an avalanche for 2 days, Ling Feng miraculously survived. The entire Special Forces team was wiped out. Ling Feng was in immense grief. He can't die here. With strong willpower, Ling Feng walked back to West Mountain Base on foot. Upon learning the full story, Chen Xinyan was instantly furious. "I entrusted half of the base's elite soldiers to you, and yet you came back alone. Do you know how precious those genetically modified mutants are? They were selected through numerous experiments, each capable capable of overpowering 100 ordinary soldiers with their combat skills. It's your mismanagement that led to their deaths, making you the center of West Mountain Base. How dare you show your face at West Mountain Base? Ling Feng had nothing to say in response. Allowing my comrades to die under the avalanche indeed makes me responsible for the greatest fault, but all this should be blamed on that damn Zhang Yi. Ling Feng suddenly knelt before Chen Xinyan. Lord Chen, I am willing to accept any punishment, even if it means death. I have no complaints. However, I beg you to give me a chance to redeem myself. If I don't personally take down Zhang Yi, I won't rest in peace even in death. Chen Xinyan's chest heaved violently, and he looked coldly at his top warrior, almost wishing he could kill him on the spot. But considering the current situation, he seemed to need this sharp knife. He then spoke in a calmer tone. Well, it's also our fault for underestimating the enemy's strength. Zhang Yi is too cunning, so I can't blame you entirely. This time, I won't hold you accountable, but it depends on your future performance. If you make a similar mistake again, you will be punished for all your crimes. Chen Xinyan didn't want to see Ling Feng, so he waved his hand, signaling him to go back. Confining him to quarters for a week was his punishment, but turning around and thinking of Zhang Yi, the thorn in his side, his headache started again. It seems I've underestimated him. This disastrous defeat has severely weakened West Mountain Base. I must quickly replenish our forces. Otherwise, if other powers learn of our significant loss in strength, it would inevitably attract their covetous eyes. With this thought, Chen Xinyan quickly called for Garo. Ling Feng just said he brought back quite a few survivors. How are the test results? Garo looked at the tablet in her hand. The test results are not out yet, but this batch is all young and middle-aged people from rural areas with very excellent physical conditions. There's a high probability of producing mutants. Chen Xinyan snorted lightly. The awakening of mutants is not as simple as you think. Not everyone can become like Ling Feng. There's no time to delay. The base urgently needs to replenish its strength. Hurry up and experiment on them. If manual catalysis doesn't work, then implant Ling Feng's cells. In any case, we cannot allow the base's overall combat power to drop too much. Hearing this, Garo's eyes flashed with a hint of horror. Shouldn't we rush this matter? If the experiments are rushed, the success rate might not even reach 3%, leading to more needless sacrifices. Chen Xinyan, however, didn't care about this. He waved his hand indifferently and said, "What I need now is combat power, not labor force. There are still many survivors in this city. Finding and supplementing them is not difficult, but once we lose strong military force, we won't have any say in this city." As he spoke, Chen Xinyan's expression became more ruthless. "My goal is the entire Heavenly Sea City, not just surviving in this small place of West Mountain." This was the first time Chen Xinyan revealed his ambition. Even his longtime secretary Garo was taken aback, nodding repeatedly with utmost respect. "I'll arrange it right away." After Garo left, Chen Xinyan's face was filled with worry. How should I deal with this Zhang Yi? Even Ling Feng, fighting him personally, couldn't handle him. Do I really need to ask for help from River South Domain? Letting that Mr. Zhu support me with a missile? Should I use a missile? Chen Xinyan was still undecided. But how should I handle this thorn? Zhang Yi. Yes, handle. It was a kind of superior handling. Chen Xinyan still believed. Zhang Yi is just a trouble within my territory. As long as I remove this trouble, my personal authority in West Mountain Base won't be shaken. The favor from River South Domain's old Zhu shouldn't be wasted so easily. It's been my trump card all along. There are still many powers in Heavenly Sea City. With the deterrence of this trump card, other powers hardly dare to harbor any ill intentions towards West Mountain Base. I don't want to use this relationship unless absolutely necessary. Chen Xinyan was torn inside. Since a hard approach won't work, let's try persuading him one last time. Just offer some illusory conditions. After all, making grand promises is what I do best. Chen Xinyan immediately called the Minister of Information, ordering him to contact Zhang Yi right away. After a brief setup, Zhang Yi also received the call request. Chen Xinyan thought to himself, if this negotiation fails, then use a missile to flatten my shelter. Upon connecting, Zhang Yi directly addressed him. "I've long admired your reputation, Chen Xinyan." Having been the top leader in the area for so long, Chen Xinyan had not been directly addressed by his name in a long time, but he still managed a smile that didn't reach his eyes. "Brother Zhang Yi, it's truly surprising that you are still alive, but your luck has run out." Zhang Yi waved his hand. "Old Chen, I advise you to stop messing with me. Look, all the elites you sent are taken care of by me. Now that you are significantly weakened, you better take care of yourselves." Zhang Yi teased Chen Xinyan with an incredibly annoying expression. "Why bother me when you have no real strength? Wouldn't it be nice to just hide in your mound? I think you should give up your pointless fantasies. Better to let go sooner. I'm a person who loves peace. I don't mind coexisting peacefully with you. How about we agree to not interfere with each other from now on?" Zhang Yi spoke in a condescending tone, giving Chen Xinyan a way out, but Chen Xinyan seemed ungrateful. "Zhang Yi, I advise you not to misjudge the situation. Don't think I really can't deal with you. I'm sparing you because I value talent, not because I can't launch a destructive strike against you. If you're willing to submit to me, I can make you the second in command of West Mountain Base. You've never experienced being second only to one, above tens of thousands, have you? However, to show your sincerity, you need to hand over all the materials you have." Hearing this, Zhang Yi laughed, propping up his legs in a relaxed manner. Who would cover covet being your second in command at West Mountain Base. Are you senile? I'm the victor here. You're out of options now, aren't you? Thinking you can be my boss? You must be out of your mind. Shokir and Yang Mi at his side also burst into laughter at this. Seeing this, Chen Xinyan grew even angrier. The presence of two such beautiful women in this guy's shelter meant he was already utterly defeated in terms of influence. Zhang Yi continued to mock. How about I make you my subordinate instead? From now on, I'll take care of you. You just stay quietly in that mound of yours. If anything happens, just use my name. Chen Xinyan became instantly furious. You ignorant fool, your end is near. Zhang Yi still wore a smug expression. Then come at me. I'm waiting. Chen Xinyan's expression suddenly turned grim. Do you really think I've run out of options? Let me tell you plainly, with just one phone call, I can have a missile sent here. One strike could flatten your shelter, no matter how sturdy your shelter is. Are you sure it can withstand a precise missile strike? Chen Xinyan's eyes were bloodshot with a murderous intent. Hearing this, Zhang Yi was startled. This old guy can't be serious, can he? But Zhang Yi quickly recovered. Don't scare me, old man. Where would Heavenly Sea City get missile capabilities? You can't possibly be calling in missiles from another region. Do you have that kind of power? Chen Xinyan laughed. You, a commoner from the lower levels. How would you know whether I have the means to do it or not? Let me tell you, boy, with just one phone call, I can obliterate your shelter. Zhang Yi, however, remained unconvinced after hearing this. If you had such great power, why wait until now? Your main force, Ling Feng, has been worn down by me for a whole month. So what now? Chen Xinyan spoke with a tone of moral righteousness. My patience has its limits. I hope you won't be too stubborn to see reason. I valued your talent, which is why I haven't struck you down. Now, you have two choices. Either submit to me, or I'll flatten your shelter. The choice is yours. Zhang Yi became angry. Thinking highly of yourself, aren't you? But he still cautiously said, if you really have the capability to call in a missile, then prove it to me. If you're really that capable, I wouldn't lose face by following you. Chen Xinyan's face darkened. What joke are you making? Can such a thing be tested? I don't have time to squabble with you. Saying this, Chen Xinyan's eyes were filled with murderous intent. You better wise up. I've said my patience has its limits. Zhang Yi looked at the old man's angry face. The missile matter doesn't seem made up on the spot, but upon closer thought, this person has a strong ability to deceive, and no one can grasp his true intentions. Zhang Yi pondered and said, let me think about it. Seeing Zhang Yi's tone soften, Chen Xinyan felt somewhat proud inside. He thought Zhang Yi was still too young, easily suppressed by him. His authority maintained. The wise know when to submit. Don't think about playing any tricks with me. Delaying is pointless. Zhang Yi appeared indifferent again. You've been fighting me for a month with Ling Feng. A few more days won't make a difference. I'm giving you 1 day to decide. If you don't choose to submit within 24 hours, I'll flatten your shelter. Then he directly hung up the video call. Chen Xinyan took a deep breath, then closed his eyes and prayed with his hands together. This missile opportunity is hard to come by. I hope this guy is wise enough to choose to surrender. Otherwise, this precious opportunity will be wasted. Zhang Yi sat up and stretched. It seems we can't stay in the shelter for long. We must evacuate quickly. If we can't face it, can't we hide? Yang Xinxin also looked doubtful. If he really had missiles, why bring them out now? Wouldn't that mean all his soldiers died in vain before? Zhang Yi spread his hands and explained. He definitely doesn't have any, but the neighboring capital of Splendor houses the River South Domain, which has several missile bases. Chen Xinyan has been entrenched in Heavenly Sea City for so long. It's not impossible he has connections in capital of Splendor. The most important thing is whether he's telling the truth or not. As long as there's a slight possibility, we can't risk our lives on it. So, I've decided we better scatter first. Shokir's eyes lit up. Are we going back to Uelu district? Since arriving at the shelter, Shokir often missed the days in the safe house. After all, every corner there carried memories of her and Zhang Yi. Zhang Yi smiled and nodded. Right, we can only go back there for now. Everyone agreed with Zhang Yi's decision. The hardest to leave will be Chunlei, having just moved in for a few days, with plenty to eat and drink, now leaving a 5-story shelter to return to a 3-bedroom apartment. Truly a pity. Liang Yu suddenly stood up. At least before we leave, you have to fulfill our agreement. Zhang Yi looked towards Yang Xinxin, taking a SIM card from her hands and said, of course, but the whole thing still requires Teacher Liang to take a risk at West Mountain Base once more. Yang Xinxin's previously implanted virus could help her bypass the base's identity recognition system to find an opportunity to rescue her students. She decided to continue hiding in the base. One day, she overheard a conversation between 2 experimental subjects. Due to Liang Yu's betrayal angering Chen Xinyan, her students were also subjected to transformation experiments ahead of schedule, making Liang Yu feel even more guilty. After the experimental subjects left, she took out the SIM card Zhang Yi had given her before. This SIM card, specially modified by Yang Xinxin, not only had strong signal reception capabilities, but could also bypass multiple server encryptions without being detected by West Mountain Base. Liang Yu sent a message to Zhang Yi. Zhang Yi, I need to hurry and take my students out of here. Ling Feng is not dead. My defection to you has been exposed. Now, my students and I are in great danger. Zhang Yi immediately responded. Try to sneak into the network center and insert the chip I gave you into any computer. This way, Yang Xinxin will be able to control the entire network of West Mountain base, and then we can help you escape. Liang Yu was slightly startled. Accomplishing this task is easier said than done. The whole base is filled with surveillance, and the entrance to the information department is heavily guarded. This task is almost impossible to complete, but Liang Yu knew in her heart, right now, this is the only chance to save my students. As long as Yang Xinxin can use this chip to cripple the network for a while, I will have the opportunity to rescue the students. She immediately sent a message to Zhang Yi. Don't worry, Zhang Yi, I will definitely fulfill what I promised you. I hope you also remember what you promised me. Before setting out, Zhang Yi had promised Liang Yu that after escaping, he would provide them with some food and temporary shelter. As for other assistance, it would depend on Liang Yu's contribution. Zhang Yi responded without hesitation. Of course, that's no problem. Liang Yu turned off her phone, removed the SIM card, and started planning her route in her mind. The information department is also in the second life capsule, about 500 meters away from her current location. Liang Yu took a deep breath, her gaze quickly becoming firm, muttering to herself, never thought I'd go back to my old job. When I was a high-ranking official's bodyguard, I received systematic professional training. On the other hand, Zhang Yi and the others were on their way to the Yuelu district. Just after contacting Liang Yu, Zhang Yi said with anticipation, to win this confrontation, Liang Yu's role is crucial. After all, knowing both ourselves and the enemy ensures we will not be in danger in any battle. Knowing all their cards, we can take a significant initiative. Yang Xinxin stared at her laptop. I also want to know if they truly have the capability to deploy missiles. After all, in such a post-apocalyptic world, the value of holding such strategic weapons is immense, and the threat to us is incomparable. Yang Xinxin lifted her computer to show Zhang Yi she had successfully hacked into West Mountain Base's surveillance system. Zhang Yi nodded in admiration. Indeed, unknown forces are what worry us the most. If we can understand the opponent's cards, we can easily counter their moves. At that moment, Lu Karen, who was driving, sighed deeply. Zhang Yi, concerned, asked, what's troubling you? Lu Karen said nervously, we are safe now, but Teacher Liang is entering the tiger's den. Her mission is so dangerous. If she gets caught, Zhang Yi raised an eyebrow, thinking to himself, I don't care about her life or death. Our interaction is merely a transaction, nothing more. However, Zhang Yi still smiled and said, Teacher Liang has her own good fortune. Her act of rescuing her students is a deed of great merit. Heaven will naturally protect her. Lu Karen nodded in relief upon hearing this. Teacher Liang is so kind. She will surely be fine. Zhang Yi was holding back his laughter on the side, but he decided to keep his thoughts to himself. Let this young girl retain her innocence. Soon, Zhang Yi and his group arrived at Yuelu district. After being away for over a month, the snow had covered up to the 6th floor. The whole district was silent. Uncle Yu and Zhou Jaime were waiting downstairs early on. Unnoticed by everyone on the way, there was an invisible presence in the car. That was Chun Lei, curled up in the trunk, shivering with cold. As everyone got out of the car, Zhang Yi scanned the district. The entire district is silent, devoid of life. Probably everyone is frozen to death. Uncle Yu and Zhou Jaime came over with smiles on their faces. It's too cold outside. Let's hurry upstairs. Uncle Yu had heard the explosion at Lark Manor some time ago, had even contacted Zhang Yi, offering to help, but was refused by Zhang Yi. Uncle Yu understood that his survival to this point was all thanks to Zhang Yi. His life was given by Zhang Yi. The women gathered and were so happy they couldn't stop smiling. Soon they entered the safe house as if it were New Year's. Returning to the long-missed safe house, both Zhang Yi and Zhou Kir showed nostalgic expressions. Zhang Yi couldn't help but sigh. It's been so long since the icy apocalypse began. Zhou Jaime said with a smile, I cleaned the rooms early this morning. Luckily, the rooms are big enough. Let's all squeeze in. Having such a warm and comfortable house in the apocalypse, even sleeping on the floor was acceptable to everyone. Besides, everyone was bored every day. Having more people to talk to was better than anything. Zhang Yi also took off his cold weather gear and sat down to chat with Uncle Yu. Zhang Yi took out a pack of cigarettes from his pocket, offered one to Uncle Yu, and they started smoking. Zhang Yi was the first to speak. Has anything happened in the district during this time? I see everyone else is dead. Did they try to rob you? Uncle Yu chuckled. It's pretty much the same as when you were in the district. After you left, they thought it was safe and came over to me to beg and seek sympathy. But after so long in the apocalypse, I didn't want to be a saint anymore, so I flat out refused them. Later, when they tried to force me, I just took the opportunity to take them all out. You taught me a lot after the apocalypse. Protecting oneself and those around us is more important than anything, Uncle Yu said calmly. Then his gaze sharpened. But not everyone is dead. There's a group of survivors in the district. Zhang Yi was taken aback, then instinctively said, how is that possible? Without external supplies, it's impossible for anyone to have survived until now. Uncle Yu took a drag and said with a smile, you know them well. It's Li Jian and his group from Building 18. Zhang Yi looked incredulous. Li Jian's actions had indeed shocked Zhang Yi previously, but he hadn't thought they would last long. Zhang Yi asked curiously, how did they manage to do that? Do you know? Uncle Yu shook his head. I'm not sure. After all, you had advised me not to contact anyone, since people's intentions can be unpredictable after the apocalypse, to avoid being exploited. So, I never interacted with them. I just often saw shadows of people alive in Building 18. Knowing that many of them them were still surviving. Zhang Yi quietly looked out the window, curiosity stirring within him. It seems I'll have to make time to visit this old friend. Then, Uncle Yu also asked with concern, is there any danger at your shelter now? Zhang Yi detailed the whole situation to Uncle Yu, leaving him almost dropping his jaw in surprise. No way, they have missiles to deal with a civilian. They're actually willing to use missiles. Zhang Yi took out some food from another space. It's still unclear if they're bluffing or if they really have such capabilities. For safety, I decided to temporarily return to the district to lay low for a while. Once we're sure it's safe, we'll go back. Uncle, you didn't see it that way. This is no joking matter. Since you're already here, I think it's better for everyone to stay a bit longer. This safe house is still yours. Show Jaime and I can move next door. Uncle, you understood. This house was originally Zhang Yi's. He wouldn't really consider himself the owner. Zhang Yi patted Uncle Yu's shoulder. I won't stay too long here. Based on my understanding of West Mountain Base, they currently lack precise satellite positioning capabilities and may not be able to pinpoint the shelter's exact coordinates. So, the threat of a precise missile strike might not be real. They also wouldn't know we've moved to Uelu district. Besides, I'm not sure of houses now. Let's just squeeze in here for the time being. Feeling unsettled by the unknown threats, Zhang Yi was clearly frustrated. Zhang Yi pondered, saying, we have to settle things with West Mountain Base once and for all. The conflict has reached a point where it can't be resolved anymore. Qinxinyan probably wants me dead by now. As long as I don't concede, he'll definitely try everything to kill me and take everything I have. Zhang Yi sighed helplessly. I just wanted to live quietly in the shelter. Why do they always have to bother me? Uncle Yu, seeing Zhang Yi's gloomy face, tried to comfort him. That's because you have too many good things. Spreading his hands, he added, look at me. I don't have these problems. Thanks to the snowmobile you gave me, I can go out to find supplies, but that's just to maintain a basic living. It's inevitable that people would covet what you have. Given your resources, there's nothing you can do about it. Zhang Yi stood up and walked to the window, looking in the direction of West Mountain Base. If only I could wipe out West Mountain Base, he said with a laugh, treating the thought more as a joke. After all, facing such a massive base, even the strongest mutants would only be marching to their death if they attacked rashly. Suddenly, Uncle Yu said seriously, some time ago, a group of very strange people came to the district. They looked like ascetics, about 500 or 600 in number. Zhang Yi frowned. That many people? The more people, the greater the threat. Uncle Yu continued, at first, I thought they were here to steal supplies, but later, I realized they didn't seem to have any ill intentions, so I tried to make contact with them. Turns out, they're a religious organization called the Snow Worship Sect. Zhang Yi laughed. Even religions have emerged. It's always been like this throughout history. People like to place their fear of natural disasters on some supernatural existence, turning various calamities into objects of worship. Isn't that how the rain gods and plague gods came to be? Now there's even a snow god. Uncle Yu, reflecting on the past, said, at that time, I didn't take them seriously, but thinking about it now, those people were indeed out of the ordinary, especially their leader. He could tell at a glance that I was a mutant, and what's more bizarre, he even said he could help me unlock the potential of my powers to become even stronger. Hearing this, Zhang Yi became serious. Although he wouldn't find any peculiar abilities strange by now, the mention of unlocking the potential of powers intrigued him. However, he thought to himself, there's no such thing as a free lunch in this world. Why would they help you for no reason? These people are likely fraudsters. As for the ability to see that you're a mutant, I guess they might have encountered you using your abilities outside. While Zhang Yi and Uncle Yu were talking, the women were playfully enjoying themselves. Uncle Yu nodded. That's what I thought too. After all, you've warned me never to easily trust any strangers, so I directly refused them. They probably thought I wasn't easy to mess with, so they didn't persist too much. But they did enter the district later. I think they went to find Li Jian and the others. I don't know what happened after that. Zhang Yi pondered for a moment. Now, only Uncle Yu's family and the people in Building 18 are in the district. Li Jian and his group surviving until now might be connected to these people. Could it be that someone in Building 18 has also awakened powers? Thinking this, Zhang Yi decided to go and check it out for himself. Uncle Yu immediately offered, I'll go with you. Zhang Yi smiled slightly and waved his hand. No need for that. Those people have never had bad intentions. I'll just take Flower with me. Despite saying this, Zhang Yi still put on a bulletproof vest and donned combat gear. Seeing Zhang Yi ready for action, Lu Karen and Yang Xinxin came out and asked, Brother Zhang Yi, where are you going? Zhang Yi simply said, I'm going to meet a few old friends. The entire district was eerily silent, with no sign of life in sight. At the base of a building, in the snow, Zhang Yi saw hundreds of snow mounds that looked like graves. These are all graves, aren't they? Zhang Yi couldn't help but remark, to be buried this way in the icy apocalypse is practically a luxury. Approaching Building 18's entrance, Zhang Yi took out his handgun and fired 2 shots into the air. The crisp sound of gunfire reminded the residents of Building 18 of the fear they once felt under Zhang Yi's dominance. Li Jian, looking out the window towards the source of the gunshots, immediately recognized him. Zhang Yi, it's Zhang Yi, he's back. A chill went through Li Jian's heart. He gave us a child to take care of, and we failed to keep the child alive. He's probably here to hold us accountable. Li Jian's wife and child approached him. Why has this demon come back? We've finally finally managed to survive until now. We can't let him destroy us again. I'm going down to confront him." Li Jian gently embraced his wife. "If he finds out about that incident, all of us might end up dead." He sighed deeply. "I'll go down and talk to him. We stand no chance against him if it comes to force. Don't act rashly," Li Jian earnestly said to his wife. "If he does kill me, don't think about revenge. Just stay here and protect our last hope." After saying this, he left the house and headed downstairs. Soon, he arrived at the corridor window. Zhang Yi, looking at the emaciated man before him, said indifferently, "It's been a long time. Li Jian, I'm surprised you've managed to survive until now." Zhang Yi looked up to see each floor of the building bustling with people, expressing his surprise. "I've been away for over a month, yet it seems like you have even more people now. It's practically a miracle." Zhang Yi asked Li Jian, "How did you manage it?" Li Jian swallowed hard before answering, "It's all thanks to the seeds you left us." Zhang Yi couldn't believe his ears. "I was just speaking off the cuff. How could those seeds possibly grow, let alone the freezing temperatures right now? How could there be a harvest in a month's time, enough to feed so many of you?" A bold idea then surfaced in Zhang Yi's mind. "It seems you've got a mutant in your building, huh?" As he said this, Zhang Yi was ready to act at any moment, prepared to kill the man in front of him if anything unusual happened. Seeing this, Li Jian knelt down abruptly. "We were wrong. We failed to protect the child you left with us. We tried our best. I'm sorry." Li Jian continued to kowtow desperately. "If you must kill, then kill me. Please don't harm the innocent neighbors." After saying this, Li Jian bowed his head, ready to face death. At that moment, from a snow cave beside Zhang Yi, an old man's voice was heard. "You can't kill Li Jian. If he dies, all of us lose our hope of surviving." The old man, a professor of agronomy, stood firmly in front of Li Jian. "Let me die in his place. I've lived long enough anyway." Then, the neighbors rushed to protect Li Jian. "I'm single. Let me be the one." A strong man also spoke up. "It's not entirely Li Jian's fault that the child died. In such freezing weather, keeping an infant alive is nearly impossible. If you need a life to atone, let me take his place." Li Jian's eyes brimmed with emotional tears. Zhang Yi, witnessing this scene, felt unexpectedly moved. He was struck silent, as if he saw a glimmer of humanity's light surviving the apocalypse. Seeing the neighbors willing to die to protect Li Jian, even the usually cold-hearted Zhang Yi felt somewhat stirred. He let out an awkward chuckle. "I never said I wanted your lives." Li Jian looked at Zhang Yi in shock, humbly admitting, "The child you entrusted to us has died. Aren't you here for revenge?" Zhang Yi was somewhat speechless at the group's assumption. "So, that melodrama was all about this?" Scratching his head, Zhang Yi added, "I almost forgot I had brought a child here in the first place. That kid was a burden to me. If I wasn't worried about being haunted by guilt, I would have gotten rid of him myself. Their fear and anxiety were because they thought the child was important to me." Spreading his hands, Zhang Yi concluded, "Death cannot be reversed. I know you all did your best. I won't hold it against you." Hearing this, Li Jian was overjoyed. "I don't have to die." Li Jian was deeply moved, believing Zhang Yi to truly be a compassionate person. The other neighbors also breathed a sigh of relief. Zhang Yi, still puzzled, asked, "I'm just curious how you managed to survive until now." "It's nothing short of a miracle." Li Jian, not daring to withhold any information, said, "It's a long story. Why don't you come and see for yourself?" Zhang Yi wasn't afraid of any tricks they might play. With Flower, his invincible bodyguard, on his shoulder, it was nearly impossible for anyone to harm him. "All right, I'll come in and take a look." Subsequently, Li Jian led Zhang Yi upstairs. On the way, Li Jian talked about the recent events in his building. Li Jian introduced, "Remember the seeds you gave us last time when you brought the child over?" Professor Gu really went on to try various cultivation methods seriously, but the results weren't very good. Even if a very few could sprout, their vitality was extremely weak, making it impossible to have any yield. At that time, we even considered sending out a suicide squad to look for food. Just when we were in utter despair, a group of people claiming to be from the snow worship sect arrived in the neighborhood. A gleam flashed in Zhang Yi's eyes. "It really has something to do with these weirdos. Do you mean that the snow worship sect has helped you survive till now?" Li Jian dared not hide anything at this moment. "You could say that. At that time, their leader told me he had a way to grant me extraordinary abilities to help us survive. With no other options left, we chose to agree. After all, at most we would just die. I thought no matter what the condition was, it couldn't be harder to accept than death. But what I didn't expect was, they just needed us to believe in the snow god. That's all. Nothing else was required." However, Zhang Yi was skeptical. He never believed that there's such a thing as a free lunch in the world. Based on his many years of gaming experience, the free ones are the most expensive. Zhang Yi couldn't help asking, "What is your special ability now?" Li Jian pointed at his forehead and said, "At that time, he planted a seed into my forehead. Instantly, my whole body felt like it was thrown into an ice cellar, and after a while, it became unbearably hot. Soon after, I lost consciousness. When I woke up, my body had developed a strange power." As he said this, Li Jian rolled up his sleeves. Zhang Yi's scalp tingled at the sight. Li Jian's arm was densely covered with protrusions, looking like a petri dish. Each protrusion seemed to be nurturing a plant. Li Jian looked weakly at Zhang Yi. "These are all seeds of food crops. My ability is to cultivate plants with my own flesh. After the plants absorb my flesh and blood, they not only have strong vitality, but also grow faster." Zhang Yi looked at Li Jian incredulously Yi and said, "Even so, the nutrients from one person can't possibly sustain the food needs of everyone." Li Jian weakly responded, "This is indeed a big problem, but fortunately, we have Professor Gu. He is a leading agronomy expert in the country." As he spoke, Li Jian led Zhang Yi to a room's door, mysteriously saying, "Prepare yourself mentally. The scene inside might disturb you. Please be understanding." Zhang Yi laughed it off. "You're worrying too much. What kind of scene haven't I seen after the apocalypse?" Li Jian gave an awkward smile. "That's true." Then he opened the door. Despite being prepared, Zhang Yi was still shocked by the scene before him. The room was filled with heaps of corpses, on which grew vigorously healthy crops. The warm and humid air in the room hit them, mixed with an indescribably eerie smell. It wasn't exactly foul, definitely not pleasant. Zhang Yi couldn't help but swallow his saliva at the sight. Li Jian continued to explain, "These are all bodies we collected around the neighborhood to have enough nutrients. This was a reluctant choice." Zhang Yi smirked and said, "This is actually quite good. After all, those bodies were of no use anymore. This way, there's no guilt from cannibalism, and the waste is maximally utilized." Zhang Yi curiously asked, "Did you guys also make those snow-covered graves outside?" Li Jian nodded somewhat sheepishly. "Those were piled up by us for storing the bodies." Zhang Yi carefully looked at the lush crops, which seemed to be growing very well. The corpses at their roots, having been drained of nutrients, were basically reduced to skeletons. Flower also curiously sniffed around, seeming to find no difference from ordinary crops. Li Jian mentioned, "We have 3 more of these cultivation rooms." Hearing this, Zhang Yi became worried. "Although it's good to be self-sufficient, I see that these crops are sprouting from the nutrients in your body. Continuing this way, you'll eventually be drained dry." Li Jian scoffed, "Even if I'm drained into a mummy, I accept it. We've already come to this point. Rather than sitting and waiting for death, it's better to do something, so that my wife and son can survive." When Li Jian mentioned his wife and son, his eyes were full of warmth. Zhang Yi couldn't help but feel admiration for Li Jian. He doesn't have children yet. Perhaps he couldn't fully understand this feeling, thinking, his actions are indeed a bit crazy, but they are admirable to anyone. However, Zhang Yi quickly put away his sympathy, looking sternly at Li Jian and saying, "Let me see your ability." So far, he had seen many modified mutants, but their abilities were far inferior to those of natural mutants. Yet, the way Li Jian acquired his abilities made Zhang Yi curious. Moreover, Zhang Yi also wanted to know what methods the snow worship sect used to awaken abilities in an ordinary person, and to what extent these abilities could be developed. Li Jian didn't refuse, nor dared to. Under Zhang Yi's gaze, he rolled up the sleeve of his arm filled with seeds again. Suddenly, he clenched his fist and started to exert force. Zhang Yi also noticed a white light appearing on Li Jian's forehead. The next moment, his arm's veins bulged, and a seed burst through the skin, sprouting into a wheat seedling about a dozen centimeters tall with a pop. As the seed sprouted, Li Jian's complexion became even paler. Zhang Yi quickly stopped Li Jian. "Enough, enough. I roughly understand how it works now." Zhang Yi was speechless. What kind of ability is this? This is simply using one's own flesh and blood to irrigate plants. If abilities could be rated, this would definitely be the worst. Even worse than artificially created mutants. Li Jian hurriedly propped himself up and called for Professor Gu. "Quick, transplant this wheat seedling over there." Zhang Yi began to ponder. The snow worship sect really has something. Zhang Yi began to ponder. The snow worship sect really has something. This ability, stimulated artificially, is completely different from naturally awakened mutants. Although it's unclear what the side effects are for now, it definitely causes great harm to the body. Fortunately, it's not an offensive ability. If his ability posed a threat to Zhang Yi, he might have killed Li Jian on the spot. Zhang Yi lost interest in this place and turned to leave the cultivation room. Suddenly, he thought, if the West Mountain base discovers my whereabouts and uses missiles to bomb the Uelu neighborhood, then everyone would be done for. Now that the Lark Manor shelter has been exposed, if it really gets hit by a missile, I must find a new residence quickly. After all, this safe house is too easy for an organization like the West Mountain base to breach. Zhang Yi thought to himself, I wonder what the situation is now with Liang Yu. If she successfully inserted the chip into West Mountain base's information department, according to Yang Xinxin, I would be able to understand every step of their plan. This would allow us to turn from being passive to being active. At this time, inside West Mountain base, to compensate for the loss of a large number of excellent soldiers during the campaign against Zhang Yi, they were also busily accelerating the pace of human experiments. These were young adults abducted from Su family village. The soldiers, armed to the teeth, closely monitored these villagers, leaving them no courage to resist. Then, a villager clenched his fists and shouted, "Why should we bear the consequences of your defeat? We haven't done anything wrong. This is unfair." A man burst into tears upon hearing this. "We treated you well, fed you, and clothed you, and you turned around and killed my wife and children. You are 100 times more beastly than Zhang Yi." But the next second, 2 shots rang out, and both were shot in the head on the spot. The soldier who fired the shots warned, "I advise you to be smart. This is what happens to those who don't obey. Our base sent out soldiers to deal with your enemies. Now that there have been many sacrifices, it's natural for you to replenish our forces. You'd better obediently accept the experiment. There's still a way to live. You might even successfully awaken abilities abilities and live a life of plenty in the base. Either die now or accept the experiment. You don't need me to tell you how to choose, right? This scene was all witnessed by Liang Yu, hiding nearby, thinking that most of these people would die, and their bodies would be processed into protein substitutes, then fed to the people in the fourth life pod. Liang Yu's stomach churned. At that moment, Liang Yu realized a serious problem. All the core departments of West Mountain Base seemed to be in the second life pod, guarded by soldiers at every department entrance. Due to the limited underground space, the departments were basically interconnected. However, the security in the second life pod seemed sparse, as the higher life pod's residents had no reason to rebel, being beneficiaries. Qin also believed that the source of instability could only come from the fourth life pod, hence the main defensive force was arranged there. Apart from Qin personal guard, other areas were basically in an unguarded patrol state. Now, with over 400 villagers from Su family village being sent for experiments, even more guards were drawn away. For Liang Yu, this was the best opportunity to sneak into the information department. As she walked, Liang Yu observed her surroundings, knowing she had to succeed this time. After they're done with these villagers, my students will be next. There's not much time left. Liang Yu quietly arrived at the information department's entrance, about to push open the door, when suddenly a hand tapped her shoulder from behind. Teacher Liang, what are you doing here? Liang Yu was startled. I was so careful. Was I still discovered? Despite her surprise, she clenched her fist, thinking, we've come this far, might as well go on the offensive. Now that Ling Feng is confined, even if I can't beat the others, escaping shouldn't be too hard. Liang Yu turned around, ready to strike, but the soldier in front of her took off his helmet. Teacher Liang, it's me. Only then did Liang Yu realize that the soldier was her student, Yi Xiaotian. Liang Yu stopped her attack and said, Yi Xiaotian, why is it you? Yi Xiaotian said with a worried expression, Teacher Liang, I've heard about your situation. You finally escaped this base. Why come back now? This place is truly a den of evil. Liang Yu said she came back to rescue him and their classmates. But why were you able to join the special forces? Yi Xiaotian replied with a bitter smile. It seems you really don't know anything. Teacher, I'm the only successful experiment among the students who were taken. As he spoke, Yi Xiaotian slowly unbuttoned his shirt, revealing a terrifying dark red scar on his chest, resembling the bizarre scar of plant grafting. Liang Yu, agitated, pushed Yi Xiaotian's shoulder. What about the other students? They didn't all die, did they? Yi Xiaotian nodded with a dim look in his eyes. All the students who were taken have died. Although Liang Yu had guessed this would be the outcome, she was still exceptionally saddened. Seeing that it was not safe to stay, she pulled Yi Xiaotian to a secluded spot. Yi Xiaotian did not hesitate, having been through too much hell after the apocalypse. To him, Liang Yu was the only person he could trust in this world. If it wasn't for Teacher Liang, they would have died at Azure Sky Academy long ago. Now, turned into something neither human nor ghost, he also longed for warmth and redemption from Liang Yu. They found a corner where they could avoid surveillance, and Yi Xiaotian immediately began to vent his grievances. These demons, they don't see us as human beings, using us as experimental rats. You can't imagine what I went through in the laboratory. Saying this, Yi Xiaotian couldn't stop trembling. West Mountain Base has long discovered that people have a chance to awaken abilities in extreme situations. So, the first step for the test subjects they capture is to torture them in every way possible, including electric shocks, waterboarding, knife cuts, and so on. More than a dozen inhumane methods. The goal is to make the test subjects experience the feeling of being close to death. If all these fail, it basically means this person has no talent for abilities. Then they will inject mutant cells into your body. Saying this, Yi Xiaotian subconsciously covered his chest. If we can withstand the rejection reaction, we might gain power similar to the transplanters, but the cost is irreversible damage to the body. Currently, the cells used in the experiments are all from Captain Ling Feng. This power, acquired through postnatal modification, is undoubtedly at the expense of one's own lifespan. Yi Xiaotian, tears in his eyes. Liang Yu moved, hugged him, then looked into his eyes and asked earnestly, if I say I have a way to get you out of here, would you cooperate with me? Yi Xiaotian stood up abruptly, clenched his fists. I don't want to stay here for another moment. It would be best to blow up this den of evil. Then Yi Xiaotian put his helmet on Liang Yu and took her to the entrance of the information department. Yi Xiaotian, being in charge of patrolling the second life pod, quickly found a reason to send the two guards at the door away. Yi Xiaotian even used his own identity to help Liang Yu open the door of the information department. For someone with abilities like Liang Yu, passing through this door and inserting a tiny chip into a computer was a piece of cake. Back in the safe house, Zhang Yi received another call request from Qin. This time it was a final ultimatum. Qin started with a calm tone. Brother Zhang Yi, quickly tell me your answer. Zhang Yi responded with a disdainful laugh. Dream on about me submitting to you. Why don't you submit to me instead? I'll take care of you from now on. Qin, furious, turned pale. This is all your own doing. Then you can turn to ashes along with your shelter. He then hung up the phone directly. Zhang Yi's expression remained very calm. He knew that Qin had lost patience with him. This attitude confirmed that the missile threat was almost certainly real. Do I really have to give up that shelter? Zhang Yi sighed deeply. Let it go then. After all, I have plenty of supplies. As long as the people are alive, That's what matters. Just then, his phone in his pocket suddenly received a message. Zhang Yi abruptly sat up from the couch after reading it. The message from Liang Yu read, "The chip has been successfully inserted into West Mountain Base's computer. I've done what you asked. I hope you'll keep your promise to help me and my students escape this place." Without a word, Zhang Yi pushed open Yang Xinxin's room door. "Great news, Yang Xinxin. Our plan succeeded." Yang Xinxin immediately sat up from her bed, her eyes brimming with excitement. "It's finally my turn to show off." As a world-class genius hacker, having the opportunity to hack into a military-grade shelter was a very fulfilling task for her. "I'll start working right now." Yang Xinxin moved to her workstation in her wheelchair. Zhang Yi brought over the shelter's supercomputer with a flurry of clicks and types. In just 2 minutes, Yang Xinxin proudly announced to Zhang Yi standing behind her, "Now the network of West Mountain Base is in my pocket." Zhang Yi was somewhat surprised. He had thought it would take at least an entire night of hard work. The success came so unexpectedly fast that it felt almost unreal to Zhang Yi. Yang Xinxin said with a hint of arrogance, "Hacking into this base was not a difficult task for me. If it weren't for their use of an isolated network, I would have broken in much sooner. What I needed was a key to open that door, and Teacher Liang's chip was that key. Technically speaking, what do those technicians at their base have to compare with me?" As Yang Xinxin proudly explained, Zhang Yi leaned in close and asked, "Will our actions be detected? If our intrusion is discovered and they cut off the network again, wouldn't all our efforts be wasted?" Zhang Yi moved closer to Yang Xinxin's ear, looking at the screen. This proximity made Yang Xinxin's heart flutter. Yang Xinxin, a bit nervously, said, "I've obtained the highest control authority of their base, which is like having a god's eye view over them. This means I can see every action they make, while they can't detect our presence." Hearing this, Zhang Yi's smile deepened. "This is perfect. Now we can uncover everything about them." Zhang Yi pointed at the screen. "Quickly bring up all the information related to the missiles. I want to see if Xinxinyan really has the capability he claims." Yang Xinxin operated swiftly and soon retrieved information related to missiles. "It seems they don't have the authority to deploy missiles," Yang Xinxin said. Zhang Yi then asked, "Do they have the possibility of requesting external support, like contacting other places for deployment?" Yang Xinxin started searching the West Mountain Base's external communication records and indeed found a crucial conversation. It was Xinxinyan requesting River South Domain to deploy missiles, and River South Domain agreed to launch precisely at 12 o'clock. Zhang Yi and Yang Xinxin couldn't help but gasp. River South Domain has considerable strength. A missile is indeed not much for them. I just didn't expect Xinxinyan to have such connections. Zhang Yi hurriedly said to Yang Xinxin, "Check if they have sent the coordinates of the shelter." Yang Xinxin's movements were very quick. Fortunately, they are still going through the approval process. After all, this involves satellite coordination for precise guidance. They haven't had the chance to send the coordinates yet. Then, Yang Xinxin turned to look at Zhang Yi with a devilish smile. "I have an interesting game. Do you want to play, brother?" Zhang Yi was puzzled. "What time is it? And you're thinking of playing games?" She told Zhang Yi, "I can change the missile's target coordinates to West Mountain Base, letting them bomb themselves. Wouldn't that be fun?" Zhang Yi was both shocked and delighted. That sounds difficult to achieve. They would surely triple-check the coordinates before sending. Even if West Mountain Base's information department is foolish, they wouldn't be foolish enough not to recognize their own coordinates, right? Yang Xinxin laughed. "That's where you're wrong. Do you think I'd just secretly modify it before they send it? The logic of a top hacker is never that superficial. I can intercept their sent information through packet capturing, then resend it after my modifications. This way, it can be done without anyone noticing." Zhang Yi was thrilled internally. Even if the coordinates are successfully modified, West Mountain Base wouldn't be so easily destroyed by just one missile, right? Thinking this, Zhang Yi called over Liu Karen from behind. Liu Karen is a genius in the field of mechanical engineering and has a profound understanding of engineering physics. Zhang Yi asked Yang Xinxin to bring up the structural blueprints of West Mountain Base. Upon hearing this, Liu Karen immediately leaned in. After carefully reviewing the structure and materials, Liu Karen frowned. "Brother Zhang Yi, based on my initial analysis, this shelter seems to be designed for wartime nuclear defense. It's located hundreds of meters underground, and both the materials and thickness exceed those of typical military constructions. For a fortification of this level, one missile would basically be inconsequential. It would require a specialized bunker buster to have any effect, but even then, destroying it with one shot is almost impossible." Zhang Yi thought to himself, "This way, wouldn't it just alert them unnecessarily? Once they react and send another missile, wouldn't it be over? If they find any clue leading to the Uelu neighborhood and decide to bomb the residential buildings there, wouldn't that be disastrous?" For a moment, Zhang Yi was indecisive. He finally said to Yang Xinxin, "Change the coordinates as you suggested. No matter what, what? The missile must not head towards my shelter. Also, I want all the information on everyone in West Mountain Base, especially the number of mutants and weapons. I need to study this carefully. After speaking, he left their room. Lu Karen, somewhat puzzled, asked Yang Xinxin, what exactly is brother Zhang Yi worried about? If you successfully change the coordinates, isn't the missile problem essentially solved? Yang Xinxin, pondering and looking at the screen, said, from his expression just now, I can tell that brother might be planning to take the initiative this time. Lu Karen, however, disagreed with brother's cautious character. It's almost impossible for him to take such a risk. Both girls are highly intelligent and capable of analyzing situations comprehensively. Yet, high intelligence does not necessarily mean they can predict everything, because analyzing human nature also requires a high level of emotional intelligence. Zhang Yi went to a suite on the 20th floor with a crazy plan in mind, whether to take this opportunity to completely eliminate West Mountain Base. He seriously pondered the feasibility of the plan. I can't keep hiding forever, like there's a sword hanging over my neck. It's very frustrating. Most importantly, now that Qinxinyan has the capability to contact other forces to attack me, if larger forces learn my secrets, I'll never have peace. At this point, eliminating West Mountain Base seems like the only option, and there's only one chance, the moment of the missile attack. Even if it doesn't completely destroy West Mountain Base, it can at least cause huge panic, giving me an opportunity. Now, I have tons of TNT explosives. If I can enter during the chaos and deploy the explosives inside West Mountain Base, the explosion would be spectacular. Even if it doesn't destroy West Mountain Base, the people inside would definitely be killed by the powerful blast. Thinking this, Zhang Yi returned to Yang Xinxin's room. Now, help me gather all the information on West Mountain Base's military forces and weapons, as well as all related information on mutants. Yang Xinxin was surprised. Is brother really planning to attack West Mountain Base actively? Zhang Yi looked at her calmly and said, we need to gather all their information first, to see what their actual strength is. If the strength gap isn't big and there's a high chance of success, why not try? We need to turn from passive to active. Better to strike first than to wait for 100 punches. If their strength is too great, then consider what I just said a joke. Hearing this, Yang Xinxin laughed. This is the Zhang Yi brother we know. Now, for Yang Xinxin, retrieving information was like picking something out of a bag. She quickly turned around and told Zhang Yi, the information is ready. You can look at it now. After making room, Zhang Yi pulled up a chair and started to go through the data. The base currently has over 500 regular soldiers, 64 special forces members. Excluding Liang Yu, there are 6 existing mutants and an additional 13 post-transformation mutants. Though their combat power is below that of natural mutants, they far exceed ordinary elite soldiers. They all likely underwent cell implantation from Ling Feng. These people might be a bit troublesome, but not a real problem. As for the regular soldiers, Zhang Yi didn't consider them a threat. After scanning through the general information, Zhang Yi quickly looked at the part he was most concerned about, the captains of the West Mountain Base mutants. The first, Ling Feng, enhancement type, ability codename, Superman, possesses 10 times the combat prowess of a normal human, with speed and strength ratings of 5 stars. Zhang Yi took a deep breath, worthy of being the captain of West Mountain Base's special forces, the one who left fist impressions on the shelter walls with his bare hands. Fortunately, he is a close combat type mutant. As long as I maintain enough distance, even with his formidable physique and skills, he can't do anything to me. The second, Fang Zun, ability codename, Fireman, can release high temperature flames from his body. Zhang Yi laughed. Awakening fire type abilities during an ice age is practically useless. The third, Xingxuerong, control type, ability codename, Ice Block, can create solid ice blocks for combat. The fourth, Sumingxie, Beastman type, ability codename, Toxic Beast, can transform into a giant monster with greatly enhanced strength, and bodily fluids are highly corrosive. The fifth, Shoudaong, Beastman type, ability codename, Frost Giant Ape, can transform into a giant frost ape, significantly increasing physical strength and cold resistance. The sixth, Yironghua, psychic type, ability codename, which, misleading in nature, conceals her true ability of deep hypnosis, can hypnotize others through brainwaves, simulate death, or even cause brain death. The effect of her ability is optimized through eye contact. Zhang Yi was startled. Weren't Shoudaong and Xingxuerong taken out by me? Did Ling Feng manage to save them? This was the first time Zhang Yi encountered a classification of mutants' abilities. However, it seemed rather general at this stage, only allowing for classification based on their ability manifestations. These categories were clearly not comprehensive. My space-based ability does not fit into any of these categories. Zhang Yi printed out the information on several captain-level mutants, thinking, my side strength is not weak either. Flower and Uncle You have excellent close combat capabilities. My space-based ability provides nearly invincible defense. Chun Lei's practical ice and snow control ability, plus Liang Yu as an insider. It seems we're not entirely without a chance. Zhang Yi reviewed the information several times, memorizing each person's ability type to ensure he wouldn't be caught off guard if they ever encountered. The most pressing issue was how to infiltrate the base, silently place the explosives, and ensure a safe exit. Do we really have to confront them head-on? At a loss, Liu Karen suggested, instead of pondering alone, why not discuss it with everyone? If you're going to make a move, you'll have to bring them along anyway. Maybe they have some good ideas that could inspire you. Zhang Yi had this in mind and soon called everyone in the house. He laid out his plan. There's a rare opportunity coming up to take down West Mountain Base once and for all. I think everyone understands that West Mountain Base and we are irreconcilable. I, Zhang Yi, am not someone who seeks conflict, but I won't let others bully us. This battle seems inevitable, but I can't do it alone. I need everyone's cooperation. Hearing such a crazy plan, everyone in the room had different expressions. Zhang Yi looked at Uncle Yu and said, "You're the eldest here. I want to hear your opinion." Uncle Yu nodded. West Mountain Base suffered heavy losses attacking our shelter. Now, reconciliation is impossible. Rather than waiting to be attacked, it's better to strike first. We've found a good opportunity to use their weapon against them, create chaos, and I think we should seize it. Besides, my life was saved by Zhang Yi. Whatever Zhang Yi decides, I'll support him all the way. Then, Zhang Yi turned his gaze towards Chun-Lei. Hesitating, Chun-Lei mumbled, Are you sure? They have an army, weapons, and mutants. Isn't this just like sending us to our deaths?" Zhang Yi calmly responded, "Don't worry, I've already looked into the mutants. They have only 6. As for the regular soldiers, leave them all to me. Dealing with them is as simple as dealing with ants for me. And have you forgotten? So many of your fellow villagers died at their hands, including your first love, Su Lily, and her family. They were all killed by them." Chun-Lei feigned ignorance, scratching his head. "Actually, it's okay. I wasn't that close to the people in the village. And who is Su Lily? I don't seem to recognize that name." Zhang Yi, seeing Chun-Lei acting cowardly, thinking, "I thought I was cautious enough, but this fat guy is even more so." However, before Zhang Yi could say anything, Chun-Lei hurriedly added, "But boss, since you've decided to fight, then I'll support you all the way. Following you, I've had food and drink. If your plan fails and you die at West Mountain Base, then there's no point for me to live in this apocalypse either." Zhang Yi was surprised. This fat guy actually has a clear view of the situation. Chun-Lei also expressed his loyalty. "The most important thing is to choose the right platform, to be able to enjoy good food and drink with brother Zhang. I've decided to go all out." Zhang Yi felt reassured. This guy may be a bit too cautious, but at least he's not stupid. He knows he needs to bring value to stick with me. Otherwise, why would I keep him around? The three of them thus formed a united front, ready to take action. However, Chun-Lei still nervously said, "Boss, we have to plan this operation carefully." Zhang Yi laughed. "I don't plan on dying anytime soon. Let's start discussing our strategy now." Uncle Yu said, "I received professional military training back when I was in the army. I can offer some specific suggestions." Zhang Yi then looked towards Yang Xinqin. "First, give them a brief on West Mountain Base's situation. All the information I just went through." Yang Xinqin took the 2 to the computer, while Zhang Yi pulled out his phone to contact Liang Yu. After all, for the plan to succeed, Liang Yu's role was crucial. Zhang Yi sent a message, "Thanks for helping me out with a big problem. Before midnight tomorrow, take your students and hide in a safe place. There will be a chance for you to escape, and we'll be outside to meet you." Liang Yu immediately responded, "I'll do my best to hide first, but you can also tell me the plan, so we can work together from the inside and outside." Zhang Yi could sense Liang Yu's excitement and informed her, "We've successfully taken control of West Mountain Base's network, so don't worry about communication security. You'll understand the specific plan in due time. Just take care of yourself and your students." Liang Yu was indecisive, and Zhang Yi didn't want to disclose the detailed plan to her. Moreover, her students were still in West Mountain Base. She might not agree with the plan to bomb West Mountain Base with missiles to avoid unnecessary disputes. Zhang Yi did not reveal the entire plan. With the decisive battle against West Mountain Base looming, to ensure nothing went wrong, Zhang Yi asked Liu Karen to conduct a detailed analysis of West Mountain Base's structure. Liu Karen told Zhang Yi, "Based on my calculations, to deal with a shelter that can't be destroyed by 500 kilograms of TNT, they'll likely use heavy bunker buster missiles. Although these missiles might not destroy West Mountain Base in one hit, they will certainly cause a significant tremor." Zhang Yi pondered for a moment. If we cut off their power during the explosion, what would happen? After all, they're deep underground. Losing their light source would instantly cripple their ability to move. The whole base would be paralyzed instantly, certainly causing even greater panic. At this point, Zhang Yi was eager to try. Yang Xinqin, however, cautioned, "I can indeed cut off their power through the network, but they will surely have a manual power restoration plan, and such standardized bases will definitely have emergency lighting. That amount of time won't be enough for you to infiltrate." Zhang Yi smiled lightly. "I have my own arrangements for that. My main goal is to cause internal turmoil. Liang Yu will surely take this opportunity to escape the 4th Life Pod with her students. With Liang Yu taking the lead, those long-oppressed residents of the 4th Life Pod will definitely try to seize control of West Mountain Base. At that time, there will be massive chaos in the 4th Life Pod, and all their forces will surely be dispatched to suppress it. That's when our chance comes." Chun-Lei, still worried, asked, "Even if we successfully penetrate West Mountain Base, then what if we just take out their leader, Qin Xinyan? I guess a second Qin Xinyan will quickly take his place. That wouldn't completely eliminate them. There are thousands of people inside. We can't just kill them all, right?" Chun-Lei laughed heartily, thinking he had made a humorous point. However, seeing Zhang Yi's serious expression, Chun-Lei's laughter abruptly stopped. Stunned, he looked at Zhang Yi. Boss, you didn't actually agree with me, did you? You're not really planning to take them all out, are you? Not just Chun-Lei. Everyone present was shocked. This plan is too crazy. Just a few of us. Isn't this like going on a suicide mission? Zhang Yi laid it out. My goal is to wipe them out in one fell swoop, eliminating over 80% of their combat power. If possible, of course, it would be best to kill them all. Zhang Yi revealed his detailed plan. I have stockpiled thousands of kilograms of TNT explosives. All I need to do is infiltrate West Mountain Base, deploy the explosives inside, and set the explosion timing in advance. The detonation of such a large amount of explosives underground would certainly be interesting. Liu Karen thoughtfully said, the effects of external bombing and internal explosions are vastly different. Even if the structure of the base can withstand the energy of the explosion, the people inside definitely cannot withstand such an impact. Moreover, such an explosion will surely destroy the base's life support systems, like the air circulation and escape systems, which are critical. Additionally, the explosion will consume a large amount of oxygen and instantly generate intense heat. All these factors combined, if we can really detonate it inside, the success rate is undoubtedly very high. Hearing this, Chun-Lei became excited, showing a stark contrast to his earlier cowardly demeanor. Boss, you're a genius. Your plan is brilliant. But how do we infiltrate the base? We can't just barge in through the front, can we? What if we get lost inside and can't find our way out? Zhang Yi pointed at the computer screen. That's why you need to memorize the internal structure of the base. This is a matter of life and death. You must not be careless. Saying this, Zhang Yi took out 2 sets of white combat suits from the dimensional space. These were taken from the corpses of their special forces. Just put these on and wear the helmets. It shouldn't be too difficult to blend in during the chaos. As for the placement of the explosives, we'll choose the second life pod. That's where the main force of the base is located, along with various life support systems. Most importantly, their armory is there. If we can also blow up their armory, it would be killing 2 birds with 1 stone. The 3 men and 1 cat decided to conduct one last sand table exercise. Zhang Yi's plan was very detailed. Even the timid Chun-Lei was impressed, calling it brilliant. Zhang Yi's dimensional gate in the narrow spaces inside the base was almost invincible, and Flower's mobility is not something ordinary mutants can compare with. If anything goes wrong, it can instantly transform into a combat vehicle, taking us all to the surface in no time. Once we're on the surface, things will be easier. To my knowledge, their base only has 1 snowmobile. As for those dozens of dog sleds, they're hardly a threat. My snow vehicle can easily leave them far behind. Zhang Yi seriously reminded Chun-Lei and Uncle Yu, you must remember, the most important thing is to save your lives. Whether or not we can complete the mission depends on fate. Inside West Mountain Base, with Yi Xiaotian's help, Liang Yu arrived at the 4th life pod. She told her students, don't sleep at midnight tomorrow. I'll come back here to tell you all something important. The students unanimously agreed. Their continuous disappearances had left everyone anxious, and Liang Yu had become their only hope. She didn't tell the students about the escape plan for the next day. After so many events, Liang Yu had become more cautious. She knew well that if the news leaked prematurely, it would endanger everyone. After calming the students, Liang Yu left the dormitory. The next morning, Zhang Yi and the others were confirming their battle plan over a hearty breakfast. Zhang Yi said, the missile attack is scheduled for midnight tonight. We'll scout the area nearby an hour in advance. As long as the missile hits accurately, Liang Yu will surely lead her students out amidst the chaos. Zhang Yi emphasized, remember, we must wait for Liang Yu to come out before we act. If she can make it out, it means the 4th life pod is already in chaos. If Liang Yu doesn't show up, it implies there's a problem with our inside help, and we must abandon the attack plan. We need Liang Yu to guide us. Although we've memorized the base's layout, there's still a risk of getting lost inside. So, we must have Liang Yu lead the way. The plan is roughly to blend into the crowd during the chaos, then plant the explosives, and make our escape. If anything uncertain happens at any stage, we must prioritize escaping. Remember, safety first. It's not worth taking any uncertain risks. Hearing this, Chun-Lei nodded vigorously in agreement, finding common ground with the plan. Uncle Yu pondered and said, so, you mean our action is predicated on Liang Yu being able to rescue her students, right? Zhang Yi smirked. You could say that, but in reality, he wasn't concerned with the fate of Liang Yu's students. As long as Liang Yu herself could make it out, that was enough. Zhang Yi put down his bowl. One last crucial point. As you know, if there's a battle inside the base, they won't be able to use their large weapon systems. Ordinary soldiers and handheld thermal weapons are not a problem for me. The most troublesome are those 6 mutants. If we really encounter them, I plan to deal with them using a divide and conquer strategy, but only as a last resort if we cannot escape. If there's a chance to run, escaping is definitely the first option. By night, the group was ready to depart from outside the house. Uncle Yu and Zhang Yi were bidding farewell to the women, while Chun-Lei stood in the snow, feeling somewhat superfluous. At that moment, Zhou Keir, unable to hide her concern, said, Brother Zhang Yi, why not take me with you? If I'm by your side, I can heal any injuries in case of emergency. Zhang Yi reassured her, we won't get injured, and if we do get hurt, it would mean facing a powerful mutant, so having you there wouldn't make much of a difference. The emergency medicine you've prepared for us is already enough. Just wait here patiently for our return." After saying their goodbyes, Zhang Yi and the others headed towards West Mountain Base on their snow vehicle. A conflict at West Mountain Base is imminent. Zhang Yi and 2 others are heading towards West Mountain Base. Yang Xinxin is also on edge at home, not daring to relax for a moment. She told Zhang Yi, "West Mountain Base has just confirmed the missile launch time with River South Domain. It's definitely tonight at midnight, without error. I've already secretly modified the coordinates, so there's no need to worry." Zhang Yi asked her to continue monitoring their every move online, while he himself drove slowly towards the destination. After all, it was a dark and windy night, and Zhang Yi did not dare to drive too fast. Soon, they arrived near the base. Zhang Yi parked the car 3 kilometers away from the base, then took out a box from another space. After opening it, there were 10 syringes inside. He passed 2 each to Chunlei and Uncle Yu. This is a special stimulant that can excite the body and nerves in a short time, significantly enhancing a person's combat ability and reducing the sensation of pain to some extent. After saying this, Zhang Yi injected himself in the arm. Uncle Yu did not hesitate to do the same. Chunlei weakly asked, "This thing won't have any side effects, right?" Zhang Yi rolled his eyes. "Don't worry, even if there are side effects, they won't affect us in the short term. Our primary concern is to save our lives. It's not too late to recuperate after the mission is completed. The surprise for West Mountain Base is coming soon." Then, they waited in the car for the missile to strike. At this time, in West Mountain Base, Liang Yu came to the 4th life pod again. She went to her students' dormitory to remind everyone, "Put on all the clothes you have that can keep out the cold." It was then that the students realized that Teacher Liang was indeed planning to take them out of there. Wu Chenyu signaled everyone to keep quiet. "Teacher Liang would never harm us. We just need to do as she says." Everyone closely followed behind Liang Yu, waiting for an opportunity to escape. At this time, Chen Xinyan was not sleeping early as usual, but was nervously watching his laptop, waiting for the news that Zhang Yi's shelter had been bombed. Chen Xinyan was comforting himself, thinking that although launching the missile cost him a significant favor, the thought of getting rid of Zhang Yi, a major thorn in his side, made it all seem worth it. From a certain perspective, Zhang Yi was considered by Chen Xinyan to be an even bigger threat than other major forces in Heavenly Sea City. After all, Zhang Yi had once caused him a painful defeat. As a high-ranking official of Heavenly Sea City, to be humiliated by such a clown was something Chen Xinyan could never accept. However, at such a crucial moment, he did not plan to enjoy this victory alone. He called over the team leader, Ling Feng, to tell him indirectly that the person he couldn't deal with had been easily handled by him, as a reminder to Ling Feng not to overestimate his abilities, implying that Chen Xinyan could manage without him. Ling Feng was surprised to learn that Chen Xinyan had a way to deal with Zhang Yi. This old guy got to his current position entirely because of his family's power. In terms of combat readiness, Chen Xinyan, you might not even compare to an upper-class soldier. Ling Feng couldn't figure out what method he might have to deal with Zhang Yi. At this moment, Chen Xinyan was full of confidence. "I just want to remind you that mutants are not invincible. Even now, in the post-apocalyptic world, the power of the military is still unquestionable." Ling Feng nodded. "Don't worry, I will definitely follow your arrangement." Chen Xinyan turned the computer screen to show Ling Feng, the top leader of River South Domain, Zhu Jing, owes me a big favor. So, I contacted him to get a ground-penetrating missile. Hearing this, Ling Feng was overjoyed. "We can finally avenge our brothers. This time, Zhang Yi is surely dead." Chen Xinyan said proudly, "I've always said, don't think just because you've luckily awakened some special abilities that you can be arrogant. You're still too young." He then called Ling Feng to stand behind him. "Ling Feng, come over here. Today, we'll see how this arrogant Zhang Yi is blown to pieces. No matter how sturdy his shelter is, it can't withstand the attack of a ground-penetrating missile." Ling Feng was naturally very excited. "So many of my brothers died at his hands, and now I can finally relieve my hatred. It's just that, to deal with just Zhang Yi, using a high-yield ground-penetrating missile seems a bit wasteful." Chen Xinyan said helplessly, "It's true that a higher rank crushes the lower one. Once upon a time, my rank was almost the same as Zhu Zhang's, but now they control the weapons, and in the end, they've become the overlord of the River South Domain." Ling Feng suddenly had an idea. "If we could get the support of Commander Zhu, wouldn't Heavenly Sea City be ours for the taking?" Chen Xinyan glanced at Ling Feng. "You're being too naive." Chen Xinyan couldn't help thinking, although I have some connections with Zhu Zheng, it's now the apocalypse. If I can't create value for him, he has no reason to help me. Time passed by every second. Yang Xinxin did not take her eyes off the screen for a moment, fearing she would miss any crucial information. It was almost midnight. At this moment, at the command center of River South Domain headquarters, as a middle-aged man in military uniform pressed the launch button, a heavy missile soared from the silo, trailing a tail of fire that caught through the night sky, exceptionally conspicuous in the quiet night. Chen Xinyan's eyes showed excitement, staring intently at the screen. Just then, the information department at West Mountain Base detected an unidentified object speeding towards them. The information department immediately immediately went into a frenzy. This is a missile coming from the direction of Capital of Splendor. The target seems to be us. Report it quickly. But the missile's speed didn't give them time to react. Zhang Yi, in a snow vehicle, saw a bright light approaching from the horizon, falling to West Mountain Base like a meteor. With a loud boom, a muffled sound almost shook the area within 10 miles. Even the snow vehicle parked 3 kilometers away was nearly flipped over by the shockwave. Zhang Yi immediately informed Yang Xinxin the missile coordinate modification plan was successful. Inside the safe house, Yang Xinxin was already prepared, and everything proceeded according to plan. She immediately cut off the electricity system of West Mountain Base. At this time, the interior of West Mountain Base was in chaos, as if it had experienced a major earthquake. The sudden shutdown of the electricity system plunged the entire base into darkness. Screams filled the base. Qin Xinyan had no idea what was happening and suddenly slumped to the ground, weak at the knees. What's going on? How could this happen? It was then that the information department called. Bad news, Lord Chen. We've been hit by a missile. Qin Xinyan was puzzled. Who would dare attack us with missiles? Could it be that Zhu Jing has betrayed me? However, Qin Xinyan quickly regained his composure. He knew that the priority was to quickly restore order to the base and ensure his own safety. Thinking this, Qin Xinyan immediately ordered Ling Feng, quickly call the special forces to protect my safety. Also, make sure that those people in the 4th life pod don't cause any trouble. Send troops to guard it strictly. Finally, tell the engineers to hurry up and repair the electricity. Qin Xinyan was aware that West Mountain Base was very robustly built and couldn't be breached by just a few missiles. As long as we stabilize the current situation, the advantage is still ours. The intense shaking caused the soldiers guarding outside the base to panic. They hurriedly tried to use their communication devices to contact the command center, but the underground power supply had been cut off by Yang Xinxin, and everyone was in disarray, unable to contact anyone. Just then, Zhang Yi, driving the snow vehicle, came crashing in at high speed, instantly knocking down 4 people. Before the guards could react, Zhang Yi and his 2 companions, along with their cat, had already stepped out of the vehicle with guns in hand. In just 2 minutes, the guards at the entrance were all taken down. Although the ground guards were the most elite soldiers, they stood no chance against the trio and their mutant cat. Zhang Yi glanced at the southern entrance of the base. He didn't plan to storm in directly. With a serious look, Zhang Yi said, "Next, it's up to Liang Yu." At this moment, in the 4th life pod, the students were also shouting and screaming due to the sudden shaking. Liang Yu then understood. So, this was the reason we were told to wait until midnight? Fortunately, the shelter is exceptionally sturdy. Despite the severe shaking, there are no signs of collapse. Liang Yu signaled the students behind her, "Quickly, follow me." Liang Yu no longer had time to explain to the students. Every second counted now. Once West Mountain Base managed to restore the electricity system in order, they would have no chance to escape. Liang Yu took out her phone for light, and everyone closely followed behind her. The hall of the 3rd life pod was in chaos. The soldiers were also taken aback for a moment. They were holding guns, ordering everyone to quickly return to the 4th life pod. But now, in the pitch dark, they dared not shoot rashly. Most importantly, they had not yet received orders from above to fire. Seeing the chaotic scene outside, Liang Yu was secretly pleased. The opportunity has come. She had already memorized the entire escape route, so she didn't run around like a headless fly like the others. Liang Yu seized the opportunity and led the students out of the 4th life pod. Immediately, several gunshots were heard from inside. Fortunately, they ran out in time. They finally couldn't help but start shooting. Liang Yu couldn't care about that anymore. Her only wish at this moment was to lead the students out of West Mountain Base. The dozen or so students followed her closely, not daring to relax for a moment. Liang Yu was also aware that the armed forces of West Mountain Base were not to be underestimated. Once the electricity was restored, quelling such a scale of unrest would be easy. They had to speed up. As they passed by a stairwell, they suddenly saw 2 soldiers guarding with guns. Seeing the situation turn sour, the soldiers were about to raise their guns to stop them. Liang Yu didn't hesitate, activated her ability, swung her sword, and charged forward. The 2 soldiers hadn't even figured out what was happening before they were instantly beheaded. Liang Yu knew that the appearance of these 2 soldiers meant that the higher-ups of West Mountain Base had begun to restore order. If they didn't leave now, more soldiers would surely appear. The stairs leading to the surface from the base were long. Soon, a bright light appeared ahead. The students were overjoyed, almost reaching the exit. At this moment, Liang Yu extended her hand to block the students behind her. There was a sinister figure ahead. Suddenly, a familiar sound of high heels echoed, only to hear the shadow coldly say, "Liang Yu, you traitor, dare to come back." At this moment, everyone realized that in front of them were over 30 fully armed Special Forces members. Guro played with her fringe. Lord Chen is truly wise to have guessed that some would try to escape amidst the chaos. Guro signaled the soldiers beside her to get into formation. "Did you think West Mountain Base is a place you can come and go as you please? The only outcome for those who attempt to escape the base is to become food for the lower classes. Liang Yu, you traitor, you were given a good life but didn't appreciate it, and now you're even willing to risk your life for these worthless test subjects." Hearing the word food, the students' faces turned pale. Were they using using people as food? Was the yogurt-like substance they had been eating made from corpses? Some people started to vomit. At this point, Liang Yu suddenly extended her hand. Wait, I think we can still talk. Garo, however, responded coldly. What is there left to talk about with you? A traitor is a traitor and must not be tolerated. Just a second before Garo gestured to open fire, a soldier suddenly fell. Shot. Zhang Yi, holding a silenced sniper rifle, had arrived behind them. Garo's face turned pale instantly. Then she loudly ordered her soldiers to return fire. In no time, the entire narrow passage was covered in gunfire. Liang Yu had the students lie down against the walls while she herself charged forward with her long sword, knowing that Zhang Yi and his team had arrived to support them. With this backup, Liang Yu's confidence surged. The soldiers of West Mountain Base were attacked from both sides by powerful mutants, overwhelmed in both close combat and ranged attacks. After Zhang Yi opened the dimensional gate, all their shots became meaningless. In just 2 minutes, the narrow passage was filled with dismembered limbs. Liang Yu, regaining her senses and looking gratefully at Zhang Yi, said, "Thank you for your support." Zhang Yi simply replied, "Don't mention it." He understood that without Liang Yu's risky return to the base as an insider, he would have had no chance to change the missile coordinates. Helping her rescue the students was only natural. Thinking this, Zhang Yi said to Liang Yu, "There's no time to lose. Hurry and get them out of here." Liang Yu quickly calmed the frightened students. "Everyone, move quickly. We're about to be free." At this moment, Liang Yu saw Garo curled up in a corner. Liang Yu stared at Garo intently and said, "I heard it was your idea that led to the death of my students, right?" Fear was written all over Garo's face. "Please, don't kill me. I'm just a secretary." All those decisions were made by Lord Chen himself. Yi Xiaotian, filled with hatred, walked over. The experiments he had undergone for human modification were like climbing out of the 18 layers of hell. Now, faced with Garo's pleas, he didn't say a word before pulling out a dagger and slicing her throat. Afterward, he simply stated, "People like her are not worth pitying." Liang Yu approached Zhang Yi sincerely and said, "Thank you for keeping your word. You helped me save the students. What can I do for you next?" Zhang Yi told Liang Yu, "The guards at the entrance have all been dealt with. There's no time to waste. Your students must leave quickly." Saying this, Zhang Yi took out 2 backpacks from another space. "Here are energy bars to restore strength and some fuel for warmth. First, go hide in the district 5 kilometers southeast of here. I will come to meet you later." Then, Zhang Yi pointed at Liang Yu and said, "You can't leave yet. You need to lead the way for us. We'll go in together soon." The students, hearing this, looked terrified. "Teacher can't leave us. If by any chance pursuers come after us, we have no power to resist. Then we're doomed." Zhang Yi smiled and said, "I guess they're too busy to chase you now." However, Zhang Yi's expression suddenly changed. "If we all escape now and West Mountain Base stabilizes the situation here, they will definitely come after us soon. Especially since just now, your teacher Liang and I killed so many of their people. Do you think they would let it go?" Liang Yu understood deep down. From the moment she decided to defect from West Mountain Base, her escape route was already cut off. Even if she escapes from West Mountain Base today, she might still face their endless pursuit in the future. Liang Yu bit her lip weakly and asked, "So, what do we do next?" Zhang Yi smiled slightly. "Isn't it simple? Just blow up their entire base. That way, it's solved once and for all." Liang Yu felt a twinge of reluctance in her heart. There are so many people inside. Those are thousands of living lives. But if we don't root out the problem, she and the students will eventually face retaliation. By then, it will be them who die. After pondering for a moment, Liang Yu made up her mind. "I'll help you." She knew she didn't have much time left. Given the situation, this might be the only path she could choose. Liang Yu instructed Yi Xiaotian, who was beside her. "Yi Xiaotian, you lead the way. We will come to find you guys as soon as we're done here." Yi Xiaotian glanced at Zhang Yi and the others, then said to Liang Yu, "Teacher Liang, you must protect yourself." Then he led the students out of the base. At this point, Liang Yu didn't know how much she could help. She was aware of the gap in strength between herself and Ling Feng. Zhang Yi handed his phone to Liang Yu. "We must act quickly. Take us to this location." That location was the second life pod, where she had always lived and was very familiar with. Liang Yu nodded. "Follow me." The 4 of them immediately put on helmets and sprinted towards the designated location. Zhang Yi and his team quickly arrived at the central location, which was ideal for placing explosives. Zhang Yi signaled Uncle Yu and Chun Lei, "Start the operation." The 2 nodded and quickly took out timed explosives from their backpacks, placing them in various hidden corners. Seeing this, Liang Yu said anxiously, "This amount of explosives won't have any effect. The sturdiness here is beyond your imagination. Your ordinary C4 won't make a dent." Zhang Yi calmly responded, "These are explosives specially made by Liu Karen." While speaking, Zhang Yi activated the dimensional gate, and the next second, piles of explosives landed in the corners. Liang Yu's eyes widened in shock. These bombs look somewhat familiar at first glance. Upon closer thought, aren't these the same explosives Ling Feng used to bomb the shelter? You actually kept these things? Zhang Yi chuckled. I, Zhang Yi, have always been frugal, never wasting a grain of rice. Now, let them taste their own medicine. After setting everything up, Zhang Yi signaled to quickly evacuate. On their way out, Zhang Yi also attached explosives to every door they passed. When they reached a corner, Liang Yu suddenly stopped. She looked towards the end of the second life life pod and said, "Why don't we take this opportunity to directly eliminate Chinchinian? Without their leader, the base will surely fall into chaos." Clenching her long sword, the thought of her students being killed by Chinchinian's orders filled Liang Yu with deep hatred, especially since that old man had manipulated her students, which disgusted her as a woman. Zhang Yi also stopped and, without turning back, said with a laugh, "Even if we kill Chinchinian, someone will quickly take his place. Have you not considered that the problem is not the person Chinchinian but the system of West Mountain Base itself?" Liang Yu found herself unable to argue because she too felt that the truth was as Zhang Yi had said. Zhang Yi continued, "The only solution now is to destroy the entire base. Otherwise, no matter who takes over as the leader, the result will be the same." During their conversation, their unusual behavior caught the attention of the Special Forces. They were all wearing Special Forces uniforms, especially Liang Yu, who was wearing a captain's uniform. Under the insufficient light and chaotic situation, no one would normally notice anything odd about them. However, one of the Special Forces members noticed their peculiar behavior, especially the spotted cat beside Zhang Yi. West Mountain Base has never heard of anyone keeping a pet. The soldier raised his gun and shouted, "There's something wrong with these people. Seize them." Zhang Yi had no choice but to immediately activate his ability, quadrupling his speed. He enhanced his speed to the maximum and quickly fired a shot in retaliation. The person hadn't even reacted before their head was pierced through instantly. When the Special Forces saw their teammate fall, they raised their AKs and began shooting wildly at Zhang Yi and his team. By this time, Zhang Yi had already opened the dimensional gate, blocking all angles in the narrow corridor while calmly raising his handgun, hitting his targets with almost every shot. Liang Yu was astonished behind him. After following Ling Feng for a month, they couldn't take down his shelter. "I only knew that Zhang Yi's ability was troublesome, but now I see he possesses such powerful defensive capabilities that are almost monstrous." Before long, someone in the crowd shouted, "This is a spatial ability. This person is Zhang Yi." Everyone stopped shooting, retreat and spread out. The person shouting was Shen Hong, one of the first Special Forces soldiers who had attacked Zhang Yi. Zhang Yi smiled and muttered, "Recognizing me now is too late." Then he dramatically shouted, "Counterattack." Suddenly, all the bullets that had been fired at them were sent back like a storm in the opposite direction, hitting almost everyone. Only a few managed to block the bullets using the bodies of their comrades. However, as Zhang Yi and his team were retreating, dozens of grenades flew out from the dimensional gate, engulfing the corridor in an explosion and turning the scene into a sea of fire. The dozens of grenades Zhang Yi threw caused a massive commotion. They knew they couldn't stay there much longer. If the base's power was restored and they were surrounded, it would be troublesome since the dimensional gate couldn't defend against multiple angles at once. Just then, Zhang Yi noticed the lights above start to flicker, indicating the base's electrical system was about to come back on. He was well aware that once West Mountain Base's systems were back online, the explosives they had placed could potentially be discovered in advance. While it was unlikely all the explosives could be defused quickly, it would still give them time to move. At this moment, the news of Zhang Yi's infiltration and Liang Yu's betrayal reached Chinchinian. Furious, he immediately issued a death order. Zhang Yi must be eliminated. While donning his specially made combat suit, Chinchinian furiously cursed, "Zhang Yi, you arrogant brat, the advantage is mine this time. You're doomed. Coming here on your own, without the protection of your shelter, I'll chop you up into a protein shake." Ling Feng immediately took his team, filled with rage, to seek vengeance on Zhang Yi. His eyes brimmed with a murderous intent, determined to settle both new and old scores with Zhang Yi once and for all. However, the second life pod was also in chaos. After the power was restored, people discovered that C4 explosives were plastered everywhere. While these explosives weren't enough to destroy the walls and collapse the base, the series of small explosions would consume a significant amount of the internal oxygen and drastically increase the internal temperature, ultimately leading to the death of everyone inside. Ling Feng couldn't care less at this point. Quickly arrange for bomb disposal experts to clear them, he ordered, before striding outside to pursue. Right now, nothing was more important to him than killing Zhang Yi. Along the way, Zhang Yi and his team encountered numerous troubles. No matter which direction they tried to escape, they saw heavily armed soldiers. Following the orders from above, they did everything they could to delay Zhang Yi and the others, buying time for Ling Feng and other mutant leaders to catch up. They no longer just shot blindly, knowing that Zhang Yi's ability would send all the bullets right back at them. Faced with the onslaught of Special Forces soldiers, Uncle Yu stepped forward. "Let me handle this." As he activated his ability, his muscles visibly swelled at an astonishing speed, instantly bursting through his durable combat suit and transforming him into a muscle giant over 2 meters tall. The next second, he charged into the crowd like a tank, bullets no longer causing him substantial harm. Uncle Yu was like a titan, clearing the obstacles in his path like a bulldozer, sending any soldiers attempting to block him flying instantly. Zhang Yi didn't forget to caution, "Be careful, Uncle Yu." Using his body to take bullets head-on was something Zhang Yi hadn't anticipated. Uncle Yu chuckled, "Don't worry about me. This is nothing to me." He was well aware of his ability's powerful self-healing capability. "As long as it's not a fatal injury, I can heal rapidly. Just then, several armored special forces soldiers suddenly charged in front of them. Among them, Zhang Yi recognized two, Shenhong and Yulang. They were from the team that first attacked the shelter, where all their teammates died at Zhang Yi's hands except for these two who were lucky to survive. With such deep-seated hatred, Shenhong was instantly enraged. Zhang Yi, you won't escape from here today. These few were likely modified humans who had undergone cell transplantation from Ling Feng. Knowing Zhang Yi's abilities, they decided to use melee weapons. Uncle Yu stepped in front of Zhang Yi and his team, scoffing, if you want to get to Zhang Yi, you'll have to get past me first. As the five modified humans faced off against Uncle Yu, Zhang Yi watched anxiously. Unexpectedly, at the moment of contact, Uncle Yu simply swung his arm fiercely, sending all five flying. They were embedded into the wall, unable to extricate themselves. Seeing this, Zhang Yi laughed. These half-baked modified mutants thinking they can go head-to-head with a natural mutant is simply delusional. Uncle Yu looked puzzled. Is that it? Unbeknownst to him, his body was continuously becoming stronger through mutation, while these modified humans were inherently flawed. The mutated cells were consuming their normal cells, ultimately weakening them further. Uncle Yu was somewhat disappointed. Since gaining his powerful strength, he hadn't had a real chance to engage in a serious fight with anyone. This left the veteran somewhat restless, having only faced weak opponents. Zhang Yi remarked, what I dislike the most is fighting. Isn't it better to live our lives comfortably? Why insist on expanding conflicts and killings? As they were quickly retreating, a cold laugh came from ahead. Thinking of running? It won't be that easy. A tall figure approached, carrying something resembling an explosive tank on his back. The gold stars on the shoulder of his combat suit indicated his rank as a team leader. Zhang Yi immediately recognized him. This was the mutant known as Fang Zun, codenamed Fireman in the files. Zhang Yi quickly opened the dimensional gate. Fang Zun spread his hands, and suddenly, a massive fire dragon surged towards Zhang Yi. Although the dimensional gate swallowed the fire dragon entirely, Fang Zun's assault did not cease. Zhang Yi realized that he was being delayed. Once the dimensional gate was activated, Zhang Yi couldn't move, meaning unless Fang Zun stopped, Zhang Yi had no way to leave. The temperature of the fire dragon released by Fang Zun could instantly reach thousands of degrees Celsius. If Zhang Yi closed the gate, everyone would be engulfed in flames, but keeping it open would allow more special forces soldiers to catch up. Caught between a rock and a hard place, Zhang Yi shouted to Chunlei, Chubby, it's up to you. After his words fell, Zhang Yi's dimensional gate suddenly spewed out a vast amount of ice and snow, instantly overcoming Fang Zun's fire dragon. Fang Zun stepped back with disdain, saying, trivial tricks. Then he took out the canister from behind and started pouring its contents on the ground. It was his specially formulated fuel, which, when ignited, was as potent as explosives. He filled the entire corridor with a black oily substance, stepped back a few steps, and snapped his fingers lightly. Instantly, a wave of heat burst from the ground, engulfing the entire corridor in flames. Fang Zun stood in the middle of the blaze, unscathed, not even a flicker of flame touching the hem of his clothes. Fang Zun confidently stated, our team leader will be here soon. Let's see how long you can hold out. Thankfully, Zhang Yi had also collected a large amount of ice and snow in the dimensional space, allowing Chunlei to unleash his ability when the ice was released. The clash of ice and fire filled the entire corridor with steam. Fang Zun was momentarily stunned. They actually have a mutant who can manipulate ice and snow. There was no record of Chunlei in their data, as no one had seen him take action before. Taking advantage of the moment Chunlei was holding off Fang Zun, Zhang Yi and his team quickly retreated through the steam. Suddenly, a terrifying gust of wind came from ahead. Uncle Yu didn't have time to see what was happening when a gigantic fist was already bearing down on him. Instinctively crossing his arms to block, there was a loud bang, and Uncle Yu was sent flying back several meters, barely managing to steady himself in a kneeling position. Seeing this, Zhang Yi inwardly gasped. Uncle Yu, known for his physical strength, was left in such a state by a single hit. He moved back to Uncle Yu's side, concerned. Uncle Yu, are you alright? Uncle Yu was drenched in sweat. Thanks to the stimulant, he didn't feel much pain. He joked lightly, it's not too bad. Should be nothing fatal. Ling Feng stood about 10 meters away from Zhang Yi. Having a rough understanding of spatial abilities and learning from his previous painful lesson, he knew better than to approach hastily, likely falling into Zhang Yi's trap. He decided to wait it out, knowing they had nowhere to escape. Chunlei also hurried over, sweating profusely at the sight of Uncle Yu's injuries. Uncle Yu, are you okay? Uncle Yu's forehead was covered in sweat. I'm fine. Just feels like I've been hit by a train. Zhang Yi took out a stimulant from the dimensional space and without a second thought, injected it directly into Uncle Yu's arm. Concerns about side effects were set aside for now. It was crucial for Uncle Yu to quickly regain his combat strength. Uncle Yu understood Zhang Yi's intention. At this time, Flower also came over, visibly angered by the situation. Its fur bristled as it began to growl menacingly. Liang Yu also took a combat stance, ready to fight. Zhang Yi then halted them. Don't be rash. They can't get to us now. However, Ling Feng continued to press forward. After their last encounter, he had learned that Zhang Yi's dimensional space lacked the ability to attack proactively. He knew as long as he didn't venture into into it himself. Zhang Yi couldn't do much against him. As the standoff continued, Ling Feng started to taunt. Without the protection of your turtle shell shelter, do you think you can escape? Just give up and surrender. Maybe I'll spare your life. More and more special forces soldiers were gathering on both sides. Fortunately, after receiving the second injection, Uncle Yu's powerful self-healing ability had nearly restored him to full strength. Zhang Yi, with a furrowed brow, said, "So it has come to this after all. It seems my plan was too idealistic." Just then, a woman cloaked in a cape appeared behind Ling Feng. She softly called out Zhang Yi's name. Zhang Yi instinctively glanced at her. In that moment of eye contact, Zhang Yi felt as if he was being pulled into an abyss by an invisible force. It was Yironghua, whose ability was to hypnotize through eye contact. But the next second, Yironghua clutched her eyes, screaming in pain, while others fell into a hallucinatory state. Zhang Yi smirked. "I forgot to tell you, my dimensional space can reflect your brainwaves back at you." At this time, Flower's body began to grow larger. Taking advantage of their momentary mental lapse, everyone quickly climbed onto Flower's body. At Zhang Yi's command, they madly ran towards the exit of the corridor. Zhang Yi then opened the dimensional gate and simultaneously threw out hundreds of grenades from the dimensional space. Ling Feng and his team had just begun to regain their composure when they were instantly engulfed in a sea of flames. The corridor echoed with continuous explosions. Chunlei, worried, asked Zhang Yi, "Boss, the big one we set up hasn't been defused, has it? Otherwise, all our efforts will have been wasted." Zhang Yi replied solemnly, "There's no way they could have in this short amount of time. Besides, we left so many C4 explosives along the way, they wouldn't have had time to defuse that big one in the corner. Once we're out, we'll detonate it." As Flower charged madly, Ling Feng and his team took shelter inside the walls during the explosions. Suddenly, with a roar, Ling Feng punched through a half-meter thick wall. "Hurry up and chase," he bellowed before dashing forward. Suddenly, Su Mingxie exerted himself, his body beginning to twist and swell, transforming into a 2-meter-tall humanoid creature. He grabbed Yironghua with one hand and Fang Zun with the other, and followed Ling Feng in a fierce chase. Seeing that they were about to be caught up, Chunlei urgently told Zhang Yi, "Boss, throw more grenades to stop them, at least to delay them a bit." But this time, Zhang Yi unusually said, "I, Zhang Yi, am not the kind of person who takes advantage of others' vulnerabilities. If they like chasing, let them chase." Chunlei and Uncle Yu were speechless. That statement coming from you doesn't sound convincing at all. However, they also knew Zhang Yi has always been willing to use any means to achieve his ends, not rashly using his spatial ability. He must have his reasons. So, the group didn't dwell on further questions. After all, with Flower's speed, it wouldn't be easy for Ling Feng and his team to catch up. A few seconds later, Flower leaped out of the opening, and they finally emerged onto the ground of West Mountain Base. Ling Feng and his team also rushed to the door soon after. Once bitten, twice shy, Ling Feng didn't dare to approach rashly, but just stood at the entrance, staring intently at Zhang Yi and his group. He was well aware that no one could escape under his watch, especially in the vast snowy terrain. "Your dimensional space, Zhang Yi, is only invincible in one direction. If I just avoid that side and attack from all other angles, you can't escape." Chunlei realized the dire situation. Without the narrow corridors of the base, Zhang Yi's spatial defense couldn't block Ling Feng's abnormally fast attacks. "Boss, what do we do now?" A cold smirk appeared on Ling Feng's lips, his eyes filled with the thrill of revenge. Then he mockingly said, "Without the protection of your turtle shell shelter, where can you run now?" Zhang Yi sighed. "When will this cycle of vengeance end?" While speaking, Zhang Yi's right hand pulled out a remote control from his pocket and pressed it hard. Seeing this, Ling Feng panicked. "What's that in your hand?" Zhang Yi didn't answer Ling Feng's question, but kept pressing the button. Just 2 seconds later, a muffled sound came from behind them, and the ground shook violently. Before they could steady themselves, a wave of heat surged from behind, followed by a fire dragon erupting from the corridor entrance. Everyone's attention was on Zhang Yi, paying no heed to the anomaly behind them. Suddenly, they were all swept away by the scorching blast. Chunlei's eyes sparkled with excitement. "It's finally done. West Mountain Base is destroyed." They all showed relieved smiles. Ling Feng clenched his fists and roared, "Damn you, Zhang Yi, what have you done?" Zhang Yi responded with a teasing tone, "You know, I should actually thank you. Remember that big bundle of TNT you left when you attacked my shelter? I've returned it all to you. To keep up with the tradition of giving and receiving, I even added a bit more as a return gift. I must say, your explosives really are quite effective." Zhang Yi, with a somewhat provoking tone, said, "If it weren't for Captain Ling's generous gift, we couldn't have produced such high-yield explosives ourselves. After all, in this snowy wilderness, there's nowhere to gather materials." Ling Feng turned to look at the destroyed base, feeling a chill in his heart. "The base that I relied on for survival has been destroyed like this, and even using my own explosives." He even felt an impulse to go back and rescue people, but after such an explosion, there's likely no chance of any survivors. Ling Feng's eyes were nearly bleeding with rage. "Today, I will make you pay in blood." Just then, Zhang Yi suddenly extended his hand. "Wait, you need to think this through. There are 4 mutants on our side, making it 4v4 on this level, but your fireman is practically a joke here, and your hypnotist lady has been backfired by her own illusion. Now it's just you and that big guy. Those special forces soldiers behind you are hardly a threat. All 4 of us are combat specialists. Are you confident you can defeat us? Even if you're more powerful, it will end in mutual destruction. Even if we can't kill you, we're absolutely sure we can take down all your brothers. Why bother? You don't need to look so aggrieved. It was you who attacked me first. This is self-defense on my part. I don't owe you anything. Ling Feng coldly responded. Don't talk to me about this nonsense. Today, it's either you die or I do. Hearing this, Zhang Yi suddenly laughed darkly. By your logic, your target is just me, right? Ling Feng was growing impatient, unsure of what trick Zhang Yi was planning next. All he wanted was a swift conclusion. Stop with the nonsense. Prepare to die. Zhang Yi was fearless. He stepped forward and loudly told Ling Feng, since your target is me, I don't think we need to gamble with our brothers' lives. Zhang Yi provocatively beckoned with his hand and said, Ling Feng, this is a grudge between the 2 of us. Do you dare to face me one-on-one? Upon hearing this proposition, everyone was astonished. Liang Yu quickly pulled Zhang Yi aside and urgently said, have you lost your mind? Do you not realize how insanely powerful he is? Zhang Yi ignored Liang Yu and continued to address Ling Feng. If we fight, it will be mutually destructive. Even if you win, you'll suffer heavy losses. Since you're after me, let's settle this with a one-on-one fight. If I win, you let us go, and our grudge ends here. If I lose, you can do whatever you want with me. I know you won't let me live. Please, don't harm my brothers. This matter doesn't involve them. Chun Lei and Uncle Yu looked at Zhang Yi with skepticism, remembering what Zhang Yi had told them before they set off. Zhang Yi had explained the special forces of West Mountain Base are all well-trained soldiers who now possess abilities. Their combat coordination is something we can't match. If it comes down to it, I'll challenge their leader to a duel. Ling Feng has a high opinion of himself and probably sees me as a coward who only relies on spatial abilities. They don't really understand my ability, so he'll likely accept my challenge. In a one-on-one duel, I believe I have a chance. At the time, both of them thought Zhang Yi was insane. After all, based on the data, Ling Feng was seen as the perfect soldier, and challenging him seemed like a death wish. Xing Xuerong also warned Ling Feng, kid is very cunning. Be careful, it might be a trick. Let's just fight them directly. Ling Feng was well aware internally, Zhang Yi must be plotting something. After all, I've suffered enough at his hands before. However, Ling Feng also had his own concerns. Zhang Yi was right, my side has been severely weakened, and Liang Yu's combat prowess cannot be underestimated. The other special forces members are probably no match for her. The muscle man might not be able to beat Su Mingjie, but the difference shouldn't be too significant. The chubby guy might seem like a waste, but his performance in the underground showed his potential. With the current icy terrain giving him home advantage, I can't be sure of his strength. Most importantly, that peculiar calico cat, considering its speed during the escape, it could also be a tough opponent. We know too little about their lineup. Rushing into battle might ensure victory, but likely at the cost of more of my brothers. I've already lost too much. I can't drag my brothers down with me. After some thought, Ling Feng accepted Zhang Yi's proposal. One-on-one it is. Just don't back out. The location will be that valley over there. No one else is allowed to enter. Xing Xuerong was still apprehensive. Captain Ling, be careful. It might be a trap. Ling Feng scoffed. Don't worry. In the face of absolute power, all schemes and tricks are meaningless. The 2 had now arrived at the valley. Tensions were high outside the valley, but Xing Xuerong and the others appeared more confident. They were well aware of Ling Feng's capabilities. In a one-on-one fight, Ling Feng losing was impossible. On the other hand, Chun Lei and his companions were visibly worried. Zhang Yi had said in the car that he wouldn't opt for a one-on-one plan unless absolutely necessary, implying even Zhang Yi himself wasn't very confident. Xing Xuerong, observing Chun Lei and the others trying to maintain their composure, suddenly revealed a mocking smile. At this point, I might as well share a little secret with you. Some powerful mutants have the ability to absorb others' powers. It's like everyone has a fixed level, but I alone can level up. Captain Ling is one of those mutants. He has single-handedly killed 3 mutants before and taken their powers, so his abilities might surpass all of ours combined. Your Zhang Yi is simply overestimating himself. Upon hearing this, Uncle Yu and the others couldn't help but become anxious. Chun Lei, gritting his teeth, muttered, impossible. Our boss never fights a battle he's not sure of. He would never risk his life this time either. Xing Xuerong, somewhat speechless at this logic, said, what kind of reasoning is that? Just wait. Soon our Captain Ling will definitely be dragging his body out. Meanwhile, in the valley, Zhang Yi looked at Ling Feng, who was ready to fight, and sighed, actually, my ability is more auxiliary. It's at a disadvantage against combat types like you. How about we don't fight? Ling Feng laughed, feeling embarrassed to admit defeat in front of everyone just now. Stop the nonsense and prepare to die. Zhang Yi, with a helpless expression, said, actually, I hate fighting. You forced this on me. My dream is simple. I just wanted to thrive in this apocalypse. Listening to him, Ling Feng felt irritated. Can you stop beating around the bush and fight me like a man? Delaying has no meaning. Zhang Yi weakly said, now, I just hope you keep your promise. If I lose, please spare my friends, especially that cute calico cat. Don't think about eating it. If you don't want to keep it, just set it free. It has a big appetite. I'm afraid you won't be able to afford its meals. By this time, Ling Feng was visibly furious, veins throbbing with anger. Stop whining like a woman. If it's a fight you want, it's a fight you'll get. As soon as he finished speaking, Ling Feng couldn't hold back any longer and charged fiercely towards Zhang Yi. Zhang Yi, without hesitation, activated quadruple speed, boosting his velocity to the maximum. He then opened the dimensional gate to block Ling Feng's path. However, after several exchanges, Ling Feng had become familiar with this dimensional door tactic. A cold smile appeared on his lips. Still the same old trick. Isn't there anything new? As long as my speed exceeds Zhang Yi's ability to switch the gates, I can end him with a stab from my military spike. But as he moved, Ling Feng suddenly found a massive truck falling towards him from above. Instinctively, he dodged to the side, wondering, can Zhang Yi's ability also throw objects? This was unexpected for Ling Feng, but he thought such child's play couldn't possibly affect him. Zhang Yi smirked. That's just the appetizer. The main show was yet to come. He then took out a mountain of vehicles from the dimensional space, including trucks, sports cars, and even excavators, all collected by Zhang Yi in his spare time, initially intended for collection but now perfectly suited for throwing. Despite Ling Feng's incredible speed, facing such a barrage left him struggling to cope. Then, pulling out a war blade from behind, Ling Feng thought if he couldn't dodge, he'd directly confront and destroy them. Accompanied by a thunderous roar, a truck weighing tens of tons was split into two by his blade. Seeing this, Zhang Yi became even more excited. I want to see if you can split faster than I can release. Zhang Yi, as if dumping trash, continuously released various objects from the dimensional space. Though Ling Feng possessed perfect close combat abilities, he found this type of attack bothersome. Dodging and speaking simultaneously, he said, "Do you really think these little tricks can hurt me? You're underestimating me." Zhang Yi, retreating continuously while laughing, responded, "If that's the case, why are you dodging?" As Ling Feng desperately dodged and slashed through the debris, he thought, there's no way to get close to Zhang Yi. I don't believe you have an endless supply of things to throw. Now, with the dimensional gates area sufficiently large, it wasn't easy for Ling Feng to bypass it. Furthermore, he couldn't use firearms at this moment. If he could get within 3 to 5 meters of Zhang Yi, he was confident he could instantly kill him. However, Zhang Yi's releases became increasingly varied. Ling Feng could slice through ordinary objects, but the fluttering, colorful women's clothing gave him a headache. He could split a truck with one strike, but was helpless against these light, lacy materials that severely obstructed his vision in the windy valley. To him, this shameless tactic seemed more insulting than harmful. While he struggled to cope, Zhang Yi opportunistically threw out a large number of iron barrels and logs. Sensing something was off, Ling Feng realized the danger if the barrels contained flammable or explosive substances. As he suspected, the barrels were filled with gasoline, all with their lids open. Despite his efforts to dodge, he couldn't avoid being splashed. Ling Feng, sensing the impending danger, decided to move away from the gasoline area. At that moment, Zhang Yi took out a handgun from the dimensional space and fired at the ground near Ling Feng's feet. Instantly, flames soared into the sky, engulfing Ling Feng in a sea of fire. After Ling Feng was swallowed by the towering flames, Zhang Yi didn't stop his assault, aware that such intense fire couldn't burn Ling Feng to death. The military-grade special combat suit Ling Feng wore was hardly vulnerable to ordinary flames. However, the fire could still obstruct his vision, at least rendering his high-tech glasses unusable. Ling Feng leaped up, shouting in Zhang Yi's direction, "Your despicable tactics can't touch me. I admit your defensive capabilities are strong, but you can't cause me any real harm. Your actions are no different from a clown's." Ling Feng disdained Zhang Yi's unconventional methods of attack. Finally breaking free from the ring of fire, he found himself under a shower of several iron barrels. This time, they weren't filled with gasoline but a milky white, unidentified liquid. When the barrels hit the ground and burst open, despite Ling Feng's agility, he couldn't avoid getting drenched in the sticky white substance. Seeing this, Ling Feng was on the verge of madness. What on earth is this stuff? That's when he realized it was strong latex paint. "You despicable villain, playing these disgusting tricks." Ling Feng roared in anger, but upon closer inspection, Ling Feng was nearly driven mad, his rage fully ignited. Tearing off his clothes, he roared, "Dare to show off such petty tricks in front of me? I'll show you how I'll end you." Ling Feng thought, as long as I endure until he runs out of things to throw, I can split his head in two with a single strike. But just as he was making out Zhang Yi's faint silhouette, hundreds of iron barrels rolled out from in front of him. The barrels, all open and stirred by the valley's cold wind, spread the scent of the sea instantly. Upon inhaling this dust, Ling Feng's eyes filled with intense fear, and his face turned exceedingly red. He quickly covered his mouth and nose. Zhang Yi looked at Ling Feng and said calmly, "I believe everyone has a weakness. No one can be so perfect. Take our invincible Captain Ling Feng, for instance. Impenetrable to blades and as fast as lightning. But who would have thought he'd be allergic to seafood?" Zhang Yi continued provocatively, "This powder is made from grinding over 100 types of seafood. I assure you, one of them will trigger your allergic reaction optimally." The entire valley was now filled with seafood powder. Ling Feng held his breath, unable to believe what was unfolding. He couldn't understand how Zhang Yi discovered his weakness. Knowing he couldn't continue continue like this, Ling Feng, mustering his energy, charged towards Zhang Yi, ready for a desperate fight. Seeing this, Zhang Yi activated quadruple speed and took off running, taunting, "Bye-bye now." Despite Ling Feng's effort to push through, determined to capture Zhang Yi's caution permeated every cell, maintaining a safe distance from Ling Feng. After just 2 minutes, Ling Feng's complexion turned the color of liver. Clutching his throat, he collapsed to the ground in agony. Seeing him motionless in the snow, Zhang Yi discreetly maintained a distance of several tens of meters before casually pulling out a barbecue grill from the dimensional space and leisurely began cooking sausages to replenish his energy, bringing silence to the valley. After about 15 minutes, what seemed like a thoroughly defeated Ling Feng suddenly sprang up. Ling Feng roared in anger, "Zhang Yi, you despicable villain, I'll fight you to the end." Ling Feng charged furiously, his face a gruesome sight, almost resembling a pig's head, making his attack seem rather comical. Zhang Yi took off running. "So, playing dead just now, huh?" I must say, that acting was explosive. As a super soldier, Ling Feng always carried anti-allergy medication, hoping to fake his death to lower Zhang Yi's guard and seize the opportunity for a surprise attack. However, he didn't anticipate Zhang Yi's cautiousness. Not only did Zhang Yi not fall for it, but he also took the time to eat and replenish his energy by the fire. Zhang Yi could afford to wait, but Ling Feng couldn't. The anti-allergy medication could only relieve the symptoms temporarily. With the valley still filled with seafood powder, Ling Feng continued his pursuit despite the allergic reaction rapidly deteriorating his physical condition, his consciousness starting to blur. Never would he have imagined that his unmatched close combat skills would succumb to such a low tactic. Ling Feng finally collapsed, this time not getting up again. Seeing Ling Feng attempt the same trick, Zhang Yi maintained his distance, warmed himself by the fire, and continued to eat and regain his strength. Half an hour passed, and Zhang Yi had replenished his energy, his physical condition nearly optimal. Looking at Ling Feng lying motionless on the ground, he muttered, "He can't really be dead, right? But after so long, playing dead doesn't seem likely." Thinking this, he pulled out a handgun and fired directly through Ling Feng's head. Seems like he's really dead. Zhang Yi felt a surge of elation, hardly believing he had defeated Ling Feng, West Mountain Base's top combatant. Then, Zhang Yi pulled out a massive truck from the dimensional space, smashing it down heavily onto Ling Feng. Ling Feng's frozen body was instantly cut in half. Zhang Yi finally breathed a sigh of relief. Looks like he's thoroughly dead. Even if he were acting, it couldn't have gone this far. Seeing this, Zhang Yi retrieved the dragon's roar blade from the dimensional space, swiftly decapitating Ling Feng in one clean stroke. Only with this level of caution did Zhang Yi finally feel completely at ease. "I won. I really won." After confirming Ling Feng was completely dead, Zhang Yi crouched down to examine his head. Suddenly, he felt a strong urge driving his right hand towards Ling Feng's skull. A wonderful and powerful force surged from his palm into his body, exhilarating like an electric current. He had absorbed the power of the wall-passing woman before, but if that power was a stream, then Ling Feng's power was a mighty river. It was an incredibly refreshing sensation. Quickly, he absorbed all of Ling Feng's power. However, Zhang Yi was unaware that Ling Feng had also absorbed the power of 3 mutants, meaning all those powers now belonged to Zhang Yi alone. Suddenly, Zhang Yi's vision blurred as if something was about to burst forth. He blinked hard, the overwhelming power momentarily clouding his mind. He couldn't see the intense blue light in his pupils, only feeling a sharp, yet vague sensation in his eyes. Looking at the large truck that had been pressing down on Ling Feng, he instinctively released an unknown force. The space in front of him twisted like a spiral, followed by a loud boom. The truck was twisted and broken apart. Zhang Yi was ecstatic inside. Could this be a new ability? He touched his right eye. Isn't this the legendary divine power to twist space and break objects? Zhang Yi realized that by absorbing Ling Feng's power, he had developed a new ability, compensating for his previous lack of offensive capabilities. Firearms had become ineffective against combat-type mutants, but this ability was different. It could twist and break a steel-made truck, let alone a human body. After using this power, Zhang Yi felt as if his energy was half drained. It seems this ability consumes a lot. At this rate, I can probably use it up to 3 times in succession. He estimated the attack range to be about 300 meters, though not as long as my sniper rifle. The effect of a mid-range surprise attack is definitely remarkable. A single strike can twist a large truck, making this power even stronger than the sniper rifle, and the opponent has no time to defend. It's the perfect ambush move. Zhang Yi looked towards the outside of the valley with a sinister smile. I'm curious to see who will be the first to fall victim to this ability. Zhang Yi did not rush to leave the valley, but continued to eat and replenish his energy. Meanwhile, outside the valley, after waiting for nearly 2 hours, everyone began to subtly change their mindset. According to Manhwa and others' understanding of Ling Feng, killing Zhang Yi should have been as easy as flipping his hand, and he would typically end battles quickly without dragging things out. Why is it taking so long? At this moment, Chun Lei and Uncle Yu exchanged glances, slowly revealing smiles on their faces. This delay tactic is very much in line with Zhang Yi's style of combat. The longer it takes, the more it indicates that Zhang Yi's strategy has succeeded. They knew Zhang Yi was always extremely cautious to the point of being exasperating. If Ling Feng had one, he would have boasted about it immediately. Just then, Uncle Yu and Chun Lei's walkie-talkies crackled to life, and hearing Zhang Yi's voice filled them with immense joy. This meant Zhang Yi had won, and Ling Feng was dead. Holding Ling Feng's head, Zhang Yi used the walkie-talkie to caution Chun Lei and Uncle Yu, "Control your expressions, don't make a fuss for now, wait for my signal, and then we'll wipe out all their remaining forces." Hearing Zhang Yi's voice, Uncle Yu and Chun Lei couldn't help but feel overjoyed. The boss had truly won. Suppressing their excitement, they quietly prepared to attack. Zhang Yi did not return by the same path, but silently approached from behind the enemy. After surveying their formation and deliberating, he decided to take out Yirongwa first. Given her powerful crowd control ability through mental hypnosis, though she was physically weaker, Zhang Yi's right eye, wielding the divine power, slowly activated. The space around Yirongwa's neck began to twist. She suddenly felt discomfort and was about to cry for help, but could only utter the word help before her neck was torn apart by an unknown force, severing the carotid artery and causing blood to gush out like a fountain. Instantly, her head was separated from her body. Everyone present was shocked, having no idea what had just happened. Zhang Yi then stood up from behind a snow mound, lifting Ling Feng's head high and shouted, "Your Captain Ling has been taken care of by me." While drawing everyone's shocked gazes, Zhang Yi gave the command, "Attack, eliminate them all." Chun Lei had long been ready to strike. Suddenly, he controlled a vast amount of ice and snow to fiercely attack the opponent. The sky was filled with snow waves, sweeping over like a tsunami. Liang Yu took the brunt of the attack. Uncle Yu and Flower quickly followed, rapidly attacking the opposition. At this time, the Special Forces team, without a leader, was at a loss. Their strongest captain was actually killed by Zhang Yi. Inwardly, they were inevitably shocked and fell into a daze. This led to their morale disintegrating and their combat power sharply decreasing. Moreover, with Yirongwa being instantly killed, everyone lost their will to fight. In contrast, Zhang Yi's side was high in fighting spirit. This led to the battle becoming a one-sided slaughter. They quickly dealt with all of them thoroughly. Zhang Yi then ran over, planning to first absorb the abilities from the corpses. However, this time he felt significantly weaker, even to the point of feeling no improvement. After some thought, Zhang Yi probably understood the reason. It must be because the levels of these mutants are too low, far inferior to Ling Feng just now, and even more so compared to me now. It's like playing a game and leveling up by defeating monsters. Defeating lower-level monsters naturally won't add much experience. Zhang Yi then called Chun Lei and Uncle Yu to try, but after their attempts, they both shook their heads. They did not have the ability to absorb others' abilities. He did not call Liang Yu. After all, there were still many uncertainties with Liang Yu. Zhang Yi didn't want her to continue to get stronger for the time being. Uncle Yu also said, "The woman whose neck you twisted just now mentioned, not every mutant has this ability. Perhaps you have a higher talent." Zhang Yi, with his arms crossed, pondered, regarding mutants and abilities. "There's still so much I need to understand. I'll study it more when I get back." Just then, Flower suddenly came closer and sniffed at Fang Zun's body, then bit off his head in one go, and with a gulp, swallowed it into her stomach. Zhang Yi, puzzled, asked, "Flower, can you absorb their powers?" Flower nodded slightly. "In that case, leave these people to you as a midnight snack." Immediately after, Zhang Yi arrived at the entrance of the West Mountain base. He opened a different space and threw out a pile of things like trucks and machine tools, effectively blocking the exit. Liang Yu was speechless. Is it necessary to be so cautious? Zhang Yi calmly took out a detonator remote and said lightly, "One must always avoid arrogance and impatience. Remember to complete the finishing touches. After all, caution is the parent of safety." He then detonated the explosives that had been set up in advance. Now, even if the tunnel didn't collapse, it would still be firmly blocked by all that junk metal. Even if someone did survive, it would be impossible for them to dig through this heavy scrap metal and crawl out. Seeing Zhang Yi's actions, Liang Yu couldn't help but express, "Is it really necessary to go to such lengths? Most of the people below are civilians from the fourth life pod." Zhang Yi simply smiled. After all, weeds must be pulled out by the roots. Caution is the parent of safety. But this is not the end yet. Saying this, Zhang Yi took out a snow vehicle and said, "Come with me, I'll take you somewhere." The group traveled through the mountains on the snow vehicle. Zhang Yi opened his phone, which displayed a 3D structure map of the West Mountain base sent by Yang Xinxin. Soon after, they discovered 3 figures on the outskirts of the base in the mountains. Liang Yu was astonished. "You are really meticulous. How did you think of this? And how did you do it?" Zhang Yi smiled faintly. "When I was studying the structure of the West Mountain base, I discovered a special passage connected to the first life pod, surely prepared for a very few individuals." Looking at those figures, and thinking of how our students were mostly killed by him, a dense killing intent gradually surged in Liang Yu's eyes. Liang Yu shouted, "Chen Xinyan, stop right there." Chen Xinyan never expected that Zhang Yi would find their whereabouts so quickly. The recent violent explosion had almost destroyed the entire base. Fortunately, the construction materials of the first life pod were more robust, and thanks to its strong defensive power, the first life pod was not completely destroyed. Feeling a bad premonition, Chen Xinyan immediately ran out from the escape passage passage, even without having the time to care for his wife and children, having barely escaped with my life. Am I still destined to ascend to heaven after all? Watching Zhang Yi get out of the vehicle and approach, Qinxinyan's face turned even paler than the snow. His heart sank to the bottom. Two loyal guards, not yet recognizing the situation, actually raised their guns, intending to fight Zhang Yi to the death. Knowing the situation was beyond salvage, Qinxinyan hurriedly raised his hands and said, "You can't just kill me like this. I, Qinxinyan, am a prominent figure in Heavenly Sea City. If I die, the balance of Heavenly Sea City will be disrupted. At that time, you will face greater danger." Hearing this, Zhang Yi pondered for a moment. "I indeed haven't considered this issue." However, Zhang Yi then said lightly, "Have you not seen what you look like right now? As a desperate fugitive, do you still think you have the right to negotiate terms with me?" While speaking, everyone had already surrounded the three of them. At this moment, Liang Yu was gripping her longsword tightly. Her dozens of students had become Qinxinyan's experiments. She wished she could dismember this man on the spot. Qinxinyan hurriedly tried to explain. "Now is the apocalypse. Harsh measures must be used in chaotic times. Otherwise, everyone is only a dead end. Brother Zhang Yi, I think we can cooperate. With your talent and strength, plus my connections and brains, dominating Heavenly Sea City would be a piece of cake." Zhang Yi smirked. "I'm not interested in that." Saying this, he activated his divine power, and Qinxinyan's neck twisted instantaneously. The next second, his head burst open like a watermelon. The two guards were immediately petrified, desperately kneeling and crying. Zhang Yi coldly smiled. "With the likes of you dominating Heavenly Sea City, go see your ghosts." After dealing with Qinxinyan, the top leader of the West Mountain base, his two loyal subordinates actually pulled the pins of their grenades, wanting to die together with Zhang Yi. At this moment, Zhang Yi, still with the stimulation of adrenaline in his system, instantly pulled out a handgun with lightning speed, and with 2 shots, he pierced through both men's knees. They fell to the ground, powerless, but they still desperately threw the grenades towards Zhang Yi. Zhang Yi, without any hurry, opened a dimensional gate, absorbing all the explosive energy of the grenades into the different space. The soldiers were dumbfounded. They couldn't understand what had just happened. Zhang Yi slowly approached a soldier, released the energy he had just absorbed, and a surge of energy violently erupted. In just a few seconds, the soldier was burned down to a skeletal structure. Then Zhang Yi grabbed another soldier's head with his right hand, activated his ability again, and with a boom, the soldier's head exploded like a watermelon. Zhang Yi looked at his right hand with satisfaction. "It seems my control over the power of space is getting stronger." Afterward, Zhang Yi released flames, burning the bodies of the 3 men until nothing was left. Liang Yu, watching all of Zhang Yi's actions, was completely speechless. Was it necessary to go to such lengths? That seems overly cautious. The West Mountain base has already been destroyed by you. Isn't this superfluous? Zhang Yi seriously said. "That's what you don't understand. Qinxinyan's status in Heavenly Sea City was pivotal, and his social connections are beyond our comprehension. What if someone finds out it was me who killed him, and then someone comes after me for revenge? I don't want to invite so much unnecessary trouble." Liang Yu rolled her eyes. "It's the apocalypse now. What you're saying is almost impossible." Zhang Yi stretched and said, "I will not leave any trace of danger possible. Weeds must be completely eradicated." Saying this, Zhang Yi questioned Liang Yu, "If you had considered such an outcome before coming to West Mountain Base, maybe your students wouldn't have died in such numbers." Liang Yu's heart jolted. Zhang Yi does have a point. I indeed bear inescapable responsibility for those students who died tragically. Her gaze towards Zhang Yi was complex, gradually beginning to understand his actions. At this moment, Zhang Yi prepared to call everyone to return. Then Liang Yu caught up and asked, "What about my students?" Zhang Yi didn't say much. He planned to drive Liang Yu to her students first. The students, following Zhang Yi's instructions, had hidden in a community closest to the West Mountain base. They quickly found the students. After dropping off Liang Yu, Zhang Yi told her, "According to our agreement, I will arrange accommodation for you and provide some food. You should head to Su Family Town first. There are many vacant houses available there now, and you can learn fishing for food." Zhang Yi's arrangement had its own profound implications. Su Family Town was just across the river from the shelter. He didn't want to cut off contact with Liang Yu just like that. Liang Yu couldn't help but ask, "This place is a bit far from Su Family Town. Aren't you planning to drive us there?" Zhang Yi looked at her and said lightly, "I have fulfilled the promise I made to you. Moreover, to express my gratitude, I have given you food and arranged a place for you to stay. If you still want more from me, then you must bring enough benefits to exchange." Liang Yu said with an embarrassed face, "I thought we were already good friends. Isn't it a bit too much to talk like this?" Zhang Yi smiled in response. "Even friends should settle accounts clearly. That way, feelings won't get hurt. Let's leave it at that. See you in Su Family Town." Liang Yu nodded helplessly, then somewhat defiantly said, "Then we'll just go there on our own." Originally, Liang Yu had also wanted to take the opportunity to ask for her Dragon's Roar sword back, but seeing Zhang Yi's miserly demeanor, she knew it was basically more difficult than reaching the heavens. Watching Liang Yu's departing figure, Zhang Yi didn't really care about the fate of those students. He felt a bit of schadenfreude inside. But as for Liang Yu, a highly skilled innate mutant, Zhang Yi greatly admired her. He had his sights set on her combat abilities. "I'll make her mine sooner or later." After Zhang Yi and the others left, Liang Yu Yu also arrived in the room where the students were warming themselves. The students were gathered around a fire, all looking in good spirits, and the temperature in the room was fairly warm. Yu asked with concern, "Are you all okay?" The students looked at teacher Liang with disappointment in their eyes. One of them even said with a questioning tone, "Didn't you say you'd arrange a place for us to stay? Why did Zhang Yi leave on his own?" Yu hurried forward to reassure them. "Don't worry, I've already discussed it with Zhang Yi. We'll temporarily stay in Su Family Town. There are plenty of places to stay there, and it's near Heron's River. We can live by fishing in the future." The students looked at each other. They were all children of wealthy families. How could they possibly get used to living in a place as remote as Su Family Town? Besides, they didn't know how to fish. At this moment, Wu Qingyu suddenly stood up and asked, "Teacher Liang, I heard that Yang Xinxin and Lu Karen have both moved into Zhang Yi's villa. It's said that he lives in a shelter built by Wang Siming with $1 billion. I've visited it before. The place is spacious enough, completely able to accommodate all of us. Why didn't you negotiate with him to let us all move in there too? It must be much better than whatever Su Family Town is." Hearing this, the classmates also chimed in with agreement. "Even Yang Xinxin, that cripple, can live there. Why can't we? With such cold weather outside, how are we supposed to live by fishing? Our hands will get frostbitten." Their eyes were all ablaze with greed. It was clear that during the recent period, they had already conspired their arguments and were fantasizing about the wonderful life after moving into Zhang Yi's shelter. Yu felt utterly helpless inside. "I fought to save them, and yet, why are they still so naive?" Yu sighed in disappointment. "Forget about it. Being able to rescue you from that hellhole at West Mountain Base cost me risking my life multiple times. Besides, why should Zhang Yi let us stay in his shelter? He doesn't owe us anything. It's already better than peddling bicycles for protein solution in West Mountain Base, right? At least we are free now." Hearing this, the students realized their fantasy was shattered, and they became anxious. Then Yu intensified her tone. "Stop fantasizing. Everyone will take turns to keep watch and add fuel to the fire tonight. We will set off for Su Family Town at dawn tomorrow." The students no longer spoke up. After all, Teacher Liang was their only hope for survival now. Meanwhile, Zhang Yi returned to Yuelu community. Zhang Yi said to Uncle Yu, "Why don't you and Aunt Zhou also move to the villa area? There are many luxury villas in Lark Manor. You can pick any when the time comes. The environment in the villas is much better than in the community, and most importantly, it's easier for us to look out for each other when we're close." Uncle Yu naturally agreed. After this cooperative battle, he understood that they must stick together for warmth. If they encountered a mutant of Ling Feng's level, he probably wouldn't even know how he died. Chunlei also interjected, "What are you afraid of? With your tough skin, ordinary mutants can't deal with you. Even if you can't beat them, you could at least run away, right? Unlike me, so fragile. Thank goodness I have brother Zhang to protect me." Uncle Yu sighed. "I'm just worried about encountering organizations similar to West Mountain Base." Hearing this, Zhang Yi also said calmly, "Uncle Yu's concerns are not unfounded. Heavenly Sea City couldn't possibly have just one organization like West Mountain Base. Although the extreme cold weather has claimed the lives of most people, this also means that those who have survived are not easy to deal with. Heavenly Sea City is a megacity with tens of millions of people. How many mutants there are, and how many armed forces exist, we still can't fully grasp." However, to lighten the mood, Zhang Yi suddenly said with a smile, "Actually, there's no need to worry too much. We managed to eliminate West Mountain Base, which was so formidable. So, I believe, as long as we work together, with our combined strength, we shouldn't need to fear anyone. Besides, we have Flower, Yang Xinxin, Lu Karen, Zhou Kir. Isn't each one of them a strong support team?" Uncle Yu nodded vigorously in agreement. "Indeed, that's the case. I'll go home and pack up to move right away. Just got home." Zhou Kir and Yang Mi immediately surrounded me, taking great care to check on my condition. The youngest, Lu Karen, was a bit shy, but was still carefully noticed by Zhang Yi. Zhang Yi immediately went over and gave her a big hug. "This battle at West Mountain Base was truly thanks to you all." Lu Karen's face turned slightly red as she murmured, "I just helped a little. It was Brother Yi who contributed the most." Zhang Yi pinched Lu Karen's slightly red face. "Don't underestimate yourself. You are very important to me." This affectionate gesture made Lu Karen's face turn red all the way to her neck, her eyes flitting about, too embarrassed to make eye contact with Zhang Yi. At this moment, a jealous gaze came from behind. Yang Xinxin, sitting in a wheelchair, looked somewhat displeased. Seeing this, Zhang Yi quickly went forward to hug her. "The biggest hero in completely wiping out West Mountain Base should be our Xinxin. Without your powerful hacking skills as a basis, it would have been impossible to change the coordinates of the missiles. Without that, we couldn't have preserved the shelter. We wouldn't dare to enter West Mountain Base recklessly, let alone plant bombs to blow it up." Subsequently, Zhang Yi talked about moving back, and naturally, everyone was very pleased. Although the safe house was warm and comfortable, it certainly wasn't as spacious as the shelter. The shelter, with its 5 floors of construction and all kinds of living facilities, was almost as luxurious as a palace. Uncle Yu also talked to Zhou Jaime about moving, and she said she would listen to whatever you decided. She even asked, "I wonder how the villa I used to live in is doing. After all, I bought it for 200 million. Zhang Yi smiled and shook his head. "All of those have been destroyed. Lark Manor was almost half blown up, but there are still many intact ones. You can pick any of them when the time comes. Jaime sighed deeply, feeling a great loss in her heart. After all, it represented a lifetime of effort. So, everyone started packing, but Zhang Yi didn't let them move everything. They only took the necessities and left some items in the safe house. Zhang Yi told everyone, this place can serve as a temporary refuge. In case anything happens to the shelter again, we can come back here and stay for a few days. Everyone thought this made a lot of sense. Anyway, Zhang Yi's dimensional space has plenty of supplies. They quickly got ready to leave. Zhang Yi locked the heavy alloy doors layer by layer, not willing to let others use the safe house he had built with his own hands. Suddenly, Zhang Yi felt a spying gaze behind him, and upon checking, found it was Li Jian. Li Jian told Zhang Yi, a huge explosion woke me up a few hours ago, and I haven't been able to sleep since. I just saw you guys driving back, so I thought I'd come over and check on you. The explosion was naturally from the missile. Zhang Yi gave Li Jian a look. Thinking about Li Jian's weak and strange ability, he curiously asked, how are you feeling now? Have you noticed anything unusual? Li Jian shook his head. I've been feeling okay lately. I dare not use that ability anymore, or I might really end up as fertilizer. Zhang Yi didn't ask any further, and immediately went back to the shelter. Zhang Yi told Chun Lei and Uncle Yu, there are still a dozen intact villas around. Let's rest here tonight, and you can pick any you like tomorrow morning. After saying this, Zhang Yi returned to his own bedroom. After several days of turmoil, I can finally have a good sleep. The effects of the stimulant are almost over. In the coming period, he would fall into a state of deep weakness. Shokir decided to have a child with Zhang Yi, but Zhang Yi, due to the after effects of stimulants, was mostly unable to muster the strength. After all, he had injected himself with 3 doses at once, and now he just wanted to lie in bed and do nothing. Shokir said softly, we're safe now. Anyway, I think having a baby would be nice. Zhang Yi, enjoying her fingertip massage while resting on her legs, replied, the environment isn't very stable right now. If a new crisis arises, having a child would mean an extra burden. Zhang Yi gently comforted Shokir. Don't think too much. Let's enjoy the present. Shokir pouted coquettishly. I just want to have a token of our love. Shokir naturally had her concerns. With more and more young and beautiful women arriving at the shelter, she couldn't help but feel insecure, since most women tend to be wary of other women around their boyfriends, seeing them as potential rivals. This was why she thought about having a child, to secure her position as the leading lady. At this point, Zhang Yi sat up. Having a child is too troublesome. I have a simpler solution. Shokir blinked her big eyes curiously. Is there another way? Zhang Yi joked. Practice your skills more and keep your figure in shape. Shokir blushed. Are you joking with me? Where am I supposed to practice that? How can one practice such things alone? The atmosphere was already set, and Zhang Yi was actually itching to act, but at the moment he truly was too weak to do anything. Just you wait. Once I've recovered in a few days, I'll show you. Shokir was not to be outdone. We'll see who's afraid then. As they were flirting, Uncle Yu happened to walk to the door, thinking to himself how playful young people are these days. Uncle Yu knocked on the door awkwardly and coughed. Zhang Yi, Liang Yu is here looking for you. She says she has something to talk about. Among the 3, only Uncle Yu was not affected by the after effects of the stimulants. After all, his physical enhancement gave him a strong resistance to drugs. Let her in. I just happen to have something to discuss with her too. Zhang Yi, a bit groggy, made his way to the living room. Yang Mi hurried over to help, but Zhang Yi waved her off. I'm not that weak. Go get me a cup of hot water. Zhang Yi asked Liang Yu, who had just come in, to sit down. Noticing that Liang Yu was wearing clothes that didn't fit well, Zhang Yi curiously asked, why aren't you wearing the West Mountain Base combat uniform? Not only does the combat uniform have strong bulletproof capabilities, but it also has impressive temperature regulation features, practically making one impervious to the cold and heat. Liang Yu responded somewhat helplessly, the temperature control system requires electricity. Without West Mountain Base, we no longer have a source of electricity. Zhang Yi then realized, not everyone was like him, with access to electricity at all times. Originally, when Liang Yu and her group arrived at Su Family Town, the villagers kept their distance from her, as the village was mostly left with the elderly, women, and children. Liang Yu took a vacant house with her dozen students, solving their housing issue, but they didn't know how to fish, so food supply was still a problem. Liang Yu couldn't possibly rob those simple villagers, so she had no choice but to seek help from Zhang Yi at the shelter. Zhang Yi leisurely sipped his coffee and asked, are you here for your students this time? Liang Yu was somewhat embarrassed to speak up, but then she earnestly said, before the attack on West Mountain Base, we agreed that I would help you take West Mountain Base, and you would provide shelter and food for me and my students. Now that West Mountain Base has fallen, and the shelter is readily available in Su Family Town, I was hoping you could fulfill our agreement and provide us with some food. She sighed somewhat helplessly. You should know, my students are the children of high-ranking officials and wealthy people. They're used to being pampered, and it might take some time to convince them to learn fishing. Hearing this, Zhang Yi sarcastically laughed. It seems like the exercise at West Mountain Base wasn't enough. Didn't drink enough protein shakes? Liang Yu, unable to rebut, changed the subject. Regardless, you promised me before. Give us some food to tide us over for now. I won't bother you with this in the future. Zhang Yi nodded. Don't worry, I'll keep keep my promise." Saying this, he immediately opened a dimensional door, and a mountain of food appeared in front of Liang Yu. "This is for you. It should be enough for you and your students for 2 weeks." Liang Yu was stunned, hastily putting down her cup. "Thank you, Zhang Yi. You deserve it." Zhang Yi thoughtfully gave her a large duffel bag, and Liang Yu hurriedly crouched down to start packing the food. Zhang Yi, watching her earnest demeanor, suddenly asked, "It must be tough for a woman to take care of so many students, right?" Liang Yu was taken aback. His words struck a chord. Since the apocalypse began, she had been diligently protecting her students, who gradually took her efforts for granted, never considering whether she found it hard. After all, she was just a woman in her 20s. Though she had been trained in martial arts from a young age and had a strong character, she sometimes needed comfort too. Tears welled up in Liang Yu's eyes as she looked up gratefully at Zhang Yi. "Thank you so much this time. I'll remember this favor. I had no choice. If I didn't take care of my students, they wouldn't stand a chance of surviving." Liang Yu stood up, lifting the food. "As their teacher, I just want to do my best to protect them. Otherwise, I couldn't forgive myself." Zhang Yi roughly understood Liang Yu's point. She was so diligently protecting these students not necessarily because she loved them so much, but because she was upholding her duty and responsibility as a teacher. Liang Yu is indeed worthy of respect. From this perspective, Zhang Yi suddenly thought if he could help Liang Yu effectively deal with this group of students, it might significantly reduce her psychological burden. Back at Azure Sky Academy, those guys had bullied Yang Xinxin and Lu Karen, and Zhang Yi had not had a good impression of this group since then. Thinking that their existence was a waste of resources, and they might become a potential threat someday, he felt that he must find an opportunity to get rid of them. Zhang Yi said to Liang Yu with a smile, "They are all adults. How long do you plan to support them? They're like giant babies who haven't been weaned." Liang Yu also showed a face of helplessness. "I had hoped that they would gradually become mature, but reality has not changed." Zhang Yi looked at Liang Yu and suddenly said gently, "Seeing you work so hard is difficult for me to watch. Let me help you." Liang Yu looked incredulously at Zhang Yi. "What did you say?" Seeing her incredulous expression, Zhang Yi laughed. "I mean, I can provide food for you. You should know that I have a huge amount of resources, and supporting your dozen students is no pressure at all. Seeing you taking care of them like both a father and a mother is really hard to bear." Liang Yu was secretly delighted, but quickly became wary. She knew Zhang Yi's character and did not expect him to offer help without expecting something in return. She then tentatively asked, "Can I ask, in exchange for providing us with food, what do you want from us? We don't really have anything to give you." Zhang Yi suddenly stood up. "I definitely need you to provide a sufficient price in exchange for the food." Hearing this, Liang Yu relaxed her guard, thinking this sounded more like the Zhang Yi she knew. "What are your conditions?" "As long as it can save my students, I will agree to anything." Zhang Yi smiled meaningfully and then playfully pointed at Liang Yu with his finger. "I want you." Liang Yu was stunned at first, and then her cheeks flushed red, and she stood up indignantly. Don't go too far. I will absolutely not sell my body." Zhang Yi's lips curled into a mischievous smile. Then, he put on a puzzled face. "I was thinking of hiring you as my personal teacher, to teach me some martial arts and combat skills. What did you think I wanted you for?" He then teased. "You are a people's teacher. After all, what on earth were you thinking?" Liang Yu was dumbfounded by Zhang Yi's teasing, not knowing what to say. Then, naively thinking she had misunderstood Zhang Yi, she hurriedly apologized with guilt. "I'm sorry. I misunderstood your intention." At this point, Zhang Yi acted somewhat indignantly. "What kind of person do you take me for? Do you really think I, Zhang Yi, am that shallow?" Then, turning around and waving his hand, he said, "Since you're unwilling, I won't force you. After all, the life and death of those students have nothing to do with me." Seeing this, Liang Yu panicked. Teaching martial arts was her job, and with such a good opportunity in front of her, she certainly didn't want to miss it. I'm willing. Zhang Yi looked at her flustered and anxious expression, which contrasted strongly with her fierce combat ability, and he couldn't help but laugh inwardly, deciding then and there, "I've set my sights on this woman." Then he put on a serious face and said to Liang Yu, "Then from now on, you'll teach me for 2 hours every day, and I'll provide food for 10 people in return." Liang Yu was puzzled. She and her students totaled 16 people, and food for 10 would certainly not be enough for everyone. She then pleaded, "Could you give 6 more portions? You won't miss that little bit." Zhang Yi smiled faintly. "This is not a one-time offer, but 10 portions every day. Do you expect me to support those students of yours? Can't they learn to fish? Even at this time, they still prefer ease to hard work. I won't indulge them." Liang Yu, embarrassed, had no choice but to take the food and leave the shelter first. Zhang Yi, bored out of his mind, lay on the sofa, thinking he could finally rest properly. Then, Lu Karen pushing Yang Xinxin came out. Zhang Yi smiled slightly. "You're late. Your teacher Liang just left." Yang Xinxin replied with a light smile. "I came out after the teacher left, because I heard most of your conversation. If we had come out earlier, I was afraid it would affect your negotiation." Suddenly, Yang Xinxin asked, "Zhang Yi, are you trying to woo teacher Liang?" Zhang Yi, who was drinking coffee, almost choked and sprayed it out through his nose, then awkwardly said, "Why would you suddenly ask that?" "No way, Zhang Yi, you're too fickle. You already have 2 sisters, yet you're still eyeing our teacher." Lu Karen teased with a hint of jealousy. Zhang Yi tried to keep his expression calm, but his face gave gave him away. Honestly, Liang Yu's attractiveness was high, and her combination of straightforwardness, adorableness, and formidable strength made her a valuable asset to keep around. Then, Yang Xinxin seriously analyzed, Teacher Liang is so powerful, but her mind is pitifully small. This strong contrast indeed makes most men powerless to resist. After hearing this, Zhang Yi felt like he had found a kindred spirit. People with high intelligence indeed maintain rationality when analyzing situations. Zhang Yi indeed wanted to make Liang Yu his own, but he wasn't interested in playing games of love. Thinking this, Zhang Yi candidly said to Yang Xinxin and Lu Karen, since you've seen through me, I won't hide it. Liang Yu's combat effectiveness is very valuable to me, so I plan to recruit her as a member of our team. As for love and such, that's just a seasoning, not a necessity. This kind of rational, almost indifferent statement made Yang Xinxin sigh after hearing it. This is indeed the man I know. Yang Xinxin said with a smile, in that case, go ahead. We too know Teacher Liang the best, and I know better than you how to get her to join our team. Zhang Yi certainly didn't want to force it and quickly interrupted Yang Xinxin. Don't make it so complicated. My goal is to have her follow me willingly and loyally. Yang Xinxin nodded in agreement. The key now is to help her get rid of those troublesome burdens. On this matter, the two shared the same thought. Yang Xinxin and Lu Karen had always been bullied by them, and in their view, Teacher Liang was entirely dragged down by these dead weights. Zhang Yi, however, shrugged his shoulders. This idea is actually quite risky. It's not the right time to move against them now. I don't want to ruin my relationship with Liang Yu beyond repair. With her stubbornness, if she finds out I was behind her students' deaths, she would definitely come after me without a second thought. Yang Xinxin's eyes turned cold as she responded, there will be an opportunity. Zhang Yi laughed, just make sure your teacher doesn't find out. Let me know if you have any good plans. As she was about to leave, Yang Xinxin suddenly said, I have something important to tell you about West Mountain Base. We might have missed some crucial information. I've been going through West Mountain Base's information database these past few days and discovered quite a lot of interesting intel. Zhang Yi immediately sat up straight. What intel? Yang Xinxin gave a mysterious smile. It's a bit too much information. I'll tell you after I've sorted it out. For now, just a heads up to prepare you. But one thing's for sure, there are several organizations as powerful as West Mountain Base and Heavenly Sea City. Your counterattack made such a big noise, it's likely already attracted the attention of multiple forces. Hearing this, Zhang Yi became tense. Not being targeted again, am I? It hasn't even been quiet for a few days. Yet, Zhang Yi also calmly laughed. Heavenly Sea City is a megacity with over 20 million people. Even if only 5% survived, that's still over 1 million people. It's impossible for West Mountain Base to be the only organization. I just didn't expect to get noticed so soon. With our current strength, we actually don't fear other forces. Now that we have 5 innate mutants, if we count Liang Yu in advance, ordinary forces shouldn't easily become our enemies. Yang Xinxin nodded. Indeed, I'll go sort out all the information and then bring it to you. After saying this, Lu Karen prepared to leave, pushing Yang Xinxin. But Zhang Yi called out to her, Lu Karen, wait a moment. Zhang Yi told Lu Karen, after Chun Lei and Uncle Yu moved to Lark Manor, our defense line has extended. If we encounter an external invasion again, we will undoubtedly be in a passive position. So, I have an idea to build a defense line around our 3 villas, and I want you to design the blueprints for this defense project. However, Lu Karen looked troubled. Designing a blueprint is easy for me, but such a large defense project isn't something you can just decide to build. We only have a few people, not to mention we lack large machinery, and currently, materials are nowhere to be found, so this idea is virtually impossible. Zhang Yi earnestly counted on his fingers. I can have Uncle Yu move materials, Chun Lei can control ice and snow, and if we need to cut materials, we can call your teacher Liang Yu. Flower can also help with manual labor. I think it's not impossible. After some thought, Lu Karen admitted, you're right, although we're few, each of us has unique abilities. It does seem feasible. Zhang Yi nodded. Start designing. We'll figure out the materials and processes as we go. On the second day, Zhang Yi called Chun Lei and Uncle Yu to share his idea of building a defensive line. He planned to encircle their 3 villas with a sturdy defense so that they would not be as passive when facing powerful enemies in the future. Even if the outer defense was breached, they could retreat to the shelter for continued defense. The construction didn't need to be as solid as a shelter, which would still buy them significant time for defense. Uncle Yu and Chun Lei nodded in agreement after hearing the plan, as they were the ones who would benefit the most from it. Chun Lei, particularly excited, exclaimed, great minds think alike, boss. I've barely slept over the past 2 nights, always worrying about someone sneaking in and pointing a gun at my head. Uncle Yu, a veteran, also shared his thoughts. If we're building a defensive line, why not equip it with counterattack capabilities? If we could set up powerful firepower on the defensive line, wouldn't that be perfect? Chun Lei then asked, but how will we solve the issue of weapons and ammunition? Zhang Yi calmly responded, weapons are easy. I have plenty of ordinary firearms, and Lu Karen can help me manufacture bullets. What's important is to have heavy weapons with strong lethality. Let's wait until I fully recover from the side effects of the stimulant. Then, we can look inside the West Mountain Base, where the armory should still have plenty of treasures. Uncle Uncle Yu also suggested the construction materials of the West Mountain base are of high quality. We could dismantle some materials to reinforce the defensive line. However, Zhang Yi frowned and said, the West Mountain base is constructed with monolithic casting, which is not practical to dismantle. This dilemma led Chun-Lei to jokingly suggest, are we supposed to control the snow to build the defensive line? This comment sparked an idea in Zhang Yi. Snow won't work, but what about ice blocks? In this temperature, we don't need to worry about the ice melting. Thick ice blocks are almost as strong as concrete. We can add some steel bars as a framework, making repairs quite simple. With Chun-Lei's ability to control ice and snow, building an ice wall as a defensive line should not be a difficult task. Show Kier, holding a glass of water, laughed in confusion. Even West Mountain Base, such a powerful organization, was wiped out by you guys. Who in Heavenly Sea City would dare to provoke you easily? Zhang Yi seriously replied, better safe than sorry. We must take precautions and enhance our defenses as much as possible. But Chun-Lei suddenly asked, Dr. Zhou is right. West Mountain Base should have been the strongest organization in Heavenly Sea City. Since even they have been eliminated by us, other forces probably don't even have the chance to hide from us. Zhang Yi smiled faintly. Indeed, West Mountain Base was taken down by us, but it happened overnight, and other forces are unaware of the entire process. In their eyes, we are just a few ordinary people who were lucky to survive. They probably don't take us seriously. Hearing this, Chun-Lei had an epiphany. You make a good point, boss. Let's hurry up and build our defenses. The more you talk about it, the more scared I get. Zhang Yi didn't want to delay any longer. The sooner they could fortify their defenses, the more secure they would feel. Zhang Yi waved his arm. My body has mostly recovered now, so let's set out tomorrow and search West Mountain Base again. Zhang Yi's mindset had undergone a significant change, especially after absorbing Ling Feng. He felt a considerable boost in his strength, and the cautious attitude he had before no longer existed. Just then, the doorbell rang unexpectedly, showing Liang Yu's visit on the monitor. Chun-Lei, stroking his chin teasingly, said, no way, the boss isn't such a tomboy. You have quite the unique taste. Zhang Yi chuckled bitterly. What do you know? My relationship with her is purely platonic. She's now my personal teacher. Uncle Yu couldn't help but laugh. Talking about a platonic relationship when it's already a man-woman relationship, you young people really know how to play. At that moment, Chun-Lei, imagining the scene of a personal teacher, said enviously, the boss is really something. Respect. Zhang Yi paid no mind to their mischievous looks and welcomed Liang Yu into the living room. As she entered, Liang Yu felt a warm flow of air, a stark contrast to the bone-chilling wind outside. Seeing the women leisurely playing mahjong and the men sipping hot tea and chatting, she even felt as if this wasn't a part of the real world. Then, Lu Karen and Yang Xinxin came over, warmly greeting Liang Yu. They naturally held great respect for teacher Liang, who maintained her kindness and innocence in such an apocalyptic world, a rarity akin to a national treasure. Liang Yu, feeling gratified, said, seeing you two so comfortable makes me relieved. Yang Xinxin sweetly smiled. We are indeed very happy living here with brother Zhang Yi. As she spoke, she held Liang Yu's hand with a look of pity. Teacher Liang, with the outside environment being so harsh, why don't I ask brother Zhang Yi if you can move in and live with us? Hearing this, Liang Yu indeed found it hard to refuse and was shaken. But then, thinking of the dozen students still in Su family town, she stood up and shook her head. They can't be without me. Otherwise, they won't be able to survive in this harsh environment. At the very least, I need to teach them to adapt to this environment and learn basic survival skills. Yang Xinxin smiled in response. Even if you move into the shelter, it doesn't conflict. They are all adults. They can still help themselves without your constant protection. Moreover, if you want them to learn how to be independent quickly, you have to force them to learn survival skills on their own, rather than relying entirely on you, teacher Liang. After hearing this, Liang Yu found it quite reasonable and was clearly tempted by what Yang Xinxin said. She then turned her face away somewhat awkwardly. But I'm not close to Zhang Yi. He probably won't agree to let me move in, right? She then shyly whispered to Yang Xinxin, if Zhang Yi really agrees to let me stay in the shelter, what about Wu Qingyu and the others? Yang Xinxin reassured her, don't worry, Lu Karen and I will plead on your behalf. As for the other students, it's impossible for Zhang Yi to let them move in. This means that regardless of where you live, their situation won't change, and they have no reason to stop you from moving in. Even if you do, you can still help them. Seeing the teacher's conflicted expression, Yang Xinxin knew there was a chance. Just one day living in the shelter, and she was confident she could convince her to stay. After all, once experiencing such a comfortable environment, it would be hard to want to return to the cold outside. And if teacher Liang moved in, the students would naturally lose their protection, providing an opportunity to resolve them altogether. Yang Xinxin had already made a plan, but now that the timing was just right, pushing further might backfire. She then blinked innocently and smiled, but these are all up to you, teacher Liang. If you decide, just let me and Lu Karen know. At that moment, Zhang Yi came over. Liang Yu, come with me. It's a bit crowded here. Soon, they arrived at the training area on the third underground floor. Zhang Yi, noticing Liang Yu's dirty and torn clothes, immediately took out a set of sportswear from another space. There's a bathroom over there. Go take a shower and change your clothes first. first. Liang Yu's face turned red with embarrassment. Although she was a powerful master of martial arts, she was also a woman in her 20s. Zhang Yi's gesture was obviously a reminder of her uncleanliness, and she could only explain softly, "I can't help it with the current environment." She then walked into the bathroom with the clothes. Half an hour later, she came out of the shower. The clothes Zhang Yi chose were perfect, comfortable for sports, and flattering to her figure. Liang Yu's robust yet delicate lines were complemented by a hint of valiant grace. Zhang Yi swallowed and nodded in satisfaction. "Let's begin." Liang Yu quickly got into role, adopting a stance and saying, "Learning martial arts is not as simple as you think. I'm very strict. Since you've chosen me to teach you, you'd better be prepared." Liang Yu was very committed to teaching, especially since Zhang Yi had provided such valuable resources. She wanted to repay him in this way. Fortunately, Zhang Yi had always kept up with his exercises and could barely keep up with Liang Yu's pace. However, after 2.5 hours of training, Zhang Yi was completely exhausted and collapsed to the ground. Liang Yu wiped the sweat from her brow and said to Zhang Yi, "Your foundation is not bad, but don't expect to become a master overnight. It's a long process, and you need to be mentally prepared." Zhang Yi, panting, responded, "I don't aim to become some martial arts master. I just want to learn some self-defense skills." Then, Liang Yu couldn't help asking, "You defeated a master like Ling Feng. Who else could possibly threaten you?" Zhang Yi smiled slightly. "No one knows what tomorrow or accidents may bring. All we can do is prepare as thoroughly as possible." Zhang Yi, supporting himself up, said, "Let's call it a day for today. I'm totally spent." He then took out a large bag of food from another space. "This should be enough to feed 10 of you." He then left the training area. Holding the food, Liang Yu fell into deep thought, recalling Yang Xinxin's suggestion. If these words had come from Zhang Yi, she would have been wary of some trick, but Yang Xinxin was just a naive little girl with paralyzed legs, unlikely to have any ulterior motives. She asked herself, "Can I really move in here?" On her way out of the shelter, Liang Yu pondered over Yang Xinxin's words. Thinking about the superior living conditions in the shelter, it was hard not to be tempted. Actually, upon reflection, we indeed need to get closer to Zhang Yi, so he can help us more. The more Liang Yu thought about it, the more it made sense. Upon her return to Su Family Town, the students crowded around her. They didn't care whether the training was hard for Liang Yu or if she was cold on the way, only scrambling for the food. Seeing their behavior, Liang Yu sighed in disappointment and asked Yi Xiaotian and Wu Qingyu, "When I left, I asked you to organize the students to learn fishing. Did you make any progress?" Yi Xiaotian, having been enhanced by West Mountain Base and being the strongest among the students, and Wu Qingyu, the class monitor known for his cleverness, were tasked by Liang Yu to help manage the students. Wu Qingyu, munching on a piece of bread, responded dejectedly, "It's not that we didn't want to go, but the daily cycling at West Mountain Base was hard enough. We walked all the way here, and now, finally having a chance to rest, it's really difficult to work in the cold wind." Yi Xiaotian also frowned slightly. "I did try to chisel some ice to catch a few fish, but our tools are too primitive, and the efficiency is too low." Liang Yu looked at the few pitiful crucian carps on the ground and sighed in disappointment. She had indeed underestimated the difficulty of fishing. The villagers of Su Family Town also relied on sled dogs to succeed. These students, lacking experience and proper tools, found it virtually impossible to rely on fishing as a source of livelihood. However, with only 10 portions of food brought back by Liang Yu for 15 people, they were far from satisfied. After eating, the students started to complain, "Why is there so little? We're not even full. In this cold weather, it's easy to get sick if we don't eat enough." Seeing this, Yi Xiaotian stood up. "Let's all try to bear with it for now. If it weren't for Teacher Liang's hard work in getting us this food, we'd still be hungry. We need to think of ways to solve our food problem ourselves." The students looked at each other, their faces filled with reluctance. Breaking ice to fish in this weather was too hard, and now, not getting enough to eat made it even harder to muster the energy. Wu Qingyu suddenly spoke up, "Teacher Liang, since you're going to the shelter every day to teach Zhang Yi martial arts, could you please ask if we can also move in? Yang Xinxin and Lu Karen have moved in, and we're all from the same class. It shouldn't be too much to ask for us to move in too." Hearing Wu Qingyu's suggestion, the other students became excited. "Yeah, that shelter is super big. Adding a dozen of us shouldn't be a problem. If Yang Xinxin and Lu Karen can live there, why can't we?" These students were children of influential people in Heavenly Sea City, and in their eyes, Yang Xinxin and Lu Karen were nobodies. Liang Yu explained with a speechless face, "How can you compare yourselves to them? Zhang Yi's girlfriend is Yang Xinxin's sister, and Lu Karen is Yang Xinxin's best friend. Besides, both of them have very strong professional skills. What do you have to compare with them? Apart from your now useless social connections." The students still showed reluctance. They understood the logic, but were simply unwilling to accept it. The students continued to plead with Liang Yu, "Teacher Liang, please try harder. You're our teacher. You must have a way." Liang Yu's heart softened. In this situation, leaving everyone behind to go to the shelter alone, how could I possibly suggest that? After Liang Yu left, Chun Lei sneakily came over to ask Zhang Yi, "What did you guys do for those 2.5 hours?" Zhang Yi, exasperated, replied, "What rubbish are you thinking about? Get ready. We're heading to West Mountain Base tomorrow to search for supplies." Chun Lei then said with a peculiar expression, "Should we invite invite Liang Yu to come along? We can't be sure if there are any survivors inside the base. Having one more person could provide additional security. Uncle Yu couldn't resist teasing. Chun-Lei, you're being too timid. How are you going to survive in this apocalypse with that attitude? Chun-Lei chuckled. Isn't that what the boss taught us? Better safe than sorry. Zhang Yi smiled. Chun-Lei's concern isn't without merit, but it's not appropriate to ask her now. Our relationship with her is purely professional. She's not one of us yet. We going will be enough. There shouldn't be any danger. The next day, the trio was fully armed and ready to depart. Liu Karen's design scheme had also reached its final version. All that was needed was for Zhang Yi to bring back construction materials, and they could immediately start building the defenses. As they set off to West Mountain Base, Zhang Yi activated the auto-drive and started petting Flower. Chun-Lei suddenly mentioned, ever since the last battle at West Mountain, I've felt like Flower has changed. Zhang Yi looked down at Flower, who was quietly dozing off on his lap. What's different? Wasn't it just an ordinary calico cat before its transformation? Chun-Lei couldn't specify. It was just his sensitive intuition that noticed the subtle change. Zhang Yi thought to himself, last time Flower absorbed the powers of several mutants, there definitely were changes, but the specifics and the principles behind them were still unknown. However, it was certain that Flower possessed the ability to absorb other mutants' powers, similar to him and Ling Feng. After consuming several mutants and modified humans in one go, its power had surely increased significantly, but the extent of this enhancement could only be understood through actual combat, as he couldn't communicate with a cat. Yang Xinxin then called Zhang Yi. Brother Zhang Yi, have you arrived at West Mountain Base yet? Zhang Yi was driving slowly and was only halfway there. Yang Xinxin urgently said, I've just discovered some significant information while going through the intelligence. Hearing this, Zhang Yi promptly stopped the car to listen. Go ahead. I've just clarified the information about other large armed forces in Heavenly Sea City. Currently, there are 4 large military-style shelters: West Mountain, Emerald Waterside, Radiant Prosperity, and Morning Dew. These were high-standard shelters built to withstand nuclear strikes and major natural disasters. All 4 bases are equipped with huge arsenals and ample war supplies. Zhang Yi nodded. These aren't secrets. They've been reported in the news before, and there were even leaks of the shelter's interiors online. According to Yang Xinxin, there are at least 3 other large armed forces in Heavenly Sea City, though they are far from his shelter and might not have noticed them yet. However, the commotion at West Mountain Base that night was too loud, definitely attracting their attention. If they learn that West Mountain Base has been destroyed, they will surely extend their reach here, potentially leading to direct conflict with Zhang Yi. Yang Xinxin added, it's not just those 3 forces. There's a very special force in Heavenly Sea City, gathered in areas like Celestial Tribute and Eternal Mist, harboring a large population. But for now, there's almost no record of them beyond their vast numbers. Zhang Yi nodded in approval. With Heavenly Sea City's past population of over 20 million, having multiple forces isn't surprising. Yang Xinxin, you've done well. Your intelligence is very useful. Receiving praise, Yang Xinxin blushed with happiness and smiled. I'll continue to work hard on gathering intelligence, and I'll report it to you in detail when you return, brother. Chun-Lei looked worried. There are so many forces in Heavenly Sea City, and each one as powerful as West Mountain. It would be troublesome if they set their sights on us. Zhang Yi remained calm. It's not surprising that Heavenly Sea City has these forces given its large population, but fortunately, the city is big enough. As long as we don't provoke them, they shouldn't easily notice us. Now, with only about 10% of the city's population remaining, the resources left should be more than enough for the major forces to share. Until resources become scarce, everyone should be able to coexist peacefully, since everyone values their lives too much to risk unnecessary conflicts. Uncle Yu, who had been quiet, then said thoughtfully, I have a feeling things won't go as smoothly as we think. My gut tells me we'll be encountering them soon. Zhang Yi confidently stated, we can't predict the future, but one thing is for sure, as long as we are strong enough, no one will dare to provoke us easily. The entrance of West Mountain Base. 2 groups of people were standing at the entrance of the base, both sides wary of each other. The leader in combat gear said, the entrance has been completely blocked. It's pointless to stay here any longer. The red-haired youth smiled lightly. Seems like we can't gain anything from here. Who would have thought West Mountain Base would be destroyed by missiles? What did Chen Xinyan do to offend the River South domain? It's his own fault. The leader in combat gear scoffed. Chen Xinyan was always arrogant. It's not surprising he met this end. The red-haired youth didn't continue the topic, just sighed about the wasted trip. The noise that night was too loud. They were just here to see what had happened. The leader in combat gear frowned deeply, looking at the ruins of the base entrance, knowing it wouldn't be easy to salvage useful materials. Their main base, Morning Dew, was too far to bring additional manpower quickly. However, he was aware that West Mountain Base was a valuable prize. If they could clear the entrance, the resources and weapons inside would significantly enhance their strength. The red-haired youth, seeing his thoughts, smirked. Even if you could use mutant powers to clear the entrance, it would be difficult for you to transport the materials back to your harbor base at Morning Dew, right? With Heavenly Sea City in between and a distance of over 200 kilometers, it won't be easy. The leader of Morning Morning Dew retorted. If we can't do it, you certainly can't either. Why waste your time here? The red-haired man replied. We're just here to check the situation, presumably because of the noise that night. Now that we've confirmed they're all gone, it's actually good news for us. He continued, looking at the ruins. You see, Radiant Prosperity and Emerald Waterside didn't waste their time coming here. Seems they're wiser than you. But then he suddenly thought, maybe not. They're so close. They might have already been here. What a pity for you guys at Morning Dew, so far away. This destruction of West Mountain Base doesn't seem to benefit you much, and it's likely Emerald Waterside and Radiant Prosperity who'll end up gaining from it. Once they divide West Mountain Base's territory, their strength will surely increase. Then, Morning Dew will really be in danger. They were well aware that West Mountain Base had the strongest arsenal among the 4 major bases. The Morning Dew leader coldly remarked, Are you trying to stir up trouble? Are all of you from Snow Worship Sect as shameless? The red-haired member of Snow Worship Sect scoffed dismissively. The 4 bases have never been on good terms. Do you really need me to stir things up? Meanwhile, Zhang Yi and his group arrived near West Mountain Base. Their goal was to empty out the arsenal of West Mountain Base. To avoid drawing attention, Zhang Yi decided to park the car a kilometer away and approach on foot. Indeed, as they approached the entrance, Zhang Yi saw 2 groups standing off against each other. One group wore standard tactical gear, likely from another shelter. The other group's attire was more varied, probably the kind of grassroots force Yang Xinxin had mentioned. Zhang Yi didn't want to engage with either group, as there was no need to compete with them for resources. Planning to approach them, wearing West Mountain Base's tactical gear should prevent them from being immediately perceived as enemies. Instructing Uncle Yu and Chun Lei to hold back, their West Mountain Base insignias were recognized by the Morning Dew group upon noticing them. The leader from Morning Dew remarked in surprise, There are still people alive from West Mountain Base. I thought everyone there was gone. Seizing the moment, Zhang Yi said, The West Mountain Base encountered some trouble. Are you planning to take advantage of our misfortune? The red-haired member from Snow Worship Sect hurriedly waved his hands. Brother, don't get it wrong. We're just passing by. We at Snow Worship Sect always prefer peace and don't wish to be enemies with anyone. After saying this, he smiled and left the base. He was only looking to scavenge, but, seeing no easy pickings, decided to beat a quick retreat. No one would likely enter West Mountain Base's interior soon, and starting a conflict now would be more trouble than it's worth. Watching the ruins of West Mountain Base, the leader of Morning Dew couldn't help but laugh. Looks like West Mountain Base has been wiped out, and you few are just remnants. What are you pretending for? With the situation openly acknowledged, Zhang Yi spread his hands and said, Since you all know, there's nothing more for me to say. Please, feel free. After finishing, Zhang Yi told Chun Lei and Uncle Yu, let's pull out. He knew they couldn't enter the base for now. It was better to wait for the others to leave. Avoiding conflict when unnecessary was the plan, as they had plenty of time. Suddenly, the Morning Dew leader shouted, Stop right there. Who said you could leave? Initially ready to leave, Zhang Yi and his group narrowed their eyes at the arrogant tone. Even Flower showed a hint of displeasure. Turning back, Zhang Yi looked at the young man as if he were foolish. We avoid trouble, but don't fear it. You'd better recognize who you're dealing with. However, Zhang Yi's forbearance only emboldened them, mistaking them for mere survivors. Haven't you realized the situation? Killing you would be as easy as flipping my hand. You'll do as I say. He then activated his power, his palm igniting with flames. Chun Lei frowned. A mutant. The Morning Dew leader confirmed coldly, Yes, I am a mutant. Killing you would be as easy as stepping on an ant. He believed Zhang Yi's group, having survived so long, must have hoarded valuable resources. Hand over your supplies, and I might spare you. Zhang Yi shook his head, tired of pretending to be just a regular survivor. I thought we could coexist, but your hostility leaves us no choice. Immediately activating his power, the Morning Dew leader was decapitated before even realizing what happened, his head dropping to the ground with a thud. Everyone was shocked. Before they could react, Flower transformed and attacked, biting them. However, Flower quickly spat them out, indicating they were not mutants. Absorbing the leader's power, Zhang Yi found it disappointingly weak. Chun Lei commented on the folly of youth, believing power made them invincible. He got what he deserved. Zhang Yi observed, this shows Morning Dew base likely hasn't faced serious conflict, allowing such fools to think they're invincible. He stored the bodies in another space and headed towards the base entrance. Zhang Yi cleared the blocked entry by storing the obstruction in another space. Leading with Flower, they proceeded inside with miner's lamps, following Yang Xinxin's blueprints towards the arsenal. The way was littered with the bodies of Special Forces soldiers, most having died from asphyxiation, alongside the destroyed ventilation system, filling the air with the stench of decay. The source seemed to be the door to the 4th life support chamber. Chun Lei, feeling uneasy, suggested, Boss, there's a chilling air coming from behind this door. Could there be something foul? Let's just leave. Zhang Yi chuckled. What's there to fear from the supernatural? Humans are far scarier. Even if there's something, it can't harm me. Soon after, the trio turned towards the arsenal, but shortly after their departure, a loud crash came from the door of the 4th life capsule, as if something was trying to burst out. Unnoticed by Zhang Yi and his group, they quickly found the arsenal. Its door was ajar, likely left by soldiers in a panic, attempting to arm themselves for an escape route. a plan that evidently failed. Pushing the door open, the sight that greeted them made their eyes widen in astonishment. They were stunned by the sight of an armed helicopter in the center of the warehouse, which sprawled over thousands of square meters and housed dozens of tanks, armored vehicles, artillery, countless ammunition boxes, and various modern combat equipment. Uncle Yu, examining a Gatling gun, remarked, "This amount of equipment could arm an entire modern brigade." As a veteran, he had a good understanding of military hardware. Zhang Yi snapped back to reality. Many of these weapons must be from other garrison troops, transported here for consolidation. As they began storing the equipment in the alternate space, Chun-Lei expressed concern. "Powerful as they are, these weapons aren't much use in the current icy conditions, almost as good as scrap metal." Zhang Yi replied with a smile, "If these were of any use, Ling Feng would have utilized them during his attack on my shelter. Their uselessness to them doesn't mean they are useless to me. I need to build defenses, and these can be placed along the lines as defensive weapons. Transportation is the biggest challenge with these weapons, but that's no issue for me." Uncle Yu, still playing with the Gatling gun, said, "Zhang Yi, set me up with a few of these. I like them." Zhang Yi responded, "They're not intended for individual use, usually requiring several soldiers to operate. Perfect for someone like Uncle Yu with enhanced physical abilities. Pick whatever you like. Everything can go into my alternate space. Just let me know what you need." After clearing out the arsenal, they decided to explore the second life capsule for anything else of value. Upon reaching the entrance, they found it devastated, the epicenter of an explosion, yet fortunately not completely collapsed. Uncle Yu cleared the path with a shout, lifting a massive pillar, allowing them to proceed. The tragic scene ahead left them speechless. Chun-Lei lamented the loss of such high-end equipment. "What a waste. These are all premium goods." Zhang Yi was indifferent to the unusable equipment, considering it scrap, but speculated the data within the devices might aid Yang Xinxin's intelligence gathering, especially the computers potentially holding crucial information. Without much concern for their utility, he decided to take everything, his alternate space virtually limitless. Even if it turned out to be junk, it could still be used as projectiles later. Suddenly, Chun-Lei screamed, falling to the ground, then pointed ahead pale-faced. "There's something moving there. Could it be something filthy?" He mustered the courage to throw a stone, prompting a swarm of black creatures to crawl out from the cracks. Zhang Yi also felt his scalp tingle, wondering if these were the cockroaches Liang Yu mentioned, used for protein extraction. He wasn't scared, just disgusted. Seeing Chun-Lei's reaction to the cockroaches, Zhang Yi teased, "You're right, these cockroaches have high protein content. Tasty, I bet." "Come on, man, you're acting like a scared woman over a few bugs." Chun-Lei awkwardly tried to act calm. "How could I be scared by a few cockroaches? It was just the rustling sound that startled me." After collecting all the equipment, Zhang Yi planned to check elsewhere. As they were leaving, Chun-Lei was still shaken, muttering, "The vitality of these cockroaches is so strong. If they ever mutate, they'd be tough to deal with." Hearing this, Zhang Yi felt a chill inside, thinking that if cats could mutate, cockroaches mutating was entirely possible. While walking through the corridors, Flower suddenly screeched and roared into the darkness, its fur bristling. But by the time Zhang Yi and the others turned around, the sensation of being watched vanished. Zhang Yi then felt, deep within West Mountain Base's corpse-littered underground, something eerie might have emerged. He felt as if something was lurking in the shadows, watching them. Zhang Yi urged, "Let's quickly see if there's anything else useful. We shouldn't stay here long." If not for Flower's keen senses, they might have already left. They soon found the storage warehouse, but its door was tightly shut. Without hesitation, Uncle Yu punched it, creating a massive sound that echoed through the underground space. Despite the force, the door barely budged, showing only a shallow dent from his punch. Zhang Yi chuckled. This is the main storage for supplies. It would be embarrassing if it could be opened with a single punch, but he took it as a good sign, indicating the contents were likely intact. Pulling out a high-temperature cutting torch from the alternate space, Zhang Yi was eager to see what treasures lay inside. Handed the torch to Uncle Yu, signaling it was his turn. Chun-Lei commented dryly, "From your stance, I thought you were going to do it yourself." Zhang Yi laughed. "I wouldn't know how to use this thing." "Uncle Yu, you used to be our community's security guard. You're familiar with these tools." Taking the torch, Uncle Yu grinned. "Step back and watch." He cut a man-sized hole in the door and kicked it open. Inside, they were astounded by the sight of shelves stacked with supplies reaching nearly 10 meters high. Uncle Yu, spotting something under a gray cloth, speculated, "What's hidden under that gray cloth? Could it be treasure?" Peering closer, Zhang Yi saw steel bars peeking out from under the cloth, revealing construction materials upon uncovering. His eyes lit up, realizing these were exactly what he needed for his defense line construction. A serendipitous find. Together, they uncovered the massive gray cloth, revealing a small mountain of reinforced concrete prefabricated boards, all military grade, perfect for building defenses. Without a word, Zhang Yi, delighted, immediately started storing all the materials in his alternate space, thrilled by the find. Upon discovering a hidden door, Zhang Yi found it led to a room full of fresh vegetables, likely requisitioned from Su family town. There were dozens of such rooms, which held little interest for Zhang Yi, but he decided to take the produce anyway. "I don't need these at home, so I'll split them between you two." Uncle Yu modestly responded responded, acknowledging Zhang Yi's pivotal role in overcoming West Mountain Base and insisted that Zhang Yi should claim the largest share. These are too much for me alone. I'd take years to consume them. Better you keep them, and we can ask if we need anything. Zhang Yi seized the opportunity to foster camaraderie. I've always considered you guys my brothers. I wouldn't forget you when it comes to sharing good stuff. It's more convenient to store the supplies with me for now. Touched. They nodded in agreement, while Flower indifferently groomed itself, seemingly inquiring about cat food or dried fish. After emptying the warehouse, they swiftly returned to the surface. Before leaving, Zhang Yi secured the entrance with rubble, then asked Chun-Lei to reinforce it further. Using his abilities, Chun-Lei covered the entrance with a thick layer of snow. Satisfied, Zhang Yi took out a snow vehicle, ready to leave before any reinforcements from Morning Dew could arrive, ensuring no trace of their visit remained. While they scavenged West Mountain Base, Liang Yu arrived at the shelter as usual to teach Zhang Yi martial arts, primarily to collect food for the day. Liang Yu was informed by Shokir that they were out on an errand and would return late. He didn't inform me in advance. Perhaps we should skip today's session. Shokir's gentle tone left Liang Yu with no room for objection. She reflected on the situation. Missing a day's training mattered little to Zhang Yi but meant hunger for her students, struggling with the decision, as the 10 portions had always been insufficient. This only worsened their plight. Shokir, sensing an opportunity, warmly invited, "Haven't you eaten yet, Teacher Liang? It's mealtime. Why not join us?" Tempted by the thought of Zhang Yi's household's warm meals, Liang Yu hesitated but ultimately declined, unable to enjoy a meal knowing her students were hungry. "I'll come back tomorrow." Shokir, with an apologetic tone, said, "I'm sorry, Teacher Liang, for making you come here for nothing." Liang Yu responded awkwardly, "It's okay. He must have more important things to attend to. Missing one day of training isn't a big deal. As a home tutor, I should adapt to his schedule, not the other way around." After saying this, Liang Yu quickly left the shelter. Watching Liang Yu's somewhat comical departure, Shokir couldn't help but comment with a smile, "Teacher Liang is really adorable." Yang Xinxin, arriving in the living room in her wheelchair, remarked, "Perhaps that's the stubbornness of a martial artist." Shokir sighed, "If she's too shy to eat with us, I could have packed some food for her." She knew Zhang Yi valued Liang Yu highly and might eventually invite her to join their team, so she was naturally very polite to Liang Yu. Yang Xinxin rolled her eyes. Packing food for her might have caused more trouble. Confused, Shokir asked, "What do you mean?" Yang Xinxin became serious. "My classmates are all selfish. If Teacher Liang really brought back only one portion of food, given her character, she wouldn't eat it alone. That would be the end of it. With over a dozen of them, fighting over that one portion would be inevitable. Expecting them to share peacefully is impossible. Teacher Liang surely knows this, which is why she declined. She's already stressed from caring for her students. There's no need to add to her troubles." Looking at Liang Yu's figure disappearing into the snow, Shokir wondered, why didn't Zhang Yi tell us in advance, or ask Teacher Liang not to come? Did he do this on purpose? Yang Xinxin rolled her eyes again. Of course, everything is within Brother Zhang Yi's plan. Realization dawned on Shokir. Is he using this to exacerbate the conflict between the teacher and her students, putting pressure on Liang Yu to join us sooner? Yang Xinxin nodded. "Definitely. Brother Zhang Yi is so capable. He must have considered this." Continuing dreamily, "Back at Azure Sky Academy, Flower and I used to run circles around our classmates. Brother Zhang Yi's tactic is somewhat similar to mine. He's just too strong." Shokir, reflecting, added, "This is typical of Zhang Yi. He always covers all bases, acts decisively, and every action is deeply meaningful." Their admiration for Zhang Yi was evident. Meanwhile, Zhang Yi was driving back, suddenly slapping his forehead. "I think I forgot to tell Liang Yu I was busy today." Having made a futile trip to the shelter, Liang Yu dejectedly headed back to Su Family Town. Passing by Heron's River, she saw women and children struggling to fish through the ice. With the town's men taken to West Mountain Base, the village was left with mostly the elderly, women, and children, forced to do tasks traditionally done by men to survive. This made her think of her own students, strong and able-bodied, yet unwilling to strive for survival like these women and children, realizing she had been too indulgent with them. Zhang Yi is right, Liang Yu thought, feeling her stomach rumble with hunger, resolving, "I'll confront the students today. We can't go on like this. They need to step out of their comfort zone." Upon arriving at the students' residence, they quickly surrounded her, becoming anxious upon seeing her empty-handed. "Where's the food? Why have you come back empty-handed?" Liang Yu, with a sense of resignation, explained, "Zhang Yi was out on urgent business, so there's no food today. Prepare to go ice fishing." The students were uproarious. "Why didn't he inform us in advance? Can't someone else from his house give you the food? Zhang Yi has plenty." Zhang Yi really broke his promise this time. Liang Yu felt displeased. "How can you speak of Zhang Yi like that? Without him, many of us wouldn't have survived West Mountain Base. Our arrangement with him is just a transaction. He owes us nothing. We can't depend on him forever. We must learn to fend for ourselves." Trying to reason with them about the necessity of fishing was met with resistance. The girls complained about getting hurt last time, claiming such hard labor was beyond them. Suddenly, one student bitterly blamed Yang Xinxin and Lu Karen for their selfishness, arguing that they, being longtime classmates, should have looked out for everyone. This This sparked a wave of vitriol against Lu Karen and Yang Xinxin, accusing them of betrayal and selfishness. I even treated Lu Karen to milk tea 2 years ago. Such ingratitude. Yang's family is a distant relative of mine. How can she be so selfish? I'm technically her cousin. The students found common enemies in Lu Karen and Yang Xinxin, excitedly disparaging them as if they were owed millions. Liang Yu was dumbfounded by their slander and couldn't accept such distortion of facts. Witnessing this, she felt no different from street thugs, her disappointment turning to resolve. She demanded silence and announced, I plan to move into Zhang Yi's shelter with Yang Xinxin and Lu Karen. She knew it was time for them to learn independence. Only by fending for themselves could they truly grow. A student excitedly grabbed Liang Yu's hand. Teacher Liang, did Zhang Yi agree to let us move into his shelter? That's fantastic. Liang Yu shook off her hand. What kind of logic is that? I said only I would be moving into the shelter, and you all need to continue staying here, learning to live by your own abilities. Liang Yu stepped back. However, I will still deliver food for 10 people every day, and you'll need to find a way to make up for the shortfall on your own. I won't indulge you any longer. The students, facing their stern teacher, couldn't believe their ears. Some girls even burst into tears. Teacher, you've changed. How could you abandon us? The boys were angry. How can you be so selfish? Only thinking of your own comfort, leaving us to suffer here. Hearing her students' complaints from all sides, Liang Yu's heart turned cold. She pushed the door open forcefully. Enough. I've made my decision. You'll have to fend for yourselves. Having given up on her students, Liang Yu returned to the shelter again. Shokir, naturally hospitable, welcomed her but remained curious. Seeing Liang Yu hesitate to speak, Shokir didn't press further, simply smiling. I'll call Yang Xinxin and Lu Karen to keep you company. It'll be good for you to have a heart-to-heart talk. Lu Karen and Yang Xinxin came to Liang Yu with joy. Since parting ways at Azure Sky Academy, it was their first time gathering for a chat. Liang Yu first inquired about their recent life, and Lu Karen happily shared, we're living comfortably here. Zhang Yi brother treats us really well, sparing us from hard labor. He even prepared a workshop for me. To be honest, I feel happier now than when I was in school. Liang Yu thought to herself, that's because you're a mechanical genius, silly girl. Yang Xinxin gently added, we've indeed been living peacefully here. Have you made up your mind? Why not move in with us? Seeing Liang Yu's embarrassment, Yang Xinxin confidently said, you've been more than good to those students. You don't need to feel burdened. What you're doing is right. Yang Xinxin's affirmation seemed to heal Liang Yu's guilt, making her eyes well up with tears. This further solidified her determination to move in. Lu Karen served her a cup of hot coffee, and Liang Yu finally opened up. Then, when Zhang Yi returns, please help me talk to him about this. Lu Karen cheerfully said, Teacher Liang's martial arts skills are so impressive. Brother Zhang Yi would be eager to have her. Through her time with Zhang Yi, Lu Karen understood his way of dealing with useful talents. He treated them generously. Initially just Yang Xinxin's sidekick, she herself was a prime example. Yet, after proving her worth, Zhang Yi treated her like a sister. Yang Xinxin laughed awkwardly. Lu Karen, you're still too naive. While you're not wrong, Brother Zhang Yi also dislikes taking on too much and hates others making decisions for him. He's a man of principle. For everyone who joins the shelter, he has very strict requirements. If you want to join us, you'd better be prepared. The most important thing is to obey his commands completely. Yang Xinxin deliberately played the bad cop to manage Liang Yu's expectations, making it easier for Zhang Yi to discuss with her personally upon his return. Liang Yu, instantly embarrassed, asked, what kind of demands does he usually have? Subconsciously crossing her legs, her face flushed with bashful thoughts. It was apparent to anyone the nature of his relationships with Shokir and Yangmi, considering all women in the shelter were notably attractive. Blushing, Liang Yu sipped her coffee, not daring to speculate further. Yang Xinxin rolled her eyes. What are you thinking? Teacher Liang, Brother Zhang Yi isn't like that. He's never behaved inappropriately with us. He's a man of great integrity. A man of integrity? Liang Yu was speechless at this description of Zhang Yi, finding it absurd to associate him with such a term. Yet, Yang Xinxin believed it without doubt, asserting, don't worry about that aspect. He's not driven by base desires. Otherwise, he wouldn't have thrived in this post-apocalyptic world. He values your strength to help our team survive these harsh conditions. The main condition for joining the shelter, I guess, is your unconditional obedience during combat. Liang Yu nodded, confident in her ability to meet this requirement. Aware of her worth as a powerful mutant and a renowned martial arts master, she knew she was an excellent choice for Zhang Yi's personal martial arts tutor. Soon after, the sound of an engine approached. Yang Xinxin looked out the window. Brother Zhang Yi is back. Liang Yu clenched her fists, feeling nervous and tense. Yang Xinxin wheeled towards the door. It was the first time Zhang Yi saw Yang Xinxin coming to greet him. She usually busied herself with her computer, signaling something might have happened. What's up? Yang Xinxin, casting a glance at Liang Yu sitting on the sofa. Yang Xinxin whispered, Teacher Liang came over today. She's decided to join us. Noticing Liang Yu's nervousness, Zhang Yi thought, I spent so long convincing her the other day, and she remained unmoved. Has she finally decided to leave those dependents behind? Yang Xinxin smirked. My persuasion worked, along with your fasting tactic. Teacher Liang had some conflicts with her students, and in a huff, she came over. Zhang Yi chuckled playfully. He had anticipated these developments, though the swift turn of events surprised him. He deliberately limited their food supply to keep them in a perpetual state of hunger but not starvation. Liang Yu, a responsible teacher but no saint, was bound to reach her limit with her unreasonable students. Yang Xinxin mischievously added, "I've already laid the groundwork for you. You could make some rather demanding requests." She winked at Zhang Yi. "I'll help convince her too." Zhang Yi, grinning, pinched her cheek affectionately. "You're such a sweetheart." He then asked Chun Lei and Uncle Yu to step next door, intending to speak with Liang Yu privately. Smoothly masking his amusement, he pushed Yang Xinxin into the living room, pretending to be casual. Lu Karen, too, was delighted at the bar. As a student, she was eager for her teacher to join them, hoping to survive the apocalypse together. Liang Yu, hesitating on the sofa, found relief when Yang Xinxin broke the silence. "Brother Zhang Yi, I have a favor to ask." Pretending to be surprised, Zhang Yi turned to her. "Just say it. You're not an outsider." Yang Xinxin got straight to the point. "Can teacher Liang move in with us?" Liang Yu felt a weight lifted as her student voiced her own desire. Grateful to Yang Xinxin, she glanced at Zhang Yi, worried he might refuse. But Zhang Yi played along. "Stop it. Doesn't teacher Liang have students to care for?" Then, shifting his tone, "Of course, teacher Liang, with her beauty, swift swordplay, and formidable combat skills, would be warmly welcome to join our shelter. I just don't like to impose." Liang Yu was momentarily embarrassed, recalling that Zhang Yi had indeed expressed his wish to invite her not long ago, but she had declined to stay with her students. However, Zhang Yi's acknowledgement of her abilities provided her with some comfort. Yet, Liang Yu couldn't help but fear he might make some unreasonable demands. Lu Karen, bringing over hot tea, sympathized. "Brother Zhang Yi, our teacher Liang has been too hard on herself. Even now, my classmates are lazy, exploiting her kindness. Without her generosity, they'd have been left to fend for themselves." Overwhelmed, she addressed Zhang Yi. "I wish to join your team and move into your shelter. It's time those students learned independence." "You were right. Even children wean eventually, let alone adults. By always being there, I might actually harm them. Rest assured, if I join the shelter, I will adhere strictly to your rules and be at your disposal." Seeing Liang Yu's candidness, Zhang Yi dropped his guard. Mutants were precious in this post-apocalyptic world, and he didn't want to risk worsening their relationship. Zhang Yi tentatively asked, "I welcome your joining, but you must show sufficient sincerity. How do I know you'll follow my orders as you say?" Liang Yu tensed. "I have my limits, but I can agree to most reasonable requests." Zhang Yi calmly noted, "Your kindness and straightforwardness can be both strengths and weaknesses. Your value to me lies in your combat skills, not just teaching me martial arts, but using your strength in battle." He then probed, "If one day, to protect us, I ordered you to kill someone you deemed innocent, could you do it?" Liang Yu firmly replied, "If it's to protect those close to me, I can do it, but if it's for someone's personal gain, that would be difficult." Her tone softened. "From what I've observed, Mr. Zhang Yi, you seem to be a peace-loving person. As long as you're not provoked, you wouldn't harm the innocent, right?" Yang Xinxin gave her a thumbs up, indicating her approval. Zhang Yi clarified, "So, you mean as long as it ensures our safety, you're willing to kill anyone?" Liang Yu carefully considered. "Yes, but I wouldn't harm our own." Her biggest fear was being ordered to kill her students. Zhang Yi reassured her with a smile. "What do you take me for? Of course, I wouldn't harm those close to us. If it came to that, Zhang Yi would take matters into his own hands." As Zhang Yi sipped his coffee, he reflected on the invaluable nature of formidable combat prowess in the post-apocalyptic world. While Liang Yu might have seemed naive in certain aspects, being too shrewd could make her harder to manage. Bringing her into the fold seemed like a no-brainer, especially considering those insignificant students could be dealt with later. For now, it was just a matter of using a bit of his surplus food. Mulling over this, Zhang Yi set down his tea and warmly extended his hand. "Welcome to the Zhang Yi family. I look forward to our cooperation." After Liang Yu joined the shelter, the atmosphere shifted subtly. Zhang Yi's continued promise to provide food for the Su family town students eased Liang Yu's residual guilt. Yang Xinxin, noticing Zhang Yi's expression, understood the countdown had begun for those students. Zhang Yi wasn't one to harbor freeloaders, and Yang Xinxin, sharing his disdain for them, fully supported his decisions. Zhou Keir suggested, "Let's throw a welcome party today to celebrate Liang Yu joining us." The group divided tasks, Zhou Keir to tidy up, Yang Mi and Zhou Haimei to prepare dinner. Liang Yu was overwhelmed by their warmth, yet couldn't shake the feeling of underlying hostility from their seemingly friendly gestures. After Zhou Keir and Yang Mi left, they exchanged knowing looks, sighing, "Another competitor, and such a capable fighter at that. And she's not bad looking either." Zhang Yi then invited, "We're about to have a meeting. You should join us." Curious, Liang Yu inquired, "What meeting is so urgent?" Zhang Yi cryptically replied, "A strategy meeting." Liang Yu, surprised, covered her mouth. "Wasn't West Mountain Base wiped out? Are there still enemies nearby?" Zhang Yi explained, "Power vacuums invite new challengers. The disappearance of West Mountain Base has others vying to fill the gap. We've already encountered other factions there today. The future is uncertain, but by preparing for the worst, we can confidently face any danger." Taking the situation seriously, Liang Yu assured, "I'm ready to help however I can." Zhang Yi promised, "I won't hesitate to ask." Suddenly, Yang Xinxin wheeled into the living room. "Brother Zhang Yi, I've just uncovered valuable intelligence on other forces in Heavenly Sea City. Upon hearing this, Zhang Yi quickly stood up. Call Uncle Yu and Chun Lei over too. Let's all listen together. Once everyone was gathered, Zhang Yi briefly recounted the day's events at West Mountain Base, highlighting the encounter with two groups, one of which they had clashed with. This clash could potentially provoke retaliation, suggesting imminent conflict over territory. We must always be vigilant, Zhang Yi emphasized. Turning to Yang Xinxin, let's have Yang Xinxin introduce us to the situation regarding the other forces, to get a better understanding. Yang Xinxin started. According to the intelligence from West Mountain Base, there are 4 forces in Heavenly Sea City that could pose a threat. 3 of them, like West Mountain Base, are situated within shelters. First, there's Radiant Prosperity Base in the east, controlling the city's largest oil refinery, making energy their biggest advantage. The current leader, Xiao Honglian, is a mutant with undisclosed fire-related abilities. Her deputy, Zhuge Qingting, is known for wind-related powers, and together, they're deadly. Then there's Morning Dew Base near the East Sea, virtually controlling all of Heavenly Sea City shipping vessels. It's said they can still venture out to sea despite the current conditions. Zhang Yi interjected, puzzled about the feasibility of maritime activities given the extreme cold, which should have frozen the sea. Yang Xinxin, with a smirk, addressed the collective confusion. I'll enlighten you. While nearshore areas freeze, deep sea regions remain unfrozen, especially closer to the equator where temperatures are higher. Ocean currents circulate warm water from around the equator, plus undersea volcanoes contribute heat, making it impossible for the entire ocean to freeze solid. Even if surface temperatures plummet further, currents beneath the ice would persist. Sea salt also lowers the freezing point. Moreover, they have icebreakers, so anchoring in deep waters avoids entrapment by ice. Understanding dawned on the group, but Zhang Yi pondered the implications of such capabilities. Does that mean they can fish in the open sea or relocate to warmer regions near the equator? Yang Xinxin confirmed, yes, equatorial regions, being warmer, could sustain human life. Further examining the intelligence, she noted Morning Dew Base's ample resources due to sea-based activities. However, sea expeditions consume vast amounts of energy, necessitating close ties with the oil-rich Radiant Prosperity Base. Zhang Yi, intrigued, leaned over Yang Xinxin's shoulder and spotted a familiar symbol he'd seen on the group from West Mountain Base they had encountered. This revelation linked the men they had killed to Morning Dew Base. Yang Xinxin continued browsing. The leader of the Morning Dew Base is named Wei Dinghai. There is scant information about him, as well as his deputy, Qin Jingguan. It's even uncertain whether they are mutants. Their current focus is primarily at sea, and their main source of food is also from the ocean, so there are little conflicts with other bases. Seeing this, Zhang Yi thought to himself, now there is a conflict with me. The last of the 4 shelters is located in the Emerald Waterside district, near the Steel Group. The Emerald Waterside base was eventually controlled by the workers' organization of the Steel Group. Their current leader is named Xing Tian. Yang Xinxin continued, there are some records about this Xing Tian. His ability seems to be able to strengthen the people around him, but the specifics are not well documented. Yang Xinxin spread her hands in resignation. With the sudden onset of the apocalypse, the major shelters have each become kings of their own hills. According to the laws of the Dark Forest, they won't easily reveal their true strength. Maintaining enough mystery can have a sufficient deterrent effect. After all, the abilities of mutants are very complex, and without knowing the true strength of an opponent, no one dares to make a move rashly. All 4 bases were seized through force, but aside from the West Mountain Base, the other 3 don't have formal armies, essentially a rabble of armed individuals. Therefore, in terms of combat training, they are somewhat inferior to the West Mountain Base. However, their leaders are all mutants. Zhang Yi pondered and said, this makes sense. After all, in the post-apocalyptic world, where order has collapsed, only the strong can truly rule. However, Chen Xinyan is an exception. His rise to leadership is entirely due to his loyal right-hand man, Ling Feng. Now it seems that each of the 4 bases has its own advantages. The West Mountain Base controls a formal army. The Radiant Prosperity Base has a large amount of oil and gas resources. The Morning Dew Base controls maritime vessels, and the Emerald Waterside Base controls the steel factories. Realizing this, Zhang Yi felt much more at ease, as it meant the West Mountain Base was the strongest in terms of combat, given its arsenal and elite troops. Chun Lei also relaxed a lot upon hearing this, covering his chest and breathing a sigh of relief. We've taken down the strongest. The other 3 are nothing to fear for us. Zhang Yi smiled and said, exactly. Although they possess some armed forces, the members are mostly workers from steel and oil refineries or port workers, definitely unable to compare with trained soldiers. The biggest mystery now is the mutants. Due to our lack of intelligence, we have no idea how many mutants there are, so it's difficult to judge their strength. In that case, it's best to avoid conflicts as much as possible and hope for peaceful coexistence. Of course, we don't seek trouble, but we're not afraid of it either. If they push us too hard, we don't need to fear them. Suddenly, Liang Yu spoke up. Didn't you say there were 4 forces? You've only mentioned 3 so far. Hearing this, Chun Lei's face suddenly turned pale. The last one isn't the strongest. strongest, is it? Yang Xinxin calmly said, it's not that the last organization is particularly strong, it just feels special. She continued to present the information. The last organization is called the Snow Worship Sect, a religious organization established after the apocalypse. Their leader is named Yuan Konya. According to the intelligence we have, her mutant ability is named Blessing. She can help other mutants awaken their abilities without any cost. Upon hearing this, Zhang Yi's mind buzzed, immediately thinking of Li Jian from the Yuelu district. Uncle Yu instantly became serious, having personally encountered followers of the Snow Worship Sect. Considering the few mutants in the room gained their abilities through near-death experiences, the fact that Yuan Konya could directly awaken others' abilities was chilling, highlighting the terrifying strength of the Snow Worship Sect. Moreover, its existence as a religious entity meant it could attract more mutants, suggesting limitless expansion potential. The gravity of the situation dawned on everyone, their expressions turning grave. Yang Xinxin continued, Snow Worship Sect was originally a minor religion in Heavenly Sea City known as the Theology of Reason. After renaming to Snow Worship Sect, the leader, Yuan Konya, proclaimed herself as the earthly embodiment of the snow god. She claims the snowstorm is a cleansing by the snow god, sparing only those devout to the sect. Their influence is concentrated in the Celestial Tribute and Eternal Mist areas, marked as the highest threat level by West Mountain Base. Zhang Yi, with hands propped under his chin, spoke seriously. Celestial Tribute and Eternal Mist are densely populated, making Snow Worship Sect's rapid growth plausible. In times of disaster, people seek spiritual solace. But how have they survived till now? Those areas are resource scarce, heavily populated, and they lacked pre-stored supplies or shelters like other bases. What sustains them? Are they consuming meat? The room fell silent as everyone contemplated, wanting to voice their thoughts. Zhang Yi turned to Uncle Yu. You're the oldest among us. You go first. Uncle Yu said, no matter what force we're dealing with, I believe our top priority should be to establish our defenses. We've acquired so many weapons from West Mountain Base. It's time to put them to use. Zhang Yi nodded. It seems that building defense lines is a pressing matter. I killed a few people from the Morning Dew base at the West Mountain Base, and there was also a mutant. If they find out the truth, we will definitely not escape their revenge. At this time, the timid Chun Lei was so scared that his face turned pale. It seems that the situation is very bad. Chun Lei is a typical pessimist. As soon as he opens his mouth, it is full of negative energy. The news of the destruction of the West Mountain Base has spread. All major forces are eyeing this piece of cake like tigers. They are likely to fight for this fat meat. We are so close to the West Mountain Base. I'm afraid it will be very easy to involve us. Zhang Yi looked at him and said, so what's your brilliant idea, fatty? Chun Lei had a pondering look. When his fat face makes this expression, it always gives people a sense of pretentiousness. I think it's best to fortify our defenses. Don't leave casually. Zhang Yi nodded. This fat man, to say the least, his ability to stay alive out of fear is also unique, basically thinking the same as him. At this time, Lu Karen interjected, even if we hide in the shelter and don't provoke them, there's no guarantee that they will not come to attack us. Zhang Yi said, so we have to quickly build a good line of defense to cope with all changes with constancy. After all, we can't control what others want to do, right? At this time, Lu Karen still looked pensive, as if he had something to say but stopped. Zhang Yi saw this and laughed. Everyone can speak freely. Anyway, it's a discussion now. Maybe your ideas can open everyone's minds. After receiving Zhang Yi's encouragement, only then did Lu Karen feel relieved to say, I think we still need to go out for a trip. Half of the outer wall of the shelter was destroyed by Ling Feng and the others before. I think we still need to get some materials to reinforce it. Zhang Yi rubbed his chin and said, this matter is indeed very important. The materials from the West Mountain Base can only be used to build the outer defense line. The shelter's defense has been greatly reduced after the bombing. Although going out has certain risks, at least we haven't had a direct conflict with the four major forces yet, so we must not delay. We have to take time to go out in the next 2 days. After all, the other party is not familiar with our side yet. They don't dare to act rashly either. At this time, Liang Yu's words were already on the tip of her tongue. Suddenly it was preempted by Yang Xinxin. Liang Yu had to swallow her words back. Everyone pays attention to Yang Xinxin's speech, because this girl has a high IQ. Many opinions are very forward-looking. Yang Xinxin said calmly, I think everyone doesn't need to be too nervous, let alone be in a fluster because of this. Take the West Mountain Base as an example. Even if they originally had strong armed forces, but they could not control the entire West Mountain area, it is probably not so easy for other forces to reach us. And the four major forces are also checking and balancing each other. They will definitely also produce a sense of vigilance. The West Mountain Base was destroyed overnight. There should be no big moves in the short term, so I judge. First, our time is still very abundant. As for the defense line, we should also start building it. After all, preparedness averts peril. At the same time, we should also take this time, collect some useful materials back. At this time, Yang Xinxin gave Zhang Yi a wink. Brother Zhang Yi, it must be very difficult to collect materials for repairing the shelter, right? Zhang Yi's mind turned a little and guessed Yang Xinxin's intention. He nodded and said, those are all rare materials. It will definitely take a lot of time to find them. bestharem. Yang Xinxin looked at the nervous Liang Yu. Teacher Liang, you should also tell them to stock up on food in Su family town. At this moment, Liang Yu couldn't help blurting out, that's what I'm worried about. If there are really enemies attacking, wouldn't Su family town on the other side of the river be very dangerous? Yang Xinxin looked at Liang Yu with her head tilted and said, do you want to protect them for the rest of your life? I just told you to tell them to prepare supplies in advance, and then hide as much as possible. You don't have to worry too much. I just said, this area should be safe in the short term. At this time, Zhang Yi had already confirmed Yang Xinxin's idea. It turned out that this was to prepare to borrow a knife to kill someone. She deliberately described the situation as not so tense, to avoid Liang Yu asking Zhang Yi to bring those students to Lark Manor for protection. Secondly, if there are really enemies attacking, the first to be solved must be Su family town, the outpost of Lark Manor. This move of borrowing a knife to kill is really amazing. After listening to Yang Xinxin's explanation, Liang Yu was deep in thought. She was also very clear. Su family town is completely an outpost of Lark Manor. From a geographical point of view, to attack Lark Manor, it is necessary to solve Su family town first. Thinking of this, Liang Yu thought of a proposal. Can my students come to help build the defense line in exchange for food and protection? Zhang Yi did not directly answer Liang Yu's question, but asked back with some sarcasm. I don't know if your students have learned to fish. If they don't learn in this weather, someone might really die. Liang Yu felt very embarrassed. She also heard the hidden meaning in Zhang Yi's words. How can they expect those good-for-nothings who can't even learn to fish on the icy river to be of any help? At this time, Yang Xinxin comforted Liang Yu. Don't worry, Teacher Liang. I just said, it is unlikely that the enemy will appear in the short term, and those are all my guesses. Maybe nothing will happen. Just then, Zhang Yi suddenly said the opposite of his usual. Since Teacher Liang is still so worried, then I will try to help you. He was heard smiling at Liang Yu. If there is really any danger here, I can arrange for your students to move to other villas in Lark Manor. There are still many intact villas around the shelter. It's not a problem to accommodate those students. Everyone looked at Zhang Yi with their mouths agape. No one believed that these words came out of Zhang Yi's mouth, especially Liang Yu. After all, in her impression, Zhang Yi is not a big philanthropist who does good deeds. At this time, only Yang Xinxin looked at Zhang Yi calmly, with eyes full of admiration. Looking at everyone's shocked eyes, Zhang Yi said with a smile, don't look at me with those eyes. Am I really that ruthless in your eyes? Liang Yu's face was a little embarrassed, thinking silently in her heart, aren't you? Zhang Yi shook his head. Those were things of the past. After all, we weren't comrades in arms at that time, but now it's completely different. You, Liang Yu, are now my companion, equivalent to my family. So as long as it's someone you want to protect, I will definitely help you protect them. At this moment, Zhang Yi's eyes were incredibly sincere. Liang Yu was instantly moved to tears, causing ripples in the heart of this 27-year-old single female teacher. Originally, she had been holding a grudge for taking her dragon's roar long sword. Now she seems to have completely let it go. I really don't know how to thank you, Zhang Yi. Zhang Yi shook his head with a smile. Don't be so distant. In the future, we will all be in the same boat. Your matters are my matters. You just need to do your duty to protect everyone's safety. The subtext is that as long as you obediently listen to me and slash whoever I tell you to slash, that's enough. Liang Yu nodded with determination in her eyes. At this moment, Zhang Yi's image in her heart became extraordinarily tall. She even felt a little self-blame for having such deep prejudices against Zhang Yi before. At this time, Zhang Yi suddenly stood up and said, time is of the essence. I will arrange the work now. I plan to use Lark Manor as the center. At the same time, I will go out with Lu Karen to find repair materials and build a solid line of defense. Before I come back, no one is allowed to leave the shelter to avoid unnecessary trouble. After the meeting, the few women prepare a table full of delicacies in order to welcome Liang Yu to join their team. After seeing these delicacies, Liang Yu's eyes almost popped out. Before even picking up her chopsticks, saliva had already flowed onto the table. She completely disregarded her image and ate and drank frantically to the point that she was stuffed. Her stomach and intestines were immediately troubled. She was seen holding her stomach with a painful expression. Shokir saw the problem at a glance. It should be that she ate too poorly before, and now suddenly having meat and fish, her stomach and intestines can't stand it. Shokir quickly helped Liang Yu to lie down in the room, and also brought her some stomach medicine. Lying alone on the bed, this warm feeling made her so moved that she almost cried. She couldn't help telling herself in her heart, this time, I really made the right choice. After lunch, everyone else is responsible for cleaning, except Lu Karen, who looks somewhat sullen. Seeing this, Zhang Yi calls her over and says, Lu Karen, I noticed something was off in your eyes during lunch. Lu Karen quickly waves her hands and says, Brother Zhang Yi, it's nothing, I'm fine. Lu Karen, who is as innocent as a blank sheet of paper, cannot hide anything on her face, which Zhang Yi, with his keen eye, quickly notices. He flicks her on the forehead and says, sit down. Why are you acting so mysterious with me? Just speak your mind. Remember, we are family. You shouldn't keep secrets from your own family, understand? Lu Karen looks around to make sure no one else is in the living room before she relaxes. She whispers to Zhang Yi, big brother, why did you agree to protect those students? They are very bad. You must have seen what they did before. Those guys are not good people. After the apocalypse, Yang Xinshin and I were bullied terribly. To keep Teacher Liang, you have to support them for a lifetime? Why? Lu Karen asks, puzzled. Zhang Yi looks at Lu Karen meaningfully, then affectionately touches her forehead and says, don't worry, it won't be for too long. The outside environment is so harsh. These weaklings will soon die of cold or starvation, and I also have some preparations. Lu Karen suddenly realizes, Big Brother is really Big Brother, never letting me down. Zhang Yi shushes her. Some things are better not discussed at home. Tomorrow, let's go out and look for materials to repair the shelter. I'll tell you more about it then. Lu Karen's worries disappear, and her face brightens with happiness. Okay, Big Brother, but where will we find the materials? There's a material factory not far from here. We can check it out. Okay, then I'll go prepare a list of materials. Watching her leave, Zhang Yi starts to ponder. It's time to let the outsiders take action, to get rid of that useless pack of wolves. The people from other forces are my subordinates. They won't just obey me. I have to wait for the right moment. In the afternoon, Chun Lei is in charge of collecting materials. Zhang Yi uses his spatial abilities to transport ice blocks. Liang Yu handles the cutting, and Uncle Yu is responsible for the construction. Uncle Yu, bring the materials here. Pay attention to the joints between the ice bricks and the steel bars. Alright, while everyone is busy, Zhang Yi casually sees some figures moving on the opposite bank of the river. He takes out his binoculars and sees Wu Chenyu sneaking into a room with a young woman. At that moment, Chun Lei collapses from exhaustion, but Zhang Yi watches the scene through the binoculars with interest and laughs. Such a hopeless case. It seems that the food we gave you is still too much. Then, Zhang Yi calls Liang Yu over. Teacher Liang, you better go back and feed the students. It's getting late. By the way, I think I owe you an apology. Liang Yu, puzzled, asks, apologize for what? Zhang Yi sincerely said, I always thought your students were selfish, but I just realized that I was wrong about them. I just saw one of your students helping a poor girl across the river in that house. He must still be happily helping. You should hurry and send him some food. Liang Yu immediately realized that her student might be up to no good again, and she turned and ran towards the opposite bank of the river. Inside that room, Wu Chenyu blocked the door with a wooden board. Looking at the woman sitting on the bed, looking exhausted, he thought, I used to find the top girls in Heavenly Sea City, and now I have to settle for this village girl. The woman respectfully stood by the bed. Wu Chenyu pulled out half a box of food from his chest and threw it on the bed, saying coldly, be proactive, I don't have time to dilly-dally. The girl slowly undressed and climbed onto Wu Chenyu's body. Soon, sounds that made one blush echoed in the room. By then, Liang Yu had arrived outside the house. Hearing the indescribable noises inside, she was stunned, unable to believe that it was her student inside. In the post-apocalyptic world of Su Family Town, women had lost the main breadwinners of their families, making even survival difficult. Thus, it was unlikely that love was the motive. She must have been coerced or was trading her body for something. As a woman, Liang Yu couldn't allow her hard-protected student to bully another female. With this in mind, Liang Yu kicked open the door. Wu Chenyu, shirtless, suddenly sat up. Seeing Liang Yu, his face turned pale. Liang Yu looked at the numb-faced woman in front of her and then at the box of food on the bed, and everything became clear to her. Her mind went blank. Wu Chenyu was also stunned, but then thought, since the matter was already exposed, why not just be straightforward? After all, Teacher Liang was kind-hearted and might even forgive him. Wu Chenyu brazenly asked Liang Yu, Teacher Liang, I'm a young man with needs. I hope you can understand me. Besides, she and I are consensual. I did not go against the woman's will. Saying this, Wu Chenyu patted the woman's face. The woman emotionlessly looked at Liang Yu and then numbly nodded. Liang Yu's face remained calm, her shock and anger leaving her somewhat at a loss. She simply looked coldly at Wu Chenyu and asked, aren't we short on food? Then why use it for this? Wu Chenyu's face changed slightly, knowing he couldn't reveal to Liang Yu how the food was obtained. Since Liang Yu left, the order among the students simplified. Leveraging his strong build, Wu Chenyu gathered a few capable classmates and took over the entire group. Thus, he not only had enough to eat, but also had surplus to exchange for services from the women of Su Family Town. Gritting his teeth, Wu Chenyu yelled at Liang Yu, Teacher Liang, why must you meddle so much? Just keep providing us with food. That's all you need to do. We're not getting enough food every day anyway. It's better to let a few eat their fill and let the rest fend for themselves. You just need to provide the food. How we distribute it among ourselves is our business, not yours. Liang Yu was struck as if by lightning, unable to respond for a moment. Then, Wu Chenyu, somewhat displeased, pulled the woman closer and said, Teacher Liang, could you please leave for a bit? You're ruining the mood, which is quite rude. Wu Chenyu had reached a point of recklessness, confident in Liang Yu's compassionate nature, knowing that no matter what he did, Liang Yu would not simply ignore them. After all, the kind-hearted Teacher Liang could not bear to watch her students perish in this post-apocalyptic world. Liang Yu closed her eyes, her mind blank, and then she rushed out. At that moment, Chun Lei and Zhang Yi were eating, and seeing Liang Yu return looking distraught, Zhang Yi said teasingly, your student is really a model of helpfulness. Liang Yu looked up at Zhang Yi without intending to argue, but said despondently, do you always think I'm a fool? Before Zhang Yi could respond, she answered her own question, yes, I really am foolish. Zhang Yi, hands in pockets, said lightly, don't blame me for letting you see the truth. Reality is cruel, but I won't interfere in whatever you choose to do next. I will respect your decisions. Liang Yu nodded without responding. Her mind was in turmoil, and her eyes lost focus as she walked aimlessly toward the shelter. She just wanted to be alone. Chunlei, curious, came over and asked, "Boss, what shocked her like this?" Zhang Yi, with an indifferent tone, replied, "She saw her student bullying a girl from Su family town, probably using the food I provided for a dirty transaction." Chunlei's eyes widened. "I was wondering what you were watching with those binoculars. Why didn't you let me see such exciting stuff? That's really not cool." Zhang Yi, exasperated, said, "Is that your main concern?" Back at the shelter, Liang Yu locked herself in, squatting in a corner lost in confusion. She realized that all her efforts since the apocalypse seemed futile and self-deluding. After a long while, a knock on the door brought Liang Yu back to her senses. She heard Zhang Yi's concerned voice from outside. "Liang Yu, are you alright?" Liang Yu gathered her emotions, wiped her slightly red eyes, and opened the door. "I'm sorry, Zhang Yi. I'll make up for the work I missed today. I just wanted to be alone for a while." She thought Zhang Yi was there to urge her to work on the defenses. Zhang Yi waved his hand. "No rush. The defenses can wait a couple of days. I was a bit worried about you, so I came to check on you." This unexpected concern momentarily stunned Liang Yu. Then she replied with a blush, "I'm fine. I just really needed some quiet." Zhang Yi looked into the room and smiled. "Are you going to make me talk to you from the doorway?" Liang Yu awkwardly stepped aside. "Come in and sit." Zhang Yi made himself comfortable on the bed, and then said gently, "I know what happened with your student hit you hard, but life must go on. I hope you won't think too much about it." Then Zhang Yi gave a neighborly boyish grin. "Actually, if you ever have any troubles in the future, you can come and talk to me. I'm a pretty good listener." Zhang Yi knew that women are most vulnerable emotionally after a setback, and he didn't mind having another woman fall for him. In fact, Zhang Yi didn't really intend to take advantage of Liang Yu. He merely wanted to foster feelings in her to increase her loyalty. Hearing this, Liang Yu's mood did lighten a bit. "Zhang Yi, do you all think I'm foolish?" Zhang Yi communicated with her through his gaze for 2 seconds before saying, "Sometimes, it's really hard to understand." Suddenly, Zhang Yi changed the tone of the conversation. "But I also believe you must have your reasons." Liang Yu looked up at the ceiling, recalling her past. "I was sent to learn martial arts at the age of 3. Although I was a girl, I was no weaker than any boy my age. But as I grew up, I realized that people like us who practice martial arts generally have only 2 paths. One is to become a martial arts star, and the other is to open a martial arts school and take on disciples. But neither of those lives were what I wanted. Later, I became a bodyguard." Liang Yu slowly opened up, sharing her inner journey. Zhang Yi was not exactly an emotional guru, but he knew that when a woman talks about her past with you, it means she has let down her guard. It also meant that this was the biggest opportunity to make a move. "So, Zhang Yi timely played his part. So you became the best bodyguard, huh?" Mentioning her glorious past brought a smile to Liang Yu's lips. "Indeed, those were the highlights of my life." Later, Azure Sky Academy recruited me as a physical education teacher, mainly to teach self-defense to the children of nobles. After the apocalypse, everything we had no longer existed. Family, friends, status, money, all gone. All I had left was the duty to protect my students, and what has kept me going is just that lingering sense of mission. Liang Yu held her head, guilt-ridden, and said, "I know that according to your style, you would have let them fend for themselves long ago, letting them perish. I have thought about living more selfishly, but as a teacher, protecting my students is my duty. It's my creed. If I were to lose that creed, I wouldn't know what the point of surviving this apocalypse would be." As she spoke, Liang Yu's tears flowed freely. After hearing this, Zhang Yi suddenly felt a bit more understanding of her, then asked with concern, "People live just to be alive. Don't add too much unnecessary stuff to yourself." Zhang Yi patted Liang Yu's shoulder. "It used to be just you persevering, but now it's different. We at the shelter are a whole. We stand together. We're companions. We're family. The people here in the shelter are completely different from those students who burden you." As he spoke, Zhang Yi took Liang Yu's hand. "If you really need a creed, from now on, let us be your creed." Liang Yu's face instantly turned red. What are you saying?" Liang Yu, nearly 27 years old and due to her job, had never dated or even held hands with the opposite sex. Zhang Yi's sudden heartfelt gesture overwhelmed her. Zhang Yi continued, "If you've lost your faith, build a new one with us. We can all be your bonds. Don't live so hard. It would really pain me." At this moment, Liang Yu's blood rushed to her head. Although Zhang Yi's words were quite cheesy, they seemed to be effective on her. This kind of confession-like interaction greatly increased her favorable impression of Zhang Yi. Liang Yu shyly pulled her hand back, unable to meet Zhang Yi's eyes. "Thank you. I feel much better." Seeing that the time was right, Zhang Yi planned to stop while ahead, and then sincerely asked, "Feeling better now? Having someone to talk to does help a lot, but I'm still very disappointed in those students." Liang Yu paused for a moment and then gently nodded. Maybe they just need to grow up some more. Zhang Yi didn't want to say much more. He knew that Liang Yu wouldn't be able to give up on those students just yet, but at least he had significantly weakened their importance in her mind today. After leaving Liang Yu's room and coming downstairs, he ran into Yang Xinxin, who asked meaningfully, "Brother, did you win over Teacher Liang?" Zhang Yi shrugged and said, "More or less. I'm not really interested in your teacher. Teacher Liang is quite beautiful. beautiful, and you're not interested, brother? You really have high standards. Then, Zhang Yi moved closer to Yang Xinxin and told her about the day's events. She is beautiful, but she comes with troubles. I hate troubles the most. I don't even know why those students are worth worrying about, using the food she works so hard to obtain in Su family town. Yang Xinxin's disgust was apparent. Those guys really could do such disgusting things. Zhang Yi said indifferently, I've already played the good cop. Next, it's your turn to play the bad cop. It would be best if Liang Yu completely loses heart in those guys. That way, I can deal with them without any worries. Yang Xinxin smirked. Of course, I should definitely lend a hand, shouldn't I? After this ordeal, Liang Yu's attitude towards those students will definitely not be the same as before. The next day, Uncle Yu quickly came up and asked, do you want us to come with you? It wouldn't be good if we run into enemies again. Zhang Yi patted Flower on the shoulder. No need, I'll just take Flower. You guys stay here and keep building the defenses. We need someone to watch the house. Lu Karen, dressed in a tactical uniform, was excited and playfully saluted Zhang Yi. Lu Karen is ready for battle, awaiting your orders, leader. Seeing her playful and cute demeanor, Zhang Yi couldn't help but pinch her nose. You little rascal. Lu Karen stuck out her tongue. I feel super cool in this outfit. Zhang Yi teased. Clothes can be deceiving, especially for women. Lu Karen playfully punched Zhang Yi's shoulder. Their playful banter resembled that of a couple newly in love. Zhang Yi pulled out a handgun and handed it to Lu Karen. Alright, let's head out. The situation outside is uncertain. Let's go and come back quickly without delay. You can handle this, right? Lu Karen's eyes lit up, and she immediately took the gun and slipped it into her side pouch. No problem. The two left the shelter. Zhang Yi had already decided on the destination, the renowned Expansive Group. Their building materials were world-class high-end goods. Crucially, they were also the designated supplier for the War Dragon Group, and since his shelter was constructed by the War Dragon Group, Zhang Yi believed their warehouse would definitely have the materials needed for the shelter. On the way, Lu Karen brought up the question from yesterday again. Big brother, about that question from yesterday, can you talk to me about it properly now? Zhang Yi glanced at Lu Karen and asked, do you really dislike the other students? Lu Karen nodded vigorously. Those guys were too harsh on Yang Xinxin at the beginning. They were pretty awful to me too. Honestly, I don't want to see them, much less live with them. Listening to Lu Karen's complaints, Zhang Yi kept a slight smile on his face, even feeling tempted to share his plan with her. But then he thought better of it. Considering Lu Karen's bluntness, if she accidentally spilled the beans, it could create problems if Liang Yu found out ahead of time. So Zhang Yi switched tactics. Don't worry, I dislike those guys too. I definitely won't let them disturb our peaceful life. Let those jerks live across the river. With their self-sufficiency skills, they'll starve or freeze to death sooner or later. And who knows, maybe they'll accidentally get into trouble if we clash with other forces again. Of course, I promised Liang Yu I wouldn't touch them, so it's all up to their luck now. After understanding Zhang Yi's stance, Lu Karen finally felt relieved, but she then worriedly approached him. Big brother, Teacher Liang is a very soft-hearted woman. What if those guys run into danger and she brings them near our shelter? Zhang Yi dismissed the concern with a laugh. It's the apocalypse now. Human life is cheap. I promised Liang Yu, but even if I can't keep that promise, she should be able to understand. It will depend on how you and Yang Xinxin act. You know Teacher Liang loves her students. If my words don't carry weight, you two will have to try harder. Lu Karen bluntly said. I get what you mean, big brother. So you want me and Yang Xinxin to sort of brainwash Teacher Liang? Compared to those unlucky kids from Su family town, you and Yang Xinxin are undoubtedly more favored by Liang Yu. You don't need me to tell you how to make her love you more, right? Understood. Soon, they arrived near the factory of Expansive Group. Just when Zhang Yi suddenly spotted 3 vehicles parked not far away, he quickly grabbed his binoculars for a closer look. He saw 3 modified combat vehicles parked ahead, and Lu Karen, curious, asked, Big brother, what do you see? Zhang Yi handed the binoculars to Lu Karen, who, after taking a look, couldn't help but criticize. This thing looks like a mishmash. Can it even run? What have they modified it into? It's a total mess. Makes me want to gouge my eyes out. Zhang Yi sighed and said, I really underestimated their efficiency. That group has already invaded from the border towards West Mountain Base. To prevent any surprise attacks, Zhang Yi cautiously activated the dimensional gate in front of their vehicle. Zhang Yi hesitated, not wanting to engage in any conflicts right now, but also eager to repair the shelter, so he had to go over there. Yet without knowing who these people were and what their capabilities were, acting rashly was not his style. At this moment, Lu Karen excitedly said, Big brother, the cost-performance ratio of these people's modifications is too low. The maximum speed can't possibly exceed 20 kilometers per hour. Moreover, the modifications are so rough that the fuel consumption is several times that of a snow vehicle. They really are spending money like water. They deployed 3 vehicles in one go. Hearing this, Zhang Yi had a moment of inspiration and suddenly asked, You're saying these vehicles burn a lot of fuel, right? Lu Karen put down the binoculars, her face full of disgust, and said, Yeah, these off-road vehicles weigh much more than a snow vehicle. The modifications not only add weight but are also barely functional, consuming at least 5 times the fuel of our vehicle. Upon hearing this, Zhang Yi immediately realized fast. These days, gasoline is hard to come by. Initially, West Mountain Base was reluctant to use snow vehicles. The only ones who could afford such luxury are those holed up in the oil refinery, the Radiant Prosperity Base. Radiant Prosperity Base is nearly across the entire Heavenly Sea City from here. Now that he had identified these people, Zhang Yi felt more confident. Having come all this way, he couldn't return empty-handed. He planned to talk to these people. If he could peacefully get the materials, that would be ideal. But if things turned rough, Zhang Yi wasn't afraid to confront them. Zhang Yi said to Lu Karen, there might be a conflict soon. Prepare yourself mentally. Zhang Yi drove the car directly up to them, and before he even got close, 5 or 6 people using the vehicle for cover aimed their guns at him. A long-haired man shouted, "Stop! This place has been claimed by our Radiant Prosperity Base. Which faction are you with?" Zhang Yi remained vigilant, having activated his 4 times speed ability. If anyone dared to pull the trigger, he would be able to retaliate instantly. Zhang Yi raised his hands and stepped out of the car, Flower following closely. "Don't misunderstand. I mean no harm. You got to this factory first, and I have no objections to that. I just need some materials and hope you could accommodate that." The long-haired man noticed the sword emblem on Zhang Yi's clothing, and his expression became much more serious. He thought to himself, wasn't West Mountain Base wiped out? Could this be a remnant? The members of Radiant Prosperity Base started discussing among themselves. A wiped out base wouldn't have any formidable people left, would it? But his vehicle looks pretty good. Don't act rashly. Anyone who can survive this long isn't ordinary, especially someone who doesn't show any fear even when faced with so many of us. He's definitely tough. Call the leader over. Then, someone said to Zhang Yi, "We need to consult with our leader about this. We'll talk to you after he arrives." Zhang Yi maintained a relaxed smile on his face, though internally he was quite anxious. At that moment, he saw someone using the same method he had previously used, entering the factory through a skylight with a rope. After a while, a man with a large beard climbed up from inside the factory. The flame emblem on his chest indicated he was a captain-level figure from Radiant Prosperity Base, meaning even if he wasn't a mutant, he was definitely a formidable character. Zhang Yi did not intend to start a conflict. Getting the materials peacefully was the best option, especially since Zhang Yi did not want to make enemies with both Morning Dew and Radiant Prosperity. Captain Gao Yuan of Radiant Prosperity Base coldly asked, "Are you from West Mountain Base?" Zhang Yi had a moment of inspiration, since the other party didn't know his true identity, and he was wearing the uniform of West Mountain Base. He said, "I am indeed the captain of the West Mountain Base Special Forces, Zhang Beihai." As the base with the strongest armed forces among the 4 major bases, even though it was known that the base had been destroyed, it was impossible to assess the remaining forces' strength. Sure enough, Gao Yuan's expression became serious when he heard Zhang Yi introduce himself. "So, you are the captain from West Mountain Base. No wonder you dare to come here alone." Gao Yuan's demeanor turned somewhat unfriendly. "Are you here to drive us away? I must say up front, your stronghold has been taken down, and your remaining forces are not enough to compete with my Radiant Prosperity Base, so I advise you to be sensible." Gao Yuan believed Zhang Yi's words, as the combat uniform was officially crafted and only available to their 4 major bases, making it extremely difficult for outsiders to replicate, especially in this post-apocalyptic world. Zhang Yi calmly said, "It's just a small materials factory. If friends from Radiant Prosperity Base really like it, then take it. However, I came here today just to pick up a few materials, and I hope you can understand." After hearing this, Gao Yuan's expression became complicated. They were ordered to occupy this location originally to seize some key resources, and they hadn't considered that West Mountain Base still had remnants. However, considering there were only 2 of them, it seemed unrealistic that they could move much material. After thinking it over, Gao Yuan said to Zhang Yi, "You can go in, but I'll only give you half an hour." Hearing this, Zhang Yi quickly signaled Lu Karen to get out of the car. The materials needed Lu Karen's expertise to identify, and Zhang Yi needed to keep her close to ensure her safety. Lu Karen curiously asked, "What about the car? Aren't we going to put it away?" At this point, Zhang Yi didn't elaborate much, as he would never easily show his abilities in front of strangers. They couldn't take it anyway. The 2 headed towards the factory, with Flower following behind them. Just then, Gao Yuan suddenly drew his pistol at an extremely fast speed and pulled the trigger directly at Zhang Yi. Fortunately, Flower's body inflated like a balloon in an instant, firmly shielding them from behind. Flower's eyes turned blood red as he turned his head back, and bullets from about a dozen people came raining down, all blocked by Flower's massive body. During the battle at West Mountain Base, Flower also absorbed the power of several mutants, greatly enhancing its combat abilities. Facing such intense gunfire was like a mere tickle to it. The people from Radiant Prosperity Base were stunned. What kind of monster was this? They had never seen such a mutant creature before. Gao Yuan shouted, "Don't panic, aim for its eyes." Enraged, Flower charged headfirst at them, biting off the upper half of one man's body, causing the others to scatter in terror. At that moment, Zhang Yi noticed that they all began performing the same action. They took out syringe-like devices and fiercely injected themselves in their arms. It seemed to be some kind of drug to enhance their fighting abilities. Indeed, their veins bulged and their expressions turned feral almost immediately. Flower was unfazed by these changes and, after a loud howl, charged forward. The men quickly dodged. Their speed had clearly increased, but Flower, known for its agility as a feline creature, was not something humans could outpace with just a drug. Lu Karen clung tightly to Zhang Yi. Just then, a blazing bullet was shot towards Zhang Yi from behind. Zhang Yi then realized their tactic. The drugged soldiers were meant to distract Flower while their real target was him. Zhang Yi sensed the bullet wrapped in flames. Could this be the big bearded man's special ability? Zhang Yi activated Dimensional Gate at 4 times speed, instantly sucking in the bullet. Gao Yuan was dumbfounded. "You're a mutant too," Zhang Yi sneered. "Now it's your turn to taste my bullets." Zhang Yi raised his dual guns and began firing continuously while gently telling Lu Karen, "Cover your ears." Lu Karen obediently covered her ears from behind, not forgetting to watch Zhang Yi, who looked utterly composed. Gao Yuan and his men instinctively dodged, but even though they spread out, the bullets followed a bizarre trajectory through the air, striking each of them precisely in the head, including Captain Gao Yuan. All were instantly killed. Even in their dying moment, their eyes were full of confusion and disbelief. Bullets that turn corners? How could that be possible? Zhang Yi arrogantly blew on the gun barrel, while the look of admiration in Lu Karen's eyes was nearly overflowing. Nearby, Flower quickly finished the fight, chewing a few of the men before disdainfully spitting them out. Looking at the corpses scattered around, Zhang Yi sighed in resignation. "I just wanted to talk, but you had to sneak attack, forcing me to take action. I'm really a pacifist, but you always push me. It's so hard being me." Now he had provoked both Morning Dew and Radiant Prosperity bases. Dealing with one was already troublesome enough. If they teamed up against him, that would really complicate things. However, there was no helping it. The other party was stepping out of line, and he couldn't just indulge them. At that moment, Lu Karen came up excitedly and said, "Brother Zhang Yi, you are so cool. They couldn't even touch the hem of your clothes before they all went down. Those guys really overestimated themselves." As Zhang Yi crouched down to search Gao Yuan's body, he said to Lu Karen, "Although my ability isn't meant for combat, I have absorbed the power of so many mutants that, without being modest, I'm now frighteningly strong." Lu Karen curiously asked, "Big brother, what are you doing?" Zhang Yi found a syringe on Gao Yuan and said, "Got it." He held up the syringe and muttered, "Is this the stimulant they were using just now? It seems to be more potent than the ones Zhou provided. I'll take it back for Zhou to study. It might come in handy later, maybe even save our lives in a critical moment." Then, Zhang Yi also found some communication devices on their bodies. "I'll take these back for Yang Xinxin to analyze. Maybe we can get some intel on Radiant Prosperity Base." At that moment, Lu Karen, looking worried, said, "Brother Zhang Yi, should we leave here quickly? What if they have reinforcements? It could get messy." Zhang Yi laughed. "Radiant Prosperity Base is more than 200 kilometers away from here, across Heavenly Sea City. It's not easy for them to send support. Their fuel resources are so precious. They definitely need to keep most of their forces at home." As he spoke, Zhang Yi absorbed all the bodies into a different dimension and cleaned up the battlefield, even taking the makeshift combat vehicles with him. Although the conflict had erupted, delaying their discovery of the truth was beneficial since his defenses still needed time to be fortified. After cleaning up the scene, Zhang Yi said seriously, "Let's quickly find the materials and get back to repair the shelter. It looks like we can't avoid a big battle coming up." Zhang Yi then strutted toward the factory. He couldn't be bothered to break through the wall himself, so he instructed Flower, "Go make a path for me. I'll reward you with 10 packs of dried fish when we get back." At those words, Flower instantly transformed into a giant beast and charged forward, smashing a large hole in the factory wall. The two entered through the hole into the vast factory. Zhang Yi followed Lu Karen's pointing. Wherever she pointed, he collected. He took any potentially useful materials, leaving nothing behind. If the factory hadn't been so large, Zhang Yi would have liked to take everything. Soon, the two of them, along with their feline companion, drove away from the factory. In the car, Zhang Yi suddenly sighed and said, "The fuse has been lit. Conflict could erupt at any moment now." At that moment, Zhang Yi thought to himself, since things have come to this, he might as well take advantage of the situation to fully resolve the troubles with Su Family Town. He already had a rough plan in mind, but he didn't intend to tell Lu Karen about it just yet. Instead, he said to Lu Karen, "Let's keep what happened here today just between us for now." Lu Karen was puzzled and asked, "Why is that? Wouldn't it be better to let everyone know in advance so they can be mentally prepared?" Zhang Yi didn't go into much detail, but said seriously, "I will urge everyone to speed up the construction of the defenses and prepare as thoroughly as possible, but what happened today might cause unnecessary panic. When the time is right, I will tell everyone. Understand?" Lu Karen was silent for 2 seconds, then nodded vigorously. "Understood. I know brother must be considering the bigger picture." Even though she didn't know Zhang Yi's real motives, her loyalty was with Zhang Yi. Whatever decision he made, she would support it unconditionally. Soon, Zhang Yi returned to the construction site of the defensive line, where Uncle Yu immediately came up to ask, "How did it go today? Did you encounter any trouble?" Zhang Yi feigned calm and smiled. "Everything went smoothly, and we got a lot of materials." Zhang Yi continued, "I've always said that people from other forces can barely manage their own territories, let alone covet the resources of West Mountain." Hearing this, Lian Yu's expression visibly relaxed. "If that's really the case, that's great. My students will be safe." But then Zhang Yi suddenly changed the topic. "However, I also think your concerns are not unreasonable. Although it is safe for now, it doesn't hurt to be prepared. Personally, I don't mind if your students need to move here in case of danger, but I feel bad about Yang Xinxin and Lu Karen. After all, there's deep animosity between them that can't be resolved quickly." Zhang Yi knew he had to change his tone. If he kept promoting safety, and if danger did come, Lian Yu might link it back to him, so it was better to shift the focus of the conflict onto someone else. Sure enough, Lian Yu hesitated upon hearing Zhang Yi's analysis. Both Yang Xinxin and Lu Karen were closer to her heart. They had been good students, unlike those from Su family town who only caused her trouble. At that moment, Zhang Yi subtly signaled Lu Karen with a gesture behind his back, and she quickly picked up on it, then said with a look of distress, "Teacher Liang, I really don't want to live with them. You don't know how cruel they were to me and Yang Xinxin back at Azure Sky Academy. Just thinking about it makes me lose sleep at night." Hearing Lu Karen's complaint, Liang Yu's face showed guilt. She knew that Yang Xinxin and Lu Karen had been ostracized and bullied by other students, but at that time, she was too busy dealing with Flower and neglected their feelings. Now, realizing she hadn't taken good care of Yang Xinxin and Lu Karen, who had spoken up for her to stay in the shelter, Liang Yu felt conflicted. She put her arm around Lu Karen's shoulder and said sincerely, "You are all my students, and I hope everyone can survive, but they still can't fend for themselves, and if they get hurt under my care, I would feel terribly guilty." Seeing this, Zhang Yi quickly intervened to prevent Lu Karen from being persuaded by Liang Yu. He deliberately changed the subject. "Let's not talk about this for now. We should hurry back and sort out the materials. It's crucial to get the shelter repaired quickly." Saying this, Zhang Yi pulled Lu Karen away and gave Liang Yu a reassuring look. Liang Yu was suddenly touched. Is he trying to help me by handling Lu Karen? After returning to the workshop, Zhang Yi took out all the useful materials. Lu Karen informed Zhang Yi that these materials were more than enough, and the construction could be completed in just 2 or 3 days if aesthetics were not considered. Zhang Yi waved his hand. "What's the point of aesthetics at a time like this? Just focus on making it sturdy." Lu Karen stretched her arms. "Brother Zhang Yi, leave this side to me. You go and take care of the defenses." Following that, Zhang Yi went to Yang Xinxin's room and knocked on the door. Yang Xinxin opened the door with a delighted expression, showing her obedient side only in front of Zhang Yi. "Brother, do you need something?" After locking the door, Zhang Yi recounted the day's events to Yang Xinxin. Considering her intelligence and cunning, Zhang Yi wanted to hear her thoughts. She immediately analyzed, "In just a few days, you've managed to offend both Radiant Prosperity and Morning Dew bases. Although they probably don't know who's behind it yet, it shouldn't be hard to trace it back to you. They lost precious mutants and will definitely investigate thoroughly. They might even come here soon. However, these people are not to be feared. After all, they don't have connections like Chen Xinyan, who could get hold of missiles, so they shouldn't pose a threat to the shelter's safety. Why not use this opportunity to take care of the students from Su family town?" Yang Xinxin spoke very calmly. She didn't particularly despise those students, as she hadn't really suffered at Azure Sky Academy. Although she appeared to be bullied, those who had physically attacked her were mostly taken care of by Flower. Zhang Yi smiled. "That's exactly what needs to be done. Liang Yu is still very useful to me, so we'll have to employ a strategy of using others to eliminate them." After speaking, Zhang Yi took out a signal jammer and connected it to the power supply, then pulled out the communication devices collected today. "These are the satellite phones from members of Radiant Prosperity Base. See if you can extract any crucial intelligence from them. Pass me the data once it's transferred. I need it." Yang Xinxin confidently replied, "Easy, brother. I'll thoroughly analyze the data and hand it over to you once I'm done." Elsewhere, in the vast snowy landscape, a huge refinery was still in operation, noticeably raising the temperature around the plant compared to the surrounding areas. At that moment, inside a workshop at the Radiant Prosperity Base, 2 ragged men were tied up on the ground. A soldier reported, "Leader of the 5 soldiers who attempted to desert, 3 have been killed, and these 2 were captured. Please decide their fate." The 2 men hurriedly cowed out, "Leader, spare our lives. We promise never to run again. Please give us another chance." Xiao Holian, walking up to them in high heels, said, "I have provided you with food and shelter. Why would you still want to run? What can you do outside the refinery? Here you might have to work, but at least you won't freeze or starve to death. What are you after?" Xiao Holian's voice grew colder. "If you don't tell the truth, I'll kill you right now." The 2 men looked at each other, too afraid to speak. Xiao Holian said mockingly, "Don't think I don't know you wanted to flee to the snow worship sect's territory. Is that hypocritical bitch really worth running to?" Frightened, the 2 men couldn't say anything. They just kept knocking their heads on the ground, begging for mercy. Xiao Holian lost interest in questioning them and turned to Zhuge Qingting. "Didn't you say you've developed something new?" Zhuge Qingting adjusted his glasses. The technical department indeed made a breakthrough. It's a new type of collar that can be filled with a micro-explosive. If anyone dares to run again, we can execute them remotely. As soon as he finished speaking, the soldiers put the collars on the two men. Xiao Honglian was eager to test the device. How far does it work? Zhuge Qingting handed over a remote control, about 5 kilometers. So as soon as we detect a slave has vanished, we can immediately detonate it. This should serve as a deterrent. Hearing this, Xiao Honglian was intrigued. Let's play a game. I'll give you 10 minutes. If you can get out of my remote control range, your lives will be spared. You might want to pray because this is a brand new device, and it might not work so well. Without thinking, the two men dashed out. This was their only chance for survival. After 10 minutes, Xiao Honglian pressed the button on her device, and Zhuge Qingting took out a communicator to check with the soldiers. They didn't escape the range. One was successfully detonated, and one was a dud. Just give the word, and I'll execute the remaining one too. Xiao Honglian said with slight anger. Is the tech department useless? When their technology reaches half the level of West Mountain Base, I'll be satisfied. But I always keep my word. Since his luck was so good, let him run. I want to see if he can make it alive to the Snow Worship Sect's territory. Lock all those idiots in the tech department in the darkroom for 3 days. Zhuge Qingting consoled. Our technicians aren't as good as those at West Mountain Base, but it's not entirely their fault. After all, most of the professional weapons engineers were taken by the military long ago. Our base's tech staff are mostly selected from local universities and research institutes. Xiao Honglian sighed. To keep these damned slaves from thinking about escaping, I really have to break my back. But it's all because of that hypocritical woman from the Snow Worship Sect. Someone spread rumors that the leader of the Snow Worship Sect can cure all pains, and that every follower there gets food and shelter. Most importantly, they say everyone is equal there, free from discrimination and oppression. This has led to a constant drain of civilians from all major powers, particularly the Radiant Prosperity Base. Without population, there is no labor force. Xiao Honglian cannot simply ignore this situation. Her method is to enforce a strict policy. Every civilian at the Radiant Prosperity Base has the base's mark branded on their face, making it easy to identify any deserters from Radiant Prosperity Base. Should the Snow Worship Sect dare to shelter slaves with the brand, they must risk becoming enemies with the Radiant Prosperity Base. Even so, the Snow Worship Sect continues to covertly absorb these fleeing slaves. This has led to the most tense relationship between Radiant Prosperity Base and Snow Worship Sect. After all, they are not like West Mountain Base, where the lowest tier of people are in West Mountain Base's 4th life pod, with no worries about them escaping. The labor force of the Radiant Prosperity Base is in the ground-level oil refinery, and no matter how tight the blockade, there will always be those who risk their lives for freedom. Zhuge Qingting continued to reassure. We shouldn't be too pessimistic. Now we just need to figure out a way to carve a big chunk out of West Mountain's territory to greatly alleviate our current pressure. After all, at the end of the day, it's all about resources. At that moment, Xiao Honglian waved her hand. To get a big piece of the pie from West Mountain, we first need to stabilize our own main base. Let the tech department intensify research and quickly improve the stability of the collars. Safety doesn't need to be ensured, but effectiveness must be guaranteed. Zhuge Qingting nodded knowingly, taking Xiao Honglian's instructions to heart. Suddenly, Xiao Honglian asked, has the dispatched Vanguard team achieved anything? Except for the team led by Gao Yuan, which has not yet reported back. The others have returned. Hearing Gao Yuan's name, Xiao Honglian frowned. Gao Yuan was her cousin, who before the apocalypse was the captain of the Heavenly Sea City Armed Police Force. He was defiant and respected by few at the base. Hearing this, a hint of unease flashed through Xiao Honglian's mind. Could he have encountered some danger? Zhuge Qingting pushed his glasses up. Currently, the major powers are quite restrained and won't easily start conflicts unless absolutely necessary. So even if they really encounter other forces, the other side should also give face. Only in the case of competing for a very precious resource would they possibly break the tacit agreement and come to blows. Xiao Honglian's gaze sharpened. The major resource points of Heavenly Sea City have been mostly devoured, and while the remaining resources are useful, they probably aren't worth starting a major conflict over. I am still relatively confident about the other powers. I am not worried about Morning Dew Base, and Emerald Waterside Base also adopts a non-aggression stance. The only concern left is Snow Worship Sect. Just then, a soldier hurriedly reported, we can't find Captain Gao Yuan, and even 3 modified combat vehicles have vanished into thin air. It was only then that Xiao Honglian realized something serious had happened. After all, even if her cousin was reckless, he wouldn't easily break contact with the base, so something must have happened. The soldier continued, their last known location was near the Expansive Group's factory. After that, we lost all contact. Moreover, the Expansive Group's factory shows signs of damage, and almost all the materials inside have been cleared out. Captain Gao Yuan and the others, along with their vehicles, have disappeared. Xiao Honglian quickly asked, don't the vehicles have satellite tracking devices? The soldier continued, that's the bizarre part. We can't detect any signals at all, as if they disappeared into into thin air. Xiao Honglian immediately became anxious. It seems the other side has been planning this for a long time. Could this be a signal for war? Xiao Honglian frantically brainstormed, analyzing all potential suspects. After excluding other possibilities, could it be remnants of West Mountain Base? Or perhaps they hadn't been wiped out, but merely shifted their base. Now they were unaware of Zhang Yi's existence, and couldn't imagine that Heavenly Sea City still harbored such a formidable force. At this point, Zhuge Qingting suggested, Gao Yuan's last known location is closest to Morning Dew Base. Since our relationship with them is still good, why don't we contact them first to see if they have any useful information? Thinking this over, Xiao Honglian pulled out her satellite phone and directly called Wei Dinghai, the leader of Morning Dew Base. Xiao Honglian bluntly said, Brother Wei, my cousin disappeared near the expansive group. Do you know about this? Wei Dinghai cautiously replied, this matter has nothing to do with us. We've also had people disappear from our base, including a mutant who was one of my top aides. I was about to ask who's behind this. Nowadays, mutants are so scarce that even if there are wild mutants out there, they shouldn't be able to stand against well-trained soldiers. Hearing this, Xiao Honglian understood Wei Dinghai's point. The existing powers in Heavenly Sea City were now clear, with West Mountain Base destroyed and the Emerald Waterside Base smiths only wanting to keep to themselves. Thus, only one possibility remained, the damnable Snow Worship sect. Wei Dinghai also found it very plausible. Now the only ones bold enough to strike at two major bases simultaneously could only be Snow Worship sect. The two seemed to instantly form an understanding. They had long disapproved of Snow Worship sect. This religious organization had been absorbing followers, causing their workers to continually defect. Now with a legitimate reason, they certainly wouldn't miss the opportunity, even if they weren't responsible, to resolve a long-standing grudge. After discussing, they decided to find an opportunity to jointly attack the headquarters of Snow Worship sect. At that moment, the real instigator, Zhang Yi, was at home building defenses and a shelter. The shape of the defenses was almost complete, and Zhang Yi began arranging various weapons on them. All weapons could be connected to Zhang Yi's smartphone, allowing him to potentially create a spectacular barrage of fire with just a few taps on his phone. Lu Karen came over to report on the progress. The exterior wall of the shelter has been repaired. This meant that all defense installations were now complete. Although they were not professional builders and the walls were not very aesthetically pleasing, as long as the materials were sturdy, it was fine. With everything successfully completed, Zhang Yi felt much more relaxed. I thought the two bases would take some action, but it seems they are quite patient. It looks like their leaders are not simple. Little did they know that they had no idea about Zhang Yi's force, and were currently planning how to attack the Snow Worship sect's headquarters. At dinner time, several women prepared a big table of dishes to celebrate the completion of the project. Before they had eaten much, Liang Yu put down her chopsticks. Zhang Yi, can I have today's food first? I need to deliver it to the students. Without a second thought, Zhang Yi took out a large bag of food, which Liang Yu took and prepared to leave. Just as Liang Yu was about to leave, Yang Xinxin came up thoughtfully and asked, Teacher Liang, you hardly ate anything. Did those students upset you again? Liang Yu was already full of grievances, and Yang Xinxin's question brought her emotions to the surface. Yang Xinxin held Liang Yu's hand and said in a low, soothing voice, they are really too much. It's not your fault, so why should you bear all this? Even if you don't take care of them, you have no responsibility. Teacher Liang froze for a few seconds upon hearing this, but ultimately she pulled away from Yang Xinxin's hand. I can't do that. No matter what, I am their teacher. If I don't take care of them, no one will. In fact, after days of relentless indoctrination, her thoughts had subtly changed. She had probably completely given up on those students by now. It was just a lingering obsession. Zhang Yi watched this scene with inward delight, thinking, I'm not the villain here. Using others to do the dirty work doesn't dirty my own hands. I'm really a genius. The next day during training, Zhang Yi said to Liang Yu, if you really think your students aren't safe in Su Family Town, then discuss with them about moving near the shelter. But since this involves everyone at the shelter, we should discuss it together. However, Liang Yu said, let's keep things as they are for now. I've talked a lot with Yang Xinxin and Lu Karen recently about the harm they suffered during their time at Azure Sky Academy. I have an inescapable responsibility. I can't ignore their feelings anymore. Besides, the situation isn't so tense now, and they are doing quite well in Su Family Town. Zhang Yi smiled and nodded. That's the spirit. The world is still full of hope, and there's really no need to be constantly fearful. Maintaining a good mindset is very important. Liang Yu was warmed by his words. Touched, she said, I really didn't expect it. You seem so cold on the outside, but your heart is so warm inside. Zhang Yi also started today's training, focusing on jiu-jitsu. Liang Yu mentioned that jiu-jitsu is ideal for sudden close combat, and they began practicing Brazilian jiu-jitsu today. Liang Yu's skills were very proficient, and she quickly locked Zhang Yi in a firm hold, at one point even choking him from behind, maintaining firm control. Zhang Yi seemed to thoroughly enjoy the experience. Zhang Yi could clearly sense that Liang Yu's mindset had slowly started to change. Although she still insisted on delivering food to the students every day, her smile became more frequent when she was at the shelter, and she no longer maintained the aloof and serious demeanor nightmares she once had. That night, Zhang Yi lay in bed thinking for a long time. Should I start my plan now? Now is the best time to deal with those troublesome students in Su Family Town. Just by secretly placing the confiscated satellite phones in Su Family Town, people from Radiant Prosperity Base should be able to find them quickly. By then, I won't need to lift a finger, but this could also potentially draw them here sooner. My defenses are so obvious, it's only a matter of time before I'm discovered. Zhang Yi was unsure of how to decide. According to his own thoughts, it would be best if they never found out that it was him who killed their people, and everyone could live in peace. After all, he now just wanted to live a peaceful life with a few women, tired of all the fighting and killing. But upon further reflection, he realized that was just wishful thinking. Those he had killed were mutants, likely core members of their bases, and the adversaries would certainly not let this go. Even if they were fortunate enough not to get caught, once they took over West Mountain, they would surely discover Lark Manor. In that case, conflict was inevitable. Since the outcome would be the same either way, he decided to take the initiative. Thinking this, Zhang Yi took out the satellite phone, then handed it to Flower, instructing it to place the phone in the student's residence. Flower quietly left the shelter and ran towards Su Family Town. Meanwhile, in the Celestial Tribute District of Heavenly Sea City, snow covered the tall buildings and skyscrapers, a place that once bustled with the densest population in Heavenly Sea City, lively with traffic and nightlife every day. But after the apocalypse, it seemed to have turned into a cemetery of ice and snow. However, a large cathedral was brightly lit at this moment, packed with thousands of devout followers squeezed together, their hands clasped in prayer, looking up earnestly, murmuring continuous prayers. Their gaze was directed towards a woman in a red cloak standing under a massive cross, her fingers interlocked and a face full of compassionate sorrow. As she parted her lips, a deep prayer echoed through the cathedral, and the entire church flowed with a strange power, slowly rotating with the chanting of the sect leader, Yuan Konya. Yuan Konya suddenly raised her voice. May the snow god forever bless the children of the snow worship sect. Let us prove it with our souls and bodies. Her voice seemed to possess a mysterious magic, soothing the soul, momentarily making people forget their hunger and cold. At that moment, a gaunt woman holding a child ran up to Yuan Konya, trembling as she knelt down, lifting her dying child high. Please, leader, save my child. Seeing this, Yuan Konya's eyes filled with compassion. She gently placed her right hand on the child's forehead, and suddenly, a white light swept through the cathedral. Moments later, the child cried out loud. Hearing this sound, every believer in the church was immensely excited, continuously shouting, a miracle. This was one of Yuan Konya's abilities, known as grace. It could instantly heal physical illnesses, and it was precisely because of this ability that the snow worship sect was able to attract so many followers. However, after performing several times, a trace of fatigue appeared on Yuan Konya's face. The high priest quickly stepped forward and said, Leader, please rest for a while. The grace segment can continue after you've recovered. There's no rush. But Yuan Konya pushed the high priest, Jing Yixian, away and said firmly, Continue with the grace. However, as soon as she finished speaking, a loud explosion sounded from behind, followed by continuous, piercing gunfire. The church instantly became chaotic, and Jing Yixian sensed trouble, immediately shouting, Tong Zhan, Dai Mei, protect the leader. Everyone else, follow me out to confront the enemy. Yuan Konya is the symbol of the snow worship sect and typically does not manage the church affairs directly. Most tasks are overseen by the high priest, Jing Yixian. Several people rushed out of the church, while Yuan Konya continued to pray, murmuring a prayer, May the snow god protect the devout followers and lead us away from war and suffering. Inspired, many of the younger and stronger congregants, their eyes filled with fervor and devotion, moved towards the main door, following the priests. After the doors were firmly shut, Yuan Konya calmly said, Continue with the grace ceremony. Outside the church, the sky was ablaze with gunfire. The combined forces of Radiant Prosperity and Morning Dew had arrived. The disappearance of their mutants had enraged them, and they weren't interested in uncovering the truth. If they believed it was the work of the snow worship sect, that was enough. In this apocalyptic world, might makes right, and this was also an opportunity to suppress this growing religious force. Both bases, originally built by the nation for war readiness, were not short of advanced weapons and ample ammunition. In contrast, the snow worship sect was a mixed bag. Even if they had some firearms and ammunition, most were of average quality from the black market, and most followers were not trained to use them. The defenders suffered heavy casualties, yet they all looked resolute and did not shrink back. One even strapped himself with explosives and shouted for the snow god before rushing into the enemy ranks. Xiao Holian, witnessing this scene, was somewhat shocked. They've brainwashed the followers into fearless human bombs. This damned cult. Let's take this opportunity to eradicate them all. Xiao Holian waved her hand and pointed towards the church not far away, shouting, Charge, capture that bitch Yuan Konya. I want to tear her charlatan skin apart. Whoever captures her, I reward him with 50 kilograms of beef. At that moment, several figures appeared at the church's exit. Seeing them, the eyes of the snow worship sect followers immediately lit up with hope. The priests have come. Jing Yixian, leading 3 priests, looked fiercely at the enemy. enemy, kill them. All soldiers focused their fire on Zhang Yi, but facing the barrage of bullets, Zhang Yi remained unflustered. He slowly raised his right hand, and a golden barrier formed in front of him, absorbing all the bullets as if they were stuck in a soft rubber wall. With the release of his hand, all the bullets fell to the ground. Are you trying to tear up the peace agreement? Xiao Honglian stared at this stern man, somewhat fearfully reciting word by word. Zhang Yi, it's you who are breaking the agreement. You kill our mutants. Don't think we don't know. After saying this, she didn't plan to give him a chance to argue. She took out a large jug from behind her, uncorked it, and took a big gulp. After a brief moment of gathering strength, she spat out a massive fire dragon. The red flames illuminated the entire street, with the fire heading straight for Zhang Yi and his group. Seeing this, Zhang Yi spread his arms and, with a chant, forcibly pulled several cars out of the ice and snow with a loud bang, using them to block the surging wave of flames. But even though the fire was blocked, the intense heat still overwhelmed several of the mutants. Zhang Yi shouted, "Our snow worship sect has always been clear about our stance with various parties. We are committed to mutual respect, peaceful coexistence, and win-win cooperation. Could there be some misunderstanding here?" However, Xiao Honglian and Wei Dinghai turned a deaf ear. An arrow once shot does not return to the bow, and they had come to deliver a severe blow to the snow worship sect. The truth no longer mattered to them. Xiao Honglian waved her hand emphatically, "Attack fiercely." Wei Dinghai also showed no sign of weakness, ordering his soldiers to advance in file. Seeing that negotiations were no longer possible, Zhang Yi realized that the opponents were clearly intent on annihilating the snow worship sect. Now, only by fighting could he stop these madmen. Zhang Yi bellowed, "Full counterattack. In the name of the snow god, bring them divine punishment." As soon as his words fell, followers of the snow worship sect swarmed out from every corner like ants. Though ragged and emaciated, each one's eyes sparkled with hope, showing no trace of fear. Armed with kitchen knives and iron rods, they charged towards the enemy. Radiant Prosperity and Morning Dew, both bases equipped with sophisticated weaponry, were armed to the teeth. Especially in terms of cold protection, they were far superior to the civilian members of the snow worship sect. Xiao Honglian's fire dragon had also turned the icy and snowy scene into a sea of flames. Seeing this, Wei Dinghai did not hesitate to act. He took a deep breath, and the air around him instantly condensed into ice, quickly forming a thick, sturdy layer of armor on his body. Then he swung his right hand, and countless ice spikes shot towards the crowd like bullets. Following that, he leaped forward into the fray, initiating a frenzied slaughter. Under the cover of the blizzard, his figure gradually became blurred and hard to detect. In fact, both Xiao Honglian and Wei Dinghai had seized power in their respective shelters through military force. They were the strongest combatants in their forces. The combined strength of the two was no less than that of Ling Feng. Their collaboration instantly disoriented the snow worship sect, but the sect also had its own advantage: sheer numbers, and almost on a different scale. Under Zhang Yixian's command, the followers charged relentlessly forward, falling like flies yet never retreating. Xiao Honglian couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat. These idiots have really been brainwashed by the cult. They're all ready to die. Suddenly, a crazed follower, strapped with explosives, leaped from a high building and plunged into the enemy crowd. The violent explosion caused heavy losses to the allied forces. This scene made all soldiers' scalps tingle. This attack force wasn't their entire strength, as the majority of the troops had stayed back to defend their main bases. The combined forces amounted to just 200 or 300 soldiers. Although well equipped, they struggled to cope with the tens of thousands of sect followers swarming at them. Xiao Honglian turned to lock eyes with Wei Dinghai. "To catch the bandit, first catch the king. Let's coordinate to take down Zhang Yi." This plan coincided exactly with Wei Dinghai's intentions. Xiao Honglian took another big gulp of fuel and, as she activated her ability, fiery red patterns began to emerge on her skin, unleashing an ability known as the Inferno Furnace. Wei Dinghai also activated his Frost Lord ability, and in an instant, his figure merged with the ice and snow, disappearing from everyone's sight. Zhang Yi furrowed his brow, sensing the imminent danger. Before he could react, his right leg was forcefully grabbed. Wei Dinghai's arm emerged from the snow, firmly grasping his right leg, while directly ahead, Xiao Honglian raised her fiery red fist and punched him in the face. Accompanied by a fierce explosion, a massive snowstorm instantly upheaved everything within 100 meters. But when the dust settled, Zhang Yi was still standing, gasping for air. However, his arms were pitch black, having been struck by both ice and fire. Without timely and effective treatment, in this post-apocalyptic world, his situation was extremely perilous. Xiao Honglian and Wei Dinghai stood not far away, clearly dissatisfied. Their combined attack had failed to kill Zhang Yi, which was truly regrettable. It turned out that at the critical moment, his followers had broken away from their entanglements and rushed over to block a significant amount of damage for him. This failure meant that their opponents would now be aware of and prepared for their abilities, making a similar opportunity unlikely in the future. Meanwhile, the followers of the snow worship sect were becoming increasingly numerous in the battle. Their eyes only showed madness, and they charged forward wielding knives, daggers, and even frying pans. existence. They were not just unafraid of death, some even seemed to be seeking it. Even the battle-hardened soldiers were shaken by this sight. They're willing to sacrifice 10 or 20 lives for just one of ours. Continuing this way, even if they were to win, it would be a Pyrrhic victory, given the overwhelming numbers of the snow worship sect followers. Xiao Honglian and Wei Dinghai also sensed that the situation was dire. This style of fighting was completely unexpected. Normally, they would rely on their military strength to kill a number of people first, and the rest would naturally surrender or flee. But these endless followers of the snow worship sect were all madmen. Continuing this way, although we still have a high chance of winning, it would only result in a mutually destructive situation, which we cannot accept. After all, there is a powerful emerald waterside base to the north. With this in mind, Xiao Honglian suddenly shouted, "My cousin and his dozen men died, and your snow worship sect is the most likely suspect. Give me a reasonable explanation." Wei Dinghai added, "My trusted lieutenant, Wang Ruishuan, also died near West Mountain Base. Now in all of Heavenly Sea City, I can't think of any other force that would dare to strike at us. If you don't give us an explanation today, we will flatten your snow worship sect." The priests of the snow worship sect weren't fools. Originally poised for a fight to the death, they changed their tune to negotiation upon seeing the unfavorable situation. Han Chang gritted his teeth, his right hand transformed into a beastly claw, grabbed a soldier's head, and violently threw it towards Xiao Honglian, angrily saying, "What do the deaths in your two factions have to do with our snow worship sect? Please provide some evidence." Xiao Honglian swiftly dodged the attack and replied mockingly, "What are you talking about evidence for at a time like this? Do you want me to call the police for you?" Indeed, in a post-apocalyptic world where order has collapsed, might makes right. Jing Yishan stopped Han Chang, seemingly understanding why they had come to attack so angrily. "Our snow worship sect has always advocated peace, and we have always abided by our peace agreement with you. We have never killed any of your people." Hearing this, Wei Dinghai laughed. "If not you, then who? The people from Emerald Waterside Base wouldn't come all the way to Heron's River to strike at us. I can't think of any other force in Heavenly Sea City that would dare to attack both our factions simultaneously, and do it so covertly that almost no traces are left." Jing Yishan took a deep breath. "Have you considered that, besides the 4 main bases and the snow worship sect, there might be some other significant powers in Heavenly Sea City, possibly even on par with us?" Upon hearing this, Xiao Honglian and Wei Dinghai simultaneously retorted, "How is that possible? After the apocalypse, the 5 major regions were cleanly divided among us. Apart from the snow worship sect, which is an anomaly, there are no conditions elsewhere for a power to emerge." Jing Yishan countered, "It's not impossible. Haven't you noticed some significant disturbances in the Heron's River area over the past month?" Hearing this, both pondered for a moment. Among the 4 main bases, West Mountain Base was the strongest, but indeed, in the past month, there had been reports from scouts hearing frequent gunfire there. Still, no one believed that West Mountain Base could have been wiped out by that force. They thought the downfall of West Mountain Base must have been because they offended the River South domain. Wei Dinghai snapped back to reality. "Smooth talker, don't think a few words will shift our hatred. Why should we believe you?" Xiao Honglian bluntly pointed at Jing Yishan. "Unless you have evidence to prove your innocence, we will definitely destroy your snow worship sect today." Jing Yishan then addressed Xiao Honglian and Wei Dinghai. "Our people did go to West Mountain Base that day and encountered your Morning Dew Base's Wang Ruishuan, but they also met 3 people acting suspiciously who might actually be the murderers you're looking for." Han Chang added, "Those people were wearing combat uniforms of West Mountain Base, so we thought they were remnants of West Mountain Base. At that time, we didn't want to get involved in your base conflicts, so we left first. What happened after that? We don't know. I only just heard from you that Wang Ruishuan is dead." Wei Dinghai, looking serious, responded, "Are you saying there are still remnants of West Mountain Base lurking around, slowly regaining their strength in secret?" Xiao Honglian immediately replied, "That's impossible. Their shelters were destroyed by missiles, and all their supplies and resources were buried underground. What chance do they have to regain their strength? Besides, even if there were any survivors, they should be hiding out, not daring to strike at both of our factions simultaneously." Xiao Honglian spread her hands and said with a laugh, "Not now, and not even in the past. I don't think Chen Xinyan had the guts." Jing Yishan then said solemnly, "Is there a possibility that the recent disturbances in the Heron's River area resulted in West Mountain Base being defeated? We don't know about that force, and they don't know about us either. That's why they could dare to act so boldly." Xiao Honglian and Wei Dinghai found this reasonable, as normally, the 5 major powers would balance each other out, and none would dare to initiate conflict rashly. Only outsiders would be likely to do something like this. Wei Dinghai also had to admit that this explanation could account for the current situation. At this point, continuing the fight was no longer feasible. None of the 3 parties wanted to sustain significant losses, and no one knew if someone else was watching and laughing behind their backs. Xiao Honglian and Wei Dinghai exchanged a look and decided to go back and investigate thoroughly, but they naturally couldn't show weakness, so Xiao Honglian pointed at Jing Yishan with commanding presence. "We'll spare you today. We will certainly investigate this thoroughly back home. If we find out you are involved, we won't let it go. Next time, we'll wipe out your den in one fell swoop. Han Chang retorted defiantly. Who's afraid of whom? If we're in the right, we fear no accusations. If you dare to come at us hard again, we'll make sure you don't return. On the way back, the two discussed their next steps. Wei Dinghai remarked, I never expected the snow worship sect to grow so rapidly. That charlatan's brainwashing abilities are truly unique, attracting so many followers. Xiao Honglian also snorted. That damned cult leader. Now even my slaves want to run off to them. There are still too many foolish humans who actually believe they can go to a heavenly kingdom with plentiful food in warm seasons after death. As the forces from the two bases reached the middle of their journey and were about to go their separate ways, Wei Dinghai got out of his vehicle and approached Xiao Honglian. What's your plan moving forward? Xiao Honglian smiled meaningfully. We will definitely investigate this matter to the end. Aren't you doing the same? Wei Dinghai shrugged. What I meant was, should we continue to cooperate? Our target is likely the same. If there really is such a force, it's riskier to act alone. Think about it. Qin Xinyan is already dead, and the snow worship sect is greatly weakened today. If we join forces now, wouldn't controlling the entire Heavenly Sea City be as easy as flipping one's hand? Xiao Honglian did not respond, but drove away from the scene. Wei Dinghai watched the departing convoy of Radiant Prosperity Base and sighed deeply. This woman really is something. If I could take her down, then the entire Heavenly Sea City would be mine. At this moment, his deputy, Qin Jingwan, came over and said, Boss, I always feel this woman is hiding something from us. Wei Dinghai dismissed it. Isn't that obvious? There are no permanent friends, only permanent interests. Speaking of which, Wei Dinghai seemed to recall something important. The mysterious text message from before might not have been baseless after all. The suspect in the theft case at the southern warehouse, suspected to be the warehouse manager Zhang Yi, now resides in Yuelu district. Whoever was fighting West Mountain Base by Heron's River, it must have been that seemingly insignificant character from back then. Just after the battle ended, the Radiant Prosperity Base quickly uncovered information about the Walmart theft, Zhang Yi, in the Yulu residential area. Their intelligence department located the satellite signal of Gao Yuan, who had been missing for several days, at the intersection of Heron's River District and West Mountain area. Zhuge Qingting pushed up his glasses and analyzed. Lark Manor is the top affluent area in Heavenly Sea City, and Su Family Town has over 1,000 villagers. The force that has been battling West Mountain Base for months likely comes from here. Xiao Honglian pondered for a moment. This force had no quarrel with her, so why would they strike with such ferocity? And why did Gao Yuan's signal disappear for a while only to reappear? Everything seemed so suspicious, as if someone had orchestrated it intentionally. It seems we need to send someone to investigate first. Zhuge Qingting asked, should we call the people from Morning Dew? It might be safer if both our groups work together. Xiao Honglian waved her hand. That's not necessary. Although we are not yet clear on how strong this mysterious force really is, the fact that they have been able to battle West Mountain Base for a long time shows that their peak strength is at most comparable to West Mountain Base. They were able to defeat West Mountain Base, which means they must also be significantly weakened. If we strike now while they are vulnerable, we might just catch them off guard. Zhuge Qingting was still a bit uneasy. After all, they have successively taken out 2 of our teams that included mutants. I think there is still some danger in acting alone. Thinking of her elder cousin, Xiao Honglian shook her head. Although Gao Yuan is a mutant, everyone has been polite to him out of respect for me. In reality, his strength is among the weakest. This time we'll send Donghu. I trust him to handle it. Referring to Wei Dinghai, Xiao Honglian spoke earnestly. As for Wei Dinghai, try not to reveal our plans to him. That old fox is very cunning. If it weren't for their needing our base, they certainly wouldn't be so courteous to us. Seeing that the leader had made up her mind, Zhuge Qingting said no more and turned to order his subordinates to call for Donghu. Meanwhile, in the Celestial Tribute District, after the war, the entire Snow Worship Sect headquarters was in chaos. Broken corpses everywhere. Jing Yishan, holding his injured left arm, felt a chill of fear. After all, he had nearly been instantly killed by the combined forces of 2 major powers. Han Chang and others looked at him with concern. Jing Yishan tore a sleeve to bandage his wound. I am not seriously hurt. I will go ask our leader for healing soon. I'll leave this place to you to manage. On the battlefield, after the initial rush of adrenaline, some survivors clearly seemed dazed. As they came to their senses and saw the mountains of corpses and seas of blood before them, they gradually began to feel the pain of their own wounds, and many fell to the ground, clutching their injuries and crying out in pain. Nuns walked out of the church and began to administer first aid to those with minor injuries. A wounded soldier with an arm blown off looked at the nuns for help. Help me, I'm not dead yet. A nun approached, her eyes filled with compassion, and a hot tear instantly rolled down her face. She held the remaining hand of the wounded man. You can no longer serve God in the flesh in this world. Go serve the essence of God in his kingdom. Then she took out a scalpel and with a swift, accurate, and ruthless slice, she cut his major artery, murmuring softly, I envy you, getting to meet God so soon. In these apocalyptic times, the chances of severely wounded survivors living were slim, and the Snow Worship Sect didn't have enough medicine to treat them. Directly killing the severely severely wounded might seem too cruel, but framing it as sending them to meet the snow god early seemed much gentler. Han Chang was arranging the scene. Take all the wounded back for recovery, and don't waste those bodies either. Transport them all to an abandoned building behind the church. The followers moved the bodies to the entrance of the abandoned building, and Han Chang commanded, "This is a sacred place of the snow worship sect. No one except the leader and the priests may approach." After everyone had left, suddenly a dense mass of green vines stretched out from inside the building, quickly enveloping all the bodies, and in the next second, all the bodies were dragged into the depths of the building by a powerful force. Inside the building behind the church, the entire corridor was covered with green vines. The vines tightly wrapped around the dragged-in bodies, seemingly absorbing some kind of nutrient. The growing vines entwined each body and then hung them from the ceiling. As a burst of red mist sprayed from the pores of the vines, blood-red apple-like fruits grew from the ends of the vines. At that moment, Han Chang stood at a high point outside the building, hands together in prayer, saying, "May the Forerunners become the hope of the living, their flesh, our sustenance." Meanwhile, Yuan Kongya was conducting the grace ceremony, unconcerned with the turmoil outside. This batch of newly absorbed followers, having witnessed Yuan Kongya's miracles, were completely devoted to becoming members of the snow worship sect. At the end of the grace ceremony, a few young boys remained. Yuan Kongya looked at them, her gentle expression mixed with a hint of struggle. "Come to me, my children." Yuan Kongya beckoned to the few boys below. The children looked confused. They didn't know why their parents had sent them here. Their parents encouraged from behind, "Go ahead. Everything the leader does is for your good. To become qualified citizens of the snow worship sect, this baptism is necessary." Yuan Kongya had a boy lie on the altar, then gently pressed her right hand on his head, and the boy immediately felt weak, his limbs no longer his own. Yuan Kongya gently said, "Don't be afraid, child. You are harboring a demon on you, and I am about to exorcise it." Her face wore a gentle smile, but her hand drew a sharp dagger. The boy was immediately petrified with fear, but at that moment, apart from his eyeballs, his body was completely numb, and he couldn't even make a sound with his vocal cords. Yuan Kongya brutally sliced into the boy's thigh root, blood splattering instantly, and from that moment on, the boy was no longer a boy. The boy passed out instantly, his eyes losing focus. Then Yuan Kongya placed her right hand on his wound, and a golden light instantly radiated, and in a blink, the boy stood up as if nothing had happened. The boy's parents came forward, full of gratitude, and sincerely thanked Yuan Kongya. "Thank you, leader, for cleansing my son of the demon. He won't be as naughty as before, right?" Yuan Kongya nodded affirmatively. "From now on, he will be a kind and sensible good child." The remaining two children, witnessing this scene, were terrified and turned pale. "Why cut off the peeing part? I don't want any cleansing." They then turned and tried to run out of the church, but at this moment, their beloved parents blocked their way. "Be sensible. The leader is doing this for your own good." The parents, who once adored them, now seemed as terrifying as demons. They picked up the children and walked toward the leader they worshipped. Yuan Kongya looked at the two children in front of her, and her mouth emitted a gentle yet eerie sound. "Next, who should be cleansed?" After the children were cleansed one by one, their parents expressed immense gratitude to the leader. The grace ceremony ended, and the crowd gradually left the church. Soon, only Yuan Kongya and Zhang Yi, who had just entered, remained in the vast church hall. Seeing Zhang Yi's severely injured arm, Yuan Kongya couldn't help but show concern. "Who could have injured you like this?" As she spoke, she placed her left hand on the wound and began to perform a healing spell. However, Zhang Yi quickly interrupted her. "Leader, you have already performed many blessings today. My wound is not serious. We can continue tomorrow." Yuan Kongya smiled faintly, her smile as cold as ice and snow. "Right, who attacked us?" Zhang Yi withdrew his arm and replied, "It was Xiao Holian and Wei Dinghai. They joined forces." A flash of surprise crossed Yuan Kongya's eyes. They actually joined forces, which is not a good thing. Zhang Yi then explained the whole situation to Yuan Kongya. After listening, Yuan Kongya fell into thought. There's such a powerful mysterious force in Heavenly Sea City. They might even be responsible for the downfall of West Mountain Base. Zhang Yi continued, "This mysterious force has a significant connection with a man named Zhang Yi. We have also received information about this name before. Now that I think about it, this Zhang Yi is definitely not a simple man. He is likely a mutant, and a very powerful one at that. Otherwise, he couldn't have possibly single-handedly held off the entire West Mountain Base, even destroying it in the end." At this, Yuan Kongya also murmured softly, "But there is also evidence that the most direct cause of the destruction of West Mountain Base was a missile from the River South Domain." Zhang Yi agreed. "The missile is indeed the most direct cause, but it must also be related to this Zhang Yi. I think this person should not be underestimated. He must have considerable resources, otherwise he couldn't have survived until now. Moreover, based on the information we received last month, this Zhang Yi is likely involved in the billion-dollar theft from Walmart." Hearing this, Yuan Kongya became interested. This person indeed warrants serious attention. Zhang Yi asked, "If he really is powerful, we could consider allying with him to counter those bases. Nowadays, the resources in Heavenly Sea City are basically divided up by the major bases. Although we are barely surviving focusing on blood vines. This is not a long-term solution. Just like in today's battle, when the two bases joined forces, we had no power to resist. If it weren't for their reservations about going all out, today my snow worship sect would have been in danger. So, we must ally with some other forces, and this mysterious force led by Zhang Yi is very suitable. Yuan Kongya nodded after a moment's thought. Your analysis makes sense. With the current strength of snow worship sect, if it really comes to a life or death fight, any one of the three major bases could defeat us. I still need time to develop. If he really has the power to oppose the bases, and if we can bring him to our side, the power dynamics in Heavenly Sea City could be completely rewritten. Meanwhile, in the medical room of the shelter, Zhang Yi was very interested in the stimulant obtained from Gao Yuan. It can give ordinary people a physique comparable to mutants, which really shocked me. Shou Kir was studying a slide under the microscope and then slowly turned to Zhang Yi and said, "This drug is indeed very powerful. It is a military stimulant using the latest technology. It can significantly enhance human bodily functions in a short time and allows one to go without sleep for 3 days and nights. I have only read about this kind of drug in books. In terms of effects, it is dozens of times stronger than the ones I've given you, but the side effects are not something ordinary people can withstand. It essentially accelerates the metabolism of the human body, thereby enhancing the body's energy utilization. However, it actually represents a kind of insane overdraw, generally leaving one's muscles powerless. After the effects wear off, people with good constitutions may take a month to recover, while those with poor constitutions might just drop dead on the spot." Hearing this, Zhang Yi sighed. It seems that you can't have everything for free. A drug that makes people stronger without any side effects seems impossible. Hearing this, Shou Kir frowned slightly and spoke somewhat mysteriously. That might not necessarily be true. Indeed, there are such drugs. I've heard that the military has been researching this kind of drug and has made breakthrough progress. It's said that they have managed to reduce the side effects to a very low level. However, the development costs are extremely high, and it is only equipped in small quantities in high-level military units. Zhang Yi, with his arms crossed, murmured in a low voice, "It seems that one must remain cautious even when encountering ordinary people in the future. The power of technology is not to be underestimated." Shou Kir took off her gloves, preparing to clean up the scene, when Zhang Yi casually struck up another conversation. "Kir, do you remember the rat poison we used back in Yulu residential area?" Shou Kir looked back at him curiously. "Why are you still holding onto that stuff?" Zhang Yi smiled mysteriously. "It's always good to have it. You never know when it might come in handy. Didn't you mention before that its lethal dose is 0.1 grams? What would happen if the dosage were even smaller?" Shou Kir didn't know what Zhang Yi was up to, but she seriously answered his question. "In extremely small amounts, the human body's detoxification system can eliminate it. However, if the dosage is managed well, around 5%, when the kidneys can't completely clear it, it can cause irreversible damage to the body but won't kill immediately. However, if it's ingested continuously, the body's organs will gradually fail, and death is inevitable." Thinking about the current harsh environment, Shou Kir couldn't help but laugh. The medical environment is almost non-existent now, and people's resistance is very weak. In such an environment, ingesting this drug would definitely be fatal. Shou Kir looked at him curiously. "Do we have rats at home or something?" At this, Zhang Yi's smile became even more mysterious. "We have flour at home, but there are plenty outside." Meanwhile, in Su Family Town, several students were huddled around a fire to keep warm. The fire was not very strong, as fuel was increasingly difficult to come by. Wu Chenyu complained bitterly. "It's infuriating. Why should we live so stifled?" A boy next to him sneered. "If I had known it would be like this, I would rather have stayed at West Mountain Base pedaling bicycles. Though it was tiring, at least I wouldn't be hungry or cold like now. If I had to die, at least it wouldn't be from freezing." At this, Yi Xiaotian, who was nearby, couldn't listen anymore and angrily said, "Don't go too far. Liang Yu risked her life to save us, and instead of being grateful, you're here making snide remarks? Why weren't you sent for human experimentation back then? If you had gone through that process, I believe you'd naturally keep your mouth shut. And do you even know what you eat every day? It's protein solution made from human bodies." Yi Xiaotian still felt grateful towards Liang Yu. After all, the pain he had endured was something the others sitting there couldn't understand. So, he cherished these happy days now. After Yi Xiaotian spoke up, the others didn't dare to argue, but they still whispered complaints. "We were just talking, but Teacher Liang could fight for us too, right? How could she bear it? Forget it. Liang Yu wouldn't dare. She's now Zhang Yi's person. Maybe she got into the shelter by offering her own body. It's very likely. Don't be fooled by Liang Yu's serious demeanor on normal days. I think she's the secretive, promiscuous type, really loose on the inside. Ha ha ha. Let's talk about this more." Just as they gossiped, Liang Yu happened to arrive outside the door with food. Everyone immediately changed their expression. "Teacher Liang, you're finally here. We missed you so much." Liang Yu placed the food on the ground and told them, "Be careful recently. It's not very peaceful around here. Apart from going out to fish, it's best to stay hidden in the cellar. Understand?" Hearing this, Wu Chenyu quickly approached. "Teacher Liang, since it's dangerous, why don't you take us to the shelter? Isn't the shelter the safest place place? The other students caught on and began to plead pitifully for sympathy. Liang Yu ignored them, and after instructing them to be careful, she walked back to the shelter without turning back, ignoring the students' shouts behind her. Wu Qingyu punched the wall. This damn woman, how can she be so heartless? He then reluctantly started distributing the food, and everyone began to devour it hungrily, not leaving a single grain of rice. After returning from the snow worship sect, the two major forces began investigating the so-called mysterious force. Radiant Prosperity Base took the lead and soon confirmed that the force was located around Lark Manor and Su Family Town. Because Zhang Yi deliberately placed Gao Yuan's satellite phone in Su Family Town, Radiant Prosperity Base dispatched Dong Hu, known as Flame Fist. Dong Hu was a professional bodyguard before the apocalypse, skilled in various martial arts and shooting, and after awakening his special abilities, he quickly became one of Xiao Holian's most capable subordinates. He was chosen for this mission because of his maturity and prudence, as Zhang Yi's strength was still uncertain, and the main purpose of this mission was reconnaissance. Dong Hu was indeed cautious. He ordered the convoy to stop at the edge of Heron's River and then proceeded on foot. Their modified snow vehicle was very noisy to avoid exposing their target. As soon as he got out of the vehicle, Dong Hu was stunned by the ice fortress not far away. In such harsh conditions, how is this structure built? It's practically an ice great wall. Dong Hu couldn't help but mutter, this thing can't be taken down without heavy artillery. I think I understand why this force has been able to contend with the powerful West Mountain base for so long. He immediately warned his subordinates, stay sharp, this is a tough opponent. A slight misstep could bury us all here. The soldiers out here for reconnaissance are all cautious by nature and understood this immediately. Dong Hu took out his equipment to track the signal and soon arrived at the entrance to Su Family Town. He immediately called over a particularly sharp subordinate, you go ahead and scout it out. The soldier moved as lightly as a swallow and quickly infiltrated the village. However, as he walked through, he found it didn't resemble a lively village at all. With 9 out of 10 houses empty, only a few snow houses with closed doors and windows. If there really were armed forces here, there would definitely be guards on duty. The scout breathed a sigh of relief, thinking there were no formidable enemies here. He immediately returned to report to Dong Hu, report, Captain, I didn't see a single person in the village, and there are no signs of guard patrols around. It doesn't seem like any forces are present. Dong Hu was surprised. How could this be? He thought about the enemy that West Mountain Base had failed to conquer for so long. Such an enemy couldn't possibly have such weak defenses. Then he thought of the ice fortress across the river and suddenly realized something. Could it be that the real force is actually behind that defensive line? But why is the signal source near here? Could this be a trap? But since they were already here, they needed to collect some useful intelligence. Soon, Dong Hu and his team found where the students were staying. These people were sleeping more soundly than pigs, but the signal source was indeed here. He ordered his men to capture these people for interrogation. Yi Xiaotian, who had sharp instincts, suddenly threw off his blanket and yelled, who are you people? Get out of here. One of the soldiers immediately grabbed his neck, lifted him high, and said coldly, don't talk nonsense with me, or I'll twist your head off. Yi Xiaotian was stunned. Although he was an enhanced human with physical abilities several times that of ordinary people, the man before him was clearly a seasoned veteran. Yi Xiaotian exerted his strength and forcefully pried open the soldier's hand. Then he kicked him 3 or 4 meters away. Dong Hu, seeing this, was somewhat surprised. Could this be a mutant? Yi Xiaotian knew he was no match for so many people and was about to escape, but Dong Hu teleported to block his path. Yi Xiaotian gathered all his strength in his right hand and threw a punch at Dong Hu's face. But the next second, Dong Hu's fist, ablaze with flames, struck Yi Xiaotian's abdomen at a high speed. Yi Xiaotian was thrown back 2 meters, spitting out a mouthful of blood and kneeling on the ground unconscious. Dong Hu ground his fist and said coldly, overestimating yourself. Dong Hu ordered while they were still unconscious, tie them all up and take them back. Let the leader decide what to do with them. Meanwhile, inside the shelter, Zhang Yi's phone immediately beeped with a notification. He had previously rigged the satellite phone with Yang Xinxin's help, allowing him to monitor its location in real time. This way, Zhang Yi could not only know that someone had taken it but could also determine the location of their main base. Zhang Yi stood up, looking in the direction of Su Family Town and sighed. As expected, they have come. But what will happen next? After clearing out the West Mountain Base's armory, Zhang Yi felt fully confident in his defensive capabilities. Especially now that the defenses were in place, he was not afraid at all, even if the two families joined forces to attack. Thinking this, Zhang Yi started to look forward to it. He then went to the control room to find Yang Xinxin. Yang Xinxin spent most of her time there, as her primary task was to protect the shelter's network security. To prevent external intrusions, she always had to stay alert. The battle at West Mountain Base made them all realize the importance of intelligence. Zhang Yi patted Yang Xinxin on the head and asked with a smile, how's the research going on the satellite phone data I gave you a few days ago? Did you find any important intelligence? Yang Xinxin told Zhang Yi, these people are very cautious, probably regularly clearing the phone's usage records, so we didn't get much. However, from the chat records, we can confirmed that the person you killed was named Gao Yuan, a mutant and the cousin of Xiao Honglian, the leader of Radiant Prosperity Base. Hearing this, Zhang Yi couldn't help but facepalm. That's it then, I've killed the leader's brother. This feud is not going to be resolved easily. Yang Xinxin laughed and said, it's just a cousin, not a real brother. Their relationship might not even be that close. At this point, Yang Xinxin continued working on the computer and said, according to the chat records, Radiant Prosperity Base and Morning Dew Base communicate very frequently. Based on this, it's very likely they will join forces. If so, we might face the risk of both bases attacking us together. Zhang Yi remained unusually calm, sighing deeply. I've thought about this scenario before. The worst outcome is just this. But after the prolonged battle with West Mountain Base, I've lost all fear of these so-called large organizations. They are just a ragtag group that rose to power amid chaos. They don't have major weapons like missiles, so they don't pose a big threat to me. With that, Zhang Yi confidently clenched his fist. In fact, I hope to fight them. Only by doing so can they fully understand that the territory of West Mountain Base is now mine, Zhang Yi's, and I won't allow them to disturb my peaceful life. Yang Xinxin listened with admiration. By the way, brother Zhang Yi, their chat records also mention some intelligence about the Snow Worship Sect. According to my analysis, their conflict with Snow Worship Sect is very sharp. Zhang Yi raised an eyebrow. So what? Are you suggesting we ally with Snow Worship Sect to fight against the two major bases? Zhang Yi did not have a good impression of Snow Worship Sect. In his eyes, they were nothing more than an organization that exploited people's ignorance and superstition to expand their influence, and they were not to be trusted. Yang Xinxin, however, smiled and said, I think having an extra friend is always better than having an extra enemy, isn't it? To this, Zhang Yi shook his head. No, sometimes an unknown friend can be scarier than a known enemy. Zhang Yi then changed the subject. However, if they have any utility value, I wouldn't mind exploiting them a bit. After Dong Hu had secured the students, they rushed back to the Radiant Prosperity Base overnight. With these students in hand, he could now report back to his leader. After all, it was just about earning their keep. There was no need to risk further exploration of the ice fortress. After knocking and entering the office, Dong Hu immediately reported today's findings to the leader. We found Gao Yuan's satellite phone and captured a group of students from the prestigious Azure Sky Academy. Their teacher is an associate of Zhang Yi. However, I did not encounter Zhang Yi, but I did discover a huge ice fortress built around Lark Manor. That guy named Zhang Yi must be hiding in there, and they must have used the fortress to fend off West Mountain Base's assault. Xiao Honglian immediately stood up from her chair without a word. Where are those students? I want to interrogate them myself. Meanwhile, Wu Qingyu and the others were taken to a workshop in a refinery where the machinery was still running, making it much warmer than outside. However, the oppressive environment, guarded by heavily armed soldiers, was hardly better than pedaling bicycles at West Mountain Base. Xiao Honglian soon arrived at the workshop. Dong Hu told her, one person has already fainted. He was wearing a combat suit from West Mountain Base. That person must be a modified human from West Mountain Base. Hearing this, Xiao Honglian became interested. I've always been envious of West Mountain Base's human enhancement technology. Keep a close eye on that guy. Once he wakes up, find someone to properly study him. Xiao Honglian sat cross-legged in front of the students, speaking fiercely. You'd better honestly confess everything you know. Otherwise, the interrogation methods of Radiant Prosperity Base will make you wish you were dead. As soon as she finished speaking, Wu Qingyu quickly cried out in a breaking voice, rest assured, whatever you want to know, we will tell you everything. Just please don't kill us. Seeing this, the other students also chimed in, yes, we won't resist. Whatever information you want about Zhang Yi or our teacher Liang, we'll tell you everything. They were basically scared witless, to the point that Xiao Honglian hadn't even started applying pressure, and they were already spilling everything they knew. Xiao Honglian quickly realized that these ordinary students were all craven wretches, unlikely to possess any core information about Zhang Yi. However, she didn't know much about Zhang Yi herself, so she would take whatever information she could get from them. She lifted the satellite phone and asked, where did this come from? The students all shook their heads, indicating they had never seen it before. Seeing this, Xiao Honglian looked somewhat displeased. Wu Qingyu quickly realized the situation was dire, and he immediately shouted, this thing was left by Zhang Yi. Wu Qingyu had a sudden inspiration. Regardless of the question, blaming everything on Zhang Yi and Liang Yu seemed like the right approach. It was Zhang Yi and Liang Yu who had brought them to Su Family Town, so it made sense for them to take the blame. Xiao Honglian's eyes began to show a hint of murderous intent. Tell me quickly, how many people does that Zhang Yi have? What abilities do they have? How much supplies and weapons do they have? At this, the students' brains went into a crash. Although they knew Zhang Yi was formidable, they had only seen him 2 or 3 times. They knew nothing about these details. They only knew that Yang Xinxin was a top hacker and Liu Karen had some skills in mechanics. In the end, the only somewhat useful information they had was about their teacher Liang Yu, and they spilled all they knew about her. Xiao Honglian shook her head. With just these bits of information, it was hard to assess Zhang Yi's strength. They also understood that limited intelligence was not enough to justify launching an attack rashly. foolishly. At that moment, Xiao Honglian said calmly and indifferently to the students, "Is that all? This information is not enough to save your lives." Hearing this, the students were struck as if by lightning, begging hoarsely, "Please don't kill us. We can still be useful. We can help you find your way. Also, our teacher cares a lot about us. You could use us to blackmail our teacher Lian. She would agree to any conditions." After realizing that the information they provided was of little value, Xiao Honglian stood up somewhat bored, locked them all up and let them think about what else they might be worth. "If they can't come up with anything useful, we'll chop them all down as a sacrifice when we march on Zhang Yi." Disappointed and ready to leave, Xiao Honglian was followed by Zhuge Qingting, who caught up saying, "Boss, I think it wouldn't hurt to try what they suggested." Xiao Honglian disdainfully responded, "Try what? These wretches are so weak, all looking half dead. They can't even work in the refinery. Keeping them would just be a waste of food." Zhuge Qingting mysteriously suggested, "I think Lian Yu might really care about these students. Since Lian Yu is under Zhang Yi, we could use this to our advantage to gauge Zhang Yi's true strength. We might even gain more than expected." Xiao Honglian looked at Zhuge Qingting with a hint of scorn in her smile. "Do you really think these ordinary students can threaten Lian Yu or even Zhang Yi? Don't be foolish. In this apocalyptic world, who would compromise for such useless people? Why would anyone sacrifice for you if you can't offer value? Even if Lian Yu is their teacher, she wouldn't be so foolish." Zhuge Qingting smiled enigmatically. "Boss, you must understand, not every woman is as rational as you. Maybe Lian Yu is the kind-hearted type. Moreover, according to my analysis, these students look so incapable. They don't seem like they could survive in such harsh conditions for long. If they are living near Zhang Yi's shelter, it means someone has been taking care of them, and that person is clearly Lian Yu." After listening to Zhuge Qingting's analysis, Xiao Honglian also found it quite reasonable. She pondered and muttered softly, "Could it be that this Lian Yu is a Mary Sue?" Zhuge Qingting laughed. "Definitely. This gives us an opportunity." At this, Xiao Honglian immediately ordered, "Find a way for the information department to contact Zhang Yi and put collars on those students and lock them in the underground cells." Meanwhile, in the shelter, Lian Yu, having just finished dinner, stood up and said to Zhang Yi, "I should go deliver food to the students." At that moment, Zhang Yi looked at Lian Yu with concern. "Go and come back soon. It's so cold outside. Don't freeze yourself." Lian Yu, a bit embarrassed, took the food from him. Watching her leave, Zhang Yi couldn't help but think, "I wonder what she will do when she finds out all her students are gone. Given her stubborn nature, she surely won't just stand by. Could there be any extreme actions?" Zhang Yi didn't dare to think further. This was also a test for Lian Yu. If she really caused any trouble, then I would have no choice but to ask her to leave the shelter. Lian Yu, carrying the food, arrived at Su Family Town and went to the snow hut where the students usually gathered, only to find, upon opening the door, that it was completely empty. Lian Yu's heart skipped a beat, immediately feeling a sense of foreboding. She knew these inherently lazy students well. Other than going out to fish, they would usually curl up in this relatively warm hut. Where could they have gone? With the students gone, Su Family Town was eerily silent. Lian Yu searched house to house, naturally to no avail. She forced herself to consider all sorts of unpleasant possibilities. What was the purpose of kidnapping the students? Why only capture her students and not the surrounding villagers? Could there be some unknown secret? The more Lian Yu thought, the more her head ached, and the more she couldn't understand, the more her worry grew. She might be disappointed in these students, but having protected them for so long since the apocalypse, they had become a kind of obsession for her. She couldn't just watch her students, whom she had taught for years, go to their deaths. Struggling, Lian Yu muttered to herself, "It looks like I'll have to ask Zhang Yi for help." The students' sudden disappearance was clearly no accident, but a planned action. If someone really targeted them, then the target must be me. Lian Yu sprinted back to the shelter, telling herself, "I can't let them die because of me." Breathless, she returned to the shelter, where Zhang Yi looked on with feigned calmness. "What's happened to make you rush like this?" Out of breath, Lian Yu said, "Something terrible has happened. All my students have disappeared." Everyone present showed surprise. Could they have gone out to fish, or to find some wood for heating? While they verbally expressed concern, their eyes betrayed their indifference. Lian Yu shook her head. "I've searched everywhere I could think of. Not a single one of the dozen or so is to be found." Lian Yu looked anxiously at Zhang Yi. "Zhang Yi, could it be that those forces Xin found out about have infiltrated here?" Zhang Yi pretended to ponder. "It's possible, but if it really was those forces, why would they take your students? Could it be that some old enemy from your days as a bodyguard has come after you?" Lian Yu immediately denied it. "I don't have any enemies. I've been teaching for many years, always diligently and quietly, without making any enemies." Zhang Yi quickly reassured her, "There's no rush. Getting anxious won't help. The priority now is to calm down and think of a strategy. We can start by checking if anyone has approached the shelter recently to see if there are any clues." As he spoke, Zhang Yi turned on the surveillance footage, quickly scanning the area's activities over the past 24 hours at high speed. The surveillance confirmed that Zhang Yi had not left the shelter, indirectly proving his non-involvement and dispelling any possible suspicions from Lian Yu. Zhang Yi, thinking aloud, said, "This is troublesome. We don't know which force is behind this, nor their intentions. Although we know of 4 major organizations in Heavenly Sea City, we can't rule out the existence of other unknown, smaller smaller forces. This puts us in a passive position, and it seems there's nothing we can do right now. They must be plotting something, and they might contact us soon. Hearing this, Liang Yu clenched her fists. I haven't offended anyone. Why would they target me? At that moment, Zhang Yi said with a smile, the answer isn't complicated. Since they've taken your students, they clearly want to blackmail you for something, so they should be safe for now, and you shouldn't worry too much. Liang Yu shuddered, wishing she could do something for her students, but she realized helplessly that she was powerless to act. Oscar owes Zhang Yi an award. He grasped Liang Yu's hand warmly and said, don't worry, Liang Yu, your concerns are mine too. I promised I would take care of those students for you, and I will see it through. I, Zhang Yi, am not one to break my word. Liang Yu's heart trembled, touched by his sudden warmth, and she bashfully replied, okay, I'll listen to you. At that moment, Zhang Yi verbally assured her that he would act immediately upon receiving any news about them, but internally he thought, finally, I've gotten rid of these burdens. It won't be long before those useless ones are dead. Even if the people from Radiant Prosperity Base don't act, the drugs I've administered should soon take effect. Zhang Yi gave a knowing look to Yang Xinxin and Lu Karen, who understood and continued to brainwash Liang Yu as they escorted her back to her room. Meanwhile, Zhou Qi, looking worried, came over and asked, Zhang Yi, could it be that one of those forces has made a move? Zhang Yi didn't hide it and confirmed directly, probably so. Seeing this, Yang Mi squeezed over and said, we haven't had a few peaceful days yet. How come we're starting to fight again? Zhang Yi couldn't help but think about how he had killed Gao Yuan and hadn't told anyone else. Zhang Yi laughed dismissively, you're mistaken. In the apocalypse, war and conflict are the norm. It's not that war disrupts our lives, but rather, we use war to gain brief moments of peace. Zhang Yi wrapped his arms around the two of them, pondering, as long as it's not a united front of the four major forces, our defenses should hold up fine. But if they really do unite, that could be problematic. At that moment, Zhou Qi, with a hint of jealousy, turned back and asked, what if those students have already died? Teacher Liang would be devastated. Don't you feel sorry for Liang Yu? Zhang Yi appeared indifferent. Feel sorry? She's a martial artist. She's not that fragile. Zhou Qi blinked. Don't you have any other feelings for Liang Yu? Like, feelings of affection? Zhang Yi laughed. I do admire her, but only as a friend. But if she can't pass my test, then I might as well not have such a friend. As for romance, it's just a seasoning, not a necessity. Zhang Yi then summoned Uncle Yu and Chun Lei to discuss the entire situation. Uncle Yu was relatively calm. Ever since we killed those from Morning Dew Base at the gates of West Mountain, I knew this conflict was inevitable. Chun Lei scratched his head, exasperated. Can't these guys ever give it a rest? It's hard enough surviving in the apocalypse without all this fighting. Zhang Yi calmly explained, you're both thinking too simply. There will always be ambitious people who want more power. Once their basic survival is secured, their desires will inevitably expand. From the standpoint of personal safety, only by eliminating all surrounding threats can one truly rest easy. And let's not just talk about them. Even someone as desireless as myself, if I knew of any force threatening me nearby, I would also make sure to eliminate them. Zhang Yi encouraged Chun Lei. Don't worry, everything is under control. Zhang Yi, clenching his fist confidently, said, it seems we need to show them a bit of our strength. Only by making them realize we are not to be trifled with. Merely killing a few of their soldiers, they will naturally hesitate to trouble us again. This matter could be big or small. Uncle Yu laughed and folded his arms. Just do it. We've survived this long by fighting our way through. If they dare to disturb us, we'll face them to the end. Chun Lei sighed resignedly. We'll follow the boss's plan. Just then, a faint sound of an engine came from outside the shelter. The three immediately stood up, alert. Someone's coming. Zhang Yi instinctively ran to the second floor balcony and looked through the one-way glass, indeed spotting a modified snow vehicle similar to those he had seen at Radiant Prosperity Base. The snow vehicle was moving fast, seemingly not planning to stop, but when it came close enough, it suddenly opened its window and shot a steel crossbow bolt towards the shelter. The bolt struck the exterior wall of the shelter, and after doing this, the snow vehicle attempted to speed away. Seeing the hostile approach, Zhang Yi immediately pulled out a large gun, a cold smile curling at his lips. Thinking of running? Not a chance. Zhang Yi aimed at the snow vehicle's tires, and with a loud bang, the tire exploded, causing the vehicle to overturn instantly. Seeing this, Zhang Yi opened the window and jumped from the second floor without hesitation, now adept at using his spatial abilities. As he fell, he activated his spatial powers, allowing him to land as lightly as a feather. Uncle Yu and Flower followed him. After the snow vehicle had overturned, one soldier was trapped under it, while another tried to pull him out. Just then, Zhang Yi and Uncle Yu, riding on Flower, reached them in a few leaps. Seeing Zhang Yi's aggressive approach, the rescuing soldier decisively abandoned his companion and ran. Zhang Yi raised his gun and fired, the bullet piercing the soldier's calf. With a scream, he collapsed into the snow. The other soldier tried to draw his pistol to retaliate, but was quickly subdued by Uncle Yu, who grabbed his neck. Zhang Yi surveyed the two soldiers and realized they were not mutants, which suggested they weren't on a combat mission, but likely scouting. Just as he was planning to capture them for interrogation, both soldiers clenched their teeth, their complexions paled instantly, and they died within seconds. Uncle Yu, examining the soldiers' mouths, said, they had poison in their teeth. They must have been scouts, and some organizations indeed do this to prevent captured scouts from revealing information. Zhang Yi looked frustrated. Letting them die so easily really lets them off the hook. I had planned to sweet-talk them into giving us some useful intelligence before finishing them off. Now, we don't even know what their purpose was. Just then, Chun-Lei ran up, panting, holding the arrow that had been shot. A red cloth was tied to the shaft of the arrow. "Boss, I pulled out the arrow they shot over. Come and see." Zhang Yi immediately tensed up and said, "Stop. Don't come any closer." Chun-Lei then realized something. Having been too eager to show the arrow to Zhang Yi for praise, he had forgotten that it might have been tampered with. It could have been coated with poison or even rigged with a small explosive, which would have been disastrous for him. Zhang Yi cautiously reminded Chun-Lei, "Slowly, put down the crossbow bolt you're holding." Chun-Lei shakily placed the arrow on the snow. As soon as Chun-Lei let go of the arrow, Zhang Yi activated his spatial abilities in that instant, sucking the bolt into his alternate space. Fortunately, his space was relatively time-stopped, so even if it exploded directly, it wouldn't have much impact. Zhang Yi shifted his view into the alternate space, but found no bomb, only a red letter attached to the end. Zhang Yi, still cautious, glanced at Chun-Lei's gloves. "Quickly take them off and throw them away. It's good you were wearing gloves, otherwise if the arrow had been poisoned, you'd really be a dead man now." Chun-Lei understood Zhang Yi's concern and, disregarding the cold, hurriedly took off his gloves with a look of disgust. Back at the shelter, Zhang Yi wrapped the arrow and handed it to Zhou Keir for examination. "Keir, see if you can check for poison on this." Looking at the letter inside the bag, Zhou Keir couldn't help but ask, "If they were just delivering a letter, I think they might not mean any harm, right? They wouldn't need to resort to such low tactics." Zhang Yi, ever cautious, responded, "Better safe than sorry, especially in this apocalyptic world. Enemies often strike when you least expect it." Uncle Yu also agreed, "Being cautious is never a mistake. The moment you let your guard down is often when the enemy has the easiest time striking. Any complacency can lead to fatal consequences." Hearing this, Zhou Keir seriously donned her gloves and expertly applied a testing reagent to the arrowhead, which immediately changed color. The originally blue reagent turned green. Everyone present was shocked by the process, especially Chun-Lei, who turned pale, thinking about how close he had come to losing his life, his legs going weak. Yet Zhang Yi remained exceptionally calm. "Never be complacent with enemies. They will use every possible means to take our lives. I thought of this because if I were in their position, I might use such tactics too. After all, when facing an enemy, every kill counts." Zhou Keir covered the poison arrow with a glass dome. "Should we call Xinxin to study this unknown message on the red paper?" Zhang Yi called over Yang Xinxin and Liang Yu, deciding there was no need to hide anything from Liang Yu anymore. After all, those students were undoubtedly doomed. Yang Xinxin quickly understood after a glance. "This is an address. Through this address, we can contact Radiant Prosperity Base." Zhang Yi calmly asked, "Is that safe?" Yang Xinxin confidently responded, "With me here, brother, you have nothing to worry about." At this moment, Liang Yu, looking worried, said, "Given the current situation, can we assume that the people who took my students are from Radiant Prosperity Base?" Zhang Yi replied, "It's very likely. The two incidents happening so close together can't be a coincidence." Liang Yu, somewhat anxious, said, "Then let's contact them quickly to see what their intentions are." Zhang Yi didn't answer immediately but crossed his arms and pondered. There could be two reasons they sent their contact information. First, for negotiations, using Gao Yuan's death and the students' safety as bargaining chips. Second, to test us, as they are unsure of our strength and want to gauge what we might do. With this in mind, Zhang Yi concluded, since they want to test us, we can test them too. After all, we know very little about their information. Zhang Yi looked up and said, "We can talk to them." Liang Yu's face lit up, thinking there was hope for rescuing the students. However, Zhang Yi then said seriously, "But there's something I must make clear to you. I understand your urgency to save people, but you must not show that during the negotiations. If you appear too concerned about the students, we'll easily be put at a disadvantage. Understand?" Liang Yu thought for a moment, then nodded firmly. Understood. It was time for Zhang Yi to act. After deciding to contact Radiant Prosperity Base, Zhang Yi immediately instructed Yang Xinxin to establish contact. Yang Xinxin opened her laptop, entered the network address, sent out a call request, and then positioned the laptop in front of Zhang Yi. Soon a deep voice came from the computer. "Who is this?" Zhang Yi, with a serious expression, responded, "I am Zhang Yi." There was a moment of silence on the other end, followed shortly by a cool female voice. "You are Zhang Yi, the little boss from around Lark Manor?" Zhang Yi laughed and said, "And who might you be?" Xiao Honglian snorted coldly. "I am Xiao Honglian, the boss of Radiant Prosperity Base. The people I sent to the expansive material factory were killed by you, weren't they?" Zhang Yi didn't plan to deny it, because regardless of whether he admitted it or not, the battle was inevitable. He simply countered, "The people who took away a dozen from Su family town yesterday, that was your doing, right?" Neither directly answered the other's question, nor outright denied anything. Hearing this, Xiao Honglian's eyes flashed with murderous intent. "Who gave you the courage to kill my people? In the whole Heavenly Sea City, who the hell dares to touch someone from my Radiant Prosperity Base?" "Zhang Yi, it seems you've grown tired of living." Zhang Yi scoffed dismissively. That sounds familiar. The last person who spoke to me like that is grass growing 2 meters high on his grave. You should know him. His name was Chen Xinyan. Xiao Holian's pupils dilated, realizing the downfall of West Mountain Base was indeed related to this Zhang Yi. How strong could he be, given that West Mountain Base possessed the strongest armament in Heavenly Sea City, and Zhang Yi had destroyed it? It meant he was also capable of destroying Radiant Prosperity Base. However, Xiao Holian wasn't completely fooled. Do you think I'm an idiot? West Mountain Base was destroyed by a missile. What does that have to do with you? Don't try to take credit for everything. You don't have that kind of power. Hearing this, Zhang Yi laughed. Have you ever considered why the missile specifically targeted West Mountain Base? Xiao Holian was momentarily stunned. The missile that night had indeed shocked many, and they didn't have connections with people from River South Domain, so the origins of the missile were unclear. Zhang Yi's comment made her somewhat believe that the missile could indeed have been orchestrated by Zhang Yi. Xiao Holian, still keeping her composure, said, "Look at yourself. Do you really think you have the power to do that?" Upon hearing this, Zhang Yi's tone became more forceful. "I don't want to waste words with you. Believe it or not, I just hope you'll know better in the future and stop bothering us. I can kill a batch of your people, and I can kill a second batch. If you're brave enough, come at us, and I'll make sure you won't return." Seeing the atmosphere turn so tense, Liang Yu looked on anxiously. Noticing her concern, Zhang Yi softened his tone a bit. "The students you took from me, I'd like them returned safely. Otherwise, I won't let this go." Hearing this, Xiao Holian was instantly provoked, abruptly standing up and shouting angrily, "What a big talker. Do you think Radiant Prosperity Base gets scared easily? If you really had the power to call in missiles, the whole Heavenly Sea City would be under your control by now. Do you believe I could chop those students up right now and send their bodies back to you?" Liang Yu's heart nearly leapt out of her chest as she frantically signaled Zhang Yi with her eyes. Zhang Yi thought, "I wish you would just make your move." But seeing the worried Liang Yu next to him, he responded with feigned composure, "Calm down. Those guys mean nothing to me. Even if you kill them, it won't affect me." Xiao Holian sneered after hearing this. "Stop pretending. It sounds like they are very important to you. Seems like I hold some valuable cards here." Zhang Yi resumed his acting, showing himself to be caught in a difficult position, which made Liang Yu feel incredibly guilty. In her eyes, Zhang Yi was being manipulated by the opposition just to help save her students. To help her, he could have ignored the students' fate, but now he was being humiliated for her sake. Zhang Yi sighed deeply. "If you're sincere about negotiating, then make an offer. What will it take to let those students go?" At this, Xiao Holian's smile almost split her face. She was sure she had found Zhang Yi's weak spot. Unexpectedly, Xiao Holian demanded a hefty price. "You killed my cousin and his soldiers, and now you want me to release your people. In that case, you'll need to trade with supplies. We've also figured out you're heavily involved in the theft at the Southern Walmart warehouse. I don't ask for much. Just split those supplies with me. Give me half, and I'll return your people intact. I can even pretend the murder of my cousin never happened. From then on, we'll keep to our own. How about that?" Xiao Holian's tone was playful. If Zhang Yi agreed, it would mean he was scared. It would also confirm her suspicion that the battle with West Mountain Base had drained his resources, which is why he lacked the courage to confront Radiant Prosperity Base. Without hesitation, Zhang Yi flatly refused. "Keep dreaming." Xiao Holian scoffed dismissively. "In that case, I'll see you on the battlefield. I'm not joking around here." Zhang Yi was not to be outdone. "I wiped out West Mountain Base. Do you really think you're stronger than them?" Xiao Holian laughed. "You were also greatly weakened in the battle with West Mountain Base, weren't you? And as far as I know, you've killed people from Morning Dew Base too. We can form an alliance and attack you at any time. Do you really think you have the strength to contend with a combined force from our 2 bases? Don't overestimate yourself. I'm only asking for half your supplies, which is quite generous of me. If it comes to a fight, you'll regret it too late." Zhang Yi's tone was very calm. "Truly, ignorance is bliss. I must remind you, you know nothing about our strength. If you're really not afraid of dying, then come on over. I'm actually looking forward to seeing you run away in defeat." Then Zhang Yi changed tack. "However, I want to make it clear that those students are innocent. I hope you will send them back." The more Zhang Yi said this, the more Xiao Holian felt she had grasped Zhang Yi's vulnerability. Otherwise, why would he keep bringing them up? Xiao Holian sneered. "Just return them because you said so? Where would that leave my face? Unless you accept my terms, there is no deal." Zhang Yi frowned. "Xiao Holian, don't push it too far. Come at me if you have issues. Why harm those innocent students? They are students of a woman I highly value. If you dare harm them, I will make you pay a heavy price." But internally he thought, "Just hurry up and kill them. I'm tired of this act." Xiao Holian laughed aloud. "It seems they are quite important to you. Well, I refuse to release them. I'll torture them severely, let them beg for life, but wish for death. And all this because of you, Zhang Yi. Ha ha ha." Then she hung up the phone. From her tone, it seemed likely she was off to torment the students to vent her anger. Zhang Yi angrily slammed the table. "This woman is intolerable. She should come at me if she has the guts. Why bully those defenseless students?" No longer willing to be passive, Zhang Yi adopted a posture ready to storm Radiant Prosperity Base to rescue them. "I'm going to Radiant Prosperity Base to save them now." He looked at Chun Lei and Uncle Yu. "This mission to Radiant Prosperity Base isn't like the last attack on West Mountain Base. We don't have the advantage of timing, terrain, or support, so you guys stay out of this. This isn't your fight, and I don't want you involved. Zhang Yi was determined to dash to Radiant Prosperity Base. Shokir and Yang Mi immediately came over to restrain him. Brother Zhang Yi, please don't act rashly. Not only could this fail to save the students, but you might also end up losing your own life. Chunlei, standing to the side with a speechless expression, spoke in a volume only the two of them could hear. Boss, that's enough acting. Any more would be overdoing it. Zhang Yi pretended to struggle free from the two holding him inside. They've gone too far, completely disregarding me. They dare to kidnap people on my turf. I must show them a lesson. He then punched the sofa fiercely. I promised Liang Yu I would take good care of these students. Liang Yu, moved by Zhang Yi's seemingly selfless stance, walked over and placed a hand on his shoulder. Zhang Yi, calm down. This is ultimately my responsibility. It's my fault for not protecting them better. You've done your best, but this really isn't your concern. I don't want to drag everyone else into this. After saying this, she turned to leave. Liang Yu squeezed out a smile, but her expression made Zhang Yi feel something was off. Liang Yu, don't do anything foolish. Liang Yu stopped in her tracks and spoke calmly. Don't worry, I just want some quiet time. She then walked towards her room. At that moment, Shokir muttered worriedly, I hope Liang Yu isn't thinking of going to rescue them by herself. Zhang Yi rubbed his chin, puzzled. I just put in so much effort, and it didn't even move her. Chunlei cheekily came closer. Boss, your acting is indeed good, but it was a bit over the top, suddenly becoming so righteous and upright. Anyone with eyes could see through that. Zhang Yi looked around. Everyone silently nodded. Then he awkwardly spread his hands. Even so, I at least made a stand in front of her. Uncle Yu added from behind, this matter really isn't much of your concern. After all, you're not obligated to protect those students. That's Liang Yu's responsibility. It's probably for the best this way. Those students were nothing but lazy and useless, just a burden. Even Uncle Yu, known for his kindness, could say such things, which shows how disappointing those students were. Zhang Yi seriously told everyone, just so everyone's prepared, be ready for a possible attack. Fortunately, our defenses are well prepared, so there's no need to be overly anxious. Also, from Xiao Holian's arrogant behavior, it's clear they don't have a clear understanding of our strength. With Zhang Yi's words, everyone felt a bit more reassured, especially since they had recently defeated West Mountain Base and established strong defenses. Meanwhile, Lu Karen looked in the direction Liang Yu had gone. I'm still a bit worried about Teacher Liang. Zhang Yi told Yang Xinxin and Lu Karen, you two go and talk to her. Lu Karen sighed. I'm afraid it might not work. Don't be fooled by Teacher Liang's gentle demeanor. She can be incredibly stubborn. Zhang Yi laughed. They are her students that she wants to protect. Aren't you also her students? Try your best. At that time, Liang Yu was in her room, cleaning her long sword. Since her treasured dragon's roar was taken by Zhang Yi, he had shown no signs of returning it. Liang Yu had resigned herself to this fact and hadn't had the audacity to ask for it back. Fortunately, she later acquired a fine long sword at West Mountain Base. Suddenly, there was a knock on the door, which she hadn't closed. Turning around to see Yang Xinxin and Lu Karen, she immediately put down her long sword. Yang Xinxin asked with concern, Teacher Liang, are you alright? Seeing the long sword in Liang Yu's hands, Yang Xinxin immediately realized something. Teacher Liang, you can't do something foolish. You aren't thinking of going to rescue them by yourself, are you? Lu Karen also looked surprised. The opposition is a huge base organization. You can't possibly save anyone by yourself. You'd just be walking into certain death. Liang Yu knew this all too well. I understand all that, but I have to rely on myself for this. I owe Zhang Yi too much, and I can't drag him into this. But I also know that he is always cautious and wouldn't risk his life for me. But I can't just watch them die. Seeing that Liang Yu was unconvinced, Yang Xinxin suddenly had a flash of inspiration and looked pitifully at Liang Yu. If Teacher Liang is determined to leave, then please take us with you. Brother Zhang Yi has given Lu Karen and me a task, because in his heart, Teacher Liang is a very important woman. If we fail to complete this task, even if Brother Zhang Yi doesn't punish us, we won't have the face to stay here anymore. So if you want to leave, take us with you. Liang Yu felt a mix of emotions. On one hand, she was pleased to know that Zhang Yi had special feelings for her, and on the other, Yang Xinxin's words made her worry. Seeing this, Yang Xinxin continued, so please stay for now. We still have room to negotiate with Radiant Prosperity Base. Let's wait a bit longer. After Yang Xinxin's earnest persuasion, Liang Yu finally gave up her plan to confront Radiant Prosperity Base. Once they were outside, Lu Karen curiously asked, Xinxin, does Big Brother really have feelings for Teacher Liang? Yang Xinxin's lips curved into a mischievous smile. No, I made it up. The hardest thing for an old maid like Teacher Liang to deal with is emotions. As long as she knows someone likes her, her heart gets all flustered. That gives me a chance to persuade her. Lu Karen's eyes widened. You're quite the schemer. Yang Xinxin shrugged it off. I'm doing this for her own good. Otherwise, she really might have gone to her death. Then Yang Xinxin's tone changed. Keeping Teacher Liang in the shelter is definitely good for us. After all, the shelter doesn't keep freeloaders. With such a strong teacher here, we can stay here with peace of mind. This remark made Lu Karen shiver as she remembered that it was because of Yang Xinxin's pleading that she had the chance to come here initially. Knowing that Yang Xinxin Honglian and Lu Karen had managed to calm Liang Yu. Zhang Yi felt much relieved. She was like a sharp sword in his hand. After all, Liang Yu would be very useful in the future, and he could not afford to lose such a valuable ally. Zhang Yi looked out the window, deep in thought. They should be feeling the effects of the poison by now. These detestable students are finally about to be done with. Right after the call ended, Xiao Honglian was somewhat surprised by Zhang Yi's assertive demeanor. However, it seemed that whenever Liang Yu's students were mentioned, his tone would significantly soften. This indicated two things. First, despite being severely weakened from the battle with West Mountain, Zhang Yi still possessed considerable strength and confidence. Second, those students were very important to Zhang Yi. This meant that Xiao Honglian had grasped a lever over Zhang Yi and could use this opportunity to exploit him thoroughly. Xiao Honglian couldn't help but fantasize about taking over the territory of West Mountain Base and even bringing Zhang Yi and his mutants under her control. The more she thought about it, the more excited she became. Zhuge Qingting also congratulated her. Given the current situation, their surrender seems inevitable. I think we must act quickly to take down Zhang Yi's forces once and for all. Otherwise, if Emerald Waterside, Morning Dew, or even Snow Worship Sect get there first, we'll miss out big time. Xiao Honglian cautiously waved her hand. Let's not rush into action. We need to be absolutely sure before making a move. Remember, the other three powers have been eyeing our refinery. If we rashly move our forces to attack Zhang Yi, they might attack our headquarters at any moment. We could be robbed blind without even knowing. Zhuge Qingting argued, but opportunities don't wait for anyone. If we miss this chance, we'll have to share this juicy piece with others. Xiao Honglian glared at him. I'd rather keep our troops here to protect our refinery, as that is fundamental to our survival. So many are coveting this refinery now, and if we make a misstep, we could all end up dead. Zhuge Qingting quickly responded with respect. I will follow your orders, leader. Xiao Honglian, looking confident, said, since those students are so important to Zhang Yi, let's provoke him a bit. Go to the dungeon and give those students a harsh lesson, and record the process to send to Zhang Yi. Also, gather all the information you can on Zhang Yi. We need to thoroughly understand their defensive capabilities before we act, and we must not underestimate them. We can't afford to lose. Zhuge Qingting quickly made his way to the dungeon, prepared to personally handle the situation and treat the students. He whipped out a long whip and swung it indiscriminately through the crowd, eliciting cries of pain from the bound students. Zhuge Qingting knew how to measure his strikes. He knew how to inflict maximum pain without causing death. He recorded various dramatic scenes, but while filming, suddenly a student collapsed on the ground, spitting out a large amount of green foam. Upon closer inspection, several students began showing symptoms of vomiting. Zhuge Qingting immediately realized this was a sign of poisoning. How could they be poisoned? Panic. Zhuge Qingting knew it would be problematic if these students died under his watch, as it would be difficult to explain to Xiao Honglian. He quickly grabbed his communicator to report to her. Xiao Honglian immediately sat upright upon hearing the news. These students were important pawns and couldn't just die like this. Quickly, get them medical help. The base's doctor informed him that the students were deeply poisoned. Two had already died, and the others were barely hanging on. Under past medical conditions, there might have been hope for them, but now, there was almost nothing that could be done. Zhuge Qingting felt immense turmoil inside. The pawns he had gone through so much trouble to capture were all dying. Suddenly, it dawned on him, and he loudly told Xiao Honglian, this is bad. We've fallen into Zhang Yi's trap. Xiao Honglian looked confused. What do you mean? Zhuge Qingting quickly explained. These people had been poisoned with a slow-acting toxin. Even Gao Yuan's satellite phone was deliberately placed there. It was all a lure. These are all Zhang Yi's machinations. Xiao Honglian then realized that they had been manipulated using these dying people, that they had been used as tools in someone else's plan, busy doing someone else's bidding as part of a plan designed from the start. Realizing they might have been played, but still intent on using whatever was left, Xiao Honglian immediately instructed Zhuge Qingting, quickly, while those guys are still alive, record a video and send it to Zhang Yi. If those people aren't poisoned by Zhang Yi, we might still be able to exploit the situation. Shortly after, Zhang Yi entered the control room. As expected, Radiant Prosperity Base soon made contact with them. Zhang Yi closed the door to the control room, ensuring only they were involved in this call. It was a video call. Zhuge Qingting spoke with a touch of cold indifference. Another day has passed. How have you considered? He then turned somber. Today I'm contacting you to deliver a special gift. I think you'll appreciate it. As soon as he finished speaking, the screen began to display the video of the torture session. Zhang Yi watched quietly, his face and heart showing no emotion. After watching the video, he calmly asked, are these guys still alive? Zhuge Qingting was taken aback by the indifference, a stark contrast to yesterday's tension. Today's tone and expression conveyed detachment and disregard. Zhuge Qingting said in a grave voice, they are still alive for now, but I don't know how much longer they can last. Our patience has its limits. Also, our leader mentioned yesterday about wanting half of your supplies, but we've changed our minds. Keeping these people is just a waste of our food, so we might as well return them to you. One person for 1 ton of food. That doesn't sound too excessive, does it? Hearing this, Zhang Yi laughed, then added with a playful tone. That can be arranged, but I need to see those students with my own eyes first. I can't trade tens of tons of food only to receive a pile of corpses in return. He had already calculated the dosage of the poison well. According to Shokir, those people wouldn't last more than a week. Zhuge Qingting responded, "Didn't you just watch the video? Do you want me to beat them up again?" At this, Zhang Yi sternly said, "Don't waste my time. Don't think I don't know that was a recording. I want to see a live video. Once I confirm their safety, I'll immediately arrange for the supplies." Zhuge Qingting looked grimly at the screen. "All we want are the supplies. We have no interest in those people's lives. We have no reason to kill them." Zhang Yi spread his hands. "Then why not let me have a look?" Zhuge Qingting hastily said, "Zhang Yi, I feel like you're not sincere in these negotiations." Before he could say more, Zhang Yi cut off the call. He turned to Yang Xinxin and said, "Those guys are already dead." Zhang Yi could tell from Zhuge Qingting's guilty expression. Curious, Yang Xinxin asked, "Brother, how did you do it?" Since the control room was just the two of them, Zhang Yi openly shared with Yang Xinxin, "I added some technology and a harsh substance to their food." Relieved, Yang Xinxin praised him, "Brother, you're really incredible. We finally don't have to be dragged down by those people anymore." Zhang Yi patted her head and said, "You and Lu Karen take good care of Liang Yu these next few days. I'm worried she might not take it well." Yang Xinxin jokingly suggested, "I think you should handle it, brother. You'd probably do a much better job than Lu Karen and I." Zhang Yi raised an eyebrow playfully. "You mean to say I should enlighten her?" "Forget it. That blockhead won't appreciate it. Also, make sure not to tell a third person about this conversation." At this time in Radiant Prosperity Base, the toxins in the students' bodies had finally taken full effect, ending their lives in excruciating pain. Zhuge Qingting, feeling helpless, reported this to Xiao Honglian. Without their bargaining chips, they no longer had any leverage in negotiations with Zhang Yi. Xiao Honglian, frustrated, slowly raised her head and said with a murderous look, "Then we have no choice but to fight him." Radiant Prosperity Base declared war. The day after ending the previous call, Zhang Yi received another message, this time, a video. He and Yang Xinxin were the first to see it. In the video, on a metal rack, hung several cold heads. Xiao Honglian stood in front of the rack, looking into the camera with a dismissive gaze, and said coldly, "Here's an appetizer for you. Soon, your and your friends' heads will hang on this execution rack." Zhang Yi, sipping his coffee, was utterly unmoved. The brief 1-minute video was simply a declaration of war. Relieved, Zhang Yi exhaled deeply. Finally, they are all dead. But Yang Xinxin, somewhat regretful, commented, "In the end, they couldn't escape this fate." Zhang Yi was surprised. "Shouldn't you be happy? Why are you getting sentimental?" Yang Xinxin shook her head. "It's hard to say whether I'm happy or sad. I really wanted them gone, but seeing them die like that still brings a sense of sorrow." Lowering her head and clenching her fists, Yang Xinxin's voice trembled slightly. "I'm worried that one day, my own head might end up like theirs." Zhang Yi was taken aback by her words, but quickly understood. Despite her intelligence and cunning, Yang Xinxin was still an 18-year-old girl. Witnessing the gruesome deaths of her peers, it was natural for her to feel frightened. With this in mind, Zhang Yi moved closer and hugged Yang Xinxin's shoulders, comforting her warmly. "With your brother here, I'll make sure you're never hurt, because I won't die, so you must also live well." Yang Xinxin, vital for his logistical support, would be well protected by Zhang Yi. Moved to tears, Yang Xinxin said, "It's great to have a brother like you. I promise to be useful and not disappoint you. Please, never abandon me, okay? If I ever become a burden to you, I'll handle it myself." Zhang Yi didn't respond verbally, just nodded slightly. He then copied the video onto a USB drive. He decided to make this video public, especially for Liang Yu to see, to utterly discourage her and help her let go of any lingering hopes. However, Yang Xinxin also warned this scene might be too much for teacher Liang. Zhang Yi had already considered this. He handed Yang Xinxin a packet of powder, saying, "Slip this into her coffee. Don't worry, it's just a sedative." Soon, Zhang Yi gathered everyone in the living room. Before showing the video, he made sure to caution everyone, "This video is quite gruesome, so please try not to get too agitated." Hearing this, Liang Yu immediately felt something was off. The video came from Radiant Prosperity Base, which must be related to her students. Zhang Yi projected the video onto the large screen. At the first glance, Liang Yu's eyes widened in disbelief. Her head seemed to explode, and the whole world appeared to spin around her. Dozens of familiar heads hung from a metal rack. Liang Yu felt as if struck by lightning, realizing they were all dead. After witnessing the tragic death of her students, Liang Yu felt the world spinning and then blacked out, collapsing onto the sofa. Shokir and Yang Mi quickly came over with concern. "Teacher Liang, are you alright?" Lu Karen also looked on, visibly anxious. Zhang Yi, standing aside, spoke calmly. "She's fine, just overwhelmed by the shock. Her brain temporarily shut down. I had already given her some sedatives in advance. She just needs some rest now." Uncle Yu couldn't help but shake his head and sigh. Teacher Liang truly is a dedicated and responsible teacher. This is indeed a great blow to her. I hope she can get through this soon. At that moment, Zhang Yi helped Liang Yu up and remarked, "Time eventually heals all wounds." Zhang Zhang Yi then carried Liang Yu to his bed, turned to Lu Karen and Yang Xinxin, and instructed, "You two take good care of her these next few days. Make sure to stabilize her emotions." He then told Zhou Kir, "Prepare some sedatives. If her emotions remain unstable, increase the dosage. It's better for her to stay in bed than to act recklessly." Zhou Kir nodded obediently. After settling Liang Yu, everyone returned to the living room where Zhang Yi began discussing their defensive strategy. The conflict with Radiant Prosperity Base seems inevitable now, and Morning Dew Base might also join the fray, increasing our defensive pressure significantly. We'll hold the first line of defense, and if that fails, we'll retreat to the shelter. However, they won't deploy their full forces in the first wave. As long as we make them pay a price, they should withdraw. After all, our conflict with the two bases hasn't escalated to a life and death struggle yet. This battle is more about showing strength. If we appear strong, they will back off. If we appear weak, they will likely try to eliminate us. So, my task is to demonstrate our strength to deter them from encroaching on West Mountain's territory. Just then, not far from the shelter, a figure in a red cloak appeared. He was Grand Cleric Xiao Jianwu of Snow Worship Sect. His steps were not fast, but they were exceedingly steady. Braving the wind and snow, he reached a hillside and gazed from afar at the shelter. Soon, his eyes emitted a golden light, and the shelter seemed transparent under his gaze. The Grand Cleric was taken aback. What kind of power is this? The vision of the shelter filled with fantastical elements, enveloped in a vast aura. He widened his eyes in awe. In this world, aside from that one, there exists such a formidable mutant. Could he also be a right-hand man of the gods? His ability was energy observation, which allowed him to see the aura around each person. The more vibrant the life force, the more vigorous the aura, especially in powerful mutants, whose aura appeared even richer. The more magnificent and vast the aura, the more powerful the mutant was. Moreover, he could distinguish gifted mutants and those yet unawakened. His unique ability enabled him to preach on behalf of Yuan Konya, rapidly expanding and strengthening Snow Worship Sect. Taking a deep breath, Grand Cleric Xiao Jianwu turned and walked back, thinking, such a powerful aura from Zhang Yi. This is a significant discovery. Zhuge Qingting brought a strong young man. He told Xiao Honglian that he used to be the manager of the War Dragon security company, named Wu Weiren. He also participated in the project of Wang Siming's Lark Manor shelter. Moreover, the man named Zhang Yi also had a safe house built by him before the apocalypse. Xiao Honglian became interested upon hearing this and asked, "Are you very familiar with that Zhang Yi?" Wu Weiren said that they were not very close, just in a simple client relationship, but he was very familiar with the shelter he lived in. Xiao Honglian, who had no concept of a shelter, asked him to explain in detail. After listening to Wu Weiren's explanation, Xiao Honglian realized, it turns out that the shelter was built by their company and astonishingly cost $1 billion. Wu Weiren continued, "What West Mountain Base cannot achieve, we at Radiant Prosperity Base will accomplish. With my presence, I am confident that we can take it down in one fell swoop." Xiao Honglian looked at him. "You mean you know the weaknesses of the shelter, right?" Wu Weiren nodded. "War Dragon is a world-renowned security company, so skimping on construction materials is definitely out of the question. But since I was involved in building the house, I am quite familiar with the structure and materials of the entire building. As long as we can get access to the surface of the house and use the base's large engineering vehicles, it's very possible to cut open the walls. After all, the walls are not cast as a single piece. By finding the seams and under my guidance, cutting through the exterior wall is entirely feasible." Hearing this, Xiao Honglian was secretly delighted and immediately promised a significant reward after the success of the mission. If the job is done well, he will be promoted to a team leader upon his return. Wu Weiren, excited by the news, thanked the leader for the opportunity. At this moment, Xiao Honglian couldn't help but ask, if it's possible to open a gap with professional tools, why couldn't West Mountain Base blow it open with their explosives? They have a lot of weapons. It doesn't make sense that they couldn't blow open a small shelter. Could it be that they didn't even have the chance to get close to the shelter? Are Zhang Yi and his associates that powerful? Considering this, Xiao Honglian became cautious. She picked up her phone and murmured, "Given the many unknowns and high risks of this battle, it's impossible to let Radiant Prosperity Base shoulder it alone. We must drag other bases into this as well, to share our risks and prevent them from seizing the oil refinery while we act." Xiao Honglian immediately called Wei Dinghai from Morning Dew Base. Wei Dinghai had also received considerable intelligence. They too had discovered that the downfall of West Mountain Base was linked to Zhang Yi. They knew Zhang Yi was not simple, but like Radiant Prosperity Base, they had not figured out the details and thus dared not act rashly. Xiao Honglian suggested they could collaborate, which would greatly reduce the risk. Upon hearing this, Wei Dinghai just chuckled. "Just the two of our bases might not be enough. If we are to strike, let's drag everyone into this." Xiao Honglian smiled knowingly. "It seems we are on the same page. Let's bring in Emerald Waterside Base and Snow Worship Sect, uniting 4 major forces to attack the shelter." Wei Dinghai also had this intention. In their eyes, Emerald Waterside Base was just a conservative force made up of steelworkers and lumberjacks, while Snow Worship Sect appeared to be a chaotic cult organization, but their strength should not be underestimated. If they were to launch a surprise attack while they were dividing their forces to attack Zhang Yi, it could be overwhelming. Emerald Waterside Base is located to the northwest of Heavenly Sea City. At this moment, in a workshop of the steel mill, a man was pinching a piece of bread in his hand, tossing it piece by piece onto the ground. On the ground lay two people chained up, panting with their tongues out like dogs, begging to be fed, and occasionally barking. Each time the man threw a piece of bread, the two would quickly scramble on the ground to fight over it. This scene brought a great sense of satisfaction to the man. The man remarked, "Director Liu, Director's son, you two are even more dog-like than actual dogs. Weren't you quite arrogant before the apocalypse?" Just then, a soldier in a green combat uniform came over. "Boss, the lady from Radiant Prosperity Base is looking for you. She says she has something important to discuss with you." Hearing this, the boss of Emerald Waterside Base, Xing Tian, stopped feeding and jumped down from the lathe. "Xiao Holian is looking for me? What could she possibly want?" Saying this, he followed the soldier to the office. At the entrance of the workshop, a little girl was doodling on the ground with a stick. In front of her crouched a huge white wolfhound, its size probably similar to Flower when enlarged. The giant dog lay submissively in the snow, seemingly protecting the little girl. Seeing Xing Tian come out of the workshop, the big dog raised its neck and howled. Xing Tian picked up the girl tenderly like a loving father and said, "Didn't I tell you? It's too cold outside. Don't come out to play if it's not necessary. If you really need to come out, make sure to wear your hat and scarf." The girl's name is Zhou Lingling, Xing Tian's goddaughter. Her father was a close friend of Xing Tian and had passed away in an accident a few years ago, after which Xing Tian adopted her. He put down Zhou Lingling. "Play with Lele for a while. Daddy will come and play with you after finishing some work." Zhou Lingling obediently nodded her head and then continued to squat down, drawing something on the ground while talking in a babyish voice to the big dog Lele. Xing Tian walked into the office, which used to be the factory manager's office, decorated with understated luxury. Sitting in front of the monitor, he said, "I was busy in the workshop just now. Speak directly if there's something. You must have heard about the destruction of West Mountain Base. Don't you want a piece of the action too?" Xing Tian said somewhat casually, "We don't really mind, but the northeastern part of West Mountain borders us, so if you're not interested, just hand it over to us. Anyway, their territory is so large, none of us could swallow it whole, so it's just a matter of discussing how to divide it up. There's no need to fight over it." Xiao Holian laughed, "But there's one thing we haven't sorted out yet. There's still a powerful force on West Mountain Base's territory that we must eliminate first. Otherwise, no one will gain any advantage from West Mountain. Both my people and Wei Dinghai's have been killed by them." Hearing this, Xing Tian was surprised. Is there such a formidable person in Heavenly Sea City? Not only did they bring about the downfall of West Mountain Base, but they also dared to offend both of our major bases at the same time? Xiao Holian nodded. "It's absolutely true. We've investigated this thoroughly. They aren't a large force like our major bases, but rather a highly specialized team of just a few people. They have clear roles, and several of them are mutants, with very strong abilities." Xing Tian cautiously asked, "We at Emerald Waterside won't rush into action without knowing their true strength. You know, in this environment, it's not so easy to conduct cross-regional operations. We might lose up to 30% of our combat power before the battle even starts." Xiao Holian persuaded, "That's why we must unite. I've already discussed this with Morning Dew Base, and as long as you agree, our three bases can launch an attack together. Once our three bases collaborate, Snow Worship Sect must also send troops. With all four of us united, isn't West Mountain Base's territory as good as ours?" The plan indeed seemed enticing, with a high chance of success. However, Xing Tian still expressed his concerns. "If Chen Xinyan couldn't take them down, can we really manage it? After all, West Mountain Base has the strongest armed forces among the major bases." Xiao Holian knew Xing Tian would ask this and confidently replied, "That shelter is not impregnable. The person who was primarily responsible for building that shelter is now with us at Radiant Prosperity Base, and he has a way to breach its defenses. Once the shelter is breached, a few mutants are nothing to fear." Xing Tian pondered for a moment and also saw the potential in this idea. For major forces united, it would be impossible not to overcome a local power. Xing Tian did not give an answer on the spot, as he did not want her to think he was too eager. He then said, "I'll need to hold a meeting to decide on this, and you need to provide us with detailed intelligence on that shelter. The more detailed, the better." Xiao Holian nodded. "Of course, I'll send it to you shortly. You really need to consider this carefully. I think this is purely beneficial for you at Emerald Waterside, and you definitely won't regret it." She then hung up the phone. Shortly after, Xiao Holian sent the information. Upon receiving the new file, Xing Tian immediately opened it, and his body shook slightly. Can it really be such a coincidence? Meanwhile, in the Celestial Tribute District's Snow Worship Sect chapel, Wei Dinghai was also in contact with Zhang Yi from Snow Worship Sect. However, Wei Dinghai's approach was forceful, more of a command than a consultation, but given the current situation, they dared not refuse Wei Dinghai's proposal. As Zhang Yi was reporting to Yuan Kongya, Grand Cleric Zhao Jianhua, leaning on a cane, walked in. He told Yuan Kongya that he had detected an immensely vast aura at Zhang Zhang Yi shelter, a surging power comparable to yours. If we could persuade him to join our sect, he might help the snow worship sect achieve great success." Yuan Kongya's eyes flickered intensely as her mind raced. It's worth noting that even when meeting Ling Feng, Xiao Holian, and Wei Dinghai, the Grand Cleric had never given such a high assessment. This implies that they might have severely underestimated Zhang Yi's strength. If so, this joint attack could be incredibly dangerous. At this point, Jin Yixian proposed a bold idea. Since Wei Dinghai is using us as cannon fodder, let's play along with them while also seeking to cooperate with Zhang Yi. If we can ally with Zhang Yi and turn against the other bases, the situation could become very interesting. Inside the shelter, Zhang Yi suddenly received a message. This left Zhang Yi extremely astonished. It was from an old classmate he hadn't been in contact with for years. He opened the message to see Xing Weinan. Zhang Yi's gaze sharpened immediately. This guy is still alive? Seems he's got some tricks up his sleeve. He focused on the message from Xing Weinan, which read, "Old classmate, long time no see." Zhang Yi was quite shocked to see the message. In such tense times, the sudden appearance of an old classmate was puzzling. After all, it was not the beginning of the apocalypse anymore. Zhang Yi pondered for a moment before replying to him. "I'm doing all right now." Xing Tian replied almost instantly. "Ha ha, it really is you. How are you still alive? I can't believe it. You've become so powerful, but your classmate isn't doing too badly either. I'm now the director of the steel mill in Heavenly Sea City." Xing Weinan's message conveyed an indescribable excitement, as if he had discovered a new continent. Zhang Yi quickly realized, there's only one steel mill in Heavenly Sea City. Isn't that the Emerald Waterside Steel Mill? Has he actually become the director there? Zhang Yi's expression immediately became shocked. "You're the boss of Emerald Waterside Base?" Xing Weinan sent a message. "Typing is too slow, and you know I only finished junior high school. Let's talk over voice call." After that, Xing Weinan made a voice call. After a brief catch-up, Zhang Yi smiled lightly and said, "Isn't the boss of Emerald Waterside Base called Xing Tian? Did you change your name after graduating from junior high?" Xing Weinan laughed. "Don't you think the name Xing Tian sounds more domineering? I changed it after becoming the boss. I felt the name Xing Weinan wasn't impressive enough. Feels much better now, right?" Zhang Yi was speechless, thinking that changing to a fanciful name to boost confidence usually just shows how insecure one truly is. Zhang Yi bluntly said, "Xing Weinan, let's get straight to the point. Why contact me all of a sudden? What do you want to talk about?" "I actually wanted to catch up with you. Back in junior high, I wasn't doing too well. Unlike you who were handsome and popular with the girls, and you also had good grades." He sighed deeply, adding, "Who would have thought I'd have my day in the sun? Old classmate, wouldn't you agree?" Zhang Yi simply smiled faintly. Isn't that just the mindset of a poor man who has suddenly become rich? However, Zhang Yi didn't plan to burst his bubble, merely stating calmly, "We can catch up on old times later. I get the feeling you have another purpose today. Then let's talk business. Didn't you previously kill people from Radiant Prosperity Base and Morning Dew Base? They are now planning to band together to deal with you, and they've also called on us in the Snow Worship sect to launch a joint attack on you. You might be in trouble soon." Upon hearing this, Zhang Yi was immediately shocked. He had originally planned to defend against 2 factions, but now it had become 4. This would at least double his defensive pressure. Zhang Yi calmly said, "So, are you contacting me to declare war?" Xing Tian burst out laughing. "You've been watching too much TV. What era are you living in to still declare war? If we were going to fight, we'd definitely catch you off guard. I'm contacting you just because of our past relationship, to talk things over." Xing Tian's face showed a hint of warmth, but he still had a condescending air, as if showing off his success by helping an old classmate. "We at Emerald Waterside have no grudges with you, so we can avoid this battle. However, you need to agree to sufficient terms. You'll at least need to give me 10,000 kilograms of food." Zhang Yi fell silent, wondering if his academically poor classmate thought 10,000 kilograms of food was a lot. 10,000 kilograms is just 10 tons. Who is he looking down on? Just a few shelves in his extra-dimensional space held more than 10 tons. That amount probably wouldn't even fill a truck. However, Zhang Yi still acted as if it was a difficult request. "Let me think about it. The amount you're asking for is really a lot. I need some time." Xing Tian naturally wouldn't press his old classmate too hard. "No problem, but you'd better give me an answer by tomorrow noon. I really don't want to meet my old classmate on the battlefield." After hanging up the phone, Zhang Yi slumped on the sofa, pondering, 10 tons of supplies isn't much for me. I could give him the canned goods we retrieved from West Mountain Base, but after so many years, people change. Can I still trust him? After much consideration, Zhang Yi decided to agree for now, perhaps paying a part up front and, if they truly showed sincerity, fulfilling the rest after the matter was settled. This call provided Zhang Yi with quite a bit of useful intelligence. First, the shelter might face a joint attack from 4 major forces, and second, their attack would be implemented soon. However, Zhang Yi was still confident in the shelter's defensive capabilities. After all, none of these 4 forces had connections like Qinxinyan, who could access large-caliber bunker-buster missiles, so no matter how they attack, they should not be able to destroy the core underground 3 levels of the shelter. Moreover, their relationship with Zhang Yi hadn't reached a do-or-die point. As long as he made them perceive him as a tough nut to crack and their efforts were disproportionate to their gains, they would naturally back off. After clarifying his thoughts, Zhang Yi immediately called a meeting with everyone. When they learned they might face a joint attack from 4 major forces, everyone's faces filled with fear and tension, except for Yang Xinxin, who calmly said, "I don't think the situation is as bad as it seems. Although the 4 bases appear to be allied, in reality, each has its own agenda. We only have conflicts with Radiant Prosperity and Morning Dew Base, while Snow Worship Sect and Emerald Waterside Base were just pulled in by them. Since there are no real grudges, their willingness to fight is likely wavering. Even if they do send troops, they won't really engage in a fight to the death with us." The others agreed with this view, and Uncle Yu said while folding his arms, "Our biggest weakness is our small number of people, which would put a lot of pressure on us in a multi-front battle, and it would be hard to withstand their relentless attacks. We can't be on alert 24 hours a day." At this moment, Zhang Yi laid out his strategy. The shelter is backed by 2 low hills, which naturally form a barrier. The large snowy cedars on the hills are soft, making it impossible for them to charge down and attack us, so we just need to guard the approximately 120 degrees of our frontal field of vision. Zhang Yi drew an arc on the map. Our firepower will also be concentrated in this position. Our goal isn't to defeat them, but to repel them, making them believe I have the power to dominate this area. After this battle, I will naturally negotiate with them to redefine the boundaries of our territories, ensuring they won't easily invade our land again. At this point, Chun-Lei frowned and said, "Even if Emerald Waterside doesn't come, facing a joint attack from 3 forces is still a huge pressure. It's likely that our outer defenses will be breached soon, and we'll have to retreat to defend the shelter. In that case, we can only rely on the shelter's own defenses and the boss's dimensional gate, but facing such a large number of attackers, they will surely have a variety of tactics. What if they really find a weak point in the shelter, and Radiant Prosperity Base has a lot of oil and gas resources? They might use heavy machinery. No matter how strong the shelter's defenses are, it's still just a building. Can it withstand that? Also, we do not understand the capabilities of the opposing mutants." Chun-Lei seemed to be suggesting a retreat, but his analysis was not without reason. After all, mutants are always the most unstable factor. However, Zhang Yi still reassured everyone, "These issues are not a problem for me, don't worry." Just then, Flower, who was lying by the window, suddenly let out a startling roar. Everyone turned to look and saw a figure slowly approaching the shelter through the snow. Without a word, Zhang Yi had his pistol in hand. "Follow me outside to check." Zhang Yi rushed to the 2nd floor and took out a telescope. Indeed, through the snowstorm, he saw a figure in a red robe, looking like an elderly man, struggling step by step toward them with a walking stick. Anyone wandering outside in such harsh weather could not be an ordinary person. Zhang Yi immediately judged he must be a mutant. However, he seemed to be alone. What could his purpose be? If he dared to appear here alone, either he was very confident in his own abilities, or he believed that Zhang Yi and the others would not attack him. At that moment, Uncle Yu suddenly exclaimed, "I recognize this person. I saw him back in the Uelu district. He's the Grand Cleric of the Snow Worship Sect." Behind him, Shokir also said cautiously, "Snow Worship Sect? What are they sending someone here for now?" Lu Karen also wheeled Yang Xinxin up to the 2nd floor. Yang Xinxin analyzed, "According to the intelligence, Snow Worship Sect has always been at odds with the other forces. If we want to dissolve their alliance from within, Snow Worship Sect could be a good entry point." Zhang Yi put down the telescope and said in a deep voice, "I don't have a good impression of these cult organizations. They tend to be more paranoid and crazier than normal people." Yet Yang Xinxin laughed and said, "It's not about becoming friends with them. If they can be of use, why not exploit that?" Zhang Yi also agreed. Turning to Chun-Lei, he said, "Fatty, you go out and talk to that guy. Put on a headset, and I'll tell you what to say." Chun-Lei almost peed himself with fear, pleading, "Boss, my ability is too weak. Isn't sending me out like sending me to my death?" Zhang Yi looked at him with disdain. "Your ice and snow ability is almost invincible in this environment, and I'll be covering you with a sniper rifle from behind. If he makes any suspicious move, I can take him out instantly." Seeing Zhang Yi's uncompromising gaze, Chun-Lei reluctantly agreed. Zhang Yi told Chun-Lei, "I've turned on the voice communicator already. Go now. Don't let him get too close, lest he sees how we've set up our defenses." As Chun-Lei walked out, when he neared the old man, he stopped the Grand Cleric from advancing further as instructed by Zhang Yi. The Grand Cleric smiled gently and said to Chun-Lei in a humble manner, "Greetings. I see a strong radiance in you. Surely you are also a powerful mutant. I am Zhao Jianhua, Grand Cleric of the Snow Worship Sect, here on the order of our leader to visit Mr. Zhang Yi." Zhang Yi's eyebrows furrowed slightly. "He's indeed here for me." Uncle Yu also remarked, "This old man's ability seems to be able to see through people's talents. He approached me once in the Uelu district, but I refused him. Later, he helped Li Jian awaken his abilities." Zhang Yi nodded and said, "His ability is indeed very practical, especially when used in conjunction with their leader Yuan Kongya's blessings. It's a perfect match." Zhang Yi instructed Chun-Lei to ask the other party what his purpose was. Chun-Lei somewhat pompously said, "Our boss isn't someone you can just meet whenever you want. You can speak your piece directly. Our boss can hear everything." The Grand Cleric was somewhat surprised. This Zhang Yi is is indeed cautious, even being so careful about meeting an old man like me. This increased his respect for Zhang Yi. The Grand Cleric said, I am here to deliver important intelligence to Mr. Zhang Yi. In 3 days, 3 major bases will join forces to attack your shelter. These brutal and shameless warlords attempt to destroy such a beautiful home, even harboring the intent to kill. They even tried to persuade my leader to join their ranks to attack you. However, my snow worship sect has always advocated for peace and love, and thus we do not wish to associate with them. Therefore, we hope to establish cooperation with Mr. Zhang Yi. After the Grand Cleric proposed a partnership, Zhang Yi's expression gradually became more animated. The situation was unfolding just as he had envisioned. The major forces were not in harmony to begin with, each harboring their own ulterior motives, simply wanting to divide up West Mountain's territory. Their so-called alliance was bound to be extremely fragile. As long as the interests aligned, they could switch sides at any time. Whether it was Emerald Waterside Base or Snow Worship Sect, both were looking to play both sides. As long as he saw an advantage for himself, he would not hesitate to switch allegiances. Thinking this, Zhang Yi's confidence surged. The more tenuous their alliance, the greater his chances of winning the battle. He instructed Chun Lei through the voice communicator. What then is the purpose of your visit today? Is it just to tell us that you don't want to join their attack on us? Unexpectedly, the Grand Cleric shook his head. My intent is to cooperate. But how would that be cooperation? The mission of my Snow Worship sect is love and peace, and we resolutely fight against all dark forces. Thus, our leader wishes to collaborate with Mr. Zhang Yi to counter the other factions. I feel our situations are quite similar. Those warlord forces fear our rise, and are doing everything they can to suppress us. Why should we continue to live so arduously? From this perspective, our organizations are of the same kind, so I believe we should unite and resist them, standing against the hegemony of those bases. The Grand Cleric spoke logically, but Zhang Yi found it uninspiring. In essence, they were being bullied and wanted to pull him into their revenge. He had Chun Lei ask the Grand Cleric, if you want to cooperate, you need to show some sincerity. Upon hearing this, the Grand Cleric smiled slightly. I have not come empty-handed this time. To show our sincerity, I have brought the most precious relic of the Snow Worship sect, the Frost Essence. Chun Lei stepped back half a step and hesitated to receive it. Seeing this, the Grand Cleric explained, the function of the Frost Essence is quite simple. It can stimulate a person's potential, enabling ordinary people to awaken and become mutants. For mutants, it can enhance the abilities of the gifted, making their powers stronger. Having been in Heavenly Sea City for so long, surely you've heard of this treasure? At this point, Zhang Yi was skeptical. He never believed in a free lunch. Gaining abilities through external forces surely comes at a cost. Who would believe your scaremongering? This Frost Essence must have some unsavory side effects, right? Do you think everyone is a fool? The Grand Cleric seemed to anticipate Zhang Yi's concerns, and he calmly stated, the Frost Essence is a sacred relic of the Snow Worship sect, absolutely without any side effects. This has been verified by many parties. The 4 major forces have all sought it from us, and they found no issues. Upon hearing this, Zhang Yi was quite taken aback. All 4 bases had used it. Their sources of information were earlier, more comprehensive, and abundant than his, and they had access to advanced scientific research equipment and talent. If there were any side effects, they would surely have been discovered. With this in mind, Zhang Yi immediately asked Yang Xinxin to pull up the data. After some work, Yang Xinxin said, there are indeed records of this. According to the documents, all 4 bases had indeed requested Frost Essence from the Snow Worship sect, and West Mountain Base even successfully awakened 2 mutants using it. According to West Mountain Base's research, this Frost Essence is actually cells from Yuan Kongya herself. Inspired by this, West Mountain Base attempted to replicate the process, transplanting Lingfeng cells into others, which later resulted in the creation of the modified beings. However, Yuan Kongya's cells are different from others. They do not produce any harmful substances, nor can they manipulate the recipients through the cells. The reason why the Snow Worship sect has risen so rapidly is largely due to using Frost Essence in exchange for their survival space. If this information is true, then this Frost Essence is undoubtedly a great thing. Is there really such a thing as a free lunch? Can it awaken abilities in people without them having to go through a near-death experience, and also enhance the potentials of those already with abilities? He would never believe in such a miracle. Even if it existed, there would surely be hidden side effects. Zhang Yi told Chun Lei, ask him what happens when this thing is used on ordinary people. After Chun Lei asked, the Grand Cleric replied, the effects of this item on ordinary people vary because everyone's potential is different. Most people experience only a slight effect, while a very few can awaken abilities directly through it. So, it's actually most suitable for use on mutants. As he spoke, the Grand Cleric handed the Frost Essence directly to Chun Lei, describing its preciousness while giving it away so readily. Chun Lei couldn't help but ask, you're just giving it to me like this? Aren't you afraid we won't cooperate with you? The Grand Cleric's lips curled into a sly smile. Whether we cooperate really depends on your decision, but I must say, the united attack by the major forces against your shelter is already certain. Even if you choose not to collaborate with us, if it makes you stronger and thereby depletes more of the other force's resources, it's a win-win situation for us. Hearing this, Zhang Yi inwardly cursed. This old fox is quite the schemer. Zhang Yi then asked, so, you mean to use us to weaken the other bases? I can understand that, but what's the point of this so-called cooperation for us? It seems you're not just here for benefits. It looks like you have big ambitions. The Grand Cleric bowed slightly, his gaze icy. At the time, we will make a show of joining them in attacking your shelter, but we'll only be pretending. As soon as the major forces show any weakness, we will swiftly stab them in the back. Hearing this, Zhang Yi couldn't help but curse inwardly. Truly a group with no bottom line. Isn't this just letting us be the clam in their story, fighting the crane while they reap the benefits? And whether they choose to intervene also depends on the strength Zhang Yi and his group show. If Zhang Yi is instantly crushed by the coalition, then they would just write off the loss of 2 frost essences, and with the coalition's attack already certain, having one more potential ally might not be a bad thing. With this thought, Zhang Yi decided to first see the effects of the frost essence. He instructed Chun Lei to tell the Grand Cleric, if the so-called frost essence you've given us indeed works miracles, then naturally we will agree to your proposal. The Grand Cleric smiled and said, the effects will definitely surprise you. Since we have shown our sincerity, perhaps Mr. Zhang Yi would also like to show some of yours? Hearing this, Zhang Yi laughed. Isn't the fact that we are fighting the battle enough of a show of sincerity? The Grand Cleric quickly waved his hands. You misunderstand my meaning. We don't have any other material demands, only hope that you allow us to preach in your territory after we win this battle. To this, Zhang Yi had no objections. As long as it did not infringe upon his interests, they could preach however they liked. He told the Grand Cleric, as long as we can successfully repel the major forces, I can agree to your condition. At this moment, Zhang Yi suddenly had a clearer understanding. He had thought that after defeating West Mountain Base, he would become the target of everyone, but now it seemed the major forces were engaged in a complex power struggle centered around him. However, this also allowed him to understand the style of the major forces. Emerald Waterside Base is steady and cautious, not keen on expansion. Snow Worship Sect appears weak, but has great ambitions. Radiant Prosperity and Morning Dew Base are ambitious for expansion, often cooperating but with underlying disunity. The situation was becoming more interesting. At that moment, Chun Lei returned to the entrance of the shelter. Boss, how should we handle this? Chun Lei cautiously carried the small wooden box all the way, fearful that it contained a bomb. Zhang Yi extended his hand and said, don't move it. Then, he immediately activated the dimensional gate, instantly absorbing the box into the alternate space. Zhang Yi shifted his view to the alternate space, carefully examining it. Seeing no signs of anything unusual, he then felt reassured to take it out and hold it in his hand. Opening the box, he saw 2 spherical crystals emitting bursts of cold air, occasionally twitching slightly. Zhang Yi murmured softly, could this really be Yuan Kongya's key to unlocking mutant abilities? Thinking this, Zhang Yi shook his head with a wry smile. Impossible. In this post-apocalyptic world, everyone is out for themselves, thinking only of their own survival. There's no way someone would altruistically help others, especially not the Snow Worship Sect with its cult-like nature. I can't believe in them. Yet, calming down and thinking it over, the temptation of creating 2 new mutants with the 2 pieces of frost essence was hard to resist. While pondering, Zhang Yi suddenly felt the atmosphere change around him. Everyone looked at him with intense and longing gazes, especially Yang Mi, whose desire was almost spilling out of her eyes. Her existence was of the least value, essentially playing the role of a caretaker in the shelter compared to others. Zhang Yi said lightly, you've all just heard about the effects of this ice. It has a chance to awaken abilities in people, and all 4 major bases have used it without finding any abnormalities so far. Still, I remain skeptical. I never believe in free lunches. While speaking, Zhang Yi observed everyone's expressions. Don't look at me like that. You need to think carefully. Of these 2 pieces of frost essence, I will only use one at most for now, and the first person to use it is undoubtedly a guinea pig. So, whoever wants to try, raise your hand. The expressions on several women's faces showed hesitation, but Yang Mi still decisively raised her hand. I'm willing to try. Seeing this, the others also hesitantly raised their hands. Zhang Yi smiled and nodded at Yang Mi. Since you were the first to raise your hand, it shows your determination is the strongest, so this opportunity is yours. Yang Mi excitedly threw herself at Zhang Yi. Thank you, Zhang Yi. This is wonderful. Yet they didn't know the so-called vote was merely a formality. The right candidate had already been decided by him. It was indeed Yang Mi. If it was an experiment, it naturally made sense to minimize the potential loss by choosing someone less critical. Her volunteering simply saved him a lot of trouble. Zhang Yi analyzed, although Emerald Waterside and Snow Worship Sect both have opportunities to exploit, we must also be prepared to face the 4 forces. In this situation, it's hard to tell if they are coming in advance to deceive us, and if they suddenly turn against us, we could be paying with our lives. After the discussion, Zhang Yi had everyone come to the medical room. For safety, Zhang Yi tied Yang Mi to the hospital bed, then opened the box to use one of the frost essences. The method of use was simple. Just place it in the middle of the forehead. The moment the frost essence touched her forehead, it suddenly grew several small tentacles that slowly spread out and seemed to drill into Yang Mi's skull, and in an instant, the entire ice seemed to merge with her. Yang Mi's gaze gradually became vacant, her eyes losing focus. The whole process took less than 2 seconds, and Yang Mi immediately fell into a deep sleep. Zhang Yi called Zhou Qi over. Yang Mi will be under your care for the next couple of days. To prevent any accidents, administer a certain dose of sedative to her first. Zhou Qi nodded slightly jealously. Zhang Yi couldn't help but laugh. Silly girl, you don't think I gave the frost essence to Yang Mi because I care more about her, do you? On the contrary, it's precisely because I care more about you. Think about it, we can't be 100% sure the frost essence has no side effects, and if something adverse does happen, I wouldn't want you to be harmed. Zhou Qi's worries turned to joy, looking flattered as she said, so that's what you were thinking. Zhang Yi smiled. In the apocalypse, one must always leave a way out for themselves. A moment of complacency can cost a life. Zhang Yi looked affectionately at Zhou Qi. Qi, you are a doctor, which is very important to me, even more so than a mutant, but it's different for Yang Mi. She needs to prove her value desperately. That's why I chose to give the frost essence to her. After hearing Zhang Yi's explanation, Zhou Qi immediately felt enlightened, a warmth growing in her heart, realizing that all this was to protect her. She then obediently went to prepare the medication. After she left, Zhang Yi immediately dropped the smile from his face and silently returned to his bedroom. He picked up his phone and made a voice call to Xing Tian. Zhang Yi, have you figured it out so quickly? Zhang Yi responded, I've figured it out, but I want to change the way we cooperate. Xing Tian immediately became cautious. How do you plan to cooperate? Zhang Yi said seriously, you mentioned a quantity of food. I can give you twice as much, but you must also participate in this attack. Xing Tian laughed. So you want me to help you fight them? You're thinking too much. Our Emerald Waterside base has always stayed out of conflicts. I can avoid fighting you, but it's impossible for me to offend those other forces. Zhang Yi interrupted him. You've misunderstood. I'm not asking you to turn your guns around. Just bring your people and pretend to attack. Xing Tian looked puzzled. Are you asking us to be actors? What exactly are you playing at? Zhang Yi laughed. Just relax. There's no enmity between us, and we're old classmates after all. I definitely won't betray you, and if you just perform this act, I'll give you twice the food. Are you taking this job or not? Xing Tian's eyes twinkled, feeling that such a good deal was too good to pass up, but he wondered what Zhang Yi's real motive was. Could it be a trick to lure the tiger away from the mountain? But upon further thought, it seemed unlikely. Zhang Yi had no reason to betray him. With this realization, Xing Tian laughed heartily. Ha ha ha, no problem. In consideration of our old friendship, I agree to your proposal, but to show your sincerity, you need to deliver the materials to us first. Zhang Yi responded, it's impossible to give you everything up front. I can only give you 1/3 now, and the rest after the job is done. Xing Tian understood this arrangement. Then tomorrow at 2:30 p.m. at the former site of West Mountain Base. After hanging up the phone, Zhang Yi continued to ponder his battle plan, which was now becoming clear. He could have chosen to have Emerald Waterside Base not deploy any troops, but to make Radiant Prosperity and Morning Dew Base lower their guard. He preferred to offer more resources. Now, he had prepared for the worst scenario. If both Snow Worship Sect and Emerald Waterside Base turned against him at the last moment, he could simply abandon the surface of the shelter and retreat to the more defensively robust underground. But if it really came to that, the opposition would surely pay a heavy price. Suddenly, a rapid knocking came from outside the door, and Zhou Qi's anxious voice called out, Zhang Yi, something's happening with Yang Mi. Zhang Yi sprang up and went to open the door, approaching the bed to see that Yang Mi indeed showed some changes. Her face was flushed, covered in sweat, and Yang Mi slowly opened her eyes. Seeing Zhang Yi, she managed to say incredulously, Zhang Yi, did I succeed? At this moment, Flower also jumped next to Yang Mi and gently lay down in front of her. After Flower paced back and forth a few times, Zhang Yi finally relaxed. A cat's intuition is hundreds of times stronger than that of humans. If there were any abnormal changes in Yang Mi, even slight fluctuations in her aura, it would notice. Could it really be that he was overthinking? Are the things verified by the 4 major bases really free of any side effects? Zhang Yi did not immediately release Yang Mi from her restraints, but leaned in to ask, do you feel any changes in your body? What ability have you awakened? Zhang Yi knew that mutants immediately become aware of their powers upon awakening. It's like a person suddenly growing an extra hand. The individual would feel its presence right away and know how to use it. Yang Mi closed her eyes to sense her new abilities, and after a while, she smiled and exclaimed, it seems I'm only destined for housework. However, she didn't feel any disappointment. She seemed quite content with her ability. Yang Mi explained, my ability is feast. Any food I prepare can help others recover their expended powers. She laughed. It's a support ability, but that's okay. Fighting was never my strong suit. Upon hearing this, Zhang Yi was overjoyed. This ability was no trivial matter. With this ability, there would no longer be concerns about overusing powers during battles. Zhang Yi immediately signaled Zhou Qi to release the restraints, and Zhou Qi's eyes were full of envy. However, due to the muscle relaxants administered earlier, Yang Mi was still unable to move. Zhang Yi smiled reassuringly, rest well for now, and once you're recovered, you can show everyone your ability. Zhang Yi picked up Yang Mi and carried her to her bedroom. It appeared that the Grand Cleric had not lied. The effect of the artifact depended on the individual individual's potential, and awakening this ability was indeed fortunate. The next day, Zhang Yi called Xing Tian, "Come over now, but I've changed the meeting place to Su Family Town." Xing Tian immediately became cautious. "Why change it to your territory all of a sudden?" Zhang Yi laughed. "Their target is me, so it's only normal for me to be cautious. You can relax. You surely don't suspect that I'd trick you, right?" Xing Tian snorted coldly. "Alright, let's do it your way." Zhang Yi and his group arrived early at the village entrance and waited until midday when Xing Tian finally arrived at Su Family Town with a group of his men. Indeed, their mode of transportation was quite rudimentary, consisting entirely of dog sleds. The dogs were all rather large, especially the lead one, which was nearly as big as the giant-sized flower, likely a mutant as well. There was also a cute little girl sitting on the back of the lead dog. Upon seeing Flower on Zhang Yi's shoulder, both the cat and the dog immediately became a bit wary and started growling at each other. The girl on the dog's back quickly patted its head to calm it down. At that moment, Xing Tian burst into laughter and said, "Ha ha, old classmate, long time no see. Who would have thought that more than a decade after graduation, we'd meet again in such circumstances?" Zhang Yi also laughed and replied, "Who would have thought? Indeed, I figure if we were to meet, it'd be over a drink at a reunion. But looking at your setup, you seem to be doing very well. Already a big shot in Heavenly Sea City." Xing Tian basked in the compliment, his expression quickly turning smug. "You're not doing too badly yourself. Although your territory isn't large, you're still one of the powerhouses of Heavenly Sea City." Then Xing Tian sighed deeply. "Who would have thought that I, who was so unremarkable at school, would have my day?" It seemed like a sigh, but it was actually a boast. Xing Tian ordered his men to move the food to the sleds. Seeing that he got so much food without using any soldiers, he was very pleased. "Zhang Yi, don't feel bad about the food. Cooperating with Emerald Waterside Base, I assure you it's a good deal." At this moment, Zhang Yi's tone suddenly became serious. "Do you remember that fight I got into back in junior high?" Xing Tian recalled. "I do remember something like that. It was 5 against 1. Although you took quite a beating, the guy leading them had a few teeth knocked out by you. You were really fierce. I knew I couldn't beat 5 people back then, so I focused on the one who started the trouble. I just wanted to show him that Zhang Yi is not someone to be bullied." Zhang Yi said, his eyes suddenly turning fierce. "So, I agree to give you the food because I genuinely want to cooperate, but if you dare betray me, I'd rather fight to the death and drag you down with me, regardless of others. Do you understand? Old classmate, rest assured, I, Xing Tian, am all about loyalty in this world. Just wait for the good news." This assurance somewhat eased Zhang Yi's mind. Zhang Yi smiled and said, "That's best. Of course, I don't want us, old classmates, to end up hurting each other." After this, Xing Tian and his men turned and sprinted away. Once they had left, Zhang Yi also called everyone back to the shelter. "Let's go back and discuss the battle plan. Uncle Yu expressed his concerns. I'm still worried. What if we lose the food and they betray us? Wouldn't that be a huge loss?" Zhang Yi dismissively said, "Those foods are just canned goods collected from West Mountain Base. They're nothing tasty. Besides, I assure you he won't dare." Zhang Yi spoke calmly, his expression exuding confidence. Though more than a decade had passed, a person's nature is hard to change. From a lowly figure to a leader with significant powers and authority, his mindset and wisdom aren't enough to keep him stable. Thus, his approach to everything is very conservative, always cautious, afraid to start conflicts lightly. He fears losing what he has now more than anything, so rather than opposing me, they'd likely choose a strategy that yields benefits without them having to do anything. Zhang Yi and his group quickly returned to the shelter, and as they entered the living room, they were greeted by a familiar aroma of food, richer than usual, which immediately lifted everyone's spirits. Seeing Zhang Yi return, Yang Mi excitedly approached. "Come and taste the food I made. I've mastered using my ability." Zhang Yi showed a face of amazement. "Our star really has some skills." He then leisurely changed his clothes. Lu Karen also complimented. "Sister Yang's cooking is especially delicious today, and somehow the food seems magical. It makes one feel energized and full of vigor after eating." Upon hearing this, Zhang Yi couldn't help but feel secretly delighted. It seemed her ability was effective not only on mutants but also on ordinary people. At that moment, he noticed Liang Yu standing aside, looking quite well. Her vitality significantly improved. Zhang Yi was curious. "Has your food made teacher Liang not emo anymore?" Yang Mi said somewhat proudly. "Of course, eating the food I make not only revitalizes and sharpens the mind, but even eliminates negative physical conditions." As she spoke, Yang Mi brought over a bowl of porridge and handed it to Zhang Yi, who felt obliged to accept it as everyone was watching. Still a bit cautious, he secretly gave Flower a spoonful to taste first, ensuring it really was safe before he began to eat. Indeed, the moment the porridge touched his lips, a magical energy surged through his body, sweeping away all fatigue instantly, and Zhang Yi couldn't help but finish it in just a few bites. After everyone had their fill, Zhang Yi went to the kitchen to ask Yang Mi, "Do you know if your ability-infused food can be stored? I mean, does the effectiveness of the food diminish over time?" Yang Mi was also unsure. "I'm not clear on that, but it does seem like the effects are better when it's freshly made." Zhang Yi wasn't really worried about storage issues. As long as the food was placed into the alternate space right after being made, it would stay fresh fresh when taken out. He told Zhang Yi, starting today, you should produce food that's easy to carry, like energy bars. Thinking about this, Zhang Yi was inwardly thrilled. If he could fill the space with such food, wouldn't that solve the problem of energy depletion? The main force of Radiant Prosperity Base had arrived near the shelter, and Xiao Honglian took out the communication device, contacting each of the leaders of the other forces one by one, instructing them to arrive at the designated place at the agreed time. At that moment, Xiao Honglian's deputy, Zhuge Qingting, expressed his concern. When we left this morning, I noticed the flagpole at the entrance of the base had fallen. I've been feeling like it's a bad omen. Xiao Honglian responded dismissively. I didn't realize you were so superstitious. Zhuge Qingting shook his head. It's not that I'm superstitious, it's just that this feeling has been getting stronger. After all, since the apocalypse, this is the first time we have mobilized on such a large scale. I feel that assembling so much military force has affected the foundation of our Radiant Prosperity Base. I mean, if we lose this battle, the consequences might be more than we can handle. Xiao Honglian didn't hesitate and spoke in a tone that brooked no argument. We will definitely win this battle. The downfall of West Mountain Base was mainly due to the River South Domain missile, not because of him. Zhang Yi, a mere modified villa housing a handful of people, even if they are all mutants, what of it? With the four of us acting together, defeating them will be as easy as flipping our hands. You're still too young, lad. Zhuge Qingting fell silent for a moment. It's not our own capabilities I worry about, it's the reliability of the other groups. Hearing this, Xiao Honglian laughed. Relying on them is indeed impossible. Those guys are all bloodthirsty scum. Just let them know Zhang Yi is a big fat piece of meat, and they will naturally fight desperately for the juiciest bite. After all, who can resist a fat and weak lamb? After we take down Zhang Yi, we'll divide the spoils based on strength, and our Radiant Prosperity Base will undoubtedly be the biggest winner. Hearing this, Zhuge Qingting nodded. You're right. From any perspective, we have no possibility of failure. Xiao Honglian said with a laugh. You're just too nervous. Haven't seen enough big scenes. After our triumph, we'll celebrate properly. Meanwhile, in the shelter, Xing Tian had informed Zhang Yi of the plan to attack at 2 p.m., and preparations for the battle were made early in the morning. Zhang Yi assigned Liang Yu, Uncle Yu, Chun Lei, and Flower to the front line, while he stayed back at the shelter. Zhang Yi noted that his powers were not offensive. Staying inside the shelter would allow him to provide remote support using the dimensional gate. Today, Liang Yu's demeanor was different from previous days. After all, in her eyes, it was Radiant Prosperity Base that had killed her students, making today an excellent opportunity for revenge. At that moment, Zhang Yi handed over the treasured sword Dragon's Roar to Liang Yu. He added, remember to return it after the fight. After arranging for a few members to hold the front line, Zhang Yi returned to the shelter to continue organizing tasks. Here, prepare the medical aid. Yang Mi, focus on making food. Then, Zhang Yi looked towards Yang Xinxin. You'll control the front line's firepower. Be careful. Some of those people are our allies. You must follow my commands when shooting. Yang Xinxin's smile was uncontrollable. Her cheeks flushed with excitement as she said, finally, I can personally slay the enemy. I'll prove to brother that I, Yang Xinxin, will be your best helper. After assigning everyone their tasks, Zhang Yi told them, just focus on your respective duties. The enemy could attack at any moment. Don't be too nervous. This could be a prolonged battle. If the string is too tightly wound, it might snap more easily. After speaking, Zhang Yi went up alone to the second floor of the shelter. This time, Zhang Yi didn't stop at the second floor balcony, but went directly to the third floor, which offered a higher vantage point and a better view. This was the highest point of the shelter, undoubtedly an excellent sniping spot for Zhang Yi. Following the battle with West Mountain Base, the area in front of Lark Manor was nearly flattened, providing a very clear field of view. Zhang Yi took out his sniper rifle and began loading bullets unhurriedly. Once ready, Zhang Yi activated the smart voice system to open the window and simultaneously open the dimensional gate to block the space in front of the window. Now, all that was left was to wait for the prey to appear. Zhang Yi understood that he was not a combatant, so he was clear about his two tasks. The first was to kill as many of the enemy's ordinary soldiers as possible before the battle began, since mutants are harder to kill, and losing many soldiers would surely affect the enemy's morale. The second task for Zhang Yi was to maximize the advantages of the dimensional gate, supporting those on the front line in defense. If they could not hold back the enemy's assault, he would cover their retreat back to the shelter. By 1 o'clock in the afternoon, Zhang Yi caught some movement on the snowy field through his tactical scope and immediately alerted everyone, attention all, the enemy has started moving. In the scope, a dozen armored vehicles surged forward, belonging to Morning Dew Base's convoy. Wei Dinghai ordered, it seems the others haven't positioned themselves yet. Let's stop here and occupy a tactical position. We just need our artillery within range. No need to get too close. His deputy, Qin Jingguan, holding binoculars, soldiers, remarked, "This guy actually uses ice as defensive fortifications. Quite clever. Thinking these can stop our firepower is a pipe dream. With these ice constructs around, it actually becomes an environmental advantage for your frost abilities, something they definitely didn't anticipate." Wei Dinghai smiled easily. "This is meant to be a unilateral crushing, not even a war. However, I am curious about their people. If they don't get killed this time, I might consider recruiting them." Chen Jingwan complimented, "That would be a great honor for them." Wei Dinghai's convoy stopped, and the lead vehicles quickly positioned themselves for a long-range artillery strike to blow through the thick ice defenses. Just then, a bullet flew swiftly, piercing through the head of a soldier on one of the vehicles. The soldiers beside the vehicle immediately ducked and shouted into their communication devices, "We're under attack." But in the next second, another soldier's chest was pierced through. Wei Dinghai immediately ordered everyone to be on alert and search for the sniper. Although Morning Dew Base's soldiers weren't as professionally trained as those from West Mountain Base, many were ex-mercenaries or professional bodyguards. Using their vehicles for cover, they cautiously sought the hidden enemy, yet more soldiers were struck down, one by one. Within moments, the soldiers of Morning Dew Base almost turned into live targets. The continuous fall of soldiers caught Morning Dew Base off guard. An experienced soldier, judging from the direction of the gunshots, tried to pinpoint the enemy's hidden position, but their scopes could not see as far as 3.5 kilometers away. All that was visible was a vast expanse of white. So where were the bullets coming from? While still confused, a loud bang sounded, and he too was suddenly shot through the forehead. This caused Wei Dinghai to panic. Judging by the power, it must have been a heavy sniper rifle. The continuous firing suggested that the shooter was a physically strong mutant. Seeing soldier after soldier fall, Wei Dinghai couldn't sit still any longer, furiously exclaiming, "Using my men as targets, this is too arrogant." As he spoke, Wei Dinghai activated his ability, and a white mist of snow fog immediately surrounded the convoy. Zhang Yi stopped what he was doing, wondering, could this be the same kind of ice ability as Chunlei's? Zhang Yi was not at all panicked. He just needed to keep aiming and wait for the smoke to dissipate. After all, they were the ones attacking him. As soon as the enemy showed the slightest flaw, Zhang Yi could instantly snipe them. Wei Dinghai, in the convoy, knew well that using his ability to block the enemy's line of sight was not a sustainable strategy, as maintaining his ability would drain his energy. He immediately said to Chen Jingwan beside him, "Quickly find that hidden sniper." Chen Jingwan pointed ahead. The gunshots came from the direction of the shelter. Could the bullets be coming from the shelter? Hearing this, Wei Dinghai's pupils shrank sharply. They were at least 5 kilometers away from the shelter. How is this possible? Moments later, Wei Dinghai made a decisive decision. "Everyone, retreat immediately. The other forces haven't arrived yet, and there's no need to make unnecessary sacrifices. Let's move out of his shooting range." Everyone quickly got into their vehicles to retreat, with Wei Dinghai continuing to maintain the snow mist. However, turning vehicles around in the snow was inevitably going to expose some of them. With a loud bang, a vehicle's tire was instantly blown out. The destroyed tire greatly affected the modified tracks, and the vehicle quickly became immobile. The soldiers inside became frantic. "It's over. Once the snow mist clears, we'll definitely become sitting ducks." In fear, they cried out, "Don't leave us behind. Save us." Wei Dinghai was reluctant to abandon them outright. He ordered the convoy to slow down to give the soldiers on the damaged vehicle a chance to catch up. The convoy slowed, but Wei Dinghai increased the coverage of the blizzard. Under these conditions and visibility, it would be very difficult for Zhang Yi to aim accurately. However, that wasn't much of an issue. Even though visibility was obstructed, Zhang Yi could estimate their approximate location, so he simply aimed at the densest part of the snow mist and started firing blindly. He had plenty of ammunition, so even if only 1 in 10 shots hit, it was still worth it. Plus, there was no need to worry about running out of powers, as Yang Mi had prepared ample food with powers. His current task was to exert maximum deterrence on the approaching enemy before the battle. They could never have imagined that a heavy sniper could fire so intensively. They even thought there might be dozens of snipers. In a blink of an eye, several more soldiers fell. Wei Dinghai, sitting in the vehicle listening to the screams outside, his expression gradually darkened. He ordered again, "Don't bother with the wounded. Everyone retreat immediately." He knew that in such conditions, the likelihood of surviving a gunshot wound, regardless of where one was hit, was extremely low. Chen Jingwan could no longer sit by as the situation deteriorated, realizing that his elite troops might be completely wiped out. With that thought, he decided to activate his own ability. Like an agile monkey, he quickly climbed to the top of a vehicle and then leapt to the back of the convoy. In the next second, his body inflated like a balloon, transforming into a giant several meters tall. A bullet hit his chest, but it didn't penetrate his defenses, though the real pain made him cry out. He could feel the unusual power of the bullet. His ability could withstand most physical attacks, but Zhang Yi's bullets were proving too much for him. Zhang Yi, unaware that a mutant in the mist had stopped a bullet, kept up his relentless firing. Whenever a gun barrel overheated, he switched to another. A few minutes later, the convoy from Morning Dew Base gradually disappeared from Zhang Yi's sight. Zhang Yi's lips curled into a smile. It seemed his plan to drive them away had worked. worked, the next wave of attack would probably wait until the main forces gathered. But no matter how many more come, they should be prepared to face a barrage of my sniping. At this time, Chun-Lei and the others also heard the gunfire stop, and he quickly inquired about the situation. Zhang Yi calmly responded, "I took down a few dozen of them, and the rest got scared off. They're probably waiting for the main forces to regroup before they attack again." Everyone was shocked by this, and Chun-Lei couldn't help but praise in astonishment. "You took down dozens without even seeing them, boss. That's pretty incredible." Yet, Zhang Yi remained utterly calm and said, "What's so surprising about that? It's just basic operation." However, Zhang Yi still cautiously told them, "Long-range attacks are indeed my strong suit, but if my sniper defense line is breached, it will be up to you all to hold them off. If they get close enough, I can take out a few mutants with divine might." Chun-Lei chuckled, "Then it's up to them to see if they can break through the boss's divine sniping." Back at a safe distance, Wei Dinghai from Morning Dew Base immediately ordered a damage assessment. The report made Wei Dinghai's face turn very sour. One armored vehicle had been abandoned, and 3 others were severely damaged, likely unable to return to the base. 2 squad leaders were injured, and 35 soldiers had been killed. Wei Dinghai gritted his teeth, unable to believe that he had already lost a platoon without even seeing the outskirts of the shelter. Could it be that the person with the heavy sniper rifle has reached the terrifying epsilon level of ability? Upon reflection, however, that person might not be that formidable. If his long-range attack is so powerful, then his close combat abilities must be a weakness. To excel in one area typically means having shortcomings in others. It's impossible for someone to be a hexagonal warrior with no weaknesses. With this in mind, Wei Dinghai immediately issued a command. "In that case, if we can get close enough, we can use his visual blind spots to dodge his shots. Once we break into the shelter, that sniper will be useless to me." At that moment, Chen Jingwan approached, still looking somewhat pained. He advised Wei Dinghai with a worried expression, "Boss, that sniper is too terrifying. We absolutely must not attempt a frontal assault again. My suggestion is to take a longer detour if necessary to avoid him as much as possible." Chen Jingwan pulled out a tablet and pointed to a location. "We could start from here. There are plenty of coverings on this side to dodge sniper shots." Wei Dinghai nodded. "That's a good spot, but let's not rush. Let's find a place to hide for now." This left Chen Jingwan somewhat puzzled. "Weren't we just discovered? What's the point of hiding now?" Wei Dinghai smirked mischievously. "We've just suffered a big loss. We must let them also experience what it's like to be hunted." Indeed, a few minutes later, Radiant Prosperity Base's convoy arrived from another direction. Upon entering the shooting range, they too were subjected to Zhang Yi's frenzied hunting. Having learned from the first encounter, Zhang Yi decided to shoot the tires first before killing the drivers. Xiao Honglian immediately organized a counterattack. In the Radiant Prosperity Base convoy, a soldier transformed into a giant werewolf, using his arms to block the incoming bullets. Zhang Yi, watching this scene through his scope, couldn't help but chuckle to himself. Finally, a worthy opponent has arrived. However, when Zhang Yi saw him, the werewolf also spotted Zhang Yi. His pupils contracted in surprise. The sniper was so far away. Zhang Yi was unapologetic. "You like catching bullets, so let's give you your fill." Zhang Yi continued firing steadily, expending only some bullets and energy, while the opponent was forced to endure the barrage. Soon, the werewolf began to show signs of fatigue, his claws trembling slightly. Instead of growing angry, he stepped back a few steps, and a sound came from the convoy, "Ready now." At that moment, a long cannon barrel slowly rose, and with a loud boom, a shell was fired towards the shelter. The shell reached in front of Zhang Yi in an instant. The next second, the shell entered silently, like a needle into water, making no sound. The puzzled gunner on the vehicle wondered, was that a dud? While still hesitating, a bullet passed directly through his chest. Everyone was terrified by this grisly scene, and Xiao Honglian ordered a counterattack. Suddenly, 5 heavy artillery vehicles fired simultaneously, and shells howled towards the loft where Zhang Yi was. But seconds later, the shells disappeared as if vanishing into thin air, making no sound. Moments later, the shells sped back along their original paths. Everyone turned pale. Their convoy was too concentrated, and if the shells fell, the casualties would be severe. At that moment, the werewolf roared, "Leave it to me." He leapt into the air and deflected the shells with his hands, merely altering their trajectory slightly. The shells still fell around the convoy, and a massive explosion sent a blizzard into the sky. The werewolf crouched, trembling, and a trickle of blood escaped his lips. Seeing the dire situation, Xiao Honglian decisively shouted, "Everyone retreat." The soldiers reacted swiftly, throwing numerous smoke grenades. Thick smoke quickly rose, obscuring the surroundings. Zhang Yi remained calm, continuing to fire with his sniper rifle, shooting as chance would have it. This approach caused heavy losses to Radiant Prosperity Base. Radiant Prosperity Base's forces finally retreated to a safe distance. Xiao Honglian was pondering, this person could actually deflect artillery fire and had superlative sniping skills. Although it's uncertain whether these abilities belong to the same person, even if they were divided between 2 people, they would still represent a terrifying force. Xiao Honglian looked at her injured subordinates with a serious face. A whole elite unit of Radiant Prosperity Base had had been routed like this, I finally understand why they could withstand West Mountain Base's assault for a month. At this moment, Zhuge Qingting came up to the vehicle to ask for instructions. Leader, what should we do next? It seems there is a great risk in a frontal assault now. We are still 7 kilometers away from the villa area, and we can't provide fire cover along the way, especially since they can deflect our attacks. Xiao Honglian glanced at him and said calmly, don't worry, they only have a few people. They can't sustain a long fight. Our 4 forces together have thousands of soldiers. We can simply wear them down. But let's not advance any further for now. Let the others experience it first and deplete that sniper's ability. Zhuge Qingting nodded in understanding. Understood. I'll have everyone rest for now. At that moment, Xiao Honglian picked up the satellite phone to call Wei Dinghai. Hey, brother Wei, where are you guys now? Wei Dinghai responded indifferently. We'll be there in a bit. Xiao Honglian's lips twitched into a smirk. What a coincidence. We'll also be there in a bit.
Well, since we're heading to the same place, let's talk when we meet. Both hung up, each thinking, you hurry up and taste Zhang Yi's bullets. In Zhang Yi's view, after the 2 convoys arrived and he killed many of them, some of the remaining people fled. Zhang Yi mumbled, just a few dead and you're already running? What game are you playing now? I want everyone to know that today, on this battlefield, all will die by my hand. Chunlei shouted, boss, if there's a chance, kill all those mutants first. After all, we're on the front line. It'll ease the pressure on us. Zhang Yi responded indifferently, I'll do my best. However, don't expect too much when it comes to mutants. Those who have survived until now, especially the enhanced mutants and beastmen, are much tougher. The effectiveness of firearms has greatly diminished. He shrugged. It's only against weaker opponents that my strength can double. When facing strong opponents, I automatically go into hiding. He spoke in a low voice. I deliberately let the enemy know about my counterattack ability to make them wary of using large caliber guns. In this situation, the first line of defense can last longer. After all, if they don't use large caliber guns, it's very hard to break through a 10-meter thick wall of ice and snow. The power of Zhang Yi's spatial abilities was limited. Basically, opening a portal in space wasn't easy to move things around, so it couldn't be used to shield a defensive line thousands of meters long. Zhang Yi had long demonstrated this ability as a threatening force that could be maximized. Zhang Yi mumbled to himself, who will come next? Could it be the Snow Worship Sect or the Emerald Waterside Base? Both are partners in this endeavor, but not attacking doesn't mean missing a perfect opportunity. Zhang Yi's worries quickly dissipated because he saw, from afar on the snowy field, a large group of Snow Worship Sect members running towards him, numbering over a couple hundred. Zhang Yi thought to himself, I'm not wasting bullets on them. He didn't choose to strike at them. Killing ordinary sect members didn't mean anything. There had been agreements between the 2 sides that, when necessary, they would help Zhang Yi. Zhang Yi reminded everyone in his group, the Snow Worship Sect has arrived as well. Now, except for the Emerald Waterside Base, the other 3 factions were all present. Uncle Yu asked rationally, didn't we say before that the Snow Worship Sect and the Emerald Waterside Base were supposed to help us? If they join the attack, should we kill them? Zhang Yi replied, if they approach the defensive line, kill them without mercy. Uncle Yu sighed in relief, showing his ease. Alright, I understand. If that's the case, things become much simpler. Uncle Yu bent down and pulled up a green cloth, revealing various types of heavy ammunition and several guns. These large-caliber machine guns could penetrate armored vehicles. If used to shoot people, just 1 bullet could turn a person to dust. After the members of the Snow Worship Sect arrived at their designated location and didn't find people from other factions, they felt a bit strange. Zhang Yixian sensed something was off. However, he only took a cursory look and didn't continue moving forward because they were only there to take advantage of the opportunity and had no intention of truly fighting Zhang Yi. Zhang Yixian then said, if Zhang Yi can fend off several attacks and deplete the forces of the other 3 factions, we will ambush them from behind. If Zhang Yi can't stop them, we'll have to break our promise and join the fight for benefits. With a slight smile, Zhang Yixian added, there are no eternal friends or enemies, only eternal interests. As they approached the shelter, the Emerald Waterside Base also arrived. They moved more slowly due to their transportation but were leading a large team of majestic sled dogs. Their leader, Xing Tian, sat on a sled pulled by majestic dogs, followed by several soldiers in green combat gear, exuding an imposing aura. Xing Tian, holding a long monocular, told everyone, no one is allowed to launch an attack on Zhang Yi's shelter without my order. Today we are mainly here to watch the show. The soldiers all agreed in unison. Meanwhile, Xiao Honglian asked the other 3 forces, is everyone already nearby? Then, according to our original plan, we will attack the shelter from 4 directions. On a multi-person call, Xing Tian quickly said the Emerald Waterside Base plan to take position and attack the shelter from behind. This made Wei Dinghai ask, the shelter is backed by a low mountain. Do you want to climb over it? Hearing this, Xing Tian smiled. It is precisely because of this that we can catch them by surprise. I will leave the front to you and we will fight from behind. Inwardly, he thought, I just came here to watch the show. If you guys don't go around to the back of the shelter, you won't notice that I will be watching the show while leisurely fishing. Wei Dinghai reluctantly agreed, stating that it can't be helped. Well, leave the frontal attack to the three of us. At that moment, Xiao Honglian spoke up, warning them, by the way, when we came we found that they had a very strong sniper. You'd better be careful. In addition, there are mutants among them who can deflect artillery attacks. So it's best to think carefully when using large firearms. Otherwise, we will only cause harm to ourselves. Wei Dinghai added, oh, I also want to remind everyone about this. We also suffered a lot in this regard. Xing Tian and Yuan Kongya replied nonchalantly, oh, I see. Xiao Honglian then said to everyone that they must arrive on a time, at 2:30, and together, they'll launch an attack simultaneously from 4 directions. The snow worship sect waited the 2 other bases far away from the snow wall, not daring to approach. At the shelter, Yang Xinshin contacted Zhang Yi, big brother. There are enemies appearing in the direction of the back of the mountain. On the screen, Yang Xinshin shows Xing Tian and his soldiers approaching the shelter from the mountains. Seeing this, Zhang Yi smiled and said, Yang Xinshin, don't worry about these guys. They are probably planning to run over to catch fish. Soon after, both Morning Dew Base and Radiant Prosperity Base, with their heavy convoy, charged at the shelter. Zhang Yi immediately alerted everyone that the enemy has appeared and was ready to fight. As the convoy showed no sign of slowing down, the people of the Snow Worship sect, with their Marley weapon, also charged, rushing towards the base in full force. Zhang Yi, who was observing everything through his tactical scope, immediately shouted for Yang Xinshin to take action. Hearing the order, Yang Xinshin pressed on a red button on the supercomputer. Then suddenly, several machine guns immediately appeared on the snow wall, releasing an endless barrage of bullets per second. The countless bullets pierced through many convoys, causing a dozen explosions. Seeing this, Zhang Yixin was horrified. Dumbfounded, he shouted, artillery, tanks, and machine guns. Oh my god! Where did they get all these weapons? Xiao Honglian gritted her teeth in frustration. Seeing chaos ahead of her, she noticed that the heavy firearms were identical as the one only held by West Mountain Base in the entire Tianhai city. She wondered if Zhang Yi and his people loot the weapons depot at West Mountain Base. And if they did, how on earth did they do it? Xiao Honglian quickly got her act together and gave an order to spread out immediately and fight back. This defense line is nothing more than an ice wall. If you blast it to pieces, you can get through. As long as we can get close to that shelter, we will win. However, on the field was countless corpses and burned down convoys. The soldiers were in disarray, trying to find cover after being subjected to the frenzied and endless bullets. Up the mountain, Xing Tian watched the entire scene in disbelief. I have always wondered why Zhang Yi dared to confront so many forces at the same time. It turned out that he had hidden such a skill. He then put on an act, deliberately shouting, brothers, shoot, make the noise louder, but be careful not to point it at others. Confused, one of his soldiers asked, boss, is there anyone around here? This made Xing Tian smack him on his head. If you are asked to shoot, just shoot. Why spout such nonsense? In short, don't hurt anyone. I, Xing Tian, am a strong-willed man, and I keep my word. We must do our best when we take other people's things. Unless Zhang Yi is defeated, we will not add insult to injury. Back at the shelter's snow wall, a gruesome scene of several corpses of the 3 forces were everywhere, and convoys were engulfed in flames. The entire scene was a massacre. Xiao Honglian shouted into her communication device in anger. We can't continue like this. We misjudged the firepower configuration of this shelter. Wei Dinghai replied that they must work together to break through this outer line of defense. Most of their firepower should be here, and they don't have enough manpower. As long as we break through the defense line, they will be at a comprehensive disadvantage, said Xiao Honglian. Hearing this, Wei Dinghai agreed. He told Xiao Honglian to cover him with firepower. He'll deal with it. With both in agreement, Xiao Honglian ordered her soldiers, carry out fire suppression and cooperate with Morning Dew Base to attack the ice and snow defense line. Then, with a thick, sturdy layer of ice armor on his body, Wei Dinghai leaped out of his convoy, got on 4s, and with a massive stretch, Wei Dinghai made a huge jump, covering several meters. His movements were swift and fast, like that of a cheater, only multiple times faster, making him whoosh past the convoys in a flash. At the snow wall, Wei Dinghai, with one punch, destroyed a section of the wall with the machine guns. This commotion prompted Uncle Yu and Chunlei to wonder what it was. With a huge section of the snow wall destroyed, Wei Dinghai, cloaked in his ice armor, grinned mischievously. In the world of ice and snow, I am the king. The giant ice fortress of the shelter has finally been breached. At this moment, Wei Dinghai, cloaked in his ice armor, gave the order for his soldiers to charge forward, killing anyone that dares oppose them. So as the soldiers rushed towards the shelter in full might, armed to the teeth, Wei Dinghai placed his hand on the snow wall, feeling its structural integrity, and as a golden light radiates from his hand, the snow wall suddenly begun to lose its composition, gradually beginning to fall off. And soon after, the giant ice fortress of the shelter got destroyed, crumbling to the ground. Seeing this, Zhang Yi was astonished. Ha! Wei Dinghai's ability is many times stronger than Chunlei's. Zhang Yi then gave the order for his front line to get started. On the snowy field, Wei Dinghai suddenly felt a chill down his spine, as if the Grim Reaper was behind him. So with his nimble and fast reflexes, Wei Dinghai bent backwards slightly in time to evade the surprise attack. This, however, caused him to tumble over the pile of the huge ice blocks he was standing on earlier. Staring from above him was Liang Yu, with her dragon's roar. It seems that Wei Dinghai was nicked by the sword on his cheek as blood gushed out uncontrollably. Your sword can actually cut through my frost armor? Wei Dinghai questioned Liang Yu in complete shock, but Liang Yu was not in the mood for a chat, so she didn't reply to the obvious question. With this new development, Wei Dinghai decided to retreat, not daring to face such a fierce opponent. He gradually begun to sink into the icy ground, like he was in a quicksand. Seeing this, Liang Yu called out for Chunlei, who separated the ice ground Wei Dinghai was sinking into by forming an ice block around him, then separating it from the ground, effectively cutting off Wei Dinghai's escape. With his escape route cut off, Wei Dinghai leaped off the ice block, making a swift landing on the ground. However, he wasn't even given a brief moment of respite as Liang Yu was upon him, slicing the air with an extreme swiftness and precision. Wei Dinghai had no way of dodging as the sword sliced his chest, penetrating his armor and making a deep wound on his chest. Again, blood gushed out. Only this time, it was severely fatal if not treated in time. He leaped backwards, creating a few distance between him and Liang Yu. Luckily, Wei Dinghai used his ability to temporarily close the wound, saving his life. He thought that it was unexpected, encountering such a powerful martial art master, who happens to also be a mutant, in Zhang Yi's shelter. This was a disadvantageous situation to be in, but luckily, my goal has been achieved. With his soldiers almost at his side, Wei Dinghai turned to leave, not forgetting to smile as he did so. Immediately as he disappeared from Liang Yu and Chunlei's sight, the soldiers appeared from behind the ice blocks, charging forward with killing intent. Without a second thought, Liang Yu also charged at them as Chunlei shouts from behind to not be impulsive. Charging towards the enemy of that number was reckless, but Zhang Yi, observing everything through his tactical scope, told him and Uncle Yu to hold the line and just let Liang Yu go. She has been restless and itching to fight. After all, these soldiers were no match for her anyway. But be careful, the big one was still behind, and their werewolf mutant was also coming too. As the soldiers rushed towards the front line, Xiao Honglian took out her large jug from behind her, uncorked it, and took a big gulp. After a brief moment of gathering her strength, she spat out a massive fire dragon. The red flames illuminated the entire field ahead of her. The fire headed straight for the part of the giant ice fortress of the shelter still left standing. The giant ice fortress of the shelter melted away, leaving a large walkway as an entrance for the rest of her soldiers to enter. Xiao Honglian, with a loud roar, shouted, "Victory is right in front of you, go for it." The werewolf mutant, with the rest of the base's soldiers, dashed forward at full speed. But Chunlei halted their advances as countless ice shards shot towards the crowd like bullets, similar to that of Wei Dinghai's. At that moment, Flower, transformed into a big cat, opened its mouth and roared, releasing a massive sonic wave, which immobilized the soldiers. They quickly covered their ears, unable to bear the pain. This distracted them just enough for Uncle Yu, holding two huge machine guns with countless bullets wrapped around his waist and shoulders, to take aim and fire several rounds of bullets. The defenseless soldiers stood no chance as they were sieved through with countless bullets. At the other entrance, Liang Yu was busy slicing through Radiant Prosperity base soldiers without difficulty. The pile of bodies she'd left in her wake seems not to deter the rest of the soldiers as they continue to rush towards her in multiple directions. Up above them was Zhang Yi's sniping bullets, dealing long-range damage to the forces outside the wall. But at that moment, a surprised attack was launched towards her from the side. However, unlike Wei Dinghai, Liang Yu blocked the attack with her sword. It was the werewolf mutant. Angry, he questioned Liang Yu, "Isn't it inappropriate to treat my people like vegetables?" His question was met with the silent, icy gaze from Liang Yu. Then, suddenly, Liang Yu exploded with a massive flaming aura as she gripped her sword tightly, releasing her full power. Seeing this scene, the wolfman wasn't scared but rather intrigued, licking his mouth in full delight. He then took a stance and readied himself. Seeing this, Liang Yu did the same. She sheathed her sword, took on a stance, her eyes solely focused on her opponent as everything fades away. The wolfman charged at Liang Yu, who remained motionless, waiting. Soon the claws of the wolfman was a breath away from Liang Yu's face as her face shone with a terrifying killing intent. In a split second, almost at the speed of sound, Liang Yu unsheathed her sword and sliced off the wolfman's arm. The werewolf mutant's eyes widened in shock as blood spattered everywhere. But Liang Yu wasn't done. Her gaze absolute as her face remained expressionless. Immediately after, his other arm was sliced off together with his head. Everything happened in a blink of an eye as the werewolf mutant didn't have the chance to scream in pain. So as the body fell to the ground, Liang Yu, like a true martial art master, didn't bother to look behind her. She knew full well that her opponent had lost and had no way of surviving. She then swung her sword to the side, depositing the bloodstain left on the sword on the ground. Meanwhile, on the other end, Uncle Yu was out of ammunition. The muzzles of his machine guns were overheated from the continuous rapid firing. At that moment, unbeknownst to Uncle Yu, a blue projectile was upon him in a flash. It was Wei Dinghai's deputy, Qin Jingguan, who had the ability to stretch his body like an elastic, wrapping around Uncle Yu's upper body and neck. He tightened up his hold on Uncle Yu, trying to suffocate him. Uncle Yu tried to break free, but it was pointless. Even a sniper rifle can't penetrate my body. Do you still want to break free? Qin Jingguan questioned with a mocking smile. Luckily, with a loud roar, Flower released another sonic wave which was directly targeted towards Qin Jingguan. Cursing inwardly, Qin Jingguan was temporarily immobilized, almost hypnotized as his eyes was completely blank and he begun to bleed from his ears as well. Without second thought, Uncle Yu used this opportunity to untie himself. He then begun to swing Qin Jingguan's elastic form around like a rag doll. But soon after, his actions were halted as Zhang Yi's voice came in from his earcom, telling everyone to retreat and return to the shelter. Zhang Yi then spoke directly to Liang Yu. Liang Yu, the same goes for you. You can't take revenge on your own, so be sensible. Although she looked like she wanted to continue fighting, she also knew Zhang Yi was right. So as she reluctantly agreed, she bent down to pick the wolfman's head as the rest of the soldiers of Radiant Prosperity Base watch in fear. They lost all morale given what they just witnessed. Liang Yu then turned around and made a swift exit, dashing towards the shelter at full speed. The rest followed suit as Flower, Uncle Yu and Chunlei gather at the entrance of the shelter with Liang Yu. Zhang Yi continued to observe everything through his tactical scope. He noticed outside the wall was the snow worship sect gathered at a section behind the wall, neither attacking nor leaving the scene. They were just watching everything unfold from a neutral standpoint. Zhang Yi laughed when he saw this. Still watching? Ha! Yang Xinshin, aim all the remaining firepower at the snow worship sect and keep firing until otherwise. And as Yang Xinshin did just that, the snow worship sect immediately gathered behind Zhang Yixian, who form a golden protective barrier in front of him, blocking all the bullets. Zhang Yixian was speechless by the actions of Zhang Yi, realizing their neutral stands in this fight were no longer possible. It's almost time to take action, Zhang Yixian said, finally making a decision. Zhang Yixian and the followers of the snow worship sect finally chose a side. At this moment, Zhang Yixian realized that Zhang Yi was clearly forcing them to pick a side in this fight immediately or he will consider them as an enemy as well. Now, only by fighting could Zhang Yi know their stance in this battle. Zhang Yixian bellowed, "All believers, listen. In the name of the snow god, follow me and march into the sanctuary." As soon as his words fell, the followers of the snow worship sect swarmed the entrance of the giant ice fortress of the shelter like ants. Though ragged and emaciated, their eyes sparkled with hope, showing no trace of fear, armed with iron rods and kitchen knives as they marched forward. On the other side of the breached ice wall, the soldiers of Radiant Prosperity Base swiftly throws numerous smoke grenades onto the shelter's compound. Immediately after, thick smoke obscured the surroundings. Seeing this, Zhang Yi remained calm but curious. He halted his sniping but continued to observe what Radiant Prosperity Base next action will be. Uncle Yu and Chunlei joined him on the third floor. With concern, Uncle Yu asked Zhang Yi, "What should we do now? Should we abandon the two-story building on the surface and hide underground?" Hearing this, Zhang Yi stared sternly at Uncle Yu and asked, "Why are you so anxious? The shelter's defensive capabilities cannot easily be breached. However, Their talk was cut off by a loud rumbling from outside. Through the window, in the midst of the smoke was a large vehicle similar to that of a bulldozer. Seeing this, Zhang Yi thought, it seems that this is the confidence for their attack. He tells Uncle Yu and Xinlei, "You guys go to the first floor and wait. I'll deal with this." He then took several boxes of explosives form his alternate space. And as a smile crept on his lips, he got up with 2 grenades in one hand and a modified TNT in the other. Zhang Yi confidently whispered, "Try this on for size." With the enhancement of his ability, Zhang Yi was capable of throwing the explosives, covering a significant distance like a projectile. Soon, with a loud bang, the soldiers of Radiant Prosperity Base approaching the shelter were blown to bits. "You really think you will win if you break the first layer of my shelter's defense, right? How stupid. This shelter is my greatest reliance." Zhang Yi continued his relentless onslaught, throwing several grenades one after the other. On the shelter's compound, explosions rang out one after another, and soon the number of soldiers approaching the shelter began to reduce. The remaining soldiers took cover in panic, frightened to death with no way to fight back. Some tried firing, but their bullets did nothing to the shelter, not even able to scratch it. However, amidst the deafening explosions, was the large vehicle, gradually approaching the shelter. Inside was Wu Huairen, operating it. Zhang Yi saw him and immediately recognized him. He smiled. "They have such skilled people. No wonder they dare to attack my shelter with such confidence." He then threw a couple of grenades at the large vehicle. However, before they could make contact, Qin Jingguan, again, inflated his body like a balloon, transforming into a giant several meters tall. The incoming grenades ricocheted, unable to penetrate his defenses, and exploded away from him. Although the explosion happened right in front of him, the flames neither affected him nor breached through his defense. Qin Jingguan wore a proud smile, reverting back to his normal size. His ability was named the Rubber Man. With his help, Wu Huairen was finally able to operate the large vehicle to the wall of the shelter. At the shelter's outer wall, a long mechanical arm stretched out from the large vehicle, positioned and then took aim at a precise point on the wall. A laser-like shot out from the tip of the point and began to cut through the wall. Seeing this new development, Xiao Honglian ordered the rest of her soldiers to advance, spread out and attack from all sides, cover his sight. As the cutting of the wall continued, Zhang Yi received an alert from the shelter's AI system, shocking him. "Warning, warning. The walls of the shelter are continuing to withstand high temperature cutting, and the damage degree is 0.001%. Zhang Yi knew immediately that Wu Huairen had started to take action. He then asked the system how long will it take for it to be broken through. According to the current speed, complete breakdown will take 1 hour and 29 minutes. At the other side, inside the shelter, the vibration of the wall being cut through can be felt by everyone. Xunlei immediately asked Zhang Yi, "Boss, should we withdraw? It hasn't got to that point yet." "Don't worry, just wait for my signal." Meanwhile, outside the giant ice fortress of the shelter, both Xiao Honglian and Wei Dinghai wore a proud smile seeing the progress they've made so far. She thought it wouldn't be long now, and although the loss was huge, it would not be a problem as long as they get the materials held by Zhang Yi. But at that moment, a crazed follower of the Snow Worship sect, strapped with a considerably large amount of explosives, approached 2 soldiers of Radiant Prosperity Base from behind. He grabbed both soldiers, and immediately after, a violent explosion sounded, causing heavy losses to all the nearby allied forces. This scene made Xiao Honglian and Wei Dinghai's scalps tingle. A cold sweat broke out on their faces, confused as to where the explosives suddenly came from. What's going on? Where did the explosion come from? It's those crazy people from the Snow Worship sect. They all have explosives on their bodies, and they came to find us and died together. The soldiers on the field reported to Wei Dinghai and Xiao Honglian. They were both speechless after hearing this. What? Those damn bastards actually dared to take the opportunity to attack us. Gritting his teeth in frustration, Wei Dinghai heard noise from his side, so as he turned his head, it was as he suspected. Zhang Yixin and all the followers of the Snow Worship sect had all gathered around to attack them. While levitating, Zhang Yixin used his ability to haul 2 convoys in the air and launch them at their respective owners. Seeing this, Xiao Honglian leaped in the air, and with her affinity with fire, she punched the convoy away. Wei Dinghai, on the other hand, just casually stops his with a giant block of ice. Seeing this, Zhang Yixin smirked, not the least bit alarmed. After all, they weren't the leaders of their bases for nothing. Zhang Yixin clenched his fist and laughed loudly like a madman. "Xiao Honglian, Wei Dinghai, you're both here. This is great. You both can go to hell together. From now on, Tianhai City is no longer a place where you can show off your power and bully the weak. Their fight from afar caused 2 massive explosions which drew Zhang Yi's attention at the shelter. What? What's going on? But upon a closer inspection, his lips widen into an arc as a smile crept on them. It seems they have finally chosen a side and joined the fray. Meanwhile, in the lounging hall, Uncle Yu, Chunlei, Liang Yu, and even Flower all munched on some energy bars specially made by Yang Min to replenish their lost energy. With their energy restored, they creak open the shelter's door and rushed out in full might. The second session of the battle was on the way. At the other end of the shelter, up on the mountain, Xing Tian was watching the battle through his long monocular, questioning in confusion. Why did the Snow Worship sect suddenly rebel? Could it be that they secretly reached a cooperation with Zhang Yi from the beginning? This is fortunate, truly fortunate, and it works in my favor. Now I can get a lot of supplies without doing anything. And if they continue to fight like this, then won't the most powerful force in Tianhai City be our Emerald Waterside base? Oh, this is just too good to be true. Back on the battlefield, Morning Dew and Radiant Prosperity Base were overwhelmed by the relentless onslaught from the 2 forces. So as Uncle Yu and Chunlei with their respective machine guns and ice shards dealt long-range attacks at one end, Liang Yu and Flower did the same on the other, only theirs were close-range attacks, as the soldiers were either sliced through by Liang Yu or torn through by Flower's claws or teeth. It looked like a one-sided massacre. Also, from a personal standpoint, Liang Yu seems to focus her attention solely on killing as many soldiers of Radiant Prosperity Base as possible. Zhang Yi, on the other hand, remained on the 3rd floor, sniping specific targets of the enemy with powerful combat prowess. Only this time, he was sniping with his right eye. Zhang Yi uses his divine power, slowly activating the space around their necks like his current victim. His neck gradually begun to twist. Then, he suddenly felt discomfort, and before he figures what was happening to him, his neck was torn apart by an unknown force, severing the carotid artery and causing blood to gush out like a fountain. Instantly, his head was separated from his body. The guy currently behind him was shocked, having no idea what had just happened. And Zhang Yi was not worried of running out of energy early with using this divine power. Due to Yang Min's energy bars, Xiao Honglian was visibly pissed, clenching her fists tightly as she tried to reach out to Xing Tian but got no response. What the hell? This guy Xing Tian's suddenly gone AWOL, pretending to be dead. Hearing this, Wei Dinghai immediately knew that they were on their own. That damn bastard must have betrayed us too, he said. Seeing the incoming crazed Snow Worship sect followers, Wei Dinghai immediately pierced them with ice spikes from underneath their feet. He then roared at his soldiers. Escape quickly. The 3 of them are colluding behind the scenes. If we don't leave, it will be too late. This scene surprised Xiao Honglian greatly, but she knew deep down that Wei Dinghai was right, but she couldn't bring herself to believe it just yet. Impossible. Why would the Snow Worship sect and Emerald Waterside Base cooperate with Zhang Yi? Gritting her teeth in anger, she shouted into her communication device for her army. Was left of it anyway, to retreat. Xiao Honglian took out her large jug from behind her and quickly uncorked it. Took a big gulp, then spat out massive flames, 10 times stronger than earlier. Everyone in direct contact with her red flames were instantly roasted without any resistance. However, that massive display of her ability came at a price. Xiao Honglian was visibly spent, as she begun to sweat profusely, but it seems her reason for that suddenly display of power was to clear a path for their swift escape. She and Wei Dinghai simultaneously dashed for the nearest convoy, killing anyone who stood in their way, and soon after, they quickly left the scene with their tail in between their legs, driving as fast as the convoy's top speed can undergo. Meanwhile, Wu Huiren was left behind. No. They are all gone. Then, who was going to cover me? So as he got out of the large vehicle, a bullet shot through his head in an instant. Wu Huiren's eyes widened in surprise as his body fell on the ground lifelessly. Zhang Yi was on the window sledge with a smile, saying, "You think I will let you go just like that? How about you go and build a heat-resisting shelter for the King of Hell so you can try to breach it afterwards?" Zhang Yixian and his fellow members of the Snow Worship sect were in full delight, celebrating their victory over the 2 bases that had been suppressing them. They also got their revenge too, as the followers of the Snow Worship sect continued to celebrate their victory over Morning Dew and Radiant Prosperity Base. Their loud praises to their snow god did not go unnoticed by Zhang Yi. Observing them through his window, Zhang Yi, upon seeing their suicidal and destructive nature, realized how truly terrifying they were, and although they might probably be a serious problem in the future, Zhang Yi decided against attacking them. After all, these snow worshippers are a group of fanatical believers who were not afraid of death. It is definitely not worth losing my team members just to kill them. On his way downstairs, Zhang Yi called Xing Tian to come pick up the rest of their supplies as per the agreement. However, Xing Tian's reply shocked Zhang Yi momentarily, his face highlighting his curiosity. On the other end of the line, Xing Tian said he had other matters to take care of that required his immediate attention, so Zhang Yi should hold on to it for a while till he comes for it. Outside the shelter's compound, Flower, reverted back to his original size, was leisurely licking his paw while Uncle Yu and Chunlei were visibly exhausted from the battle. It was evident that they were both relieved that the fight was over. Zhang Yi approached them from behind, and upon seeing Zhang Yi, Uncle Yu and Chunlei were delighted. Zhang Yi taps Chunlei on the shoulder with a smile. "Well done, everyone. We won." However, Liang Yu didn't share the same sentiment as them. She stood in front of them with her head down in contemplation. Still with a smile on his face, Zhang Yi grabbed Liang Yu by the shoulder, whose gaze seems to be staring deep into the abyss. "It's okay, Liang Yu. The fight is over. And you also avenged your students." Upon hearing this, Liang Yu's eyes immediately shot up, and she raised her head upon realization. She suddenly fainted, losing consciousness. It seems that over-exceeding her limit took a toll on Liang Yu's body. Zhang Yi caught her with a worried expression itched on his face. He then laid her unconscious figure on the ground in order to properly carry her to the shelter. With Liang Yu in his arms, Zhang Yi raced to the shelter, inwardly cursing at her for her recklessness. This woman had just rushed into the opponent's battle formation alone without any backup. It's not far-fetched to say she was lucky to have survived. In the shelter, Zhang Yi rushed to the lab with Liang Yu. "Shokir, help her prepare for surgery immediately." Zhang Yi then placed Liang Yu on the medical bed and quickly made way for Dr. Zhou Qir, who immediately started cutting Liang Yu's dress to perform the surgery. A while later, Zhang Yi came out of the shelter and with a serious expression, addressed the Snow Worship sect. "This battle is over, you can leave. From now on, the entire territory of West Mountain Base in Heavenly Sea City belongs to me, Zhang Yi. No one is allowed to come close without my permission." Hearing this, Zhang Yi bowed respectfully. "Thank you for helping us win this war. According to the agreement, except for missionaries, no one from the Snow Worship sect will come close to your territory. I hope that in the future, our Snow Worship sect and your family can coexist peacefully and respect each other." Zhang Yi smirked and replied, "Ah, of course. I am a pacifist after all." So with that, the Snow Worship sect left the shelter and under the cold gaze of Zhang Yi. From what he knows, the Snow Worship sect was unable to develop rapidly at the beginning because of the constraints of several major bases. But with their restraints now gone, I wonder to what extent they will expand. With a heavy sigh, I get the feeling that I might have possibly unleashed a monster, but I had no choice. It couldn't be helped. As I turned back towards the shelter, I encountered 3 corpses ahead of me, and from the looks of it, they were mutants. Only now these 3 are empty shells. I then crouched down near their bodies for close examination. But upon doing so, I found something strange. Huh? What's going on? Could it be that these mutants were absorbed by someone else? But with such a fierce battle, there shouldn't be anyone who would go out of their way to devour the powers of these people. Let's take them back first and then examine them later. I then put their bodies in my alternate space. As I got up and turned back to the shelter, Uncle Yu and Chunlei watched me with a puzzled look. "Let's go back. It's time to take a good rest." The reason why they didn't head back in the shelter immediately was to offer backup when I addressed the Snow Worship sect. But at that moment, Flower leaped onto my shoulder without malice, and with his usual meowing indicating its intention to rest on my shoulders. Flower rubbed itself on my shoulder, then let out a comfortable purr. But seeing his body covered with blood of his victims, I pet his back. "Look at yourself. You just made such a big fuss that your whole body was covered in blood." But Flower didn't mind my scolding at all. I then grabbed both Uncle Yu and Chunlei's shoulders. "Let's go back inside and take a long good rest. We deserve that after all." The scene then shifts to the runaway losers. At an unknown location but clearly a significant distance far away from Zhang Yi's shelter, the rest of the soldiers of Morning Dew and Radiant Prosperity Base were tending to their wounds. However, with this huge loss, some of the wounded soldiers even died on the way while the others rest up with a visibly hollow expressions itched on their faces. In one of the convoys, Wei Dinghai, with his wounds treated, smacked the door in frustration. "These Snow Worship sect fools and Xing Tian. These damn bastards actually betrayed us." Hearing this, Xiao Honglian clenched her fists tightly, and was equally or more pissed with their betrayal. All her plans and confidence amounted to a close annihilation of her Radiant Prosperity Base. "Xing Tian, how much benefit did Zhang Yi give you to make you choose to betray us?" Hearing this, Wei Dinghai cautioned her to not jump into conclusions and be impulsive. Xiao Honglian was puzzled upon hearing what Wei Dinghai just said, and also dumbfounded at his slow or lack of reasoning. It seems he's slow in catching on. With an ignorant look, Wei Dinghai explained that although Xing Tian and his people did not launch an attack on them, it also didn't mean he made a deal with Zhang Yi. They were just facilitators and never really joined the battle. And as his own words sank in, Wei Dinghai finally got enlightened. So I guess they took some of Zhang Yi's benefits and then just stood by and didn't help anyone. The Emerald Waterside base has always acted prudently and are unwilling to take risks. If they can get benefits without fighting, they will be happy and wouldn't think twice in taking it. Hearing this, Xiao Honglian spoke up. What about the agreement between us? He broke his promise and caused us heavy losses. What can we do about this? Although Xiao Honglian was right, Wei Dinghai also knew their hands were tied at the moment. So as he sighed heavily, he replied her by stating the obvious. Now that our two major forces have suffered heavy losses, do you think it is possible to go to their base to deal with them also? The best result would be if they don't add insult to injury. At that moment, a loud boom came from outside their convoy, and as they turned to the source of the sound in complete horror, it was Xing Tian with his entire Emerald Waterside army charging at them. Xiao Honglian, Wei Dinghai, why are you in such a hurry? Xiao Honglian was the first to step out of the armored truck, and as she did, slamming the door shut in the process, she questioned Xing Tian with a murderous look. Xing Tian, you didn't abide by our agreement to attack Zhang Yi's shelter, and now you have the audacity to show your face. What do you want to do by coming here again? Do you plan to kick us when we are down? Yes, that's precisely the case. Xing Tian just casually folds his arms, and with a sly smile, he replied that the reason he came to find them at this precise moment was because they were two wealthy locals. So it was not too much for him to collect some tolls, right? Hearing this, Wei Dinghai was furious, but what he wanted to know was why? Why the betrayal? I don't understand. As long as you join forces with us to take down Zhang Yi's shelter, then we could have shared the entire Xishan district, including West Mountain Base in Heavenly Sea City. So why did you choose not to help us to share the benefits afterwards? Did you already know the background of Zhang Yi and the others? The continuous shouting made Xing Tian cover his left ear canal with his finger. The reason is simple. Our Emerald Waterside base does not have as many vehicles and energy sources as you guys do, so it does not have the ability to have long-arm jurisdiction. So even if we were to win the battle, my base would be the only one who loses in the end. I am no match for your two major bases when it comes to dividing territories. Therefore, when Zhang Yi promised to give me 10 tons of food, I happily agreed. Hearing this, Wei Dinghai and Xiao Honglian were speechless, but deep down they knew Xing Tian was right. If they were in his position, they would have probably done the same thing. Seeing the two having no rebuttal, Xing Tian's face turned sinister. Then he said, "Okay, now shall we talk about the tolls? How much supplies are you going to spend to buy a road?" Back to the shelter, the group gathered around the dining area, and on the dining table were lavish feast. Zhang Yi then spoke in a celebratory tone. "Thank you all for your hard work. Let's have a celebration banquet today, with all you can eat to make up for what we went through these couple months." So with that speech, the group immediately dig in, enjoying their victory to the fullest. Meanwhile, at the infirmary in the lab, Zhang Yi approached Dr. Zhou Qir with an empty trail, and upon seeing Zhang Yi, Zhou Qir smiled and said Liang Yu's operation was over. Zhang Yi set the trail on the counter, but now it was filled with a warm meal. He then asked Zhou Qir, "How is it? Is Liang Yu's injury a big problem?" "The wound was deep, but I had already stitched it up. However, since she is an enhanced mutant, her body functions are better than ordinary people, and her recovery speed is very fast, so it won't be a big deal." Then Zhou Qir curiously asked, "Yangmin did so good today, right? Her help helped in all kinds of conveniences that might have occurred if the battle had dragged on any longer." Hearing this, Zhang Yi playfully pinched Zhou Qir's cheek. "Yes, but in critical moments, your medical skills were also needed to save lives, right? Your skills are undoubtedly the more significant one." The scene then shifts to the base of the Snow Worship Sect, where Yuan Kongya and a couple of followers that stayed behind patiently wait outside to welcome Zhang Yixian and the other followers back. Upon their arrival, Zhang Yixian immediately reported, "Leader, fortunately you have lived up to your mission. Under the blessing of the Snow God, we have achieved a great victory. The evildoers in Morning Dew Base and Radiant Prosperity Base were severely injured by us, which greatly damaged their vitality. From now on, they will no longer be able to pose a threat to our Snow Worship Sect." Hearing this, Yuan Kongya's face immediately lit up. Delighted, she then approached Zhang Yixian and grabbed his hands. "Thank you for your hard work, High Priest. The gods will not forget your achievements." Hearing such words brought joy to Zhang Yi, but his face was saddened. He told Yuan Kongya that they also lost many devoted believers, including 2 priests, Lin Fei and Meng Ziyuan. They didn't leave, they came back here. I can feel their presence, said Yuan Kongya. Zhang Yi then paid homage, saying, May every deceased be with the Lord. Now, nothing can stop our expansion. I want the glory of the snow god to fill every corner of Tianhai City. Then there is the whole territory and even the whole world. Let the snow god become the only true god, and let the glory of the snow worship sect last forever. Then all the followers respond in unison. The glory of snow worship sect will last forever. All the dead bodies left behind by the 3 forces had mysteriously disappeared overnight, leaving no trace of the fierce battle that took place spanning over the vast snowy field of the shelter. As the days go by, the shelter's lounging hall had become very lively of late, a stark contrast to what happened outside a few days before. The women were leisurely playing mahjong, while Chunlei and Lu Karen were rivet, enjoying a video game they were playing on the television. Zhang Yi and Uncle Yu were also engrossed in the game of Shangqi. At that moment, Liang Yu was passing by, heading to her room when Chunlei asked, Teacher Liang, are you feeling better? Looking at Chunlei, Liang Yu said nothing and simply nodded. Then she immediately turned around and head upstairs, leaving Chunlei with a bewildered look. Lu Karen patted him on the back. Don't mind it. Teacher Liang has been like this for the past few days since she woke up. Hearing this, Zhang Yi remarked maybe her mood has changed. Let her go. It doesn't seem to be a big deal. He then got up after winning the game. And as he stretched, Zhang Yi continued. With Morning Dew and Radiant Prosperity base severely damaged, there will be no major actions for the time being. Xing Tian also took his Emerald Waterside base to get a big advantage, and the Snow Worship Sect can preach in Tianhai City and scrupulously in the future. This situation now can be regarded as declaring our victory. At least we no longer have to worry about what little moves they will make in the short term. Zhang Yi said this as he heads closer to the window, and as he took a look outside, he realized that something was amiss. But what could it be? Zhang Yi suddenly bent down a little bit to take a closer look, and upon realization, his eyes immediately widened and his mouth involuntarily opened ajar, highlighting his utter disbelief. Wait, everything seems clean, too clean, almost like nothing is out there. Are the bodies missing? Why are the bodies missing? Yesterday afternoon, I remember vividly that they were still there. Zhang Yi then took out a binoculars from his alternate space to check the vast snowy field, and still found nothing. Could it be that the Snow Worship Sect took care of it? No, that's not possible. If they did, then where are they? All the dead bodies are nowhere to be seen, and they were definitely not buried under snow and ice. The corpses had really just disappeared. Damn it. There are many strange things in this bloody apocalypse that cannot be explained. Even living things can mutate. Will corpses also mutate? Soon, Zhang Yi donned his combat suit, preparing to go outside when Zhou Haimei, with a puzzled look, looked his way from behind. Hey Zhang Yi, are you going out? She asked Zhang Yi. Zhang Yi reached for the door in the corridor and replied, Yes, it's probably nothing, but I believe I saw that there are some changes outside, so I'm going to take a look. Outside, Zhang Yi pulled out a handgun and approached a snowy area on the compound still heavy tainted with blood. When he got there, he crouched down to examine the countless pairs of footprints. Zhang Yi noticed that the footprints only show the direction of departure, and no trace of coming. This only signifies that the corpses were not stolen by anyone, but stood up on their own and walked away, step by step. At that moment, Zhang Yi was alerted. His eyes widened when he heard movements not far from behind. But when he turned back, there was nothing there. This is really beginning to look like pet cemetery shit. But what's there to be afraid of? I have killed so many living people. So what if there might be the possibility of these corpses coming back to life? What can they do to me? There was no end in sight, and no one knew where the bodies had gone. Zhang Yi followed the trail as he reassures himself. He found out that the trail leads further and further away from the shelter. A while later, the shelter's door creaked open, and a large pair of boots walked in. It was Zhang Yi. He called everyone present and decided to break the news to them without causing panic. Don't be afraid of what I'm going to say next. Just take a deep breath first and calm yourself down. Last night, more than 1,000 bodies that were scattered on the snowy field outside the shelter had disappeared. Immediately upon hearing this, everyone's expression was that of horror. They all stared at Zhang Yi in complete shock, speechless. So Zhang Yi continued that he'd taken a look at the footprints on the ground. And from the looks of it, the corpses probably walked by themselves. Yang Min and Zhou Qir were beyond petrified. So with a terrified tone, Joke here told Zhang Yi to quit it with the joke. It was way too scary. Even just thinking about it makes her want to never look outside the windows again, let alone go outside. Chunlei, with a frightened look, asked Zhang Yi, "Boss, did you collect all the corpses and then deliberately pull this prank to make fun of us?" I didn't want to believe it at first, but the facts are before my eyes. You can go and see for yourself. Everyone should finish their meal first, and then the two of you and Liang Yu will follow me outside to find out what's going on. I discovered where their footprints went. So, as long as we follow them, we will be able to find clues. Hearing this, no one had any objections. A while later, the group heads out in the car, following the footprints left behind in the snow, and soon they reached the end of the trail. All the footprints converge at the same area, heading into a giant hole in the ground. Everyone got out of the car, and as they approached the giant hole, they stopped at the cliff and checked the depth. It was pitch black inside, a bottomless pit with distinctive markings, indicating that the hole was not made with a machine or any large tool. Chunlei turned to Uncle Yu and asked, "What the hell is this? Why did those corpses come to this place?" Uncle Yu suggested that it could be a mutant who can control corpses. Liang Yu looked back and points out that the distance the corpses traveled was too far. It would be too terrifying to have such a strange mutant who could control thousands of corpses and make them travel such a distance. At this point, Chunlei was shaking all over. He wondered if it could be a zombie crisis which has broken out. Zhang Yi replied that he hopes that's the case. "You don't think there are real zombies, do you? If there are, how much of a threat could they pose to us today? Also, this is not scientific. Under such a temperature, the corpses had already been frozen. So how could they walk like normal people?" Uncle Yu was looking back and forth over and over. The area seems familiar to him. Seems like a site. Of course, I know where this place is. I have already stayed in this community. This is Tsitsu Jiayuan City. So that means this place under our feet must be the Tsitsu subway station. Hearing this, Zhang Yi seems to have been enlightened. "Oh, I sort of get it now. In other words, these dead people actually entered this hole to get to the station, then entered the subway tunnel, right? If that's the case, then there really is something or someone controlling these corpses in the subway tunnel." However, knowing this raises the next obvious question. What should we do with this place? Ask Uncle Yu. If someone can really control dead corpses, then he must have more than 1,000 corpses under his control, and the number may be unimaginable. If such a person becomes our opponent, it will be very difficult and very disadvantageous for us. Zhang Yi holds his chin and pondered for a while. Then he raised his hand and told everyone that they would leave whatever is down there alone for now. After all, they have no conflict with them, so they shouldn't take the initiative to establish contact with them or whatsoever. The group then decided to leave the place, forgoing any intentions to meet whatever was down that pit. From now on, stay far away from this place and don't let anyone get close to it. Hearing this, Liang Yu asked Zhang Yi, "Then, does this mean you plan on just keeping this unknown thing as it is? Just keep it. What are you talking about?" Zhang Yi grinned. "Anyway, even if something goes wrong one day, I won't be the one who's gonna have the biggest headache." Zhang Yi had always tried his utmost best to avoid conflict and any fights, so why would he change his strategy now? If whatever was down there never bothers or interfere with his plans, then he wouldn't mind coexisting with it. Meanwhile, in Yuelu district, the snow had now covered up to the 8th floor. However, the whole district was a bit lively today. After several months without visit, the Grand Cleric Shao Jinhua of the Snow Worship Sect approached the survivors of Building 18. Li Jian and his entire group respectfully greets the Grand Cleric upon encounter. "We respectfully greet our benefactor from the Snow Worship Sect, and have seen the respected Great Decree." Shao Jinhua was pleased hearing this. "Li Jian, it seems that you can already use the ability given to you by the Snow God very well." "Yes, praise the Snow God. Praise the Almighty Leader. Thank you, Grand Cleric, for allowing me to receive the blessing of the Leader. Now, we have not just been able to survive but thrive as well. That's great to hear. And I also have good news for you. You've been granted permission from the Leader to follow us to Tianfeng District. A divine chance to live with the Leader and all the congregants." Everyone was startled hearing this, but the one who was beyond surprise was Li Jian. He asked in disbelief, "Tianfeng District? Don't be afraid. It's an apocalyptic paradise. All members of our Snow Worship Sect are there," said Shao Jinhua. "In the near future, it will become a utopia that is not affected by the apocalypse. And now, you and your people have been chosen and qualified to live there. And I mentioned you, Li Jian, to the Leader. She appreciates your abilities very much and thinks that your abilities are indispensable to our Snow Worship Sect. So as long as you go there, you and your family will receive special care." Li Jian couldn't believe his ears after hearing the news. He knelt down and loudly praised. Praise the great snow god. Praise the leader. I, Li Jian, am willing to dedicate my modest and utmost efforts to the snow worship sect. Seeing this, Xiao Jinhua told him to get up and bring his family and also any daily necessities. Gather everything and everyone and follow me to the camp of the snow worship sect. The scene then shifts to Tianfeng district, specifically, the area where the snow worship sect resides. Xiao Jinhua, Li Jian and his entire family just arrived. Everyone was amazed with the way the people of the sect had adapted and were thriving in the apocalypse. And although it was amazing to see, everyone seems nervous and uneasy. Immediately upon entering the community, Xiao Jinhua called Li Jian. Li Jian, come with me. The leader of our sect would like to see you in person. Hearing this made Li Jian ask about his wife and son. Don't worry, we will have someone to take care of them. Then, Li Jian's wife reassures him. It is an honor to be summoned by the leader in person. Just go and come back safely. We will be waiting for you here. Only after his wife's words did Li Jian feel at ease and quickly follow behind Xiao Jinhua. Soon, he was brought before Yuan Kongya, who was praying beside the altar in the church. Seeing that the leader was a woman, Li Jian was surprised. God is everywhere and ever-changing, and his image depends on the heart of the believer. So don't worry about such details, Xiao Jinhua said with a smile. Li Jian bowed respectfully and replied, Yes, I understand. He then loudly praised, I am honored to meet the leader. My name is Li Jian, and I have been blessed by your grace to have survived until now. Yuan Kongya patted his shoulder, pleased to hear his dedication. Very good. I have been told by the snow god about your potential to be a great decree of power. From now on, you will be a priest of the snow worship sect. Li Jian immediately knelt down upon hearing this, and loudly said, I am willing to give everything for the snow worship sect. Yuan Kongya then turned around and instructed Li Jian to follow. She then led Li Jian to the abandoned building behind the church, the sacred place only accessible to her and her priests. Only this time, a large tree stood at the entrance. Li Jian instinctively stepped back, shocked at what he was seeing. How come this tree is still able to flourish? Yuan Kongya calmly explained to Li Jian. This is the sacred tree of my snow worship sect. It can take roots hundreds of meters deep underground to absorb nutrients and then bear fruit. Its fruits are our most important food. Yuan Kongya reached her hand out and almost like magic, a bright red apple immediately grew from the end of a vine and was gently placed in her hand. Yuan Kongya, with a somewhat playful yet serious look, offered the bright red apple to Li Jian. This is our hope for survival. Do you want to try it?